In a fantastical realm of Pokemon, a certain he, transformed into the twin brother of Professor Oak, embarks on a journey to cultivate Pokemon and contend with the world's mightiest trainers, aided by a mysterious system. Chapter 1. The Newcomer of Pallet Town. In the serene Pallet Town, within a room of the Oak Laboratory's backyard residence, the sound of a ringing alarm clock fills the air. As the alarm chimes, he awakens from his slumber. His name is he, the esteemed grandson of the world-renowned Professor Oak. He has a twin brother named Shigeru Oak. Though their appearances are strikingly similar, he possesses a more robust physique, a result of his diligent training since the age of 5. At the tender age of 10, he is eligible to receive his first Pokemon from the nearby laboratory, as per the League's regulations. However, obtaining a starter Pokemon is not a privilege granted to all. Commoners, aside from the League's direct descendants, must pay a hefty tax of 500,000 Poke Dollars to acquire a starter Pokemon. Fortunately, he, as the beloved grandson of Professor Oak, is exempt from such concerns. Upon finishing his attire and morning rituals, he steps out of his room. In the adjacent room, another figure is engaged in similar preparations. Shigeru, are you ready? Have you decided what to choose? Naturally, I shall select one stronger than yours. In response to his elder brother's teasing, Shigeru retorts with a hint of pride, recalling the secret favor he sought from their grandfather last month. Shigeru possesses a love-hate relationship with his brother, who has always playfully teased him as foolish Shigeru since childhood. The affection stems from the times he defended him, even when Shigeru was in the wrong. The frustration arises in moments of safety when he becomes the greatest source of danger. Let's hurry. There are 5 spots available for Pokemon today. With that, he strides ahead towards the laboratory in the front yard. Hey, wait for me. You can't just take off. Shigeru, reminded of a certain matter he thought was secret, quickly follows in his footsteps. Within 5 minutes, the brothers arrive at the front yard. At that moment, an elderly man with graying hair is voraciously consuming a bowl of instant noodles. Grandfather, are you at it again with the instant noodles? Didn't Aunt Hanako prepare a plethora of dumplings in the freezer? He gazes at the elderly man with a hint of exasperation. Despite possessing memories from his past life, he and Shigeru were born simultaneously, and due to his status as the eldest grandson, Professor Oak dotes on him considerably. Even his starter Pokemon was a descendant of his grandfather's old companion. I forgot. Seeing his grandfather chuckle, he realizes that his words have gone unheeded once again. While feeling somewhat helpless, he is grateful that Aunt Hanako has been looking after their grandfather's dietary habits. Grandfather, you haven't forgotten your promise to me, have you? Shigeru approaches his grandfather, whispering so that he cannot overhear. I haven't forgotten. Though he dotes more on his eldest grandson, he ensures that promises made to his younger grandson are fulfilled. All right, since both of you are here, let's begin the selection of your Pokemon. With that, Professor Oak leads his 2 grandsons to a round table adorned with starter Pokemon. As he presses a button, 4 Pokeballs rise slowly from a concealed compartment beneath the table. All right, you 2 may choose now. Although Professor Oak has prepared their preferred starter Pokemon in advance, the ceremonial aspect must still be observed. The 4 Pokeballs display 1 grass type, 1 water type, and 2 fire type symbols, one of which is slightly larger than the other. Very well, I shall make my choice first. With those words, he, under the expectant gaze of Professor Oak and the anxious eyes of Shigeru, takes the slightly larger fire-type Pokeball. Within lies a Charmander, a descendant of his grandfather's original Charizard. The potential of this champion lineage is evident, and he has been nurturing this Charmander since its birth, drawing upon the vast experience of Professor Oak. It's my turn now. I choose Squirtle. Shigeru, unable to contain his excitement after his brother's selection, promptly claims his desired starter Pokemon. The Squirtle in the Pokeball was specifically requested by Shigeru from Professor Oak, acquired from a high-ranking champion of the league. Brother, shall we have a battle with our starter Pokemon? With his newly acquired Pokemon, Shigeru feels a surge of confidence. Let's not. My Charmander has been trained for some time now. We should save our battles for the upcoming Indigo conference. I hope we cross paths there. Don't get eliminated too early. He reflects on the original storyline, remembering how his proud younger brother only reached the 32nd round, while he himself barely made it to the 16th. Such results, though commendable for a first-time competitor, are not befitting of the grandson of Professor Oak. Fool! I will claim victory. Shigeru, incensed by his brother's skepticism, feels a desire to leap in defiance. Yet, upon contemplating their disparities in strength, he quickly dismisses such impossible thoughts. Grandfather, I'm off. You shall witness my prowess at this year's Indigo conference. He takes the Pokédex and Pokeball handed to him by Professor Oak, making a solemn promise. Very well, I shall be there to witness your performance. A sense of anticipation stirs within Professor Oak upon hearing his grandson's words. Now, I shall prepare for my departure. After bidding farewell to Professor Oak and the ever-watchful Shigeru, he returns to his room, armed with a meticulously prepared high-grade backpack, ready to embark on his adventure. At this moment, the wheels of destiny begin to turn. In the wild surrounding Pallet Town, he is seen traversing the path towards Viridian City, accompanied by a small, bipedal lizard with a flaming tail of vibrant orange hue. The journey from Pallet Town to Viridian City spans approximately half a day, separated by a small forest and a river coursing through it. Currently, he is guiding his Charmander through the forest. While making haste, should he encounter any wild Pokemon, he would allow his Charmander to engage in battle. Just like now, he confronts a Rattata. Charmander, after you roar, you scratch. Following the trainer's command, Charmander lets out a fierce roar before charging toward the Rattata, its claws gleaming with a white light, ready to strike. A Rattata capable of surviving in the wild will certainly not succumb easily. Though caught off guard by Charmander's roar, which disrupted its focus and diminished its attacking prowess, the Rattata retaliates with a quick attack. Bang! The two moves collide as neither party is willing to yield. Charmander, use Ember. As Charmander defends against Rattata's attack, it unleashes a close-range Ember, hitting the target directly. After the Ember attack, the charred Rattata collapses to the ground, having lost the will to continue battling. Charmander, splendid work. Demuhu produced a piece of Pokemon food and presented it to Charmander as a token of encouragement. Gwa, Charmander exclaimed, promptly tossing it into its mouth to savor. The Pokemon food tailored to Charmander's palate was crafted by Demuhu in the months leading up to their departure, based on the cultivation information provided by his grandfather and the tasting sessions conducted with Charmander to ensure it was perfectly suited to its taste. Let us proceed. Gwa. Thus, the duo continued their journey, and shortly after Demuhu departed, the Rattata that had been lying on the ground regained its consciousness. After surveying its surroundings, it vanished into the underbrush in the next moment. As long as a Pokemon is not gravely injured to the point of death, it can swiftly restore its awareness. Chapter 2. The Battle of the Evergreen Forest with the Samurai. After engaging in a skirmish with a wild Rattata, Oak and his Charmander encountered several more Pokemon, each serving as a valuable experience for Charmander on its journey to strength. Despite the delays along the way, they managed to arrive in Viridian City by midday. As for the defeated Pokemon, Oak, who aspired to follow an elite path, had no intention of capturing them. Rather than amassing a horde of weak Pokemon, he preferred to hone his skills by capturing a select few with considerable potential. Inside the Pokemon Center of Viridian City, Oak, having finished his lunch, initiated a video call with his grandfather, Professor Oak. Grandfather, I have arrived in Viridian City and am currently at the Pokemon Center. Upon seeing his grandfather savoring a bowl of rice, Oak felt his worries dissipate. Oh, is that so? You've reached Viridian City so quickly. Are you planning to challenge the Viridian Gym? And how many Pokemon have you captured? Grandfather, the Earth's timber is not merely for show. If I encounter one now, it would be akin to a mere offering. As for the number of Pokemon, I have yet to find one that truly captivates me. Very well. As long as you are aware. Remember, to participate in the Indigo conference, a trainer must have a full team of 6 Pokemon. Professor Oak, residing in Pallet Town, felt a mix of pride and helplessness for his grandson, who had always possessed his own insights. As an elder, he could only silently support Oak's elite aspirations. Times inevitably belong to the younger generation, and his role is merely to safeguard them from behind. Rest assured, Grandfather, by the time of the Indigo conference, I will have a complete roster of 6 Pokemon, Oak assured his grandfather earnestly. After concluding the call, he purchased some healing sprays for Pokemon and set forth towards the Evergreen Forest. The Evergreen Forest is the largest forest in the Kanto region, teeming with a plethora of small Pokemon, particularly numerous bug-type creatures. Many of these weak Pokemon can be effortlessly captured by young aspiring trainers. It is not uncommon for dozens of children, unable to obtain Pokemon through regular channels, to venture into this forest daily, capturing bug types and embarking on their journeys as trainers. While many of these trainers ultimately falter, a select few indeed rise to prominence, becoming official trainers or even elite ones. For Oak, the Evergreen Forest presents an excellent opportunity for leveling up. Today, however, the bug types within the forest have encountered misfortune, crossing paths with Oak and his Charmander. Holding his Pokédex, Oak observed as Charmander's experience points surged dramatically, reminiscent of an elderly person's fluctuating blood pressure. Each time Oak defeated a Pokémon without capturing it, the young trainers trailing behind him eagerly seized the opportunity to collect the defeated bug types. Oak harbored no ill feelings toward this behavior, acknowledging that these aspiring trainers were merely trying their luck in the Evergreen Forest since they could not afford the initial Pokémon tax. "Excuse me, would you like to battle with me?" A young boy clad in samurai attire, with a sword at his waist, stepped forward after Charmander had vanquished a Metapod. "I am Oak from Pallet Town, and it is an honor to accept your challenge." Recognizing the familiar attire of the samurai, Oak recalled a character from the original series who had nearly been overwhelmed by novice trainers from Pallet Town just days prior. Fortunately, a certain Ash had helped restore some of this samurai's confidence. "Very well, I shall send out my Charmander. Go, Pinsir." The brown-bodied Pokémon with its 2 rows of brush-like teeth and enormous horns made an impressive appearance. Oak mused silently to himself. "I certainly did not misremember. Charmander, after your battle cry, unleash Ember. Charmander, Pinsir, don't be afraid. Charge in and use Vice Grip. Pinsir." The samurai's encouragement was on point as Pinsir charged toward Charmander, seemingly undeterred by the call. Unfortunately, the battle cry was swiftly followed by a surge of fiery ember, striking Pinsir directly. Oak could only shake his head in disbelief at the bravery displayed by the young trainers of today. The double damage from the ember attack sent Pinsir crashing to the ground. "Return, Pinsir." "Oak, you are truly impressive. Are all trainers from Pallet Town this formidable?" the samurai inquired, his eyes gleaming with admiration. "Well, I suppose. There are 5 trainers traveling from Pallet Town, and I am not the strongest among them." Oak replied with a mischievous grin, contemplating the possibilities. "Oh, is that so? Then I shall wait here for them in hopes they do not disappoint me. Fear not, they will not let you down." After bidding farewell to the samurai, Oak ventured deeper into the forest. The next city was Pewter City, where the gym leader was still likely Brock. To battle rock-type Pokémon, grass and water types would be the ideal choices, especially considering Brock's 2 Pokémon, Geodude and Onix, which possess both rock and ground types. Using grass or water-type moves would yield quadruple damage against them. At this moment, Oak aimed to capture a grass-type Pokémon within this forest. Unlike Ash, who recklessly commanded his Pokémon to charge in, Oak understood that such rash actions could lead to defeat and injury for his Pokémon. He resolved to avoid such foolhardy behavior. Searching for a Pokémon with exceptional qualities in the wild is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. After an afternoon of searching, Oak managed only to grant a slight increase in experience to Charmander. As dusk approached, he noticed the encroaching darkness and sought a level patch of ground to pitch his tent. Setting up a tent while traveling in the wilderness is a fundamental requirement for trainers. Once Oak and Charmander had erected their tent and enjoyed a dinner, they nestled into their sleeping bags to rest. For nighttime security, Oak had already sprayed insect repellent around the tent before dinner. That night, Oak and Charmander lay cozily within the tent, resting together. As night fell in the Evergreen Forest, various bug types began to serenade the night with their unique melodies, while some nocturnal carnivorous Pokémon prowled in search of prey. Chapter 3. Capturing Pokémon and reaching Pewter City. As Oak and his Charmander drifted into slumber, an explosion erupted at the Pokémon Center in Viridian City due to a battle between the Team Rocket trio and Ash. The trio was sent flying by Pikachu's powerful electric attack, which ignited a 20-year pursuit of Pikachu and Ash by Team Rocket. Meanwhile, in the Sinnoh region, a cold, purple-haired youth, having bid farewell to his brother, boarded a plane bound for the Kanto region with a small turtle adorned with a green leaf atop its head. Simultaneously, across the ocean in the Unova region, a blonde boy accompanied by a shell-bearing Pokémon also embarked on a flight to the Kanto region. These 2 aspiring trainers from different regions share a common goal: to participate in this year's Indigo conference. Unbeknownst to the slumbering Trico, his inadvertent journey has elevated the intensity of this quartz conference to unprecedented heights. Both he and his companion share the same ambition: to triumph in the quartz conference. As dawn breaks, sunlight bathes the earth. Droplets of morning dew cascade from the leaves of towering trees, heralding the arrival of a new day. Awakened under the watchful gaze of the sun, Trico emerges from his sleeping bag, ready to embrace the day ahead. "Let us do our best, Charmeleon," he exclaims. After refreshing themselves and enjoying breakfast, Charmeleon eagerly flaunts the Pokémon food in his bowl. In addition to the Pokémon food, Trico has prepared a nutritious breakfast featuring high-concentration calcium tablets and rich milk. The enormous Kingler from the Orange Islands lingers in Trico's memory, a testament to the saying, "Strength lies in size." With a robust physique bolstered by rigorous training and proper nutrition, Trico is confident that Charmeleon will one day rival Ash's revered Charizard. Come, Charmeleon, let us see what opponents we might encounter today, Trico declares. Currently, with only one Pokemon at his side, Trico resolves to capture a grass-type Pokemon within the verdant confines of the Viridian Forest. However, as one who aspires to tread the path of excellence, he is unwilling to capture Pokemon indiscriminately. Each capture bestows upon a trainer a new layer of responsibility. Nurturing, feeding, and training the Pokemon all require meticulous consideration. Though Trico has the esteemed Professor Oak as his grandfather, and capturing numerous Pokemon would be a trivial feat for him, the captured Pokemon ultimately belong to Trico. As their trainer, it is his duty to nurture them. His philosophy is clear. If he lacks the capacity to train effectively, he should refrain from capturing more Pokemon than he can responsibly manage. Pokemon possess their own thoughts and require companionship amongst their kind. Is it not irresponsible to capture them only to neglect their well-being thereafter? As Trico and Charmeleon scour the campsite for challengers, a Pokemon with enviable legs strides into view, an alluring Beaudoo. Species, Beaudoo. Gender, female. Ability, chlorophyll. Double speed in sunny weather. Moves, vine whip, growth. Egg moves, magical leaf, synthesis. The moment Beaudoo appears, a gleam of golden light flashes in Trico's eyes, a benefit of his journey as a traveler, bestowed with the System S insight. Notably, Trico's system is an achievement-based one, and his starter pack contains only the insight ability. To earn further rewards, he must secure commendable rankings in the league competitions, with varying rewards assigned based on performance. A Beaudoo with 2 inherited moves. I shall not hesitate to capture you. Charmeleon, after your battle cry, unleash a spark attack. Without allowing Beaudoo a moment to react, the cry strikes first, followed by a powerful spark attack that leaves Beaudoo doubly weak against fire. Incapacitated before it can comprehend the situation. Go Pokeball. With bated breath, Trico and Charmeleon watch as the red light in the center of the Pokeball ceases to flicker. Huzzah! I have captured Beaudoo, Trico exclaims joyfully. After retrieving the Pokeball, he releases Beaudoo immediately, spraying her with healing mist. The valuable healing spray proves effective for Beaudoo's injuries. Within minutes, she stirs from her unconscious state, bewildered yet aware of her surroundings. Greetings, Beaudoo. I am Trico, your trainer from this moment forth. You have been captured by me. Let us strive together towards greatness. Beaudoo listens attentively to Trico's words and the Pokeball in his hand, recalling the teachings of her elders, and comes to understand her current predicament. Thank you for your guidance, she responds softly. After lunch, Trico engages in targeted training with his 2 Pokemon. Crafting specialized training regimens for different species is a crucial aspect of a trainer's journey. Charmeleon, bound with specially crafted sandbags, practices weighted running as part of his rigorous training program, which also includes mastering skills and enhancing agility. As Trico's initial Pokemon, Charmeleon holds a special place in his heart, warranting the most demanding training schedule. In contrast, Beaudoo's training is considerably lighter. She merely needs to refine her skills and adeptly utilize her Vine Whip. Although the intensity and volume of training differ, Trico has devised the optimal approach based on how both Pokemon will evolve into their final forms. Upon evolving into Roserade, Beaudoo will lose her legs entirely, rendering her early speed training futile. Conversely, Charizard, the final evolution of Charmeleon, will gain wings, necessitating a greater expenditure of energy. Thus, Trico ensures a solid foundation for Charmeleon during his earlier stages, enabling him to adapt seamlessly to his new form upon evolution. After spending 3 days at this temporary campsite, Trico and Charmeleon set forth on the morning of the 4th day towards Pewter City. In contrast to Trico, Gary has already secured the Pewter City badge, while Ash lags behind, flirting with Misty. After 2 days of travel, Trico finally catches sight of Pewter City. Chapter 4. The Challenge of the Pewter Gym. Upon arriving in Pewter City, Trico's first order of business is to indulge in a rejuvenating hot shower at the Pokemon Center. Naturally, a thorough examination and recovery for his Pokemon is imperative. As a trainer possessing a Pokédex, Trico enjoys a discount at the League's Pokemon Centers. After his shower and a hearty meal, Trico contacts his grandfather via the visual phone at the Pokemon Center. This is the Oak Laboratory. How may I assist you? Grandpa. The camera is reversed. Trico chuckles as he sees only the back of his grandfather's head and his flustered movements, realizing he is called at an inopportune moment. So that's why there's no image. It's you, Trico. Where are you now? How many Pokemon have you caught? Professor Oak inquires eagerly upon recognizing his grandson. Recalling the message from the previous day, Professor Oak is hopeful that Trico will not fall short of his brother's accomplishments. However, as often is the case, Great expectations can lead to profound disappointment. I'm sorry, Grandpa. I just arrived in Pewter City today, and I currently have 2 Pokémon. Trico sheepishly scratches the back of his head in response to his grandfather's expectant gaze. Trico, I want to say much more. Your brother, Gary, called yesterday to inform me that he has already secured the Boulder Badge and is en route to Cerulean City. Professor Oak's expression darkens momentarily, but then he seems to instill a sense of motivation in Trico as he recounts Gary's achievements. I understand, Grandpa. I promise not to disappoint you. Very well. Just take care of yourself. After their conversation concludes, Trico exhales a sigh of relief, though his grandfather had never explicitly stated it. Haruka could perceive his unspoken expectation for him to achieve greatness through his actions, setting aside other matters. It was evident that as the sole descendant of his grandfather and his 2 old companions, he harbored high hopes for him. One must consider that his sibling's initial Pokémon was a descendant of a Pokémon champion. Fear not, Grandfather. This time at the court's conference, I shall sweep through all challengers. As he gazed at the now blackened visual phone, Haruka silently vowed to himself. Soon after, the Pokémon Center's announcement began to broadcast the news of which Pokémon had regained their health, a message that included Haruka's own. Hello, Nurse Joy. I am Haruka, here to retrieve my Pokémon. Additionally, I wish to register for this year's court's conference. Very well. Haruka from Pallet Town has been successfully registered. Be sure to give it your all in the competition. After receiving the Pokédex from Haruka, Nurse Joy skillfully operated the computer before returning the Pokédex along with 2 Pokeballs to him, offering gentle encouragement as she did so. Thank you, Nurse Joy. After expressing his gratitude, Haruka took the Pokeballs and the Pokédex and turned to leave. Upon arriving in Pewter City, Haruka initially intended to challenge the Pewter Gym. However, reflecting on the days spent training in the wild, especially with his Charmander, who had undergone rigorous training, he reconsidered. Should he incur any hidden injuries, it would be an endeavor in vain. The Pewter Gym, resembling a structure of gray rocks, greeted him as he pushed open its grand doors, revealing a pitch-black interior. Witnessing the typically dimly lit Pewter Gym, Haruka felt a twinge of sympathy for Brock. Encountering parents who only knew how to bring life into the world but not how to nurture it had left Brock, the elder brother, to care for 10 younger siblings. Is anyone here? I have come to challenge the gym. Are you a rookie trainer this year? A light suddenly illuminated in front of Haruka, revealing a young man of about 13 or 14 years old. Indeed, I am Haruka from Pallet Town. Observing the figure before him, Haruka recognized the familiar visage buried deep within his memories. The gym battles are quite different from those against roadside trainers, Brock remarked, implying that Haruka should approach the challenge with caution. I have been aware of that for quite some time. Very well. The rules state that only 2 Pokémon may be used. The gym leader's Pokémon cannot be substituted, while the challenger may. Realizing he could not dissuade Haruka from his challenge, Brock, as the gym leader, naturally would not shy away from the duel. No problem. With Haruka's declaration, the lights within the gym flickered to life. Simultaneously, the roller doors on either side slowly ascended, drawing 2 rocky battlefields toward the center. Before long, the 2 rocky areas amalgamated into a larger battleground. Let us begin. Go, Geodude. Hey, Geodude. Ah, Geodude indeed. Then, I shall send forth my Beaudoo. Beaudoo, go? It seems you have done your homework before challenging the gym. Brock remarked in admiration as he observed Haruka deploying a Pokémon with a type advantage. Unlike certain trainers who struggled to comprehend type advantages, Haruka's ability to leverage his Pokémon's strengths invigorated Brock's competitive spirit. Isn't this basic knowledge for a trainer? Haruka thought to add more, but recalling the reckless companion behind him, he decided against it. Now, I shall commence my attack. Geodude, use Tackle. Geodude. As the Geodude charged aggressively toward Beaudoo, the latter felt a flicker of trepidation. Beaudoo, do not fear. Use Magical Leaf. Beaudoo. What? That Beaudoo can actually use Magical Leaf. Before Brock could recover from his astonishment, a flurry of fallen leaves coalesced into a torrent of green foliage, surging toward Geodude. With Geodude already committed to using Tackle, evasion was no longer an option. Oh no. Magical Leaf is a move that never misses. With the 4 times effective damage, Geodude could not withstand the assault. Before the effects of Magical Leaf had fully dissipated, Geodude was rendered unable to battle. Return, Geodude. That Beaudoo of yours is quite remarkable. I recall that the Beaudoo line is not supposed to learn Magical Leaf. Am I correct? As he recalled Geodude, Brock could not suppress his curiosity. Indeed, while the Beaudoo line cannot learn Magical Leaf, they can potentially inherit such moves through breeding with compatible Pokémon. Haruka willingly shared this knowledge with those eager to learn, all the while ensuring that such information would not jeopardize his own interests. Chapter 5. The gym badge secured, Mount Moon captured. So that is how it is. Now, I shall send forth my next Pokemon. Go Onix. With the toss of a Pokeball, a brilliant flash of light revealed a massive, dark gray serpentine rock creature. Roar. An Onix. Mewtwo. Use Magical Leaf after growth. Mewtwo. Following the command, Mewtwo swiftly expanded its form. The growth move enhances the user's attack and special attack stats. After boosting its capabilities, Mewtwo summoned another cluster of fallen leaves to launch at Onix. In response, Onix charged forward with its tackle attack, crashing through the leaves. Roar. Undeterred, Onix barreled toward Mewtwo, who quickly evaded by grappling Onix with its Vine Whip. If one magical leaf didn't work, then let us try several. With a deep green vine ensnaring Onix's horn, Mewtwo utilized its strength to evade just as Onix was about to strike. Oh, that is quite a clever use of Vine Whip. Now, how will you defend against this next move? Onix, use Dig. Roar. Dig, you say? Mewtwo. Use Magical Leaf on the entrance. Mewtwo. Having watched numerous animated battles, Haruka was well prepared for Onix's Dig maneuver. If Earthquake was unavailable, attacking the entrance would suffice. Onix. Come out. Roar. Onix did emerge, but not on its own accord. It was forced out by the Magical Leaf. Mewtwo pressed the attack. Another Magical Leaf. Mewtwo. Roar. Boom. Even the sturdy Onix could not withstand 3 consecutive strikes from the enhanced Magical Leaf. Congratulations, you have emerged victorious. Here is the boulder badge from the Pewter Gym. Please take it. Thank you very much. You've worked hard, Mewtwo. Please return to your Pokeball to rest. After bidding farewell to Brock and accepting the boulder badge, Haruka, with Mewtwo in tow, returned to the Pokemon Center for recuperation before setting off toward Mount Moon. Mount Moon, a majestic peak in the northern region of Kanto, lies between Pewter City and Cerulean City, renowned for the presence of Clefairy and frequent meteor showers. The mountain is difficult to traverse, and most trainers opt to navigate through the caves. If Haruka wishes to reach Cerulean City, he must cross Mount Moon, which is also home to numerous Pokemon. Regardless of whether one is nitpicking within the confines of an egg or seeking to elevate oneself among the shorter crowd, Professor Oak firmly believes that within the expanse of Mount Moon, there must surely exist a Pokemon that captivates his interest. As Professor Oak embarks on his journey toward Mount Moon, Ash, the last of the quintet from Pallet Town to set forth, finds himself still meandering through the Viridian forest. It will be quite some time before Ash reaches Cerulean City. Meanwhile, Professor Oak is steadily ascending Mount Moon. To be candid, the uphill path is rather arduous. It has taken him 3 hours to traverse less than a third of the ascent. Russell, what sound is that? Has a wild Pokemon made its appearance? Charmander, prepare for battle. Croak. Professor Oak and Charmander fix their gaze on the swaying grass ahead. Pika, emerging from the trembling foliage, a pink Pokemon. Cheerfully clutching a stone in its hands, prances past Professor Oak and Charmander. It turns out to be Clefairy. Charmander, let us continue our journey. Croak. Professor Oak harbors no particular thoughts about Clefairy. Each trainer possesses their unique combat style, and thus, prior consideration is essential before attempting to capture a Pokemon. Let us illustrate with a simple example. In the original series, Ash's Turtwig in the Sinnoh region was extraordinary before its evolution, but post-evolution, it surpassed expectations. A comparison between Shinji and Ash's Turtwigs reveals the disparities in their Pokemon training approaches. Therefore, selecting a Pokemon that aligns with one's battle style is paramount to unleashing its utmost potential. Professor Oak's combat style is quite similar to Ash's, both leaning towards an aggressive, fast-paced approach. Given Clefairy's emphasis on skillful synergy, Professor Oak doubts his ability to master it. After casting a glance in the direction Clefairy departed, he resumes his journey. Half an hour later, as he continues his ascent up Mount Moon, a sudden, dull sound reaches his ears. What could this be? Is it someone or a Pokemon striking the mountainside? Professor Oak, accompanied by Charmander, stealthily approaches the source of the sound. Inside a dimly lit cave, he spots a humanoid Pokemon, approximately a meter tall, diligently hammering the rock with its own body to enhance its strength. It appears to be a fighting-type Pokemon. Let us check its information. With that, a glimmer of light flashes in Professor Oak's eyes, and the Pokemon's data materializes in his mind. Species, Machop. Gender, male. Ability, no guard. This ability ensures that attacks will always hit. Moves, Leer, low kick, focus energy. Karate chop, egg moves, ice punch, thunder punch, yoga pose, bullet punch. The array of inherited moves available to Machop is indeed impressive. The number of inherited moves indirectly indicates whether this Pokemon has inherited its parent's strengths. Moreover, excellent potential combined with a diligent attitude is sure to captivate Professor Oak. Charmander. Use Ember to greet it. Croak. The sound of Charmander startled the focused Machop. Before it could react, it found itself engulfed in a burst of flames. Hey! The abrupt interruption of its training incensed Machop, and the full-force Ember attack only intensified its fury. Machop's right fist, enveloped in metallic energy, charged fiercely toward Charmander. Bullet punch, is it? Charmander, meet it with Dragon Claw. Croak. The strength of Charmander and Machop is evenly matched, with both exchanging blows without yielding. Although Machop, being a fighting type, enjoys an advantage in close combat, Charmander's lineage embraces the essence of Dragon-type Pokémon. In the face of Machop's furious flurry of punches, Charmander skillfully deflects each strike with its claws. Charmander, unleash your flamethrower. Croak. Observing that both combatants have exhausted themselves, Professor Oak commands Charmander to execute one of its signature moves. Enveloped in red and blue flames, Charmander charges at Machop. Croak. This is the final blow. Hey, you think you can defeat me? The two powerful moves collide, and ultimately, Machop's Thunder Punch cannot withstand Charmander's flamethrower. As Machop loses its ability to continue fighting, Professor Oak wastes no time and hurls a Pokeball. Go Pokeball! Bang! As the red light in the center of the Pokeball ceases to flicker, it signifies the successful capture of Machop. Well done, Charmander. Here, have a snack to recover. Croak. Thank you, Master. Chapter 6. Victory at the Cerulean Gym. Come forth, Machop. I apologize for interrupting your training, but your potential is simply too remarkable. Rather than toiling away in isolation, why not accompany me to witness the grandeur of the Pokémon League? Hey, really? Pokémon captured in Pokeballs typically find it challenging to escape their confines, with rare exceptions for those of exceptional talent. Rest assured, I will be participating in this year's Indigo conference, and you too shall have your chance to battle. Sensing Machop's curiosity, Professor Oak solemnly assures it. Hey, all right, I will follow your orders from now on. Fully capturing Machop, Professor Oak applies a healing spray and then prepares a suitable meal for it. Oh, naturally, the hero of the hour, Charmander, will not be overlooked. When Professor Oak places the specially prepared Pokémon food in front of Machop, it samples a bit before devouring it eagerly. As a wild Pokémon, Machop has subsisted on berries since birth. How could it possibly resist the delectable meals crafted by humans? Developed over countless years? Observing Machop eat joyfully, Professor Oak feels immense satisfaction. Of course, it is not only Machop feasting. Charmander and Mewtwo are also enjoying their own meals nearby. Having officially captured Machop and calmed his heart, Professor Oak notices that night is falling. He decides to spend the night in the cave. The night on Mount Moon is filled with howling winds outside the cave. But this does not disturb Professor Oak and his 3 Pokémon, who are enjoying dinner. Before them, in addition to a bowl of specially formulated feed, each Pokémon has a delicious roasted chicken and, most importantly, high-calcium milk. In the Pokémon world, alongside Pokémon, there are also ordinary animals. Naturally, due to their lack of special abilities, these animals often fall prey to carnivorous Pokémon. Pokémon also engage in predatory behavior amongst themselves, which includes humans as well. As for the origin of the chicken, it was prepared by Professor Oak before his departure, vacuum-sealed, and placed in the highest quality space backpack. Thanks to the technology of spatial folding, Professor Oak carries the backpack without feeling its weight at all. The following day, around noon, Professor Oak passes through the cave of Mount Moon and heads towards Cerulean City below. The gym leader of Cerulean City is the Cerulean Sisters, but currently, the youngest sister Misty is likely accompanying Ash. Thus, only 3 ornamental sisters remain at the Cerulean Gym. Professor Oak finds these 3 sisters quite manageable and easy to deal with. As per routine, he first visits the Pokémon Center to restore his Pokémon. After an hour, he sets off toward the Cerulean Gym without delay. Upon entering, Professor Oak is greeted by a circular arena, within which lies a swimming pool. At this moment, the sight of 3 pairs of fair, beautiful legs within the pool evokes a stirring in his heart. Even after living 2 lives, he cannot remain unaffected. The venue was predominantly occupied by local males from Hualan City, with only a few passing trainers in attendance. He had patiently awaited for half an hour in the stands until the aquatic ballet of the Hualan sisters finally concluded. Unlike the departing spectators, he swiftly rose to intercept the trio of sisters. Are you the beautiful Hualan sisters? I am He from Machop Town, here to challenge the Hualan Gym. The Hualan sisters, initially taken aback by the interruption, found themselves flattered by He's compliments. Hey, haven't we met before? Sakura, the eldest sister, inquired, her gaze lingering on He as if he were a familiar face. Oh, I have a younger brother who should have already visited the Hualan Gym. He speculated that Sakura was referring to his brother, Xiaomao. This fellow, traveling in a vehicle with 6 or 7 girlfriends, seemed to treat his journey as a leisurely vacation. He had never considered admonishing him, for one cannot teach someone unwilling to learn. After experiencing defeat at the court's conference, he was confident that his brother Xiao Mao would mature just as he did in the original story. I see. Well, that's fine. But you'll have to wait while we prepare. Of course. 10 minutes later, he stood opposite Sakura at the poolside, ready for battle. The upcoming duel would be between He from Pallet Town and the gym leader Sakura, with the blue badge at stake. The rules dictated a 2-on-2 match, concluding only when one side's Pokemon could no longer fight. Go, Starfish. After the referee, the second sister Aoi, announced the rules, Sakura was the first to release her Pokemon. Hey, a Starfish. Go, Beauty. Beauty unleashed Magical Leaf. Swish. What? Magical Leaf. Starfish, quickly jump into the water. Hearing he call out the move. Sakura was initially stunned, but soon commanded Starfish to take refuge in the pool, hoping the vast water would mitigate the damage from the Magical Leaf. Indeed, once Starfish submerged, the powerful Magical Leaf, though formidable, could not penetrate the immense body of water. After evading the attack, Starfish leaped back onto the floating platform. Nice maneuver. Beauty. Use Vine Whip to ensnare Starfish. He was impressed by Starfish's agility and immediately instructed Beauty to modify its strategy, aiming to capture Starfish first. But would it be so simple? Starfish, evade with rapid spin. Hey, what an opportunity. Beauty, use Magical Leaf. Watching Starfish spin on the platform, he promptly adjusted Beauty's tactics. Starfish, jump into the water. Although Sakura quickly issued her command, Starfish, still mid-spin, was a moment too late. Hey, Beauty, well done. Observing the incapacitated Starfish on the platform, he could not help but praise. Securing this first victory makes the upcoming battles significantly easier. Swish. Starfish, return. You've worked hard. Take a moment to rest. Next up, Little Sea Lion. Let's go. Little Sea Lion, huh? A bit troublesome, but manageable. Beauty, continue with Magical Leaf. Little Sea Lion, use Icy Wind. The unstoppable Magical Leaf was frozen and fell. Yet, that was not the end. The remaining cold air surged towards Beauty. Beauty, use Vine Whip to strike the platform and leap away. With a swift flick of its Vine Whip, Beauty propelled itself into the air, evading the icy wind. What an opportunity. Little Sea Lion, quickly use Water Pulse. Beauty, unleash Magical Leaf again. As he observed the watery energy sphere forming before Little Sea Lion's mouth. He was both astonished and quick to command Beauty to respond. The two forces collided mid-air, creating a cloud of dust that obscured the battlefield from view. 5 minutes later, as the dust settled, both Pokemon lay incapacitated on the platform. The match concluded, with both sides having lost their fighting capabilities. However, as the challengers still had one Pokemon remaining, he emerged victorious. Congratulations, here is the blue badge. Thank you. Chapter 7, News of the New Gym. The Beastmaster Xiao Ming was defeated. After acquiring the blue badge, he made a trip to the Pokemon Center. Nurse Joy looked at the exhausted Beauty with a hesitant expression. However, he did not notice, as he was engaged in a call with his grandfather, Professor Oak. Ahi, where are you now? Grandpa, I've arrived in Hualan City. I just challenged the Hualan Gym and obtained the blue badge. Moreover, I now possess 3 Pokemon. He proudly shared his accomplishments with his grandfather. Oh, really? That's excellent. Although you're a bit slower than Xiao Mao, your pace surpasses that of Xiao Ji. Haha, is that so? Don't worry, Grandpa. Although Xiao Ji is somewhat slow, he gets motivated easily when Xiao Mao nudges him. He calculated that he had been on his journey for nearly 2 weeks. Based on the timeline from the original story, Xiao Ji should also be nearing Nibby City. After challenging Nibby City, Xiao Ji would gain the companionship of Brock, who would assist him throughout his journey across 4 regions. One could say that the early development of Xiao Ji was significantly aided by Brock's support. Alright, enough about him. Ahi, you need to pick up the pace too. Xiao Mao has already acquired 4 badges. Grandpa, wait a minute. Isn't Xiao Mao progressing too quickly? He recalled that in the original story, while Xiao Mao was indeed faster than Xiao Ji, he did not possess such a large number of badges. Moreover, after the incident with the Saint and Xiao Mao and Xiao Ji had encountered each other at a beach hotel. Had he misremembered? Oh, you still don't know? Between Hualan City and Kuray City lies a small town called Ryue Town. There is a Ryue gym that just received the league's recognition last week. I see. So possessing the Ryue gym badge also qualifies one for the league competition. Indeed. I have already confirmed this via phone call. Alright, Grandpa, I understand. Just wait for my good news. After hanging up, he felt a surge of happiness. He was reminded of certain plot points from the original story. particularly when Xiao Ji encountered Xiao Mao while challenging the Shaller Gym. Without having challenged the Shaller Gym, Xiao Mao had already collected 10 badges. This implied that there were indeed gyms in other cities within Kanto, and their badges were valid for participation in the league competition. After retrieving Beauty and having dinner, Damuhi rested in a room at the Pokemon Center. The next morning, after breakfast, he replenished his supplies and, armed with a map, set out towards Ryue Town with his Charmander. According to the map, Ryue Town was located in the southwestern quadrant of Hualan City, approximately a 2-day journey away. After Ryue Town, heading south would lead him to Kure City. Alternatively, he could also proceed directly to Kure City. Initially, Damuhi had planned to visit the renowned gyms directly, but the prospect of facing an unfamiliar gym presented an excellent opportunity to enhance both his and his Pokemon skills. However, Damuhi also intended to seek out the Beastmaster Xiao Ming along the way, as he was quite intrigued by the Pokemon enhancement device in his possession. This enhancer, akin to a bodily restrainer, imposes limitations upon the physique. Charmeleon, utilize your claw attack. Rattata. Amidst the expanse of fields, the majestic Pidgeot engages in battle with a succession of trainers. While augmenting the experience of the 3 Pokemon in hand, intelligence regarding Ash's whereabouts is also being sought. At last, upon Pidgeot's 28th consecutive victory, information regarding Ash's gym location is disclosed by a trainer wielding a Rattata. After approximately 20 minutes of traversing, Pidgeot and Charmeleon finally arrive at the informal gym established by Ash. The sign affixed to the door not only declares it as a non-league gym, but also boasts a remarkable record of 86 consecutive victories. Is anyone present? Noticing that the gym's door stands ajar, Pidgeot boldly enters and calls out. A new challenger, perhaps. Shortly thereafter, an individual with a vibrant green hairstyle emerges from a tent. Indeed, I am Pidgeot from Pallet Town. Beyond wishing to battle you, I also wish to procure a batch of the Pokemon enhancement devices you create. Upon the appearance of the gym leader, Pidgeot promptly articulates his intentions. Is that so? Then let our battle commence. Regardless of the outcome, I am willing to sell you a few enhancement devices. Recognizing Pidgeot's purpose for visiting, Ash reveals no inclination to hoard his treasures. Very well, let us proceed. Go, Charmeleon. Onward, Sandshrew. Charmeleon, greet the opponent with a spark attack. Crawl. Bang. Kuga. Unlike Pidgeot's vocal commands, Ash communicates with Sandshrew through an unspoken synergy and the deft flick of his whip. This approach makes it challenging for the opponent to anticipate Ash's next move. As Charmeleon's spark attack rushes forth, Ash's whip crackles in the air. Responding to the command, Sandshrew takes 2 steps forward and burrows into the ground. A tunneling maneuver. Charmeleon senses the tremors beneath and prepares to strike with its claws. Crawl. Charmeleon responds, its claws enveloped in a verdant draconic energy. Now is the moment. Sandshrew. Employ Metal Claw. Sensing that Sandshrew has reached an optimal position to strike, Ash refrains from further whipping and directly issues a command. Kuga. Charmeleon. Attack from the 5 o'clock position with Dragon Claw. Craw, bring it on. Kuga, I fear not. The clash of Dragon Claw and Metal Claw. While the former possesses great power, finds the high-level Sandshrew unyielding, even momentarily dominating Charmeleon. This stalemate cannot continue. Given time, Charmeleon is bound to succumb. A swift resolution is necessary. Let us conclude this round. Charmeleon, unleash an Ember Shock. Sandshrew, utilize Double Edge. What? That Sandshrew is capable of executing Double Edge? Previously, it was the Pokemon that astonished Pidgeot. Now, the tables have turned, and Pidgeot is the one taken aback. Sandshrew is enveloped in a crimson glow, and as Charmeleon's Ember Shock strikes, it is rebounded with double the force of the attack. Despite the formidable nature of Ember Shock, the power of Double Edge is overwhelmingly formidable. Any physical skill is returned to the opponent with doubled potency. The doubled impact of Ember Shock, combined with the basic recoil damage, leaves Charmeleon incapacitated. It seems I have lost. Pidgeot hastily cradles Charmeleon in his arms, applying healing spray to its wounds. You still have other Pokemon, do you not? Aren't you going to continue? Observing Pidgeot's actions, Ash is perplexed, questioning whether this signifies a concession. No more battles. As it stands, Charmeleon is my strongest. With Charmeleon's defeat, the outcome for my other Pokemon would be no different. Indeed, you are quite magnanimous, I must say. You flatter me. Soon enough. The sign at the entrance reflects 87 victories. Pidgeot's Charmeleon has transformed into a stepping stone for Ash's pursuit of his 100th victory. While it may sound harsh, Pidgeot possesses the courage to acknowledge defeat. Chapter 8. Enhancement Training at the Leaf Gym. As Charmeleon begins to regain its strength, Pidgeot requests Ash to craft several enhancement devices for his 3 Pokemon. Additionally, he orders an assortment of enhancement devices in various sizes. Of course, Pidgeot does not expect Ash to produce them without compensation and pays a sum of 1 million Pokedollars for the materials. To be candid, Pidgeot's allowance is quite substantial. In contrast to his brother, Gary, who lavishly spends on glamorous cars and women, Pidgeot is notably frugal. 3 hours later, all 3 of Pidgeot's Pokemon don their enhancement devices and adapt accordingly. Charmeleon and Machop manage well, displaying only slight discomfort, while Bellsprout appears entirely curled up. It seems that the pressure from the enhancement device is too great for Bellsprout to bear. Perhaps it would be best for Bellsprout to commence with some foundational enhancement training. With the device still on, it seems a bit excessive. As Ash observes Pidgeot's Pokemon training, he notes Bellsprout's condition and offers his suggestion. Yes, previously, I thought as Bellsprout is destined to evolve into Weepinbell, its slow mobility warranted no foundational training. It appears I was mistaken. With that, Pidgeot removes the enhancement device from Bellsprout. Once the constraints are lifted, the once crouched Bellsprout instantly regains its posture. Bellsprout, now we shall embark on our physical enhancement training. Let us give it our all. Ziz, Master, I shall strive. For a water-type Pokemon requiring physical enhancement, finding a deeper pond or river would suffice. Utilizing the pressure of water to augment itself is a significant advantage of being a water type. Naturally, if there is a gentle waterfall, that too would serve to train many water-resistant Pokemon. However, the surrounding environment does not permit such endeavors for Pidgeot. With no other options, Pidgeot resorts to the simplest method, running training, the most straightforward approach to physical enhancement. Without delay, Pidgeot begins to jog laps around Ash's tent with Bellsprout in tow. In terms of training duration, Pidgeot aligns with Ash's regimen. To ensure that Pokemon maintain a balance between exertion and rest, Ash has set a timer. Each training session lasts 30 minutes, followed by a 15-minute break. With a reasonable allocation of training and rest periods, the Pokemon will grow ever stronger. Thus, Pidgeot remains at Ash's gym for an entire week. Throughout this week of enhancement training, both Pidgeot and his 3 Pokemon undergo significant transformations, particularly among them. Charmeleon and Bellsprout have reached the threshold of evolution. Yet, to solidify their foundational strength, Pidgeot decides to delay their evolution. In terms of the Pokemon world's strength classification, Charmeleon and Bellsprout have now ascended to the intermediate level. Accumulating more strength before evolution is not inherently detrimental, just as showcased in the original series. Ash's Charizard hastily evolved without adequately amassing power. While it fared well against ordinary Pokemon, it faltered when faced with true adversaries. Charizard's defeat in the valley has humbled it, shedding its arrogance. Well then, Ash, you are nearing your 100th consecutive victory. Let us meet at this year's Quartz Conference. I anticipate a thrilling battle between our Pokemon. With the sign at the gym door displaying 97 victories, Pidgeot bids farewell to Ash while inviting him to battle at the Quartz Conference. Indeed, at this year's Quartz Conference, having you by my side allows me to engage in a most exhilarating battle. Faced with the challenge from the formidable Machop, as a trainer, Ash would naturally not decline. Well then, I shall take my leave. Let us meet at the Quartz Conference. Take care, and I look forward to seeing you there. After bidding farewell to Ash, Machop embarked on the path indicated by the map towards Leaf Town. If memory serves Machop correctly, Ash and the trio of Team Rocket would arrive here in a few days, becoming the nourishment for Ash's 99th and 100th consecutive victories. Though it may sound harsh, Machop acknowledges that he too is part of that nourishment. Defeat is simply defeat. Courage manifests in many forms. Machop possesses the courage to admit his failures. Leaf Town is a quaint inland settlement situated near Withered Leaf City. Within Leaf Town lies a dojo, presided over by the esteemed Master Kenjiro, a trainer specializing in fighting-type Pokemon. After departing from Ash's private dojo, Machop traversed 3 days on foot before finally arriving at Leaf Town. At this moment, within the Pokemon Center, Machop awaited the recovery of his Pokemon. Although both he and his Pokemon felt no issues, the professional equipment at the center could provide a thorough check for a nominal fee. Sometimes, spending a little for peace of mind is a wise choice. While waiting for his Pokemon to recuperate, Machop first indulged in a refreshing bath, followed by inquiring about the dojo master's Pokemon information from several trainers present at the Pokemon Center. Knowledge of both oneself and one's opponent is essential for victory. The importance of information is self-evident. Through conversations with a group of passing trainers, Machop gleaned insights into the dojo's circumstances. In a fighting-type dojo, trainers utilized 2 Pokemon. This was intriguing. For a fighting dojo, it would be best to employ both Hitmonchan and Charmander. Previously, it was solely Mewtwo that shouldered the burden in their gym battles. Thus, this time, Mewtwo could take a well-deserved rest. An hour later, Machop arrived at the entrance of the Leaf Dojo. Is anyone there? I have come to challenge the dojo. Oh, a new challenger. Welcome. I am Kinjiro, the master of the Leaf Dojo. Shortly after Mashoki's call, a robust young man clad in a muscle tank emerged from within the dojo. Hello, Master Kinjiro. I am Machop from Pallet Town. Ah, it's the little brother Machop. Please, come inside. The rules of the dojo battles dictate a 2-on-2 format, allowing challengers to switch Pokemon while the dojo trainers cannot. Is that agreeable? Absolutely. Although I am unaware of which 2 fighting types you will use, the rest of the information aligns with what I have gathered. Then let us commence. First up, it's Machop. Hoorah! As customary, the dojo master took the first move, summoning a Machop adorned in light yellow fur with brown extremities. It boasted a pink, pig-like nose and triangular eyes. Its hands and feet each possessed 3 fingers, complemented by a long and agile tail that ended in brown. Machop, is it? Go, Hitmonchan. Hey, let's do this. Ah, Hitmonchan, let us have a spirited clash. That's exactly what I desire, Master Kinjiro. Hitmonchan, initiate a karate chop to greet Machop. Hoorah! Machop. We shall respond with a karate chop as well. Both fighting-type Pokemon unleashed their karate chops, clashing fiercely in the arena. A resounding crash echoed as they collided, propelling both Pokemon backwards from the force of the impact. Hitmonchan, do not concede. Use Bullet Punch. Hey, let us go. Machop, counter with Fire Punch. Hoorah! Another clash ensued. While Bullet Punch was swift, Machop's speed was not to be underestimated. Thus, the outcome was once again a fierce confrontation. However, this time, Hitmonchan found itself at a disadvantage. When levels are closely matched, the advantage of type becomes quite pronounced. Although both are fighting-type Pokemon, the moves they use create a cycle of strengths and weaknesses. After performing a yoga pose, Hitmonchan unleashed Thunder Punch. Question: what to do when one's Pokemon is at a disadvantage? Answer: fortify and then engage once more. Hitmonchan enveloped itself in a radiant red glow, and with a fluid motion, its right fist became encased in golden lightning. Machop, having powered up, prepared to use Fire Punch. With its body also surrounded by a red glow, it tensed up to bolster its attack and defense, culminating in its fiery right fist colliding with Hitmonchan's electrified fist. A tremendous explosion followed, with both Pokemon panting heavily after the encounter. As the dust settled, Machop stood, albeit breathless, while Hitmonchan lay defeated, eyes spiraled. Hoorah! I have triumphed. Hitmonchan has lost its battle capability. Machop is victorious. Challenger, please send forth your next Pokemon. Come back, Hitmonchan. You truly fought valiantly. Rest now. After recalling Hitmonchan, Machop offered words of comfort, but couldn't help but furrow his brow at the situation. Losing one Pokemon was an experience Machop had yet to confront in previous dojo challenges. Charmander, I entrust you with this next battle. Gwa? Charmander, use Ember. A burst of flames erupted from Charmander's mouth, aimed directly at Machop. Machop dodged and countered with Karate Chop. Hoorah! Another one. You shall fall. Dragon Claw, go. Gwa, you will be the one to fall. The emerald green Dragon Claw met the white Karate Chop in a direct confrontation, and this time, Machop was at a disadvantage. Ember. Gwa, you shall fall. Hoorah! How infuriating. The scorching ember struck Machop fully, leaving it unable to rise after the attack. Machop has lost its battle capability. Charmander is victorious. Please send forth your next Pokemon. Dojo Trainer. What an intense flame. Now, for my next Pokemon. It's Abra. Take the stage. Yay. Is that little rascal? Gwa, you fiend. After a brief exchange, Charmander executed Dragon Claw. Facing an evolved Pokemon that came out after Machop, it was only prudent to weaken its offensive capabilities first. Abra used Swift. The Emerald Dragon Claw and the White Swift collided, but the disparity in level and power rendered Charmander's Dragon Claw ineffective. Charmander, after a Dragon Dance, unleashed Blast Burn. With a serious expression, Machop had no choice but to call upon this hidden move of Charmander's. As a descendant of Professor Oak, who possessed 2 formidable Pokemon, Charmander's potential was extraordinary, having inherited 6 skills alone. As Charmander performed a mysterious dance, it became enveloped in fiery red and blue flames. Oh, is it time for the big move? Abra, counter with Double Team. Kinjiro, wearing a playful expression, issued the command. What? Another double team? This is infuriating. Mashoki's heart sank. It appeared he was destined for defeat this time. Abra's double team rendered Charmander's Blast Burn completely ineffective. However, Charmander had not entirely lost its battle capability, granting Machop a glimmer of hope. Charmander, give it your all. Do you remember what we said when we first met? Observing Charmander on the verge of collapse, Machop could only offer encouragement. Meanwhile, Kinjiro and Abra watched quietly. As a dojo trainer, Kinjiro was outwardly accepting the challenges posed by the competitors in the tournament. One of their primary responsibilities, apart from safeguarding the city where the gym is located, is to guide novice trainers in their growth. At that moment, Kinjiro refrained from taking action for this very reason. Kawa, how could I possibly forget? The flame on the tail of the Charmander flickered, as if responding to the call of the Grovyle. Suddenly leaping high, the Charmander's body was enveloped in a radiant red glow. Inferno! Charmander, unleash your Ember attack. Observing the Charmander engulfed in flames, Grovyle wasted no time. Be cautious, Abaleo. The opponent's flames have intensified. After dodging the Ember, he executed a sonic punch. Yebi, you little rascal, quite resilient, aren't you? Though the Ember's power had increased, Abaleo deftly evaded it with relative ease. Physical attacks would be met with a counter from the opponent, so only Ember could be utilized. Charmander, let us end this with a close-range Ember. Kawa, final strike. A fiery, spherical orb, the size of a head, formed in Charmander's mouth. At that moment, Abaleo, wielding a white glowing sonic punch, was drawing near. Ember attack, fire away. Haga, here it comes. Bang. Grovyle clenched his fists in anxiety, quietly observing the battlefield filled with smoke and dust. The outcome of this battle was pivotal to whether his predetermined plans would be disrupted, hence his nervousness was palpable. 2 minutes later, as the smoke cleared on the battlefield, both Pokémon stood facing each other. Yebi. Suddenly, Abaleo let out a cry before collapsing to the ground. Abaleo has lost its fighting capability. Charmander is victorious. Thus, the challenger has triumphed. We did it. Thank you, Charmander. An ecstatic Grovyle lifted Charmander and spun around joyfully. Kawa, aren't I impressive? Marvelous. Congratulations, Grovyle. This is proof of your victory over me, the Leaf Badge. Thank you, Professor Oak. Chapter 9, The Peculiar Pokémon. Capturing the fourth Pokémon. After acquiring the Leaf Badge, Grovyle returned to the Pokémon Center. Apart from the Bewtwo, both Charmander and Machop were injured, making it imperative to visit the Pokémon Center for healing. As Grovyle awaited the recovery of his Pokémon, he was also conversing with his grandfather, Professor Oak. Ah, Grovyle. Where are you now? Shigeru has already obtained the badge from the Leaf Gym. As for capturing Pokémon, he has already caught around 40 to 50. Grandfather, I just got the Leaf Badge. Your tactics to provoke Shigeru 1T work on me, you know. Grovyle replied with a hint of exasperation. It was amusing how he had persuaded his grandfather to use his younger brother Shigeru to rattle Ash, only to find himself affected by the same strategy. Come on, Grovyle. Put in a little effort. Knowing you lost to your brother must not feel great, right? All right, grandfather, I understand. Just remember to eat on time. After finishing his thoughts, Grovyle hung up the phone, leaving his grandfather to ponder. In Pallet Town, within Professor Oak's laboratory. Hey, that little rascal. Professor Oak muttered as he gazed at the darkened screen, a faint smile betraying his amusement. He knew that his eldest grandson had taken his words to heart, and now he could patiently await good news from him. Well then, once Charmander and Machop have recovered, I should hasten my journey. After hanging up, Grovyle canceled the reservation at the Pokémon Center. Initially planning to spend the night there, the old man's urging had somewhat influenced Grovyle. His progress in capturing Pokémon and collecting badges had indeed lagged behind. If memory served him correctly, Ash had collected the original starter Pokémon and amassed 6 Pokémon before reaching the Leaf Town after departing from the Azure City. He had even personally captured his 7th Pokémon, a malnourished Kingler, at the lighthouse. Such luck was truly protagonist-worthy. The thought of Ash brought an invisible pressure upon Grovyle. 2 hours later, on the mountain road outside Leaf Town, Grovyle, accompanied by Charmander, followed the route indicated on the map toward the Leaf City. As Grovyle ventured farther from Leaf Town, the number of people dwindled, and the mountain path became increasingly narrow. Noticing the sky darkening, Grovyle sought a relatively flat area to set up camp. In no time, he expertly erected the tent and kindled a campfire. At that moment, Grovyle was unaware that every movement he and his 3 Pokémon made was being closely observed by 2 pairs of eyes. Cha, they seemed so happy. The hidden observers were envious as they watched Grovyle distribute food to his Pokémon. Is that it? No, it should be said that this is care they have never received. Cha, is this what it means to be a trainer? Do you think he would accept us? Cha, I don't know, but we can certainly try. Cha, what if we get rejected? Cha, what does it matter? Worst case scenario, we would just continue our current life as strays. Cha, all right then, I'll follow your lead. Let us take a gamble. After reaching a consensus, the observers approached Grovyle's camp with eager anticipation. Meanwhile, Grovyle was enjoying a roasted chicken. In the Pokémon world, aside from the extraordinary Pokémon, there are also some ordinary animals. Though they are nearly extinct in the wild, humans still engage in their breeding. The energy contained in ordinary animals is insufficient for Pokémon, but it is entirely adequate for human consumption. Of course, occasionally offering Pokémon a change of flavor is permissible. For instance, at this moment, Grovile's 3 Pokémon had 2 roasted chickens and some Pokémon food before them. Oh, and let us not forget the essential high-calcium milk. Grovile had ensured that was included, thanks to Grovile's willingness to invest significantly in purchasing premium milk from the neighboring Chengdu region. This high-priced investment had paid off in the form of growth among his 3 Pokémon. The average height of a Machop is about 80 centimeters. Yet Grovile's has already reached 95 centimeters, soon to surpass the 1-meter mark. Mewtwo's height was also 20 centimeters above the average of 70 centimeters. Most astonishing of all was Charmander, who, having spent the most time with Grovile and received ample nutrition, had surpassed 1 meter in height. It's worth noting that the average height of a Charmeleon is only around 1 meter 1, while Charmander typically stands at 60 centimeters. This significant size, coupled with its considerable food consumption, had led to remarkable strength. Kawa, who is it? G, is there an enemy? Hey, Chi, the other party shows no hostility. The 3 Pokémon, engrossed in their meal, suddenly called out in unison. What is going on? Following the direction of their gaze, Grovile saw nothing but darkness. Wait, Pokémon possess senses that surpass those of humans. They must have perceived something. Scan Eye activate. Grovile activated his scanning ability, and the data of the Pokémon hidden in the darkness materialized in his mind. Species, Abersnake, genetic mutation. Gender, male. Ability, intimidate. Skills, bind, glare, poison sting, bite. Big snake glare. Inherited skills, ambush, poison tail, iron tail. Oh, inheriting 3 skills, the potential is indeed remarkable. Although it cannot be compared to the likes of Charmeleon and Machop, it certainly surpasses that of Mewtwo. Such extraordinary aptitude would undoubtedly captivate Professor Oak. While the attributes of this Ekans may somewhat conflict with those of Mewtwo, strength remains the ultimate criterion. Moreover, this particular Ekans is a product of genetic mutation. Once I manage to tame it, I shall present it to my esteemed grandfather. With this thought in mind, Oak cast aside the roasted chicken he had prepared for his midnight snack, throwing it into the darkness. The Ekans hesitated, unsure whether to advance, as Oak's 3 Pokémon were watching them intently. However, this act of feeding instilled confidence in the Ekans. After devouring the chicken, they revealed themselves from the shadows. What the? Oak couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, for the Ekans before him possessed 2 heads. The right head resembled the usual purple hue of a typical Ekans, while the left head was a striking crimson, adorned with mysterious runes that exuded an air of enigma. Is this human all right? Why is he so startled? The Ekans seemed to ponder. Oh my goodness. Once the initial shock subsided, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Oak's eyes. If he could capture this extraordinary Ekans, his grandfather would surely have no time to nag him further. With his heart racing, Oak retrieved an empty Pokeball from his pocket. Whether through force or finesse, he was determined to capture this mutated Ekans. Come on in. Did you enjoy the chicken? If you wish to savor more delicious food in the future, you must enter this Pokeball. Oak promised, channeling the cunning of the big bad wolf luring Little Red Riding Hood. Did you hear that? We're being offered a chance to be captured. The Ekans whispered excitedly. We heard. Hurry, we might not get another chance at such a master. Under Oak's eager gaze, the Ekans willingly entered the Pokeball without resistance, filled with anticipation for their future lives. Ha! I have captured an Ekans. Oak rejoiced. Chapter 10. Arriving at Leaf Town for shopping and perfecting my strategy. Upon seeing the 2-headed Ekans safely within the Pokeball, Oak promptly released it once more. Next, he turned his attention to adjusting its dietary preferences. Each Pokemon, even within the same species, possesses unique taste preferences. However, the Ekans seemed quite intrigued by the food Oak had prepared for Mewtwo. Initially puzzled, Oak soon realized that the dietary habits of this snake were not too dissimilar from those of a carnivorous plant. Thus, he proceeded to concoct a meal based on Mewtwo's recipe, albeit with a reduction in ingredients that would enhance grass-type energy. Once the dish was ready, the Ekans displayed an even greater fondness for it. Delicious. I love it. Seeing his creation so well received filled Oak, the trainer, with immense satisfaction. I want to eat more. After enjoying their dinner, Oak and his 4 Pokemon prepared for sleep. Inside the tent, Oak chose not to return his Pokemon to their Pokeballs, but instead laid down to rest alongside them. The more time a trainer spends with their Pokemon, the more likely they are to cultivate intimacy and camaraderie. Although his 4 Pokemon did not rely on these bonds for evolution, enhancing their closeness would certainly strengthen their emotional connections. For Oak, this was an unequivocal investment in the future. Once they arrive in Leaf Town, I must visit the Poke Mart to purchase some technical machines. Beyond leveling up and inheriting skills from their ancestors, Pokemon can also learn new techniques through the use of technical machines, thereby broadening their range and countering their opponent's strengths. My Charmeleon's Dragon Claw move was learned from the stock of my grandfather, Professor Oak. The next destination, Leaf Town, is a bustling harbor city with a significant volume of cargo traffic. Thus, it is likely to have a variety of technical machines available. As Oak contemplated the skill combinations for his 4 Pokemon, he gradually drifted into slumber. How comfortable. Is this what life is like after being captured by a human? It seems so, but it truly is delightful. The food is so tasty, and I can sleep without being exposed to the elements. To maintain this lifestyle, we must work hard for him. Don't worry, I've asked 3 predecessors. This human has a wonderful disposition. Even if we lose a battle, we won't be scolded. That is good to hear. With that assurance, we just need to stay out of trouble. Exactly. Let us rest early tonight, for a beautiful life awaits us. Indeed, a splendid life is truly wonderful. The following morning, after a hearty breakfast, Oak packed his belongings and set forth towards Leaf Town. After 3 days of roughing it, he finally arrived at his destination. As per his usual routine, he first visited the Pokemon Center to restore his Pokemon's health. Furthermore, he needed to attend to his own hygiene, for bathing in the wild is a luxury unless one encounters a clean waterfall or river. 2 hours later, having groomed himself and retrieved his rejuvenated Pokemon, Oak hurried toward the Pokemon Mart in Leaf Town. Upon entering, guided by a sales assistant, he quickly reached the section dedicated to technical machines. As he arrived, he found the counter already surrounded by a throng of trainers. In addition to those selecting their machines, there were others who had already made their choices and were queuing to use the learning machines. The shop owner had thoughtfully placed 2 learning machines at the entrance of this section, allowing trainers who purchased technical machines to use them for free. This not only facilitated trainers, but also subtly enticed them to make purchases. As Oak gazed at the learning machine counter, he reflected on the skills he had arranged for his 4 Pokemon the previous night. First up was Charmeleon, currently a pure Fire-type Pokemon, but upon evolution into Charizard, it would gain the dual attributes of fire and flying. Its weaknesses include electric, water, and rock types, with electric and water-type moves being doubly effective, while rock-type moves deal quadruple damage. Therefore, Oak decided to teach Charmeleon several counter moves against these attributes. For electric-type counters, ground-type moves were essential. Thus, he prepared Dig and Earthquake. For water and rock-type counters, he opted for electric and grass-type moves, with grass being the perfect counter. Consequently, Oak arranged for Charmeleon to learn Thunder Punch and Solar Beam. In contrast, Mewtwo's situation was rather dire. With its grass and poison dual typing, it faced 4 double weaknesses: fire, flying, ice, and psychic types. Among these, apart from psychic-type Pokemon, Mewtwo could not learn any counter skills against the other 3 types. Left with no other options, Oak could only assign it some evasive and defensive skills, such as Protect, Reflect, and Double Team to enhance its dodging capabilities. Following this, we delve into the realm of Machop, a formidable fighting Pokemon endowed with 3 notable double weaknesses: flying, psychic, and fairy types. In preparation for encounters with these specific types, aside from the already possessed Ice Punch and Thunder Punch, Professor Oak has graciously equipped it with an array of skills including Rock Block, Rock Slide, Knock Off, and Poison Jab. As for the final Pokemon, Arbok, it bears 2 double weaknesses: ground and psychic types. Concerning the psychic aspect, Arbok has already learned Bite, as it has ascended in level. Regarding the ground type, if Professor Oak recalls correctly, upon Arbok's evolution into Seviper, it can acquire Ice Fang as a countermeasure. Therefore, after contemplating the necessary TMs for the Pokemon, Professor Oak sought out a staff member to initiate the registration process. The staff member, initially displeased, soon found themselves unable to cease talking, for after all, these transactions equate to performance metrics. After spending several million Poke dollars, the desired TMs were promptly delivered to Professor Oak. Moreover, upon receiving news of this transaction, the area manager personally arrived to respectfully escort Professor Oak to the VIP room. Here, a dedicated learning machine awaited, specially reserved for high-spending clientele. The trainer simply had to place the Pokeball into the designated slot, insert the disc-like TM, and click Start Learning to commence the process. Naturally, the learning capacity varies based on the Pokemon's innate potential. Generally, a typical Pokemon can master a skill after 1 or 2 repetitions. Even those with the least potential can usually grasp it after 3 or 4 attempts. Hence, the TMs sold in the store adhere to the league's mandated standard, allowing for 3 learning opportunities. Once the manager and staff departed, Professor Oak began the learning process. Species, Charmander. Gender, male. Ability, Blaze. Skills, Scratch, Growl, Ember, Smokescreen, Dragon Breath, Fire Fong, Split. TM, Dragon Claw, Dig, Earthquake, Thunder Punch, Solar Beam. Egg moves, Flamethrower, Dragon Pulse. Dragon Dance, Dragon Rush, Crunch, Outrage. Species, Mewtwo. Gender, female. Ability, Chlorophyll. Skills, Vine Whip, Growth, Bind, Sleep Powder, Poison Powder, Stun Spore. TM, Protect, Light Screen, Substitute. Egg moves, Magical Leaf, Synthesis. Species, Machop. Gender, male. Ability, No Guard. Skills, Leer, Low Kick, Focus Energy, Karate Chop, Low Sweep. TM, Rock Slide, Rock Block, Knock Off. Poison Jab. Egg moves, Ice Punch, Thunder Punch, Yoga Pose, Bullet Punch. Species, Arbok, genetic variant. Gender, male. Ability, Intimidate. Skills, Bind, Leer, Poison Sting, Bite, Glare. TM, Protect, Light Screen, Dig, Poison Jab, Earthquake, Rock Slide, Rock Block, Substitute. Egg moves, Night Slash, Iron Tail, Poison Tail. Although no specific preparations were made for Arbok, considering the unused learning opportunities of the TMs, Professor Oak decided to incorporate skills that Arbok could learn from the other 3 Pokemon. Thus, this shopping expedition turned fortuitously in Arbok's favor. While the skills had been learned, the Pokemon would still need extensive practice to unleash them with dexterity. Additionally, engaging in unofficial Pokemon battles serves as a commendable means of enhancement. For instance, within the backyard of the Pokemon Center, there exists a designated area for trainers to battle. Professor Oak spent a total of 5 days at this battle arena. During this time, aside from eating, sleeping, and attending to necessary bodily functions, he immersed himself in training. After 5 days of relentless battles, the experience points of his 4 Pokemon surged, and the proficiency of their newly acquired skills escalated rapidly. However, this constant command over battles took a toll on Professor Oak. His throat began to suffer. Now, he found himself resting in the infirmary of the Pokemon Center. The pain and hoarseness made even consuming porridge a challenge, leaving him reliant on the nutrient drips provided by the center. Alas, impatience cannot hasten the cooking of hot tofu. And presently, he felt disinclined to utter a word. The aroma of delicious food wafting from outside the ward only heightened his hunger pangs, yet he was utterly incapacitated. Chapter 11. Encountering Ash and Battling at the Leafy Gym. After a week of recuperation at the Pokemon Center in Leafy Town, Professor Oak finally experienced relief from his sore throat, thanks to Nurse Joy's diligent care. Sensing that he could now speak and eat without impediment, he promptly completed his discharge paperwork. The Pokemon Center serves as a sanctuary for both humans and Pokemon in need of healing. As Professor Oak prepared to challenge the Leafy Gym, he noticed a trio hastily entering through the door. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as familiar faces. Leading the group was none other than Ash, the eternal protagonist of Pokemon, cradling an injured Pikachu in his arms. Accompanying him were Brock and Misty, the original trio. Professor Oak had met Brock before, but this marked his first encounter with Misty. The fragrance of youthful femininity, brimming with the essence of spring. Nurse Joy, please attend to my Pikachu, Ash implored urgently, handing over the unconscious Pikachu to Nurse Joy, who wore a resigned expression. All 3 were well aware of the notorious ferocity of the Leafy Gym's leader, Marzi. Their reckless determination to confront him only added to her workload. All right, no need to panic, she thought, though she refrained from voicing her true sentiments. Observing Pikachu's condition, Professor Oak surmised that this was likely Ash's first encounter with the unforgiving Leafy Gym. It seemed he had lingered too long at the center. With this realization, he turned and exited, choosing not to approach Ash and the others. Each trainer embarks on their own journey, and growth through failure fosters resilience. For Ash, Professor Oak could only assist in rectifying some of the regrets from his journey, such as obtaining a Primeape, or perhaps a Pidgeot, or even a fossil Pokemon from the depths of the Great Marsh. The Leafy Gym was not far from the Pokemon Center. Within 10 minutes, Professor Oak arrived at its doorstep. Is anyone here? I have come to challenge the gym. Upon entering, he found the atmosphere reminiscent of Brock's pewter gym, dark and foreboding. Another challenger has arrived, exclaimed Marzi, having just dispatched a hapless trainer. As a gym leader, it is their duty to guide novice trainers. Yet the incessant influx of low-level challengers left him seething. What is this? Do they think me a soft touch? Frustrated by the incessant challenges from inexperienced trainers, Marzi had been particularly ruthless in his battles, sending many underleveled Pokemon to the Pokemon Center for recuperation. Consequently, his reputation for being merciless had spread. deterring most newcomers from attempting to challenge him. It is only through witnessing exceptional trainers that one can achieve greatness. Greetings, I am Demue. Hailing from the verdant town of Jinshin, I seek to challenge the esteemed Kureha Gym in pursuit of its coveted badge. As Demue calmly addressed the imposing figure of a blond, military-clad man, who stood over 2 meters tall, flanked by 2 companions, he remarked, this time, it is not a mere child, but a rare man indeed. Observing the evident signs of rigorous training on Demue's physique, Majishur, a quintessential tough guy, felt that only those who endure solitude through training could earn his respect. A man, you say? You may be speaking too soon. I am merely 10 years old. Demue replied. Oh, is that so? At such a tender age, to possess a physique that many adults lack is indeed no trivial matter. Hee, you flatter me. Well then, let us dispense with pleasantries. Today, we are graced with a formidable challenger. Let us engage in a thrilling battle. I could not ask for more. With that, Demue followed Majishur to the battlefield. Now, we shall witness the challenge from Demue of Jinshin Town against the gym leader, Mr. Majishur. Each side may use 1 Pokemon. Mr. Majishur, please send forth your Pokemon first. As the referee announced the rules, both Majishur and Demue held a Pokeball in their hands. Let us begin. Electabuzz. Electabuzz? Demue exclaimed, surprise evident on his face. Detecting Demue's astonishment, Majishur burst into laughter. What, puzzled? That Raichu was merely an easy catch for me. Yet, despite this, it has helped me vanquish many weaklings. This Electabuzz, however, is one of my stronger contenders. Indeed, it is an honor to be treated with such caution by Mr. Majishur. Now, let us see your Pokemon. Charmeleon. Having been singled out, Demue felt a mix of gratitude and incredulity. Go ahead, little brother, you may attack first. Otherwise, do not blame me for not giving you a chance. Majishur was eager to assess this 10-year-old boy who piqued his interest. Should the boy satisfy him, perhaps his thoughts could materialize. Very well, then I shall not hold back. Charmeleon, use Ember after a roar. Demue decided to lower the opponent's attack power first. Given that Electabuzz had already undergone evolution, the Ember was merely a test to discern whether the opponent was aggressive or defensive. The former would surely clash directly with his ultimate move, while the latter would likely evade the attack before countering Charmeleon. Electabuzz, use Thunder Wave. Here it comes. Charmeleon, defend with Dragon Breath. The blue lightning and the ethereal green breath collided in midair, neutralizing each other. The Thunder Wave was an infallible skill, which is why Demue commanded Charmeleon to counter it. Quite impressive. Now, Electabuzz, use Quick Attack. Electabuzz, enveloped in white energy, sped towards Charmeleon. Charmeleon, use Dig. Come and catch me. Demue felt a sense of satisfaction as the skill he had taught his Pokemon came into play. You think hiding underground will save you? Electabuzz, use Swift on the hole. Here I come. Charmeleon erupted from the ground, engulfed in red and blue flames, charging straight towards Electabuzz. Electabuzz, unleash Thunder Punch. Here I come. The clash of fire and electricity ensued, with both Pokemon fiercely vying for victory on behalf of their trainers. The dust from their ultimate moves lingered in the air for several minutes. As the haze finally settled, onlookers beheld both Pokemon incapacitated on the ground. The battle is concluded. It is a draw. May I ask? No need to elaborate. Although the battle ended in a draw, my Electabuzz has undergone evolution. Thus, I bestow upon you this orange badge. Majishur interrupted the referee, producing a badge from his pocket and presenting it to Demue. Surprised but smiling, Demue accepted the badge after recalling Charmeleon into its Pokeball. Thank you, Mr. Majishur. Perhaps this gesture adhered to the league's unspoken rules. One of the objectives of a gym leader is to identify outstanding and qualified trainers for the league. After all, in this Johto region, aside from the previous cities of Nibi and Hualan, no other gym leaders had used their main Pokemon in battles. The primary reason being that gym leaders not only assess new trainers for the league, but also protect the safety of the cities in which their gyms reside. Regardless of the reasons, Demue was elated. He had acquired the orange badge, bringing his total to 4. He had completed half of the quest for the 8 badges required by the league in merely 2 months of travel. As he turned to leave, content with his achievement, Majishur called out to him once more. Hold on, little brother. Is there something else, Mr. Majishur? Demue inquired, puzzled, as he believed it was time to depart with the badge in hand. Observing Demue's cautious demeanor, Majishur quickly broached his request. Fear not, young one. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to inquire if you are in need of an electric-type Pokemon. Half an hour later, Demue emerged from the Kureha gym, feeling somewhat dazed. Were it not for the Pokeball in his hand and the badge in his pocket, he might have thought he was dreaming. The reason Majishur had detained him was to entrust him with one of his main Pokemon. as his Electabuzz had laid 2 eggs, and he was unable to care for them all. However, despite the passage of time, Machop had yet to find a suitable trainer. After their recent battle, he had contemplated for a moment before deciding to entrust one of the Electabuzz to Demue. Species, Electabuzz. Gender, male. Ability, static, possesses static electricity, which may paralyze opponents upon contact. Skills, Leer, quick attack, thunder shock. Inherited skills, fire punch, ice punch, cross chop, barrier. Yoga position. As the information flashed in his mind, Demue could hardly contain his excitement. It was simply astonishing. He would have never imagined that challenging a gym would also yield a Pokemon of such exceptional potential. Chapter 12. Reunion with Ash, Conversations on the Ferry, and Fishing along the coast. After acquiring Electabuzz, Demue returned to the Pokemon Center. His Charmeleon, injured from the gym battle, had yet to recover, and he needed Nurse Joy to tend to it. Out with the old, in with the new did not apply to Demue. He could not forget his original Pokemon simply because he had obtained a new one. Moreover, Charmeleon was his starter Pokemon, specially prepared by his grandfather, Professor Oak, to be his future mainstay. Soon, within the Pokemon Center, Demue approached Nurse Joy. "Thank you for your assistance." As he handed over Charmeleon's Pokeball, he noticed a frown on Nurse Joy's face. "Brother Crane, who did you battle this time?" Due to the incident where Professor Oak's Crane was hospitalized from a throat injury while training several Pokemon to learn their skills. This rare occurrence left a profound impression on Nurse Joy's mind. In 4 succinct words, one could encapsulate this as a belligerent individual. Over the span of 5 days, utilizing 4 Pokemon to contend against hundreds, one cannot be anything but a warmonger. Moreover, the most significant aspect is that he ended up hospitalized himself. It was Mr. Massimian from the Withered Leaf Gym. Observing Nurse Joy's knowing gaze, Professor Oak's Crane felt a tinge of embarrassment. After all, the circumstances surrounding his hospitalization were all too well understood by her. "Oh, is that so? So, did you emerge victorious?" Upon hearing the name Massimian, Nurse Joy could not stifle her curiosity. Although Professor Oak's Crane possesses considerable strength, to hold the title of a gym leader in a city implies an exceptional level of skill, unless it is a family legacy, like Brock or the 3 sisters of the Aqua Gym. Otherwise, one must at least possess gym-level prowess, as the safety of an entire city rests upon outstanding strength. A tie? Though it was a tie, Mr. Massimian acknowledged my capabilities, hence he awarded me the badge. A fleeting victory or defeat is of little consequence. True disgrace lies in whether one allows a singular loss to shatter their spirit. Indeed. Well then, congratulations are in order. Thank you. Time passes swiftly. And just as Professor Oak's Crane was retrieving his recovered Charmeleon and bidding farewell to Nurse Joy, Ash and his companions arrived with a healthy Pikachu, prepared to facilitate its discharge. "Ah, Crane, long time no see." "Indeed, it has been a while. Ash, Brock, and who is this lovely young lady?" Professor Oak's Crane had hoped to avoid an encounter with Ash, but was surprised by the serendipitous turn of events. Just as he intended to leave, the original trio appeared, with Ash being the first to spot him, leaving him no choice but to greet them. "I am Misty, and my goal is to become a master of water-type Pokemon." Faced with someone who boldly declares herself a beauty upon their first meeting, Professor Oak's Crane felt a surge of delight, especially since she was a striking young woman, with a visage akin to that of Gary. "Oh, is that so? A commendable goal indeed. You must strive diligently towards it." Professor Oak's Crane held a favorable impression of Misty, who exuded youthful vigor. She was one of those who, despite a tough exterior, offered assistance to Ash, guiding him from naivety towards maturity. Thank you. Crane, you still haven't told me why you're here." Before Professor Oak's Crane could engage in further conversation with Misty, Ash, impatient, interjected. "Ash, your question lacks finesse. Naturally, I am here to acquire badges." With that, Professor Oak's Crane produced the Withered Leaf badge from his pocket, showcasing it once more. "By the way, Brock, how did you end up traveling with Ash?" "Due to someone at home keeping an eye on things, I ventured out to pursue my dream of becoming a top Pokemon breeder." The thought of his irresponsible father watching over his 10 younger siblings eased Brock's mind considerably. "Oh, it's wonderful that you can chase your dreams. However, isn't it exhausting to travel with Ash? After all, his personality is rather, shall we say, oblivious." Upon hearing Professor Oak's Crane's words, Brock merely nodded in tacit agreement. Indeed, initially, Ash was like a klutz, unaware even of the simple fact that birds eat worms. Compared to Brock, Misty was much more direct with her words, her sharp tongue contrasting with her soft heart. Hey, whose travel companion are you two, anyway?" Faced with the duo's teasing, Ash attempted to retort, but their words rang true, leaving him somewhat at a loss. "Ash, you must grow quickly. After all, You are the 5th person to set off on your journey from Pallet Town. Darn it, Crane, do you want to battle Pokemon with me? Perhaps not. Facing me now would only dampen your confidence. Let us save our battle for this year's Indigo Conference. I hope you don't get eliminated before you encounter me and Gary. Well then, it was a pleasure to meet you both. However, I must make my way to the next city. Ash will be in your capable hands. Ignoring Ash's desire for a battle, Professor Oak's Crane waved farewell to Brock and Misty before turning to depart. That infuriating guy. Ash wanted to voice a few more complaints, but was interrupted by Brock. Alright, Ash, Crane is right. If you were to face him, you would undoubtedly lose. The first time I encountered him, he defeated 2 of my Pokemon with a single Breloom. He has had over a week more of training than you. Now, over a month has passed, and his Pokemon strength must have only increased. While he may hold a type advantage, ISNT that the nature of gym challenges, trainers are expected to research the gyms they wish to challenge. It's basic knowledge for a trainer. Unfortunately, some trainers do not grasp this. I understand already, Ash replied, his spirits slightly dampened by Brock's words. However, he quickly resolved to defeat Professor Oak's Crane at the Indigo Conference. Meanwhile, disregarding the original trio, Professor Oak's Crane, after departing from Withered Leaf City, arrived at Withered Leaf Dock. According to the map, the next gym was located in Goldenrod City. Yet, the thought of the gym leader, Natsum, filled him with trepidation. She was an exceedingly formidable woman, and Professor Oak's Crane was uncertain of his chances against her. In the original narrative, the trio had escaped her clutches twice due to Natsum's father, while Ash had managed to defeat her solely through the comedic antics of his Jengar, which diminished Natsum's will to fight. Professor Oak's Crane felt it wise to avoid the enigmatic Natsum altogether, in addition to the danger she posed. He also noticed on the map a place called Forestwood Town, located near Rainbow City. This town boasted a Forestwood gym, recognized by the League, currently led by Mr. Kunihiko Makino, who specializes in bug-type Pokemon. Hence, the Forestwood gym is also a bug-type gym. The journey from Withered Leaf City to Forestwood Town would take approximately half a month on foot, but by taking a water route followed by land, it could be reached in just a week. With a clear goal in mind, Professor Oak's Crane inquired at the dock about ferries heading to the nearest coastal town, Beihai Town. The St. Gabriel cruise was a slightly smaller vessel than the nearby St. Anu. At present, Professor Oak's Crane was in the luxurious single room aboard the St. Gabriel, introducing his new partner to his Pokemon. Come, everyone, look over here. This is our new companion, Electrike, and you all must take good care of it. Hey there, greetings, everyone. I am new here, and I hope for your guidance moving forward. Gosh, this little one is quite polite. ZZZ, another younger sibling, huh? Hey, little one, we can train together in the future. Huh, I have been promoted. Now I am the senior. As Professor Oak's Crane journeyed aboard the St. Gabriel towards Beihai Town, Ash and his companions, who remained in Withered Leaf Town, had successfully defeated Massimian's Raichu after enhancing Pikachu's speed and learning Quick Attack. When the trio arrived at the dock, they were greeted by Team Rocket, who had been waiting with their tickets. Thus, Ash and his friend's underwater adventure was officially underway. Meanwhile, Professor Oak's Crane, having enjoyed 2 days of serene cruise life aboard the St. Gabriel, awoke on the morning of the 3rd day as the ship docked at Beihai Town's port. After disembarking the cruise, Professor Oak's Crane intended to rest for a moment at the Pokemon Center. However, within his line of sight, he beheld a number of trainers, resembling fishermen, casting their lines along the coastal edge, moving away from the port. Even more astonishingly, there was a prominent figure utilizing a flying Pokemon, transporting himself onto a rocky outcrop formed by the relentless waves. Observing these fervent anglers, Damuhi felt a sudden itch for the activity and retrieved a fishing rod from his spatial backpack. Although his skills were rather lacking, it did not deter his enthusiasm. Lacking a water-type Pokemon in his collection, Damuhi was filled with anticipation and resolved to give it a try. Casually settling on the shoreline, he scattered some Pokemon food into the sea to create a feeding spot, then baited his hook with a piece of Pokemon food and cast it into the water. At the coastal port of Beihai Town, Damuhi, much like a gathering of fishermen, sat patiently on the shore, enduring the bracing sea breeze and the scorching sun. Despite the abundance of water-type Pokemon nearby, they devoured the bait at the feeding spot, but stubbornly ignored the bait on his hook. Notably, some large crab Pokemon waved their pincers in the water, seemingly mocking him. Witnessing this situation, Uncle could endure, but Aunt could not. Using the abilities of Lantern and Electrode, they unleashed Magical Leaf and Thunderbolt. With a flurry of electrified green leaves, they swept through the water-type Pokemon along the shore. Following the assault of the 2 Pokemon, Damuhi activated his observation eye. Soon, a Pokemon of exceptional quality, a Shelter, was captured and added to his collection. Species, Shelter. Gender, female. Ability, Shell Armor. Pokemon with this ability cannot be struck critically by opponents. Moves, Tackle, Withdraw, Supersonic. Ice Shard. Egg moves, Water Pulse, Water Gun, Mud Shot, Rapid Spin. The successful capture of Shelter indicated that Demouhi had met the requisite standard of possessing at least 6 Pokemon to participate in the Quartz Conference. Chapter 13, Fierce Battle at the Morrywood Gym Evolution. In the subsequent period, unless he encountered another Pokemon of remarkable quality, Demouhi would temporarily refrain from capturing new Pokemon. After securing the Pokeball containing Shelter and putting away his fishing rod, Demouhi departed from the shoreline. As for the incapacitated Pokemon in the water, there would be trainers eager to capitalize on the opportunity to capture them. Within the Pokemon Center of MY Town, Demouhi was engaged in conversation with his grandfather, Professor Oak. Since you have gathered 6 Pokemon, hasten to collect the remaining 4 badges. Then, take some time to capture a few more for backup. My greatest concern is your strategy, my grandson. What if you collect all the badges but lack sufficient Pokemon? It is well known that experienced trainers participating in the league often prepare multiple teams for competition, ensuring their Pokemon can maintain optimal condition over several days of rigorous contests. I understand, Grandpa. I will keep this in mind. After conversing further, Demouhi concluded the call once the announcement stated that his Pokemon had fully recovered. He then set off towards Morrywood Town. Meanwhile, far away in Masera Town, Professor Oak accompanied Ash's mother, Hanako, on a community-arranged trip. After departing from MY Town, Demouhi journeyed for 3 days before finally arriving at Morrywood Town. As customary, he first visited the Pokemon Center to restore his Pokemon. Half an hour later, following the map's guidance, he arrived at a house nestled between 2 large trees. Is anyone home? I have come to challenge the gym. Unable to contain himself, Demouhi called out towards the slightly ajar door of the Morrywood gym. Challenger? Coming right up. It has been ages since we had a challenger. The lean and energetic Kenichi Makino warmly welcomed Demouhi inside. Upon entering the gym, Demouhi noted that the facilities appeared somewhat dilapidated. Our gym is located in a remote area, hence we seldom receive challengers. Consequently, the Alliance's funding is considerably less than that of other gyms. However, the maintenance of the battle arena is well taken care of, Kenichi explained, perhaps sensing Demouhi's confusion. Demouhi refrained from voicing his opinions on the matter. The gym battles reminded him of the customer traffic in restaurants from his previous life. The more patrons, the greater the gym's renown. Additionally, the arrival of trainers from afar could stimulate local commerce. Observing the somewhat dilapidated Morrywood gym, Demouhi mused that perhaps the gym leader lacked business acumen. Following Kenichi through a series of twists and turns, they arrived at the battle arena within the gym. At that moment, the referee had already taken their position. Demouhi and Kenichi stood opposite each other at their respective trainer positions. The following match will feature Demouhi from Masera Town challenging the Morrywood gym leader. Each side may use 3 Pokemon, and only the challenger may freely substitute Pokemon during the battle. Now, the gym trainer may make the first move. A long-awaited gym battle. Let us engage in a thrilling contest. Out came Paras. Psyche, a bug-grass dual-type Pokemon. Paras entered the fray. This combination of attributes truly leaves much to be desired. As it was his first gym battle, Demouhi was determined to win with style. Go, Arbok. Chomp. Rest assured, my master. Oh, a 2-headed Arbok? Quite a peculiar sight. Young Demouhi, as the challenger, you may attack first. Thank you, Mr. Kenichi. I shall not hold back. Arbok, use Glare. Unlike the defensive reduction of the move Leer, Glare instills fear in the opponent, inducing paralysis. Though Demouhi had devised a sound strategy, the opponent was not an immobile wooden target. Paras swiftly evaded the attack and countered with Metal Claw. Psyche. Arbok, use Rock Tomb to limit its movement, then dig underground. With impressive speed, Paras approached Arbok, who, receiving the command, struck the ground forcefully with its tail. In the next moment, the swiftly moving Paras, enveloped in steel energy, found its path obstructed by a barrage of rocks. Meanwhile, after using Rock Tomb, Arbok swiftly burrowed underground. Paras used Screech to force Arbok out. Psyche, seizing the opportunity, Arbok emerged from beneath the ground with a powerful Iron Tail attack. Before Paras could finish its incantation, Arbok struck with its steel-encased tail, delivering a heavy blow to Paras's head. The diminutive Paras, measuring merely 30 centimeters, was sent crashing into the battlefield surface by the 2-meter-long Arbok. Paras has lost the ability to battle. Arbok wins. Please send out the next Pokemon. Well done, Arbok. Chomp. Thank you for the praise. Securing the first victory brought joy to both Demouhi and Arbok. The former drew closer to obtaining a badge. while the latter celebrated its successful debut in the gym battle. Return, Paris. You did well. Now, I summon Beedrill. Buzz. Beedrill, as long as it isn't that one, will suffice. Arbok, use Rock Slide. Chomp. With its tail imbued with rock energy, Arbok struck the ground once more. As fragments of rock materialized in the sky above the Beedrill, in the next instant, they seemed to heed the Beedrill's call, hurtling towards it. The Beedrill, having deployed its Protect, let out a sharp cry. A vibrant green shield enveloped its form, successfully deflecting the falling debris created by the rock slide of the Arbok. Once the avalanche subsided, before the Trico could react, the Beedrill's twin stingers struck the Arbok's body like fleeting shadows. Arbok, quickly use Bind to restrain its attacks. Too late, Master. In the midst of Trico's astonished expression, the Arbok succumbed to a relentless 5-hit combo from the Beedrill, rendering it unable to continue the battle. Return, Arbok. And rest well. It's your turn now, Charmander. With few Pokémon capable of withstanding the Beedrill's rapid assault, the primary reason for selecting Charmander was its advantageous type matchup. Charmander. Even if the type disadvantage is daunting, my Pokémon shall never falter. Fear or not, we shall only know through combat. Charmander, follow up the smokescreen with a spark attack. I'm coming for you, little bro. Charmander exhaled a dense cloud of black smoke, obstructing Beedrill's vision, as well as that of Trico and the gym leader. Beedrill, use Swords Dance to disperse the smoke. Charmander, swiftly employ Dragon Dance. Upon hearing the gym leader's command, Trico was taken aback, prompting it to enhance its Charmander's attack and speed. Oh, it can even use Dragon Dance. Your Charmander is truly gifted. The Beedrill lunged forward, executing a Fury Cutter. Fall before me. Charmander, counter with Inferno. In this confrontation, one side wielded the cross-cutting stingers radiating bug-type energy, while the other was enveloped in flames of red and blue. An intense clash ensued. In a contest of equal strength, the advantage of the type matchup became evident. The bug-type energy met the fire-type energy like a mouse encountering a cat, and the outcome was clear without further elaboration. Under the might of Charmander's Inferno, the Beedrill's Fury Cutter was utterly vanquished. Well done. But before Trico could commend the victorious Charmander, it was enveloped in a radiant light of evolution. This signifies the full accumulation of energy, leading to a natural evolution. Truly marvelous. Witnessing the evolution of Charmander, Trico rejoiced sincerely, as it was the first Pokémon in its team to evolve. Congratulations, Charmander. No, Charmeleon. I've become stronger, Master. Each time I behold the light of evolution, I am awed by the wonders of nature. Thank you, nature, for the birth of these extraordinary creatures, allowing us humans to witness such marvels. Though you've grown stronger, I will not hold back any longer. Step forth, Scyther. Scyther, indeed, you are quite the dashing sight. However, today, I request you to serve as our stepping stone. Charmander, unleash your spark attack. After deftly evading with a quick attack, Scyther retaliated with a wing attack. Scyther's speed still surpassed that of the Beedrill. Despite Charmander's evolution, the spark attack was easily sidestepped by Scyther. Wishing to engage in close combat, Charmander, meet it with Dragon Claw. The clash of sharp scythes and fierce claws resulted in both combatants being pushed back by the recoil of their powerful moves. Do not allow it to create distance. Charmander, follow up with Inferno. Scyther, use Double Team to evade, then strike with Wing Attack. As the flame-encased Charmander lunged forward, seeking a decisive blow, Scyther's illusionary duplicates emerged, causing Charmander to miss its target. In the next moment, as Charmander reeled from the recoil of Inferno, the real Scyther appeared, delivering a solid wing attack. Charmander, are you alright? I'm fine. Excellent. Charmander, enhance yourself with Dragon Dance. Recognizing Scyther's incredible speed, Trico decided to fortify Charmander before launching another attack. Chapter 14. Securing the Forest Badge and Battling a Passerby Trainer. As Charmander performed a mysterious dance to bolster its abilities, Gym Leader Kenichi would not allow this opportunity to pass easily. Do you think I will let you succeed so effortlessly? Scyther, dash forward with quick attack and utilize Fury Cutter. Prepare yourself. Whether at range or in close combat, my Charmander fears nothing. Charmander, seize Scyther with Dragon Claw. Then unleash Fire Fang. Let us see if you can escape. The sharp sides clashed once more with the tenacious claws, but this time, neither Pokémon was pushed back by the force of their moves. Instead, Scyther's right scythe was firmly grasped by Charmander's Dragon Claw. Moreover, thanks to Trico's constant provision of calcium-rich milk, Charmander had grown to an impressive height of 1.5 meters, matching Scyther's stature and exceeding the average height for a Charmander by about 40 centimeters. With Charmander's claws firmly securing Scyther's blades, it opened its mouth, unleashing Fire Fang. a move even more potent than Spark, biting down upon Scyther. It seemed that today was Charmander's lucky day. Not only had it accumulated energy to evolve, but the effects of its current move were further amplified by a stroke of fortune. That hurts. Enduring the dual torment of Fire Fang and its lingering burn effect, Scyther wavered precariously. Return, Scyther. Observing Scyther's faltering state, Kenichi realized that prolonging the battle would yield no different outcome. Even though the opposing Charmander was nearing exhaustion, the opponent still had another healthy Pokémon in reserve. With defeat looming, there was little sense in allowing his Pokémon to endure further harm. Abandoning the fight in the face of inevitable defeat could indeed be a wise choice. The gym leader concedes, thus the challenger emerges victorious. With the referee's declaration, the triumphant Trico acquired the 5th Forest Badge. Faced with the choice of 3 remaining gyms, Trico opted for the Rainbow Gym in Rainbow City, the Light Red Gym in Light Red City, and the Crimson Gym in Crimson Town. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Trico had initially intended to share its joy with Professor Oak, only to discover that his grandfather had gone on a trip. Trico's mind raced back to the time his grandfather had accompanied Aunt Hanako on an outing, during which they had coincidentally encountered the unfortunate trio of Ash and his friends along with Gary. Aunt Hanako had charmed her way to victory in a beauty pageant organized by Ash's group, winning the title with her mature allure. Well, since Grandpa is away, I need not endure his incessant ramblings. With over half a year remaining until the court's conference, Trico felt that, with only 3 badges yet to be collected, it could afford to slow its pace a bit. With a full roster of 6 Pokémon, only Charmeleon had achieved evolution thus far. Trico resolved to focus more on training and battling its Pokémon during the upcoming journey. Of course, it also ensured that their dietary needs were adequately met. A well-balanced and nutritious diet, coupled with a judicious training regimen, has not only enhanced the prowess of the 6 spirits accompanying the Greatwood Crane, but has also rendered their fur and shells resplendent and lustrous. At this moment, the Greatwood Crane is traversing the path leading to Rainbow City. In order to intensify the training, each of the 6 spirits is equipped with enhancement devices purchased from Xiaoming. The other spirits are managing reasonably well, as they are creatures that can train even without limbs, such as the Aber Snake. However, the situation of the Shelder is somewhat awkward. Being a mollusk Pokémon, it lacks both hands and feet, and its mobility on land is, well, negligible. Already hampered in movement, the addition of an enhancement device only exacerbates its difficulties. With no other option, the Greatwood Crane decides to remove the enhancement device from the Shelder, allowing it to train independently to improve its skill proficiency. Your strength training has been commendable. How about a battle between our fighting Pokémon? In an obscure forest en route to Rainbow City, the Greatwood Crane, engrossed in training with its spirits, here's the challenge from a passing trainer. Thank you for the compliment. However, I must wait until my Machop has fully recovered its stamina before engaging in a battle. The Greatwood Crane does not decline the invitation to battle. After all, both it and the Machop have expended considerable energy during training. As a trainer, it does not shy away from challenges. But the decision to engage must consider the physical condition of its spirits. That's perfectly fine. I'm in no rush. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Kenkichi from Girl Town, currently training with the goal of becoming a master of fighting-type Pokémon. Oh, greetings, I am the Greatwood Crane from Pallet Town. At present, my goal is to participate in this year's courts conference. After a brief exchange of introductions, they delve into discussions regarding the training of fighting Pokémon. Although the Greatwood Crane currently possesses only 1 fighting-type spirit, acquiring knowledge about areas it is unfamiliar with proves to be a wise choice. Half an hour later, the Greatwood Crane stands face-to-face with Kenkichi, with its Machop fully rejuvenated. I have only 1 fighting-type spirit. How about a one-on-one match? Absolutely. All right, Machop, let us commence. Here I come. Shavarang. Hey, what are you looking at? What's it to you? As the 2 fighting Pokémon meet, an electric spark ignites in their eyes. Like repels, while opposites attract. Machop, greet your opponent with Bullet Punch. Hey, take this, you mouthless creature. Shavarang counters the Bullet Punch with a spinning kick, then retaliates with a powerful chop. Come on, you skinny monkey. After deftly dodging Mashoki's Bullet Punch with a spinning kick, Shavarang's right-handed knife strike sends Machop hurtling through the air. Is Machop alright? Hey, no problem, master. Very well, Machop, adopt a yoga stance and unleash your poison jab. Currently, the poison jab is the most potent move Machop has mastered. Shavarang, finish the battle with flying knee. Time to end this. You skinny monkey. The toxin-infused fist is expertly evaded by Shavarang, who then delivers a devastating flying knee strike that incapacitates Machop. I concede. Your praise is too much. It appears my Machop has a long journey ahead. If you wish to enhance its strength, let it participate in the P1 tournament. The mention of the P1 tournament sounds vaguely familiar to the Greatwood Crane. Listening to Kankichi's suggestion, it feels as though it has heard the name before. Indeed, this is a competition exclusively for fighting-type Pokémon, taking place in Moonlight Town, just a couple of days' travel from Rainbow City. The next P1 tournament is set to commence in about half a month. Is that so? Rainbow City is conveniently one of my destinations. Once I acquire the Rainbow Badge, I'll make my way to Moonlight Town. By the way, Kankichi, will you be participating? Not this time. I was the champion of the last tournament. My current endeavor is to challenge other fighting-type Pokémon across the globe. Really? What a pity. I was looking forward to facing you again in the P1 tournament. No worries. Ahi, let us save that battle for our next reunion. Agreed, Kankichi. Until we meet again, let us have another showdown of fighting Pokémon. Absolutely. After bidding farewell to Kankichi, the Greatwood Crane tends to Machoke's injuries. As a fighting-type Pokémon, Machoke is naturally robust, although it has lost its battle capabilities. It has regained some awareness while the Greatwood Crane conversed with Kankichi. Hey, I'm sorry, Master, I lost. Seeing its trainer applying medicine, Machoke expresses its remorse. Do not dwell on it. It was merely a battle, and victory or defeat is just part of the journey. Machoke, remember, one must remain humble in victory and steadfast in defeat to grow stronger. Understood. Absolutely. Got it. Understood. Noted. Will comply. Chapter 15, Battling at the Rainbow Gym. On the journey to Rainbow City, the Greatwood Crane, accompanied by its 6 spirits, ambles along, finally arriving at Rainbow City 5 days after departing from Forest Town. This city, imbued with the fragrance of flowers in the air, is renowned for its production of various perfumes and is a veritable paradise for beauty-loving women. The largest manufacturer of perfume in Rainbow City is none other than the Rainbow Gym. The gym's owner, Ms. Elygia, and her beloved Oddish are the reasons behind the success of such a vast enterprise. After restoring its spirits at the Pokemon Center, the Greatwood Crane makes a beeline for the Rainbow Gym. Observing the exterior of the gym, resembling a gigantic Venusaur, it surmises that Ash and his companions have yet to arrive. In the original narrative, Ash had been rejected from battling due to his dismissive comments regarding perfume, which he deemed merely a tool for women to deceive men, and thus he was expelled from the gym. Had it not been for the subsequent antics of Team Rocket teaching him to disguise himself as a woman, Ash would have found it difficult to even enter the gym. Having foreseen such a predicament, the Greatwood Crane is determined not to commit such a blunder. Moreover, to dismiss perfume in a perfume shop is a feat that compels the Greatwood Crane to admire Ash's emotional intelligence. Greetings. May I inquire if the gym leader is present? I am here to challenge the gym as the Greatwood Crane from Pallet Town. Upon entering the gym, the Greatwood Crane is greeted by a group of 7 or 8 girls standing at the entrance, awaiting something. Excuse me, Crane, do you enjoy perfume? The lead girl, not responding to the Greatwood Crane's inquiry, poses a question that the latter anticipated before entering. Beauty, lovely ladies, isn't this an official gym of the league? Why are you asking a male such questions? The Greatwood Crane internally scoffs at the absurdity, yet what escapes its lips is entirely disconnected from its thoughts. Perfume? I adore it. Some specialty fragrances can relax and uplift my spirits, while others invigorate the mind. Personally, I find myself quite fond of such fragrances. Although this inquiry has no definitive answer, the Greatwood Crane's expression of affection for perfume endears it to the girls within the gym. Of course, this fondness is purely platonic, devoid of any ulterior emotions. Thanks to the Greatwood Crane's avoidance of Ash's blunders, the girls quickly usher it inside. Shortly thereafter, the gym leader, Elygia, is also summoned back by the gym staff. The following will commence a battle between the challenger from Mossera Town, Professor Oak, and the Rainbow Gym trainer, Eliga, with the Rainbow Badge at stake. Each participant may utilize 3 Pokemon, and only the challenger is permitted to substitute their Pokemon during the match. Now, I kindly request the gym trainer to take the first move. Very well. You may take the stage first. Venusaur, I choose you. Go Hoot Hoot. Upon seeing the Venusaur, whose body was entwined with vines, Hoot Hoot trembled, feeling an unsettling chill within. Everyone possesses their own vulnerabilities or aversions, and the tentacled appearance of Venusaur stirred a significant turmoil within Hoot Hoot's heart. Go Arbok. Use Poison Sting. For the pure grass-type Venusaur, it is weak against poison, bug, fire, ice, and flying-type Pokemon. Here I come. Venusaur, use Shadow Clone to evade. Then follow up with Sleep Powder. Arbok, unleash a barrage of poison stings upon all the clones. Hoot Hoot harbored a love-hate relationship with the Grass-type Sleep Powder attack. The affection stemmed from his own possession of Grass-type Pokemon, which he could utilize against others, the disdain arose from others employing it against him. Thus, Hoothoot was determined to prevent Venusaur from succeeding in its endeavor. Who? That hurts. Venusaur, are you alright? Arbok, execute Poison Tail. Here I come. Before Venusaur could respond to the injury inflicted by the poisoned sting, Arbok, with its glistening purple tail, delivered a fierce blow upon Venusaur. Venusaur has lost its fighting capability. Arbok is the victor. Please send forth the next Pokémon, Gym Trainer. Return, Venusaur. You did wonderfully. Now it's your turn. Go, Weepinbell. Beep beep. A grass and poison dual-type Weepinbell. How intriguing. Arbok, continue your momentum and use Dig. Leave it to me, Master. With a cry, Arbok swiftly burrowed underground. Uncertain of where the opponent would strike from, Weepinbell erected a verdant barrier of protection. Arbok, use Rock Tomb to ensnare Weepinbell's mobility. You're in for it. With Arbok's command, a cascade of rocks fell, encasing the already immobile Weepinbell in a confined space. Weepinbell sliced through the rocks with leaf blade. Beep beep. No problem. Half-moon-shaped green leaves, akin to razor-sharp blades, severed the obstructing boulders with ease. Arbok, once more employ Dig. Here I come. Arbok's head plunged downward, swiftly re-entering the earth. Weepinbell, disperse paralysis powder around you. Beep beep. All right. Weepinbell twirled in place, releasing a flurry of minute, yellowish powder to the ground. Arbok, emerge and execute Earthquake. Boom. Weepinbell, swiftly use Protect. With a resounding thud, Arbok's tail struck the ground, sending tremors throughout the battlefield. Beep beep. Finally, it's over. Weepinbell had successfully activated Protect just in time to shield itself from the earthquake's devastation. Arbok, follow up with Glare, and then Iron Tail. Here comes my move. Weepinbell, in a last-ditch effort, unleashed Sludge Bomb. Beep beep. Let us go. As Arbok surged forward, enveloped in steel energy, Weepinbell fearlessly concentrated Toxic Sludge, ready to unleash its attack. Go, Arbok. Launch your attack. With a resounding clash of their final moves, the resulting shockwave sent both Pokémon flying backward, rendering them both incapable of continuing the fight. Both Weepinbell and Arbok have simultaneously lost their fighting capabilities. Please send forth the next Pokémon from both the Gym Trainer and the Challenger. Chapter 16. The emergence of a fearsome opponent for the Rainbow Badge. Now it's your turn, Gloom. Hana, let us have you step forth. Go, Bewdoo. Z. Unlike previous gym battles, where Professor Oak preferred swift victories, he now sought to allow his Pokémon to accrue more battle experience. Take Bewdoo, for instance. Its level, battle experience, and evolution energy were nearly maximized. Bewdoo could evolve into Rosalia at any moment. However, considering its potential for future endeavors, Professor Oak felt it prudent to delay its evolution a while longer. Yet, in today's gym battle, he believed it might be time for Bewdoo to evolve. Both contenders being grass and poison dual-type Pokémon, the outcome remained uncertain. Bewdoo Gloom. After charming your way, use Leaf Blade. Hana, poof. At the moment Eliga issued her command to Gloom, Professor Oak nearly choked in disbelief. Could one imagine the less than pleasant Gloom attempting to present itself adorably? Bewdoo, swiftly counter with Magical Leaf. Z. Stifling his urge to retch, Professor Oak watched as Bewdoo retaliated. Gloom's Leaf Blade was effortlessly countered by Bewdoo's Magical Leaf. This Bewdoo possesses remarkable potential. It has inherited Magical Leaf. But how will you respond next? Gloom. Utilize Teeter Dance. Upon receiving the command, Gloom began to sway and dance. Such an unpredictable move. But this time, I am prepared. Bewdoo, activate Protect to defend. Once Gloom completed its dance, Bewdoo promptly unleashed a Magical Leaf attack. In Pokémon battles, the Protect move can effectively shield against most attacks, making it a perfect defensive technique. However, due to its limited consecutive use, many trainers hesitate to employ it repeatedly. Yet, sometimes, opportunities are fleeting. The existence of the Protect move allows trainers to seize more chances. Z. The Verdant Shield flawlessly obstructed the damage from Gloom's Teeter Dance. In the next moment, Bewdoo's Magical Leaf was unleashed. You're not the only one who can perform that move. After successfully defending, Gloom activated its own Absorb. The tide turned, as Gloom's temporary invulnerability allowed it to nullify Bewdoo's Magical Leaf attack. Z. I'm sorry, Master, I failed. Having thwarted the assault, Gloom unleashed its Absorb. And with a cry from Bewdoo, its eyes turned into spirals as it collapsed, unable to continue. Bewdoo has lost its fighting capability. Please send forth the next Pokémon from the Challenger. Thank you for your efforts, Bewdoo. Return and rest. Now it's your turn, Charmeleon. Use Ember. Professor Oak had initially hoped to secure an advantage with Bewdoo, intending for it to evolve in the process. However, It turned out to be his own folly. Indeed, gym trainers often possess formidable skills. Boom. As Charmeleon emerged from its Pokeball, it unleashed a fierce Ember attack. Gloom, utilize Shadow Clone to evade. Hana, come at me. You can't find me. Don't let it escape. Charmeleon, use Ember to sweep the area. Wait, is that the power of Ember? It's Flamethrower. Perhaps Gloom's taunt struck a chord, provoking the proud Charmeleon to master a new skill. Its power exceeded that of Ember by more than double, transforming into a formidable flamethrower. Under the command of Charizard, the fiery creature surged toward the Shadow Clone utilizing Oddish, unleashing a barrage of attacks. Oddish, quickly use Protect. Ha, so close. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower Charge. Kaboom, let us see how many you can withstand. Oddish, counter with Leaf Blade to absorb the damage. Although the outcome was already known, Alicia still felt compelled to make one last attempt. The reason she refrained from using Protect was that Oddish had already utilized it twice. She would never believe that Lady Luck would be so generous to her. Amidst the searing flamethrower, Charizard sent Oddish flying through the air. The only remnants were Oddish's wails, carried away by the wind. Oddish has lost its fighting capability. Charizard emerges victorious, as all 3 Pokemon of the gym leader have succumbed. The battle is won by the challenger, Daiki. Congratulations. Here is your Rainbow Badge. Thank you. It was an exhilarating battle. After receiving the Rainbow Badge, Daiki returned to the Pokemon Center. This gym battle had left him contemplating his miscalculations. He had not anticipated that the seemingly delicate Alicia would equip Oddish with such formidable moves. Hey, look. Pokemon from the distant Unova region have appeared on the battlefield in the backyard. Really? Let us go check it out. Let us go, let us go. While waiting for his Pokemon to recuperate, Daiki overheard a conversation among some trainers in the Pokemon Center. It must be a trainer from the Unova region. I wonder if he will participate in this year's Quartz Conference. Just as Daiki pondered this, the announcement system in the Pokemon Center blared to life, mentioning his name. After retrieving his healed Pokemon, Daiki set off toward the backyard battlefield. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. Moreover, Daiki was curious whether the opponent had brought a full roster of 6 Pokemon or just a few. In the backyard of the Pokemon Center, a golden-haired youth stood with a bipedal blue Pokemon on the battlefield. The blue creature sported white whiskers resembling those of a cat on its face, detachable shell accessories on its sides, and a tail akin to a smaller version of a whale mare's. Opposite him lay a fallen Nidoking. The golden-haired youth, named Steven, had flown to the Kanto region after receiving his starter Pokemon, hoping to participate in this year's Quartz Conference. As one of the most renowned gym leaders in Kanto, Rainbow Gym had drawn Steven here with the anticipation of facing strong adversaries. However, it seemed that the trainers within the Pokemon Center posed no real threat to him and his Doublade. Is there anyone brave enough to challenge my Doublade? If not, I shall take my leave. I will. Come forth, Beauty. Unable to resist the challenge posed by the golden-haired youth, Daiki stepped up to the arena. Initially, Steven felt delighted at the prospect of a battle, but upon seeing Daiki send out Beauty, disappointment washed over him. Who is this kid? He is only sending out a Beauty. Doesn't he realize how strong my Doublade is? I bet you a pack of spicy chips that Beauty won't survive a single attack. I'll take that bet. I wager it LL last 2 attacks. After all, Beauty has a slight type advantage and should be able to withstand one of his strikes. Go ahead and attack first. Perhaps due to his smooth journey in Kanto or the discussions among the nearby trainers, Steven developed a sense of disdain for Beauty. Underestimating me, are you? Beauty, unleash your most powerful magical leaf. Understood, master. This Beauty could actually use magical leaf. Doublade, counter with Fury Cutter. Senna, no problem. Doublade swung its dual blades, struggling to fend off the assault of magical leaf. Is it capable of fighting back? Beauty, use Stun Spore to control the field. Got it. Fine. Yellow spores erupted from Beauty's mouth, carried toward Doublade by the gentle breeze. Doublade, launch a water gun directly at Beauty. Senna, okay. Close combat. Did he truly underestimate my Beauty? As Doublade approached, Beauty ensnared it with a Vine Whip and Bind. Master, I understand. Having been underestimated, Beauty was now filled with a fiery resolve that demanded release. Enveloped in a stream of water, Doublade was drawn close to Beauty. In the next moment, Beauty's leaf-like hands, along with the Vine Whip, bound Doublade tightly. Doublade, break free. Senna, I can't escape. Beauty seized the opportunity, unleashing a powerful magical leaf attack. Take this. Senna, ouch. Bound by the Vine Whip and Bind, Doublade was struck down by Beauty's furious magical leaf. Return, Doublade. You've worked hard. Take a rest. The battle concluded, and Steven recalled his defeated Doublade. Meanwhile, Perhaps overwhelmed by the joy of overcoming Doublade, Beauty could no longer contain the energy coursing through its body. Encircled by a radiant white light, Beauty transformed within its glow. In under 2 minutes, as the light dissipated, Beauty evolved into Rosalia. Pop pop, Master, I've grown stronger. Congratulations, Rosalia. The evolution of Beauty filled Daiki's heart with joy. Now, he had 2 evolved Pokemon in his possession. With the battle concluded and his Pokemon having evolved, Daiki felt it was time to ponder his next steps. Do you require anything else? Daiki questioned, observing Stephen's unwavering gaze. Hello, allow me to introduce myself. I am Stephen, hailing from Rivendell in the Unova region. Will you be participating in this year's Quartz Conference? I mean no harm. I simply wish to battle you again. Greetings, Stephen. I am Daiki from Pallet Town, currently on a journey to collect the 8 badges needed for the Quartz Conference. Faced with Stephen's challenge, Daiki felt no inclination to retreat. He pondered whether his transmigration had inadvertently raised the stakes for this year's Quartz Conference. Really? I feel the same way. Daiki and Stephen engaged in a friendly exchange, agreeing to face each other at the Quartz Conference before bidding each other farewell. At this moment, aside from his brother Shigeru and the original protagonist Satoshi, the formidable trainers, including the Beastmaster Xiaoming and this newcomer Stephen from Unova, ensured that Daiki would have at least 4 strong opponents in this year's Quartz Conference. Meanwhile, at the Nibby Gym, a golem lay defeated before a green turtle. That green turtle is incredibly strong. The gym leader's golem fell in mere moments. You're dreaming if you think you can catch one. That's a Torterra from the Sinnoh region. We don't even have their habitat in Kanto. Oh, is that so? I had no idea. Congratulations, young man. You have earned the Nibby badge. The gym leader ignored the onlookers and directly handed the badge to Shinji. Congratulations on receiving the Nibby badge. Thank you for the guidance. After receiving the badge and coldly responding to Wuning's words, Shinji turned away and retreated into the forest. With over half a year remaining until the Quartz Conference, Shinji had already collected 5 badges. Moreover, the gathering of Pokemon needed to be expedited. Meanwhile, Daiki arrived at the Rainbow City shop. The recent gym battles had made Daiki realize that some of the skills possessed by his Pokemon were lacking. In particular, his Gloom had struggled in battles while it was still a Beauty, primarily due to its insufficient skill set, leaving Daiki in a passive position. During this visit to the Rainbow Mall, Daiki decided to enhance Gloom with some poison-type moves, such as Sludge Bomb and Poison Jab. He also equipped his Machop with skills like Brick Break, Protect, and Light Screen. As for the remaining 4 Pokemon, either their skills were adequate for the time being, or their levels were too low to warrant further enhancement. After strengthening his Pokemon's move sets, Daiki departed from Rainbow City, preparing to head towards Moonlight Town. Over the past few days, Daiki had been reminiscing about the P1 tournament. The first time he heard about it from Campus Shinkai, he felt the name was oddly familiar. Upon arriving in Rainbow City, it dawned on him why the name resonated with him. In the original storyline, there was a man from Moonlight Town who abandoned his family for the sake of the P1 tournament. It was also due to this man that Ash lost a promising Infernape. In a previous life, some Pokemon enthusiasts had debated whether Ash's performance in the Quartz Conference would have been better had he not given away his Infernape. After all, during the battle of the top 16, Ahang's Pokemon team could be described as a mere baby squad. Had it not been for Ash's low trainer level and his Charizard's disobedience, along with the limited options available to him, Ahang would have undoubtedly been the one to face defeat. On this upcoming journey to Moonlight Town, if events were to unfold as in the original narrative, he merely needed to prevent Ash from making his foolish decisions. On an uninhabited mountain road, Daiki trained his Pokemon while steadily advancing. According to Campus Shinkai's commentary, the P1 fighting tournament was set to commence in about a week. The journey from Rainbow City to Moonlight Town would only take 2 days, specifically 2 days of daylight. Thus, Daiki leisurely continued his travels, unaware that just as he exited Rainbow City, Ash and his companions were entering. Meanwhile, the organizers of the P1 tournament in Moonlight Town were finalizing their preparations. Outside the town, a middle-aged man was conducting final pre-match training with his Aberang. Behind a distant tree, a frail girl hid, watching the man and his Pokemon with a complex expression. This girl, named Aimi, was the daughter of the middle-aged man, Sinto. To secure victory in the Pokemon fighting tournament and claim the P1 grand prize, Sinto had forsaken his family to train in the mountains. If the tournament had not been approaching, Aimi would rarely see her father's figure. She resolved that in order for her father to return home, someone must defeat his Aberang. Aimi was determined to grow stronger for the sake of reuniting her family. However, regarding Sinto, the man who abandoned his family, Aimi felt indifferent as his daughter. Moreover, her initial intention was to have Sinto return home to live together. 6 days later, within the Pokemon Center of Moonlight Town, Daiki had already been waiting for 3 or 4 days. He had registered for the P1 fighting tournament the previous day and was now awaiting the arrival of Ash and his companions. At that moment, outside Moonlight Town, Ash's group encountered a training Aberrang, leading to a friendly skirmish. Pikachu, equipped with boxing gloves, was swiftly taken down by the serious Aberrang's rapid punches. As events unfolded, everything transpired as in the original narrative. Sento showcased the prowess of his Aberrang and welcomed Ash and the others to challenge him. Ami appeared, requesting Ash's group to defeat Sento. The kind-hearted Brock readily agreed to Imi's plea. Thus, the 4 of them walked together towards the Pokemon Center. Half an hour later, Ash and his friends entered the Pokemon Center, where Daiki, who had been waiting for a long time on the resting benches, immediately spotted them. Hey, Ash, Misty, Brock. It's been a while. Is this beautiful girl a new addition to your traveling party? Compared to their last encounter, this time Daiki took the initiative to greet them. Oh, Daiki. Sorry, you misunderstood. I'm Imi. I'm not traveling with Ash and the others. Oh, is that so? My apologies for the misunderstanding. Though he apologized, Daiki's thoughts were quite different. No worries. Daiki, what brings you here? Unable to contain his curiosity, Ash quickly inquired after Imi finished speaking. Misty and Brock shared the same inquisitive look. In their minds, Daiki had seemingly departed from Koreha City ahead of them. His current journey should have been progressing faster than theirs. I learned from a formidable opponent that this town would host a fighting tournament. I decided to participate in order to experience some unique battles. Really? That's fantastic. Brock and I will also be competing. Finally, we can have a match. Ash exclaimed, thrilled at the prospect of battling Daiki. Growing up alongside Daiki, Ash enjoyed their playful banter but also cared deeply for him. However, Ash didn't know much about Daiki, as he had always been self-training or engrossed in books that made him dizzy while Ash and Shigeru played together. I hope we cross paths. Being the perceptive individual he was, Daiki was aware that Team Rocket would also make an appearance in this tournament. As the antagonists, they would undoubtedly employ various underhanded tactics to secure victory. After agreeing to meet Ash at the arena, the group exchanged a few more words before Daiki temporarily parted ways with them. Meanwhile, Ash's trio, after ensuring their Pokemon had fully recovered, followed Imi to register for the P1 tournament. The next day, at the tournament venue, the Pokemon Fighting Tournament P1 officially commenced, though it was called a Grand Tournament. The number of participants was quite sparse. The P1 Grand Tournament is now commencing. First up is the battle machine known as Aberrang, along with its trainer, Sento. Next, we have, as the referee loudly announced through the microphone, the audience that had purchased tickets began to choose their favored contestants. With the organizer's simple arrangements, the matchups and roster were revealed. Ash was assigned to the first match against a random passerby with a Machop. Initially, Ash's Infernape refused to heed its trainer's commands. However, when Infernape was sent flying and Ash caught it with his own body, it solidified Infernape's loyalty to Ash. With Ash's guidance, Infernape swiftly defeated the passerby's Machop, securing the first victory. In the second match, Brock's Onix faced off against Team Rocket's Meowth, which had been stolen from the real giant. In just a few rounds, Onix fell to the rapid strikes of the Kickmaster, Meowth. Time does not pause for anyone's defeat. After several rounds of fierce competition, following the stunning performances of Ash's Infernape and the giant's Shavarong, Shandu's Aberrang, and Professor Oak's Machop have also advanced to the semifinals. The list was soon revealed, and the first match of the top 4 saw Ash's Infernape face off against the giant's Shavarong. To ensure the smooth progression of the match, Professor Oak discreetly sent his Electabuzz and Arbok to infiltrate beneath the stage, capturing Meowth, who intended to resort to underhanded tactics for victory. Moments later, Meowth was retrieved by the 2 small Pokemon. To avoid detection, Arbok was binding Meowth tightly with its body. With Meowth's interference removed, Shavarong, who initially held the advantage, was defeated by Ash's Infernape through a well-placed Earthquake, resulting in Ash's advancement to the finals. Meanwhile, the Team Rocket duo, momentarily deterred by Meowth's disappearance, refrained from launching an attack. As Ash secured the first spot in the finals, the second match was set to commence. Chapter 19. Who will emerge as the Evolution Champion? After several hours of intense competition, we now witness the clash between the veteran Shandu's Aberrang and the newcomer Professor Oak's Machop for a place in the finals. Let us eagerly anticipate the outcome. I hereby announce the commencement of the final semifinal match of this P1 fighting tournament. It is truly astonishing that Machop has reached the semifinals solely on its strength. The referee declared the match open, yet neither competitor rushed to engage. Gazing at the robust and formidable Machop before him, Shandu felt a surge of possessiveness. Not too shabby. I believe its potential is quite commendable. Although somewhat self-congratulatory, Professor Oak remained unruffled, knowing that among his 6 Pokémon, Machoke's aptitude ranked alongside that of his Shelder, both tied for third. Leading the pack were Charmeleon and Electabuzz, while Arbok and Gloom occupied the 4th and 5th positions, respectively. How about this? Once the match concludes, let me train it, and I shall cultivate it into the strongest P1 champion, Shandu proposed, his envy palpable as he observed Professor Oak's nonchalant demeanor. Old man, I truly envy your audacity. How can you maintain such a thick skin? Why should I entrust my Pokémon to you? Because of your shamelessness? Or perhaps due to your irresponsible nature, abandoning family and duties? Or maybe because, despite your age, you have yet to win a single P1 championship belt? One can possess a good temperament, but one must never indulge the unscrupulous. Faced with Shandu's familiar tactics and taunts, Professor Oak retorted without hesitation. To take 1,000 steps back, my grandfather, Professor Oak, is the inaugural champion of the Quartz Conference and one of the most renowned professors in the Pokemon world. If I cannot train my Pokemon effectively, I can always seek his guidance. Why should I hand it over to someone as irresponsible as you? You? Me? Shandu's hidden intentions were laid bare by Professor Oak, leaving him not only at a disadvantage, but also subjected to a thorough verbal barrage. Almost seething with rage, Shandu's face darkened, resembling someone ready to devour Professor Oak whole. What? Am I not speaking the truth? Your petty tricks can only fool the dim-witted. Sharp-tongued little brat. I hope your mouth proves equally formidable in the arena. Under the pressure of Professor Oak's relentless banter, Shandu took a moment to regain his composure. Since his intentions were exposed, it was time to settle matters in the arena. Very well. No need for your concern. Machop, unleash Bullet Punch. Hey, Aberrang, counter with Sonic Punch. Although Professor Oak held the upper hand in words, Machop found itself at a disadvantage in the clash against Aberrang. Despite both techniques possessing equal power and priority, Bullet Punch, being a Steel-type move, held an inherent advantage over the Fighting-type Sonic Punch. The type disadvantage became glaringly apparent given the comparable levels of both Pokemon. It appears your Machop is not as formidable as your words suggest. With Aberrang gaining the upper hand, Shandu could not resist taunting. At that moment, he had completely shed the embarrassment of his earlier schemes. Old man, you seem overly pleased. Machop, adopt a yoga stance and follow up with Poison Jab. Hey, Aberrang, utilize high-speed movement and execute a Mega Punch. The two differing punches collided with force and enhanced by the yoga stance. Machop was now able to match Aberrang blow for blow. Curse it. Do not get too cocky, little brat. Aberrang, after your bodybuilding, strike again with Mega Punch. Hey, Machop, defend with Protect. Hey, although Machop possessed the ability to guarantee hits without affecting its defense, Aberrang's powerful attack was entirely absorbed by Machoke's protective barrier. Damn it. Machop, evolve. As Shandu seethed with frustration, Professor Oak's next command left him, the referee, and the audience in stunned silence. Whoa, are you cheating? With Professor Oak's command, Machop, having stored ample energy, erupted in a dazzling white light. This transformation stirred an intense reaction in Shandu, whose eyes reddened with envy. It was clear to anyone that he was deeply provoked. Anyone in a similar situation would feel the same. Initially, his Pokemon had been evenly matched with the opponents, and at times even gained the upper hand. But now, the opponent had evolved and grown stronger. Could they still enjoy a fair contest? Hawlucha, test your newfound strength with a full-power Bullet Punch. Cool. Let's see if you can handle this. Use your full strength with Sonic Punch. The two equally powered and speedy punches collided, but the outcome was starkly different from their first encounter. Aberrang. Shandu was incredulous that his Aberrang was being overwhelmed. He sought to regroup, but Professor Oak had no intention of granting him that opportunity. Hawlucha, keep the pressure on. Do not allow your opponent to breathe. Cool. The size of Hawlucha's fists rained down upon Aberrang like a torrential downpour. I lost. Aberrang is unable to continue battling. Hawlucha is victorious. Let us congratulate Professor Oak on advancing to the finals. We shall take a 15-minute break before commencing this year's P1 Grand Championship Finals. The defeated left the stage in disappointment, while the victors rejoiced with exuberance. Congratulations, Hawlucha. You have grown even taller after evolving. Professor Oak beamed at his newly evolved Hawlucha, which now stood eye to eye with him. Oh, it is worth noting, due to a combination of nutrition and exercise during his childhood, or perhaps other factors, Professor Oak's height had skyrocketed to 1.7 meters by the age of 10. As time passed, he felt certain that he would continue to grow taller. Cool. Yes, master. I feel an endless well of strength within me. Meanwhile, Ash and his companions gathered to discuss the events. Observing Professor Oak's Hawlucha, Shandu gritted his teeth in frustration. Yet, Upon glimpsing Ash's Infernape, a different thought began to take shape in his mind. In comparison to the astute Professor Oak, this somewhat naive Ash seemed far easier to manipulate. Contemplating a potential scheme, Shandu surreptitiously wore a sly grin. Chapter 20. The Champion's Belt in Hand, Threatening Ash. Shandu believed his expressions and actions were shrouded in secrecy. Yet the observant Kasumi discerned his subtle cues. In stark contrast to Ash's exuberance and Brock's infatuation with the enchanting Aimee, it was only natural that they remained oblivious to Shandu's emotional fluctuations. After an anxious 10-minute wait, the audience's anticipation was finally rewarded. Alright, dear spectators, we are about to commence the finals of this year's P1 Fighting Grand Prix. The competitors are both dark horses participating for the first time. Notably, they are not only of the same age, but have also known each other since childhood, both hailing from the renowned Masera town. I hereby declare the finals of this year's P1 Fighting Grand Prix to be underway. Ash, let me witness just how much you, the fifth in Shigeru's eyes, have grown. Initially, Ash intended to deliver a passionate speech before the match, but was almost left speechless when Professor Okido began to speak. That detestable Okido. My Infernape will surely astonish you. Infernape dashed forward, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Bakuki, the wild charge indeed suited your temperament, Ash. Gyarados countered with a series of chop attacks. Curry. Infernape's rapid claw strikes were deftly intercepted by Gyarados' powerful hands. Moreover, perhaps due to a size disparity, Infernape's attempts were overshadowed by the towering Gyarados. Once the flurry of strikes concluded, Gyarados began to gather energy for a devastating thunder punch. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Ash knew he had to issue commands swiftly. Infernape leaped into action, executing a Mega Kick attack. Bakuki, Curry. The dazzling white light of the Mega Kick collided fiercely with the electrified Thunder Punch. The tremendous force of their clash sent both Pokémon hurtling backward. Ash, your Infernape possesses remarkable potential. Indeed, I told you, I am not the same as I once was. Ash, still youthful and brimming with pride, was oblivious to the treachery of human hearts. Despite his burgeoning confidence, he remained convinced that victory belonged to his Gyarados. Prepare yourself, Ash. Gyarados, after striking a yoga pose, unleashed a bullet punch. Curry, come forth, Infernape. Humph. The battle has only just begun. Infernape, deflect the attack with a hand strike and follow up with a low kick. Bakuki, I fear you not, Gyarados. Infernape barely managed to withstand the enhanced bullet punch. As it attempted to crouch for a low kick, it suddenly felt unsteady and fell backward. Infernape, are you alright? Get up. Bakuki, I cannot fall here. Such admirable willpower. Yet ultimately, it proved futile. Gyarados, after striking a yoga pose, executed a chop attack. Infernape's struggle to maintain its footing prompted admiration from Professor Okido, who marveled at its spirit. Once a bond between trainer and Pokémon is forged, the Pokémon will strive beyond its limits to secure victory for its trainer. Curry, with a series of motions, Gyarados awakened its latent strength. Finally, its hand, enveloped in white fighting energy, lunged towards Infernape. Infernape, pour all your strength into this final blow. Leap with all your might. Executing the Mega Kick. Bakuki, defeat it, Gyarados. All in for this final assault. Go forth, Infernape. Curry, Infernape, brace yourself. This is the final strike. Bakuki, Gyarados, I echo your sentiment. Boom. Confronted by Gyarados, who had powered up twice, even with the advantage of a high-flying descent, Infernape could not withstand the onslaught. Its body was sent spiraling off the stage, succumbing to defeat. Infernape, the victor has been determined. Let us congratulate Professor Okido, who, along with his Pokémon Gyarados, has claimed the championship of this year's P1 Fighting Grand Prix. As Professor Okido and Gyarados took to the stage to receive their accolades, Shandu sensed an opportunity arising. Ash, do not despair. Your Infernape possesses exceptional talent. With proper training, it will undoubtedly achieve greatness. The moment had come for Shandu to begin manipulating Ash in pursuit of his own objectives. Those embroiled in their own dilemmas are often blind to the truth, while onlookers see clearly. Although Shandu's words deceived Ash, Kasumi, who had been keenly observing him, noted his actions. As for Brock, the ardent admirer, he had long since succumbed to Aimee's striking beauty. Could it be true? Perhaps it does possess such innate talent. Naive Ash remained blissfully unaware of Shandu's sinister intentions, believing he was merely being consoled. What do you think? Should I take it under my wing? I can assure you it will emerge victorious at the P1 Fighting Grand Prix. Finally, Shandu revealed his true intentions, and all his preceding words were merely a prelude to acquiring Infernape. This, me? Ash, should you entrust Infernape to him, I shall promptly notify my grandfather. urging him to revoke your credentials as a Pokemon trainer. The consequence would be that you could never meet your Pokemon again. This includes Pikachu, of course. While Professor Okito delivered his acceptance speech, he had been discreetly observing Ash. To prevent this foolish boy from being misled, he prepared to assume the role of the villain. Okito, you cannot do this. Upon hearing that he might be separated from his Pokemon, Ash could never acquiesce. The organizers of the P1 tournament and the spectators were oblivious to the unfolding drama, yet it did not deter their excitement. I am Professor Okito, hailing from Pallet Town. My grandfather, Professor Okito, is renowned in the field and is the first champion of the Kanto Pokemon League, as well as the most illustrious Pokemon researcher in this realm. Ash, if you can so easily abandon your Pokemon, I shall immediately contact my grandfather to reconsider my earlier suggestion. Though Okito's words were directed at Ash, they also served to intimidate Showdown. Such a character would have been swiftly dealt with by Gyarados in the wild, but the current setting was a town. Upon hearing Okito's threatening declarations, the crowd began to connect the dots from his earlier conversation with Showdown, leading even the most casual observers to grasp the situation. As the attention of the crowd shifted toward Showdown, he, feeling an acute sense of fear, hastily took his daughter Aime and fled. Chapter 21, The Pursuit of Casey. Once Showdown had departed with his daughter Aime, Professor Okito, having achieved his objective, ceased his pursuit of Ash. Holding the microphone, he made a few inconsequential remarks from the award stage before leading Ash and his companions to the Pokemon Center. The onlookers and the organizers of the P1 tournament, naturally, would not jeopardize their standing with Professor Okito for the sake of one Showdown. Before departing, Professor Okito reclaimed his Electrode and Arbok, which had been restraining Meowth. Freed from their grasp, Meowth quickly returned to the side of Jesse and James. Meowth, where have you been? Why did you fail to execute our plan? Upon seeing Meowth, the fiery Jessie immediately seized it. Should it fail to provide a satisfactory answer, her clenched fist would swiftly deliver its favorite sandbag fist. Indeed. Do you have any idea how heavy Jessie is? My shoulder is still sore from the strain. As Kojiro contemplated a moment of grievance, he was met instead with Musashi's furious blow, laden with wrath. This, however, was not the crux of the matter. How could one so carelessly comment on an actress's weight? Musashi, already seething with anger, now had flames erupting from her eyes. I'm sorry, I acknowledge my mistake. Upon witnessing the enraged Musashi, Kojiro immediately prostrated himself on the ground, pleading for mercy. His practiced submission was evident, revealing that he had often found himself in such predicaments. As Meowth elucidated the situation to both of them, on the other side, Professor Oak was engaged in a conversation at the Pokemon Center with Ash and his companions. Thus, the events unfolded. This foolish Ash nearly fell for a ruse that would have cost him a splendidly skilled Primeape. Professor Oak recounted the series of events to his grandfather. Ash, is this truly how it transpired? Though I am aware of your occasional unreliability, how could you, as a trainer, so carelessly relinquish your Pokemon to another? Furthermore, while it is understandable that Ash and Misty are novice trainers, why did you, Brock, not intervene to prevent Ash from making such a mistake? Professor Oak pondered, perplexed as to why the older and more experienced Brock, having been a gym leader, did not offer counsel to Ash. Don't mention it. He was already ensnared by the charms of a beautiful lady. The thought of Brock's infatuated demeanor elicited a smirk from Professor Oak's grandson, who could not help but scoff. As the eldest among the original trio, Brock typically demonstrated a commendable level of reliability. Yet, when confronted with beauty, his intellect seemed to plummet to zero, or even below. A notable instance of this was aboard the Saint and, when he succumbed to the allure of a lady companion, ultimately coercing Ash into trading his Butterfree. Although Ash eventually reclaimed Butterfree, the fact that the most experienced and oldest member of their trio, Brock, possessed such a glaring vulnerability was somewhat troubling. Moreover, this flaw could inadvertently affect those around him, which was decidedly unfortunate. What? Professor Oak, upon hearing this, was left speechless with astonishment. Meanwhile, the protagonists of this discussion, Ash and Brock, were both blushing profusely, their heads bowed in a posture of accepting reprimand. Professor Oak, I am truly sorry. I too acknowledge my error. In light of Ash and Brock's earnest admissions of guilt, what could Professor Oak and his grandson do but choose to forgive them? Grandfather, this incident, though not monumental, is not trivial either. My assumption of your authority, will it reflect poorly on you? Despite his father's esteemed reputation within the league, his grandson felt a twinge of concern that his overreach might cause his grandfather distress. That is of no concern. However, both of you have failed to deliver any Pokemon. Especially you, Aku. At least Ash managed to send over a rather underdeveloped Krabby recently, but you have yet to contribute anything. Professor Oak, unfazed by his grandson's audacity to leverage his name. Could not tolerate the fact that the two on the other end of the line had shown no ambition in capturing Pokémon. I understand, grandfather. Before the opening of the Indigo conference, I shall capture several Pokémon. Rest assured, Professor Oak, I will strive diligently. Very well. I shall refrain from further admonitions. Faced with two obstinate individuals, Professor Oak found himself somewhat exasperated. After offering a few more words of caution, their conversation came to a close. Declining Ash's invitation to travel together, his grandson set forth on his own journey. The nearest gym to Moonlight Town was the Cerulean Gym, and there existed two routes leading from Moonlight Town to Cerulean City. One was frequently traversed by trainers, while the other was a seldom trodden path. Without hesitation, his grandson opted for the muddy trail less frequented by trainers. In the world of Pokémon, due to the presence of trainers and humanity's encroachment into the wild, many wild Pokémon surrounding towns face disruptions daily from trainers. For some trainers, capturing diverse species of Pokémon may fulfill their desires and amusements. However, such actions have led numerous wild Pokémon to lose their homes, compelling those that prefer solitude from humans to retreat deep into the mountains and forests. Although his grandson was aware that wandering through dense forests did not guarantee encounters with rare Pokémon, he understood that not venturing into those wilds would yield even lower probabilities of encountering such elusive creatures. As night fell, within a certain deep forest en route to Cerulean City, his grandson, having set up camp, was preparing dinner with a host of Pokémon. Unbeknownst to him, a few kilometers away, two Pokémon hunters were in pursuit of a drowsy Abra. Despite Abra's innate ability as a psychic-type Pokémon to utilize teleport, it was currently struggling to escape, panting heavily. Yet, the instinct for survival propelled it to persevere. As Abra navigated through the thicket, it suddenly caught a whiff of an unfamiliar scent. What is that aroma? Curiosity is a trait shared by both humans and Pokémon alike. Cognizant of the two hunters trailing it, the astute and clever Abra decided to employ a cunning stratagem. Chapter 22. Confrontation with Pokémon Hunters. Eureka! I've got it, he. To execute its plan, Abra deliberately left tracks as it fled, allowing the pursuing hunters to discover the signs of its escape. Sure enough, shortly after Abra had departed, a duo of hunters, one tall and the other short, one stout and the other lean, arrived at the scene. Look, hero, the footprints left by Abra as it fled, exclaimed the stout one, pointing to the ground. It appears we were not mistaken. Let us hasten our pursuit. We must not allow it to escape. Right away, the two hunters, following the footprints deliberately left by Abra, advanced towards his grandson's campsite. Meanwhile, Abra cleverly concealed itself in a large tree adjacent to the camp, peering through the branches to observe the unfolding drama. Unbeknownst to his grandson, who was blissfully enjoying his meal, a calamity was about to befall him. Moments later, as he focused on his dinner, he noticed the sudden absence of the sounds of Pokémon munching on their food. Puzzled, he raised his gaze, only to witness a scene reminiscent of when he had captured an Arbok. Could it be that another Pokémon is presenting itself? Feeling fortunate, he set aside his bowl and prepared to investigate. Species, Houndoom. Gender, male. Ability, Flash Fire. Absorbs fire-type moves to enhance its own fire attacks. Moves, Glare, Ember, Howl, Smog. Thunder Fong, Roar, Bite, Odor Sleuth, Pursuit, Fire Fong, Flamethrower. TMs, Shadow Ball, Shadow Clone. Egg moves, Feint Attack, Fire Spin. Species, Scyther. Gender, male. Ability, Technician. Boosts the power of weaker moves. Moves, Glare, Quick Attack, Vacuum Wave, Focus Energy, Pursuit, Endure, Agility, Wing Attack, Fury Cutter, Slash. TMs, Light Screen Cut. Egg moves, Steel Wing, Swords Dance. Species, Abra. Gender, male. Characteristics, Magical Defense. In battles, immune to damage other than physical attacks. Skills, Teleportation. Inherited skills, Fire Punch, Ice Punch, Thunder Punch, and Slam. Under the scrutiny of the Eye of Investigation, both Houndoom and Scyther, along with the concealed presence of Kadabra, were laid bare before the gaze of Oak. At this moment, Oak had no time to acknowledge Kadabra, for the Eye of Investigation not only furnished him with information but also exposed the positions of the Pokémon to his sight. The proximity of Houndoom and Scyther led Oak to deduce immediately that they were Pokémon belonging to trainers. Aside from Charmeleon and Weepinbell, the four of you are prepared for battle. Got it. X2. Sure. X4. Charmeleon and Weepinbell retreated beside Oak for protection, while the four Pokémon led by Machop eyed Houndoom and Scyther lurking in the grass with keen intent. When encountering unfamiliar trainers in the wild, the first course of action is to distance oneself from them. This was the teaching imparted by Professor Oak to his two grandsons before their journey. Human hearts are inscrutable. First impressions do not dictate the future. Without keeping Oak waiting, the concealed figures of Koji and Kenichi emerged with their Pokémon. You two are Pokémon hunters, aren't you? Although framed as a question, Oak's tone bore an air of certainty. As Oak's words fell, the four designated Pokémon could hardly contain their eagerness to engage. Koji. I don't see Kadabra. However, that kid across from us should be a league trainer, and he possesses a full roster of Pokémon. Though merely a statement, Kenichi's tone was laden with envy. Both he and his companion Koji were ordinary trainers, unable to afford the exorbitant fees set by the league. They had been deprived of their initial Pokémon at the age of 10. To alter their fates, they had engaged in various roles, such as bug catchers, shorts-wearing kids, and fishermen. Yet, none proved satisfactory. Ultimately, they reluctantly embarked on the path of Pokémon hunting. Moreover, the responsibility of supporting their families meant they could only muster a single Pokémon each. Indeed, however, we must inquire further. Although they have more Pokémon, that does not necessarily imply they are stronger, does it? While somewhat arrogant, the resilience of grass enduring the tempest is surely superior to that of a flower nurtured in a greenhouse. That is indeed true. With that, Koji and Kenichi advanced towards the camp with Houndoom and Scyther, observing their lack of response and the malicious intent on their faces as they approached. Oak ceased his idle chatter and commanded his Pokémon to initiate the attack. Yet, recognizing the limitations of a single individual's reflexes, Oak decided to send only 2 Pokémon into the fray this time. Electabuzz, unleash Thunder Wave on Scyther. Arbok, utilize Acid on Houndoom. Understood. X2. The blue arcs of electricity and the purple toxic liquids surged towards Scyther and Houndoom. Since we've initiated the assault, we shall not hold back. Scyther, use Vacuum Wave to intercept Thunder Wave, then unleash Leaf Blade on Electabuzz. Kid, it is your misfortune to have crossed us. If you know what's good for you, surrender all your Pokémon at once, and perhaps my esteemed Kenichi may spare your life. Houndoom, incinerate the acid with your flames. Watching as Electabuzz and Arbok's attacks were neutralized, along with the verbal bravado of the 2 Pokémon hunters, Oak remained unfazed. His confidence stemmed from the fact that his 3 strongest Pokémon had yet to make their entrance. Furthermore, one of the opponents had clearly underestimated Electabuzz. In a life-and-death struggle, the mastery of intelligence is crucial. Only in the darkness of night do these 2 wild canines possess such courage. Electabuzz, unleash Fire Punch on Scyther. Arbok, after using Glare, employ Rock Tomb to control Houndoom. Understood. Got it, Master. Damn, can this Electabuzz really use Fire Punch? Lacking formal training, Koji and Kenichi's understanding of Pokémon was naturally inferior to Oak's, who was backed by Professor Oak. Moreover, Oak had already gleaned the intelligence of their Pokémon through the eye of investigation. This was precisely why Oak refrained from deploying Charmeleon and Weepinbell. Beyond enhancing the opponent's fire attacks, both of their Pokémon had a type advantage over Weepinbell. Unless absolutely necessary, Oak would not engage in fruitless endeavors. Chapter 23. Capturing the unnamed Kadabra beneath the fruit tree. Ouch! Scyther's sharp scythe collided with Electabuzz's fiery fist. As a bug-flying type Pokémon, Scyther found itself at a disadvantage when encountering a double weakness to fire. Scyther, Arg, Houndoom. Simultaneously, Houndoom found itself ensnared by the rock tomb created by Arbok, trapped within a confined space. Under normal circumstances, Houndoom's speed would have allowed it to evade the rock barriers, but having been afflicted by Arbok's glare, it fell into a state of paralysis, witnessing the encroachment of the boulders sealing its escape. After sealing Houndoom, Arbok began to spray acid toward the center of the confinement without awaiting Oak's command. It seems you are nearing your end. Let us press the advantage. Electabuzz, unleash Thunder Wave on Scyther. Machop, employ Brick Break on Houndoom. Wait, we concede. Please spare us. We can offer compensation. Koji and Kenichi wished to surrender, but they misjudged Oak's attitude towards his adversaries. Is it that simple? If I were the one to lose today, would you show me mercy? Electabuzz, Machop, act swiftly. Oak did not wish to elaborate further on the principle that mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. No, you cannot do this. What is possible and what isn't has been determined since you two provoked me. The outcome is sealed. The blue arcs of electricity struck Scyther with full force, and the paralyzed Houndoom was easily hit by Machop. The fallen Scyther and Houndoom did not satisfy Oak. Charmeleon, unleash your flames. The two Pokemon hunters, along with their Pokemon, embarked on a one-way journey to the underworld. After being engulfed in Charmeleon's fire, these four charred remnants would transform into nourishing fertilizer for the earth. Will you come down willingly to be captured, or must I beat you into submission first? Once he had dealt with the troublesome duo, Oak advanced to threaten the source of trouble, Kadabra, hidden beneath the great tree. Psychic Pokémon, alongside dragon and ghost types, are revered as some of the rarest and most powerful creatures in the Pokémon world. A wild psychic-type Pokémon often incites a frenzy among trainers. Naturally, Oak was no exception. Presently, a Kadabra of commendable potential lay before him. Oak mused, surely, no trainer would let this opportunity slip by. Oh no, this is bad. This time, it seems I may have stirred up trouble. Gazing at the imposing figure of the large wood crane beneath the tree, alongside its 6 accompanying sprites, I couldn't help but reflect on the hunter group that has long since returned to the earth and their spirits, despite the profound regret weighing heavily on my heart. At this moment, a weary Casey found herself devoid of any strength to resist. It appears that a decision has already taken root within you. Go forth. Pokeball. Kushi, do I even have a choice? With a sigh of resignation, Casey transformed into a radiant red light, captured within the confines of the Pokeball. The sphere showed no signs of tremors, signifying a successful capture. Howley, shortly I shall transport you back to my grandfather. Remember to engage in your daily training. Cooley understood. After receiving Howley's reply, the wood crane stored it within the Pokeball and began operating the Pokédex. In the next instant, Howley's Pokeball shimmered with white light before vanishing from the wood crane's grasp. Presently, among the Pokémon in my possession, only Howley had recently evolved. What it required now was nourishment and relentless training. Within the confines of Professor Oak's laboratory in Pallet Town, the esteemed professor was engrossed in research. Suddenly, a sound emanated from the nearby transporter. Oh, at this late hour, who could be sending a Pokémon? Professor Oak mused, only to discover that it was his eldest grandson. A smile crept upon the professor's lips. The concerns that had weighed upon him would not come to pass. Ahi, I eagerly anticipate your future. The following morning dawned bright and fair. After breakfast, the wood crane set forth on its journey with the Charmeleon. As they traversed the landscape, the wood crane's thoughts wandered to how to nurture the Casey it had captured the previous night. Psychic-type Pokémon are renowned for their formidable psychic abilities, akin to mages in games who excel in long-range control and spell damage. However, the dilemma lay with this particular Casey, which had inherited 4 genetic skills, all of which were melee physical techniques. This unfortunate circumstance left the wood crane feeling somewhat disheartened. The only silver lining was that Casey was still in its initial phase, yet to establish its own battle style. The wood crane was determined not to follow in Ash's footsteps, attempting to force a tank into the role of an assassin, which would inevitably lead to the downfall of a once promising Pokémon. For instance, the poor performance of Ash's Torterra during his journey in the Sinnoh region. 3 days later, on an afternoon surrounded by mountains, the wood crane stumbled upon a peculiar fruit-bearing tree, encircled by numerous wild Pokémon. Upon closer inspection, the wood crane noticed several fruits nearing ripeness. However, it was unfamiliar with this particular tree. The perceptive abilities of Pokémon surpassed those of humans, and the wood crane could not believe that so many wild Pokémon would gather around this tree without a reason. A thought struck, let us test this. Activating its eye of investigation, a cascade of information flooded the wood crane's mind. Unnamed tree fruit, a peculiar fruit that takes decades to mature, infused with the natural energies of the earth. This energy can accelerate Pokémon growth without side effects. Goodness, this is nothing short of a natural growth accelerator without adverse effects. However, this would be most beneficial for Casey or a Magikarp, Pokémon that lack significant power in their early stages. Chapter 24. The Battle for the Unnamed Tree Fruit and the Strengthening Rivals. The wood crane gazed upon the tree, where a dozen fruits were on the verge of ripening, and suddenly understood why a throng of wild Pokémon congregated beneath it. At that moment, a twinge of regret pierced the wood crane's heart for not having captured a flying-type Pokémon earlier. Just moments ago, the wood crane had scanned the wild Pokémon's information using its eye of investigation and discovered that most of them were below the advanced level. With only a select few reaching that tier, the wood crane quietly calculated its chances of success. Had it opted for a forceful approach from the outset, facing all the wild Pokémon would have been a daunting challenge. However, if it entered the fray while the wild Pokémon were preoccupied with one another, its odds of success would significantly improve. Whether the age-old adage of when clams fight, the fisherman benefits could be realized would depend on the wood crane's ability to seize the opportune moment. Observing the luscious fruits from a distance, the wood crane set up a discreet tent several hundred meters away from the grand tree, apart from the lurking Arbok, which concealed itself to monitor the situation. The wood crane rested alongside the other Pokémon within the tent, conserving energy for the impending heist. In the Pokémon Center of Pewter City, Steven, who had once crossed paths with the wood crane, was engaged in a long-distance call with his father. "Dad, I've already collected 5 badges. Rest assured, I will secure victory at the court's conference this time." Stephen, brimming with pride, shared his collection of badges with his father. "Well done. Before the court's conference begins, your mother and I will be there to cheer you on." "Thank you, Dad. By the way, how have you and Mom been lately?" Despite his travels, Stephen remained concerned about the harmony of his parents' relationship. His mother had expressed disapproval of his journey to Johto due to the distant and unfamiliar nature of the region, while his father supported him. Thus, during this period leading up to Stephen's journey to Johto, a minor rift had occurred between his parents. "You needn't worry. I'll talk to her. She'll be just fine. Oh, and I managed to get you a juvenile dragon-type Pokemon from Dragon Village. Just send me the receiving code, and I'll transmit it to you immediately." "Really? Thank you so much, Dad." The excitement coursing through Stephen was palpable, his trembling hands a testament to his exhilaration. The powerful dragon-type Pokemon from Dragon Village had always been his favorite. However, Stephen's fondness was shared by many, and as his departure approached, he had yet to acquire a dragon-type Pokemon from that region. To his astonishment, after a few months in Johto, his father managed to procure a Pokemon from Dragon Village. How could this not fill Stephen with joy? "Absolutely. Your happiness is all I need." Although securing this dragon-type Pokemon required considerable effort on his part, seeing his son's joyous smile made all his efforts worthwhile. Simultaneously, within the Pokemon Center of Rainbow City, a scene akin to that of Stephen was unfolding. The same mixture of excitement and familial connection, with a different protagonist at its heart. Shinji, wearing a perpetually stoic expression, was conversing with a figure on the visual phone who bore a striking resemblance to him. "Shinji, just a few days ago, I encountered a well-qualified scyther. Now that you've contacted me, send me the receiving code, and I'll transmit it to you right away." On the other end of the line, Reiji observed his younger brother with a sense of helplessness. Shinji's current demeanor was a direct result of his own youthful recklessness in challenging formidable opponents. Understood. 3 days later, on a morning when the fruits of the unnamed tree awaited their harvest, a tumultuous battle erupted among the wild Pokemon below. Having subsisted on rations for 3 days, the wood crane, stationed nearby in the grass, observed the chaos with a telescope, accompanied by its Pokemon. The skirmish among the wild Pokemon had escalated, and the wood crane, as an outsider, was assessing which of these wild creatures might pose a threat to itself. The battling wild Pokemon had roughly divided into 4 factions, led by a pair of Nidoking mates at the forefront of the Nido clan. Secondly, there exists a family of bug-type Pokemon, led by a formidable Beedrill. On the opposite side stands a clan of grass-type Pokemon, with a Venusaur at the helm. Lastly, there are a few solitary wanderers, or weaker Pokemon, who seek to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos. However, attaining the status of a leader within a tribe is no simple feat. After a silent exchange among the 3 leaders, they swiftly turned their attention towards the lone wanderers. In the midst of the battlefield, Venusaur unleashed its paralysis powder to assert control. Several unsuspecting Pokemon fell victim to its golden paralyzing dust. Although grass-type Pokemon are typically at a disadvantage, those empowered by multiple powders can be quite troublesome. In contrast to Venusaur, the Beedrill and Nido clan possessed a numerical advantage. Particularly, Nidoqueen and the Beedrill leader, relying on their formidable strength, charged directly into the ranks of the solitary wanderers. Initially, the Great Wood Crane was somewhat tempted by the Nido clan, but upon witnessing Nidoqueen's reckless charge, he quickly lost interest. There is a distinct difference between bravery and foolishness. Time does not halt for anyone. As it passed, only a few of the more astute Pokemon managed to flee. The remaining solitary Pokemon were overwhelmed and defeated by the 3 factions. Once the lone wanderers were vanquished, the 3 clans reverted from allies back to adversaries. They plunged into a fierce melee once more, and soon after, the first to be eliminated was the Beedrill clan. Despite their high attack and swift speed, they struggled against the grass types wielding paralysis powder, or the Nido clan known for their strength and defense, particularly against the likes of Gloom and Oddish. The Beedrill were methodically worn down by the trio of powders. Following the demise of the Beedrill clan, the focus shifted to the Nido clan and the Gloom clan. 2 hours later, after waiting 5 hours amidst the foliage, the Great Wood Crane finally discerned the opportune moment to strike. Shelmet unleashed a sonic wave to control the battlefield, while the Arbok employed its glare. Charizard launched a fiery assault on Venusaur, and Electabuzz executed an ice punch against Nidoqueen. Meanwhile, Gloom utilized Magical Leaf to clear the field. Except for Kadabra, all 5 Pokemon entered the fray. The Nidoqueen and Venusaur, who had initially aimed to determine the final victor, were oblivious to the fact that their fierce battle would ultimately lead to their own downfall. With regret and reluctance, both Nidoqueen and Venusaur succumbed in their final cries. While Gloom reaped the rewards, the others continued to clear the battlefield. Chapter 25. The light of evolution shines brightly as power surges to Shallow Red City. Following the Great Wood Crane's command to clear the battlefield, the 6 Pokémon, each with distinct roles, resolved the remaining gasping Pokémon. After Gloom had harvested all the fruit, Charizard scorched everything in flames. Born from the earth, destined to return to the earth. Upon returning to their concealed camp, the Great Wood Crane assessed the spoils of battle. A total of 18 fully ripened tree fruits lay before him, exuding an enticing aroma that made the 6 Pokémon's mouths water. All right, don't drool too much. I shall distribute them now. Each Pokémon received 2 tree fruits, while 2 were reserved for the grandparent's Hawlucha. The remaining 4 fruits were intended for future Pokémon captures. Whether from the fossil Pokémon within the Grateful Valley or the wild ones in the vast wilderness. The Great Wood Crane had faith that he would find Pokémon worth capturing. Once the distribution of tree fruits was complete, the 6 Pokémon eagerly began to devour their portions. The Great Wood Crane, employing his observing eye, meticulously monitored the transformations occurring within the 6 Pokémon as they consumed the nameless fruits. The energy accumulated over the years surged through their bodies. The first to react was Gloom, as its large mouth allowed it to consume the fruit rapidly. However, aside from a flickering white light, there were no significant changes in its form. The Great Wood Crane speculated that Gloom was on the verge of evolution but lacked the necessary evolutionary item. Nevertheless, although Gloom did not evolve, its body had undergone significant growth due to the fruit's influence, resulting in a considerable increase in level and the acquisition of numerous skills. Following Gloom, it was Charizard's turn. Unlike Gloom, Charizard required no evolutionary item. Thus, when Charizard could no longer contain the energy within, it naturally evolved. As Charizard transformed into a Charizard, the 2-headed Arbok evolved into a 2-headed Arbok, Electabuzz became Electivire, and Kadabra evolved into Alakazam. Among the 6 Pokémon, only Gloom and Shelmet were unable to evolve due to their need for evolutionary items, merely ascending in level without completing their evolution. Regardless, all 6 Pokémon had reached the advanced late stages, poised to enter the elite early stages at any moment. Species: Charizard. Gender: male. Ability: Blaze. Skills: Ember, Smokescreen, Roar. Dragon Breath, Air Slash, Cut, Shadow Claw, Fire Fong. Dragon Rage, Scary Face, Flamethrower, Fire Spin, Wing Attack. Skill Learner: Dragon Claw, Dig, Earthquake, Thunder Punch, Solar Beam. Inherited Skills: Flamethrower, Dragon Pulse, Crunch, Dragon Dance, Outrage, Dragon Dive. Species: Gloom. Gender: female. Ability: Chlorophyll. Skills: Vine Whip, Bind, Growth, Sleep Powder, Poison Powder, Paralysis Powder, Acid. Sweet Scent, Gastro Acid. Skill Learner: Protect, Reflect, Substitute, Sludge Bomb, Mud Bomb. Inherited Skills: Magical Leaf, Photosynthesis. Species: Arbok, 2-headed mutation. Gender: male. Ability: Intimidate. Skills: Bind, Poison Sting, Bite, Thunder Fong, Ice Fong, Fire Fong, Glare, Screech, Acid, Crunch, Charge, Spit Up, Swallow, Sludge Bomb. Skill Learner: Protect, Reflect, Dig, Poison Jab, Earthquake, Rock Slide. Rock Tomb, Substitute. Inherited Skills: Pursuit, Iron Tail, Poison Tail. Species: Electivire. Gender: male. Ability: Static. Skills: Leer, Thunder Shock, Quick Attack, Low Kick, Thunder Wave, Swift, Light Screen. Electro Ball, Thunder Punch. Inherited Skills: Fire Punch, Ice Punch, Cross Chop, Barrier, Yoga Position. Species: Shelmet. Gender: female. Ability: Shell Armor. Skills: Tackle, Withdraw, Sonic Boom, Ice Shard. Protect, Leer, Shell Smash, Ice Beam, Shell Blade, Aurora Beam. Inherited Skills: Water Pulse, Water Gun, Mud Shot, Rapid Spin. Species: Alakazam. Gender: male. Ability: Magic Guard. Skills: Teleport, Psyshock, Bend Spoon, Calm Mind, Switch Places, Confusion Ray, Reflect, Telekinesis, Recover. Inherited Skills: Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, Ice Punch, Knock Off. The sudden surge of power can occasionally influence the mindset of individuals or Pokémon. Moreover, strength acquired through external means often imparts a sense of superficiality to the enhancer. Much like Ash's Charizard in the original series, an unstable foundation coupled with consecutive evolutions can lead to a feeling of hollowness in strength. While bullying lower-level Pokémon may be manageable, encounters with higher-level or equally matched opponents can prove detrimental. To avert such scenarios, The Great Wood Crane deemed it necessary to allow the 6 Pokémon to acclimate to their newfound strength. Thus, half a month elapsed. During this period, the Great Wood Crane and the 6 Pokémon adapted to their surging power in the wilderness. After a fortnight of mutual battles and rigorous training, the 6 Pokémon have largely acclimated to their current capabilities. Once they have all grasped their skills, Professor Oak accompanies Charizard and strolls along the streets of Shallow Red City. In contrast to the time before evolution, Professor Oak relished the moments spent with his fire dinosaur. Now evolved into a majestic Charizard, it towers over 2 meters in height. During Charizard's adaptation to its new physique, Professor Oak experienced the exhilarating sensation of soaring through the skies. Riding atop Charizard, he ascended to heights previously deemed unreachable, feeling as if the very air had transformed into something divine. 3 days later, at noon, after nearly 20 days of camping in the wilderness, Professor Oak finally arrived in Shallow Red City. Upon entering the city, he adhered to his usual routine, first visiting the Pokémon Center to rest, allowing his Pokémon to recuperate while he tended to his own hygiene. Once everything was arranged, he began to contact his grandfather. "Oh, it's you, Akira. Which city are you in now? It's been ages since you last reached out. Grandpa, have you been eating regularly? And how is my Machop doing?" In response to Professor Oak's inquiries, Akira deflected with his own questions. Yes. I had sturgeon meat noodles for lunch today. As for your Machop, it is well taken care of with a dedicated staff member providing its meals daily, so you needn't worry." "Oh, splendid. If I acquire the Shallow Red badge tomorrow, I will only be 1 badge away from participating in this year's Quartz Conference." "Akira, while I see you are collecting badges at a good pace, you seem to have captured too few Pokémon. I understand your focus on the elite path, but you ought to train a few backup Pokémon." "Grandpa, I already have plans in mind. Please, do not worry." "Very well then." Satisfied with his grandson's assurances and knowledge of his whereabouts, Professor Oak refrained from further admonitions. This was the path Akira had chosen for himself, and as his elder, all he could do was offer guidance should he stray from it. Ultimately, this is Akira's own journey. Chapter 26. Purchasing Evolution Stones to Challenge the Shallow Red Gym. After concluding the call with his grandfather, Akira temporarily departed from the Pokémon Center, following the map to locate the Pokémon Mall in Shallow Red City. Among his 7 Pokémon, only Charizard and Golem did not require evolution items and had fully evolved. The remaining 5 Pokémon, including Oddish and Shelder, required evolution stones. Machop and Charizard needed to be traded for evolution, while Electabuzz had the most complicated evolution, necessitating both the electric amplifier and a trade. Moreover, during nearly 20 days in the wild, Akira had depleted the supplies in his backpack. He intended to use his time in the city to replenish food for his Pokémon, as well as stock up on water, milk, and healing items. 40 minutes later, within the Pokémon Mall of Shallow Red City, Akira had nearly gathered all the items he needed, except for the evolution stones. Due to the volume of his purchases, the mall's service manager had dispatched 2 staff members to assist him with a shopping cart. As Akira continued to add items to his cart, the smiles of the 2 attendants grew increasingly radiant. After all, these sales counted toward their performance metrics. Soon, Akira arrived at the evolution item section of the mall. Upon noticing the 2 staff members accompanying him, the attendant immediately surmised his needs. "Good day, sir. How may we assist you?" "We stock all common evolution stones available on the market." With a charming smile, she made a favorable impression at first glance. While this was standard practice in the service industry, a warm welcome certainly surpassed a cold demeanor. "Could you please fetch me 2 high-quality water stones and leaf stones? Additionally, if you have an electric amplifier, I would appreciate it if you could bring that as well." Evolution stones are categorized into 3 grades, high, medium, and low, based on the energy they contain. The quality of the stone a Pokémon uses significantly influences its potential for future growth. Before long, the attendant returned, balancing a tray laden with several evolution stones in shades of blue and green. "Sir, I apologize. The electric amplifier sold out recently, and our new stock has yet to arrive. At present, we only have the water stones and leaf stones you requested." "That's all right. Let me examine the quality of these 2 types of evolution stones." Akira remained unfazed by the unavailability of the evolution item. Backed by his grandfather's reputation, he knew that if he couldn't find the items he needed, he could always call home for assistance. "Certainly, please take a look." The tray contained 3 water stones and 4 leaf stones, all of the highest quality. Akira had intended to select one casually, as they were identical in quality and thus would yield similar results. However, one of the water stones shimmered with a flicker of white light, prompting Akira to activate his inspection eye for further analysis. High-quality water stone, mutation, contains a strand of the divine essence of Articuno. upon absorption by ice or water-type Pokémon. It significantly enhances ice-type move power and has a chance to impart the essence of ice mastery. The exhilaration coursing through Akira was indescribable, his hands trembling with excitement. What fortune he had! He then eagerly scanned the remaining evolution stones, but alas, his luck appeared to have limits. Please wrap this water stone and leaf stone for me. After selecting the evolution stones, Akira proceeded to choose additional skills for his Pokémon. Among his 7 Pokémon, Electabuzz, Shellder, and Charizard had yet to learn any new moves. He approached the skill learning station and equipped Electabuzz with the moves Protect and Brick Break. Truth be told, he had been inspired by Shinji's ace Electabuzz, which left a lasting impression on him. Thus, he thought it prudent to adopt some of Shinji's strategies. For Shellder, Akira equipped it with Surf, Attract, Substitute, and Shadow Clone. Considering its capacity to learn many dual-type ice and water moves, he opted for crowd control and evasion skills, while Attract was chosen due to Shellder being female. In many species, particularly among dual-gender Pokémon, males tend to outnumber females. Therefore, Akira prepared this unique tactic for her. Finally, for Charizard, Akira arranged for Protect, Substitute, Mystical Shield, and Shadow Clone, defensive and evasive skills, since it could not learn moves to counter 2 of its 3 weaknesses. Once all necessary items were purchased and skills learned, Akira returned to the Pokémon Center. The shallow red gym, situated in the mountains outside the city, awaited him. With the sun setting and no urgency to challenge the gym at night, he decided to rest until the following morning. After breakfast the next day, Akira, invigorated and accompanied by his 6 Pokémon, set off toward the shallow red gym. The gym leader, Aki, specialized in poison-type Pokémon, and Akira knew he must approach this challenge with caution. What counters the poison type? Ground and psychic types. I don't have any ground-type Pokémon on my team, but I do have a psychic type, Kadabra. Among Koga's Pokémon, none are pure poison types. They're either poison flying or poison bug types. So, for my challenge team, I'll add Charizard and Electabuzz. However, the Fuchsia Gym seems to be a 2-on-2 battle. When the time comes, I'll need to choose Pokémon with type advantages based on my opponent's lineup. After walking on and off, Hiroshi finally found the location of the Fuchsia Gym in a remote valley outside Fuchsia City. A massive private estate, so extravagant it felt almost inhuman. Is anyone here? I've come to challenge the gym. Hiroshi shouted at the tightly shut main gate. Unfortunately, even after calling out several times, no one in the gym responded. Unbeknownst to Hiroshi, 2 pairs of eyes were secretly watching him from the shadows. Aya, go test him out. Yes, brother. After the girl left, the man muttered to himself. Ninjas are assassins hidden in the dark. If you want to challenge the Fuchsia Gym, let us see if you have the courage. Chapter 27. The arrogant Hiroshi fights the Fuchsia Gym after shouting a few times at the gym's entrance and still getting no response. Hiroshi couldn't help but start complaining, his voice growing louder and louder. What kind of lousy gym is this? There's not a single person here. Setting up a gym in this remote valley. Aren't you afraid of being carried off by ghosts while sleeping at night? A challenger has come. Yet there's not even a ghost in sight. Is the gym leader doing something inappropriate for children? Hiroshi's intentional complaints reached Koga, who was hiding in the shadows, making his J-Jack twitch uncontrollably. If it weren't for his discipline as a ninja and the dignity of being a gym leader restraining him, Koga would have personally taught this brat a lesson for his insolence. Good grief, this was the boldest rookie trainer he had ever seen in his life. Hiroshi, of course. I'm super brave. Hiroshi's insults weren't just heard by Koga. Aya, who had been leisurely walking while planning how to test Hiroshi, also heard them. As Hiroshi continued his relentless verbal assault, the harsh words were something both Koga and Aya were hearing for the first time. This made Aya quicken her pace. If Hiroshi kept this up, she felt she would go mad. Squeak, all right. Stop cursing, or I'll make you regret it. Hiroshi looked at the girl with a green ponytail and immediately recognized her. Although he had successfully provoked one of the key figures, he had to maintain the arrogant and unruly act he had started. After all, the show must go on. Why should I stop? Are you the Fuchsia Gym leader? Is this how the Fuchsia Gym treats challengers? Do you believe I can have my old man make a call and shut this gym down? At this moment, Hiroshi fully embodied the image of an arrogant, spoiled young master. Go ahead, tell me your old man's name. I'd like to see if he can really shut down our gym. Aya's face turned red with anger, her chest heaving with fury. Then stand firm and listen carefully. My grandfather lives in Pallet Town, and his name is Samuel Oak. People in the know respectfully call him Professor Oak. Tell me, is he qualified enough? The arrogant and overbearing aura was in full force, coupled with Hiroshi's punchable face, leaving Aya torn between taking action and holding back. Aya, step back. Young man, I am Koga, the Fuchsia Gym leader. Follow me inside. I accept your challenge. Hiroshi's invocation of Professor Oak's name forced Koga, who had been hiding in the shadows, to step forward. There was no other way. Professor Oak's reputation was simply too prominent, whether in terms of fame or strength. Professor Oak was among the top-tier figures in the entire Pokemon world. Only a fool would offend someone backed by such a powerful figure. Ahem, that is more like it. With a swagger that defied all familial ties, Hiroshi followed Koga into the gym. At this moment, Hiroshi's persona was that of a spoiled, arrogant young master relying on his elder's achievements. However, Koga and Aya bore some responsibility for his behavior. After all, who asked them to keep the gym closed when a challenger had arrived? In the original storyline, Ash and his friends were teased and tormented by this sibling duo and envenomed it. If not for the protagonist's plot armor, how many people could withstand a group of Voltorb using self-destruct? Due to Hiroshi's verbal threats, Koga directly led him to the outdoor battlefield. The following is a match between Hiroshi from Pallet Town and Mr. Koga, the Fuchsia gym leader. Each side may use 2 Pokemon. During the battle, only the challenger may switch Pokemon at will. Now, Mr. Koga will send out his Pokemon first. Go, Venomoth. Veno. Venomoth, huh? Then I'll use Kadabra. Kata. Type advantage. A safe choice. But don't forget, my Venomoth also has the bug type. Venomoth, use Silver Wind. Veno. A shimmering silver wind formed under Venomoth's purple wings. The whirlwind carried traces of scales, with about a 10 chance of boosting all of Venomoth's stats. Kadabra, use Protect, then follow up with Psybeam. Kata. A green protective barrier shielded Kadabra perfectly. Venomoth's Silver Wind had no effect on Kadabra or the Protect barrier. Once Venomoth's attack ended, Kadabra dispelled the barrier and immediately fired a purple psychic beam from the spoon in its hand. Venomoth, counter with Signal Beam. Veno. Like Kadabra, Venomoth also fired a purple energy beam. However, although the colors of the beams were similar, the energy composition was entirely different. The 2 beams collided midair, resulting in a massive explosion. Kata, Veno, Kadabra, Venomoth. The shockwave from the collision sent both Pokemon flying backward. When the dust settled, both Pokemon had steadied themselves, and Hiroshi was the first to launch an attack. Kadabra, use Teleport to get close to Venomoth and strike with Fire Punch. Kata, got it. Don't lose to it. Venomoth, use Signal Beam again. Veno, understood. Both trainers issued their commands. Kadabra's figure suddenly vanished and reappeared beside Venomoth. At the same time, Kadabra's right hand, wrapped in flames, struck out. As Kadabra closed in, Venomoth reacted swiftly, firing a bug-type energy blast directly at Kadabra. Both Pokemon landed their attacks on each other, simultaneously taking direct hits from their opponent's moves. As they were sent flying, both lost consciousness midair. Venomoth and Kadabra are both unable to battle. Please send out your next Pokemon. Not bad at all. Koga had initially thought Hiroshi was truly a spoiled brat, but anyone who could tie with his high-level Venomoth was no ordinary trainer. Likewise, return, Venomoth. It's your turn now. Go, Golbat. Golbat, huh? Then I want T-hold back. Unleash your electricity. Go, Electabuzz. Elec. GOL. Chapter 28. Attaining the Shallow Red Badge and Double Evolution. The electric type, indeed. The Zubat initiates with a swift ultrasonic attack, followed by a Shadow Ball strike. Hee no problem. The Electabuzz fortifies itself against the ultrasonic waves with a defensive stance, then retaliates with an electric shock. All is well. Following their commands, the 2 Pokemon commence their respective maneuvers. The Zubat's invisible sound waves are flawlessly countered by the Electabuzz defense. Next, a purplish-black ghostly energy sphere collides with a fierce blue thunderbolt midair. The clash of these 2 distinct elemental moves results in a violent explosion. The 2 Pokemon, affected by the explosion, are sent reeling backward. Particularly, the Zubat, soaring high in the air, is propelled backward at a speed surpassing that of the Electabuzz. The Zubat swiftly stabilizes itself, harnessing the explosive force to execute a spinning attack. The seasoned Aki immediately capitalizes on the explosion's recoil to amplify the Zubat's move's power. Brace yourself. As the Zubat descends with a sonic boom, the Electabuzz stands ready, awaiting its trainer's command. Close combat, indeed. In this arena, my Electabuzz will not be outmatched. Electabuzz, seize it with Thunder Punch. Understood. The right arm of Electabuzz, enveloped in golden lightning, is primed for the Zubat's approach. The Zubat must not afford it an opportunity. Unleash a full throttle assault. Got it. The sound of the Zubat's attack is exponentially more intense now. The force of the wind is enough to sting the cheeks of Aki. Do not concede, Electabuzz. While employing Thunder Punch with its right arm, let us also deliver a simultaneous Ice Punch with the left. Received. Charge forth, Zubat. Go, Electabuzz. Hee hee, succumb, little bat. The one to fall will be you, Zubat. The Zubat, descending from the heavens with an unwavering spirit, drives the Electabuzz back with its powerful assault. Seizing the moment, Electabuzz grasps the Zubat's body, stabilizing itself to deliver an ice punch. Victory shall surely be mine. The Electabuzz's right arm captures the Zubat, inflicting considerable damage wrapped in lightning. Simultaneously, the left arm, resembling a frosty glove, makes contact with the Zubat once more. My body aches. The Zubat, overwhelmed by the double onslaught of elemental weaknesses, can no longer withstand the strain. With a final cry, its eyes glaze over. Zubat has lost its fighting capability. As all Pokémon of the gym leader have been defeated, the victor of this match is Aki from Pallet Town. Congratulations. Here is the shallow red badge. The Zubat's defeat also grants Aki the proof of his triumph, the pink badge. Thank you. Return, Electabuzz. You've worked hard. Now, I shall take my leave. After receiving the badge, Aki casually exchanged pleasantries before hastily departing. Aki, not one to be easily fooled, recognized that Aki's earlier display of dominance was a mere facade. That scoundrel. After a moment of chiding, Aki felt his worries dissipate. Meanwhile, after running a few hundred meters and noticing that Aki had not pursued him in a fit of anger, Aki finally breathed a sigh of relief. This spoiled brat should refrain from such displays unless absolutely necessary. Though he is a third generation, he is not one to act foolishly. Such easily misinterpreted behaviors are better left for others to experience. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center and handing Electabuzz and Gyarados to Nurse Joy, Aki began to reach out to his father. In truth, there was nothing of great urgency. He simply sought his assistance in procuring a power amplifier. With such formidable connections at home, Aki felt it wise to make use of them. After all, it was his grandfather. What harm could there be in asking for help? The esteemed Professor Oak had no objections to his grandson's request, though Aki couldn't escape a few moments of lecturing. Eventually, unable to bear it any longer, Aki decided to return Gyarados. No, not that. He transferred Gyarados back, exchanging it for a golem at the lab. In the journey ahead, Aki intended to provide rigorous training to facilitate its evolution before the Quartz Conference commenced. Meanwhile, observing the Pokeball that had been transmitted, Professor Oak casually picked it up and released Gyarados. Initially indifferent, he had not been informed of Gyarados' unique traits throughout Aki's travels. What is this place? The released Gyarados, initially bewildered, gazes around, momentarily disoriented. Oh ho ho, this peculiar Gyarados, and that little brat Aki only now remembers to send it my way. When he returns home, I shall surely teach him a lesson. Come forth, Gyarados. Allow me to study the differences and growth of your two heads. The initially confused Gyarados, upon hearing Professor Oak's words, deduces that this individual is a family member of its trainer. However, what is with that glimmering gaze of yours? Please, do not approach me. Unlike the dim, research-filled existence that Gyarados is about to encounter, Aki is currently in a room at the Pokémon Center, preparing for the evolution of his Weepinbell and Shellder. Come forth, Weepinbell and Shellder. Here are the finest Leaf Stone and Water Stone. Absorb their energy, and you shall complete your evolution. Got it. Understood. Well then, let us commence. With that, Aki presented the evolution stones to both Pokémon. As the two Pokémon made contact with the evolution stones, their bodies radiated a brilliant white light. Among them, Aki's focus lay primarily on Shellder. Within the Water Stone lies a trace of the divine essence of Articuno, which fuels Aki's high expectations for the evolved Shellder. Unlike the pure water-type Shellder, once it evolves into Cloyster, it will gain an additional ice-type element. This explains why the Shellder lineage is naturally adept at learning numerous ice-type techniques. Simultaneously, Aki envisions a Cloyster infused with a trace of the ice deity's essence. Initially positioned in the third tier among his 7 Pokémon, it could potentially surpass the second-tier Electabuzz and vie for supremacy with the first-tier Charizard. Bang. Chapter 29, Rivals Arise in the Pokémon Wilderness. Without making Aki wait long, both Pokémon, having absorbed the energy of the evolution stones, undergo a transformative metamorphosis in their Pokémon careers. Moreover, due to their consistent nutrition, their physiques are notably more robust compared to their counterparts. Congratulations, Weepinbell and Cloyster, on successfully completing your evolution. Bang. In contrast to Weepinbell, which has only increased in size, Cloyster has undergone some changes compared to a typical Cloyster. The most apparent alteration is the presence of irregular blue patterns on its purple shell. Had Aki not scrutinized closely, he might have overlooked these subtle yet distinct markings. Alright, take some time to acclimate to your evolved forms. Tomorrow, we must set off on our journey. Bang. The following morning, After feeding the sprite and enjoying his breakfast, the great wood crane departed from Shallow Red City, setting off towards his next destination. Over the next 5 days, the great wood crane first traversed a wildlife sanctuary, where he encountered the Lalamai tribe residing within. After a continuous journey, he finally arrived at one of his intended destinations, the wild wilderness. This area is renowned for being the most abundant in Pokémon species throughout the Kanto region. Many indigenous Pokémon can be found here, though legendary creatures are notably absent. Legends of the semi-divine mini-dragon abound here, as does the location where Ash famously captured 30 Tauros. Hello, is anyone there? I am a traveling trainer here to capture Pokémon in the wilderness. At the entrance of the wild wilderness, the great wood crane called out to a building marked as the registration office, where the door was firmly shut. What's all this ruckus so early in the morning? Soon, an elderly man with a sour expression, adorned with a pair of Thunder Brothers at his waist, emerged from the registration room. This was Caesar, the head of the wild wilderness, and the first person to discover the mini-dragon within the area. He was known for his cold exterior but warm heart. In the wild wilderness, trainers were prohibited from using Pokémon battles. Only wild balls and fishing rods could be employed. Each trainer was allowed a maximum of 30 wild balls, and once they were depleted, they had to return immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for letting the Thunder Brothers handle you. Understood, replied the great wood crane. Holding a basket containing 30 wild balls and a fishing rod, he paid no heed to Caesar's threatening demeanor, suspecting that his brusque personality was merely a means to protect the mini-dragons. Observing the black and white photographs on the wall, the great wood crane surmised that Ash and his companions had yet to arrive. Following Caesar's lead, the great wood crane entered the wilderness. In truth, he did not require many wild balls. However, fearing that mentioning this might lead Caesar to misunderstand, he refrained from speaking up. After all, human nature tends to be greedy. If the great wood crane were to tell Caesar that he needed few wild balls, it was likely that he would find the Thunder Brothers pointed at his forehead the moment he uttered those words. Walking through the wilderness felt no different from strolling in the great outdoors. Apart from the protective barriers on the outskirts and some anti-poaching surveillance cameras, there were no other signs of human presence. The great wood crane ambled along, continuously utilizing his investigative eye to assess the Pokémon he encountered. Naturally, if a Tauros crossed his path, he would simply pass by. There was no way around it. Such a brutish creature was far too easy to target. Simpler Pokémon, those capable of learning skills like tackle through leveling up, were also not abundant. Thus, Tauros were not on the great wood crane's list of desired captures. After bidding farewell to a herd of Tauros, it wasn't long before he spotted a pair of Nidoran nestled together in the grass, displaying their affection. His investigative eye scanned them, revealing decent qualities. However, capturing one would necessitate capturing the other as well, and he certainly could not disrupt the bond of a couple. If he were to capture both, it would conflict with his strategy of maintaining a singular species of Pokémon. He would only capture one of each species. He was not like Ash or Green, the former capturing 30 Tauros and the latter repeatedly capturing the Nidoran lineage. Of course, if the Pokémon in question were an EV, there would be no such limitation, as there are already 8 known evolutions of EV. Capturing too many would not lead to an overabundance of similar attributes among evolved Pokémon. The great wood crane had come to the wild wilderness specifically to seek out the elusive EV. Its beauty and strength placed it high in the rankings of both the great wood crane and many trainers, making it hard to resist capturing. As he searched for EV within the wilderness, a cool, purple-haired boy approached him. This newcomer was Shinji from the Sinnoh region, and he, like the great wood crane, sought to capture Pokémon that caught his interest. Both were following a strategy of selective captures. However, due to the great wood crane's investigative eye, he would not release captured Pokémon if they failed to meet his expectations, unlike Shinji, whose actions were subject to varied interpretations. As the great wood crane wandered through the wilderness, he discovered a broad river. With no sign of EV yet, he felt the urge to fish. Regardless of whether he would catch anything, seeing the river and having a fishing rod in hand compelled him to cast a few lines. While he sat by the riverside, engrossed in fishing, a curious pair of large, carcelan eyes observed his every move from the nearby grass. Meanwhile, Shinji had also acquired wild balls and a fishing rod, and upon entering the wilderness, he immediately began his endeavors. Before long, he successfully captured a Rhydon with a wild ball. Lacking an investigative eye, Shinji took out his Pokédex to scan it. TCH, what a waste. With that, he carelessly released the Rhydon he had just captured, as Shinji searched for his next target. The great wood crane, having released his third Magikarp, satisfied his fishing cravings and resumed his pursuit of his goal. Suddenly, a sound from the grass startled the great wood crane, piquing his curiosity. This unfamiliar yet familiar call instantly drew his attention. When their eyes met, he recognized that the creature before him was precisely what he had been searching for. "Evie, come with me," he exclaimed, retrieving a wild ball from his basket. "V. Okay," responded Evie. "Go, wild ball." The Eevee entered the wild ball without resistance, and the capture was a resounding success. Chapter 30, A Challenge from Shinji. Holding the wild ball containing Eevee, the Great Wood Crane activated his investigative eye. Species, Eevee. Gender, female. Ability, anticipation, hidden ability. Can sense if opponents possess dangerous moves. Skills, tackle, tail whip, helping hand, sand attack. Inherited skills, charm, preemptive strike, frenzy, yawn. Observing the information displayed by his investigative eye, the Great Wood Crane felt a surge of joy. This Eevee's qualities were quite admirable, and given the female-to-male ratio of 1:7, he felt fortunate to have encountered a female Eevee. With one successful capture under his belt, the Great Wood Crane hoped to capitalize on his luck and capture 1 or 2 more Pokemon that day. However, it seemed he had exhausted his luck with the capture of Eevee, as he did not encounter any more desirable Pokemon thereafter. Unwilling to linger any longer, the Great Wood Crane departed the wild wilderness, carrying the unused wild balls and fishing rod. At the registration office, Caesar stared in disbelief at the Great Wood Crane, who had only utilized a single wild ball. "You only captured 1 Pokemon." This peculiar behavior from the Great Wood Crane was unlike any trainer Caesar had encountered in decades. He couldn't help but question whether this young man was of sound mind. "For me, that's more than enough. Every trainer's energy is inherently limited, and I wish to cultivate a strong bond with the Pokemon I capture. Therefore, the quantity of Pokemon should not be excessive." Gazing at the Eevee within the wild ball, the Great Wood Crane felt a deep, heartfelt affection. "Oh, is that so? What a noble goal. I shall now proceed to register your information, allowing you to designate the location for the transfer. Subsequently, you will be able to operate your Pokédex and determine which Pokemon to send back." "Thank you, Mr. Caesar. It is my pleasure. It has been quite some time since I have encountered a trainer who shows such care for their Pokemon. You flatter me." With a series of deft maneuvers on the computer, Caesar successfully registered the wild ball containing Eevee under the name of Professor Oak. Meanwhile, on the other side, Oak also engaged in operations on the Pokédex. After Caesar completed the registration of the wild ball containing Eevee, Oak proceeded to select the Pokeball of Shelmet for transfer. Soon, the Pokeball enveloped in radiant light activated, and Shelmet was teleported to Professor Oak's laboratory in Pallet Town. At that very moment, within the confines of the laboratory, Professor Oak was engrossed in his research on the 2-headed behemoth that had been transmitted by Oak. In stark contrast to the professor's excitement, the behemoth lying on the table appeared utterly despondent. Initially, it had attempted to resist, but the combined might of Dragonite, Charizard, and Snorlax in the laboratory's backyard swiftly subdued it. Feeling the overwhelming presence of these powerful Pokemon, Behemoth reluctantly acquiesced, allowing Professor Oak to focus intently on studying its anatomy. At that moment, Behemoth fervently wished for its trainer to swiftly send it back home. "Oh, has another Pokemon arrived? Ah, let me see who it is. Oh dear. It's you, Oak. Let me take a look. Oh, a well-developed Shelmet. What are those blue patterns on this Shelmet?" Upon hearing Oak's name, Behemoth's eyes momentarily lit up. However, once Professor Oak completed his observation, Behemoth realized it could not escape this predicament. Moreover, it recognized that its trainer was quite considerate, having sent a fellow companion to alleviate its loneliness. Shelmet is female, hence the term female companion. At that moment, Behemoth could only think of 4 words: blue and withered mushroom. In the wild area, after Shelmet's transfer, Oak bade farewell to Caesar and prepared to embark on his journey to the next city. Yet, as he reached the doorway, a familiar figure caused him to pause. "Shinji? What is he doing here? Ah, I remember he mentioned having challenged the Kanto, Johto, and Hoenn leagues without achieving victory, ultimately falling to Ash in the Sinnoh League's top 8. However, Oak sensed that Shinji had not fought with his full strength during that encounter. Of course, Ash did not utilize his Pokemon captured from previous regions in their battle either. "Excuse me, may we engage in a battle?" Given the age depicted in the storyline, Shinji is of the same age as Oak and Ash. Thus, what is his current strength? It remains somewhat enigmatic. Yet one thing is certain: Shinji possesses knowledge surpassing that of Ash, who is often reckless. Certainly, after surveying the trainer before him, Shinji's instincts indicated that his opponent was no less formidable than himself. To become stronger, Shinji would not refuse a battle with a worthy adversary. Upon receiving Shinji's affirmation, Oak smiled, feeling a surge of joy, knowing that he would soon acquire valuable information regarding Shinji's Pokemon. A short while later, having completed the registration, Shinji and Oak guided by Caesar, arrived at a battle arena. How about a 3-on-3 battle? To extract more information, Oak proposed this moderate number of Pokémon for trainers. This way, he could at least ascertain the strength and attributes of half of Shinji's team. Certainly, Oak's desire to gather intelligence mirrored Shinji's own objectives. On their way to the battle arena, both had already learned that they would participate in this year's Indigo conference. Natural rivals. They must strive to understand each other's Pokémon's strength and battle styles in the forthcoming match. Alright, next up, we have Oak from Pallet Town facing off against Shinji from Veilstone City in Sinnoh. Each side may use 3 Pokémon, and substitutions are not permitted. In the wild area, with little else to occupy his time, Caesar was drawn into the fray between Oak and Shinji. Pidgey, prepare for battle. Go, Gyarados. Pidgey, take flight. Pidgey, Gyarados, with a flicker of lightning, launched its attack. Pidgey, the enemy has conveniently presented itself. We shall not let it escape. After instantly teleporting, Gyarados unleashed its Thunder Punch. Pidgey. As Pidgey soared through the air, Gyarados' psychic abilities surged. In a flash, Gyarados vanished, and just as Pidgey was searching for it, Gyarados reappeared directly above Pidgey. The airborne Pidgey suddenly felt an unsettling weight. Moments later, it was met with a swift Thunder Punch to its face. Pidgey. Chapter 31, Battle against Shinji, arriving at the Indigo Plateau. Pidgey has lost its ability to battle. The victor of the first match is Gyarados. Worthless creature. Struck by the Thunder Punch, Pidgey immediately succumbed. As Oak witnessed Shinji recalling Pidgey, he heard a familiar phrase from Shinji's lips that resonated from a past life. Return, Gyarados. You performed admirably in that battle. I appreciate your efforts. The demeanor of both trainers upon recalling their Pokémon was telling. Shinji's harsh tone towards his Pokémon caused Caesar, serving as the referee, to frown. Such a lack of appreciation for one's Pokémon left this elder, who had devoted his life to the wilderness, feeling discontented. Step forward, Victory Bell. Scyther, prepare to battle. Yeah, Chime. Scyther is it. Although I face a slight disadvantage in terms of type, there remains a chance for victory. Victory Bell, unleash your acid spray. Yeah, Victory Bell bellowed, releasing a plume of purple-black toxic liquid towards Scyther. Scyther deftly evaded the single stream of acid spray using its double team, then retaliated with Fury Cutter. Chime. The solitary acid spray was skillfully avoided by Scyther's illusions. Subsequently, a flurry of white glowing Fury Cutters surged towards Victory Bell. Victory Bell, after blocking the attack with its magical leaf, countered with Sleep Powder. Yeah, the white-tailed Fury Cutters were intercepted by a flurry of green leaves. Immediately after, tiny golden particles of Sleep Powder were scattered towards Scyther's location. Scyther employed Sword's Dance to disperse the Sleep Powder and subsequently countered with a slash. Chime. The golden Sleep Powder was not only thwarted by Scyther's Sword's Dance, but also enhanced its own attacking power. Observing Scyther approaching with sharpened claws, Oak smiled slightly. This was an opportunity delivered right to him. Victory Bell, ensnare it with your Vine Whip. Before Scyther could close the distance, a robust Vine Whip firmly grasped its entire body. Excellent. Victory Bell, let us introduce Scyther to the ground. Yeah, he understood, my master. Following Oak's command, Victory Bell transformed into a construction worker, wielding Scyther with its Vine Whip as a hammer. Bang, bang, bang. Scyther, struggle with all your might. Ugh, that hurts. Despite Shinji's desperate pleas and Scyther's valiant resistance, the outcome remained unchanged as it succumbed to the relentless blows. After enduring several strikes, Scyther ultimately lost its ability to battle. Even Professor Oak couldn't help but marvel at the sheer tenacity of this Scyther. Scyther has lost its fighting capability. Victory goes to Victory Bell. As Professor Oak secured the first 2 victories, this 3-on-3 battle concludes with his triumph. Come back, Scyther. Upon recalling Scyther, Shinji expressed his gratitude to Caesar and made plans with Professor Oak to engage in further battles after the court's conference, before embarking on his solitary journey. Well then, Mr. Caesar, I shall continue my journey. Until we meet again. Indeed, until we meet again. Bidding farewell to Caesar and the wilderness, Professor Oak led Eevee along the path to the next city. His sights were set on the final gym, the Red Lotus Gym. According to the map, several towns and cities lay between him and Red Lotus Town. Among them was the particularly intriguing Fossil Valley, which captivated Professor Oak's interest due to the fossil Pokémon. Not only did he wish to capture and nurture them, but sending them back home for his father's research would also be beneficial. However, capturing all 3 types of fossil Pokémon from the Kanto region was impractical, as it contradicted his strategy of maintaining a streamlined team. Reflecting on the original narrative, Professor Oak devised a clever plan. After all, he, his brother Shigeru, and Satoshi would all be present. If each of them captured a different fossil Pokémon, they could enhance their collective strength while also providing material for his father's research. Yes, that's a splendid idea, though I wonder if it can be realized. Half a month later, determined not to miss the fossil Pokémon in Fossil Valley, Professor Oak rushed towards his destination after departing from the wilderness. The main road meant that his journey lacked some of the excitement that Satoshi experienced. Upon reaching the outskirts of Fossil Valley, he noticed numerous trainers wielding shovels, diligently excavating fossils. This sight relieved Professor Oak's anxious heart. His hurried efforts were not only to ensure he didn't miss out on this expedition, but also to provide Shigeru and Satoshi with an additional fossil Pokémon to bolster their strength, while also preventing Satoshi's Pikachu from prematurely evolving and wasting its potential. Thus, upon arriving at Fossil Valley and discovering that the other two groups had yet to arrive, Professor Oak felt a wave of relief wash over him. He decided to set up camp and wait for a few days. Observing the throng of trainers dressed like miners, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. After setting up the tent, Professor Oak released his Pokémon to prepare lunch. Eevee, come play with me. This little one, despite Professor Oak's culinary endeavors, remained clingy. For the past half-month, he had focused on nurturing Eevee's affection and camaraderie, rarely returning it to its Pokeball. All right. I'll play with you once I've finished cooking. Watching his mischievous little companion's adorable antics motivated Professor Oak even more in the kitchen. Perhaps this is the essence of beauty equating to justice. Eevee's charm was simply irresistible, especially when it was being affectionate. Here you go, Hariyama and Eevee, this is your share. Before lunch commenced, aside from similar dishes, both Hariyama and Eevee were presented with 2 unnamed berries. These berries, capable of enhancing the energy within Pokémon, were a rare treasure for early-stage Pokémon with extended growth cycles. As the 2 Pokémon consumed the berries, their bodies underwent remarkable transformations. First, the energy required for evolution reached its threshold, leaving only a catalyst for their evolution, while their rapid level-ups allowed them to learn numerous powerful moves. Particularly for Eevee, with its relatively lower level, the improvement was even more pronounced. Chapter 32. Inside Fossil Valley, Professor Oak discusses fossil Pokémon 2 days later. Time did not diminish the trainer's enthusiasm. Rather, due to intentional promotion by certain individuals, the number of trainers arriving to excavate fossils grew exponentially. On the morning of the second day, Professor Oak awaited the arrival of those he had been anticipating, his brother Shigeru, along with his 6 prospective sisters-in-law, and Satoshi and his companions. Shigeru, Satoshi, Kasumi, and Takashi, it's been a while. Big brother. X7 Oak. X3 Shigeru, keep a tight rein on your girlfriends. Otherwise, I might just break your legs. Only Shigeru had an affinity for these 6 troublesome women during this phase. Professor Oak had considered letting Shigeru travel alone. But as the saying goes, one cannot teach what they do not know. Okay, I understand. Shigeru knows that his brother disapproves of his girlfriends. So he turned to send the 6 ladies back to where their car was parked. Oak, what are you doing here? How about a battle? I now have 6 badges. At this moment, Satoshi, still somewhat naive, boasted about his achievements to his peers, a natural occurrence for a child. With the wisdom of an adult soul, Professor Oak recognized Satoshi's desire to show off. Watching Satoshi pull aside his left side of his clothing to flaunt his badges, Professor Oak's response promptly deflated Satoshi's pride. Oh, really? Let's skip the battle. We have important matters to attend to. And Satoshi, you need to keep up. I've already gathered 7 badges. What? Upon learning of Professor Oak's badge count, Satoshi began to motivate himself once more. Meanwhile, Kasumi and Takashi engaged Professor Oak in conversation about their travel experiences, while Pikachu frolicked with Professor Oak's Eevee. Big brother, what important matter is it? Do you need my help? In contrast to the reckless Satoshi, Shigeru, who thoughtfully pondered his brother's words, quickly grasped the significance. You'll find out soon enough. Just follow my lead. There will be plenty of rare Pokemon. Really, big brother? Rare Pokemon? Where? Silly Satoshi, keep your voice down. Do you want everyone to hear? As soon as Professor Oak finished speaking, Satoshi's naivety contrasted sharply with Shigeru, Kasumi, and Takashi's more discreet demeanor. One could say he was innocent, or perhaps simply unaware of social nuances. Fortunately, he didn't have to intervene directly. Shigeru instinctively assumed his role as the responsible younger brother and quickly rebuked Satoshi. Why haven't they finished yet? Meow? Meow? Who called me? Turning with confusion, Meow faced the group. Meow? It's the little brat and the big boss. Meow? Where's the little brat? Yes. And who is the big boss? Compared to Meowtha's astonishment turning to fear, Musashi and Kojiru appeared bemused. Unfortunately, before Meowth could respond, Professor Oak ordered his Pokémon to attack. Eevee, quick attack. Eevee. What? X3, we haven't even begun our opening remarks. Now it's too late to say that. What an annoying feeling. X3 for the Rocket Trio. It was yet another day of being sent flying. Let's go? As the ruckus settled, Professor Oak took the lead, following the explosives set by Team Rocket. Though the 4 individuals trailing behind were filled with curiosity, they remained steadfastly in pursuit. The principle of discretion regarding wealth was understood by all but the naive little Ji. He yearned to inquire of Demu He, but the fierce gazes of Xiao Xia and Xiao Mao beside him compelled him to relent. Unbeknownst to Ji, the astute eyes of Xiao Gang, bringing forth a glimmer of wisdom, concealed a flicker of brilliance. After a brief passage of time, the quintet arrived at the location where Team Rocket had set up their explosives. Xiao Mao, I understand, brother. The beleaguered Xiao Mao, in the presence of his elder brother, exhibited none of the grandeur befitting a young master, as he busily hummed while hauling the explosives. Inevitably, Xiao Ji was conscripted into labor, for Xiao Mao relished in teasing him. Once the duo had transported the explosives and soaked them with water-type Pokemon, they returned to their original positions. Xiao Gang, your Onix is nearby, right? Please summon it now to dig a tunnel here. All right, come forth, Onix. Use dig. Roar. It's a bit deep below. Remember to use flying-type Pokemon. I shall descend first. You all follow closely behind. As Onix burrowed underground, Demu He, clutching a Pokeball and cradling EV, leaped into the opening. Brother, Ahi, X3, let us go. We must follow. With that, Xiao Mao, holding a Pokeball, leaped into the abyss. But I don't possess a flying-type Pokemon, Xiao Xia exclaimed, a hint of exasperation in her voice, as she specialized in water types and currently had none of the flying variety captured. Not to worry, with my Onix, it can carry the 2 of us down. Swiftly, Xiao Xia and Xiao Gang mounted Onix, while Xiao Ji was hoisted onto the shoulder of his Pidgeotto, and the trio safely landed in the underground cavern. Brother, where are we? Gazing into the surrounding darkness, Xiao Mao could not suppress his inquiry. Hehe. In contrast to the lifeless fossils, the living ancient Pokemon are the true treasures. The ancient Pokemon of the Kanto region include the Omanite family, the Kabuto family, and the Aerodactyl. These are rare ancient Pokemon. Do you not wish to capture them? Xiao Xia, Xiao Gang. Both the Omanite and Kabuto families are dual rock and water types. Consider the influence of your gym. Positive impacts outweigh the negative, surely. For Xiao Mao and Xiao Ji, the Quartz Conference this year is teeming with formidable opponents. Besides the 3 of us, I know of at least 3 more strong contenders, 2 of whom are trainers from other regions. Having watched the original series, Demu He was aware of the concerns brewing within their hearts. In comparison to the Nibi Gym, Xiao Gang's father, Wu Neng, has returned. The 3 sisters of the Hualan Gym remain unchanged, continuing their simple lives while performing ballet on water to hand out badges. To revitalize the Hualan Gym, all hopes rest upon Xiao Xia. Yet, to grow stronger, possessing exceptional and powerful Pokemon is indispensable. As for Xiao Mao and Xiao Ji, upon realizing the gathering of formidable foes at the Quartz Conference, the former tempered his arrogance, while the latter felt a surge of excitement. Chapter 33, Capturing the Fossil Pokemon of the 5. Since you all have agreed, prepare yourselves. The weaknesses of the Omanite and Kabuto families are electric, grass, ground, and fighting types, especially grass types, which can quadruple their damage. The Aerodactyl, being rock and flying, is weak to electric, rock, water, ice, and steel types. Xiao Ji, particularly you, remember my words. Do not recklessly release Pokemon without knowledge of their strengths. To avoid squandering the potential of his Charizard, Demu He painstakingly singled out Xiao Ji for a cautionary reminder. I've known for ages. You're so tedious. Though Xiao Ji feigned bravado, his concealed right hand discreetly shifted a Pokeball at his waist. Just as long as you know. Return, EV. Come forth, Victreebel, Electabuzz, and Machop. In preparation to face the fossil Pokemon, Demu He summoned 3 of his Pokemon with conviction. Xiao Xia, I recall your Pokemon are all water types. I'll lend you my Electabuzz for the time being. That's wonderful, Ahi. I can't express my gratitude enough. Upon hearing Demu He's words, Xiao Xia's face brightened. All right, just treat me to a meal later. Witnessing Demu He's serious summoning of 3 Pokemon, the others followed suit, unleashing their respective Pokemon with advantageous attributes. Xiao Mao deployed Beedrill and Nidoking. Xiao Ji sent forth Pikachu and Infernape, while Xiao Gang brought out Onix and Geodude. The 5, accompanied by their Pokemon and armed with flashlights, ventured into the subterranean cavern. Soon enough, they spotted their target. No, it was more accurate to say that Xiao Ji, the first to notice, discovered a slumbering Kabuto. After scanning it with his Pokédex, Demu He could not help but marvel inwardly. Xiao Ji truly is the destined hero. This Kabuto possessed inherited skills, and its potential was quite commendable. Hey, Xiaoji, do you want this Kabuto? If not, we can take care of it for you. Exactly. Just observing the aura of this sleeping Kabuto is impressive. How about you let me have it, Xiaoji? Though they had not conferred beforehand. Since Xiaoji was the first to discover it, it was only courteous to ask him, the primary discoverer. Absolutely. How could I possibly refuse? Go, Infernape. Execute a series of mock punch attacks. As the slumbering Kabuto would never have anticipated being roused from its peaceful slumber by a flurry of attacks from a fiery monkey. It soon found itself confined within a pokeball. Ah, this pokeball is quite comfortable, it mused. Haha, Pikachu, look. I've done it. Pikachu. After successfully capturing Kabuto, Xiaoji could not contain his exuberance. Quiet down, Xiaoji. Do you want to wake all the fossil Pokemon here? Xiao Mao anxiously scanned the pitch-black surroundings, unceremoniously quelling Xiaoji's jubilance. Simultaneously, a twinge of envy lingered in his heart. All right, Xiaoji, keep your voice down. We have no idea how many fossil Pokemon are present. If we provoke some we cannot handle, we want of time to escape. Fine, I understand. Amidst their conversation, due to Xiaoji's neglect in operating the Pokédex, the Pokeball containing the recently captured Kabuto was inadvertently transported back to Machop Town. My Kabuto. As Xiaoji felt the lightness in his hand, the Pokeball that had just been in his grasp vanished, leaving him with a sense of déjà vu. It has been sent to Machop Town, rest assured. After reassuring Xiaoji, the five resumed their journey. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Mao, who had been the first to notice the capture of Kabuto by Xiaoji, stumbled upon a sleeping Aerodactyl. Before the other four could react, Xiao Mao commanded Beedrill and Nidoking to attack. After enduring an onslaught from the two Pokemon, the dormant Aerodactyl was swiftly captured by Xiao Mao. Shortly after Xiao Mao's triumph, Xiao Xia encountered an Omanite. Electabuzz used Thunder Wave followed by Brick Break. Understood. The blue electric wave enveloped Omanite, which, still in slumber, felt excruciating pain as Electabuzz's Brick Break struck its shell. Go, Pokeball. Omanite had no chance to resist and was promptly captured by Xiao Xia. Not long after Xiao Xia caught Omanite, Xiao Gang also managed to capture a Kabuto with Onix. During this period, Ash not only captured another Omanite, but also stumbled upon a Pokemon egg. Meanwhile, Professor Oak meticulously selected until he finally encountered a fossil Kabuto that caught his fancy. Species, Kabuto. Gender, male. Ability, battle armor, enveloped in a tough shell, making it impossible for opponents to strike critical hits. Moves, Scratch, Absorb, Harden, Leer, Mudshot, Sand Attack. Inherited moves, Rapid Spin, Bubble Beam, Aurora Beam, Dig, Knock Off. Victory Bell, with its magical leaf, launched an offensive. Machoke executed a Brick Break. Understood. Cool. Got it. Ouch. That hurts. Go, Pokeball. Without any surprises, the fossil Kabuto was successfully captured by Professor Oak. Are you planning to capture more? If not, let's withdraw. Alright. No problem. In contrast to Misty and Brock, the fossil Pokemon captured by Professor Oak, Green, and Ash were all teleported back to Professor Oak's lab in Pallet Town. At that moment, Professor Oak had not closed his mouth in sheer delight for half an hour. With the return of the fossil Pokemon captured by the trio, the three types of fossil Pokemon from the Kanto region were finally gathered. Good. The residents of Pallet Town were treated to the joyful laughter of Professor Oak that day. Among the five who returned to the ground, Green took the lead in bidding farewell. After retrieving his Electabuzz, Professor Oak initially intended to leave as well, but, thinking of a certain Pokemon, proposed a challenge to Ash. Not just any challenge, but a specified Pokemon battle. Charmeleon. Can't you choose another Pokemon? Ash felt conflicted. Ever since his Charmander evolved into Charmeleon, he found it increasingly difficult to command it. Ash, when you encounter a disobedient Pokemon, you must choose to confront it rather than remain passive. By the time you wish to utilize it, it will be too late. Reflecting on the performance of his Charizard at the Quartz Conference, Professor Oak found himself at a loss for words. The fact that a trainer with a baby team managed to win against Ahong was indicative of how subpar Ash's lineup had been at that time. Although Team Rocket's interference, which rendered Pidgeotto unable to battle, was a factor, the primary reason was Ash's inability to command his Charizard and giving away his Infernape. The absence of a powerful Pokemon in his arsenal led to Ash's defeat at the Quartz Conference. Otherwise, he might have at least reached the top 8 or even the final 4. Chapter 34. Envisioning the challenge of the future old Charizard at the Crimson Lotus Gym. Very well. After some contemplation in response to Professor Oak's persuasion, Ash acknowledged the validity of his words. Then let me be the referee. Upon seeing Ash's agreement, Brock promptly volunteered. Naturally, neither Professor Oak nor Ash would decline this offer. All right, thank you, Brock. The four of them found a relatively flat area, with Professor Oak and Ash standing opposite each other. Now, we will have a one-on-one battle between Professor Oak and Ash. Please send forth the Pokemon that will compete. In truth, it wasn't a formal competition, and the need for a referee was not a significant issue. It's settled then. Charmeleon. Step up. Charizard. Kaboom. Who are you? Big guy. Roar. TCH, little shrimp. Kaboom. You insufferable fiend. Roar. TCH, you little rookie. So strong, so massive. Indeed, Ahong has nurtured his Charizard exceptionally well. Charmeleon, be cautious. That is Ahong's Charizard. Before Ash could finish, Charmeleon eagerly advanced to provoke Charizard. Charizard, teach it a lesson. Let it recognize its place in the world. Roar. Understood. My master. Charmeleon unleashed flames towards Charizard, but unfortunately, it failed to inflict any significant damage. However, Charizard retaliated with a fiery attack that Charmeleon could not withstand. Following the fiery assault, Ash's Charmeleon was subjected to a brutal beating from Professor Oak's Charizard. Wait, stop. Seeing this, Ash attempted to intervene but was blocked by Professor Oak. Ahong, why are you allowing your Charizard to behave this way? Ash, both trainers and Pokemon must recognize themselves and the world around them. The relationship between a trainer and their Pokemon is not solely about winning battles. It's more crucial to guide the Pokemon in their care onto the right path. Why doesn't your Charmeleon heed your commands? Aside from its inflated ego from evolving, it seems you've become complacent after achieving a bit of success without enhancing your own training skills. Tell me, have you memorized the type effectiveness chart? Have you conducted special training with your Pokemon? Faced with Professor Oak's barrage of words, Ash found himself momentarily speechless. You ought to seriously reflect on this. Ignoring Ash, Professor Oak approached Charmeleon, who was being mercilessly battered by Charizard. At that moment, Charmeleon bore numerous wounds, yet its stubborn nature, coupled with the pride of a Fire-type Pokemon, prevented it from conceding to Charizard. I understand your pride. It's a characteristic of Fire-type Pokemon, especially among your Charizard lineage, which stands out among the rest. But that does not justify your disobedience to your trainer. So, did you just now experience the unparalleled power of my Charizard? This is the result of a Pokemon that listens to its trainer and trains diligently, utilizing his verbal prowess against Charizard, with whom he had an immense fondness. Professor Oak saw Charmeleon lost in thought and decided to leave it be. He had done all he could. The final choice was beyond his control. Ultimately, after conversing with Brock and Misty for a while, Professor Oak departed alone with Charizard. Misty, remember what Ahong just said. Until our strength reaches the elite level, we must not expose our fossil Pokemon in front of others. At this moment, Brock wore an unusually serious expression, gravely warning Misty. Rest assured, Brock. I know how to be discreet. Faced with her companion's kind reminder, the precocious Misty grasped the underlying significance. Unlike Professor Oak, Green, and Ash, who had the backing of Professor Oak, Brock and Misty had to rely on their own formidable strength to safeguard their fossil Pokemon. This was particularly true for Misty. While both had family members who were gym leaders, Brock's father, Wuning, possessed a formidable presence of a gym-level trainer that certainly surpassed the superficiality of the three sisters from Celadon. Not to mention, Brock's mother was no weakling either. However, before departing, Professor Oak still offered a word of caution to the two. Although you have the backing of the league gym, distant water cannot quench present thirst. When your own strength is lacking, strive not to reveal your fossil Pokemon in front of outsiders. After leaving the big silly valley, Professor Oak set off toward the next town. That night, on a hill not marked on any map, Professor Oak and his 6 Pokemon were enjoying their evening meal. The next gym awaited them at the Crimson Lotus Gym, where gym leader Xiaobo was a trainer skilled in Fire-type Pokemon. In the original series, Xiaobo utilized several Pokemon, including Ninetales, Tyranitar, and Blaziken. Of course, Professor Oak did not rule out the possibility that Xiaobo might employ other Pokemon as well. Moreover, the battlefield of the Crimson Lotus Gym was situated within a volcanic area. To be frank, such an environment was hardly friendly to bug, grass, ice, and water-type Pokemon. The first 3 entities are naturally restrained by the searing heat of flames, while the latter finds itself in an environment of elevated temperatures, risking dehydration if exposed for an extended duration. The elements that counteract Fire-type Pokemon, besides the water attribute, include ground and rock types. Although I lack a ground-type Pokemon, I have recently captured a Kabuto, which embodies both rock and water attributes. Very well, let us proceed with this plan. 3 days later, within a Pokemon Center established in a treehouse, Professor Oak is engaged in a conversation with his grandson, Ash. Oh, Ash, you finally contacted me. From where did you three capture those fossil Pokemon? As soon as the video call connects, Professor Oak's face appears eagerly on the screen. His excitement is palpable. But it is important to note that he has been in an exuberant state ever since receiving news of Ash and his friend's fossil Pokemon 3 days prior. Grandpa, perhaps you should first take a moment to rest. As for those fossil Pokemon, we encountered them quite by chance in the depths of the Grateful Valley. Observing his grandfather's disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes, Ash can easily deduce that the professor has been tirelessly engrossed in his research once again. Isn't it all for the sake of advancing your research? It is quite customary for researchers to work around the clock. By the way, Ash, are there still fossil Pokemon in the depths of the Grateful Valley? Grandpa, if you continue to disregard your health, I might just decide not to inform you about any rare Pokemon I discover in the future. Faced with his grandfather's nonchalant attitude, Ash resorts to a more serious approach to get his point across. Please, Ash. You see, I was merely excited. Upon hearing his grandson's words, Professor Oak visibly tenses. All right, I shall temporarily place my trust in you. Once you send me those Pokemon, you must promise to rest afterward. While the humans in the Pokemon world generally have robust constitutions, his grandfather is already in his 50s. Very well, I promise. After receiving his grandfather's reluctant agreement, Ash exchanges his Victory Bell and Electabuzz for the newly acquired Kabuto and Omanite. All right, Grandpa, I have received them. Remember to get some rest, and do not attempt to deceive me. I have my spies in the lab. Understood. Chapter 35. The Desolate Town's Gang Street Fight and the Opening of the Black Market. After hanging up, Ash returns to his room with the Pokeballs in hand. His intention for acquiring Kabuto is to nurture it, while Omanite is a reunion he has long awaited. Despite Ash's careful management of his Pokemon roster, the number of Pokemon in his possession continues to grow. At present, he has amassed a total of 9 Pokemon. Regardless of how Ash rotates his Pokemon, 3 of them inevitably remain on standby for recuperation. Come forth. Omanite, Kabuto. Omanite. Master. You have no idea how much I've missed you. Omanite. Where is this? In stark contrast to the emotional Omanite, Kabuto appears somewhat bewildered. Having lived in ancient times, it was captured while in a deep slumber underground. Afterward, it was transported to Professor Oak's lab for study. At this moment, Kabuto is yet unaware that Ash is its trainer. All right, you are back now. After comforting Omanite, Ash presents the last 2 unnamed berries. Upon seeing the 2 enticing berries before it, Kabuto's mouth begins to salivate uncontrollably. Eat. They are yours. As Ash observes Kabuto's eager anticipation, he gently pats the nervous Pokemon and waits patiently alongside Omanite. Ultimately, Kabuto cannot resist the allure of the delectable berries. As it begins to devour them, Ash activates his Pokédex to gather information. The Pokédex operates akin to an X-ray vision, recording all of Kabuto's data. In Ash's view, with each berry Kabuto consumes, its internal energy accumulates, and simultaneously, its level ascends rapidly. In the end, Kabuto's level surpasses the intermediate stage, reaching an advanced level. Indeed, his previous opportunistic actions have yielded significant benefits at minimal cost. You too, return and rest. After glancing at Kabuto, who is immersed in its newfound power, and Omanite, who is relatively calm, Ash retrieves both Pokemon into their Pokeballs. The following morning, Ash departs from the forest, heading toward the next town. 5 days later, a desolate town materializes before Ash and his EV. As they traverse the streets, Ash distinctly feels the gazes of passers-by scrutinizing him. The intrusive stares evoke a sense of irritation within Ash. Come forth, Machop. Machop. With Machoke's appearance and its resounding roar, the onlookers retract their predatory gazes. Quickly, we should leave. That Machop is on the verge of reaching the elite level. What? He's still so young. How can he be so strong? Who knows how it happened? I initially thought he was a weakling, but it turns out he is formidable. Humph. A bunch of rats hiding in the shadows. EV, Machop, let us move on. V. Machop. Ash finds satisfaction in the onlooker's discretion. His purpose in summoning Machop was primarily to showcase his strength, while simultaneously warning the lurking observers that he is not to be trifled with. After wandering the streets of this desolate town with EV and Machop, Ash eventually locates the Pokemon Center in a secluded corner. However, Nurse Joy here is not as gentle as her counterparts in other cities. Ugh, perhaps the surrounding environment is influencing Nurse Joy's impatience. Upon entering the room he had reserved, Ash soon hears a commotion emanating from the street. Approaching the window, he witnesses 2 factions directing their Pokemon to engage in a chaotic battle outside the Pokemon Center. Additionally, Ash notices that Miss Juniper, upon arriving at the scene, does not immediately intervene to mediate the conflict, but rather parks her vehicle at a distance to observe. allowing the two groups to fight to their heart's content. What kind of place is this? So many people are brawling in the streets, and even Miss Juniper is indifferent? The hostile gazes he encountered earlier, coupled with the scene unfolding before him, leads Ash to a newfound understanding of this Pokemon world. Come forth, Machop and Gengar. To avert unnecessary trouble, Ash calls upon two Pokemon in addition to EV, which he had not yet stored in a Pokeball. Gengar, use your psychic abilities to survey the surroundings. Be alert. If any ill-intentioned individuals approach, you and Machop need not hold back. Gengar, understood. Machop, received. EV, I'll help too. Now, let us see if anyone presents themselves. Ash's heart harbors a flicker of anticipation. Is he perhaps leaning toward the darker side? Later that night in the nameless town, after approximately 2 hours of waiting in the Pokemon Center, someone finally arrives. However, instead of seeking trouble, this individual hands Ash an invitation to the black market. How intriguing. The invitation even includes a simplified map. Gengar, return for now. EV, Machop. Let us investigate what this black market has to offer. EV, Machop. Dressed in an oversized trench coat, the protagonist, Oki, ambled along the path to the black market, with his loyal EV perched on his shoulder and his powerful Houndoom trailing behind. Upon exiting the Pokemon Center, Oki immediately noticed a multitude of individuals in disguises heading in the same direction. It appeared that the black market was a significant affair indeed. Though he did not take the time to count, it was evident that the number of invitees had surpassed 100. Following the throng, Oki arrived at the venue of the black market after a leisurely stroll of about 10 minutes. At the entrance, a squad of guards, accompanied by a pack of formidable hounds, scrutinized the crowd. Notably, the lead hound exuded an aura of intimidation that rivaled his own Houndoom. After verifying his invitation with the guards, Oki, along with EV and Houndoom, stepped into the darkened entrance. In stark contrast to the shadowy streets outside, the interior of the black market was brilliantly illuminated, allowing one to effortlessly locate desired items. Quite impressive, though it remained uncertain whether any treasures awaited discovery. Observing the juxtaposition of the brightly lit market and the dimly lit street beyond, Oki felt a surge of anticipation. With no urgency to hasten his pace, Oki leisurely wandered through the black market, keenly observing his surroundings. Within the market, aside from the guards and patrolling teams, the other patrons, be they sellers or buyers, were wrapped in layers of clothing, seemingly fearful of attracting unwanted attention. As he strolled among the crowd, Oki sensed an unsettling aura. As most individuals bore the unmistakable scent of blood, it seemed this place represented one of the darker facets of the Pokemon world. The streets of the black market featured not only transient stalls, but also several permanent shops, typically owned by various factions. The stalls leaned more towards individual vendors and small teams. Oki noted some stalls selling literature on wild berries and the uses of various herbs. To someone like Oki, who had the esteemed Professor Oak as his grandfather, these items were rather trivial. Yet, for the average trainer, particularly those from humble backgrounds, such knowledge was invaluable. Unlike Alliance trainers, who underwent formal education, these trainers lacked such opportunities. Although Oki and his brother, Shigeru, also did not receive formal training, their lineage afforded them an abundance of knowledge in these areas. The collection of texts at Oak's laboratory could only be rivaled by the Alliance's library. Moreover, from the age of 5, Professor Oak had taken the brothers on numerous outdoor camping excursions, blending theoretical knowledge with practical experience. 5 years of hands-on adventure endowed them with ample wisdom and skills to navigate the wilderness safely. Those years of experience constituted the most precious life lessons for the brothers. Observing a gathering of individuals haggling over books at one stall, Oki surmised they were likely common trainers, with some perhaps even affiliated with malevolent factions. Oki chose not to intervene, adhering to the belief that individuals are autonomous beings deserving of respect regarding their fates. The law of the jungle prevails, and should Oki encounter a Pidgey preying on a caterpie during his travels, he would never intervene. Such is the nature of predators and the natural order of survival. Human interference often inflicts harm upon nature. Saving one life may inadvertently endanger another. Suddenly, a stall caught Oki's eye, a collection of nearly 20 Pokemon eggs haphazardly displayed. The stall owner appeared to be in a meditative state, his head lowered, while a wounded Houndoom stood vigil beside him. A sign at the stall announced that the prices for the Flygon and Gyarados eggs were 100,000 and 80,000 Poke Dollars, respectively. Utilizing his scanning ability, Oki discerned 2 particularly promising specimens among the eggs. However, after some contemplation, he decided against making a purchase. With his current Pokemon still not fully evolved, he lacked the resources and energy to nurture a newly hatched Pokemon. Having departed from the egg stall, Oki soon encountered a shop named Turtle's Hunter's Den. Intrigued, he ventured inside. Upon entering, he was met with faint yet haunting sounds, muffled cries of various Pokémon, filled with anguish and despair. Oki's brow furrowed. The disquieting sounds unsettled him. Throughout his life, he had not been exposed to excessively gruesome scenes. Inside the shop, cages confined different Pokémon, and Oki recognized the familiar sorrow in their dull, lifeless eyes, a reflection of lost hope and a numbed existence. Their physical captivity masked their yearning for freedom, a bitter irony indeed. Choosing not to delve deeper, fearing he might lose control, Oki aimlessly wandered the black market until he found himself standing at the entrance of an auction house. Curiosity piqued. He purchased a ticket and received a bidding number before entering the auction hall with Houndoom and Eevee in tow. Upon stepping inside, the atmosphere and temperature shifted noticeably. "All right, let us commence the bidding for our next item," the auctioneer announced. Two staff members appeared, hoisting a glass tank composed entirely of glass panels. Within the tank lay a clump of light green sludge, but upon closer inspection, Oki noticed a pair of eyes peering out from the mass. Behold, the shiny Pokémon. Or rather, the alternate-colored Pokémon, which I am sure many of you are familiar with. Unlike their brethren, they often possess unique abilities that set them apart. As you can see, this tank contains a shiny Grimer. Capturing this rare specimen required considerable effort and resources on our part. I hereby declare the starting bid for this shiny Grimer to be 100,000 Poke Dollars, with increments of no less than 5,000. Esteemed guests, do not let this opportunity slip away. 150,000 Poke Dollars. The auctioneer's words had scarcely left his lips when a lean young man clad in ninja attire raised his bidding paddle, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he fixated on the shiny Grimer. Our distinguished guest number 24 has bid 150,000 Poke Dollars. Is there anyone else willing to bid? If not, I will count down from 3, and this shiny Grimer will belong to our guest number 24. 3. Before the auctioneer could complete his countdown, another voice chimed in with a higher bid. 300,000 Poke Dollars. The Wild Wolf Gang has its eyes on this shiny Grimer. We kindly ask for your consideration. A burly man in martial arts attire stood firm, his bidding paddle in hand, his piercing gaze sweeping across the audience. Those who met his stare, save for a few who were unfazed, quickly bowed their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. The Wild Wolf Gang was the most formidable faction in this obscure town. Guest number 3 from the Wild Wolf Gang has bid 300,000 Poke Dollars. Is there anyone else wishing to place a bid? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to acquire a shiny Pokémon. Miss this chance, and you may not know when it will arise again. If not, I shall count down 3 seconds, and this dazzling, foul-smelling sludge shall belong to our esteemed guest number 3. 3. The words of the bald giant elicited a grimace from the auctioneer. As an auctioneer, he naturally aspired for the items he handled to fetch high prices. Such a scenario would not only yield profits for him, but also enhance his reputation within the auction circle. This arrangement was mutually beneficial for both the auctioneer and the auction house. However, at present, the most formidable local bully in this nameless town had interjected. Although the powers backing the auction house were unafraid of the Wild Wolf Gang, they were acutely aware that distant waters could not quench immediate thirst. Given the current manpower of the auction house, confronting the local ruffians would undoubtedly lead to a disastrous outcome. Chapter 37. The auction house erupts in conflict. The auctioneer, compelled to bow under the eaves, could only grit his teeth and begin the countdown under the stern gaze of the bald giant. Yet, a sudden voice liberated the auctioneer from his vexation. What nonsense, the Wild Wolf Gang. We, the Serpent Society, fear you not. I bid 400,000 spirit coins for this dazzling sludge. We have our eyes on it as well. From 2 positions away from the bald giant, a robust man clad in casual attire raised his bidding paddle disdainfully. Wow, our esteemed guest number 5 has now bid 400,000 spirit coins. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? If not, I shall count down 3 seconds, and this 1 in a million dazzling sludge shall belong to guest number 5. 3. Damn it, Ishiguro-kun. Do not gloat. One day our Wild Wolf Gang shall swallow your Serpent Society whole. The robust man's provocative words incited the bald giant's fury. Shimizuya, if you cannot afford it, refrain from your incessant prattle. The robust man, Ishiguro-kun, remained unfazed by the bald giant's threat. I bid 500,000 spirit coins. Despite his anger, Shimizuya, the bald giant, understood that the most pressing matter at hand was to increase the bid. Very well. Our esteemed guest number 3 has raised the price to 500,000 spirit coins. Is there anyone else who wishes to bid? For the auctioneer, he would be more than pleased to witness a bidding war erupt among the guests, as it would significantly enrich the auction house. 600,000. 700,000. In the back row of the auction house, Demuhi smiled slightly as he observed this spectacle. Two rival gangs were engaged in a fierce competition over a rare spirit. Upon the appearance of the dazzling sludge, Demuhi initially thought it was the Alolan variant of the sludge, as different environments give rise to varying regional forms of spirits. The Alolan sludge, characterized by its pale green hue, bore yellow stripes on its chin. Furthermore, the scan from his investigative eye confirmed that this sludge was indeed a genuine dazzling spirit. Although rare and possessing commendable attributes, Demuhi, already in possession of a Victory Bell and a Jengar, was resolute in not augmenting his team with yet another poison-type spirit. Ultimately, the dazzling sludge was acquired by the bald giant, Shimizuya, albeit at a cost 2 or 3 times greater than anticipated. Alright, esteemed guests. The next item up for bid is a gym-level Steelix. The starting bid is 500,000 spirit coins, with minimum increments of at least 10,000. So, do not miss out if you are interested. 600,000. I bid 700,000. Seated at the edge of the stands, Demuhi shook his head slightly at the frenzy of bidding. A crowd of trainers, none of whom had yet reached gym level, sought to command a spirit far superior in strength to themselves. Most critically, this spirit was not one they had nurtured from a young age. Given the Steelix's notoriously aggressive temperament, the outcome was all too predictable. Demuhi could not help but offer a moment of silent tribute to the unfortunate soul who would acquire the Steelix. After the Steelix was sold to the robust man from the Serpent Society, Demuhi, having scanned the individual with his investigative eye, recognized him as the unfortunate one. He could only hope that the individual would refrain from unleashing the Steelix in crowded settings. After the Steelix's sale, the auctioneer presented several more items before preparing to unveil the final product. Soon, a strikingly attractive staff member ascended the auction stage, cradling a spirit egg. Alright, esteemed guests. The next item is the final product of today's auction. As you all know, Alliance trainers are entitled to receive a starter spirit from the Alliance upon paying 10 years of taxes, beginning at the age of 10. Starter spirits are known for their rapid maturation, high potential, and stable temperaments. However, these spirits are typically raised within the confines of the Alliance, making wild populations exceedingly rare. Today, we present to you an egg of a starter spirit. Fantastic. I knew there would be treasures at this auction. I can't believe they managed to procure a starter spirit egg for this auction. We must not let this opportunity slip away. Do you have the funds? Your pockets are as empty as your face. Spare us your daydreams. Your words are somewhat harsh. In contrast to the other attendees' discussions, Demuhi had already begun to scan the spirit egg with his investigative eye. Species, Chikorita, egg form. Gender, male. Ability, overgrow. Skills, tackle, growl. Inherited skills, leaf storm. Seed bomb. Initially, Demuhi had presumed it to be a Kanto starter, only to discover it was from Johto. Among the starters, there exists a hierarchy. The first and third generations are considered T0 level, while the remaining generations are a matter of personal preference. However, when it comes to the least impactful generation, it undoubtedly belongs to the second generation starters. Their species distribution closely mirrors that of the first generation, and they were entirely overlooked in terms of subsequent enhancements. Not to say they were utterly worthless, but they were merely slightly stronger than the average spirits. The second generation starters fell well outside Demuhi's consideration for capture. Before long, the fate of the Chikorita was sealed, having been purchased by a small gang in this nameless town. Truly lacking in self-awareness. As the auction concluded, Demuhi swiftly departed due to his position at the back. However, he did not venture far, instead opting to wait in a shop diagonally across from the auction house. Indeed, he did not have to wait long. Mere minutes after Demuhi left the auction house, a fierce battle erupted within its walls. The adage possessing a jewel brings about guilt rings true. When one lacks the strength to safeguard their possessions, the risk of them being seized by the strong becomes all too real. The weaker your strength, the more exponentially this risk rises. The members of the small gang, having concluded their bidding without acquiring further items, chose instead to revel in their acquisition of the starter spirit, blissfully unaware that those around them regarded them as delectable prey. As for Demuhi's purpose in lurking here, it was merely to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos and snatch up a few benefits. Though he lacked need, one cannot resist the allure of something free. Chapter 38. Plundering the Auction House Warehouse. Unexpected gains among kindred spirits. The mere thought of a certain potential thrill ignited a spark of excitement and stimulation within Demuhi's heart. As he awaited the opportunity to play the role of the Yellow Sparrow, he also pondered the strength of his own team. Presently, Demuhi's 6 spirits consisted of Charizard, Machop, Jengar, Tyranitar, Eevee, and Kabuto. Among the 6 Pokémon, The most formidable without a doubt is Charizard. Yet, it is also the only creature in Professor Oak's possession capable of carrying a human aloft. Out of an abundance of caution, it is prudent to reserve one's ace Pokémon for a moment of necessity rather than deploying it first. Within the auction house, the cacophony of sounds was incessant. A medley of Pokémon cries intermingled with the shouts of humans. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes in a shop diagonally across from the auction house, Professor Oak donned a mask and led his trusty Pokémon, Gengar and Machop, to the rear courtyard of the auction venue. Pressing himself against the wall to listen intently, he discerned a lack of activity and promptly issued a command to Gengar. Gengar, leave a spatial marker here and use teleport to take us inside. Gengar, understood. As the blue light flickered in Gengar's eyes, it first utilized its psychic abilities to establish a spatial location on the ground. Then, both Professor Oak and Machop felt a sudden lightness in their bodies, and in the blink of an eye, the trio found themselves within the auction house's courtyard. Well done, Gengar. Gengar, you flatter me, After commending Gengar, Professor Oak stealthily led his two Pokémon through the back entrance of the auction house. With a battle brewing in the main hall, it was certain that the storeroom in the courtyard would be lightly guarded. Regardless of what treasures might be found, Professor Oak was determined to investigate. After all, any valuable discovery would be a boon for him. This auction house is quite considerate, he mused, noting the directional signs before him. Was this not a gift of information? Initially, he had anticipated that locating the storeroom would require considerable effort, but he hadn't expected the auction house staff to be so straightforward. If that is the case, I shan't hold back. Following the signs with swift strides, he instructed Gengar to scout ahead with its psychic powers at every turn or corner. After meandering for 5 or 6 minutes, Professor Oak arrived at the storeroom's entrance. No unauthorized personnel allowed in this restricted area. How fortuitous. Was this not a clear indication that valuable items resided within? Nevertheless, the storeroom's reinforced door was secured with 3 hefty locks. Yet, such barriers could not deter Gengar's teleportation. Gengar, once more, use teleport to take us inside. Gengar, received. In an instant, before their eyes flickered and their bodies felt weightless, the trio silently entered the storeroom of the auction house. Having gained experience from the previous attempt, Professor Oak closed his eyes after giving the command. When he felt the solid ground beneath his feet, he opened his eyes to behold an array of shelves stacked with numerous items. Activating his scanning ability, he discovered a treasure trove of goods, a variety of berries, an assortment of evolution stones, various technical machines for move learning, and several Pokémon eggs were all present. Without delay, he produced a spare spatial backpack and tossed it to his 2 Pokémon, instructing Gengar, Machop, gather all the berries, high-quality evolution stones, and technical machines. Gengar, understood, Machop, you got it. In the next moment, Machop took hold of the backpack while Gengar used its psychic abilities to collect berries and high-quality evolution stones. It is noteworthy that the evolution stones found within the auction house were of commendable quality. Meanwhile, Professor Oak was busy scanning the rows of Pokémon eggs. Although the odds were slim, it wouldn't take much time, especially since Gengar and Machop were already handling the gathering. He could merely pass the time with his scanning. Who would have thought that amidst the overgrown weeds, a true phoenix could emerge? What splendid luck. Species, ghastly, egg form, shiny variant. Gender, male. Ability, levitate, immunity to ground-type moves. Moves, hypnosis, lick. Inherited moves, fire punch, ice punch, thunder punch, song of ruin, smoke clear. A shiny Pokémon with excellent potential. Who could possibly refuse such a prize? Best of all, it cost him nothing. Without a hint of hesitation, Professor Oak swiftly secured the Pokémon egg in his possession. After stowing away the ghastly egg, he noticed that his 2 Pokémon had gathered nearly everything, prompting him to contemplate an exit. After all, he was an uninvited guest. If discovered by the auction house staff, the consequences could be dire. Nevertheless, the thrill of such unexpected fortune was undeniably exhilarating. However, just as Professor Oak intended to leave, a sudden noise emanated from the storeroom floor. As he and his Pokémon exchanged puzzled glances, a head resembling a round, creamy egg emerged from the ground, followed by a voice of commendation. Diglett, well done. Diglett. Someone's outside, don't come out. The Diglett eyed the trio warily, but regrettably, its words went unheard by its trainer. Rather, it should be noted that the trainer simply failed to comprehend. Diglett, what's wrong? Who are you? Following the Diglett, a fair-skinned girl with orange hair emerged from the burrow. It appeared she, too, was seeking to strike it rich. Although Professor Oak's 2 Pokémon had already claimed a substantial amount of items, plenty remained in the storeroom, including a batch of Pokemon eggs and several medium-quality evolution stones. Hehe. Just fellow treasure seekers, let us part ways here. Jengar, let us go. Jengar. Understood. With that, Jengar's psychic powers surged, and in the next moment, Professor Oak and his 2 Pokemon vanished from sight. Phew, that was close. My ruse almost fell apart. Otherwise, we would have been caught here today. After witnessing Professor Oak and his Pokemon depart, the previously oblivious girl displayed a look of relief. Diglett. Yes, yes. As a Pokemon. Diglett sensed the pressure exerted by the 2 Pokemon moments ago. It had no doubt that if the opponents had malicious intentions, it would have been incapable of withstanding even a single attack from the duo. Outside the auction house's rear courtyard, at the location marked by Jengar, Professor Oak and his 2 Pokemon reappeared. Hehe. Good acting, but alas, she underestimated human nature. How many fools would dare to engage in such antics? Clearly, the girl's disguise had been seen through by Professor Oak. As for why he chose not to act, it was not only to avoid unnecessary complications, but also because he deemed it unnecessary. This windfall was already secured, and the hole left by the girl could conveniently serve as a scapegoat for him. After all, unless the auction house staff were entirely blind, how could they overlook such a conspicuous hole in the ground? With the girl diverting the auction house's attention, they would hardly suspect him. Truly, a perfect misdirection. Chapter 39. Arrival at Flame Town for Communication Evolution. Within an uncharted forest, Professor Oak had long since departed from the nameless town. He was now engaged in tallying the spoils of his unexpected fortune. First and foremost, a shiny Pokemon egg of remarkable quality. An assortment of evolution stones, varying in type, all high in quality. Oh, it is worth noting that 2 electric amplifiers necessary for Electabuzz evolution were also collected by his Pokemon in the storeroom. Next, in terms of berries, the 2 Pokemon had nearly cleared out the storeroom. As he counted the berries, Professor Oak's spirits soared higher with each passing moment. Due to the overwhelming abundance of fruit on these trees, the great wood crane has been counting them for nearly an hour, yet still has not reached a definitive tally. Ultimately, he was compelled to abandon the endeavor. According to his conservative estimates, this bounty of fruit could sustain his Pokemon for several months. While the great wood crane was out in the wild tallying his spoils, the auction house in the nameless town discovered that their storeroom had been robbed. The manager of the auction house rushed over upon receiving the news, only to find the storeroom nearly barren, starkly contrasting its previously overflowing state. The emptiness would surely bring tears to even little Rada. Investigate this immediately. Dispatch a team to follow the tunnel and search for clues. Not a single lead should be overlooked. I vow to see this detestable thief torn to shreds. Meanwhile, in contrast to the auction house's frantic attempts to capture the thief, the great wood crane enjoyed a far more leisurely existence. Each morning, he traversed the routes indicated on his map, wandering through the mountains and dense forests until midday, when he would set up camp to prepare lunch. The afternoons were dedicated to training with his Pokemon. The enhancement devices purchased from Xiaoming proved immensely beneficial, as they accounted for factors such as the dramatic growth in size post-evolution. Hence, when ordering the devices, the great wood crane specifically requested their adjustable and extendable features, ensuring they would be suitable for most Pokemon. However, for Pokemon like Shelder and Cloyster, the effects of the enhancement devices were less pronounced compared to others. One morning, half a month later, after a series of stops and training sessions, the great wood crane finally arrived at the location of the last badge, Red Lotus Town. As per routine, his first course of action was to visit the Pokemon Center for Nurse Joy to assess his Pokemon's health. Following that, he reached out to his grandfather. Ah, it's you, Ahi. It's been a while since we last spoke. How is your badge collection progressing? I just arrived in Red Lotus Town today and plan to challenge the gym in a couple of days. If I succeed, I will have gathered all 8 badges necessary for the court's conference. Is that so? Your pace is commendable. But Little Mao has already collected 9 badges and captured over 100 Pokemon. Little G has also acquired over 30 Pokemon. And you? Your current Pokemon count hasn't even reached double digits, has it? As the top contender, shouldn't you be putting in more effort? This familiar line of conversation stirred a sense of frustration within the great wood crane. Grandfather, I currently have 9 Pokemon. Moreover, there is an egg in my backpack that is on the verge of hatching. Technically, I already possess 10 Pokemon. Alright. I want to rush you then. What prompted you to call me today? The esteemed Professor Oak was aware that he shouldn't press too hard, lest things veer toward an undesirable outcome. Oh, it's this. Grandfather, my Machop and Gyarados have reached their limits in experience and energy accumulation. I wish for them to undergo their final evolution. Very well. Please send one of them over. Understood, Grandfather. Following a series of actions, Machop and Gyarados commenced their evolution once more. With their evolution came the acquisition of new skills. Species, Machop. Gender, male. Ability, no guard. Skills, Leer, low kick, karate chop, focus energy, wide guard, body slam, detect, seismic toss, revenge, superpower, whirlpool, wake up slap, cross chop. Tutor skills, brick break, protect, light screen, rock slide, rock tomb, knock off, poison jab. Egg moves, ice punch, thunder punch, bullet punch, yoga pose. Species, alakazam. Gender, male. Ability, magic guard. Skills, telekinesis, teleport, confusion, bend spoon, miracle eye, terrain swap, light screen, reflect, psychic, recover, psycho cut, meditate. Tutor skills, protect, substitute, shadow clone, mystical shield. Egg moves, knock off, fire punch, ice punch, thunder punch. After completing the evolution of both Pokemon, the Great Wood Crane had lunch before taking the newly evolved Pokemon to acclimatize to their enhanced bodies. That evening, after dinner, he found a hot spring in Red Lotus Town, where he and a group of Pokemon indulged in the soothing waters. Though Charizard was somewhat apprehensive about the water, with encouragement from his companions and the Great Wood Crane, he hesitantly entered the spring, clutching his tail, stealing a moment of leisure. He spent half a day slowing his pace to relieve the muscle fatigue accumulated from training alongside his Pokemon in the warm waters. Physical exhaustion could be alleviated through sleep, but mental fatigue required more specialized means. 2 days later, in the morning, the Great Wood Crane arrived at a building adorned with a clock in Red Lotus Park. Stopping before it, this was the inn run by the gym leader Shaba, known for his enigmatic hospitality. Ding dong. Hello, is anyone there? He called out loudly while ringing the doorbell. Young lad, what brings you here? Came a voice from behind, belonging to Shaba, who was disguised with sunglasses and a wig. You are the gym leader Shaba of Red Lotus Gym, correct? I am the Great Wood Crane from Pallet Town, and I challenge you to a battle for the gym badge. The surrounding houses were spaced widely apart, and the development of hot springs had transformed Red Lotus Island into a tourist destination. Innkeepers were typically overwhelmed with work, leaving little room for idle gossip. The Great Wood Crane had relied on vague memories to find his way here. Though he could not recall Shaba's face, he distinctly remembered his penchant for sunglasses and wigs. Chapter 40. The Fierce Battle at Red Lotus Gym. What is cold in the head and warm in the body? Shaba, having guessed the identity of the Great Wood Crane, refrained from immediate acknowledgement and posed him a riddle. Is this a brain teaser? Cold in the head and warm in the body must refer to soaking in a hot spring. After a moment of contemplation, the Great Wood Crane provided his answer. While not entirely precise, it captured the essence of the riddle. Since you've come to challenge the gym, come inside, Shaba replied, leading the Great Wood Crane to the back of the inn. There, Shaba activated a mechanism on a stone sculpture, causing a massive stone to shift aside, revealing a passageway. Follow me. All right. Upon entering the cave, the Great Wood Crane felt as though he had stepped into a warm furnace. The deeper he ventured, the hotter it became. Such an environment was quite unwelcoming for bug, grass, ice, and water-type Pokemon. Soon, following Shaba, the Great Wood Crane arrived at a vast arena with thick iron chains suspended in midair above it, with bubbling magma beneath. Here we are. The battle will be 3-on-3, with the challenger allowed to switch Pokemon freely, while the gym leader cannot. Does that pose any issues? None at all. Both sides stood at opposite ends of the arena, each producing a Pokeball. Let the battle commence, Ninetales. Let us give it our all, Alakazam. Roar. Hootie. I will do my best. Oh, it's Alakazam. It appears today, I face a formidable challenger. In that case, let us have Ninetales greet us with a fiery blast. Howl. Understood. A searing flame erupted from Ninetales' mouth. Due to the volcanic environment, Ninetales' fiery assault was amplified beyond its usual potency. A clash of ultimate moves. How splendid. Alakazam, use Psybeam. Who got it? A bluish-purple aura materialized around the spoon, held by Alakazam. The two formidable attacks collided in midair, and the ensuing explosion sent shockwaves rippling through the arena. Alakazam, using telekinesis, ensnared Ninetales. Who? Alakazam's eyes gleamed with a blue light, and in an instant, Ninetales was enveloped in that radiant glow and lifted into the air. Howl, what is happening? Ninetales, muster your strength and break free. Xiao's anxious gaze lingered on the immobilized Ninetales, eager to encourage it. Howl, but I can't exert any force. Alas, Professor Oak would not grant an opportunity for a comeback. With Ninetales captured, it was time to pursue the advantage. Seizing the moment, Alakazam unleashed Psychic Blade. Who? Understood, hee. In the next instant, a purple psychic crescent sliced through the air towards the suspended Ninetales. With no means to evade Alakazam's assault, Ninetales was struck. Ninetales. Howl, that hurts. As the dust settled from the onslaught, Ninetales hung in the air, dazed. Come back, Ninetales. You've done well. The forthcoming battle will be entrusted to your comrades. After comforting Ninetales, Xiao produced a pokeball and declared, "It has indeed been a long time since I engaged in such fervent combat. You truly are remarkable, Alakazam. However, I will not part with the flame badge so easily. It is your turn, Steelix." Roar. Indeed, it is Steelix. Alakazam struck first, employing Ice Punch. Who? Following the trainer's command, Alakazam's right arm was enveloped in a chilling blue aura. Oh, seeking to exploit a type advantage, are we? That is not a wise choice. Steelix, use Tackle. Roar, understood. With a resounding roar, Steelix became enveloped in a faint white glow. In the next moment, its sharp, formidable horn collided fiercely with Alakazam's icy fist. Even with the type advantage, Alakazam's Ice Punch faltered against Steelix's might. Alakazam was sent hurtling backward by Steelix's powerful strike. Alakazam, Professor Oak exclaimed, but the fate of Alakazam was already sealed. Who so strong? Bang! Steelix's tremendous horn sent Alakazam crashing through the wall outside the arena, rendering it unable to battle. Return, Alakazam. This was a miscalculation on my part. Rest well. It's your turn, Machop. Hey. Oh, what a robust Machop. Do you wish to engage in a test of strength? Then let us see what you can do. Steelix, once more, use Tackle. Roar, understood. Once again, Steelix was cloaked in an aura of energy. Under its radiant glow, its drill-like horn appeared even more formidable. Unlike Alakazam, who is ill-suited for close combat, my Machop relishes the challenge. Machop, unleash your cross-chop with all your might. Hey, understood. Machop positioned its arms in a crisscross formation. Go, Steelix. Let loose, Machop. Roar, take a tumble. Hey, you should be the one to fall. As the two Pokémon roared in unison, they collided with their respective moves. Unlike the earlier clash between Alakazam and Steelix, this time, Machop did not falter under Steelix's onslaught. Instead, they remained locked in a stalemate. Oh, your Machop is impressive. It can withstand Steelix's charge. Observing the evenly matched duel, Xiao couldn't help but commend Machop. This is merely the beginning. You may have overlooked that Machop possesses 4 arms. Machop, combine Ice Punch with Brick Break. What? Hey, you shall fall. Ignoring Xiao's astonishment, Machop's rear pair of arms, one enveloped in icy blue aura and the other radiating white light, sprang into action. Roar, this is cheating. In the next moment, under Steelix's helpless gaze, Machop struck fiercely with its alternate pair of hands on Steelix's head. Roar, Director, I wish to file a complaint. Oh, that hurts. Steelix's head suffered a grievous blow, rendering it incapable of continuing the battle. Phew, your Machop is truly remarkable. It can multitask, no, to be precise, it is capable of tritasking. Indeed, while it can utilize the advantage of its 4 arms, such multitasking will inevitably tax Machop's stamina. The revelation of Machop's multitasking abilities was something Professor Oak had discovered through keen observation. Drawing from a martial arts tale he had once encountered, he was even more eager to see what Machop could achieve in the future. Of course, upon this realization, Professor Oak arranged for Machop to undergo rigorous training. Essentially, the normal 2 arms would act in unison, while the rear pair would each engage independently. What a fortunate little fellow. Xiao couldn't help but marvel at Professor Oak's luck in encountering such a talented Pokémon. Indeed, to label it as sheer luck would not be an exaggeration. This, Professor Oak readily conceded. Now, let us see idle chatter. I have one final Pokémon. If you prevail, the Flame Badge shall be yours. Splendid. Return, Steelix. Machop. You too shall return. What? You are not continuing with Machop? No, its stamina has been considerably drained. It would be unwise to risk further injury. Besides, I have faith that my final Pokémon will triumph over yours. You are quite confident. As a trainer, is it not expected to believe in one's Pokémon? Very well. What is the hottest flame in the world? The molten fire that churns within magma. Here it comes. Professor Oak, recognizing Xiao's impending reveal of his trump card, commanded, appear, Blaziken. Gur. Indeed, it is Blaziken. A fiery showdown is finally upon us. Step forth, Charizard. Roar. Chapter 41, The Battle with Blaziken. Utilizing Charizard. The ensuing combat is sure to be incredibly intense. Observing Charizard's imposing presence and its significantly larger physique compared to its kin, coupled with the pronounced musculature upon Charizard's form, Xiao immediately recognized that his Blaziken was facing a formidable adversary today. Simultaneously, anticipation for this battle welled within Xiao's heart. Naturally, Charizard, let us commence with a fiery greeting. Roar, understood. With a mighty roar, Charizard unleashed a torrent of searing flames directed at Blaziken. Much like Ninetales before, the surrounding environment amplified Charizard's fiery assault beyond its usual power. If it is a contest of flame strength, my Blaziken shall not be outdone. Blaziken, retaliate with your own flamethrower. Gore understood. In the next moment, a stream of flames erupted from Blaziken's mouth, hurtling towards Charizard. Bang bang. Two fiery jets collided in midair, neither yielding to the other. The inevitable outcome was an explosion of energy, as flames of opposing forces neutralized one another. Now how about this? Commanded the Charizard, invoking its Dragon Pulse attack. Roar, enjoy this. A ghostly green energy sphere gradually expanded within the Charizard's maw. As the energy coalesced, the essence of the dragon type was condensed to a formidable degree. Despite being a fire and flying type Pokemon, the potency of this dragon energy was undeniably impressive. In that case, let us gamble everything, declared the Ducklet, preparing to unleash its big dazzling gleam. Gore understood. A searing inferno rapidly gathered within the Ducklet's beak, forming a grand letter shape that surged toward the Dragon Pulse. Bang! Just like the previous clash, this encounter also culminated in an explosion. However, in this exchange, the Charizard from the Trico had slightly fallen behind. This was only to be expected, as the might of Fire-type moves would amplify significantly at the volcanic site. It appeared that only Fire-type skills could be utilized. Charizard, unleash your flamethrower. Roar, prepare to receive. Perhaps fueled by the recent setback, or perhaps out of pride as a fellow Fire-type Pokemon, the Charizard's flamethrower surpassed all previous efforts. A close combat duel. Then we shall meet it head-on. Ducklet, execute Thunder Flame Fist. Gore, I fear not. Following its trainer's command, the Ducklet's left fist crackled with golden lightning, while its right hand was enveloped in scorching flames. This method of attack bore a resemblance to Trico's sheer strength. Charge forth. Charizard, go Ducklet. Roar. Gore. The Charizard, wreathed in azure and white flames, collided with the Ducklet's dual-fisted assault. Boom boom boom. This bout exceeded the intensity of the previous two exchanges. Do not concede, Charizard. Push harder. Ducklet, you too, do not yield easily. Attack with all your might. Roar, you shall fall. Gore, the one who should fall is you. Cough cough X2 as the dust settled. Both Pokemon stood back to back. In the next moment, under the scrutinizing gazes of Trico and Xiaobo, the Charizard staggered, weakened by the recoil of its own flamethrower, forcing it to kneel and support its hefty frame. Upon witnessing this, Xiaobo's face broke into a smile, as if victory was already in his grasp. Meanwhile, Trico's heart sank. He could only silently hope that the Charizard would endure. Should it falter, Trico would feel too ashamed to send in his Machoke again, having boasted so grandly moments before. However, in the following second, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Just like the Charizard moments ago, the Ducklet suddenly ignited in a blaze of azure and white flames. Gore, you've won. The Ducklet exclaimed before its body collapsed to the ground. Bang! Roar, I have triumphed. As the Ducklet fell, the Charizard erupted into the air, breathing fire in celebration. Come back, Ducklet. Well done. Now rest. Aku, what a thrilling battle this has been. Here is the proof of your victory, the Flame Badge. I concede, Mr. Xiaobo Charizard, look. We have obtained the Flame Badge. Roar, how delightful. Aku, which city will you venture to next? Xiaobo, observing the vibrant Trico and Charizard, could not help but inquire. Well, I have gathered all 8 badges for this year's Indigo conference. With 2 months remaining until the event, I must prepare my Pokemon for some pre-competition training. Trico was puzzled by Xiaobo's question. However, backed by his grandfather, he could refuse any requests he did not wish to undertake, aside from those involving the legendary beings of their clan. That works perfectly. Upon hearing that Trico had some time to spare, Xiaobo was unable to suppress his inner delight. Mr. Xiaobo, do you require assistance? If it is not urgent, I must return to Pallet Town. My grandfather has urged me to come home early. Trico, confused, pondered whether the other party wished to ask for his help with something. Such favors held little significance for Trico. To be honest, given his lineage, he did not feel the need to curry favor with anyone. Haha, fear not. This matter will benefit you and your Charizard as well. Having lived a substantial life, Xiaobo readily discerned the skepticism in Trico's gaze. He then proceeded to explain his reasons for wanting Trico to stay, perhaps due to the fluctuations in energy within the Pokemon world. A volcano on Flame Island was about to erupt. As the lava flowed, a handful of flame crystals would emerge. Initially, Xiaobo believed these crystals to be firestones, but upon further examination, he discovered otherwise. Thus, he embarked on a study of these crystals. He found that while they were not firestones, they could still be absorbed by fire-type Pokemon. Moreover, Their ability to enhance fire-type moves greatly surpassed that of Pokémon carrying charcoal. Chapter 42. Seeking the Mysterious Crystals. Xiaobo's purpose in stopping Trico was that the volcano was on the verge of eruption. Consequently, a significant amount of flame crystals would likely flow out alongside the lava. Xiaobo, having recognized the exceptional potential of Trico's Charizard, resolved to share this secret with him. If one were to inquire as to why, it might be due to Xiaobo's advanced age and the rare encounter with a talented junior whom he wished to support. Mr. Xiaobo, may I inquire if Pokémon possessing an affinity for fire, but not classified as fire-type, can absorb the power of the crystals? Trico was undoubtedly receptive to such valuable resources. However, considering the peculiar attributes of his Abomasnow, along with Professor Oak's words and the results from his scanning device, Trico's heart ignited with fervor. If the crystals proved effective for Abomasnow, it could elevate its standing from the rear ranks to the forefront of his team. I have yet to test that, so I cannot provide you with an answer. Although Xiaobo was puzzled by Trico's inquiry, he genuinely had no intention of exploring that avenue. However, it certainly presented an intriguing prospect. Oh, what a pity! Though uncertain of its success, Trico held high hopes for the flame crystals. Given the opportunity to await the wild resources, Trico certainly could not leave so soon. As it happened, Xiaobo's residence functioned as an inn, so Trico unreservedly checked in. Of course, Trico intended to pay. He would never indulge in a free meal or lodging. Although, if a generous soul were to foot the bill, that would be an entirely different matter. There was also the possibility of taking advantage of the situation, just as Trico had done in that nameless town when he seized an unexpected fortune amidst the chaos. Such occurrences were merely serendipitous advantages in that tumultuous environment. Trico spent 3 days at Xiaobo's home, during which he either feasted on seafood or soaked in hot springs. In this rare period of leisure, Trico did not impose strict training regimens on his Pokémon. For several days, they enjoyed a reprieve from their usual training routine. However, none of this had any relation to the strange power. It was solely because, upon hearing the news of the mysterious crystal, Professor Oak, after waiting for Gyarados to regain its strength, was promptly transported back to the Oak Research Lab, where he executed an exchange with the long-unseen Shelder. As for the reason behind the exchange for Shelder, it was a precautionary measure by Professor Oak, ensuring that he had a robust water-type Pokémon at his side. The fossilized helmet was merely a backup strategy. On the morning of the 4th day, while Professor Oak was gently wiping the Pokémon egg with a towel, he suddenly felt the ground tremble. What was happening? An earthquake? Without hesitation, Professor Oak grabbed his backpack and the Pokémon egg and rushed outside. The reason he did not warn Summer was that Summer spent his days wandering outdoors, only returning at mealtimes. Meanwhile, Summer, who had been observing the volcanic activity, naturally witnessed the eruption of the particular volcano he had been closely monitoring. Thick volcanic ash permeated the air, yet Summer felt exhilarated as he made his way home. The special volcano had erupted, and he needed to hasten to bring Professor Oak along. Thus, in an expansive area, Professor Oak, flying on his Charizard, and Summer, rushing back, fortuitously met in the park beneath Summer's house. Summer, what is the cause of this tremor? Professor Oak inquired. At that moment, he had already stored Jengar's Pokémon egg in his spatial backpack. Initially, Professor Oak intended to voice a complaint, but his gaze was drawn to an immense pillar of fire rising from a distance behind Summer. Did you see that? That is the volcano I mentioned. Quickly, summon a flying Pokémon capable of carrying us. We must go. Why the urgency? Wasn't it said that the crystals would flow with the lava? Indeed. While the crystals do move with the lava, that is only during the eruption and the subsequent flow. Once the eruption ceases, the crystals will sink into the lava, and we will lose the chance to find those buried crystals. Is that so? Then let us depart at once. Come forth. Charizard. X2. Roar X2. Let us go, old friend. Keep up, Charizard. Both Professor Oak and Summer mounted their respective Charizards. With a powerful flap of their wings, they ascended into the sky, heading toward the erupting volcano. As they drew nearer, both felt the oppressive heat in the air. For Summer, accustomed to life near the volcano, it was merely discomforting. But for Professor Oak, it was a considerable strain. However, to strengthen Charizard, he resolved to endure the heat. Well, if it becomes unbearable, I'll just have to hydrate myself, he thought. The journey to the mountain may sound simple, but it is not as straightforward as it seems. Although the volcano was within sight, it took over half an hour for the 2 Charizards to reach it. Perhaps it is due to the burden of carrying us, he mused. Before long, the 2 Charizards landed on a towering rocky outcrop. Go forth, Charizard. Take Akira's Charizard to seek the mysterious crystals. Summer commanded. Roar understood. Charizard. Exercise caution. Your safety is paramount. Roar acknowledged. After issuing their commands, The two Charizards took to the skies once more, watching their figures ascend. Professor Oak couldn't help but ask Summer, "Mr. Summer, are you only sending one Charizard on this mission?" As someone who specialized in fire types, it puzzled Professor Oak that Summer would only dispatch Charizard to search for the mysterious crystals, particularly when he could have sent more assistance. Haha, I have grown old. Increasing my own strength holds little meaning for me now. At that moment, Summer seemed like a sage who had transcended worldly desires. Having come to terms with the fleeting nature of fame and fortune, your perspective on life is something I aspire to emulate in the future. Why only in the future? Because currently, I still have aspirations. For a 10-year-old like me, the allure of fame and beauty remains quite enticing. As they endured the scorching heat of the surrounding lava, the two engaged in conversation to distract themselves. Time flowed unceasingly as they chatted. Finally, after waiting for over an hour, the silhouettes of two Charizards appeared in the sky. Soon, as the figures grew larger, the two standing on the rocky outcrop could clearly see the state of the Charizards. Chapter 43, Charizard and Abomasnow strengthened by absorbing flame crystals. The two Charizards appeared identical, with their arms crossed. Cradled within their embrace were several diamond-shaped, irregularly long crystals. Oh, it seems we have made a significant haul this time. My previous collection was nowhere near as abundant. Professor Oak exclaimed as he beheld the quantity of crystals the Charizards held. Indeed, it appears our luck is quite favorable this time. Professor Oak replied, activating his scanning device. Item consumption. Flame crystal, formed autonomously over the years from the fire elements within magma. Flame crystals can enhance the stamina, potential, temperature, and control of fire for fire-type Pokémon. Most importantly, each flame crystal contains a trace of the primordial fire energy, granting fire-type Pokémon the potential to reach the level of divine beasts. Special attention. Only fire-type or those with fire affinity Pokémon can absorb flame crystals. Any other type of Pokémon that attempts to absorb them will face the dire consequence of being engulfed in flames. Under the scan of the device, the details of the flame crystals were laid bare. Currently, the only fire-type Pokémon in Professor Oak's possession was Charizard. However, he also had Abomasnow, who possessed a fire affinity. In comparison to a standard Abomasnow, Professor Oak's two-headed Abomasnow had an additional head. After testing by his father and the scanning device, it was determined that this particular head exhibited unparalleled affinity for fire. In contrast to its poisonous capabilities, this head leaned more toward fire attributes. His father speculated that this might be related to the runes on Abomasnow's head. Yet, despite its excellent affinity, Abomasnow could only learn Flame Fong and no other fire-type moves autonomously. Even when it came to learning techniques, his father's experiments yielded no results. Ultimately, his father's conclusion was that Abomasnow still faced racial limitations. Unless empowered by potent natural treasures, it would remain hindered in mastering fire-type moves. The flame crystals not only enhance various capabilities of fire types, but also contain a trace of the primordial fire energy. Professor Oak firmly believed that these treasures held a significant probability of enabling Abomasnow to transcend its racial limitations. After allowing the two Charizards to rest momentarily, the two riders once again mounted their Charizards and returned to Summer's home. Upon counting, they discovered that they had obtained 13 flame crystals. Summer was uninterested. Thus all of them belonged to Professor Oak. 3 hours later, after a hearty lunch and with their energy replenished, the two were ready for Charizard to absorb the flame crystals. At this moment, in the open space of Summer's backyard, 13 flame crystals lay casually before Charizard. Charizard, absorb them one by one. Do not rush. The more potent the treasure, the harder it is to absorb its energy. To prevent Charizard from becoming anxious and causing mishaps, I must remind you, Professor Oak cautioned. Roar understood. In a moment of tension, the Charizard placed the first flame crystal into its mouth under the anxious gaze of Professor Oak. To the surprise of all, the seemingly hard flame crystal possessed the remarkable quality of dissolving upon entry. As the crystal was consumed, a radiant red light erupted from within Charizard, enveloping its entire form. Feeling a surge of power, Charizard continued to consume the flame crystals. Under the watchful eyes of Professor Oak and Shaber, Charizard devoured a total of 7 crystals. At that moment, it was encased in a beam of red energy. Through Professor Oak's scanning eye, it was revealed that Charizard, eyes closed, was enduring the tumultuous baptism and transformation of its inner strength. After a considerable time, the enveloping red light gradually dissipated, revealing Charizard to the sight of both Professor Oak and Shaber. Wow, Oak, your Charizard has undergone an astounding transformation, exclaimed Shaber. Indeed, but all credit goes to you, Mr. Shaber. Had it not been for your information, I would have left the Crimson Island right after obtaining my badge, replied Oak. Oh, it's all your own doing. Moreover, your Charizard possesses exceptional talent. To be honest, I find myself a bit envious. That is still thanks to you. As for Charizard, it is the progeny of my father's old companion. To be candid, my brother was quite jealous when I was entrusted with it. Really? Such a display of paternal affection. Haha, yes. My father has always been quite kind to me. With a triumphant roar, Charizard stood tall, having absorbed all the energy. Charizard, how do you feel? Roar. Absolutely fantastic. At this moment, after the baptism of the flame crystals, Charizard's height had soared to 3 meters. Beyond its size, the most striking change was its newfound robustness, especially evident in its elongated claws, which now appeared more refined than those of its kin. Congratulations, Oak. Charizard's strength should have reached the initial stage of gym level. I eagerly anticipate its performance in this year's Quartz Conference. Yes, Mr. Shaber, just watch how Charizard and I will shine. The enhancement of Charizard's power instilled Oak with great confidence. Though he had felt assured before, he was now utterly convinced. Subsequently, Oak returned Charizard to its Pokeball for rest and released his Heir, allowing it to absorb the energy from the flame crystals as well. Who would have thought there existed such a peculiar Heir? Oak, your fortune in capturing such an extraordinary Pokemon is truly remarkable. Shaber mused at the sight of the two-headed Heir, which exhibited an affinity for fire elements. He couldn't help but lament his own lack of such luck in his youth. This really is luck. The Heir practically presented itself for capture. With the Heir absorbing 3 flame crystals, it too reached its limit. Although it consumed less than Charizard. Being a poison-type Pokemon, achieving this feat through its affinity for fire elements was quite commendable. Once the red light surrounding Heir faded, Professor Oak's scanning eye revealed that the mutated head of Heir now harbored the power of flames. Ah, this feels amazing. Similar to Charizard, Heir underwent a noticeable transformation after absorbing the flame crystals. The most prominent change was that its previously red left head, adorned with runes, had transformed, and now its entire body gleamed a deep purple red. Additionally, its size had further increased to an astonishing 9 meters. In perhaps a consequence of the concentrated fire element within the flame crystals, Professor Oak's scanning eye also detected that Heir had learned to emit flames. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Moreover, Heir's strength had reached the pinnacle of the elite level, now standing on the precipice of gym level. After recalling Heir and collecting the remaining 3 flame crystals, Professor Oak and Shaber returned indoors. After a long day of activity, they both yearned for a well-deserved rest. Naturally, a soak in a hot spring before sleep would alleviate their fatigue, while also providing a sense of relaxation. 2 days later, bidding farewell to Shaber, Professor Oak boarded a cruise ship, departing from Crimson Town. He had successfully gathered the 8 badges required for the Quartz Conference, and he had no desire to collect any more. Not only would it be a waste of time, but it also seemed superfluous. Instead, he preferred to focus on enhancing the strength of the Pokemon he currently possessed. On the cruise, Professor Oak sat quietly in a chair, savoring his favorite black tea while occasionally gazing at the surging waves. The phrase stealing a moment of leisure from a busy life perfectly encapsulated his current state. Regrettably, while Professor Oak sought to enjoy some tranquility, others were less accommodating. Due to his good looks, a number of young ladies and mature women gathered around him. Unlike the shy girls who merely stole glances, the more mature women boldly showcased their allure before his gaze. As a normal 10-year-old boy, Professor Oak naturally appreciated the beauty of women. However, at his tender age, he knew he would have to wait a few more years to experience romance. Premature indulgence could lead to irreparable harm to his developing body. Nevertheless, with mature women actively presenting their charms, Professor Oak decided to indulge in some visual enjoyment, adhering to the principle of not missing out on a delightful sight. After lunch, Professor Oak returned to his cabin. The vibrant scenes of the morning had already provided him with ample visual delight. After spending a few hours gazing, he feared that another visit in the afternoon might lead to a loss of self-control, as the allure was simply too tempting. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed in the room, startling him. What was that? He wondered, turning towards the source of the sound, only to find that the Pokemon egg he had placed in the hatching device had developed several cracks on its surface. Is it about to hatch? He exclaimed, quickly rising to retrieve the egg from the device. He had possessed this egg for some time, although it had not hatched until now. Having regularly checked on it, he had found everything normal and thus had not given it much thought. Yet now, with the prospect of being on the cruise for a few days, he feared missing the hatching, and to his astonishment, the ghostly egg began to hatch on the very first day of the cruise. As the cracks on the egg multiplied, Professor Oak, along with his 6 Pokemon, gathered around it in anticipation. With a brilliant flash of white light, a unique glitter appeared before them, unlike any other. Its purple core was surrounded by a halo of bluish-gray flames, featuring large white eyes, small black pupils, and a mouth adorned with fangs. Glitter, welcome to this world. Roar, welcome to our little brother. The chorus of greetings echoed from the assembled Pokémon. 2 days hence, at noon, the cruise ship carrying Demue sailed along the coastline of Withered Leaf City, making its way toward its destination, the port of Hualan City. As the nearest port to Jinshin Town lay in Hualan City, Demue had no choice but to disembark there and continue his journey home by land. However, today, the cruise ship he was aboard fell under the scrutiny of a band of pirates. At a port in Withered Leaf City, a flotilla of speedboats had gathered, led by one of the few medium-sized vessels among them. Boss Yusuker, their an Alliance medium-sized cruise ship headed toward Hualan City. Should we seize the opportunity for a heist? A robust bald man clad in a blue and white striped short-sleeve shirt reported to a middle-aged man aboard the speedboat. The individuals standing behind him on the boat were similarly attired, all members of the Toxic Wolf pirate crew. The man named Yusuker was the captain of this notorious band. Dispatch 2 speedboats to follow, allowing the rest of the crew to rest. We shall launch our attack once the cruise ship has distanced itself from Withered Leaf City tonight. Yusuker calmly issued his orders after lowering his binoculars. Understood, Boss Yusuker. The bald man quickly relayed the command, and 2 speedboats, laden with ample fuel, began to trail the cruise ship at a leisurely pace. The remaining members of the Toxic Wolf pirate crew, aside from the drivers, took the opportunity to rest on their boats. A battle was imminent, and they needed to conserve their strength. That evening, after dining, Demue remained in his cabin, engaged in playful antics with his 7 Pokémon. The primary focus of their merriment was, of course, Eevee and Jengar, with Fossil Armor also joining in the fun. Meanwhile, Charizard and Alakazam were still acclimating to their enhanced abilities, while Shellder and Alakazam were engaged in additional training. Alakazam was utilizing its psychic powers to help Shellder refine its own abilities. After a rigorous session, Shellder's shell, much like its insides, became as dark as coal, often leading it to lose consciousness. At such times, Demue found himself busy, not only polishing Shellder's uneven shell, but also tending to its injuries. Nonetheless, this arduous training yielded significant results, as Shellder was able to endure Alakazam's Thunder Punch for longer durations. It seemed that Shellder's resilience against electric-type moves had indeed improved. Chapter 45, The Pirate Night Raid. As the moon ascended higher into the night sky, the lights in the cruise ship's rooms began to extinguish one by one, signaling the approach of rest. At midnight, amidst the dark and tempestuous night, the Toxic Wolf pirate crew had completely surrounded the cruise ship with their speedboats. Brothers, charge forth. Wealth, women, and treasured Pokémon await on that ship. Seize what you desire with all your might. The night crew aboard the cruise ship quickly became aware of the pirates' intentions. They had initially planned to rely on the ship's massive tonnage to break free. But to their dismay, the propellers beneath the hull were ensnared by a multitude of venomous jellyfish, rendering them immobile. Upon realizing the predicament, a sturdy man clad in a sailor's uniform rushed to the intercom, shouting, "Attention, all personnel. We are under attack by unidentified assailants. The security team must mobilize immediately. Esteemed passengers, please secure your doors and windows and remain in your cabins." I repeat, after broadcasting the urgent message to everyone on board, he promptly contacted the nearby Withered Leaf City Coast Guard, detailing their location and the current situation, urging them to send assistance without delay. "Hurry, we must provide support. If this ship is lost, the captain will not let us off lightly. I, second in command." Every soul aboard the cruise ship, whether asleep or awake, heard the announcement. And soon the night was pierced by the shrill screams of panic. In room A1006, Demue was jolted awake from his slumber by the blaring intercom. Being roused from deep sleep was far from pleasant. Pirates attacking? What on earth is happening? Isn't this the Pokemon world? Demue was momentarily bewildered, wondering if he had been transported once more. Damn it, of all times. He could only hope the pirates' Pokemon were of a low level. Otherwise, he might have to make a hasty escape. As he hastily dressed, he couldn't help but grumble. Though uncertain of the pirates' Pokemon levels, Demue surmised that they predominantly utilized water and flying types, given their maritime lifestyle. However, he lamented the absence of his beloved Victreebel and Electrode. While Charizard and Alakazam could also wield Thunder Punch, they could not match the prowess of Victreebel and Electrode. Alakazam, being a psychic type, was somewhat reliable, but Charizard, despite its high level, was at a disadvantage and could still sustain injuries and fatigue. Come forth, Alakazam and Shellder. Guard the entrance and prevent anyone from entering. Who? Understood. Zap. Got it. After issuing his commands to the two Pokemon, Demue retrieved Jengar, who had been lurking in his shadow, into its Pokeball. Jengar, still in its baby stage, offered no resistance as it was successfully captured. Demue had refrained from returning Jengar to its Pokeball until now, allowing him to carry all 7 Pokemon with him. However, with Jengar now safely stored, Demue had to choose another Pokemon to send away. With a few deft maneuvers on his Pokédex, Jengar's Pokeball shimmered with light before disappearing from Demue's grasp. With Jengar dispatched, Demue exhaled a sigh of relief. His final concern alleviated, he could now navigate the situation with greater autonomy. On the cruise ship, pirates had already begun to board the deck on their flying Pokemon, while the security team clashed with the intruders. From room A1006, Demue peered through the window at the unfolding chaos, simultaneously activating his scanning ability to gather intelligence on the Pokemon involved. Aside from the security team engaged in battle with the pirates, some overconfident passengers had flung open their doors to join the fray. Demue couldn't help but admire their courage. Yet, it was unfortunate that these trainers, constrained by the rules of the League, were now facing off against pirates who would stop at nothing for victory, leading them to learn an invaluable lesson amidst the perilous confrontation. Of course, aside from those particularly powerful, the others fell victim to the pirates' blades and axes. For instance, a battle-hardened trainer, injured and seething with rage, shouted, "How dare you attack trainers during a Pokemon battle? I shall file a complaint with the League." "Ha! Look, brothers, we have a naive one among us." A knife-wielding pirate chuckled, unable to suppress his amusement at the situation. "We are notorious pirates. Why would we care about the so-called rules of the League? We have embraced the life of pirates, thus rendering the absurd regulations of the Alliance irrelevant. This young fool has evidently been thoroughly deceived by the Alliance. Seeing your suffering, I shall grant you a swift end. No need for thanks." With that, the knife-wielding pirate launched his attack. No, alas, the pirate would not be swayed by the naive words of this young man, and he continued his assault. With the demise of the naive trainer from the Alliance, the pirate immediately plundered all of his possessions. The spatial backpack, Pokemon, and any valuables on his person were completely stripped away by the brigand. If it were not for the unsuitable size, the Alliance trainer's garments might have been taken as well. The pirates descended upon everything of value like a horde of locusts, voraciously consuming all that was within their sight. They then set about searching for their next prey. This scene unfolded not only here, but throughout the entire cruise ship, where inexperienced trainers fell one after another beneath the blades of the pirates. It could be said that they succumbed to their own naivety. The cacophony of screams mingled with the triumphant laughter of the pirates, resonating through the still night sky. Those travelers who had taken refuge in their rooms could not withstand the onslaught of the pirates. After all, against the pirates, how could those flimsy wooden doors, lacking in defense, hope to withstand the blades and Pokemon in their hands? Within the rooms breached by the pirates, aside from a few trainers with both the mindset and strength to command their Pokemon to resist, the remaining travelers, lacking in either fortitude or prowess, were left at the mercy of their assailants. Meanwhile, the captain of the cruise ship, along with the first and second mates, and a portion of the security team, found themselves ensnared by the primary forces of the Poison Wolf pirate crew on the deck. "Damn pirates! Quick, Swampert, unleash water gun." Captain Yamazaki, hearing the cries and the unrestrained cheers of the pirates, fought to suppress his grief and commanded his Swampert to attack. "Ha! You think I will let you have your way so easily? Gyarados, let us retaliate with water gun as well." Captain Yosuke of the Poison Wolf pirate crew paid no heed to the insults hurled his way. As a pirate captain, had he not endured such slander before? If he lost his composure at a few insults, he would have long since been buried beneath a mound of grass. For now, he merely needed to hold off the main forces of the cruise ship while his subordinates gathered the spoils. As for whether they would keep them for themselves, that was a separate matter altogether. Chapter 46. Joining the battle to eliminate the pirates. In room A1006. Daiki had been observing the pirates outside through his spy eye for more than 10 minutes. He noted that apart from a few with advanced strength, most were still at an intermediate level. This revelation allowed Daiki to breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that it was time for him to join the fray. "Come back. Shelmet, it's time to battle, Abomasnow." "Shaka cool, are we battling again?" Considering Shelmet's mobility issues, Daiki replaced it with Abomasnow. After consuming the flame crystal, Abomasnow had reached the pinnacle of elite strength. Coupled with the mid-tier elite Pokemon, Alakazam, they would surely be more than capable of handling pirates with only advanced level strength. Of course, the primary advantage lay in Abomasnow's mastery of Thunderfang. Creak, the sound of the wooden door opening went unnoticed by others aboard the cruise ship. It was only upon stepping outside that Daiki was met with a nauseating stench of blood. Abomasno, Alakazam, let us proceed. Witnessing the bodies strewn across the deck, some belonging to Alliance trainers, others to pirates, and even Pokemon, Daiki fought against his bodily discomfort and pressed onward with his 2 Pokemon. Ah, help, don't come any closer. Ha, 2 little beauties, let me take good care of you. In one room, 2 delicate-looking girls, seemingly 13 or 14 years old, were cornered and trembling in fear before a muscular pirate. Beside the muscle-bound brigand lay a bloodied Kingler, and beneath the giant crab, the lifeless bodies of a Vulpix and a Swablu lay. It was evident that these 2 Pokemon were the helpless girls' companions, but alas, they could no longer open their eyes to see their trainers. Just as despair threatened to consume the 2 girls, a command directing a Pokemon surged through the air. Like the most enchanting melody. Abomasno, ambush Kingler and then use Thunderfang. Alakazam, use Confusion to crush him. Shaka Cool understood. Who? Got it. Who goes there? Before the muscular pirate could turn around, a watermelon was crushed by Alakazam's psychic force. Simultaneously, Kingler fell victim to Abomasno's attack, sending it to a one-way trip to oblivion. The stark difference in their levels made such a swift defeat inevitable. The explosion of watermelon juice sent the 2, already teetering on the brink of collapse, into a shriek. Silence. If you continue to scream, I shall have Alakazam crush your heads. Gah! Perhaps Daiki's threat had taken effect, or perhaps the brutal scene of the pirate's head being crushed was too gruesome to bear. The moment they heard Daiki's words, the 2 girls immediately fell silent, their tear-filled eyes fixed on him, fearful that he might order Alakazam to do the same to them. All right, you stay quiet and hide here. I am going to deal with the pirates. Having spoken, Daiki paid no further attention to the 2 girls. Their fate, whether life or death, now depended on their ability to remain calm. As for why Daiki had initially chosen not to intervene, had he done so, perhaps fewer Alliance trainers would have perished aboard the cruise ship. However, such an action would have placed him in jeopardy. When a group of desperate pirates discovers that someone aboard poses a threat to their lives, what do you think they will do? The threat of death often ignites a primal adrenaline in pirates, causing them to temporarily forget their pain and become even more reckless. Should he face a mob of such pirates, Daiki would surely meet the same fate as those who had overestimated their own abilities. Rescuing others was permissible, but only if his own safety was assured. Thus, Daiki had remained hidden in the room to gauge the pirate's strength. To borrow a phrase from military strategy, this is what it means to know oneself and one's enemy, ensuring victory in every battle. He could not place himself in danger for the sake of a few. Abomasno, ambush and use Thunderfang. Alakazam, employ Psychic. Ensuring his own safety, Daiki, accompanied by his 2 elite-level Pokemon, began to eliminate the pirates aboard the cruise ship. His actions were not swift, but with his involvement, the scales of victory gradually began to tilt in favor of the Alliance trainers. However, before long, Daiki encountered a relatively formidable opponent. A smaller man among the pirates commanded a mid-tier elite Blastoise and a beginner elite Swampert. I never anticipated such a formidable opponent aboard this cruise ship, aside from the security team, having experienced countless life and death battles. Saito felt a similar pressure from Daiki as he did from his own captain, Yosuke. You are quite impressive yourself. However, your luck has run out, for you have crossed paths with me. Abomasno, use Screech, then unleash Thunderfang on Blastoise. Alakazam, use Psybeam on Swampert. Daiki Spy I had long since gathered data on Sato's 2 Pokemon. Possessing elite-level strength, they could be considered rare strong opponents. At the same time, Damuhi secretly rejoiced that he had not rushed out to provide support when the pirates boarded the cruise ship. Otherwise, he would have been besieged by 2 or 3 elite pirates, and in a situation where he had no advantage. Even his fiery dragon would have been worn down by them. With a sharp, piercing sound, a Bagwan first unleashed a deafening cry, which diminished the physical defense of both the water arrow turtle and the quick swim frog. Subsequently, it swiftly approached the water arrow turtle, intending to bite it with its gleaming, electric teeth. Meanwhile, Hoodie brandished its dual spoons, launching a Psybeam toward the quick swim frog. The water arrow turtle spun rapidly to thwart a Bagwan's advance, while the quick swim frog countered the Psybeam with its bubble beam. Upon receiving the command, the water arrow turtle executed a mid-air spin, evading a Bagwan's attack, while the quick swim frog's bubble beam collided with Hoodie's Psybeam. A Bagwan then lunged at the water arrow turtle, employing Bind before attacking with Thunderfang, while Hoodie targeted the quick swim frog with its psychic blade. Don't let it have its way. Use Rocket Headbutt, commanded Damuhi. The quick swim frog, after using its shadow clone to evade, retaliated with a series of slap attacks. A Bagwan moved in to ensnare the water arrow turtle, but the turtle withdrew its head momentarily before launching itself at a Bagwin. The psychic blade only struck the quick swim frog's shadow clone, and after dodging the attack, the quick swim frog swiftly approached Hudi with its right hand extended. Chapter 47. The Battle Against Pirates, a Fight Without Winners. Hehe. You dare to engage in close combat. I truly admire your courage. A Bagwin seized the opportunity to bind the water arrow turtle. Hudi retaliated with its thunder punch. Damu-he, without needing to observe further, understood that this battle was nearing its conclusion. While the water arrow turtle appeared robust and powerful, it was all relative to its opponent. Standing at 9 meters tall, a Bagwin was far more colossal than an ordinary onyx. Coupled with its two-headed mutation and Damu-he's ample nourishment, a Bagwin possessed a width exceeding that of its kind by more than 1.5 times. This was only natural, as it relied entirely on its formidable physique to move, given its lack of limbs. As the water arrow turtle closed in, a Bagwin swiftly evaded the attack and coiled its body around the turtle. But that was not the end. While entangling the water arrow turtle, a Bagwin's two heads crackled with electric energy. In the next moment, both heads mercilessly sank their electric fangs into the water arrow turtle. That hurts, cried the water arrow turtle. Quick, break free, commanded Damu-he. A Bagwin, do not let it escape. Use acid spray with one head. Upon receiving the command, a Bagwin's fire-type head continued to use Thunder Fong, while its poison-type head unleashed a potent acid attack toward the water arrow turtle. Unable to extricate itself from a Bagwin's grasp, the water arrow turtle lay helpless, akin to meat on a chopping board. Simultaneously, the quick swim frog approached Hudi, hoping to exploit its close-range fighting advantage. Unfortunately, it met with Hudi's thunder punch. Drawing from its training against the iron shell crab, the experience proved invaluable at this moment. Most importantly, a Bagwin's earlier deafening cry had also affected the quick swim frog, significantly reducing its defensive capabilities. The quick swim frog's right hand, which was executing a series of slaps, was caught by Hudi's left hand, while the other hand delivered a thunder punch. That hurts, exclaimed the quick swim frog. Like the water arrow turtle, it was overwhelmed by the dual electric attacks. Quick, find a way to escape. In this dire moment, Saizato felt a surge of panic as both of his Pokemon were ensnared by their opponents. What's wrong? The situation on the field is decidedly unfavorable for you. Perhaps you should send out 2 more Pokemon. Otherwise, your life may be in jeopardy today. With an air of confidence akin to a movie villain, Damu-he began to taunt Saizato. How dare you overstep your bounds? Saizato, feeling increasingly flustered by Damu-he's threats, gripped his knife in one hand while clutching a hidden Pokeball in the other, pondering his next move. Saizato had no desire to meet his demise. Indeed, no one does. However, the current predicament left him with little choice. If he abandoned the water arrow turtle and quick swim frog, he might still find a glimmer of hope. Yet, these 2 Pokemon were fundamental to his standing within the pirate crew. Losing them would mean that even if he managed to escape, he would be hunted down by those he had once bullied. Hey, don't make me out to be the villain here. Remember, you are the ruthless pirate, while I am the noble trainer of the league. Given the circumstances, Damu-he declared, since you cannot decide, I shall make the choice for you. Come forth, Iron Shell Crab, and unleash Aurora Beam. With a crackle, the radiant beam, imbued with an icy chill, surged toward Saizato. Though Saizato's movements were stealthy, they were no match for Damu-he's piercing gaze. Curse you. I'll fight back. Come forth, Agate Jellyfish, and use Bubble Beam. Seeing the Aurora Beam closing in, Saizato had no alternative but to summon his last Pokemon. A mid-tier Agate Jellyfish emerged. But unfortunately, its opponent was an elite Iron Shell Crab. The Bubble Beam was almost instantly frozen by the Aurora Beam, and the residual energy struck the Agate Jellyfish with devastating force. With a level disparity of nearly 20, the Agate Jellyfish stood no chance against such overwhelming power. Agate Jellyfish, Saizato lamented, collapsing to the ground as his knife clattered to the deck. Allow me to send you off, commanded Damu-he. Iron Shell Crab, use Mud Shot. With a resounding crack, a flurry of yellow-brown mud projectiles engulfed Saizato's entire form. After eliminating Saizato, Damu-he directed the Iron Shell Crab to finish off the Agate Jellyfish before joining the fray against the Water Arrow Turtle and Quick Swim Frog. Both Pokemon, already on the brink of defeat at the hands of a Bagwin and Hudi, soon followed their master's fate with the added assistance of the Iron Shell Crab. Once everything here concluded, Damu-he would lead his trio of Pokemon to clear out the remaining pirates on the ship. Meanwhile, the battle on the cruise ship's bow was nearing its climax. The deck was strewn with severed limbs and the corpses of both Pokemon and humans, creating a gruesome tableau stained crimson with blood. Presently, only a few figures remained standing on the deck. The captain's Pokémon had perished, save for a single giant claw crab. The first mate and his Pokémon had been defeated, the second mate lay unconscious with a severed arm, and the cruise ship's security had suffered near total casualties. On the other side, the toxic wolf pirate crew was faring no better. Captain Yusuker's main Pokémon was reduced to a single injured Dragonair, while the rest had fallen in battle against the cruise ship's captain. The elite pirates under his command now dwindled to merely 2 severely injured comrades. This operation had proven to be a substantial loss for T.M. Observing the defiant captain of the cruise ship, Yusuker let out a furious curse, inwardly praying for his subordinates to rally. Regrettably, he would not receive any reports from them. The maritime police of Cerulean City finally arrived at the scene after nearly an hour and a half of fierce combat. A dozen swift boats from the police department gradually approached the cruise liner, while those possessing formidable aerial Pokémon forcefully boarded to provide assistance. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The anguished screams erupted from the pirates' lips. Sensing the dire situation, Yusuker hastily departed with his 2 elite subordinates on a speedboat. With the Alliance reinforcements having arrived, he knew that remaining any longer would land him in the Alliance's prison. Once the police reinforcements reached the scene, Omukaku returned to his quarters. He had done all that he could. The ensuing matters were no longer of his concern. Chapter 48. The Return of the Riding Company. With the arrival of the maritime police and the escape of the poison wolf pirate captain, the remaining pirates aboard the cruise ship grew increasingly ferocious. A cornered beast will fight to the death, seeking nothing but a glimmer of survival. However, under the overwhelming advantage of numbers and rank, the remaining pirates aboard the cruise ship failed to create significant upheaval. Once the pirates were thoroughly cleansed from the vessel, the sky brightened with the hues of dawn. Hours of intense battle had left the passengers and security team aboard the cruise ship decimated. Miss Junsha, the captain of the police department, was currently leading numerous medical personnel in treating the injured passengers and security team members. Those unscathed were required to cooperate with Miss Junsha for a brief inquiry. When it was Omukaku's turn, he casually produced his Pokédex. After pressing a couple of buttons, the voice of Professor Oak resonated from the device. This Pokédex has been issued to Omukaku from Pallet Town. Please note, it cannot be replaced if lost or damaged. Simultaneously, the Pokédex displayed a photo of Omukaku. Being from Pallet Town and sharing the same surname, it was evident to Miss Junsha and the other officers that Omukaku was related to Professor Oak. Leveraging his grandfather's influence, Omukaku answered a few questions before returning to his room. Who do you think this young man is in relation to Professor Oak? One female officer, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired after Omukaku's departure, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. What could he be? Given his age, he must be a grandson of Professor Oak. Surely he can't be a nephew or cousin, a male colleague remarked while organizing the registration forms. Who knows? It could very well be. Before the flames of gossip could ignite further, Miss Junsha interjected sharply. Enough with the idle chatter. Look at the situation. So many lives were lost aboard that cruise ship. And you still have the energy to gossip. Since you're so keen on discussions, I've decided that everyone will work overtime tonight. Captain, please, no? The crowd despaired. How could the captain be so callous? Silence. One more word, and you'll face an additional week of overtime. Under Miss Junsha's furious roar, the officers fell silent. Their gazes filled with resentment directed at the instigator of the conversation, the female officer. It was all her fault, sparking the discussion that now bound them to a long night of work. The following day at noon, the cruise ship, under the protection of the Cerulean City Maritime Police, arrived in Hualan City. Upon disembarking, Omukaku hurried to the Hualan City Pokemon Center to contact his grandfather. Oh, it's you, Omukaku. The ghastly you transmitted last night is still in its larval stage, isn't it? A shining Pokemon. Your luck is truly remarkable. However, you must not capture such a young Pokemon in a Pokeball next time. It could inflict significant harm on both its body and spirit. As soon as the video call connected, his grandfather began to speak seriously, entering into a mode of verbal fervor. I understand, Grandpa. The night before last. After his grandfather finished, Omukaku explained the events of the previous night. Omukaku, are you all right? You weren't harmed, were you? Hearing that his grandson's cruise ship had been attacked by pirates, Professor Oak pressed his face closer to the screen, eager to ensure his grandson was unharmed. Rest assured, Grandpa. Not a single hair on my head was harmed. Observing his grandfather's anxious demeanor nearly overflowing from the screen warmed Omukaku's heart. The concern of family is always so comforting. After a few more exchanges with his grandfather, Omukaku ended the call. Half an hour later, after all his Pokemon had recovered, Omukaku arrived at a Pokemon riding store in Hualan City named Sato's Pokemon Riding Shop, where he rented a Tauros for 10,000 Poke Dollars. Soon after, Omukaku mounted the Tauros and swiftly made his way home. Due to Alliance regulations, trainers are prohibited from riding Pokemon within city limits, except for those from riding companies. Unless in emergencies. In some large cities, even slightly larger flying Pokemon are not permitted to take flight. 2 days later, at noon, Omukaku arrived in Johto City riding the Tauros. After returning the Tauros at Sato's riding branch in Johto City, he had lunch and then continued his journey towards Pallet Town with his backpack in tow. Why the hurry? Because a little one awaited his return at home. As a responsible father, he could not keep his baby waiting. After leaving Johto City, Omukaku summoned Charizard to fly. 3 hours later, upon spotting the outline of Pallet Town, he instructed Charizard to land, continuing the rest of the way on foot. Hey, isn't that Omukaku? Back from your travels? Have you completed your badge collection? How many Pokemon have you caught? It was Aunt Tanaka. I've collected the badges and caught a double-digit number of Pokemon. However, my grandfather is still waiting for me, so I must take my leave now. Goodbye, Aunt Tanaka. Regardless of the world, middle-aged women are always the most enthusiastic. Overwhelmed, Omukaku hurriedly offered a few perfunctory remarks before making his escape. Hey, that child, I still have so many questions to ask. Welcome back, Omukaku. Hello, Uncle Ikezawa. Due to the sparse population of Pallet Town, Omukaku was familiar with nearly everyone in the town. 40 minutes later, he arrived back at the Oak Research Lab. Grandpa, I'm back. How's my Ghastly doing? As soon as he stepped through the door, Omukaku called out excitedly. Where else could it be but the nursery? Professor Oak thought helplessly, reflecting on how sometimes his grandson mirrored Ash's behavior. I should check on it, though. Despite having faith in his grandfather's care, Omukaku decided to check on Ghastly's condition, if only to ease his own mind. In the nursery of the research lab, freshly hatched larval Pokemon were cared for by the staff. Here, they received the appropriate temperature and food for their growth, allowing them to safely survive the highest mortality rate period of their early life in the wild. Soon enough, Omukaku spotted Ghastly playing joyfully with its new companions in the nursery. After watching the joyful little ones for a while, he quietly turned to leave. Initially, Omukaku had thought that Ghastly might struggle to adapt to the unfamiliar environment, but to his surprise, it seemed to be getting along quite well with its peers. Chapter 49. Days in the Research Institute. Having gained an understanding of Guise's current situation, Oak decided to refrain from intruding further. After all, when it comes to caring for juvenile Pokemon, the staff within the nursery possessed far more expertise than he did. To act impulsively could potentially cause harm to Guise. After leaving the nursery, Oak returned to his room to set down his backpack. Subsequently, he gathered all of his Pokeballs to check on his other Pokemon. The backyard of the Oak Research Institute spanned countless acres. Come forth, everyone. Roar Chabieku Pazi Hudi Bui Midu. Alright, Charizard, you may take your companions to frolic. Roar. Come along, little siblings. Having been born and raised in the Institute's backyard, Charizard was naturally well acquainted with the surroundings. Once Charizard led the other Pokemon away, Oak sought out the Elder. Grandfather, how long until the Quartz Conference commences? In the Elder's daily workspace, Professor Oak was engrossed in data on his computer. Meanwhile, Oak was leisurely savoring a cup of red tea in the adjacent lounge area. Remembering his purpose, Oak interrupted the Elder's work. The Quartz Conference, you say? It's still a little over 2 months away. What's the matter, Aku? Are you feeling anxious? Professor Oak paused his work and took a delicate sip from his cup of tea. Anxious? That's out of the question. However, I do anticipate a few formidable opponents at this Quartz Conference. The clearly defined adversaries included his brother, Shigeru, and Ash, along with Akira, Steven, and Shinji. Though all 5 were formidable, especially Shigeru and Ash, who were undoubtedly stronger than in the original narrative. Since Charizard had ascended to gym leader level and most of his Pokemon had reached elite status, it would be exceedingly difficult for Oak to lose with such an impressive lineup. Indeed, while confidence is commendable, arrogance is not a trait to be embraced. Upon hearing his grandson's words, Professor Oak furrowed his brow slightly, earnestly advising him. This grandson of his bore an uncanny resemblance to his younger sibling in terms of prideful demeanor, coupled with the reckless behavior he had just displayed. It reminded him somewhat of Ash. Reflecting on it, this grandson was essentially a blend of his younger brother and Ash. Grandfather, I understand your concerns. Once you witness the prowess of my entire team, you will realize I am not merely boasting. At this moment, any explanation he offered felt futile at the Quartz Conference. Oak would substantiate his claims through sheer ability. Very well. I hope it indeed transpires as you say. Hearing his grandson's assurance, Professor Oak set down his teacup and turned back to his work. After spending a moment in solitude, Oak returned to his room to prepare dinner for his Pokémon. While the Institute had dedicated feeding staff, it was best for him to oversee his Pokémon's preferred culinary delights. 2 hours later, after dining with several of his Pokémon, Oak returned to his room with Eevee. 2 days later, in the afternoon, within the backyard of the Oak Research Institute, Oak stood proudly before his parents alongside his Charizard. The imposing height of over 3 meters and the gym leader-level aura left the Dragonite and Charizard couple somewhat astonished. To their surprise, their offspring had grown from a mere hatchling to a creature even larger than themselves within just over 6 months. Only in size, not in strength. Of course, it wasn't only the parents who were surprised. Professor Oak, who had come to check on the news, was equally taken aback. Wow, Akko, what have you been feeding Charizard to make it grow so tall? Comparing his own Charizard with that of his grandson, Professor Oak felt a flicker of defeat. Nevertheless, this fleeting sense of inadequacy dissipated quickly. He was indeed immensely proud of his grandson's success in nurturing Charizard. Talent emerges with each generation, and the younger generation often surpasses the older. As a grandfather, I have no concerns about my grandson achieving greater success than I. In fact, if such a day were to arrive, Professor Oak would surely relish the prospect of enjoying his retirement. Grandfather, here's the situation. Thereafter, Oak explained to the elder his encounters with the unnamed berry and flame crystal during his travels. Do you still have any of the unnamed berries? To his surprise, upon hearing the news, the elder extended his hand toward his grandson. Grandfather, I fed the unnamed berries to my Pokémon. I only obtained 18 in total, 2 for each Pokémon. The only one who hasn't consumed any is Gooey's. As for the flame crystals, I still have 3. If there had been more unnamed berries, I would have already given them to Gooey's. Right now, it is still in its juvenile stage. And regarding the flame crystals, the Pokémon's type and affinity for fire must be considered. Had Charizard been able to absorb them, I would have done so long ago. Quickly now, go fetch one for me to study. Upon hearing that there were no unnamed berries left, Professor Oak initially felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, upon discovering that his grandson still possessed flame crystals, his curiosity was piqued. At that moment, the glimmer in Professor Oak's eyes was so intense that it nearly blinded Oak. All right, grandfather, I will fetch them for you immediately. Concerning all matters related to Pokémon, the elder exhibited an insatiable curiosity. Perhaps, this was an inherent trait of Pokémon researchers. Leading the eager elder back to his room, Oak retrieved 3 flame crystals. Grandfather, these crystals can enhance the power of fire-type Pokémon. How about using these 3 flame crystals for your Charizard? Among his own Pokémon, both Charizard and Abomasnow had already absorbed them. As for whether he would capture other fire-type Pokémon during his future travels in different regions, that was a matter for another day. Besides, these items were for his grandfather, not for outsiders. Forget it, Charizard, and I do not require them. If you have no need for them, once I finish my research, you can give them to Shigeru. Upon saying this, the elder swiftly embraced one of the crystals and dashed back to his workspace with remarkable speed that was certainly not befitting of his age. Giving them to Shigeru, huh? That is not a bad choice. After a moment of contemplation, Oak decided the fate of the 3 flame crystals. In the days that followed, Oak largely confined himself indoors. Each day, aside from preparing food for his Pokémon, he engaged in physical training with them. Thus, a week passed. One fine morning, a red sports car pulled up to the entrance of the Research Institute. Disembarking were Oak's brother, Shigeru, and his companions. Chapter 50. Ash and Shigeru return for the court's conference, venue selection. Haha. Master Shigeru has returned from his travels, having collected badges. Fellow townsfolk, rejoice and cheer for me. Shigeru, you're the best. Shigeru, you're amazing. X6 all right. My sweethearts, please return to your respective rooms. I must first seek out grandfather. After shouting a few slogans at the entrance of the Research Institute and sending his girlfriends away, Shigeru made his way toward the elder's workspace. Creak. Grandfather, I'm back. Older brother, you're here too. Xiao Mao gently pushed open the door, initially intending to boast to his grandfather about his return. However, to his surprise, as soon as he uttered his words, he beheld his elder brother sitting quietly on the sofa in the lounge, sipping tea. Instantly, Xiao Mao felt a trickle of anxiety dampening his back. It seems that from now on, he ought to return in silence, avoiding the exuberant antics that characterized his entrance today, akin to a monkey garbed in clothing. He set down his teacup, his gaze steady as he regarded his younger brother. Perhaps owing to the experience of living a second life, he had never been particularly fond of raucous behavior since childhood. Instead, during moments of leisure, he preferred to savor a cup of red tea, relishing its rich flavors. It's you, elder brother. I shall be more mindful next time, Xiao Mao replied loudly, standing erect. At that moment, he seemed a far cry from the exuberant figure that had just entered. Xiao Mao felt emboldened to flaunt before their grandfather, particularly since the latter had grown gentler after assuming the role of a researcher. However, in his youth, due to the influence of Shalebi, the old man could be considered a formidable foe of Team Rocket. Moreover, the affections of a grandparent had undoubtedly contributed to his leniency towards Xiao Mao's youthful exuberance. Often met with a chuckle. Yet, this did not imply that he would indulge him. The treatment of a younger brother and a younger sister was entirely distinct. The former required discipline, while the latter was afforded affection. You are grown now. I shan't say much more. Since you have returned, you ought to conduct your pre-competition preparations dutifully. By the way, when you leave, make sure to take the 3 red crystals from grandfather's desk. These red crystals, known as flame crystals, significantly enhance the abilities of fire-type Pokémon. Despite being of the same age, Xiao Mao found himself admonished like a son in Demuhi's presence. This dynamic had been established when they were merely 5 years old, and Demuhi had long grown accustomed to it. Understood. That afternoon, under the watchful eyes of Demuhi and their grandfather, Xiao Mao's fast hound absorbed the 3 flame crystals, ascending directly from a high rank to the mid-elite level, effectively leaping 2 tiers. Much like Demuhi's Charizard and Arbok, the fast hound, transformed by the flame crystals, had increased in size considerably. In terms of both fire abilities and stamina, the fast hound exhibited remarkable improvements. 2 days later, Ash and his companions returned to Pallet Town. Not long after, they visited the Research Institute to inquire about the opening news and location of the Quartz Conference. Thus, the 3 novice trainers set to challenge the Quartz Conference in Pallet Town gathered once more in the Research Institute. Time invariably slips away unnoticed, and within 2 months, the moment had swiftly arrived. At this time, Demuhi was already waiting at the Pokemon Center on Quartz Plateau for the commencement of the competition. During the past 2 months, in stark contrast to Ash and his companions' leisurely training, Xiao Mao's regimen had been considerably more arduous. To prevent Xiao Mao from facing early elimination in the top 32, as had occurred in the original narrative, Demuhi had subjected him and his main battling Pokemon to a grueling 50-day training regimen. Throughout this period, Xiao Mao was compelled to enhance his physical condition, leading to significant transformations. Setting aside all else, he at least no longer appeared timid while walking. This Quartz Conference was anticipated to attract over 200 participants. Demuhi eagerly speculated on who his first opponent might be. 3 days later, the sacred fire of the Firebird ignited, heralding the commencement of the competition for the championship title the following day. During this 3-day interval, Demuhi encountered several of his adversaries. Among them was the spirited Xiao Ming, adorned with forgivingly hued hair and accompanied by his evolved Sand Shrew, whose prowess had reached the pinnacle of the elite stage, posing a considerable threat to Demuhi. Next came Steven, a golden-haired trainer from across the ocean, accompanied by an electric-type Pokemon, also at the elite initial stage, making him no weak contender in the Quartz Conference. Following him was the stoic, purple-haired youth Shinji from the Sinnoh region, who had yet to reveal his Pokemon, leaving his current strength a mystery. Lastly, Ash arrived alongside the procession bearing the sacred fire. With all preparations in place, on the following morning, Demuhi first set out to confirm the battle arena and his opponent. The competition for the Quartz Conference was divided into 4 distinct battle environments: rock, water, grass, and ice. Only after triumphing in these 4 environments could trainers advance to the main venue for the competition. Following the staff's guidance, Demuhi pressed the red button. As the lights whirled rapidly, he pressed the confirmation key once more. Beep beep. It's the rock arena. I will input your information now. As the staff operated the computer, the screen displayed the profiles of Demuhi and his opponent, Zhaizong, a young man with a long ponytail. For the rock arena, your match will be the second round, scheduled for 1:30 in the afternoon. Please remember not to be late. Thank you, Demuhi replied, turning to depart after confirming the time and venue. In the Pokemon Center's visual phone area, Demuhi was contacting their grandfather. Ahi, what battle arena did you draw? Are you planning to exchange Pokemon? The grandfather's years of experience allowed him to discern the purpose of Demuhi's call immediately. Yes, grandfather. I drew the rock arena and wished to exchange my Alakazam and EV for Machop and Victreebel. I already possess Kabutops and Omanite, so adding Victreebel suffices. However, to guard against opponents deploying heavily defensive tank-type Pokemon, I am preparing Machop as a backup. Alright, I will transmit them to you now. Remember to respond carefully to your foes during the match. Rest assured, grandfather. Just await my trophy. Buzz. I've received Alakazam and EV. Machop and Victreebel have been sent as well. Let us leave it at that. Do take care during the competition. Grandfather, I understand. Chapter 51, Battle at the Rock Arena. After exchanging Pokemon, Damuhi returned to his room to rest. He needed to maintain his energy for the afternoon battle. Following a complimentary lunch at the Pokemon Center, Damuhi adjusted his mindset and proceeded to the waiting area for the competitors at the Rock Arena. The waiting area was divided into red and green sections. At this moment, Damuhi occupied the red waiting area, observing the live broadcast of the battles in the Rock Arena on the screen. Now, please prepare to enter the arena for the second rock battle. After the conclusion of the first battle, some competitors exited with disappointment while others left elated, eager to share their victories with friends and family. Ding! The system has detected that the host is about to participate in the first match of the Quartz Conference. Achievement tasks have been issued. Advance to the top 8, and the system will reward a golden treasure box. Advance to the top 4 for a platinum treasure box. Reach the finals for a diamond treasure box. Achieve championship status for a King S treasure box. Note: rewards will be dispensed immediately upon advancement. The treasure boxes contain items related to enhancing Pokemon strength or Pokemon themselves. The system has finally made its appearance again. Only the top 8 yield treasure boxes. I wonder if there will be Mega Evolution Stones or Dynamax Bands inside. How exciting! With a fervent desire for victory and an eagerness for the system's rewards, Damuhi energetically stepped onto the competitor's track. Alright, both parties have arrived at the match venue. In the green corner stands the formidable contestant from the mountainous region, Zhizong, while in the red corner is the illustrious Daiki from Pallet Town. According to credible information from the event, Daiki is renowned as the grandson of the esteemed Professor Okido. His younger brother, Shigeru, is also participating in the Quartz Conference and has just triumphed in the first match held on the icy battlefield. Now, let us eagerly anticipate the performance of these two contestants. As the host elaborates, the audience surrounding the battleground erupts into enthusiastic applause. Now, let me explain the battle rules. Each side may utilize 3 Pokemon, and both contestants can freely exchange their Pokemon. The battle will conclude once all Pokemon from one side are rendered unable to fight. Alright, now, let us have the two contestants send forth their first Pokemon. With the referee's command, Daiki and Zhizong both hurl their Pokeballs into the arena. It is time for battle. Go, Gyarados. Let us observe closely. Zhizong's first Pokemon is the Ground-type Gyarados, while Daiki has chosen the Grass and Poison-type Venusaur. It seems that Daiki's Venusaur holds a distinct advantage in terms of type. Gyarados, do not fear. Utilize your Bone Club attack. Gyarados responds affirmatively. The individual sporting a hairstyle akin to Miyamoto's exhibits remarkable courage by deploying a Pokemon that has yet to reach its full potential to challenge Daiki's powerful mid-tier Venusaur, who instilled such audacity in him. Venusaur, finish it off with Magical Leaf. Despite internally scoffing, Daiki refuses to let his opponent gain the upper hand. Understood. Watching as Gyarados, wielding a Bone Club, charges towards it, Venusaur gathers its Grass-type energy. In an instant, the audience witnesses Venusaur's Leaf attack converge upon Gyarados. That hurts. The magical Leaf attack is absorbed by Gyarados, who succumbs to the overwhelming force, far outclassed in both level and strength. Gyarados has lost its fighting capability. Gyarados has been defeated in a single blow. It appears that Daiki's Venusaur is truly formidable in both level and strength. Return, Gyarados. Rest in your Pokeball. After offering comfort to Gyarados, Zhizong grits his teeth, gazing at the impeccable Venusaur on the battlefield. Gyarados had been his strongest ally. Yet even it could not withstand a single attack from his opponent. Acknowledging the likelihood of defeat, he resolutely refuses to yield. It is time for battle. Pidgey, take the stage. Following Gyarados' defeat, Zhizong has sent forth Pidgey. It seems he intends to leverage its type advantage for the fight. Let us anticipate the outcome. Pidgey swiftly approaches Venusaur, launching its peck attack. Understood. Thinking to win through type advantage? That requires both sides to be on equal footing in terms of level. Venusaur retorts. Venusaur, unleash Poison Powder. Once again, facing an opponent not yet at the advanced level, Pidgey proves to be even less formidable than Gyarados. Understood. A stream of toxic liquid strikes Pidgey, who swiftly approaches. That hurts. Like Gyarados, Pidgey is also swiftly dispatched by Venusaur's attack. Pidgey, how could this happen? Pidgey has lost its fighting capability. Venusaur emerges victorious once more. Daiki's Venusaur has proven to be exceptionally powerful. Now, let us see how Zhizong will retaliate with only one Pokemon left at his disposal. Ninetales, it's your turn. Woo. Now we see Zhizong's final Pokemon, the Fire-type Ninetales. Will he manage to exploit its type advantage to triumph over Venusaur? Let us observe closely. Ninetales, use Flamethrower. Woo. Venusaur, evading the attack with its Shadow Clone, retaliates with Poison Powder. Understood. Venusaur creates several illusory clones, effortlessly dodging Ninetales' direct flamethrower. Subsequently, a cloud of purple powder is cast upon Ninetales. Ouch! Ninetales, are you alright? Ninetales. Struck by the poison powder, Ninetales, like all Pokemon that lack immunity to poison, finds itself in a state of affliction. Do not grant it any opportunity, Venusaur. Use your poison liquid attack. Understood. Once again, a potent stream of toxic liquid surges forth, this time with double the power of the previous attack against Pidgey. Thanks to the nature of the poison liquid attack, this move amplifies its strength significantly if the opponent is already poisoned. Ouch! I can't hold on any longer. Ninetales. Ninetales has lost its fighting capability. Venusaur claims victory. In this match, Daiki has demonstrated an unscathed, absolute triumph over 3 opponents. Let us congratulate Daiki on his victory. Chapter 52. A conversation following the battle at the ice arena. Return, Venusaur. You performed splendidly. After retrieving his unscathed Venusaur, Daiki turns to leave. This battle had merely drained Venusaur's stamina, not even necessitating a visit to the Pokemon Center. Brother, your match was truly spectacular. Upon exiting the contestant waiting room, Daiki encounters his younger brother Shigeru awaiting him at the door. What is this? Aren't you usually intimidated by me? What brings you here? Daiki senses a hint of insincerity in Shigeru's flattery. This is nothing like the rebellious brother he knows. People do change, don't they? Speak your mind if you have something to say. Otherwise, refrain from bothering me. Otherwise, I might just drag you into training again. Upon noticing Shigeru's evasive gaze, Daiki deduces that his brother has come with a purpose. After all, a brother who has been subjected to rigorous training for nearly 2 months would not be so keen to approach him like this otherwise. Well, brother. I happened to pass by the water arena earlier and saw a contestant named Steven using a Pokemon called Gyarados. I scanned it with my Pokédex, but it wasn't listed in Grandpa's upgraded version. So, you came to me for assistance? Yes. Feeling a bit embarrassed at being so easily read, Shigeru fidgets. That Pokemon is one of the starters from the Unova region, a pure water type. Its abilities include Torrent or Shell Armor. As long as the levels and strengths are not vastly disproportionate, leveraging type advantages makes battles relatively easy. What? Don't tell me that with over 200 Pokemon in your possession, you lack even a couple of grass and electric types. I do have grass and electric types, which serve well against common foes. But this? Then do not fret about type advantages. Simply choose Pokemon of other types for the battles. I recall your starter was Squirtle, right? It has since evolved into Blastoise. Then let them engage in a duel of the water-type starters. That is indeed a feasible approach amidst the options available. On the afternoon of the second day, Daiki exchanged an Electabuzz for an Abra. After enjoying a complimentary lunch provided by the League, Daiki steps into the Ice Arena's contestant waiting room. The competitors, upon learning of the first battleground, could ascertain the sequence of the subsequent 3 arenas. In the Quartz Conference, the 4 battle venues are arranged as follows. The upper left is the Water Arena, the lower left is the Rock Arena, the upper right is the Grass Arena, and finally, the lower right is the Ice Arena. After the challengers select their initial battleground, the remaining 3 venues will be chosen in a counterclockwise manner. Next up is the second match of today at the Ice Arena. In the green corner, we have contestant Showdown from Girl Town. In the red corner, we have contestant Ahi from Mossera Town. What kind of fierce battle will unfold between them? Let us all eagerly await. As customary, following the host's announcement, the referee took the floor. Each participant may utilize 3 Pokemon, and both sides are free to swap their Pokemon during the battle. Thus, I declare the match officially commenced. Please, both contestants, send forth your first Pokemon. Step forth, Dugong. Woo. Harness your evolved power and showcase your strength to the world. Kabutops, revel in the thrill of battle. Cockaboots. Oh my. We have witnessed the debut of both participants' first Pokemon, Showdown's Dugong in the green corner, and Ahi's Kabutops, an ancient Pokemon thought to be extinct. How will the contemporary Dugong fare against the primordial Kabutops? Let us anticipate this thrilling encounter. Kabutops. Although it poses a challenge, this is no reason for retreat. Dugong. Unleash Ice Shard. Woo. Understood. Instantly, Dugong conjured several large ice blocks and hurled them towards Kabutops. Utilizing priority moves, it was a matter of who could act first. Kabutops approached Dugong, launching a water gun before executing a slice attack. Cockaboots. Got it. Enveloped by the water stream, Kabutops broke through several ice blocks and closed in on Dugong. With its right scythe raised, Kabutops struck down fiercely. Dugong, counter with Iron Head. Woo. Understood. Dugong mustered its strength to intercept Kabutops' scythe attack. Naive. Bang. Dugong. Kabutops, with a superior vantage point, easily overpowered Dugong's hasty defense. Coupled with the disparity in levels and strength, Dugong was swiftly defeated in a single blow. Dugong is unable to battle. Kabutops is the victor. Showdown, please send forth your next Pokemon. Return, Dugong. Now it's your turn, Ivysaur. Relassa. Ivysaur, use Leaf Blade. Relassa. Understood. Type effectiveness cannot compensate for the level difference between Pokemon. Kabutops spun rapidly to deflect the attack before launching its own slice. Cockaboots. Understood. Clang clang. Ivysaur's Leaf Blade was effortlessly countered by Kabutops' rotation. Subsequently, Kabutops advanced, scythe poised to strike. Ivysaur, employ Magical Leaf. Relassa. Understood. Magical Leaf? A genetic move akin to that of Victory Bell. How intriguing. Kabutops, freeze it with Aurora Beam. Cockaboots. Ivysaur unleashed a torrent of unavoidable leaves, but they were swiftly frozen mid-air by Kabutops' icy breath. Yet, that was not the end. The residual energy from Aurora Beam surged towards Ivysaur. Ivysaur hastily used Giga Drain. Relassa. Upon closing its eyes, Ivysaur's body glowed with a white light. In a moment of forgetfulness, its special defense significantly increased. Then, several green tendrils sprouted from the budding flower on Ivysaur's back, extending towards Kabutops like the tentacles of some creature. To engage in a protracted battle is but a foolish dream. Kabutops, no more games. Use Slice with full force. Cockaboots. Understood. The green tendrils could not halt Kabutops' relentless advance. Ivysaur, retaliate with Tackle. Relassa. Too late. Is there time? Kabutops lifted its scythe high and delivered a devastating blow to Ivysaur's head. Relassa. That hurts. Chapter 53. Conclusion of the Ice Arena and Dinner with the Trio. Ivysaur is unable to battle. Kabutops is victorious. Showdown, please send out your next Pokemon. Much like Dugong before it, Ivysaur was felled by Kabutops' close-range onslaught. Return, Ivysaur. You've worked hard. Now rest well in your Pokeball. How infuriating. This Kabutops is unexpectedly formidable. After a moment of contemplation, Showdown resolved to send out her final Pokemon. Even in the face of inevitable defeat, she wished to conclude her participation in the court's conference on her own terms. I entrust you with this, Abra. Yebi. Abra, go on the offensive. Kabutops struck first, launching a water gun before executing a slice attack. Cockaboots. Understood. In close combat, my Abra shall not falter. Abra, retaliate with revenge. Yebi. Understood. A radiant glow enveloped Abra as it assumed a defensive stance, preparing to absorb Kabutops' slice attack. What? Darn it. I forgot that fighting types can learn or inherit this move. Before Professor Oak could lament, Kabutops' slice found its mark on Abra. However, the previously unstoppable attack was deflected by a mysterious force emanating from Abra, severely damaging Kabutops in the process. Cockaboots. Cursed be. The enemy used its own power against it, causing self-inflicted harm. This enraged Kabutops, its eyes glowing crimson. Yet, it awaited its trainer's command. Though powerful, it was not the leader of the team, and even in its fury, it dared not act independently. Seizing the opportunity, Abra unleashed a vacuum wave attack. Yebi. Understood. Kabutops retaliated with Bubble Beam. Cockaboots. Understood. The forceful punch collided with the beam of water droplets, resulting in a clash of techniques that neutralized each other in midair. As the dust settled, neither side gained an advantage. Abra charged forward, executing a mega punch. Yebi. This. Fine. After a brief hesitation, Abra followed its trainer's command. Pokemon do not discern right from wrong. They merely execute the orders given by their trainer. Unable to contain its desire for resolution, Kabutops lunged forward, employing Slice once more. Kabutops' move pool is rather shallow. After the court's conference, I must enhance its offensive capabilities. With both Pokemon striking simultaneously, they landed blows upon each other's chests. In the next moment, both Pokemon were sent reeling from the impact. Abra. Kabutops. Abra and Kabutops have simultaneously lost their battle capabilities. As Showdown's 3 Pokemon are unable to continue, the winner of this battle is a he from the red corner. Well done. To think you could take down my elite Kabutops with 3 advanced Pokemon. Return, Kabutops. You performed admirably today. I shall treat you to a special meal tonight. How infuriating. Such an arrogant fellow. Hearing Professor Oak's words, Showdown seethed but refrained from confronting him. For now, her priority was to ensure the safe return of her 3 Pokemon to the Pokemon Center. Although the battle between Demouhi and Showdown has concluded, the discourse surrounding Demouhi remains unabated. Due to the possession of the fossil Pokemon Scyther, scouts from various factions on the Quartz Plateau promptly relayed this information back to their respective leaders. Upon receiving the intel, these factions immediately commenced an investigation into Demuhi's identity. However, upon discovering the name and photograph of Demu Shuecheng in the familial section pertaining to Demuhi, the factions hastily abandoned their inquiries. After all, who in their right mind would wish to antagonize a former champion trainer? Though Pokemon have a lifespan limitation and trainers may experience a decline in strength as they and their Pokemon age, this concern is negligible for certain extraordinary Pokemon. Among these unique beings, Dragon-type and Ghost-type Pokemon stand out prominently. Both possess remarkably prolonged lifespans, during which their peak strength can endure for an extensive period. Although Professor Oak has aged, his Dragonite remains in its developmental stage. Even Charizard and Kangaskhan, which share a connection to the Dragon-type, continue to grow in power. In such circumstances, who would dare provoke Professor Oak? That would be akin to seeking death in a dimly lit restroom. Nonetheless, some leaders of various factions sought alternative approaches. If a direct confrontation was unfeasible, then perhaps a more subtle tactic would suffice. They were determined to see if Professor Oak would deign to confront a smiling adversary. Thus, unbeknownst to Demuhi, a host of troublesome matters and individuals awaited him in Pallet Town. While awaiting the Scyther's recovery, Demuhi was engaged in a phone conversation with the old professor. "Ha, I watched your battle on television. You performed splendidly," the professor exclaimed. "Are you calling to exchange Pokemon?" "Yes, Grandpa." After discussing the upcoming battle venues, grass and water, Demuhi recounted his previous encounter on the rock battlefield, where he faced a less than formidable opponent. This time, he planned to exchange for a Machop to face the grass arena. "Very well. I shall procure Machop's Pokeball for you right now." "Ziz. Grandpa, I have received Machop here. How about you?" I have successfully received it as well. Best of luck in your match. I will come to watch you compete in a few days." "Understood, Grandpa." After ending the call, Demuhi secured Machoke's Pokeball and turned to depart. For the upcoming grass arena battle, a single elite Machop would suffice. There you are. Let us go dine together." Upon retrieving Scyther, Demuhi encountered Ash and his companions. "Sounds great." At Ash's invitation, Demuhi joined the trio for dinner. "You have no idea how nearly I was defeated by my opponent's Nidoking in the rock arena this afternoon." Indeed, battling diverse opponents grants us varied experiences. The subsequent adversaries will only grow stronger. Ash, do not tarnish our Pallet Town's reputation. I eagerly anticipate our full 6-on-6 battle. "Is that so? Only you, recognize my prowess." Hearing Demuhi's words, Ash felt a surge of confidence. Yet, as is customary, a voice soon grounded him back to reality. "Hey, don't get too cocky, all right? You couldn't even defeat Gary, let alone Ahi." "What do you mean by that, Misty?" Although Ash did not fully grasp her words, he sensed the sarcasm in her tone. "Misty means you should stop dreaming." "Brock, you too?" Ash protested. "Is my strength not formidable?" Indeed. They both replied in unison. "Those two are infuriating." "Humph," Ash declared, feeling aggrieved, and resolved to consume a few extra burgers to alleviate his frustrations. Thus, he channeled his discontent into a voracious appetite at the restaurant. While Demuhi and his companions were relieved that during the court's conference, accommodations were complimentary. Otherwise, Ash would find himself washing dishes the following day. Chapter 54, Battle at the Grass Arena. After the third day in the Ice Arena, this afternoon marked Demuhi's match in the Grass Arena. Now, let us welcome the two contestants of the second match. In the green corner, we have the formidable Chibi from Leaf City, and in the red corner, we have Demuhi from Pallet Town. In the previous two battles, Demuhi has triumphed over all of his opponents using only a single Pokemon. Let us see if he can maintain his dominance today. Let us eagerly await the outcome. Woohoo! Demuhi. The previous two battles had garnered Demuhi a considerable following among the audience. Will that pathetic host ever learn to speak? Your esteemed Chibi is quite powerful. Just as Chibi emerged from the green contestant tunnel, he could not resist voicing his frustration upon hearing the host's remarks. Before the match has even begun, he is already implying he might be defeated. Especially in a 1-on-3 scenario, such words are an affront to my prowess. As a competitor who had reached the third round of the Quartz League, Chibi was confident in his ability to overcome any adversary. Both contestants are now ready. Each may utilize up to 3 Pokemon and freely exchange them. Now, please send out your first Pokemon. Come forth. Scyther, Machop, let us go? Wow, look at that. Demuhi has summoned a rare 2-headed Machop. This marks the second rare Pokemon he has deployed in this conference, following Scyther. Wow. It's merely a Machop with an extra head and a larger physique. What is the big deal? Scyther, utilize Quick Attack to close in and strike with Fury Cutter. Understood. How bold. Machop, bind it and unleash Dual Chop. Recognizing his opponent's audacity in launching an assault, he was not about to squander the opportunity presented to him. Got it. The swiftly moving Scyther transformed into a blur of green light as it darted towards Machop. Meanwhile, Machop lay in wait, its muscles taut, ready to seize the moment when Scyther approached. Go, Scyther. Don't let the opponent intimidate you. Understood. Initially hesitant due to Machop's size, Scyther, upon receiving the trainer's command, swung its scythe-like arms towards Machop. Now, as Scyther attacked, it revealed a moment of vulnerability. Machop, with its robust physique, swiftly ensnared Scyther before it could land a blow. Scyther, break free. As Shibi's voice rang out, the arena echoed with Scyther's cries of distress. Machop tightened its grip on Scyther, while sparks erupted from its left mouth, and arcs of electricity flickered from the right. In the next instant, Machop unleashed a powerful bite, combining the energies of both attributes against Scyther. Scyther, a bug and flying type, endured the compounded damage from both the Thunder Fang and Fire Fang unleashed by Machop. The Flying Mantis has lost its combat ability, and the Abomasnow has claimed victory. Please send forth your next Pokemon, Jubii. How infuriating. Come back, Flying Mantis. Take some time to recuperate. I shall avenge you. Now it is your turn, Tauros. Moo. I shall use Tauros. It appears an all-out assault is in the works. How naive. Abomasnow, after using Glare, follow up with Iron Tail. Understood. The two heads of Abomasnow simultaneously swell, and in the next moment, golden lights indicating paralysis flicker upon Tauros. Tauros, are you alright? Moo, I feel so numb. How frustrating. Tauros, return. Seeing Abomasnow launching towards him, Jubii hastily recalled Tauros. Weavee just witnessed Jubii's decision to withdraw Tauros. What will be his next Pokemon in the face of the formidable Abomasnow? Let us wait and see. Damn it. Charizard, it's your turn to shine. Roar. Charizard, you've walked right into a trap. Observing Jubii's final Pokemon, Professor Oak couldn't suppress a smirk. Among the 10 Pokemon in his possession, Charizard reigns supreme. The other 9 have all been schooled by this Charizard, as the strongest among them. It instills fear of defiance in the rest. However, regarding other Charizards, it all comes down to skill. Just like now, Jubii's elite Charizard faces the pinnacle of Abomasnow. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Roar, understood. Abomasnow, dig underground to approach the opponent. Understood. As Charizard unleashed its searing flames. The massive form of Abomasnow had already burrowed beneath the ground just before the flames reached it. Charizard, don't let it escape. Pursue and use Flamethrower on the hole. Roar, understood. Abomasnow, execute Ice Beam and Thunderbolt. Understood. With its affinity for fire and 3 fire crystals absorbed, Abomasnow would not be severely harmed by a mere fire attack. Impossible. Jubii gasped in disbelief as he witnessed Abomasnow charging through the flames towards his Charizard. Charizard, don't let it succeed. Ascend quickly. Now you think of fleeing? It's too late. Abomasnow, give it your all. Understood. Abomasnow swiftly closed the distance to Charizard, and just as it attempted to take flight, both of Abomasnow's heads lunged forward, delivering a solid bite to Charizard's body. Roar, that hurts. Charizard, bitten simultaneously by both heads of Abomasnow, wore an expression akin to a mask of agony. Charizard, hang in there. Hang in there? Do you think I'll grant you that opportunity? Abomasnow, use Acid Bomb. Roar, this is bad. Charizard. Charizard has lost its combat ability. Abomasnow is victorious. Please send out your final Pokemon, Jubii. How infuriating. Chapter 55, the Grass Arena concludes, and the Water Arena begins. Return, Charizard. Do your best, Tauros. The Flying Mantis and Charizard have both lost their combat abilities. Of the 3 Pokemon, only Tauros remains available. At this moment, Jubii could only hope that the paralysis afflicting Tauros would dissipate. Moo, I feel so numb. Tauros, you must hold on. Moo, I'll do my best. Observing that Tauros remained paralyzed, Professor Oak seized the opportunity to strike a fallen opponent. Since you won the attack, I shall not hold back. Abomasnow charged forward. Utilizing Iron Tail, understood. In the next instant, Abomasnow transformed into a crimson shadow. Beneath its massive form lay a speed that rivaled, if not exceeded, that of its brethren. Abomasnow, measuring 9 meters in length, likely had a tail extending 6 meters. With a size far superior to its kin, combined with the powerful Iron Tail attack, Tauros, unable to move due to paralysis, could only watch helplessly as Abomasnow's colossal tail swung toward its head. Bam! Moo, that hurts. I can't hold on. A thunderous crash echoed as Tauros collapsed, unable to rise. Tauros has lost its combat ability. Abomasnow has emerged victorious. As all three of Jubiai's Pokémon have lost their combat abilities, the winner of this match is Professor Oak. Oh, did I see correctly? Professor Oak's Abominusno has once again achieved the terrifying feat of sweeping through 3 opponents in consecutive matches. Audience, let us cheer. Oak, thank you for your support. Originally intending to depart, Professor Oak, upon hearing the host's words and the audience's fervor, could only bow slightly in response to the adoring crowd. Afterward, he turned to leave. At Professor Oak's lab in Pallet Town, he watched the televised broadcast, seeing both of his grandsons and Ash advance to the 4th round, prompting him to decide to visit Ash along with Hannah to cheer them on at the Indigo Plateau. Meanwhile, at the Indigo Plateau, within the Pokémon Center, Professor Oak was leisurely enjoying afternoon tea. "Brother, you're truly savoring this," exclaimed Green, unable to restrain his commentary upon witnessing his brother's demeanor. "Why aren't you gathering information on your opponents? Why come to bother me? Although my Pokémon may not match your strength, they are not to be taken lightly." At this, Green felt a twinge of envy. Why must a pair of brothers have such a vast disparity in strength? Reflecting on the previous 3 matches, he had also won flawlessly, yet it paled in comparison to his brother's unbroken streak of victories. Indeed, what Pokémon do you plan to employ in your 4th match at the Rock Arena? Professor Oak was well aware that, in the original story, his younger brother was eliminated in the 4th match at the Rock Arena. "Well, I believe I'll use the Nidoking couple and a 3rd Pokémon. After all, we're still in the top 32. I don't need to deploy Blastoise just yet." "Humph, you still haven't shaken off that arrogance. You can only use 3 Pokémon in total, yet you're planning to deploy 2 of the same type. If your opponent seizes the opportunity, you can look forward to falling short in the top 32. How will you face the townsfolk of Pallet if you achieve such a result? Furthermore, if you lose and Ash wins, it would only prove that you are weaker than him." Fine. I'll immediately change my strategy and the Pokémon I plan to use." Hearing his brother's warning of the consequences, Green suddenly gained clarity. Remembering how he had boldly boasted before embarking on his journey, if he were to falter in the top 32, resulting in being outdone by Ash, how would he face the elders of Pallet Town? That's the right attitude. One must heed advice. You can keep one of the Nidoking couple. Afterward, you must also arrange for Blastoise to take the field. Lastly, why not let your Aerodactyl make an appearance? After all, it presents a splendid opportunity to impress. Upon hearing that Green was willing to make adjustments, Professor Oak felt a weight lift from his heart. "All right, brother, I will give it serious consideration." The day after, on the Rock Arena, Green, after Nidoking lost its combat ability, sent out Aerodactyl, stunning the audience. Though it was doubly weak against the opponent's Geodude, it still managed to triumph over the foe, leveraging its aerial advantage and formidable strength. As soon as Oki saw his younger brother triumph in the competition, he hurriedly made his way to his own battle arena. Meanwhile, at the court's conference, the scene of the 2nd match in the water arena was already unfolding. Oki rushed into the contestants' waiting room, where the host had commenced introductions. On the other side, Professor Oak and Hanako had just arrived at the venue. Upon learning that Oki's match had begun and that Ash's match was scheduled for the 4th round, they decided to watch Oki's battle first. "All right, we are now moving on to the 2nd match of the water arena today. The 2 competitors are already in position. In the green corner, we have contestant Zhong Yuan from Hualan City, and in the red corner, the contestant is Oki from Masera Town." Oki. Professor, it seems Oki is garnering quite a fanfare." Indeed, from the looks of it, Oki is quite popular with the audience. In the stands, Hanako and Professor Oak exchanged thoughts, while on the battlefield, the referee began announcing the battle rules. Each competitor may use 3 Pokémon, and both contestants can freely switch their Pokémon. "Now, please send out your first Pokémon." The battle commenced. "Swampert, go." "Ham. Electabuzz, take the stage." "Elu. Wow, it's Swampert." Given that Kanto and Johto are interconnected, it's not surprising to see Swampert in Kanto. However, with its water and ground typing, it's not particularly favorable against electric-type Pokémon. Haha, surprised are you? This is my secret weapon, specially prepared. Indeed, it's rather unexpected. However, your Swampert's level is rather low, isn't it? It seems you're hesitant to show it. Electabuzz, unleash Thunderbolt. Elu understood. Golden stars began to fly towards Swampert under Electabuzz's command. Since electric-type moves were ineffective, it was prudent to employ moves of different types. The characteristic of Swift ensured a hit, making it suitable for a probing attack. After Swampert used Mud Shot to block the incoming stars, it executed Yawn. Ham understood. Brownish mud projectiles met the golden stars in midair. As the smoke cleared, Swampert exhaled deeply. Electabuzz, use Protect. Elu acknowledged. As Electabuzz focused its energy, a verdant shield enveloped it. The The gas intended to induce sleep was perfectly defended by the Protect move. Indeed, Protect is truly remarkable. What? It was blocked? How infuriating. Swampert. Use Mud Bomb. Ham understood. A brown sphere formed, and in the next moment, this orb imbued with ground-type energy was hurled at Electabuzz. Electabuzz. Use Quick Attack to close in on Swampert, followed by Cross Chop. Elu received. Wrapped in a white light, Electabuzz deftly dodged the Mud Bomb. As it approached Swampert, its arms crossed in a powerful stance, charged with potent fighting energy. Swampert, use Tackle. Ham received. Following orders, Swampert pivoted, preparing to use its tail to intercept Electabuzz's attack. However, would Electabuzz allow that? The answer was, of course, a resounding no. With its deep crimson fighting energy, Electabuzz struck Swampert with tremendous force the instant they collided. As for Swampert's tackle, it was contingent on Swampert being able to execute it. Swampert. Swampert has lost its ability to battle. Electabuzz is victorious. Zongyuan, please send out your next Pokemon. Damn it. In the stands, Hanako watched in awe at Electabuzz's dominance, unable to suppress her admiration. Professor, Oki's Electabuzz is remarkably strong. Swampert didn't even have a chance to react before being sent flying. Yes, this all relates to the strengths of the two Pokemon. Oki's Electabuzz has reached the intermediate elite level, while Swampert barely qualifies as advanced. Although Swampert's typing limits Electabuzz from using its most powerful electric-type moves, it is evident that Oki's Electabuzz excels in utilizing skills from other types. As Hanako and Professor Oak conversed, Zongyuan had already recalled Swampert and was now contemplating which Pokemon he could deploy against Electabuzz. Given the limitations of the arena, Zongyuan was feeling conflicted. In the water arena, aside from a few platforms for Pokemon to stand on, the rest of the area was entirely submerged in water. Facing an electric type, the options of using flying or water types were out of the question. Moreover, given the nature of the water arena, rock and ground types were also ill-advised. Prepare for battle. Victory Bell. Daff. Victory Bell is aiming to exploit the electric type's disadvantage against grass types. While the damage may be halved, it certainly does not mean it is absent. Electabuzz, use Shockwave. Elu understood. Blue arcs of electricity flickered around Electabuzz, signifying its buildup of power. Victory Bell. First use Sludge Bomb to counter, then retaliate with Sweet Scent. A peculiar toxin clashed against the swift lightning, while at the same time, Victory Bell began to release its fragrant aroma, lowering Electabuzz's evasion rate. Was it preparing to execute a sleep powder attack? That would depend on whether I grant you the opportunity. Electabuzz, dash forward and execute a quick attack, then follow up with Ice Punch and Fire Punch. Elu understood. With its body enveloped in a white glow, Electabuzz swiftly approached Victory Bell. Victory Bell, do not let it close in. Use Leaf Blade to counter. Daff received. Sickle-shaped green leaves surged forth, continuously slashing towards Electabuzz. However, the disparity in levels rendered Victory Bell's Leaf Blade insufficient to halt Electabuzz's advance. Victory Bell, use Sleep Powder. It's too late. Go, Electabuzz. Elu understood. Electabuzz unleashed Ice Punch with one hand and Fire Punch with the other, two strikes that would doubly affect Victory Bell, making a forceful contact with its body. Daff, that hurts. Victory Bell. Victory Bell has lost its ability to battle. Electabuzz is victorious. Zongyuan, please send out your next Pokemon. Damn it. Come back, Victory Bell. It's your turn, Raichu. Raichu, an electric type against electric type? This is troublesome. Come back, Electabuzz. With the mindset of knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy leads to victory in 100 battles, Oki seldom activated his Pokédex. After scanning, he discovered that Zongyuan's Raichu possessed the hidden ability Lightning Rod. In this scenario, he absolutely could not employ electric-type moves. Oh, what do we see here? Oki, who has battled through 3 rounds at the Quartz Conference, is finally switching Pokemon in this 4th match. Damn it. Ignoring Zongyuan's frustration, Oki contemplated which Pokemon to counter Raichu with. The dilemma that had troubled Zongyuan now shifted to Oki. Since the type match is unfavorable, let's rely on level to secure victory. Scyther, it's your turn. Kabutops. Oh, Oki has opted to bring in Scyther, despite the type disadvantage, to replace Electabuzz. What could he be planning? Let us all wait and see. Regardless of the opponent's intentions, Raichu, with its type advantage, initiated a Thunderbolt attack. Raichu understood. Scyther, unleash Water Gun as you close in on Raichu, then execute Cut. Kabutops received. The body enveloped in the flowing waters of the Scyther, braced against the formidable electric assault unleashed by Raichu, gradually advanced towards it. Raichu, do not allow it to close in. Use Thunder Punch. Raichu understood. Do not concede, Scyther. Unleash your slicing attack with all your might. Scyther got it. The terrifying scythe met the electrified fist entwined in golden lightning. Go, Raichu. Charge forth, Scyther. Boom. In their close quarters clash, both Pokemon were propelled backward by the force of their moves colliding. Raichu. Scyther. Scyther, that hurts. Under the watchful eyes of the trainers and numerous spectators, Scyther slowly surfaced from the water. Despite its type disadvantage, Scyther bore significant injuries, yet still appeared capable of continuing the fight. Meanwhile, Raichu also emerged from the water, though its eyes flickered like spirals of smoke. Raichu has lost its fighting capability. Scyther is the victor. Although Daisuke did not achieve the remarkable feat of a 1 vs 3, he triumphed without losing a single Pokemon. Let us give a resounding round of applause to Daisuke, who has treated us to such a splendid display. Clap, clap. The audience erupted in applause. Daisuke. In that moment, it felt as though the entire arena rejoiced in Daisuke's victory. Regardless of the competition, the victor received acclaim while the vanquished departed in silence. Chapter 57. Ash advances to the top 16. A formidable foe emerges. Just as 2 days prior, Daisuke once more bowed slightly in respect to the cheering crowd from various directions. Half an hour later, at the grass arena, Daisuke, his younger brother Shigeru, their grandfather Professor Oak, and Ash's mother Hanako were seated among the audience, watching Ash's 4th match alongside Brock and Misty. In the grass arena, Ash's lead Pokemon, Bulbasaur, swiftly dispatched his opponents Beedrill and Scyther. This round is in the bag for Ash. He is truly fortunate to encounter such a lackluster opponent. Meanwhile, in the audience, Shigeru fumed at Ash for facing such feeble challengers. Why did he have to toil so hard to win his 4th match, while Ash breezed through? A 2-for-1 victory certainly seems effortless, he mused. Shigeru, do not let arrogance cloud your judgment. Luck can indeed be a facet of skill. Yet, how could a competitor who has reached the 4th round be weak? The opponents will only grow stronger from here on. Do not falter or you will learn what it means to be a protective older brother, even in front of grandfather. Shigeru's words caused Daisuke to furrow his brow slightly, recognizing that his brother had once again fallen prey to his old habits. Thus, he resorted to his usual methods, verbal warnings followed by a fist if ignored. The message was clear: disobedience and arrogance would not go unpunished. Brother, I understand my mistake. Shigeru, initially fuming, immediately became subdued upon hearing his elder brother's words. Having been under Daisuke's influence since childhood, Shigeru had learned through years of experience that defying his brother during reprimands was unwise. Otherwise, he would inevitably face physical discomfort. Observing this exchange, Professor Oak found it amusing, while Hanako chuckled softly behind her hand. Brock and Misty, having witnessed Daisuke and Shigeru during their time in the Kanto region, were surprised by the extent of Shigeru's trepidation towards his brother, noting that he dared not even utter a word of defiance. Shigeru, you all go ahead. Just don't involve me. In the grass arena, when Ash's opponent released their final Pokemon, Mewtwo, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. With agile movements and a supple form, Mewtwo effortlessly toyed with both Ash's Bulbasaur and Pikachu. Ultimately, Ash had no choice but to summon his trump card, Mook. In the presence of this sludge, neither Mewtwo's agile maneuvers nor its powerful Leaf Blade could penetrate Mook's defenses. Ultimately, the beleaguered Mewtwo was defeated by Mook's overwhelming force. That evening, in a restaurant on the Quartz Plateau, Daisuke and the others gathered for a celebratory meal. Let us raise our glasses to congratulate Daisuke, Shigeru, and Ash for all advancing to the top 16 of the Quartz Conference. Oh, haha. The table overflowed with joy, especially among the 3 contestants, who indulged in juice at the encouragement of their friends and family. Alas, their ages dictated that they could only partake in juice. After everyone had taken a sip, Professor Oak began to elaborate on the next steps. The forthcoming round of 16-8 will be the last 3-on-3 battle. Should you win, the subsequent encounters will escalate to full 6-on-6 confrontations. This high-intensity combat is unlike anything you have faced before. It is not only a test for your Pokemon, but a significant challenge for you as trainers. I shall refrain from excessive elaboration. Simply remember to fight with all your might and leave no room for regret. Understood, grandfather. I have noted that, Professor Oak. The following morning, Daisuke was at the Pokemon Center, fishing for a Magikarp with a numbered tag. After a rigorous selection process, the 16 competitors, including Daisuke, would vie for the championship at the main venue of the Quartz Conference. Number 3. Your match is scheduled for tomorrow at 9 a.m. Please do not be late. Thank you. Could you kindly check who my opponent will be? Certainly, I will check for you. As the staff member operated the computer, Daisuke soon laid eyes on a photograph of his opponent. Steven, huh? Is this fortunate or unfortunate? I truly look forward to tomorrow's battle. I never expected to encounter you so soon after our meeting at the Pokemon Center in Rainbow City. Just as Daisuke was lost in thought, a voice interrupted his reverie. Daisuke, it has been a long time. Ash, it's you. I saw you before the opening ceremony, but due to the distance and my belief in your inevitable victory, I didn't seek you out. I never anticipated we would cross paths here today. Sporting a shock of vibrant green hair and accompanied by a large, composed Machop, the newcomer was none other than the legendary Beastmaster, Ash. Indeed, what a coincidence. You certainly made quite the impression during the preliminaries. This year, every competitor in the Quartz Conference knows of your emergence as a strong contender for the championship. Haha, such praises are merely the audience's flattery. However, Ash, let us meet in the finals. Let us engage in a true battle. At that moment, Daisuke challenged Ash, eager to face the only rival who had ever managed to outshine him since his debut. Daisuke yearned to fulfill the promise made during their previous parting at the Quartz Conference. All right, Daisuke, I have awaited this day for a long time. Let us keep our word and meet in the finals. You must not fall to anyone else. Of course, let it be a pact. Agreed. After Daisuke and Ash parted ways, Ash and his companions encountered Ahong, as if it were a twist of fate. However, this time Ash has proven to be significantly stronger than his original portrayal. With a fiery monkey that has not been given away, a compliant Charizard, alongside an evolved Scyther and a thorny Cacturne, these 4 Pokemon are undoubtedly among the elite in his current team. If Ahong were to confront Ash with his team of beloved Pokemon, unless Ash were to be struck by a sudden lapse in judgment, it would be nearly impossible for him to lose. Chapter 58, Confrontation with Steven. After selecting the battle match, Professor Oak returned to his room at the Pokemon Center to rest. However, it was not rest in the conventional sense. Upon entering his room, he accessed the League's official website via his computer to gather information about Steven's Pokemon. Let me first examine the Pokemon that Steven frequently employs: Gardevoir, Nidoking, and Charizard. With a combination of water, ground, poison, and fire types, although his Pokemon are formidable, there should be no need for my Charizard to take action just yet. As Professor Oak's strongest trump card, he naturally wished to keep its prowess concealed for as long as possible. By calculating the timeline of Steven's last gym battle and the commencement of the Quartz Conference, along with the Pokemon he utilized during the tournament, he deduced that Steven's strength might have reached an elite level. How intriguing. I hope we can engage in a battle that is evenly matched. Meanwhile, in the same Pokemon Center but in different rooms, Steven was also using his computer to research information about Professor Oak's Pokemon. Professor Oak, you truly are a formidable opponent. I hope you'll allow me to unleash my ace Pokemon. At that moment, a luxury ball in Steven's hand gently swayed, as if responding to its master's words. This Pokemon was a gift from his father, brought back from the Unova region. After more than half a year of intensive training and a considerable financial investment, it had finally matured into his strongest asset, surpassing even his starter Pokemon, Gardevoir. Around 8:50 a.m. the following day, at the main venue of the Quartz Conference, Professor Oak was watching the match alongside Hanako and others. Ash, whose competition was scheduled for the afternoon, was there as well with Brock and Misty, while Green was in the waiting area for competitors. The first match of the top 16 has concluded. Now, let us welcome the contestants for the second match. First, in the green corner, we have the young trainer Steven from the distant Unova region. And in the red corner, we have the formidable trainer from Pallet Town, Professor Oak, who has swept through his opponents with his powerful Pokemon since the start of the tournament. Professor Oak. Ahong is quite popular. Ash observed the enthusiastic crowd cheering for Professor Oak, feeling a pang of envy in his heart. He too longed for such admiration. Naturally, considering Ahong's prowess and achievements, it was only to be expected. Ash, weren't you just feeling a bit envious? Misty didn't miss the opportunity to tease him. Why are you meddling? Ash retorted, his frustration evident. In an instant, Misty transformed into a fierce lioness, startling Brock, who quickly urged Ash to apologize to her. Hee. The camaraderie among the three of them is delightful. Indeed, the trainers may use 3 Pokemon, and both sides are free to exchange their Pokemon at will. Now, let both trainers send out their first Pokemon. Come forth, Gardevoir. Go, Abomasnow. How peculiar, with its 2 heads and sizable frame. Gardevoir, let us greet them with Water Pulse. Abomasnow, counter with Poison Jab. The blue water sphere rapidly formed in Gardevoir's mouth and hurtled toward Abomasnow. As the 2 attacks collided, a resounding explosion ensued. How exhilarating. Gardevoir, close the distance and use Shell Blade. Abomasnow, unleash your glare and Thunder Fong. With Gardevoir enveloped in water, it grasped the blade formed from water energy. Abomasnow, following its command, prepared to unleash an attack with its left head's intricate patterns shifting rapidly, while golden lightning flickered from its right head's mouth. "Are you okay, Gardevoir?" Just as the words left Steven's lips, Abomasnow's massive jaws clamped down on the paralyzed Gardevoir. "That hurts." Seizing the opportunity, Abomasnow followed up with Iron Tail. Although electric-type moves were advantageous against water types, Abomasnow's signature move was Iron Tail, which boasted considerable power. "Gardevoir, fight on." Unfortunately, Gardevoir succumbed to the onslaught, its eyes swirling in confusion. Gardevoir has lost its fighting capability. Abomasnow is victorious. "Please, Steven, send out your next Pokémon." "Professor Oak, you truly are impressive." "Return, Gardevoir. You've performed admirably. Rest in your Pokeball for now." "It's your turn, Charizard." "Go, Charizard." "Abomasnow, you return as well. Meet your first battle in the league." "Shelter." Upon Steven deploying Charizard, our trainer Ahong has chosen to switch in Shelter, which holds a type advantage. How predictable. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Shelter, counter with Water Pulse. The searing flames met the refreshing blue water sphere. Flames were extinguished while droplets vaporized, a timeless clash of fire and water. Charizard, use Sonic Punch. Shelter, utilize Shell Smash. As Professor Oak's command was issued, Charizard surged forward, enveloped in white light. Shelter, startled, quickly attempted to defend itself. "Now is your chance, Charizard. Strike with Thunder Punch." Shelter, quickly defend yourself. Charizard's Thunder Punch, thanks to its proximity, struck before Shelter could react. "That hurts." Due to the electric attack, Shelter's shells unfurled, allowing Charizard's right arm to escape. Shelter, having been struck by Charizard's Thunder Punch, was unable to activate its defensive move and was sent flying. Quite a strategy you have there. But how will you handle this next move? Shelter, use Sweet Kiss. A pink heart materialized beneath Shelter's eyes and gently floated toward Charizard. Charming. Charizard, quickly release Smokescreen. The Psyduck, engulfed in a thick mist, sought to diminish its enchanting hit rate. Alas, the enchantment struck first, ensnaring Psyduck in a moment of infatuation. "Psyduck, what is the matter? Psyduck, please awaken." Despite Steven's fervent calls, Psyduck remained oblivious, lost in its fervor. Meanwhile, Shelter unleashed its surf attack with all its might. Splash. With the command received, Shelter swiftly conjured a tumultuous wave. "Surf. Damn it, Psyduck, come back." Steven attempted to recall Psyduck, but Shelter was relentless in thwarting his efforts. The crashing waves engulfed Psyduck entirely, its fiery form submerged within the tumult. Akin to a heated soldering iron plunged into frigid water. The battlefield erupted in a haze of steam, obscuring vision. "Damn it. Psyduck, you must endure." "Psyduck, endure?" "Perhaps it's your turn instead." Helplessly watching his Psyduck swept away by the waves, Steven could only silently pray for its resilience. Shelter, sensing the commotion through the water currents, ceased its onslaught upon realizing Psyduck had succumbed to unconsciousness. Once tranquility was restored, Psyduck lay motionless, while Shelter stood steadfast nearby. Psyduck has lost its ability to battle. Shelter is victorious. "Please, Steven, send out your final Pokémon." How impressive. I truly admire Aho's Shelter. As someone aspiring to be a master of water-type Pokémon, Misty felt an innate fondness for aquatic creatures. Witnessing Shelter's triumph filled her with exuberance, as though her own Pokémon had claimed victory. Hey, Misty, compose yourself. We are in public." Brock, observing Misty's uncontainable excitement, quickly reminded her. "Oh dear, I got a bit too carried away. My apologies, everyone." The almost embarrassing moment prompted Misty to hastily apologize to her companions and the onlookers. The surrounding crowd, however, was not inclined to hold any grievances against her for such triviality. Yet, Professor Oak harbored different thoughts. "Misty, what do you think of my grandson Aho?" His younger grandson, Green, already had several girlfriends at the tender age of 10, while his elder grandson remained utterly oblivious in this regard. Reflecting on the league's many single champions, Professor Oak felt a twinge of anxiety comparing the two grandsons. Typically, the elderly favor their younger descendants, and Professor Oak was no exception. Although Aho was merely 10 and not yet capable of much, there was no harm in nurturing a bond early on. Professor Oak, Aho was quite admirable." Misty, puzzled by the professor's question, felt a jolt when she met his knowing gaze. For boys, girls often mature more quickly. Misty's feelings were complex. She first glanced at Ash beside her, then turned to observe the spirited figure on the battlefield. Caught in her inner turmoil, she found herself torn. The oblivious Ash, being as straightforward as ever, failed to grasp the subtext in Professor Oak's words. However, both Brock and Hannah discerned the implications. The latter sighed softly, shaking her head as she noticed Misty's affection for her son. As a seasoned individual, Hannah recognized Misty's fondness, lamenting Ash's obliviousness. Meanwhile, Brock's eyes sparkled with mischief. Gossip brewed, yet it was not favorable. Oh, haha, that sounds splendid. If you don't mind, I'll arrange for Aho to spend more time with you. Delighted by her response, Professor Oak felt a surge of joy. All right, good professor. Come back, Psyduck. You've done remarkably well. Now, let your partner take over. Aho, you are truly formidable. However, I do not wish to falter here. The next contender is my trump card. It's your turn now, Axu. Wow, Axu. With outstanding prowess in its elite mid-stage, it appeared formidable, yet against water-type moves, my Shelder excels in ice-type techniques. Shelder, initiate Ice Shard, followed by Water Pulse. Splash. Received. As Axu prepared to unleash Dragon Claw, Steven's directive was clear. The ice blocks conjured by Shelder were swiftly hurled toward Axu's position. The emerald green draconic energy enveloped Axu like a glove. With a few swift strikes, Axu shattered the ice blocks with ease. At that moment, Shelder was encased in 3 streams of water, replenishing its stamina. Most importantly, the water pulse would persist, rendering it a rather cunning ability. Damn it, Axu. First enhance yourself with Dragon Dance, then use Dragon Claw. Wow. Understood. Following a mysterious dance, Axu's aura grew increasingly potent. Close combat. Shelder, use Double Team. Then unleash Aurora Beam. Not one to be reckless, Professor Oak knew better than to have his Pokémon engage in a direct clash with a powered-up Axu. Splash. Received. As Axu closed in, Shelder swiftly created several clones to evade the attack. Simultaneously, it gathered Ice-type energy. Its innate connection to the essence of ice amplifying the power of its ice moves beyond that of its peers. Blue-white icy beams surged forth from all directions, intent on freezing Axu in half. Axu, first defend with Protect, then unleash Roar. Wow. Received. The aquamarine shield perfectly absorbed Shelder's assault. As the light faded, Axu began a relentless roar. Boom, boom. Shelder's clone shattered, unable to withstand the sound. Splash. So unbearable. Damn it, such a powerful soundwave attack. Shelder, use Protect. Splash. Understood. Enduring the discomfort, Shelder activated its green shield. Now, Axu, charge in and use Dragon Rage. Steven, feeling the pressure, realized that with only Axu remaining among his 3 Pokémon, time was slipping away and every moment counted. To secure victory, he needed to defeat Shelder swiftly, lest the persistent water pulse wear Axu down. With its eyes gradually reddening, Axu charged toward Shelder. Are we going all out? Shelder, first use Substitute, then gather strength for Aurora Beam. Splash. Understood. Shelder consumed some energy to create a substitute. In its confusion, Axu attacked the decoy. Damn it, what a blunder. Steven lamented, realizing too late that his haste had sealed his fate. After enduring Dragon Rage, Axu would inevitably weaken, while Shelder had already begun to gather power, its blue-white glow intensifying. Steven was acutely aware that the double-edged dragon, having just utilized its reverse scale, could not possibly withstand further assaults. Wow, what about the Shelmet? After 3 rounds of relentless attacks, the double-edged dragon finally emerged from its disarray. At that moment, it weakly sought the presence of the Shelmet, but in the next instant, the waiting Shelmet unleashed a dazzling beam of light. Wow, it's so cold. Bang. The double-edged dragon has lost its combat ability. The Shelmet is declared victorious. As all 3 of Steven's Pokémon are unable to battle, the match is won by Daiki. Daiki, how wonderful. We won. Congratulations, Aho. On the battlefield, Steven bitterly extended his congratulations to Daiki. Thank you, Steven. You are a formidable opponent. I hope we can battle again in the future. Indeed, it's a promise. After recalling his Shelmet, Daiki expressed his gratitude to the audience before hastily departing the venue. During the battle, both the Abeer and Shelmet had sustained injuries. Daiki was eager to rush them to the Pokémon Center for treatment. Ding. Congratulations, host. For reaching the top 8 of the Quartz Conference, a gold treasure chest is awarded. Chapter 60, System Reward before the quarterfinals. A gold treasure chest. Open it for me, system. Since the day Daiki had bonded with the system, he had eagerly awaited such rewards. Alas, apart from the novice gift of the Eye of Exploration, he had not received any further rewards from the system. At this moment, as he walked towards the Pokémon Center, he silently conversed with the system in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a Pokémon Egg Selection card. By using this card, the host can randomly obtain an egg of a currently known Pokémon. Legendary creatures excluded. What the? Is the system so stingy? A gold treasure chest yields merely this Pokémon Egg Selection card, and it's random, excluding legendaries. After waiting for a while, the system's voice did not continue. At this point, Daiki realized that this so-called gold treasure chest had yielded a rather disappointing reward. In the Pokemon world, Daiki was aware of over 1,000 species of Pokemon. Even after excluding legendaries, nearly 1,000 species remained. What kind of luck would he need to draw a Pokemon he actually favored from this vast selection? Fortunately, it was merely an egg. Had it been a Pokemon itself, even if he did not fancy it, he would have found it impossible to gift it away. As a normal human, Daiki naturally had his own preferences regarding Pokemon types, some of which he adored and others he detested. Should he happen to hatch an egg of a Pokemon he disliked, he would surely gift it to someone else. Oh well, if I draw something good, it's a bonus. If not, I can always give it away. Resolving his thoughts, Daiki mentally declared, use the Pokemon egg selection card. Nevertheless, even as he spoke those words, a sense of anticipation stirred within him as the system began its random selection. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have hatched a ground-type Pokemon, Drillbur. From the Unova region. Would you like to claim the Pokemon egg? Drillbur, you say? Not too shabby. I shall defer claiming it for now. Ground-type Pokemon are indeed scarce for me, and I have a fondness for the Drillbur species. However, I currently lack the time to care for a Pokemon egg. It is best to let the system hold on to it for the time being. At midday, within a restaurant on the Quartz Plateau, a group of individuals gathered once more. The successful advancement of both of his grandsons to the top 8 filled Professor Oak with joy. Let us raise our glasses and once again congratulate Aho and Shigeru on their advancement to the top 8. Naturally, we must also wish Ash success in his afternoon match. Oh, the table was a scene of warmth and camaraderie. Daiki and Shigeru were serving as advisors to Ash before his match. Ash, your opponent is Ahong. I reviewed his profile earlier. He specializes in Pokemon similar to yours, focusing on fire, electric, and flying types. Thus, you must adjust your team to ensure the type advantage when facing him. Exactly, the best counters to those 3 types are ground and rock types. Although you lack ground-type Pokemon, you do possess 2 rock-type Pokemon that could be of great use. Rock types? I don't recall having any. Upon hearing Daiki and Shigeru's analysis, Ash appeared bewildered. It seemed he had not captured any rock-type Pokemon, had he? As soon as Ash expressed his confusion, he noticed the peculiar looks on everyone's faces. What's wrong? Ash, the Kabuto and Omanite you captured in the Fossil Valley are indeed rock and water dual types. By the way, have they evolved? Professor Oak replied with a hint of exasperation. Kabuto has evolved into Kabutops, but Omanite hasn't he yet. Then, you should include Kabutops in your battle team. This way, rock-type moves will be particularly effective against fire and flying Pokemon, especially since Kabutops also possesses water-type moves. It will have a double advantage against your opponent's fire types. However, be cautious of his electric-type Pokemon. Since you lack ground types, add Infernape to your lineup, along with your already commanded Charizard. If you lose this afternoon, it's time to return home and start farming. Oh, aren't you being a bit harsh? Ash attempted to retort, but Daiki paid him no mind. Having analyzed Ash's opponent and helped him assemble a battle team, it would be truly lamentable if Ash were to lose despite having the upper hand in level and strength. Suit yourself. I've said all that I can. If you end up like the original story, stuck in the top 16, then that's just fate. At 4:30 p.m., Daiki and Shigeru encountered the infamous Team Rocket trio. At that moment, Team Rocket was trembling under the threat of Daiki's Scyther and Shigeru's Scizor, both of which had their right arms resting on the shoulders of Jesse and James. Meanwhile, Meowth and the duo's Pokemon were being held down by Daiki's Abeer. Without Team Rocket's interference, Ash should win, Daiki thought to himself. If he had already altered the plot this much, and Ash still couldn't win, then he would no longer concern himself with such matters. Congratulations to Ash for winning the match. Yay, I did it. Just as expected. Come back, Scyther and Abeer. Let us head back, Shigeru. Alright, those 2 little brats dared to treat us like this. One day, we will take our revenge. But we can't even defeat one of their Pokemon together. It's not like we lost anything. Let us just leave it at that. What are you saying? Meow? Jesse James is right. Meow? That demon is not like those little brats. If we provoke him, I fear we might be sending ourselves to our doom. With Meowth and James' persuasion, Jesse temporarily acknowledged the disparity in strength between them and their adversaries. What a frustrating feeling. X3. That evening, once again at the midday restaurant, everyone gathered to celebrate. Enjoying juice with their meals was a joyful affair. Chapter 61. The battle against the top 8 opponents. In this quarterfinal battle, 2 formidable opponents awaited, the solitary trainer Xiaoming and Shinji from Sinnoh. Xiaoming's strongest contender was likely a Donphan, while Shinji's main Pokemon were expected to be Torterra and Drapion. Xiaomao, Xiaoji, should you encounter them, exercise utmost caution. As for Xiaoming, I truly yearn for another battle with him. The mere mention of that familiar name conjured an image in Xiao Zi's mind of the man with the forgiving green hair. Torterra, Sizer, brother, are these Pokemon native to the Sinnoh region? Indeed, both are unique to Sinnoh. Torterra represents the final evolution of Turtwig, the grass-type starter Pokemon, boasting dual grass and ground attributes. While Sizer is a bug and steel type, its prowess is nothing short of formidable. Should you cross paths with them, vigilance is imperative. Understood. X2. As the three participants conversed while enjoying their meal, Professor Oak and Hanako looked on with satisfaction at the harmonious rapport among them. At that moment, Kasumi found herself in the midst of the most complex emotions. She would glance at Akaru one moment, and then shift her gaze to Xiaoji the next. Nearby, Takashi, with his keen insight, observed the turmoil within Kasumi's countenance. Alas, love is indeed a wondrous thing, but where could my beloved older sister be? Perhaps it is the absence of maternal affection during my upbringing that has instilled in Takashi a peculiar inclination towards older women. Engaged in discussion with his younger brother Xiao Mao and Xiao Ji, Akaru seemed to sense something amiss. Upon turning his head, he caught a glimpse of the intricate emotions reflected in Kasumi's eyes. What is this? Why do I perceive something strange in Kasumi's gaze? Akaru discerned a complex sentiment lurking within her look. As soon as Kasumi noticed Akaru's gaze upon her, she hastily diverted her eyes. However, the flush on her cheeks betrayed her inner turmoil. No way. Akaru, having lived two lives, was certainly not as emotionally oblivious as Xiao Ji. Yet, at present, Kasumi's predicament appeared to deviate from the original narrative. Is the bond between Ji and Kasumi destined to unravel? It seems not entirely impossible. At the dining table, Professor Oak observed this scene with a subtle smile. The concern that had weighed heavily on his heart was now alleviated. The following morning, the battle allocation for the court's conference was announced. The trio from Macera Town would not face one another. However, Akaru was matched against Shinji. Xiaoji was set to battle Xiao Ming, while Xiao Mao faced an unnamed opponent. Akaru, let us hope for an exhilarating confrontation between us this time. At the event office, the 8 finalists gathered to scrutinize the battle allocation chart. Upon hearing Shinji's pre-battle remarks, Akaru was resolute in his stance. Of course, you are a formidable adversary, and I shall deploy my strongest team to confront you. Likewise, in the afternoon, Akaru connected with the Oak Research Institute via phone. Although his grandfather, Professor Oak, had yet to return, other staff members were present. Akaru began to strategize and adjust his Pokemon lineup in preparation for the impending battle. The following day would be devoted entirely to the quarterfinals. With 2 matches in the morning and 2 in the afternoon, the top 4 would be determined. Another day passed, and within the waiting room for the quarterfinalists, Akaru sat poised, eagerly anticipating the commencement of the match. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the arena. Today, we shall determine the top 4 contenders of this year's courts conference. Now, let us welcome our first 2 competitors to the stage. In the green corner, we have the stoic youth from the Sinnoh region, Shinji, and in the red corner, we have Akaru, who has triumphed with overwhelming advantage since the start of the tournament. What kind of thrilling match will these 2 contestants present us today? Let us await the spectacle. Oh, Akaru. Both competitors may utilize 6 Pokemon, and should one side lose 3 Pokemon, a 15-minute intermission will be granted. Contestants may freely substitute their Pokemon. I now declare the match to commence. Nidoking, prepare to battle. Machop, it's your turn. Niga, Nika. Machop, Nidoking, use Horn Attack. Nika, understood. Charge forward. Machop, engage with Rolling Thunder. Nika got it. With its head lowered, Nidoking charged forth, seeking to strike with its prominent horn. Machop, with its 4 powerful arms, met the charge head-on, firmly restraining Nidoking's momentum. Subsequently, Machop grappled with Nidoking, and the 2 Pokemon began to roll across the arena. Nika, let us go. Niga, I'm so dizzy. You rascal. After being spun around by Machop, Nidoking was hurled away. Bang. Struggling to regain composure amidst dizziness and pain, Nidoking begrudgingly got back up. Niga, curse that rascal. Machop seized the opportunity to unleash Bullet Punch. Nika, got it. A right fist enveloped in steel energy launched forth, intent on finishing the match with a single blow. Nidoking, unleash a rampage. Niga, prepare to receive. In a state of confusion, Nidoking hardly registered the pain as it bore the brunt of the Bullet Punch without flinching. Following this, Nidoking retaliated with a flurry of strikes. Oh, what do I see? The formerly dominant Akaru has found himself at a disadvantage with his first Pokemon. Will he succumb to defeat, or will he mount a fierce comeback? Let us all watch with bated breath. Niga, ouch. Though Nidoking was formidable and its attacks fierce, Machop managed to withstand the assault. How is this possible? Shinji could hardly believe his eyes. How could his powerful Nidoking endure such relentless attacks without losing its fighting capability? In this world, anything is possible. Machop charged in, executing a cross chop, followed by 2 ice punches. And Ika got it. Prepare to meet your end. With its front arms crossed and the rear arms exuding icy energy, Machop displayed its versatility. This is unacceptable. Nidoking was resolute, summoning all its strength for a head smash. This move, a hereditary skill, represented Nidoking's most potent ability at this moment. Niga, take this. Ignoring its fatigue, Nidoking aimed to secure victory for its trainer. With its head enveloped in rocky energy, Nidoking collided with Machop, who was employing both fighting and ice-type moves. Relying on its unparalleled strength, Machop braced itself against the formidable force of Nidoking. Once both Pokémon regained their stance, Machop, with its icy-encased fists, struck down with tremendous force. Niga, that hurts. Chapter 62, Fierce Battle with Shinji. Bang, the sound of Nidoking hitting the ground. Nidoking has lost its fighting capability, and Machop emerges victorious. Shinji, please send out your next Pokémon. TCH. Return, Nidoking. Pidgeot, prepare for battle. Oh, Pidgeot. Is this an attempt at type advantage? Machop, initiate Rock Slide to control the arena. Niga, understood. With a mighty roar, Machop summoned rocky energy to its right arm, striking the ground with tremendous force, causing chunks of rock to rise. It hurled these stones towards Pidgeot. Pidgeot, evade with high-speed movement and counter with a quick attack. Oh, understood. Pidgeot skillfully dodged each rock thrown by Machop, then charged forward, enveloped in flying energy, launching an aerial strike against Machop. A direct confrontation. Machop, counter with Ice Punch. Niga got it. 2 powerful left hands of the Machop emanated a chilling aura, while its 2 right hands coiled with golden lightning. The fists, embodying 2 distinct elemental attributes, could inflict double damage upon the flying-type Spearow. The Spearow, soaring above, did not flinch at this display. Instead, it charged forth with unwavering determination. Bang! The 2 Pokémon collided with a ferocious impact, unleashing their signature moves and engulfing the battlefield in billowing clouds of dust. The onlookers could scarcely discern the condition of the 2 combatants amidst the chaos. As the dust settled, it became clear that both Machop and Spearow had succumbed to exhaustion. Machop and Spearow have both lost their fighting capabilities. Please send out the next Pokémon for both competitors. Return, Machop, you performed admirably. Rest well within your Pokeball. Now, let us welcome my debutante, Alakazam. Return, Spearow, you did reasonably well. Now, come forth, Kingler, and prepare for battle. Plotzer, is it? A dual type of water and dark, and a psychic type S moves 1T be particularly effective against it. Very well. Return, Alakazam. Step forth, your old rival, Victreebel. You again. So it's you. The defeated one. Quite a transformation since we last met. Curse you. Today, I shall surely annihilate you. Come forth then. Kingler, sharpen your claws and unleash Poison Jab. Understood. Kingler rubbed its claws together, channeling a surge of dark energy. The sharpen move enhanced its attack and accuracy. As the sharpening concluded, Kingler launched a barrage of sharp energy needles, each trailing white flames toward Victreebel. Victreebel, unleash Poison Whip. Understood. A concentrated mass of toxic liquid was hurled toward Kingler. Bang! In midair, the toxic attack and energy needles collided, generating an explosion of dust on the battlefield. Now is our chance. Victreebel, execute Magical Leaf. Understood. A flurry of green leaves enveloped Victreebel, magically converging into a torrent directed toward the obscured foe. Kingler, erect a protective barrier. Understood. In an instant, Kingler conjured a verdant shield around itself. Clang. The audience could only hear the sound of the magical leaf striking the barrier, but thanks to the leaves, the dust on the battlefield began to dissipate rapidly. Victreebel, leap with Vine Whip and then use Sleep Powder. Understood. With a mighty thrust of its Vine Whip, Victreebel propelled itself into the air. Upon reaching a sufficient altitude, it released a fine golden powder. Kingler, now is your opportunity. Use Hyper Beam. Understood. A colossal beam of golden energy erupted from Kingler's mouth. Victreebel, caught mid-air, was unable to evade and was struck directly by the devastating attack. Simultaneously, Kingler succumbed to the effects of Sleep Powder and fell into a state of paralysis. That hurts. Victreebel has lost its fighting ability. Kingler is the victor. Please, competitor Ash, send out your next Pokémon. That is the Kingler Ash spoke of, just as powerful as he described. I must capture one for myself when the opportunity arises. In the audience, Ash gazed at Shinji's Kingler with longing. The Kingler is a unique Pokémon from the Sinnoh region, and Ash realized that to capture one, he would need to journey there. Indeed. Excellent. As soon as the Quartz Conference concludes, I shall venture to Sinnoh. Hearing Professor Oak's words ignited Ash's eagerness for the new region and its unknown Pokémon. Ash, there is no rush to go to Sinnoh. I believe you should first travel around the Kanto region to gain experience. Yes, Ash, there are still several areas around Kanto that we need to explore. Many unfamiliar Pokémon await us there. Really, Brock? Absolutely. Very well then. After we traverse the surrounding areas, we shall head to Sinnoh. Return. Victory Bell, you performed splendidly. Leave the remainder to your companions. Electabuzz, it's your turn. Electabuzz, with a flash of electricity, close in on Kingler and execute Cross Chop. Understood. Kingler. Counter with Cross Poison. Very sticky. The two Pokémon crossed their arms, launching simultaneous attacks. Electabuzz Cross Chop, enveloped in fighting energy, met Kingler's Cross Poison head-on. The clash of their moves resulted in a stalemate, leading to a test of raw strength. Stunned again. In the midst of their struggle, Kingler suddenly felt a wave of paralysis wash over it. Seizing the moment, Electabuzz unleashed a Thunder Wave attack. Such a fleeting opportunity was one that Ash could not afford to miss. Understood. A bolt of blue lightning struck Kingler, who was already immobilized by paralysis. Both paralyzed and in pain. Bang. Kingler has lost its fighting ability. Electabuzz is the victor. Since competitor Shinji has 3 Pokémon that have lost their fighting capabilities, we will now take a 15-minute intermission. Chapter 63. The fierce battle against Shinji return. Electabuzz, you've worked hard. After retrieving Electabuzz, Ash strode confidently to the bench area to await his turn. Return, Kingler. Like Ash, Shinji also returned his fallen Kingler to its Pokeball and took a seat on the bench. Phew, that was thrilling. Both Ash and Shinji are incredibly strong. In the audience, Ash felt an adrenaline rush after the temporary halt in battle. Ash, control yourself. As Brock held Ash back, he became aware of the surrounding gazes and realized his earlier exuberance had been somewhat excessive. My apologies, everyone. I got a bit carried away. The initially annoyed audience, upon seeing Ash's sheepish grin, graciously chose to forgive him. Ash, try to remain composed. We are among many spectators. Please do not disturb others. Yes, I understand, Mom. Ding ding. As the bell rang, Ash and Shinji returned to their respective positions as trainers. On the elevated platform, the announcer began his address. All right. The 15-minute intermission is over. We will now proceed to the second half of the first match of the quarterfinals. Currently, both competitors' Pokémon are nearly evenly matched. Competitor Shinji still has 3 Pokémon available, while our competitor Ash has 4 left to deploy. Let us see if Ash maintains his advantage or if Shinji will make a comeback. Let's witness this unfold. On the battlefield, the referee, holding the red and green flags representing both sides, was prepared. The second half of the first match begins now. Given Ash's advantage in the first half, he shall take the lead in this segment. Machop and Victory Bell have lost their fighting capabilities. Electabuzz expended some energy in the previous round, while Shinji has 2 Pokémon yet to make their debut. Therefore, it is wise not to reveal my remaining 2 Pokémon too early. Once again, let us welcome Alakazam. Alakazam. Shinji gazed at the Pokémon dispatched by Daiki, his brow furrowing slightly. The Pokémon currently in his possession lacked any psychic abilities capable of countering the formidable Hodo. Very well. Then, let us resort to a direct assault. The Tri-Element Magneton was summoned to the battlefield. Quay, the Magneton, possessing both electric and steel types, boasted impressive offensive and defensive capabilities. Hodo, unleash your Psybeam. Hui. Understood. Hodo crossed its spooned hands, releasing a peculiar beam of light composed of purple and orange hues towards the Magneton. Tri-Element Magneton, execute triple attack. Quay. Acknowledged. The 3 cores of the Magneton simultaneously emitted energy beams of ice, fire, and electricity, each representing a different element. Bang. Bang. The energy beams collided midair, causing an explosion that enveloped the arena in a cloud of smoke. Both Pokémon were momentarily affected by the backlash of the explosion, sustaining minor injuries. Hodo initiated a telekinetic control, swiftly teleporting to deliver a fiery punch. Hui. Understood. Its eyes glowed with a blue psychic energy, and in an instant, the floating Magneton was immobilized in midair. Tri-Element Magneton, break free. Quay. I can't escape. Whoosh. Tri-Element Magneton, return. Observing Hodo stationary, Shinji attempted to recall his Magneton with a Pokeball. Alas, Hodo would not grant him that opportunity. Before the red beam from the Pokeball could reach the Magneton, Hodo materialized before it, its fiery fist poised to strike. The helpless Magneton could only watch as Hodo's flaming fist loomed larger in its field of vision. Bang. Quay. That hurts. Damn it. Return. Tri-element magneton. Frustrated by his failure to successfully recall the magneton and witnessing its grievous injuries, Shinji felt compelled to try again. Otherwise, his magneton would become a mere target, destined to be rendered incapable of battle. Hodo, don't let it escape. Continuous fire punch. Hui. Received. Hee. Prepare for impact. Quay. Don't come near me. Bang bang bang. Thus, the spectators beheld the following scene. The tri-element magneton was mercilessly battered by Hodo's fire punches. In stark contrast, Daiki watched with arms crossed, while Shinji, the magneton-esque trainer, desperately clutched his Pokeball, seeking an opportunity to retrieve his Pokemon, yet finding none. Bang. After enduring 5 or 6 consecutive fire punches, the tri-element magneton finally succumbed to its injuries. The tri-element magneton has lost its battle capability. Hodo emerges victorious. Shinji, please send forth your next Pokemon. TCH. It has come to this, then. Return, tri-element magneton. Next up, the gem starfish was prepared to take the stage. Shinji's 5th Pokemon was a water and psychic type, the gem starfish. Thus, it was highly probable that his remaining Pokemon was the ground-type Turtwig. Recognizing the significant type advantage, he resolved to maintain composure and avoid recklessness. With this thought, Daiki continued to direct the now slightly fatigued Hodo to attack. Hodo, initiate with Psycho Cut. Hui. Understood. The gem starfish retaliated with a full-force psychic counter. Understood. Boom boom. One side unleashed a purple psychic energy blade, while the other emitted a dense wave of psychic energy. The overwhelming psychic force caused the battlefield to tremble. As the dust settled, Daiki's Hodo lay unconscious on the ground. Hodo has lost its battle capability. The gem starfish prevails. Daiki, please send forth your next Pokemon. Let us continue the battle. Electabuzz. Elu. With a type advantage in hand. TCH. How troublesome. Gem starfish, return. Turtwig, prepare for combat. Upon witnessing Daiki dispatch Electabuzz, Shinji wasted no time recalling the gem starfish and sending forth Turtwig, who held the type advantage. Having researched Daiki's roster, Shinji was well aware that Daiki's strongest Pokemon was the initial fire type, now the formidable Charizard. He had initially hoped to leverage the gem starfish against Daiki's Charizard for a type advantage, but now it was imperative to avoid unnecessary exchanges with Electabuzz. Turtwig, indeed you were my final Pokemon. Knowing all of Daiki's Pokemon allowed him to fight with confidence. Electabuzz, use Thunder Punch to close the distance. Elu. Understood. Electabuzz vanished from sight in an instant, approaching Turtwig with a chilling aura surrounding its fist. Turtwig, do not let it near. Utilize Leaf Tornado. Turtwig, gathering Grass-type energy. A swirling vortex of leaves formed, sweeping toward Electabuzz. Elu. That hurts. At that moment, Electabuzz found itself ensnared within a tempest of razor-sharp leaves. Electabuzz, quickly use Protect. Elu. Understood. Amidst the leafy maelstrom, Electabuzz's protective barrier shielded it from the onslaught of the leaf tornado. However, once the storm subsided, the protective shield had absorbed numerous hits, leaving Electabuzz fatigued, yet still able to fight. Return, Electabuzz. Now it was time for you to take the stage, Abomasnow. The absence of Charizard suggested Daiki either did not wish to deploy it or felt no need to do so. Turtwig, unleash Earthquake. Turtwig. Understood. Turtwig concentrated ground-type energy in its forelimbs, then rose onto its hind legs, lifting its forelimbs high. Once the energy amassed sufficiently, Turtwig struck the battlefield with tremendous force. Bang! Truly formidable, but the efficacy of the move remained to be seen. Feeling the ground tremble, Daiki marveled, acknowledging the prowess of Shinji's starter Pokemon. Abomasnow, use Protect, then follow up with Iron Tail. Understood. The arena shook, but the green shield raised by Abomasnow kept it steady as the ground quaked. Once the tremor subsided, Abomasnow swiftly advanced toward Turtwig, its tail enveloped in steel-type energy. Damn it, this Protect move is infuriating. Turtwig, unleash Frenzy Plant. Turtwig. Understood. A surge of Grass-type energy, even more potent than before, coalesced as several gray roots burst forth from the ground, seemingly animated, surging toward the approaching Abomasnow. Abomasnow, do not falter. Use Flamethrower and Bite. Understood. At that moment, Abomasnow's dual-headed advantage became evident. The left head exhaled flames to repel the roots, while the right head directed a fierce glare toward Turtwig. Turtwig. My body feels numb. Although Frenzy Plant's assault was powerful, it had also inflicted damage on Abomasnow. However, the lingering effects of the move left it momentarily incapacitated. Furthermore, Daiki's cunning strategy had Abomasnow use Glare, rendering Turtwig paralyzed and unable to move. Chabi-Eku, take this. Bang. Ouch, it hurts. A serpent tail measuring 7 to 8 meters long, complemented by steel attributes. The two-headed Aburaguma wielded its tail with the force of a slap, sending the Turtwig crashing onto the battlefield. Turtwig. Turtwig has lost its combat capability. Aburaguma emerges victorious. Please, Trainer Shinji, send forth your final Pokemon. How infuriating. Return, Turtwig. Starmie. Prepare to enter the fray. Huh. The opponent has but one Pokemon left. Let us seize this opportunity for a decisive victory. Aburaguma will greet with a screech, followed by a thunder fong to bite down hard. With only Starmie remaining, it signified that the coveted diamond chest of the top 4 was beckoning to Shinji. Starmie, fortify yourself and unleash a confusion. At such a critical moment, Shinji's composure only deepened. While Professor Okido aimed to lower Starmie's defenses, Shinji resolved to bolster them instead. The clash between Screech and Harden concluded, one diminishing the opponent's defenses while the other augmented its own. And as Aburaguma approached with a shimmering head of lightning on one side and a menacing glare on the other, the next moment saw Starmie's central red crystal emanating a purplish psychic beam. Chabi-Eku, behold as I shatter this attack. The right head of Aburaguma opened wide, manipulating the dark energy within to forcibly block the confusion. Though it managed to stave off the attack, the psychic force still inflicted damage upon Aburaguma's right head. At this juncture, the two-headed Aburaguma displayed a fierce glint in its left head, while the other, having absorbed the impact, now hung low, clearly indicating significant injury. Chabi-Eku, next, let us see how you defend. With one head incapacitated, Aburaguma seemed to accelerate. Before Starmie could react, the left head, with its mouth crackling with electricity, lunged forward. Ha, that hurts. Starmie, how vexing. Aburaguma refused to relinquish its grip easily. After all, one of its heads had been grievously wounded, and it was determined to return the suffering to the source, Starmie. Bang, the sound of Starmie hitting the ground. Starmie has lost its combat capability. Aburaguma wins. Since Trainer Shinji's 6 Pokemon have all succumbed, the victor of this quarterfinal match is Trainer Okido. Okido. Aburaguma, return and rest. After recalling Aburaguma, Okido noticed Shinji, who was expressionless as he retrieved Starmie. After a moment of hesitation, Okido approached Shinji and proposed, I hope to battle you again next time. Likewise. After bidding farewell to Shinji, Okido hastened towards the Pokemon Center. Presently, he had 2 severely injured Pokemon, 3 that had lost their combat capabilities, and only one, his unscathed Charizard, remained. Hopefully, this will not affect tomorrow's battle. A mere 10 minutes later, Okido entrusted his 5 injured Pokemon to Nurse Joy. Simultaneously, the system reward for advancing to the top 4 arrived belatedly. Ding! Congratulations, host, on advancing to the top 4 of the Quartz Conference. The system is now issuing a Platinum Chest. Does the host wish to open the Platinum Chest? Open it. Ding! Host has opened the Platinum Chest. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a high-quality peat block and a high-level Awakening Stone. Does the host wish to claim these items? A peat block and an Awakening Stone. Aren't these evolution stones for specific Pokemon? Okido recalled that the peat block was required for the evolution of Coon Bear into Moon Bear, while the Awakening Stone was used to evolve male Curlia into Galade and female Snorant into Frostless. For now, I shall store them. At present, I do not possess any of these 3 Pokemon. Even if I were to claim the 2 evolution items, without these Pokemon, they would merely gather dust in my bag. It would be better to refrain from claiming them altogether. Chapter 65, The Fall of Shimo and the Eve of the Finals. Time invariably slips away when one is engrossed in a task. After 2 hours in the Pokemon Center, Okido finally retrieved his 5 Pokemon, now fully restored. Moreover, this healing session had surpassed all previous durations. During lunch, he learned that his brother, Shimo, had also successfully advanced to the semifinals. In the afternoon, it would be time to witness the match between Satoshi and Shimo. However, Satoshi's chances against Shimo did not seem promising. After lunch and a brief rest of over an hour, the afternoon matches commenced. 3 hours later, Satoshi's Charizard fell helplessly before Shimo's Tyranitar. Even with obedient commands, Charizard's lack of proper training led to its defeat against those seasoned Pokemon. Charizard has lost its combat capability. Tyranitar wins. Given that Trainer Satoshi's 6 Pokemon have all succumbed, the one advancing to the semifinals is Trainer Shimo. During dinner, Satoshi sat alone in his room, disinterested in food, his countenance reflecting his despondence. Perhaps I should call out to Satoshi once more. Though often boisterous, in such moments, Kasumi demonstrated her gentle feminine side. Let it be, Kasumi. Allow Satoshi some time to reflect. Since his journey began, He has grown significantly, yet it remains insufficient. The league competition is not child's play. While others diligently train their Pokémon and themselves, what has he been doing? No one will wait for him to become stronger. If Satoshi fails to grasp this, he will continue to face defeat in competitions across various regions. Okido's words were harsh, but they were the stark truth. Throughout the original series, Satoshi seldom trained his Pokémon proactively. Rather, he relied heavily on last-minute efforts. As a trainer, Satoshi has yet to memorize even the basic type advantages. The so-called master of reverse attributes sounds noble, but, in truth, it is mere recklessness. A trainer's responsibilities include nurturing Pokémon, training them, and fostering bonds to strengthen their connection. All three are indispensable. Very well. Upon hearing Okido's words, Kasumi set aside her worries. Nearby, Hanako, having heard Okido's comments, briefly exhibited concern in her eyes. Just as Okido stated, it is essential for Satoshi to find clarity on his own. After all, the path ahead must be traversed by him alone. As his mother, Hanako can merely offer silent support from behind. As evening fell, the semi-final matchups were announced. The first match featured Okido against a random challenger. Shimo would face off against Shimo in the second match. Be cautious. Your opponent is formidable, Okido advised his brother, albeit with reservations. Understood. Brother. The following morning, Okido faced the random challenger. This opponent, having reached the semi-finals, seemed somewhat out of place, as their strongest Pokémon was merely of high tier. It could be said that luck had played a significant role in their progress thus far. However, today, that luck would run out. Bang! Dugong has lost its combat capability. Scyther emerges victorious. Since Kyojin's 6 Pokémon have all succumbed, the first to advance to the finals is trainer Okido. Okido! Okido! Amidst the cheers of the audience, Okido proceeded to the Pokémon Center to treat his Pokémon. This random challenger, Kyojin, posed little challenge for Okido, leading to a swift victory. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the finals of the Quartz Conference. The system now rewards you with a diamond treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Yes. The golden treasure chest gifted me an egg of a Pokémon, while the platinum chest provided me with 2 types of evolutionary items. Surely, the diamond treasure chest must surpass the first 2. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Mega Evolution Stone and Mega Keystone for Jengar. Would you like to claim them? The Mega Keystone is universal. The Mega Evolution Stone and Keystone for Jengar. System, why not provide me with a Charizard? Or even an Alakazam would suffice. Hearing the rewards announced by the system, Oki felt a pang of regret. Currently, his Ghastly had yet to evolve into Haunter, let alone Jengar. Moreover, even if it had evolved, to undergo Mega Evolution, a profound bond between trainer and Pokémon is required. In every aspect, Charizard and Alakazam hold a distinct advantage. Yet, it seems the Diamond Treasure Chest did not yield the Mega Evolution Stones for either of these Pokémon. Perhaps I shall store it within the system's space. The Pokémon has not yet fully evolved, and their bond remains underdeveloped. Even if I were to possess the Mega Evolution Stone now, it would merely be a regrettable token of little use. Lunch was the usual fare, but today Ash had emerged for a meal. After a night of contemplation, he had perhaps grown a bit. 2 hours later, the battleground for the semifinals commenced. The final match of the semifinals began with Shigeru facing off against Satoshi. Despite Oki's rigorous training, Shigeru's plethora of Pokémon was a significant factor. Consequently, although there was no favoritism, his frequently used main Pokémon still could not compete with Satoshi's meticulously nurtured creatures. Even after consuming the Fire Gem and reaching the elite mid-tier, the speedy Houndoom could only face defeat against Satoshi's Donphan. Houndoom has lost its ability to battle. Donphan emerges victorious, as Shigeru's 6 Pokémon have all lost their ability to continue. Satoshi advances to the finals. Additionally, a friendly reminder, the finals of this year's Quartz Conference will be held tomorrow at 9 a.m. We kindly ask both contestants and our esteemed audience to arrive punctually. After the semifinals concluded, everyone returned to the Pokémon Center. In contrast to Ash's dejection following defeat, Shigeru appeared considerably better. Though there was a hint of reluctance, the thought of the formidable Donphan made Shigeru's feelings of defeat somewhat different. That overwhelming sensation was something Shigeru had only experienced with his grandfather's Dragonite and his brothers Charizard and Gyarados. Thus, knowing he was not a match, Shigeru still chose to fight. Although the outcome did not change, at least he had the courage to attempt to alter it. This was something Oki could not help but admire. Back then, Oki had refrained from challenging the Tokiwa Gym and the Golden Gym, opting instead for the Leaf and Forest Gyms, partly due to his apprehension of Kurigane and Natsum. Rest assured, this defeat has taught me many lessons. I am not like Ash, who still requires comfort from others. You brat Shigeru, who needs consolation. Ash had intended to comfort Shigeru, only to find himself caught in the crossfire. Upon hearing Shigeru's taunt, Ash immediately braced himself for a quarrel. However, Shigeru's subsequent remark left an infuriated Ash speechless. Somebody ranked 5th only made it to the top 8. Meanwhile, I have advanced to the top 4. Although it was a blatant provocation, Ash could not help but take the bait. That brat Shigeru, next time I will surpass you. Oh, right. Ash, just keep on dreaming. Shigeru's disappointment from the defeat gradually dissipated as he triumphed in their verbal sparring. Chapter 66. The final showdown begins. Oki faced the Beastmaster, Satoshi. Observing Shigeru's recovery from his defeat, the crowd's worries began to ease. Since all is well, let us return. Remember to come over for dinner. After hearing his brother's words, Oki casually replied and hurried to the visual phone booth to contact the staff at the Oki Research Institute for final adjustments to his Pokémon. Facing a formidable adversary who had once defeated his Charmander, Oki had to carefully consider his battle lineup. The following morning at the court's conference venue, the audience was already packed. Among the crowd were not only spectators there for the battles, but also spies from various factions. The continuity of each family or faction necessitated the infusion of fresh talent. So where does this fresh talent come from? The League Conference serves as an excellent choice. While the League Conference is one of the cradles for talent recruitment, it does not prevent other factions from extending olive branches to promising candidates. Besides the powerful trainers with both skill and connections, the League focuses on nurturing, while countless other participants remain largely unnoticed within the vast League. Thus, aspiring to stand out becomes exceedingly challenging. This group of individuals becomes the target of many factions seeking to entice talent. Of course, as long as the benefits align, nothing is impossible. Yet, compared to the Colossal League, other factions still seem somewhat insignificant. Alright, dear audience, the grand finale of this year's Courts Conference is about to commence. Now, let us welcome the contestants who have advanced to the finals. First, approaching us from the green corner is Satoshi, known as the Beastmaster, who embarked on his badge-collecting journey only after achieving 100 consecutive victories. Go Satoshi. Next, from the red corner, we have Oki, who has been defeating opponents with formidable strength since participating in the Courts Conference. What kind of battle can we expect from these two powerful contenders? Let us all eagerly await. Go Oki. Each side may utilize 6 Pokémon, and after 3 Pokémon from one side lose their ability to battle, there will be a 15-minute intermission during which both contestants may freely swap their Pokémon. Now, I declare the match to begin. Butterfree, it's time to battle. Me, Butterfree. Gyarados, it's your turn. Gotcha. Indeed. As the match commenced, Oki sent forth his second strongest Pokémon, Gyarados. With confidence in Gyarados' peak elite strength, Oki believed he could secure an advantage early in the battle. Having summoned Gyarados, its aura was already on par with Donphan. Oki, just how formidable is your Charizard? Allow me to witness. Butterfree, use confusion to greet it. Me. Understood. The violet and gold rays of magical energy, guided by Butterfree, surged toward Gyarados. Right from the start, a type advantage. Gyarados, evade the attack by using Dig, then follow up with Rock Slide. Gotcha. Understood. Boom. Sound of digging. Gyarados successfully burrowed underground before the confusion reached it. Although the Dig attack would not inflict damage on the flying-type Butterfree, it allowed Gyarados to perfectly evade the attack. Was this a setup for a surprise attack? Butterfree, use Supersonic on the entrance of the hole. Seeing that Gyarados had yet to emerge, Satoshi could only devise a way to flush it out. Me. Understood. Taking advantage of this moment, Gyarados unleashed Flamethrower. Gotcha. Understood. Despite its formidable size, the abomination monster navigated the subterranean realm with remarkable agility. With a resounding crash, it erupted from the earth, prompting Butterfree to redirect its aim and unleash an invisible ultrasonic assault. In contrast, the abomination monster retaliated with a torrent of flames from its left head, which swiftly dissipated the disorienting waves of sound upon contact with the searing heat. The subsequent wave of scorching fire struck Butterfree with devastating impact. Ouch! Butterfree exclaimed in pain. Butterfree has lost its fighting capability. The abomination monster emerges victorious. Please, contestant Xiaoming, send forth your next Pokémon. The imposing abomination monster wielded even non-poisonous moves with such prowess. How exhilarating. Butterfree, return and rest well. Next up, it's time for Steelix to take the stage. Roar. Steelix was summoned. Abomination monster, return. This formidable Pokémon will surely make an impression. Machop, commence battle. Yay. Machop accepted the challenge. Steelix charged forward, executing a horn attack. Roar. Steelix lowered its head, using its prominent horn as a spear aimed straight at Machop. Machop utilized Bullet Punch followed by Ice Punch. Yay! Machop complied. In a moment of astonishment for Steelix, Machop firmly grasped its own body with both left hands, then delivered a powerful punch imbued with steel energy to Steelix's cheek. Before Steelix could be sent reeling from the Bullet Punch, Machop, utilizing its unparalleled strength, yanked Steelix back and followed up with a swift Ice Punch. Roar! That hurts. That underhanded move. Roar! Ouch! Steelix quickly retaliated with arm thrust. Roar! You'll pay for that punch. With a fierce roar, Steelix unleashed a burst of radiant energy from its right arm, breaking free from Machoke's grip. Machop, guard yourself and use Brick Break. Yay! A vibrant green shield materialized, perfectly shielding Machop from the impending attack. Such a priority defense skill truly was remarkable. While the arm thrust attack proved ineffective, its side effects manifested upon Steelix. The arm thrust move, which involved swinging powerful and heavy fists, inflicted damage upon the opponent while simultaneously reducing the user's speed. Seizing the opportunity, Machop delivered a devastating knife hand strike charged with fighting energy directly to Steelix's head. Boom. Chapter 67. Intense Battle with Xiaoming. Steelix has lost its fighting capability. Machop stands victorious. Please, contestant Xiaoming, send forth your next Pokemon. Come back, Steelix. Daisuke, you have indeed proven to be a worthy opponent. Now it's your turn. Rapidash. Unleash your flame charge. Whoosh. Rapidash enveloped itself in flames, launching forward like an arrow aimed at Machop. Machop seized the moment to execute a counter throw. Yay! Machop braced itself for Rapidash's swift assault, then, using its forearms, grasped Rapidash's head tightly, and, with a deft maneuver, laid back, hurling Rapidash away with the force of its charge. Boom. Rapidash, are you alright? Whoosh. I still have the strength to fight. Well then, Rapidash, employ bounce attack. Whoosh. Understood. Rapidash harnessed its flying energy to propel itself into the air. Machop, retaliate with revenge. Yay. Understood. Machop crossed its arms defensively in anticipation. The revenge move, true to its name, allowed Machop to deal double damage in retaliation after being struck by an opponent. Rapidash, unleash your full power. Observing Machoke's stance, Xiaoming pondered that unless he recalled Rapidash to its Pokeball, the jumping Rapidash would inevitably collide with Machop. At that moment, the repercussions of revenge would be insurmountable for Rapidash. Yet, wasn't battling between Pokemon all about courageous endeavors? Xiaoming concluded that it would be better to let Rapidash take a chance. Whoosh. Understood. Prepare yourself. The descending Rapidash surged with speed, its sonic boom resonating loudly. Yay. Bring it on. Thud. Boom. The powerful strike from Rapidash sent tremors throughout the battlefield, enveloping the arena in a cloud of smoke that obscured the view for onlookers. Oh. Rapidash's bounce attack is astonishingly powerful, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. If it's this impactful, how will Machop fare after taking such a hit? As the announcer's words echoed, the audience erupted in lively discussions among themselves. Rapidash's ultimate move is so strong. Do you think Machop can withstand it? It might be challenging. Even though Machop is formidable, we must not forget that Rapidash's bounce is a flying-type move that counters Machoke's abilities. Coupled with the force of its descent and Rapidash's weight, it might be a tall order for Machop. True, you make a valid point. However, I still believe Machop can endure the attack. As for the outcome, the most likely scenario is mutual defeat. Indeed, that possibility exists. Once the smoke clears, we shall ascertain the results. As the audience's chatter gradually subsided with the dissipating haze, Daisuke, Xiaoming, and the spectators witnessed both Pokemon collapsed on the ground, their eyes swirling in exhaustion. Machop and Rapidash have simultaneously lost their fighting capabilities, as contestant Xiaoming has seen 3 Pokemon unable to continue. The first half of the match concludes. Both contestants will take a 15-minute break before proceeding to the second half of the battle. Come back. Machop, you've performed admirably. Rest in your Pokeball for now. After recalling Machop, Daisuke glanced at Xiaoming and turned towards the resting area. Daisuke, I didn't expect you to become this powerful. Although I am at a disadvantage in terms of Pokemon numbers, with that one in reserve, the outcome remains uncertain. Come back, Rapidash, you did well. Now I entrust the upcoming battles to my other companions. Xiaoming mused aloud before also retreating to the resting area. In his quest for victory at the court's conference, Xiaoming still held an ace up his sleeve, one he had yet to reveal to the public eye. On the left side of the audience, Professor Oak and several others were engaged in a deep analysis. So, Gary and Ash, who do you believe will ultimately triumph in this match? Professor Oak inquired. observing the mid-match intermission with a keen interest in the two engrossed in the battle. This year, 3 out of the 5 from Pallet Town participated in the league conference, with all reaching at least the top 8. His grandson stood a solid chance to claim the championship trophy. It must be Daisuke. Xiaoming only has 3 Pokemon left, while Daisuke still has 5 in reserve. At this moment, Ash displayed a certain naivety in his reasoning. As soon as Professor Oak inquired, Ash promptly recounted the information visible to everyone. Oh, foolish Ash, does he truly believe his grandfather cannot see it for himself? Upon hearing Ash's words, Gary couldn't help but engage in their familiar rivalry, launching a retort at once. This provoked Ash to glare at him furiously, yet Gary seemed oblivious to Ash's menacing gaze. Turning instead to Professor Oak to respond, Grandpa, it's currently difficult to determine who holds the upper hand between my brother and Xiaoming. However, given that Xiaoming has already lost 3 Pokemon, his demeanor appears excessively composed. I suspect he may still possess some undisclosed trump cards. If those cards do not surpass his Tyranitar significantly, then my brother may have a better chance of victory. As he thought of Xiaoming's Tyranitar, Gary clenched his fists tightly. The opponent's prowess exceeded his own by a considerable margin, making a battle against him akin to a child facing an adult, utterly futile. Gary is quite astute. Xiaoming's earlier demeanor certainly suggests he has some formidable cards up his sleeve. At present, we remain unaware of what those cards entail. However, given that they could potentially bridge the gap of at least 2 Pokemon, they must not be underestimated. I wonder if he can discern it. And Ash, you must also observe your opponents closely during battles in the future. Otherwise, it will be you who suffers the consequences. Yes, I understand, Professor Oak. Ding ding ding. The bell rang as the host, microphone in hand, commenced his duties. The second half of the finals of the Indigo Conference is about to begin. After the first half of the match, contestant Xiaoming has unfortunately lost 3 Pokemon, while contestant Gary has only lost 1. Now, will Gary maintain his advantage to secure victory? Or will Xiaoming stage a dramatic comeback? Let us all stay tuned. I hereby declare the second half of the finals officially commenced. Both contestants, please send forth the Pokemon that will battle. Scyther, it's your turn to take the stage. Scyther, then go Snorlax. Snorlax, with its tough exterior and considerable bulk, this formidable opponent will be challenging to deal with. Scyther approached, propelled by jets of water, and unleashed a slash attack. Scyther, received. Enveloped in water, Scyther surged forward. Its right side raised. Snorlax, puffing up, retaliated with a thunder punch. Snorlax, understood. With a mighty roar, Snorlax, despite having expended half its energy, delivered a powerful strike with its right hand, crackling with golden lightning, aimed squarely at the advancing Scyther. Bang! Crack! A resounding impact echoed, followed by the sound of something shattering. The spectators gasped as they witnessed Scyther being sent flying by Snorlax's punch, almost embedded into the wall. Scyther has lost its fighting capability. Snorlax is the victor. Ahi, please send out your next Pokemon. Chapter 68, Fierce Battle with Xiaoming. The second half commenced with such fervor. Come back, Scyther. You performed admirably. I shall now rely on my other companions. Alakazam, it's your time to shine. Alakazam, Psychic type. How troublesome. Snorlax, use Crunch. Snorlax, understood. Snorlax opened its massive mouth, swirling with dark energy. In an instant, it charged towards Alakazam. Alakazam evaded with a Shadow Clone and then employed Confusion. Alakazam, got it. Alakazam's Shadow Clone activated, creating 5 or 6 illusory figures on the battlefield. Snorlax snapped at several, only to find they were mere illusions. Before it could bite another clone, Alakazam directed its spoon, glowing blue, towards Snorlax. The dark energy swirling in Snorlax's mouth dissipated rapidly. Seizing the opportunity, Alakazam unleashed Psychic Blade. Alakazam, received. Under Alakazam's command, a concentrated surge of psychic energy transformed into a colossal blade, slicing towards Snorlax. Snorlax, shatter it with Ice Punch. Snorlax, understood. The powerful psychic blade clashed against Snorlax's icy fist, shattering upon impact. The effects of its bulk-up still lingered. But such defenses could not hold out indefinitely. Alakazam first utilized Telekinesis, followed by Meditate and a barrage of Psybeam. Alakazam, understood. As psychic energy surged around Alakazam, Snorlax suddenly felt as if it was inhaling air at an altitude beyond its reach. Snorlax, break free. Snorlax, I can't move. While Xiaoming conversed with Snorlax, Alakazam completed its meditation and began to harness psychic power. With its special attack and special defense significantly enhanced by EBU. Bang bang. As Xiaoming spoke, Snorlax, immobilized by psychic force, became a sitting target for Alakazam's relentless psychic beams. Snorlax. Even the stout Snorlax, having lost over half its stamina, cried out in pain under the unyielding barrage from Alakazam. Bang! Snorlax has lost its fighting capability. Alakazam is the victor. Xiaoming, please send out your next Pokemon. Come back, Snorlax. You have fought valiantly. Rest within your Pokeball for now. Next up, it's your chance to shine before the world, Dragonite. Roar. Oh my, what am I witnessing? Xiaoming's fifth Pokemon is none other than the quasi-legendary Dragonite from our Kanto region. Gary exclaimed. I didn't expect him to keep such a powerful card hidden. Ash added, indeed. He never brought out Dragonite during our battles. Professor Oak remarked, a trump card is termed as such precisely because it is rarely deployed under normal circumstances. Gary and Ash, feeling somewhat offended. Gary continued, I cannot believe you have retained such a powerful ally. It must have been specifically prepared for your quest for the championship. Moreover, it appears to be quite young. To be candid, with his investigation device activated, Gary was genuinely astonished. It had only been 7 or 8 months since their last parting, and here was Xiaoming, without any cheats, managing to cultivate a quasi-legendary Pokemon to this level in such a short span. It was worth noting that Gary's grandfather had a Dragonite. According to the notes from his grandfather's youth, the growth of quasi-legendary Pokemon is typically very slow. With the resources and time required to raise one, several other Pokemon could be trained instead. Nevertheless, although the process is lengthy, the returns are proportionate. The rarity and power of quasi-legendaries are well recognized within the Pokemon world. Gary could only admire Xiaoming's training capabilities from the depths of his heart. Were it not for his own system and various fortunate circumstances, he would undoubtedly be no match for Xiaoming in this Indigo conference. Indeed, in order to expedite its accumulation of energy and experience, I spent nearly half a year secluded in the deep mountains, pouring in substantial financial resources. But once it evolves into Dragonite, all of it will be worthwhile. Xiaoming seemed to recall the hardships of the past, yet his eyes radiated unwavering determination. Now, let us commence our battle. Alakazam teleported close to Dragonite and initiated an ice punch attack. Alakazam. Understood. Whoosh. Alakazam vanished in an instant, reappearing right before Dragonite, its frosty right fist poised for action. Dragonite, meet it with a fire punch. Roar. Received. Bang. The collision of ice and fire did not result in a display of equal strength. Instead, there was only the silhouette of Hoodie soaring through the air. Thud, the sound of landing. Hoodie has lost its fighting capability. Dragonite emerges victorious. Please, Professor Oak, send out your next Pokemon. A single strike, a decisive defeat, truly a near deity. Hoodie, you may return. You've worked hard. Now it's time for you to rest. It's your turn, Kabutops. Crack. Originally, this Kabutops was specially prepared by Professor Oak for Xiaoming's Tyranitar. However, unexpectedly, before encountering Tyranitar, it faced a Dragonite standing in its way. This is a matter of type advantage. A Dragonite, possessing both dragon and flying attributes, is indeed quite vulnerable to ice-type moves. Yet, my Dragonite is well equipped to counter ice and water-type Pokemon. Dragonite, unleash Thunderbolt. Roar, received. The golden-yellow lightning flickered from the antennae atop Dragonite's head. In the next instant, a surge of frenetic energy converged into a lightning bolt, rapidly approaching Kabutops. After establishing its defense, Kabutops retaliated with Aurora Beam. Crack. Understood. A vibrant green shield flawlessly absorbed Dragonite's electric attack. Once the lightning subsided, Kabutops swiftly harnessed ice-type energy, launching a rainbow-colored beam of ice directly at Dragonite. Dragonite retaliated with a blast of flame, followed by Dragon Dive. Roar, understood. The icy chill of the attack was effortlessly countered by the searing flames. As the icy beam melted away, Dragonite ascended rapidly, enveloped in a rich aura of dragon-type energy. Kabutops prepared its most powerful Aurora Beam. Crack. Received. Kabutops quickly gathered ice-type energy in front of itself. Roar, take this. A colossal blue dragon coalesced around Dragonite, embodying pure dragon-type energy. Simultaneously, Kabutops was locked onto by the murderous intent emanating from Dragonite. Crack. Not afraid of you. The speed at which Kabutops gathered energy noticeably accelerated, while Dragonite began its descent. The sound of rushing air drew closer, and Kabutops unleashed its icy beam once more. Despite the type advantage, it could not withstand the onslaught of Dragon Dive. Boom. Chapter 69, The Clash of Dragons and Serpents. The referee announced, Kabutops has lost its fighting capability. Dragonite is victorious. Please, Professor Oak, send out your next Pokemon. The host exclaimed, ladies and gentlemen, look. Player Ahung is in dire straits. Player Xiaoming's Dragonite has already helped him defeat 2 of player Ahung's Pokemon. Now both trainers have only 2 Pokemon remaining. Player Xiao Ming has a Dragonite and 1 yet to be revealed, while player Aheng has an Arbok and 1 undisclosed Pokemon. How will the battle unfold from here? Let us all eagerly anticipate. Xiao, it's a Dragonite. Big brother is in trouble. Xiaoji, so powerful. I want to capture a Dragonite too. Professor Oak, a Dragonite. With that fellow, there is still a way to cope, though it is a near deity. A victory is still possible despite the level disparity. However, the opponent has an unknown Pokemon. Aheng, what will you do next? Truly, it is a near deity Pokemon. Powerful to an impeccable degree, but I cannot fall here. Arbok, go forth and confront. Aheng's expression turned serious as he removed Arbok's Pokeball from his waist and tossed it. Hiss. Re-entering the arena was Arbok, the formidable serpent that had flaunted its prowess in the previous battle. A massive creature, measuring 9 meters in length, coiled like a spring, ready to strike at any moment. Sensing the draconic presence of Dragonite, jealousy and resentment gradually flickered in Arbok's eyes. Both belonged to the dragon lineage. Why could the enemy soar through the skies while it could only slither upon the ground? Roar. In response to Arbok's provocation, Dragonite, born of the dragon race's innate pride, unleashed a resounding roar. Simultaneously, its draconic might surged to its peak. Dragonite aimed to suppress Arbok through the disparity of their bloodlines. However, unfortunately, Arbok, with its inherent dual-headed mutation, had also gained a hint of fire-type origin after consuming a flame crystal. Its bloodline had long since been elevated. And given that both were elite pinnacle Pokemon, the difference was not significant. Arbok was more than capable of standing firm against Dragonite's draconic intimidation. Hiss. Arbok unfurled its 2 heads, revealing the strange patterns on its abdomen. Its Intimidate ability activated, countering Dragonite's draconic presence, though the battle had yet to commence. The atmosphere was already heavy, as both Pokemon bristled with tension due to their innate bloodline suppression. However, as neither trainer issued commands, both Pokemon had to endure for the time being. Standing at the center of the battlefield, the referee, observing the 2 terrifying Pokemon poised for confrontation, felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. He slowly retreated to the edge of the battle area, ensuring his safety before waving the red and green flags to declare. The match begins. Arbok initiated with a fierce glare, then employed Rock Tomb. Originally at an advantage, it unexpectedly found the gap between itself and the formidable Dragonite had narrowed. Now, Aheng resolved to take the initiative, seeking a way to defeat Dragonite to maintain his lead. Hiss. Understood. Arbok let out a roar as a response. Its 2 heads raised high, the icy gaze in its serpentine eyes exuding intimidation. Dragonite, unwilling to yield, invoked Mystical Guard, followed by Dragon Dive. Roar. Understood. Dragonite met Arbok's fearsome glare, the blue light representing Mystical Guard flickering, dispelling the paralysis effect that accompanied Arbok's glare. Upon witnessing this, Arbok slammed its tail into the ground, summoning massive boulders to rise from the earth. Arbok hurled these rocks at Dragonite. Observing the incoming barrage, Dragonite ascended, enveloped in Dragon-type energy. While evading the rock assault, it rapidly concentrated the energy required for Dragon Dive. Roar. Crawlers on the ground, meet your demise. Once the energy for Dragon Dive was fully amassed, Dragonite propelled itself like an arrow shot from a bow towards Arbok. Arbok braced itself for defense, ready to ensnare Dragonite with its binding attack. Hiss. Understood. The verdant shield rose, but Dragon Dive collided with it, as if crashing against a sturdy shield. As the energy of Dragon Dive began to deplete, Arbok coiled its tail, ensnaring Dragonite's body. Roar. Breathing becomes difficult. Dragonite, utilizing its signature move, Outrage, to break free from the entrapment. Roar. Understood. Dragonite's eyes glowed red as it unleashed a flurry of punches against Arbok's tail. Hiss. That hurts. Arbok gritted its teeth, determined not to let it escape, retaliating with Ice Fang. Hiss. Understood. Arbok tightened its grip, while its twin heads summoned frigid energy. 2 icy fangs lunged at Dragonite's midsection. Under the quadruple damage disadvantage, even in a state of confusion, Dragonite could not suppress its anguished cries. Its body instinctively twisted, attempting to shake off Arbok's jaws. However, Arbok was relentless, its massive mouths clamping down firmly on Dragonite's waist. The chilling aura within its jaws intensified. Return, Dragonite. Seeing this predicament, Xiao Ming wished to recall Dragonite, granting it a moment to breathe. Yet, Aheng's reaction was swift. Arbok, do not let him succeed. Releasing its grip, Arbok wielded its tail to slam Dragonite into the ground repeatedly. Chabaku. I received it. The moment Xiao Ming unleashed the Pokeball, the Aber monster released its grip. Its tail, resembling a hammer's handle, ensnared the Dragonite, which was akin to the hammerhead. The Aber monster transformed into a ground mongoose, relentlessly pounding the ground with the Dragonite. However, the swift movements of the Aber monster's tail rendered the Pokeball's red light ineffective in capturing the Dragonite's form. Consequently, Xiaoming found himself unable to retrieve the Dragonite, which was being mercilessly struck. How infuriating! Bang bang. Xiao Shuo remarked, "This. My brother remains as formidable as ever." Originally, Xiao Shuo intended to describe it as brutal, but upon the words reaching his lips, he sensed a dissonance and abruptly halted. Although he believed that the surrounding individuals were not prone to loose tongues, the emotionally inept Xiao Ji might inadvertently let it slip. To avoid being at the receiving end of a hammering, Xiao Shuo sincerely altered his phrasing. Xiao Ji lamented, "Indeed, Ahi's Aber monster is incredibly strong. Even such a powerful Dragonite was captured and used as a hammer." Professor Okido observed, "The strengths of the Aber monster and Dragonite are quite comparable, nearly equal." However, Xiaoming's recent tactical blunder afforded Ahi the opportunity to seize the Dragonite. Additionally, the Aber monster's advantage in size and strength played a crucial role. Once it ensnared its opponent, even a Dragonite in its berserk state could not break free. You too must further hone your skills in nurturing Pokemon and timing during battles. Xiao Shuo replied, "Understood, Grandpa. I will enhance my self-study and Pokemon training." Xiaoji, Professor Okido, I will do the same. Chapter 70, The Championship Contest. Bang! Chabaku, I have won. Upon realizing that the Dragonite had lost its ability to resist, the Aber monster flung it away and released a triumphant roar to express its emotions. Meanwhile, the Dragonite, battered and bruised, bore 2 icy bite marks on its body. With its eyes resembling mosquito coils, it conveyed its current state to everyone. Referee, the Dragonite has lost its fighting capability. The Aber monster is victorious. Please, contestant Xiaoming, send out your final Pokemon. Host, in this fierce battle of dragons, the Aber monster has emerged victorious. Currently, contestant Okido, Ahi holds the advantage. How will contestant Xiaoming respond? Audience members, let us await the unfolding events together. Indeed, it has come to this. Although the demigods are immensely powerful, after defeating 2 opponents in succession, an opportunity was still seized by the adversary. Return, Dragonite. You have performed admirably. It is best for you to rest within your Pokeball. Xiaoming recalled the Dragonite, offering a few words of comfort before returning it to his belt. As he secured the Dragonite's Pokeball, he retrieved the Pokeball containing his trump card Pokemon. Let the battle commence. Mamoswine, Kugadu. It possessed predominantly pale yellow skin, with a white underbelly and mouth. Its back spines appeared deep brown, a result of hardened skin. This bestowed it with formidable defensive and offensive capabilities. Standing at an impressive height of 1.5 meters, this Mamoswine was significantly taller than its peers by 50 centimeters. Truly a Mamoswine. The Aber monster initiated the attack with a piercing sound. Chabaku, understood. The 2 heads of the Aber monster opened their mouths simultaneously, unleashing a pair of sharp, ear-piercing sounds. After enduring the sonic assault, Mamoswine retaliated with a ground split attack. Kugadu, understood. The invisible sound waves surged forth, but were immediately blocked by a verdant protective shield. Once the sonic attack subsided, Mamoswine leaped high into the air. After performing several somersaults, it inverted its body, with its right claw directed downward, resembling a golden rooster standing on one leg. The only difference was that Mamoswine utilized its right arm. Aber monster, swiftly use Protect. Chabaku, understood. Having witnessed the original series, Okido Ahi was well aware of Mamoswine's prowess in executing the ground split attack. Even as a Piloswine, it had mastered this technique against opponents. Now, evolved into a Mamoswine, its ground split attack would certainly be enhanced. Boom. Crack. With a resounding crack, the battlefield split down the middle. Host, goodness. What am I witnessing? Contestant Xiaoming's Mamoswine has literally cleaved the battlefield in 2. What a terrifying strike. I wonder how the Aber monster, having taken this blow head-on, will respond. Let us all watch closely. Chabaku, that was close. Thankfully, my Protect activated. Okido Ahi observed that Mamoswine, having executed the ground split, was somewhat winded. He promptly issued a command to the Aber monster. A prime opportunity. Aber monster, unleash Double Freeze Bite. Chabaku, received. Whoosh. Startled a moment ago, the Aber monster swiftly approached Mamoswine, swaying its body. Mamoswine, initiate a surprise attack. Kugadu, understood. Mamoswine gathered the scant, dark energy within its body, channeling it into its right claw. Once the energy reached a certain threshold, Mamoswine's figure flickered as it charged toward the Aber monster. Bang crack. Thanks to the priority boost of the surprise attack, Mamoswine's strike landed first on the Aber monster. Before it could comprehend the situation, the Aber monster felt a flash before a searing pain radiated from its right head throughout its entire being. Chabaku, it hurts. Seizing the moment, Mamoswine executed a rapid star attack to suppress the foe, then closed in for a split attack. Upon witnessing the Aber monster being knocked back without recovering immediately, Xiaoming understood that time was of the essence. Kugadu understood. The golden star attack caused the already battered Aber monster to wail in distress. Aber monster, quickly counter with flamethrower and acid. Chabaku, it hurts. Enduring the agony coursing through its body, the Aber monster unleashed simultaneous attacks from its two heads. The left head emitted a searing flame, while the right delivered a potent acidic assault. The two contrasting attacks surged toward Mamoswine. Mamoswine spun at high speed to block the onslaught, then executed a split attack. Kugadu, received. The Aber monster's flame and corrosive acid struck Mamoswine's spinning form. Although both attacks were formidable, Mamoswine managed to mitigate the damage through its rotation. Moreover, while continuously spinning, Mamoswine drew closer to the Aber monster. The Aber monster prepared to unleash Ice Fang. Chabaku understood. Xiaoming's command was naturally heard by Okido Ahi. Since the opponent sought close combat, he would grant them that opportunity. Ceasing its flamethrower and acid, the Aber monster opened its massive jaws to bite down on Mamoswine. Mamoswine altered its strategy, employing Dig. Kugadu received. The Mamoswine, previously spinning in midair, dove towards the ground. Chabaku, don't run. The Aber monster's jaws, imbued with icy energy, lunged forward but ultimately missed. Aber monster use. Chabaku, it hurts. Before Okido Ahi could finish his command, Mamoswine, utilizing its immense power, sent the Aber monster flying. The Aber monster's considerable size now became a disadvantage against Mamoswine's dig attack. Due to its large stature, Mamoswine was able to swiftly locate its target for the strike. Bang! This time, the Aber monster did not rise again. The camera zoomed in, revealing the Aber monster with swirling eyes, clearly dazed from the confrontation. Referee, Abu monster has lost its fighting capability, and Mountaineer King emerges victorious. Please, Trainer Oki, send out your final Pokemon. Come back, Abu monster. You have performed admirably. Now, rest within your Pokeball. After comforting Abu monster, Oki returned it to his belt. Simultaneously, he removed the foremost Pokeball from his belt. Shigeru, here it comes. My brother's Charizard is absolute powerhouse. The thought of a massive, domineering figure made Shigeru involuntarily tremble. Chapter 71, The Championship Showdown Part 2. In the 2 months leading up to the court's conference, Shigeru was subjected to an intense training regimen under Oki's supervision for 50 days. During this time, Shigeru and his Pokemon witnessed the formidable might and dominance of Oki's Charizard. Whenever their training pace lagged, Oki's Charizard would let them experience the fiery sting of its flames. The terrifying temperature of Charizard's flames was so intense that even his own Houndoom found it difficult to withstand, let alone other Pokemon and Shigeru himself. To avoid being scorched, Shigeru had no choice but to train diligently with his Pokemon. Satoshi, indeed, Oki's Charizard is incredibly powerful. I truly wish to face it again. Thanks to Oki's Charizard's guidance, Satoshi's Charmeleon began to heed his commands. After a period of rigorous training, coupled with Brock's nurturing, Charmeleon evolved into Charizard, achieving a physique and strength befitting a typical Charizard, if not surpassing it. Come forth, old friend. Charizard. With a mighty roar, a burst of white light erupted from the Pokeball. In the next moment, Oki's 3-meter-tall Charizard appeared, accompanied by a resounding roar that echoed into the sky. Host, oh my goodness. Trainer Oki's final Pokemon is Charizard, making its debut in this competition. However, this Charizard appears to have developed remarkably, just like Abu Monster. Audience member A. It's so large and imposing. I wonder how Trainer Oki nurtured his Charizard. Audience member B. Indeed. I wonder if there's a secret to it. Audience member C. Come on, you too. With Professor Oki as his mentor, we can't envy him. Even if there is a secret, he wouldn't share it with us. Audience members A and B. That's true. Referee. Both Pokemon are ready. I declare the match to commence. Charizard, greet your old friend with a flamethrower. Roar. As Charizard faced its opponent, it reminisced about the few formidable foes it had encountered prior to its evolution. With its initial defeat largely attributed to both Charmeleon's lack of strength and Oki's arrogance, Charizard unleashed a torrent of searing flames towards Mountaineer King. The shadowy duplicates of Mountaineer King dodged the attack and retaliated with an earthquake. Kugadu. Upon hearing this, Mountaineer King glowed with a white light and split into several phantoms on the battlefield. Do not let it escape. Unleash a barrage attack. In the absence of knowledge regarding the true form, the only way to force it into the open was to attack all at once. With that, Charizard intensified the flames in its mouth, and with a series of rapid-fire blasts, it struck Mountaineer King's true form directly. Cougadoo. The flames, enhanced by the flame crystal, inflicted a searing sensation on Mountaineer King, despite its ground-type resistance. Are you alright, Mountaineer King? Satoshi observed the flames impacting Mountaineer King, who appeared to wear a mask of pain, its body twitching in discomfort. Cougadoo. It hurts, but I'm fine. Seeing Mountaineer King nod in understanding. Both trainer and Pokemon were in sync. Satoshi produced a whip from his waist. Since Mountaineer King had evolved, he had rarely utilized it. However, facing Oki's powerful Charizard necessitated their strongest state of cooperation. With a crack of the whip against the ground, the memories etched in Mountaineer King's essence awakened, urging it to act according to its innate instincts. Mountaineer King curled up and rolled in place before charging towards Charizard. Charizard took to the air, employing Air Slash. Roar. Understood. As Charizard's wings flapped, white blades of air sliced through the air, striking the rolling Mountaineer King. Cougadoo. It hurts. The air blades not only hindered Mountaineer King's advance, but also inflicted significant damage. With a swift motion of the whip, Satoshi commanded Mountaineer King to retreat a few steps. In the next moment, Mountaineer King began to gather rock-type energy, and within 2 seconds, sharp rocks materialized before it, hurtling towards Charizard. Rock Tomb right. Charizard, use Dragon Pulse. Oki couldn't help but exclaim, for Satoshi's whip merely served as a substitute for commands, akin to psychics and their psychic Pokemon communicating telepathically, making it challenging to discern his intentions. Oki could only respond effectively when Mountaineer King executed its move. Roar. Understood. At the command, Charizard concentrated a ghostly green energy sphere in its mouth. Boom. As the two attacks collided, both Pokemon were pushed back by the force of their signature moves. Charizard soared upward, unleashing Solar Beam. Oki decided to take the initiative and no longer waste time. Satoshi's whip commands tested Oki's mental fortitude and physical stamina. A trainer required both strong psychological resilience and ample energy to issue commands effectively during battle. However, Oki now had to expend time and effort to anticipate Satoshi's next move. If this continued, he risked making a critical miscalculation. Roar. Received. Charizard ascended. Perhaps aided by the heavens, today's weather was exceptionally clear, and under the abundant sunlight, the energy accumulation for Solar Beam accelerated noticeably. Mountaineer King quickly used Dig to evade. Satoshi, seeing Charizard's mouth glowing with white light, realized it had swiftly absorbed its energy. In a panic, Satoshi ceased to use the whip to command. After all, while the whip commands prevented the opponent from foreseeing Mountaineer King's intended move, they also prolonged the time Satoshi took to issue commands. Cougadoo. Understood. Charizard. Do not let it escape. Fire Solar Beam. Roar. Do not let it run. Pew. Boom. Though Mountaineer King had burrowed underground, Charizard's Solar Beam did not allow it to escape. While Solar Beam was a grass-type attack in Charizard's hands, it bore destructive power akin to fire-type moves. The searing rays penetrated the ground, striking the fleeing Mountaineer King. Cougadoo. It's scorching, it hurts. Mountaineer King. Chapter 72. Victory for the third place, Shigeru. Xiao Ming's fervent cries proved futile. Under the relentless onslaught of the scorching sun, his beloved Tyranitar succumbed to unconsciousness. The referee declared, Tyranitar has lost its combat capability. Charizard emerges victorious. As all 6 of Xiao Ming's Pokemon have been rendered incapable of battle, the winner of this match is Damyu. The host exclaimed victory. After 5 Pokemon fell, it was Charizard that secured Damyu's triumph in this contest. Let us extend our congratulations to Damyu for ascending to the pinnacle of this year's Indigo Conference. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers of Damyu. Damyu. In stark contrast to the ecstatic audience, Xiao Ming approached Damyu to offer his congratulations after retrieving Tyranitar. The host continued, thus concludes this year's Indigo Conference. Friends in the audience may now take a break for lunch. At 2 o'clock this afternoon, President Damaranch will present commemorative medals to all contestants, along with the championship trophy to the victorious Damyu. As the host's words resonated, spectators began to rise and depart from the stands. Meanwhile, among the throng, spies from various factions hastened their departure to relay the news back post-haste. Congratulations, Damyu. I never imagined your Charizard would become so formidable. The other Pokemon are equally impressive. To be honest, when I first witnessed their performance at the conference, I felt a twinge of envy. Xiao Ming chuckled. Oh, you flatter me. The growth of my Pokemon is largely thanks to the enhancement devices I purchased from you back then. So, in a way, I inadvertently aided my opponent. Now, even if I regret it, it's too late. Damn you, responded with a laugh. The two rivals exchanged pleasantries after the match before departing together to the Pokémon Center to await the recovery of their beloved creatures. While Damn you waited, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the Indigo Conference. The system is now issuing the champion's reward, the King's treasure chest. Will the host claim it? Open it. The anticipation of discovering what treasures the champion's chest might contain was palpable. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a Fire-type origin plate with 5 energy, a Poison-type origin plate with 5 energy, and a bottle of strengthening pills, which enhance vitality and longevity. One bottle contains 9 pills, and one can only consume 1 in a lifetime. Will the host claim them all or a portion? Attention! These origin energy plates have been extracted from Arceus. Due to the volatile and potent nature of the energy within, a common Pokémon can only absorb one type of plate's 5 energy throughout its lifetime. Furthermore, based on the absorption rate of ordinary Pokémon, this 5% of energy could render the absorbing Pokémon asleep for a year. Please consider carefully before use. At that moment, in a certain alternate space above the Sinnoh region, a peculiar alpaca-like Pokémon trembled, sensing its essence being drained while in slumber. Strengthening pills. And the origin plate energy from Arceus. Truly, the King's treasure chest is remarkable. I'll opt to claim the strengthening pills first. As soon as Damn you finished speaking, he felt a weight in his left pant pocket. Upon retrieving the item, he discovered a transparent sealed bottle containing 9 white, round pills. So this is the strengthening pill. Gazing at the pills, Damn you began contemplating their distribution. Since neither he nor his younger brother Xiao Mao would require them, they would be reserved for other relatives. Surely, their grandfather would receive 1, as would their parents. That accounted for 3 pills, leaving 5 in total for them. As for Damn you's grandmother, regrettably, she had passed away during childbirth. His grandparents had also departed early, but he had an uncle and aunt to consider, for whom he would set aside 2 pills. The final 2 would remain with him, as he and his brother would eventually seek partners. These were intended for them. An hour later, after Damn you and Professor Okido had enjoyed their lunch, he poured a cup of red tea for his grandfather, discreetly adding one of the strengthening pills. Damn you felt compelled to keep the origins of this miraculous item a secret, aware that revealing his possession of the system could invite greed and peril. Another hour and a half passed, and all the Pokémon had fully recovered. Damn you, after retrieving his Pokémon, joined Xiao Mao and Xiao Ji to head back to the Indigo conference venue. Inside the arena, Damn you and Xiao Mao were escorted by staff to an indoor battle arena. The traditional ceremony of the Indigo conference awarded gold, silver, and bronze trophies to the top 3 contestants, with the champion and runner-up determined. A private match would ensue to decide the 3rd place. Xiao Mao and Jiu Yuanji, you two will compete here for the bronze position, announced President Damaranchi. The referee stated, the match will adhere to a one-on-one format, with each contestant permitted to use only 1 Pokémon. Damn you, don't let Grandpa down. If you win, it will also serve as a talking point to challenge Xiao Ji. Xiao Mao assured, rest assured, big brother, I will win. The stakes were set high for Xiao Mao, driven by the desire to triumph. 5 minutes later, with a smile on Damn you's face, the referee's voice rang out. Duck's Peak Dragon has lost its combat capability. Blastoise secures victory. Big brother, I won. Xiao Mao exclaimed. That's wonderful. Perhaps when you stand on the podium, Grandpa's eyes will shine with pride. Damn you thought, feeling a sense of comfort knowing that Xiao Mao's victory would bring joy to their grandfather. Soon, President Damaranchi distributed participation awards to all competitors at the Indigo conference. After nearly 40 minutes, all awards had been presented. Now, President Damaranchi has conferred participation awards to all contestants. Next, we will witness the highlight of this year's Indigo conference. First, let us honor the 3rd place contestant, Xiao Mao from Pallet Town. As Xiao Mao ascended the podium, he solemnly accepted the bronze trophy from President Damaranchi. Observing this moment from the audience, Professor Okido could not help but chuckle. That little rascal did quite well. Chapter 73. The Champion's Trophy and Family Conflicts return to Pallet Town. Xiaoji scowled. How infuriating. Why does Xiao Mao get a trophy? I want one too. Being surpassed by a rival was a bitter pill for Xiaoji to swallow, and witnessing Xiao Mao on stage, basking in the applause, filled him with envy and longing. Tears welled at the corners of his eyes as he watched Xiao Mao receive the accolades. Sensing his turmoil, Misty quietly distanced herself from him. The host continued, next, we present our runner-up, who fought valiantly, but fell short of the championship title. Xiaoming, 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 cheered the audience as he stepped onto the 2nd place podium. President Damalanki presented him with the silver trophy representing the runner-up and encouraged him, saying, "Keep up the good work. I hope to see you crowned in the upcoming league tournament." "Yes, President Damalanki, I will certainly strive for that," Xiaoming replied earnestly as he accepted the trophy, vowing to secure the champion's throne in the next league tournament. "I believe in you," President Damalanki affirmed with a smile. He recognized Xiaoming as a promising talent for the future of the league, and such talents deserved careful nurturing. After the awards ceremony concluded, President Damalanki requested, "Please don't leave just yet. I have something to discuss with you." As the league president, Damalanki was well aware that various factions had dispatched spies to monitor those unconnected talents during the league competitions. Initially, some talents were recruited by these factions. However, once the league caught on, they began inviting particularly skilled trainers for discussions after each award ceremony. The main purpose of these discussions was to offer generous conditions to win their allegiance, including resources for training Pokémon. But that is a matter for later. Upon hearing President Damalanki's remarks, the host resumed his duties. "Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the champion of this tournament, contestant Demue from Jinshin Town." Throughout this competition, Demue has maintained a dominant position with his remarkably powerful Pokémon. It wasn't until the finals, facing off against Xiaoming, that he encountered an equally matched opponent. Let us give a warm round of applause for Demue. Applause erupted. Like Xiaoming and Xiaomao before him, Demue solemnly ascended the prominent podium marked number 1. President Damalanki handed the golden trophy representing the championship to Demue. "Congratulations, Ahi. Securing the league championship after merely a year of traveling is certainly a testament to your grandfather's legacy." "Thank you, President," Demue replied. "Keep up the good work. The benefits and matters associated with being a champion will be explained to your grandfather later. Should you have any questions or requests, feel free to contact the league headquarters at any time." "All right, thank you very much, President." With the trophy awarded and President Damalanki's speech delivered, the court's conference officially came to a close this year. As the contestants either lingered or departed from the court's plateau, various factions, having received information from their spies, swiftly initiated their plans. However, this was of little concern to Demue and his companions at the moment. At that moment, the group was seated on a bus returning to Jinshin Town. Ahi, after a trainer wins a league championship, the first benefit is the resource support from the league, followed by priority nominations for internal appointments. There is also a spot for the Elite Four Challenge, which occurs every 4 years, as well as a pass for the Champions Road Challenge. How do you wish to proceed? On the bus, Professor Demue was explaining the rewards associated with being the league champion. "Grandfather, I don't require the league's personnel nominations. I do not wish to live a life riddled with deceit and strife. As for the Elite Four Challenge that occurs every 4 years, I shall not consider it for now. My strength still requires honing, especially since the Elite Four of Kanto are exceedingly formidable. I have no inclination to pursue that until I reach their level. As for the resources, I can certainly utilize those, as my Gung-Gue requires substantial support. The challenge on the Champions Road, however, is something I can contemplate." Among the 4 rewards mentioned by the old man, only the personnel nomination elicited disdain from Demue, while the remaining 3 aligned with his needs. For Demue, positions within the league were trivial. Only strength served as the true measure of worth. "Very well. You may arrange your rewards as you see fit. Prior to this, I have already contacted your parents. They should be home by tomorrow afternoon. Additionally, some relatives will be present as well. Given that you 3 performed admirably at the court's conference, I have decided to host a grand banquet in Jinshin Town to celebrate. With 2 grandsons and a disciple, Huazi being Professor Demue's student, this success at the court's conference brought honor to both him and the town's mayor. Therefore, Professor Demue resolved to celebrate appropriately. Those 2 busybodies can still think about coming home. How rare. Demue felt indifferent towards his negligent parents, who had abandoned the 2 children shortly after their birth. They seemed to act merely as couriers, preoccupied with their research in the league's laboratories. Even during holidays, they scarcely returned home. Such irresponsibility left Demue feeling frustrated. Sigh, perhaps they have their own burdens to bear. Professor Demue understood the resentment in his grandson's words. He wished to offer a defense, but Xiaomao interjected. What burdens? It's a joke. Whether they return or not matters not, as long as grandfather is here." Like his brother, Xiaomao harbored grievances towards their irresponsible parents. Throughout their lives, aside from their brother, it was only their grandfather who had been by their side. Before the age of 4, Xiaomao would often cry and long for their parents. However, as he matured, he gradually ceased his lamentations. When he and his elder brother needed their parents the most, they were absent, leaving only their grandfather to accompany them. Thus, he resolved to cherish his grandfather above all else. As for others, They were merely family by blood. Observing the brothers' demeanor, Professor Demu let out a deep sigh. He could hardly blame them for their complaints. It was indeed his son and daughter-in-law who had acted unreasonably. In contrast to the visibly upset brothers and the sighing Professor Demu, Xiaoxia and Xiaojing appeared somewhat perplexed. Huazi, noticing their confusion, offered a brief explanation, enlightening Xiaoxia and Xiaojing on the source of the brothers' grievances. Sympathizing with the brothers, Xiaojing's gaze reflected understanding, while Xiaoxia looked at Demu with not just sympathy, but also a hint of sorrow. Chapter 74. Celebrating the rewards banquet in the backyard of the Damu Research Institute in Jinshin Town. It was now the morning of the second day. Demu was in his room, conversing with the system. System, please grant me all the rewards I have stored. Ding. The host has finally recalled the rewards. I thought you had abandoned them. All right. No more teasing. Just distribute them quickly. Ding. Your rewards have been issued. Please check them. As the system's voice fell, Demu felt a flash before his eyes. In the next moment, several items appeared on the table before him. The most valuable among them were two differently colored energy plates, one red and one purple, resembling small jelly-like forms. Within them, they contained 5% of the fire and poison attributes of Arceus's energy. Next were Gung Gui's Mega Evolution Stone and Keystone, followed by the Mud Block and Awakening Stone. And finally, the Pokémon Egg of the Screw Moles. Oh, the Pokémon Egg. Let me first evaluate its potential. Demu's eyes gleamed as he activated his investigative vision. Species, Screw Mole, Egg Form. Gender, male. Ability, Sand Force. Pokémon with this ability gain a 30% increase in the power of rock, ground, and steel-type moves during sandstorm weather. Skills, Scratch, Mud Sport. Inherited skills, Rocket Headbutt, Metal Sound, High-Speed Spin, Earth Power, and Rending Claw. Possessing 5 inherited skills. One's aptitude is indeed remarkable. It must be said that this is a gem produced by the system. With that, Demu placed the Pokémon Egg into the incubator previously used by Jengars. He also poured in some high-quality hatching liquid. Subsequently, Demu found himself lost in thought as he gazed upon the energy slabs on the table. Currently, he possessed 11 Pokémon, including the Drillbur. However, only 4 of them matched the dual attributes of fire and poison. Arbok was suited for both fire and poison attributes, while Charizard was undoubtedly of the fire type. Yet, both Victreebel and Gengar possessed the poison attribute as well. The dilemma of whether to enhance several Pokémon equally or focus on a select few left Demu somewhat perplexed. Well then, let us enhance what can be enhanced first. As for the others, it shall be left to fate. Feeling somewhat agitated, Demu resolved to strengthen his 2 strongest Pokémon at present. As for the remaining Pokémon, he could only hope that in the upcoming league competition, he might acquire energy slabs corresponding to their attributes. After deciding which Pokémon to upgrade, Demu began to organize the rewards. He carefully placed the 2 energy slabs into a clean small box for safekeeping. The rest of the items, aside from the Pokémon Egg in the incubator, were stored away in his spatial backpack. Bang, bang, bang. Brother, the banquet is about to commence. Hurry out. I'll be right there. In the spacious courtyard of the Damu Research Institute, Professor Oak had lavishly arranged dozens of tables for a feast. Besides all the residents of Macera Town, many of Professor Oak's friends took time out of their busy schedules to come and congratulate him. Naturally, there were also some uninvited guests. Most of these individuals hailed from affluent families or noble clans in various cities of the Kanto region. However, why did they all come as families? Most importantly, they all brought their daughters along. As he observed their conversations with the old man, Demu began to grasp their intentions. These individuals sought to arrange marriages with him or his younger brother, Shigeru. Demu attempted to signal his grandfather to decline, but the old man seemed oblivious. Instead, he engaged in merry conversation with these visitors, and Demu could see that if he were to stretch his smile any further, it would reach the back of his head. Brother, this situation seems rather precarious. Demu noticed the tension, and naturally, Shigeru did as well. The old man and these guests spoke without any intention of avoiding the 2 concerned parties. Well, if you don't want to be drained dry, just pretend to know nothing and refuse to agree to anything. But what if the girls are truly beautiful? Shigeru's heart remained conflicted at this thought. You can handle it alone. That part is yours, no need to thank me. With that, Demu turned to find a corner to eat. If Shigeru chose to face the situation head-on, he could only wish him well. Misty and Brock were also present at the banquet. Witnessing the arrival of so many aristocrats seeking marriages, which left Brock with an envious expression, longing to take their place. Upon seeing this, Misty felt a twinge of worry. Misty, since you have already made your choice, then boldly express it. Although Brock was quite taken by the spectacle, he keenly sensed the emotional shifts of his companions. As an observer, he had been aware of Misty's internal turmoil during this period. However, at that moment, Misty felt conflicted. As both Ash and Amu, he had captured her heart. Matters of affection are seldom flawless. If you do not make a decision soon, you may find yourself regretting it later. Moreover, Damuhi is not like Ash, who is rather dense. His emotional intelligence is at least on par with that of an average person. Damuhi, Brock, I truly appreciate you. Are you praising me or mocking me? I understand. The more Brock spoke, the more conflicted Misty became. Meanwhile, after satisfying his hunger, Damuhi departed from the banquet venue. In the backyard of the Damu Research Institute, he found his Charizard and Arbok. Leading the two Pokemon to a secluded corner, he retrieved the box from his pocket. The contents within possess the power to enhance your abilities. However, due to the immense energy contained within, you will be forced into a state of slumber for a year after consumption. While this will augment your strength, I will not compel you if you wish to avoid slumber. Damuhi solemnly explained as he opened the box to the two Pokemon. Roar, I want it. I wish to grow stronger. Only then can I be your strongest ally. Hiss, likewise, I am not strong enough. I must become even stronger. The two Pokemon were not foolish. They understood that only by growing stronger could they assist their trainer in achieving victory after victory. Moreover, the aura emanating from the energy slabs continuously beckoned them. As creatures, their instincts informed them that the treasure held by their trainer could elevate their prowess. Very well. Since you have made your choice, I shall respect it. Henceforth, this will be your treasure for reaching the pinnacle. Chapter 75, The Return of the Parents. Charizard and Arbok opened their mouths in unison, accepting the energy slabs tossed by Damuhi. As the slabs entered their bodies, before they could even savor the experience, a wave of drowsiness washed over them, and their eyelids grew heavy. Unable to withstand it any longer, Charizard and Arbok collapsed, succumbing to slumber. Damuhi, having prepared Pokeballs in advance, captured Charizard and Arbok. Rest well within there and enhance your strength. Once you awaken, we shall conquer the world together. Gripping the Pokeballs tightly, Damuhi turned and returned to his room. The insincerity and pretense at the banquet left him feeling repulsed. He despised the life of scheming, so after satisfying his hunger, he returned alone. Around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, Damuhi and Shigeru's parents returned. Father, Damuhi, the only son of Professor Oak, is 31 years old and works as a researcher at a certain League Research Institute. Mother, Damu Yumiko, originally named Kato Yumiko, adopted her husband's surname after marriage. She is 30 years old and, like her husband, is also a researcher at a League Research Institute. Brother, those two have returned. Damuhi, who had been napping in his room, was awakened by Shigeru's call. So what if they VE returned? What is the big deal? They won't stay long and will soon return to the League Research Institute, so there's no need to concern yourself with them. That is true. They usually arrive home during the day but leave at night. Shigeru's voice grew softer, revealing a hint of disappointment. Though he claimed indifference, he was still their biological child, and deep down, he yearned for their attention. After all, he was still a teenager. Sensing the disappointment in his brother's tone, Damuhi understood it was time to fulfill his responsibilities as an elder brother. Come on, accompany me to greet them. At that moment, Shigeru resembled a left-behind child from Damuhi's past life. While not apparent on the surface, they still craved family affection and parental attention. Yet, children devoid of paternal and maternal love, no matter how strong they appear outwardly, often harbor a sense of inferiority and a lack of love within. Children raised in such an environment may occasionally engage in mischievous antics to draw their parents' attention. Well then, let us proceed. Noticing the slight upturn of his younger brother's lips, Daiki understood the joy within him, albeit masked by a sense of pride. Ah, this little tsundere. 2 minutes later, as they stepped out of the room, the brothers encountered their rather unremarkable parents at the banquet. Their father and mother, possessing commendable appearances, had become somewhat disheveled due to the demands of their research careers, leaving them with little time to maintain their personal presentations. Consequently, they appeared rather untidy at that moment. However, the attendees of the banquet, particularly those uninvited, treated the parents with great courtesy. Compared to some prominent families, the Daiki clan was relatively sparse in numbers. Dr. Daiki had 3 brothers. His eldest, Daiki Yukifumi, served as the mayor of Shinsen Town, while the second brother, Daiki Yukizumi, held the position of postmaster in the same town. Unfortunately, the eldest brother, due to work commitments, had not married or had children. The second brother had only 2 daughters, who were now married and had taken on different surnames. Thus, among the male offspring of the Daiki family, only Daiki's father remained to carry on the family legacy. The weight of familial continuity rested solely on Daiki-I. Eventually, he met Kato Tomoko, and their relationship blossomed into marriage. However, upon their union, they were promptly urged by their elders to procreate. The births of Daiki and his brother alleviated much of the pressure on Daiki-I and his wife. In order to avoid further coercion for additional offspring, Daiki-I and his spouse decided to join the research institute within the alliance as researchers. Even when returning home, their visits were brief, as they were often compelled by their work. The pressure to expand their family was one matter. Other factors also contributed to the couple's inability to spend quality time with their children. "Aki, Sho, come here. I'd like to introduce you," called their father. Reluctantly, Daiki and Sho complied, addressing the adults as uncles, aunts, or other familial titles. Despite their unwillingness, they did not wish to tarnish the Daiki family name. Thus, the brothers were led by their parents to greet various individuals. Parents often take pride in boasting about their children in front of others. The banquet continued until after dinner, concluding only late in the evening. With the event's end, the purpose-driven nobility, alongside the townsfolk, gradually departed, including Dr. Daiki's two brothers and Daiki's uncles and aunts. In a lounge within the Daiki Research Institute, only the 5 members of the Daiki family remained seated. "So, you two are back. How long can you stay at home?" Dr. Daiki inquired, breaking the silence in the room. He was aware that due to the irresponsible behavior of his son and daughter-in-law, both grandsons were somewhat reluctant to engage in conversation. Dad, I can't leave the project unattended. Therefore, Tomoko and I will be heading back early tomorrow morning." "Well, in that case, you two should head off to bed," Dr. Daiki said, dismissing the couple after hearing his son's words. Once they left, the room fell silent once more. After a considerable pause, Daiki finally broke the stillness. "Grandpa, when can we expect the Alliance's rewards to arrive?" "Oh, that should be arriving in the next few days." "Why? Are you planning to travel again?" "I have set my sights on the Chengdu region for my travels next year. However, I need to secure the Alliance's rewards first. New regions always bring encounters with new Pokémon, and I will require ample resources to nurture them." Daiki recalled his Jengar and the unhatched Drillbur, both of which required significant resources for their development. Not to mention, he would undoubtedly need to capture Pokémon during his journey in Chengdu. He thought it only fair to utilize the rewards bestowed by the system. Indeed, to cultivate a powerful Pokémon, a trainer must invest a vast amount of resources. If funds become insufficient, do not hesitate to ask your grandfather or send Pokémon back for assistance. "Understood, Grandpa. I'll return to my room now. You should rest early as well. Today has been quite tiring for you." "All right, I will. You may go back now." "Okay." Daiki gestured to Sho with his eyes, but unfortunately, his younger brother did not respond. Never mind. Since they were at home, Daiki decided not to dwell on it further. Chapter 76. Misty reveals her feelings. After Daiki left, Dr. Daiki and Sho both sighed in relief internally. "Grandpa, are you sure that brother won't be upset with us later?" Sho asked, feeling somewhat anxious. Having grown up in Daiki's shadow, if you fear that Aki will blame you, then you can take his place when the time comes. This. Upon hearing this, Sho was momentarily taken aback. "Sho, remember that most things in this world come with both advantages and disadvantages. Besides, we are merely providing them with an opportunity to interact with Aki. If it truly proves unsuitable, then those representing their families will not hold it against us. Well, it seems that that's the only option. I just hope that my brother doesn't go too hard on me." "Enough. It's already late. You should rest too." "All right, Grandpa," Sho replied before returning to his room, burdened with a heavy heart. As he passed by Daiki's door, he hesitated for a moment, but ultimately lacked the courage to knock. He feared that if he spoke up, Daiki would immediately retaliate. Moreover, if his brother was unwilling, he would be the one to bear the consequences. Better a dead friend than a poor companion. "So, brother, you must hold strong." At that moment, Daiki, already asleep in bed, was unaware that he had been effectively sold out by his grandfather and younger brother. The following morning, after breakfast, Daiki spent time playing with Eevee and Jengar in the backyard of the Research Institute. At the recent Quartz conference, Daiki had chosen not to let Eevee compete. Although the little one was somewhat displeased, she ultimately forgave Daiki upon his promise that she would participate in the Silver Conference in Chengdu. Meanwhile, at Ash's home, after a night of contemplation and turmoil, Misty finally resolved to take action. "You can do it, Misty," she encouraged herself as she walked toward the Daiki Research Institute. However, as she drew closer, her nerves began to fray. "Misty, are you all right?" Yes. I'm fine." "Is that so? Then why have you come to the Research Institute alone?" At the entrance of the Daiki Research Institute, Sho noticed Misty's anxious demeanor and sensed something was amiss. Although his attention had often been on Ash during their encounters, he was somewhat familiar with Misty's character, which was far from her usual self, now stammering in conversation. I'm looking for Aki." Do you know where he is? Although she wished to keep it a secret, the vast expanse of the Daiki Research Institute made it difficult to locate Daiki without assistance. You're looking for my brother? At this hour. He should be in the backyard under the blue-orange tree, playing with his Pokemon. Sho, uncertain of Daiki's exact whereabouts, merely suggested a place he knew Daiki often frequented. All right, I understand. Thank you, Sho. Upon receiving the precise location, Misty promptly bid farewell to Red and made her way towards the backyard of the Research Institute. What a curious fellow. Noticing Misty's hurried silhouette, Red sensed something amiss but chose not to meddle. Beneath a fruit tree in the backyard of Professor Oak's institute, Pidgeot lay peacefully on the grass, basking in the gentle caress of the breeze. Nearby, Eevee and Ghastly frolicked playfully. The rustling sound of footsteps on the grass stirred Pidgeot from its tranquil reverie. Oh, it was Misty. Is there something you require? Pidgeot wondered as he observed the girl approaching him, puzzled by her solitary visit. A charming blush crept onto her cheeks. Fortunately, Pidgeot's keen hearing allowed him to catch her response, soft as a whisper. Please, have a seat. What brings you here? Upon realizing she sought him for something, Pidgeot straightened his posture. Pidgeot, what is your impression of me? Under the gaze of her beloved, even Misty, with her typically outgoing nature, felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Yet, this question demanded to be voiced. Following the conclusion of last night's banquet, the three had returned to Ash's home, where Brock had once again engaged Misty in conversation. Misty, although it may seem a tad premature, happiness is something one must strive for. Pidgeot had only been traveling for less than a year, yet he had already attained elite status. Moreover, in my observations, his Charizard had likely surpassed the elite level and reached the gym leader tier. Such exceptional talent foretold a future where he could easily become a champion, if not a league master. By then, the number of girls vying for his affection would be overwhelming. I understand, Brock. Thank you. We are companions and friends. After all, my words are merely reminders. Hoping for your happiness, Misty. Yes, thank you, Brock. I shall do my utmost. Impression? I find you to be lively and delightful. Misty, what is this? The atmosphere seems to have shifted. Pidgeot sensed the change but decided to remain still, allowing Misty to voice her thoughts first. What I wish to express is, if I were to like you, would you accept me? Under Pidgeot's scrutinizing gaze, Misty initially hesitated. However, recalling Brock's words from the previous night, they echoed in her mind. Thus, bolstered by the strength of friendship, she bravely articulated her feelings. Quack. Misty's confession startled Pidgeot, eliciting a surprised squawk. Psyduck, quack. I feel somewhat affronted. Golduck, I feel the same. X2. Such matters cannot be taken lightly. They represent a lifelong commitment. If you genuinely harbor feelings for me, then you must part ways with Ash and Brock and accompany me on my journey. After the initial shock, Pidgeot gazed earnestly at Misty. A girl who boldly confesses her feelings undoubtedly signifies her intentions. Yet, certain matters needed to be clarified beforehand. In the realm of romantic affection, it is one of humanity's fundamental dynamics. Pidgeot, being a normal human, would not shy away from this reality. However, at present, they were both not yet 11 years of age. Is it not rather premature to speak of love at this tender age? Well, that's acceptable. Though Pidgeot did not explicitly agree, he refrained from outright rejection. There was still considerable hope. As the old adage goes, love grows with time. Misty believed that as long as she remained by Pidgeot's side, she would inevitably find her way into his heart. Chapter 77, Daily Life at the Institute. After Ash and Red departed, Misty stayed with Pidgeot until lunchtime. Following their meal at the Research Institute, they temporarily parted ways. Hey, did Misty come to see you for something? After lunch, Professor Oak and his two grandchildren were relaxing in the lounge, relishing their rare moment of togetherness. What is it to you? Are you so idle that you're now concerned about my affairs? If you have time, you should spend it training your Pokemon. You've caught over 200 Pokemon in just one region. You can't possibly care for them all on your own. Don't just leave them for Grandpa to manage. He is human too, and can tire. Observing his younger brother's incessant chatter, Pidgeot had no intention of divulging Misty's confession. Such an uncertain relationship was better left unspoken. After all, if things did not work out, it could tarnish their reputations. Moreover, Red needed a lesson. He had captured over 200 Pokemon in the Kanto region, some of which were duplicates. Were it not for Professor Oak's substantial resources, most families would struggle to support such a venture. Furthermore, if one were to capture Pokemon, they ought to seek out rarer specimens. What do you mean by get to training right now? If you don't meet my expectations for the next league competition, you can expect to face my wrath. Bro, what are your expectations? Although Red was puzzled by Pidgeot's sudden shift in demeanor, he understood that his elder brother's threats were not to be taken lightly. I won't tell you just yet. You'll find out when the time comes. People tend to imagine dangers in the unknown, magnifying their fears within their hearts. Pidgeot intended to divert Red's attention using this tactic. Pidgeot, I'm also curious about why Misty came to see you. Can you share it with Grandpa? Faced with his elder grandson's teasing of his younger brother, Professor Oak felt compelled to intervene. During the previous meal, he had noticed the distinct glimmer in Misty's gaze directed towards his grandson. As someone who had experienced similar situations, coupled with the affection of a grandparent, Professor Oak had a hunch about their relationship, but desired confirmation from the involved parties. Grandpa, why are you thinking like Red? Please do not jump to conclusions about an uncertain relationship. Oh, is that so? Then I can rest easy. Although my grandson didn't explicitly state it, just the phrase about an uncertain relationship implies that his bond with Misty has indeed deepened beyond mere friendship. As for whether their relationship would evolve further, Professor Oak had faith that his grandson would not disappoint him. By the way, you both have some free time now. Would you care to run an errand to Orange Island's Diagon Island for me? Grandpa, you should send Ash instead. That reckless fellow needs more training. Ash's journey to the Orange Islands would not only provide valuable experience for his Pokémon, but also secure an assistant for his grandfather. As a Pokémon observer, with his signature middle-part hairstyle, Tracy would undoubtedly prove to be a reliable aid for Professor Oak in the future. Grandpa, if my brother isn't going, then I shall go. Red, eager to escape the current situation, was wary of Pidgeot's earlier threats and his secretive plans with their grandfather. If Pidgeot discovered their conspiracy, their grandfather might only grumble a bit, but Red would surely endure a severe reprimand. You are not going either. After the League rewards arrive in a few days, you will embark on the champion's path for training. Pidgeot, without waiting for his grandfather's agreement, firmly laid down the law. Bro, are you truly giving me a ticket to the champion's path? Red exclaimed, his excitement causing him to leap in place, fearing he had misheard. The champion's path is the route to challenge the champion and a gathering place for elite-level Pokémon. This place is the dream destination for all League trainers. Given the limited number of tickets distributed annually by the League, their rarity rendered them exceedingly precious. Pidgeot, are you certain you want to give this spot to Red? Yes. Grandpa, among the Pokémon I possess, only a select few have yet to attain the elite level. The remainder are either in the mid or late stages of elite status. Additionally, during my travels, I discovered 2 treasures of fire and poison types within a cave, which I have since administered to my Charizard and Gyarados. Although both Pokémon must undergo a year-long slumber, upon awakening, their strength is bound to experience a remarkable surge. Thus, it is evident that Shigeru is more suited than I to embark on the path of the champion for training. Professor Oak briefly elucidated the rationale to the 2 individuals, yet refrained from disclosing the specifics of the system rewards. Very well. When the champion's rewards arrive, Shigeru, you shall proceed along the champion's path for your training. Remember, this is an opportunity bestowed upon you by your elder brother. With everything arranged by his grandson, Professor Oak felt a sense of relief. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of joy within, knowing that his 2 grandsons shared a harmonious and affectionate bond, enabling them to support one another in the future. I understand, grandfather. And thank you, big brother. Family matters are not to be discussed with outsiders. Just remember to diligently train your Pokémon. One thing to keep in mind, your own strength dictates the tone with which you speak to others. I understand, big brother. On another note, after bidding farewell to Kasumi, Satoshi, and Takashi, Hanako moved into the Oak laboratory with her backpack in tow. Meanwhile, the elder Professor Oak entrusted Satoshi with the mission to the Orange Islands. As Satoshi embarked on his journey to the Orange Islands, the League rewards had already been delivered to the Oak laboratory. Within a couple of days, Shigeru too shouldered his backpack and set forth on the path of the champion for his training. Professor Oak and Kasumi remained at the laboratory to continue their exercises. In truth, Professor Oak had initially wished to challenge the Orange League, but upon receiving a system notification indicating the absence of rewards, he decided to forego that pursuit. Thus, 2 months elapsed. Professor Oak celebrated the 11th new year in this Pokémon world. A week prior, Aunt Hanako, alongside the Mr. Mime, discovered a heartbroken Takashi on the grasslands of Pallet Town. This revelation also informed Professor Oak that Satoshi was nearing his return. Meanwhile, his younger brother Shigeru had swiftly elevated himself to the status of an elite trainer following his battles along the champion's path. These past few days, he rested within the laboratory. 3 days later, Satoshi and the others returned, and true to form, he brought back Kenji. However, before he could relish his joy, Professor Oak reminded him that he had forgotten to retrieve his Pidgeot. Prompted by Professor Oak's reminder, Satoshi, who had just returned home and had yet to settle into his chair, rushed out once more. 3 hours later, Pidgeot was transported back to the Oak Laboratory via a device within its Pokeball. Chapter 78, The Johto League begins. 2 hours later, a disheveled Satoshi returned. At noon, after the trio of Team Rocket followed Satoshi and created chaos, they were swiftly dispatched by the group. That evening, they gathered at Satoshi's home for a celebration. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Professor Oak began to inquire about their future plans. So, what do you all intend to do next? He primarily directed the question toward Professor Oak's 3 companions from Pallet Town. Grandfather, my brother and I have discussed it. Our goal this time is the Johto League located in the western region. There are new gyms and new Pokemon awaiting our challenges and captures. Upon hearing this, Shigeru set down his drink and explained to the elder. That sounds splendid. Traveling to a new region not only provides the opportunity to face new opponents, but also to encounter new companions. It is indeed a commendable choice. Professor Oak expressed his agreement and approval of his grandson's decision. Simultaneously, memories of his own travels in the Johto region from 40 years ago began to resurface in Professor Oak's mind. The big sister in the forest. The Shalebi hunted by poachers. The battles transcending 40 years in time, with that young boy and Pikachu, alongside himself carrying a Charizard. Everything seems to have transpired just yesterday. Professor Oak was overwhelmed with nostalgia. However, upon emerging from these cherished memories, he found his younger grandson, Shigeru, once again provoking Satoshi. Satoshi, do you truly wish to challenge the Johto League alongside us brothers? When the time comes, whether you face me or my brother, you shall undoubtedly find yourselves in a position of defeat. Shigeru's sardonic words immediately riled the still naive Satoshi. Without a moment's hesitation, Satoshi rose to engage in a debate with Shigeru. Shigeru, what are you saying? I am a top 8 contender from the Indigo Conference and an honorary trainer of the Orange League. Am I to be intimidated by you? And so? You placed in the top 8, while I secured 3rd place, and my brother even claimed the championship trophy. As for your status as an honorary trainer of the Orange League, I truly do not regard it highly. Having undergone the trials of the champion's path and achieved elite trainer status, Shigeru indeed had the grounds to make such claims. That detestable Shigeru. That was in the past. I have grown significantly stronger now. If you doubt my prowess, let us engage in a Pokemon battle. Let us save our confrontation for the Johto League. We wouldn't want our next encounter to shatter your confidence. You scoundrel, Shigeru. All right. You two, cease your quarrel. Since all 3 of you are eager to venture to the Johto League, I shall present you with a parting gift. With that, Professor Oak handed the trio the long-prepared Pokédex. This device contains information about the Johto region. A simple scan with the Pokédex will reveal all pertinent details about the Pokemon. Thank you, Grandfather. X2. Thank you, Professor Oak. Subsequently, the well-fed group departed. Upon returning to the Oak Laboratory, Shigeru entrusted the Pokeballs of Charizard and Gyarados to his grandfather for safekeeping. The 2 slumbering Pokemon would not accompany him, as Shigeru did not wish to occupy unnecessary space in his party. For his journey in the Johto region, Shigeru adopted a strategy of bringing along seasoned Pokemon to mentor the newcomers. Moreover, he intended to maintain this strategy throughout. Currently, Shigeru had 8 Pokemon and 1 egg at his disposal. The first gym was a flying-type gym, so he decided to take along Electabuzz, Alakazam, Scyther, Eevee, and Ghastly. Including the egg of Sandshrew, he perfectly assembled a full team. Shigeru made a simple arrangement of the Pokemon he would bring. The 3 Pokemon left behind at home were Victreebel, Machop, and Shellder, with Charizard and Gyarados in slumber. Although they remained at the laboratory, Shigeru devised a training plan for them and entrusted Professor Oak's 3 dragons with their additional training. Furthermore, Shigeru promised that there would be opportunities for them to participate in the upcoming Johto region adventures. The following morning, after a hearty breakfast, Shigeru and Kasumi set off on their journey to the Johto region. Similarly, Satoshi and Takashi followed closely behind, embarking on their own journey to the western Johto region. Within the Oak Laboratory, Professor Oak and Shigeru were conversing in the lounge. Grandfather, my brother has already departed. However, he is accompanied by Kasumi. Do you think they might encounter any conflicts? Haha, conflict is inevitable. Do you think those noble young ladies are always willing? They possess no choice. Although they hail from affluent families, living lives of luxury from a young age, when their families require them, they must enter unions with the young talents chosen by their kin. This awareness has been ingrained in them since childhood, and it is their fate. Professor Oak gazed out at the scenery, his eyes filled with reminiscence and a touch of melancholy. Is that so? I understand, Grandfather. I hope my brother, upon learning the truth, will take it easy on me when the time comes. With this thought, Shigeru involuntarily trembled. Unpleasant memories gradually surged within Xiaomao's heart. Haha, Rest assured, the most you will endure is a good thrashing from Ahi. However, with Grandpa around, you won't suffer too severe an injury. Grandpa. Xiaoma was at a loss for words. If it weren't for you, old man, dragging me into this, would I be so anxious now? All right. When the time comes, I will hold Ahi back. You can set off with peace of mind now. Very well. I shall prepare to depart at once. Unbeknownst to Damuhi, his grandfather and younger brother had concocted a plethora of troubles awaiting him during his journey. At this moment, Damuhi and Xiaoxia were traversing the path to Rui Town. Rui Town, the town where the winds of opportunity blow. Damuhi learned from his grandfather that trainers wishing to participate in the Johto League competition must first register at the Pokemon Center in Rui Town. There also resided Dr. Kongmu, one of the initial Pokemon professors appointed by the League in the Johto region, who happened to be both a student and rival of Damuhi's grandfather. Before their departure, Damuhi was entrusted by his grandfather to pay a visit to Dr. Kongmu. As Damuhi and Xiaoxia made their way towards Rui Town, several opulent estates and other cities of Kanto saw luxurious automobiles departing, with elegantly attired young ladies seated within. The heads of these aristocratic families possessed a far-sighted vision distinct from the ordinary. They understood how rare it was to find a trainer with exceptional potential in this Pokemon world. Within just a year of travel, most of Damuhi's Pokemon had reached elite levels, and he had even clinched victory at the court's conference. Such talent naturally stirred desires of recruitment among them. Due to Dr. Kongmu's strength and status within the league, they could not adopt a forceful approach, but rather sought to win Damuhi over through subtle means. Wealth. While the Damu family may not be immensely wealthy, they were certainly comfortable. For other necessities, anything within their reach could be provided. A simple greeting to the League from Dr. Kongmu would result in immediate assistance dispatched to Jinxing Town. Thus, the heads of these families resorted to the tactic of employing charming maidens to cultivate affection towards Damuhi over time. Yet, they were oblivious to the fact that Damuhi was a reincarnated soul. His spirit and inner self belonged to a man of mature years. He might be deceived once, but as occurrences multiplied, even a normal person would grow suspicious, apart from the lecherous. Naturally, Damuhi, possessing the soul of an adult, would not be enamored by these still maturing young girls. This was also a pivotal reason why Damuhi neither outright rejected nor readily accepted Xiaoxia's affections. At merely 11 years of age, what place did love and romance have in their lives? It was akin to jest. After 3 days of traveling in the wild, Damuhi and Xiaoxia finally arrived at Rui Town after navigating through a dense fog. Although it was regrettable not to have encountered Suicune, the legendary Pokemon, that was not Damuhi's primary objective for this visit. At last, we have reached the town. I need to take a shower first, and then enjoy an omelette rice. Upon entering the town, Xiaoxia immediately began to outline her plans. Alright, let us head to the Pokemon Center first. It will be perfect to restore our Pokemon's condition. Very well, let it be so. Minutes later, Damuhi and Xiaoxia stepped into the Pokemon Center of Rui Town. Good afternoon, Nurse Joy. X2. Oh, thank you, and good afternoon to you as well. How may I assist you? Nurse Joy, could you please restore our Pokemon's condition and also arrange a room for us? Additionally, I wish to register for this year's Johto League Silver Conference. Could you assist with that? Certainly. Please hand me the Pokeballs that require restoration, and kindly insert your Pokédex into that slot. Despite the lengthy request from Damuhi, the gentle-natured Nurse Joy remained unperturbed, methodically guiding the two. Ding ding, the computer emitted a notification. Damuhi from Jinxing Town has been registered in the main computer for this year's Johto Conference. All done. Your information has been successfully recorded. Best of luck in the league competition. Here is your room key. Please pay attention to the announcements in your room. Thank you. Nurse Joy. X2. No need for thanks. An hour later, after taking turns to bathe, both trainers' Pokemon had been fully restored. They gathered their Pokemon and, after inquiring with Nurse Joy, set off towards Dr. Kongmu's research facility. Following Nurse Joy's directions, they soon arrived at a house adorned with a red roof. Dr. Kongmu certainly possesses a unique taste. Damuhi thought to himself, feeling a twinge of discomfort at the sight of the red-roofed, lavender-walled research facility. I think it looks splendid. Ahi, don't you fancy this architectural style? It's just average for me. It's not really my type. I see. Ding dong, ding dong. Inside the research facility, Dr. Kongmu, engrossed in his work, remained oblivious to the doorbell. Instead, the fluctuations in his research materials only deepened his focus. What is going on? In this vast research facility, is there not a single soul in broad daylight? There are no signs on the door. Surely someone must be inside? Who knows? Just as Damuhi and Xiaoxia were debating whether to enter uninvited, a voice interrupted them. Excuse me, are you two here to find Dr. Kongmu as well? Before Demu he and Xiaoxia stood a girl adorned with a black and white striped cap emblazoned with a lightning bolt, clad in a yellow jacket and a mini skirt. Her purple hair cascading down. Notably, she bore an amplifier in a solid gold hue adorned with black stripes around her neck. Hello. I am Damu he from Jinshin Town. Greetings, my name is Xiaoxia. We have come at the behest of another to visit Dr. Komu. I see. My name is Nana, and I am from Rui Town. Please, follow me. After introducing herself, Nana beckoned for Damu he and Xiaoxia to follow her. Nana, is it appropriate for us to intrude? No worries. Dr. Komu is the kind of person who, once engrossed in research, will be oblivious to the world outside. So, feel free to come along. I understand. No wonder we received no response when we rang the doorbell. With Nana's explanation, Damu he and Xiaoxia finally grasped the situation. They then followed her into the research facility. Knock knock. Doctor, I've come to collect my starter Pokemon. Where are you? Nana called out as she entered. Meanwhile, Dr. Komu was in his laboratory, fixated on a microscope. Damu he reached out, stopping Nana from alerting Dr. Komu. Let's refrain from disturbing the doctor for now. If he is engaged in crucial research, and we interrupt, the outcome could be unpleasant. Yes, Nana, let us wait a moment longer. Alright then. With both Damu he and Xiaoxia preventing her from calling out, Nana reluctantly set aside her intention to alert Dr. Komu. Although she was anxious, she heeded their advice. Thus, the trio found a spot and quietly waited for Dr. Komu to conclude his research. Fantastic. I've finally figured it out. After 2 hours, just as Damu he and the others were on the verge of dozing off, Dr. Komu's joyful voice finally echoed through the room. Dr. Komu, you finished your research at last. We've been waiting for you for ages. Nana, holding a megaphone, directed a barrage of words towards the exuberant Dr. Okido. The sudden outburst left Dr. Okido, who had just been smiling in delight, feeling as though his head was buzzing. Ugh, Nana, you really shouldn't shout at people with a megaphone like that. That last shout nearly shattered my skull. Dr. Okido lamented, cradling his head in pain as he gently admonished Nana. It's not my fault that you became so engrossed in your research that we had to wait for over 2 hours. My apologies. Wait a moment. When you mentioned you, who exactly were you referring to? Dr. Okido finally grasped the context and turned to look at Takashi and Kasumi. Hello, Dr. Okido. I am Takashi from MY Town. This is my companion, Kasumi. We have come here on behalf of my grandfather to visit you. You said you're from MY Town. Your name is Takashi. What is your relationship with Professor Okido? Oh, he is my grandfather, and he sent us to pay you a visit. Oh, is that so? The esteemed grandson of Professor Okido. You must be quite knowledgeable as well. So, do you have any research projects of your own? I'm sorry, Dr. Okido, but I cannot adapt to the work of a researcher. My goal is to attain the championship title in the Pokemon League. Chapter 80, The Johto Starters. Oh, is that the case? What a pity. Dr. Okido expressed his regret at Takashi's decision not to pursue a career as a researcher. With such a prestigious lineage, being so close to the most renowned professor in the Pokemon world, it seemed a loss to the research community that Takashi had chosen a different path. However, I do not share that sentiment. Each individual's life is filled with uncertainty. The kind of life one wishes to lead or the person one aspires to be should not be dictated by others. My grandfather has never interfered with my growth. His role has solely been to support me quietly from the background. Takashi spoke with heartfelt respect and admiration for his grandfather, recalling the warmth of his upbringing and the knowledge he had imparted. Indeed, the freedom to choose and pursue what one desires is truly wonderful. Yes, by the way, Dr. Okido, do you have a telephone here? I wish to inform my grandfather that I have arrived safely. Certainly, follow me. The trio followed Dr. Okido to a visual telephone. Takashi dialed the number, and soon, Professor Okido appeared on the screen. Oh, it's Takashi. Where are you now? The image of the elder professor materialized. Grandfather, we have arrived in New Leaf Town. By the way, have you been eating regularly these past few days? Though he had specifically instructed Sho and the other staff before departing, he knew that once researchers entered their work mode, they often forgot who they were, let alone to eat. I have. Sho brings my meals to me on time, and I can only eat once he waits for me to finish. It's quite uncomfortable being monitored while I eat. Takashi, did you say something to him? In the video, the elder professor was lamenting his predicament, quickly deducing that Sho was the culprit behind this unusual behavior. Grandfather, you taught me and Sho to eat regularly when we were young. As the elder, you should set a good example. Takashi chuckled, pleased that Sho had heeded his pre-departure instructions, while he brushed aside the elder's complaints. Well then, now that you've arrived in New Leaf Town, have you had the chance to visit Dr. Okido? As soon as the elder inquired, Dr. Okido, who had been anxiously waiting nearby, excitedly appeared on the screen. Takashi is right here with me. Oh, Takashi. Long time no see. Indeed, indeed. Professor Okido. I was just thinking about you. What followed was an academic discussion between the two professors that lasted for over half an hour before they reluctantly concluded. All right, Takashi and Kasumi, make sure to get along during your travels. With that, the elder professor promptly hung up the call. Although his words were not overtly explicit, Kasumi's cheeks flushed upon understanding their implication. Doctor, can you now give me a Pokemon? After waiting patiently, Nana could no longer contain her enthusiasm. Had it not been for a shred of reason still intact, she would have thrust the megaphone against Dr. Okido's head and unleashed her excitement. Oh, I almost forgot about the main event. Nana, Takashi, Kasumi, please follow me. On a rectangular table, 3 Pokeballs were neatly arranged. All right, everyone come out. Chikorita, Totodile, Cyndaquil. Wow, this is amazing. Indeed, they are quite different from those in the Kanto region. Among the trio, both Nana and Kasumi were filled with curiosity towards the 3 Pokemon, while Takashi, who had prior knowledge about them, remained relatively composed. Now then, let me introduce you. Generally, the starters from each region consist of grass, water, and fire types. In our Johto region, these 3 are Chikorita, Totodile, and Cyndaquil. Nana, which one do you wish to choose as your initial partner? They're all so adorable. It's truly a tough decision. Kasumi gazed at the 3 lively Pokemon, her eyes shimmering with admiration, particularly brightening at the sight of the energetic Totodile. Noticing Kasumi's longing gaze, Takashi thought to himself that he must find a Totodile for her during their upcoming journey. Due to his own circumstances, Kasumi had not traveled to the Orange Islands with Satoshi and Takashi, resulting in her missing the chance to capture a Masakippa. Currently, she only had Starmie, Goldeen, Psyduck, Omanite, and Togepi at her side. However, she had never captured Togepi in a Pokeball, meaning she effectively had only 4 Pokemon. Takashi pondered whether he could arrange for Kasumi to acquire Satoshi's Totodile. After all, it seemed more like a collectible in Satoshi's hands, having fought countless battles without ever evolving. Not every Pokemon could be like Satoshi's Pikachu, capable of defeating legendary Pokemon without the need to evolve. Well, I have made my decision. I choose Chikorita. Chikorita, if you choose me, I will reluctantly accept. Alright then, here is Chikorita's Pokeball, along with this Pokédex and these Pokeballs. Thank you, Dr. Okido. Wishing you success in your travels ahead. Remember the spirit of the Thunderbolt team. Never give up. Yes, Dr. Okido. Well then, Dr. Okido, we must take our leave. Are you leaving so soon? Dr. Okido inquired with surprise. Yes, I have already registered for this year's Silver Conference. Therefore, I wish to collect badges as soon as possible. Very well. I wish you safe travels. Goodbye, Dr. Okido. They chorused. After departing from the Okido Research Institute, Takashi proposed that the trio explore New Leaf Town before parting ways with Nana. They aimed not only to replenish their supplies, but also to see if there was a Pokemon Mart nearby. 2 hours later, the contented Daiki and the excited Kasumi emerged from the shopping mall in Yoikate Town. Thank you, Daiki, for purchasing so many skill learning devices for me. As she recalled Daiki's extravagant spending earlier, Kasumi's voice trembled slightly. The prices of these skill learning devices were exorbitant, and it was certain that Kasumi could not afford them on her own. Although her family owned a dojo, her 3 sisters, who were less than industrious, barely managed to keep the Hualan dojo afloat. This was also the reason why Kasumi had felt so pained about her bicycle earlier. If you wish to express your gratitude, you can help me chop vegetables during our camping tonight. No problem. Chapter 81. Kasumi, who fears bugs in the forest, bears roamed. Alright, it's settled then. The 2 of them, with backpacks in tow, followed the map towards the nearest city, Kikyu City. During their time in the Yoikate Town shopping mall, Daiki had purchased a considerable number of skill learning devices. He had noticed back at the quartz conference that his Scyther's skill set was somewhat lacking. However, upon returning to Masera Town, he had forgotten about it while waiting for the league rewards. Thus, this time, with a batch of Pokemon in hand, he decided to buy more. He also allocated some for Kasumi's Pokemon. For his Electabuzz, Daiki prepared 3 skills: Thunderbolt, Thunder, and Double Team. The first 2 enhanced Electabuzz electric attacks, while the latter improved its evasion capabilities. After observing his performance at the quartz conference, Daiki knew that before the upcoming Silver Conference in the Johto League, others would likely research and realize he heavily relied on the Protect defensive move. Therefore, a fainting skill to counter Protect would soon come into play. Thus, the Double Team skill was designed for the Pokemon capable of using Protect, allowing for alternating usage. Next was Scyther, for which Daiki prepared Rock Slide, Rock Tomb, Cut, X-Scissor, Reversal, and Ice Beam to enhance its offensive capabilities. As for EV, Daiki had long been torn about which evolution to pursue. Consequently, he had not equipped it with many skills due to its low usage rate. This time, however, he fortuitously arranged several skills for it: Dig, Charm, Protect, Double Team, and Shadow Ball. Then came Ghastly, for which he prepared Poison Gas, Thunderbolt, Protect, Will-O-Wisp, and Shadow Ball. For Alakazam and Sandshrew, the former's attack and defense skills were already well-rounded, while the latter had yet to hatch, hence no skills were prepared for them. Oddly enough, it had been nearly 3 months since he obtained Sandshrew's egg, yet it had still not hatched. 2 days later, in an unknown forest, Kasumi carefully followed behind Daiki, scrutinizing their surroundings. Daiki, do you think there are bugs here? Daiki surveyed the dense foliage surrounding them. In such an environment, it was rather improbable for bugs to be absent. Kasumi, the more one fears something, the more one must strive to overcome it. This will enhance oneself, and it will also benefit our journey as trainers. I understand the reasoning, but I can't help but tremble at the sight of them. Kasumi's expression was grim, as if her mind conjured images of something revolting. All right, stop scaring yourself. I'll release my Pokemon to intimidate them, and that way, we won't encounter any bug-type Pokemon. Daiki said, retrieving a Pokeball from his belt. Come forth, Electabuzz. Yeah, Electabuzz, unleash your aura and pave the way. Yeah, understood, my master. Electabuzz, at the elite mid-tier strength, radiated a formidable presence. Nearby, the hidden Pokemon sensed this aura. The weaker ones were immediately toppled by Electabuzz's imposing energy, while those slightly weaker than Electabuzz stealthily retreated. All right, let's move. Daiki sighed. This proactive display of power seemed almost like a provocation to the wild Pokemon around them. He could only hope that this forest did not harbor any equally formidable and fiery-tempered creatures. As fate would have it, events unfolded in a manner most undesirable. At noon, Daiki and Kasumi were preparing lunch by a small stream, their Pokemon assisting nearby. Of course, Ghastly, who had yet to evolve into Jengar, was playing with Kasumi's Togepi. With one lacking arms and the other having notably short limbs, it was somewhat of a stretch to expect them to assist. Daiki and Kasumi observed the frolicking Pokemon without concern. However, as they played, the two had wandered away from the temporary campsite. Meanwhile, a group comprising 4 Teddiursa and 3 Teddiursa babies was approaching the riverbank. Among the 4 Teddiursa, one stood a head taller than its kin. It was the only male among them, while the other 3 were its wives. The 3 Teddiursa babies were their offspring. Truly, a case of humans being outdone by bears. Yay, hee. The 3 Teddiursa babies were playfully frolicking among themselves. Catch me if you can. Don't run so fast. Wait for me. Thud. Just as Togepi collided head-on with one of the Teddiursa babies. Ouch. That hurt. The accidental clash caused both the Togepi and the Teddiursa baby to whimper in pain. Who made my cub cry? Hearing the cries of its offspring, the Teddiursa fell into a furious rage. Upon spotting the culprit, Togepi, the Teddiursa gathered golden energy in its mouth, showing no signs of restraint even against the cute Togepi. Help! Boss, save me! Seeing Togepi in imminent danger, Ghastly shouted for help while flying in front of Togepi to shield it. Bang! By the riverbank, Daiki and Kasumi, who were washing vegetables, first heard Ghastly's loud cries, followed by an explosive sound. This is bad. Something's happened. Kasumi, stay here. Alakazam, use teleport and take me, Electabuzz, and Scyther to the explosion site immediately. Daiki realized the disappearance of Ghastly and Togepi from their campsite and understood the situation. Without hesitation, he promptly devised the best plan. Got it. As Alakazam gathered its psychic power, the next moment, the 3 Pokemon and Daiki vanished from the spot. Be careful. Kasumi, watching Daiki disappear, turned her gaze towards the billowing smoke in the forest, her hands clasped over her heart in prayer. How dare you bully my cubs? You'll pay for this. Although the previous normal-type move had not affected the ghost-type Ghastly, this time, the Teddiursa's right paw was infused with dark energy. Chapter 82. Capturing the Teddiursa baby. Facing the Teddiursa was the now terrified Togepi. Trembling in cold sweat, yet still resolutely standing in front of it was Ghastly. Boss, if you don't hurry, you may never see me again. Swish. As the Scyther was teleported in, it happened to witness the unfolding scene before it. The Scyther unleashed a jet of water, initiating its attack with a slicing move. Kachibitsuzu understood. Kid, you've got some nerve to bully our little brother. With that, the Scyther retracted its dual blades. In the next moment, enveloped in a torrent of water, it surged towards the Teddiursa with remarkable swiftness. Guma, another one coming to meet its demise, watched the claws. Guma, that hurts. Just as the Teddiursa attempted to swipe, it was struck in the abdomen by the Scyther's water assault. Before it could react, the Scyther leapt high into the air, its right blade shrouded in crimson fighting energy, and brought it down fiercely upon the Teddiursa's head. Guma, ouch. Bang. Guma, my child. X3. The male Teddiursa collapsed, incapacitated in battle. Only a high-level specimen could withstand 2 strikes from an elite mid-tier Scyther before succumbing. It was indeed quite resilient. Observing the 3 slightly smaller Teddiursa approaching, the Scyther wasted no time, ordering its 3 Pokémon to launch an assault. The Scyther continued its slicing attack, while the Electabuzz unleashed a Thunderbolt, and the Gengar employed a Hypnosis Beam. Kachabitsu received, boss. Eru understood. Hoodie acknowledged. The 3 female Teddiursa, like their mates, were promptly knocked to the ground. Couples ought to remain together in harmony. Oh, there are 3 bear cubs here as well. Am I so terrifying? X3. The cubs, witnessing their parents' defeat, huddled together in fear. Remembering the peat block the system had rewarded, and now encountering the cubs, the Scyther activated its Eye of Insight. All 3 cubs exhibited commendable potential, with the least endowed inheriting 2 skills, while the most gifted inherited 5. Species, Teddiursa. Gender, male. Ability, quick feet. Pokémon with this ability have their speed increased by 50% when affected by a status condition and can ignore the effects of paralysis on speed. Skills, Scratch, Leer, Lick, Fake Cry, Covet, Fury Swipes. Inherited skills, Double Edge, Yawn, Bite, Cross Chop, Belly Drum. Quite impressive. The Electabuzz, directed towards the most skilled cub, was instructed to use Quick Attack while being reminded to control its power. Eru understood. I, be careful, brother. X2. I, that hurts. Go. Pokeball. The auspicious start of the Johto region. Ding. The cub inside the ball struggled valiantly, but as time passed, it could not escape the confines of the Pokeball. All right. It's time for us to go. You 2 little ones, do not be naughty in the future. After securing the Pokeball containing the cub, the Scyther cradled the Togepi and cautioned it along with the Gengar. Chakoi Bubi, I understand. Haha, boss, I will certainly heed your commands from now on. The 2 cubs, powerless, could only watch as the human who had defeated their parents took away their brother. Half an hour later, the 4 Teddiursa awoke from their stupor. Upon realizing that one of the cubs had been captured by a human, the mother exclaimed, Guma, my child. The mother bear could only helplessly roar at the sky. The father bear replied, Guma, enough. That human is strong. Our child will have a better future with him than staying here with us. The mother responded, Guma, I know. But, the father insisted, Guma, the child's future outweighs everything, let it be. The mother, resigned, acquiesced to her mate's words and the formidable human. Watching the dejected mother, the father silently thought, Guma, my son, the road ahead will be fraught with peril. Without your parents by your side, you must forge ahead through adversity. By the riverbank, Misty rushed to greet the Scyther as it returned safely with Togepi. Ah, how are you, Anne? Are you all right? Togepi, are you fine too? I'm fine, it's all resolved. Chakoi Bubi, I'm fine too. Is that so? That's good. Hearing the Scyther's assurance, Misty's anxious heart finally found relief. Subsequently, the 2 resumed their preparations for lunch. 40 minutes later, they had completed the meals for themselves and their Pokémon. Come out, bear cub. Where is this? Wow, so cute. Upon seeing the released cub, Misty's eyes sparkled with delight. Girls generally have an affinity for adorable Pokémon. At this moment, Misty was joyfully cradling both the bear cub and Togepi, swaying them back and forth in excitement, unable to contain herself. Ahing, did you go to capture the bear cub? Yes. Togepi and Gengar had a confrontation with the Teddiursa family. After defeating the Teddiursa, I discovered this promising little one. Its future should not be confined to this desolate forest. I will provide it with abundant resources to nurture its growth. This year at the Silver Conference, it will surely make a remarkable appearance. The Teddiursa tribe had always been depicted as antagonists in the original series. At present, people were unaware that the Teddiursa could evolve into a Ursaring when exposed to a peat block under a full moon. This knowledge would only emerge after the Sinnoh region discovered the Emerald Ruins and translated the relevant documents. The Scyther speculated that perhaps some remnants of peat blocks could still be found within certain ruins in the Sinnoh region. After lunch, while the Scyther and Misty were tidying up the dishes, the bear cub began to comprehend its current situation. Being captured by a human meant it would have to fight for them, something its parents had once told it. Although it felt a twinge of longing for its parents, it knew it must forge its own path moving forward. Chakoi Bubi, come play. Sensing the cub's emotions, Togepi extended an invitation to play. Haha, exactly. Let us join in. Following Togepi, Gengar also invited the cub to play. I sure. Unable to alter its fate of being captured, the cub resolved to face its future life with optimism. This was the essence of the bear cub's thoughts. Chapter 83. The excited Pokemon egg in the mysterious underground cave. Aiming for the Johto League. The Scyther and Misty were currently traversing the path to the location of the first badge in Azalea Town. What adventures might await them today? Let us await the unfolding narrative. 3 days had passed since the capture of the bear cub, and it was now midday on the third day. Having finished their lunch, the Scyther and Misty were exercising their Pokemon in a valley. After 3 days of companionship, the bear cub's homesickness was gradually replaced by determination. At this moment, it had donned the enhancement device used by its predecessors and was diligently following the Scyther's lead to strengthen its physique. In any world, regardless of the creature, a robust body serves as the foundation of everything. With grand ambitions, the Scyther aspired for its future Teddiursa to be unique. Once it evolved into a Ursaring, as long as no one uncovered the secret of the peat block, its Ursaring would become an unparalleled existence in the Pokemon world. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought the Scyther kept to itself. Due to the transformation of my beloved Circle Bear into Moon Bear, there is no need for anyone else to intervene. My father, an immovable mountain, has compelled the Great Wood Crane to speak candidly. Returning to the main topic, it is evident that the strategy implemented by Great Wood Crane, which involves nurturing older Pokemon to mentor the newcomers, has proven remarkably effective. Thanks to the diligent training of veteran Pokemon such as Electrode, Alakazam, Scyther, and Eevee, a positive atmosphere has emerged, motivating the new Pokemon to engage in their own training. For those with a competitive spirit, the newcomers are determined not to lag behind. This phenomenon extends beyond Great Wood Crane's Pokemon. Even Misty's Pokemon have been invigorated by the enthusiasm of Great Wood Crane's seasoned companions. Thank you, Crane. Observing her Pokemon diligently honing their skills in this encouraging environment made Misty feel a stark contrast between traveling with Great Wood Crane and her previous journeys with Ash and Brock. Unlike the still maturing Ash, Misty and Brock often played supporting roles. In contrast, Great Wood Crane's demeanor is evidently more mature and composed than Ash's. Great Wood Crane. With 2 lifetimes of experience, it is only natural that I am more mature compared to my peers. I haven't done anything. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards Scyther. As Misty's Pokemon trained closely behind Scyther, Great Wood Crane refrained from taking undue credit. Although Misty's Water-type Pokemon had indeed improved in strength during this time, their progress was solely the result of their own efforts. Nevertheless, Misty felt a pang of guilt for inadvertently delaying Scyther's training schedule. If you truly wish to thank me, then I entrust you with the task of providing Scyther's meals during this period. Very well, it is settled. However, Scyther is particular about the taste of its food. You must instruct me on that. No problem. Scyther has a hearty appetite. With someone willing to assist, Great Wood Crane felt no reluctance. As Misty prepared in advance, Great Wood Crane smiled slightly and retrieved the hatching device from his backpack. Inside the device lay a Snoring egg, encased in nutrient fluid, which had yet to hatch after more than 2 months. Typically, a normal Pokemon egg, under ample nourishment, would hatch within a week. Yet, this particular egg resembled a child who had lingered in its mother's womb for 3 years, stubbornly refusing to emerge. Great Wood Crane had examined the egg with his probing eye and confirmed that everything appeared normal. The egg simply refused to break free, leaving him utterly perplexed. Therefore, he took out the egg daily to observe its condition. What is this? Just as Great Wood Crane intended to return the hatching device to his backpack, he noticed the egg suddenly tremble. The shaking intensified, and had it not been for the confines of the hatching device, he surmised it might have leapt out. At that moment, the Pokemon within the egg tilted in a particular direction. Looking up, Great Wood Crane saw that the egg inclined toward a gap between 2 mountains. What could possibly be there to attract an unborn Snorant? Although the Pokemon within the egg could sense its surroundings, that distance seemed excessively far. Estimating the gap to be several hundred meters, Great Wood Crane pondered whether the Snorant possessed exceptional sensory abilities or if something extraordinary was drawing it in. Scyther, come here. Cockabooties, boss, what's the matter? Follow me. Cockabooties, understood. Crane, is something happening? Seeing this unfold, Misty, who had been struggling with a tree fruit, quickly set down her task to inquire. Yes, it seems this little one has discovered something. As Great Wood Crane spoke, he raised the hatching device for Misty to see the egg's current state. Crane, it looks very excited. Misty observed the gently bouncing egg as if a child had spotted candy, and her own curiosity swelled. Indeed, it appears to have found something, which is why I wish to investigate further. I want to go too. All right. However, we must prepare first. Yes, of course. With that, they stowed away their backpacks and recalled some Pokemon. Let us proceed. Great Wood Crane beckoned to Misty, allowing Scyther to lead the way. Although the area was overgrown due to the lack of human presence, it was no match for Scyther's blades. Scyther deftly cleared the path ahead, allowing Greatwood Crane and Misty to follow without slowing their pace. What is this? A few minutes later, they arrived at their destination. A dark cave loomed before them. Misty, summon a Pokémon first. Let us proceed with caution. Observing her holding a Togepi, Greatwood Crane felt somewhat helpless. It was not that he underestimated Togepi, but rather that this little one was filled with unpredictability, exuding an adorably naive bravado. Yes, I understand. Come forth. Stereo. Hiya. As Misty summoned Stereo, Greatwood Crane retrieved 2 flashlights from his backpack. Here, remember to stay alert. All right, I understand. The beams of the flashlights illuminated the long-abandoned cave, which seemed to have been devoid of life for ages. As they ventured deeper, the oppressive heat of the surroundings became palpable. With each step, Greatwood Crane felt the egg within the hatching device growing increasingly animated. Cockabooties, boss. There's no path ahead. However, I sense something valuable nearby. Despite the language barrier, Scyther gestured with its blades to signal its trainer. Chapter 84. The hatching of the Spirit Soil Pokemon Egg. Is this the end? Oh, what could be there? Scyther, take a look, but be careful. Cockabooties, understood. Following the guidance of the Pokemon Egg and Scyther, Greatwood Crane and Misty illuminated the path ahead with their flashlights. At the same time, a glimmer of gold flashed in Greatwood Crane's eyes. For safety, he activated his probing eye to scan ahead as Scyther moved forward. Mystic Spirit Soil, a miraculous soil that forms over many years in special environments. It contains the essence of the earth, which can be absorbed by ground and rock-type Pokemon. Ground-type Pokemon can extract a substantial amount of energy essential for their growth from it, while rock-type Pokemon can enhance their physical strength and energy required for growth upon absorption. What a treasure! No wonder it could attract an unborn Snorant. It turns out this soil contains the essence of the earth. Cockabooties, boss. I feel this soil could significantly enhance my strength. Upon reaching the Mystic Spirit Soil, Scyther sensed it for a moment before excitedly calling out to Greatwood Crane. It pointed its right blade at the ground, and then at itself, desperately trying to convey that this substance could aid in its development. The sight of Scyther's animated enthusiasm nearly brought a chuckle from Greatwood Crane, who quickly spoke to soothe Scyther's excitement. All right, Scyther, I understand your meaning. Rest assured, there will be enough for you. Misty, it appears we have unearthed a treasure. This yellow-brown soil can enhance the strength of ground and rock-type Pokemon. We must gather it all. Truly. Upon hearing Professor Oak's response, Misty was filled with joy, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Though she specialized in water-type Pokemon, her Stereo also possessed rock-type attributes. Furthermore, similar to some water-type Pokemon, it could concurrently exhibit ground-type traits. Indeed, let us hasten our efforts and collect all this mystical soil. Absolutely. Without delay, the two extracted small shovels from their backpacks, coordinating with their Pokemon to commence the excavation of the mystical soil. Primarily, Scyther wielded its twin blades for digging, while Misty supported the bag, and Professor Oak, armed with a shovel, took charge of the filling process. In the depths of this unknown underground cavern, after an extended period of unabated shoveling, Professor Oak finally gasped as he deposited the last scoop of mystical soil into the bag. Fortunately, the backpacks in the Pokemon world employed spatial folding technology. Otherwise, they would have been at a loss for how to transport such a substantial quantity of soil. Inside the cavern, Professor Oak lay flat on the ground, regulating his breath. I just counted, and we gathered approximately 300 pounds of this soil. I wonder how much power it can bestow upon our Pokemon. The thrill of their bounty filled Misty's heart, igniting a fervent anticipation for the enhancement of her Pokemon's abilities. Indeed. Haha, what a delightful surprise this is. Once we step outside, let us have a few Pokemon try it out. Sure thing. 20 minutes later, Professor Oak and Misty exited the cave. Upon returning to their camp, they immediately poured all the mystical soil from their backpacks into a pile. All right, you lot, go ahead. Kabutetsu. Understood. You do. Got it. I'm me. Why do I have to wallow in this soil too? Scyther, Teddiursa, and Misty's Stereo all eagerly immersed themselves in the mystical soil, aware of the benefits it would confer. However, Teddiursa reluctantly burrowed into the soil. Lastly, the true champion of their endeavor, the Drillbur, joined in. Once all three Pokemon had delved into the soil, Professor Oak took the long-awaited egg from the incubation device and buried it within the mound of mystical soil. But isn't Teddiursa a normal type? Why are you allowing it to dig in? Misty inquired, voicing her and Teddiursa's confusion. Indeed, to the outside world, Teddiursa and its evolved form, Ursaring, are classified as normal-type Pokemon. However, during my travels in Kanto, I stumbled upon a broken relic where I learned that beyond Ursaring, there exists another evolutionary form that requires a special evolutionary item and specific celestial conditions. Professor Oak crafted a plausible explanation regarding the origin of the peat block and the information about the lunar bear. When Teddiursa evolves into this form, it will gain a ground-type attribute. Is that so? I never imagined that the already formidable Teddiursa could evolve further. But do you know what that evolutionary item is? Or where to find it? And what are the specific celestial conditions? Misty expressed her curiosity and concern, eager to learn about the requirements for Teddiursa's evolution while worrying that Professor Oak might struggle to find the necessary items. According to the inscriptions on the Relic's stone wall, for Teddiursa to evolve, it must touch a special item known as a peat block during a full moon. In doing so, it can evolve into a Pokémon called Lunatone. I happened to find a peat block in a treasure chest within the ruins, Professor Oak explained, producing the peat block from his backpack for Misty and the intrigued Teddiursa to see. Look, Teddiursa, this is the peat block that will facilitate your evolution in the future. For now, you must absorb the energy from the mystical soil to quickly enhance your strength. Ugh. I got it. Teddiursa pouted as Misty waved the peat block teasingly before it. All right, Misty, don't tease it any longer. Let us allow them to absorb the energy properly. Okay, I'll prepare some food for the Pokémon. I'll leave everything here to you, Oak. After handing the peat block back to Professor Oak, Misty resumed her preparations for the Pokémon food. Leave it to me. You can rest easy. Well then, I'll rely on you. Misty returned to the temporary camp to continue preparing Pokémon food, while Professor Oak stood watch over the Pokémon in front of the mound of mystical soil using his scanning device. As time flowed steadily on, the mound of mystical soil was gradually absorbed by the 4 Pokémon, 3 Pokémon, and 1 egg, to be precise. Through Professor Oak's scanning device, he observed the 3 Pokémon and the egg rapidly assimilating the energy contained within the mystical soil. As the energy accumulated, the aura of the 3 Pokémon began to rise. The first to react was the egg of Drillbur. With a crack, as the energy absorption reached its necessary threshold, the shell shattered, and Drillbur successfully hatched. Lodi, Chapter 85, The Evolving and Strengthening Pokémon. Newly hatched Drillbur, after devouring its shell, immediately buried itself back into the mystical soil to continue absorbing energy. Previously, it had absorbed energy required for evolution. Now, it sought energy to enhance its level. As Drillbur continued to absorb energy, it swiftly transitioned from its larval stage to the initial level. Yet, it was not satisfied with its current strength and desired to absorb even more energy to grow stronger. However, its capacity was inherently limited, and once Drillbur reached the intermediate level, its body stabilized. Drillbur, you've done splendidly. Remember, don't be greedy and overextend yourself. What matters now is for you to truly understand the power you've gained from the mystical soil. Professor Oak gently patted Drillbur's head, soothing its disappointment. This little one was indeed the true hero of their fortunate encounter. Furthermore, according to Professor Oak's scanning device, Drillbur had acquired 5% of the Earth's essence from the mystical soil. This amount was equivalent to the essence contained in 2 fire and poison-type tablets awarded by the system. However, the advantage of mystical soil over essence tablets was that Pokémon could absorb its energy without falling into a prolonged slumber. Lodi, understood. Following Drillbur, Teddiursa and Staryu were the next to undergo transformations. Teddiursa's level rose steadily. Although it did not complete its evolution, it progressed from the initial to the intermediate level, ultimately stabilizing at the advanced level. The energy from the mystical soil not only elevated Teddiursa's level, but also augmented its height from 60 centimeters to 80 centimeters. Simultaneously, Professor Oak's scanning device detected a dormant power within the crescent-shaped mark on Teddiursa's forehead. It seemed this power would only be unleashed once Teddiursa evolved into Lunatone. Why did Professor Oak make this observation? Because the scanning device indicated that the energy lying dormant on Teddiursa's forehead was the Earth's essence acquired from the mystical soil. Yet, as Teddiursa currently lacked the ground-type attribute, it could not harness this source of power. Congratulations on growing stronger. For now, take a moment to familiarize yourself with your newfound form. Understood. As Professor Oak contemplated the retreating silhouette of the bear cub with profound sentiment, a radiant white light suddenly emanated from the fossil Pokémon. Hurry, Misty. Your fossil Pokémon is about to evolve. Without a moment's hesitation, Professor Oak called out to Misty, who was within the camp. What? The fossil Pokémon is evolving? Wait for me. Upon hearing this, Misty immediately abandoned her current task and dashed towards the scene. Enveloped in the light of evolution, the fossil Pokémon appeared to be eagerly anticipating Misty's arrival, as if yearning to share the joy of its transformation with its trainer. As soon as Misty arrived, the fossil Pokémon, which had restrained itself for so long, began to undergo changes within the glow of evolution. The most striking alteration was its size. Compared to its previous height of less than 50 centimeters, the newly evolved Corsola now stood over a meter tall. Additionally, its shell sprouted a row of formidable spikes, both offensive and defensive in nature. With the increase in size, its tentacles elongated, and sharp teeth capable of shattering rocks emerged from its mouth. Puff, puff, puff. Look, Master, I've grown stronger. Wonderful. Corsola, you have evolved into a Corsola with spikes. This means my journey as a water-type Pokémon trainer will advance even further. Misty felt a considerable weight on her shoulders, especially compared to her three sisters, who often resembled mere ornamental vases. Not only was she dedicated to the path of a water-type trainer, but she was also the heir to her family's gym, a burden that loomed heavily over her. However, the journey of a trainer is seldom an easy one. Despite traveling for over a year, Misty's Pokémon had remained stagnant at an advanced stage. If she did not encounter ample opportunities during her travels, she could only rely on practical battles to accumulate experience for her Pokémon's growth. During her previous journey in the Kanto region with Ash and Brock, Misty had engaged in battles with her Pokémon very infrequently. Each encounter with Team Rocket often highlighted Ash and his Pokémon, leaving little room for Misty and Brock to shine. Consequently, despite maintaining regular training and nutrition, the growth of Misty and Brock's Pokémon had become relatively sluggish. In contrast, during this year's journey with Professor Oak, it took less than half a month for her Corsola not only to evolve, but also to surpass the elite level. Although she currently possessed only one elite Pokémon, the confidence exuded by her Corsola with spikes allowed Misty to proudly declare herself an elite trainer. Congratulations, Misty. Yes. Thank you, Professor Oak. If it weren't for your guidance with the Sandshrew leading us to the Mystic Soil, I would have had no idea when my Corsola would evolve. Haha. It's all a matter of luck. Who would have thought we could find such an opportunity in the wild? Luck is indeed a part of strength. I'll head back to the camp now to prepare some delicious Pokémon food for the Sandshrew as a token of gratitude. Misty, glancing at the Sandshrew still absorbing energy, after saying this, returned to their temporary camp with her Corsola with spikes to make preparations. I'll leave it to you. Professor Oak watched Misty's proactive nature with admiration. Following Misty's departure with her Corsola, the long-absorbing Scyther completed the absorption of the remaining mystic soil. What is this aura? Sensing the newfound energy surrounding Scyther, Professor Oak's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having absorbed the mystic soil, Scyther had directly transitioned from the elite stage to the gym leader level. Not only did Scyther achieve a breakthrough in strength, but it also experienced a noticeable growth spurt of over 20 centimeters. The mystic soil truly is a rare treasure for ground and rock-type Pokémon. Scyther, congratulations. Thank you, Master. In the time to come, you must diligently solidify your strength and adapt to your new stature. Understood. Thus, amidst the envious gazes of the other Pokémon, Scyther stepped aside to find a massive rock to serve as its training target. Hypno, come here for a moment. What is it, Master? Due to the capture of the bear cub and the birth of the Sandshrew, Professor Oak now possessed 7 Pokémon. After careful consideration, he decided to temporarily send Hypno back to the research facility. When you return, remember not to neglect your daily training. I will be checking on your progress from time to time. Understood. Chapter 86, Arrival at the Orange City, a menacing atmosphere. After receiving Hypno's response, Professor Oak recalled Hypno to its Pokeball before proceeding to operate the Pokédex. With a flash, Hypno's Pokeball was suddenly enveloped in a white light. In the next moment, the small transporter within the Pokeball activated, causing the Pokeball to vanish into thin air. For the next half-month, both Professor Oak and Misty trained their Pokémon in this unnamed valley. Unbeknownst to them, within the Pokémon Center of Orange City, a group of young ladies from prestigious families were on the verge of becoming stone statues of longing. This is odd. My brother, that guy named Green, is already on his way to collecting his second badge. But how is it that Professor Oak has yet to arrive? Do you think he might have gone to another gym? That seems unlikely. Orange City is the closest city to New Leaf Town with a gym. It wouldn't make sense for him to seek challenges elsewhere. That is true. But the issue is, it's been nearly 20 days since he departed from New Leaf Town, and we haven't heard a single word from him, which is quite concerning. What is the matter? Are you, my Nakamura, worried about that boy with whom you've only exchanged glances? Emi Sasaki, your motives for being here are no different from mine. However, I didn't expect your family, the Sasaki clan, to invest so heavily just to court Professor Oak. You two, renowned within the noble circles, are truly making an effort? Haha, good question. Strength must be respected, otherwise, it could easily turn into enmity. If you can befriend the strong, the benefits will be endless. The prosperity of a family cannot solely rely on internal strength. External power is equally significant. To us noble families, the well-being of our lineage is paramount, and all sacrifices for its eternal strength are worthwhile. What do you think, my Nakamura? Does this philosophy resonate with your upbringing? Although Emi Sasaki's response was assertive, only she knew how powerless she felt after uttering those words. Any normal individual would wish to steer their own destiny. However, being born into a prominent family, having enjoyed privileges unattainable by common folk, also meant bearing burdens that ordinary individuals could scarcely endure. Regardless of gender, when the family calls upon you, you must enter into a union with someone the family deems suitable. Perhaps this is the tragedy of being born into a prominent family. Indeed, the responsibilities that accompany being part of the aristocracy are far from the glamorous facade they present. At this moment, my Nakamura had shed her initial tone of mockery, her words now imbued with a sense of helplessness. The dialogue between the two girls plunged those around them, who shared similar aspirations, into a state of despair, stripped of hope and direction regarding their futures. On the morning 3 days later, after over half a month of training in the unnamed valley, Professor Oak and Misty finally arrived at the Pokemon Center in Orange City. Miss Joy, I entrust my Pokemon to you. X2. Very well, no problem. The two then handed their Pokemon over to Miss Joy for healing before proceeding to a double room to freshen up. Life in the wilderness often precludes the luxury of proper personal hygiene. Although they possessed a water-type Pokemon, the water within it was not limitless. Therefore, upon reaching their room, the first order of business for the duo was to sequentially enter the bathroom to wash up. An hour later, they emerged from the room clad in fresh garments. Just as they were about to retrieve their rejuvenated Pokemon and head to the Celadon gym, they were encircled by a throng of individuals. Excuse me, I believe you have mistaken us. Observing the crowd that had surrounded them, Haruka stepped forward, slightly furrowing his brow to shield Kasumi. Have you forgotten us so quickly? It is truly disheartening. Perhaps if you looked more closely, you might recall our faces. Emiko Sasazaki stepped forward confidently, addressing Haruka. As the most striking blossoms of the Sasazaki family's new generation, Emiko possessed ample reason for her pride and self-assurance. Upon hearing her words, Haruka scrutinized the surrounding girls and recognized a few faces that seemed familiar, though he could not quite place them. I apologize. My eyesight must be failing. While I do find some of you familiar, I genuinely cannot recall where we may have met. Haruka. Some of them attended the banquet hosted by your grandfather in Masera Town, Kasumi whispered, peeking out from behind Haruka to observe the crowd. It didn't take long for her to spot several girls among them with whom she had exchanged glances before. Upon realizing this, she stood on her tiptoes and gently whispered the information into Haruka's ear. I see. Hey, with so many beautiful girls present, why are you whispering sweet nothings to that wild girl? My Nakamura remarked, feeling a pang of jealousy as she observed Haruka and Kasumi's intimate exchange. In terms of family background and appearance, she and her companions far surpassed this wild girl. So why did Haruka seem to harbor more wariness towards them? Wild girl. Who are you calling a wild girl? I don't care who you think you are, whether a lady of some esteemed family or a common girl. Apologize to my companion at once. Otherwise, you shall not leave this Pokemon Center unscathed today. Haruka, who initially wished to avoid entanglements with these individuals, was instantly enraged by her words. In the next moment, a chilling aura enveloped the area. It is worth noting that despite being merely 11 years old, Haruka had already vanquished 2 elite hunters and several pirates. These noble ladies had never encountered such a presence before. As Haruka's murderous intent descended, the girls nearest to him broke into a cold sweat, and my Nakamura, who was directly targeted, felt paralyzed with fear. Please, don't come any closer, she stammered, collapsing to the ground in terror. A strong odor filled the air, causing those nearby to recoil from the girl who had soiled herself. The others regarded Haruka with wide-eyed astonishment, never expecting that a mere 11-year-old could emanate such a potent aura of intimidation. Apologize. Do not make me repeat myself a third time. Why yes, I'm sorry. Mai, feeling as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, realized that her only option was to distance herself from this menacing figure. Haruka, let it go? Kasumi, who had initially been incensed by the wild girl remark, felt a wave of happiness upon witnessing Haruka's fierce defense of her. In her heart, she mused, Haruka still cares for me. Otherwise, why would he be so upset? Chapter 87. Challenge at the Celadon Gym. Alright then, let us heed Kasumi's suggestion. Let us proceed to the Celadon Gym. Yes. Haruka and Kasumi walked side by side, departing the Pokemon Center. Neither the girls with their complex expressions nor the still shocked Mai Nakamura attempted to impede their progress. As Haruka and Kasumi made their way to the Celadon Gym, families from the Kanto region received reports from their informants trailing the girls. Understood. This time, the Nakamura family has lost face due to that Mai Nakamura. But this matter is of no concern to us, Sasazaki. You are to convey the family's stance to the two young ladies. Without offending Haruka, they should strive to befriend him. After all, there is a saying, affection grows with time. Let them utilize their feminine charm. Yes, head of the family. I will relay this to the two young ladies. The head of the Sasazaki family gazed out the window, murmuring, all of this is for the family. Emiko, I hope you both understand this. At the same time the Sasazaki family received this intelligence, other families were also informed. With the exception of the Nakamura family in Cerulean City, the attitudes of the other families mirrored that of the Sasazaki family. Meanwhile, within the Nakamura family, the patriarch seethed with rage. Bring back that disgrace who has tarnished our family's reputation. Yes, head of the family. After hanging up the phone, the Nakamura patriarch's anger only intensified. It was infuriating that among a throng of noble girls, it was his family that had been humiliated, and in such a public setting as the Pokemon Center no less. Go to the family's security team and dispatch 2 elite members to participate in this year's Silver Conference. Should they encounter Haruka, they are to defeat him thoroughly. Yes, head of the family. I will make the arrangements. As the subordinate departed, the Nakamura patriarch muttered to himself, although I cannot openly antagonize you, it does not mean I cannot send someone to trip you up in the shadows. If our Nakamura family cannot have you, then neither shall any other family. At this moment, Haruka, who was in Celadon City, remained blissfully unaware of his newfound popularity. However, for the time being, all of this was of little concern to him. As he and Kasumi had already arrived at the Celadon Gym, a structure of pastel purple spirals, Haruka internally scoffed, wondering if the design of this gym had been inspired by a screw. The exterior patterns were eerily similar. Upon entering the Celadon Gym, they were greeted by an individual who appeared to be a staff member. Welcome to the Celadon Gym. May I inquire if you are here to challenge the gym leader? Yes, we are trainers from Masera Town. My name is Haruka, and this is my companion. Hello, I am Kasumi. Very well. Please wait a moment while I summon the gym leader. Within 10 minutes, ASU, the gym leader practicing with his glider above Celadon City, was escorted back by the staff. Greetings, I am ASU, the gym leader of Celadon City. May I ask which of you intends to challenge the gym? Actually, only I wish to challenge, Haruka stated. All right. Please follow me. Yes. The pair followed ASU and some staff members, taking the elevator to the top floor of the gym. Before them lay an expansive outdoor battle arena. Haruka and ASU took their positions on either side of the battlefield. ASU, give it your all. Shakai Bubi, go for it. Do not worry, Kasumi. I have Pachima with me. Now, we shall commence the battle with gym leader ASU of the Celadon Gym, in a formal battle where badges are at stake. The challenger from Viridian City, Professor Oak, faced off against the gym leader. The rules stipulated that 3 Pokemon could be used, with only the challenger permitted to switch their Pokemon at will. Now, let the gym trainer send out their first Pokemon. With a resounding thud, the referee announced the rules, prompting the staff behind him to strike various drums. My first contender, go Pidgey. Pidgey, a flying and normal-type Pokemon, Pidgey, of intermediate level. This will serve as a perfect opportunity for you to hone your skills. Teddiursa, welcome to your first battle. Ursaring, a robust Teddiursa indeed. However, I shall show no mercy. Pidgey, unleash your tackle attack. Pidgey, understood. Pidgey, standing on one leg, swiftly ascended into the air, enveloped in energy as it plummeted towards the spot where Teddiursa stood. Teddiursa, counter with revenge. Ever since Teddiursa absorbed the mystic soil, its defensive capabilities have surged. Coupled with its inherited move, revenge, it can effectively vanquish those adversaries who are unaware of its prowess. Let them taste the bitter defeat that once befell me. Ursaring, understood. Teddiursa crossed its arms over its chest, emanating a crimson glow. Can that Teddiursa truly use revenge? Pidgey, hold on. Wait a moment. Pidgey, I'm moving too fast. I can't stop. Boom. As Pidgey collided with Teddiursa, it was repelled by an eerie red light emanating from Teddiursa. The force of the red light was formidable. Pidgey, taken by surprise, was sent hurtling backward. Bang. Pidgey. Pidgey has lost its ability to battle. Teddiursa is victorious. Well done, Pidgey. Return and take a moment to rest. The next battle will be entrusted to your companions. All right, it's your turn now. Let them witness the might of avian Pokemon. Whoa. Hoot hoot. Just as I remembered. Teddy Ursa seized the initiative and employed the move Glare. Ursaring. Understood. Teddy Ursa, shedding its usual adorable demeanor, fixed Hoot Hoot with a piercing and fearsome gaze. Whoa. I'm a bit scared. Hoot Hoot, don't fear. Approach swiftly and use tackle. Whoa. Understood. In close combat, we are not intimidated. Teddy Ursa retaliated with fury swipes. Ursaring. Understood. Hoot Hoot. Rushing towards Teddy Ursa, transformed its 3 heads into mere phantoms as it closed in. Despite Teddy Ursa's fury swipes, Hoot Hoot struck with a series of relentless blows. Upon receiving the first hit, Teddy Ursa's momentum faltered. Experienced in battle, Hoot Hoot seized the opportunity to escalate its assault. Bang. Ursaring. I can't hold on any longer. Teddy Ursa. Chapter 88. A Clash with Flying-type Pokémon. Teddy Ursa has lost its ability to battle. Hoot Hoot is victorious. Please send out your next Pokémon, Challenger. Return. Teddy Ursa, you performed admirably. The upcoming battle will be entrusted to another companion, so rest well in your Pokeball. As Professor Oak glanced at Hoot Hoot, he hesitated slightly. The opponent's level was beyond what Sandshrew could handle, thwarting his original plan to train a new Pokémon. In that case, it's your turn, Eevee. Eevee. Eagerly released. Eevee could hardly contain its excitement. Since being captured by its trainer, it had yet to participate in a formal match, which left it somewhat discontented. Today, it aimed to showcase its abilities and surprise its trainer, ensuring it would be called upon again in the future. With such thoughts in mind, Eevee regarded Hoot Hoot with a predatory gleam in its eyes. Eevee, you truly are adorable. However, even the cutest Eevee shall face no leniency. Hoot Hoot took the initiative, moving swiftly and continuing with tackle. Whoa. Understood. With a swish, Hoot Hoot approached its opponent at remarkable speed. Meanwhile, the 3 heads on its slender necks began to retract, preparing for an effective strike as soon as they were within range. Eevee used Dig. Eevee. Understood. Ignoring the fierce advance of Hoot Hoot, Eevee lowered its head and burrowed into the ground. Though this battle took place on the top floor, the ground's thickness allowed Eevee to evade detection. Furthermore, although Hoot Hoot was a flying-type Pokémon, its ostrich-like design rendered it flightless, much like Gyarados, merely adding a weakness. Hoot Hoot, stop. Eevee now? As a swift-moving creature, Hoot Hoot struggled to stabilize its body due to inertia. The command to halt provided Eevee with an opportunity to strike. Eevee, take this. Eevee, concealed underground and relying on vibrations to locate its opponent, could easily discern the prolonged screech of Hoot Hoot's abrupt stop. As Professor Oak noticed Hoot Hoot's instability and issued a command, Eevee, already positioned, leaped from the earth to collide with Hoot Hoot. Whoa. Wow. You ambushed me. Before being sent reeling, Hoot Hoot expressed its discontent. Bang. Eevee. All is fair in battle, you fool. Well done, Eevee. Professor Oak couldn't help but commend Eevee as Hoot Hoot was sent flying. This little one had been kept in reserve for too long. It seemed a waste of its battling potential. Eevee. This is what I'm meant to do. The gym staff encouraged. Show your spirit. Show your spirit. Hoot Hoot. Unleash your spirit. As a flying-type Pokémon, how can you be defeated by ground-type moves? Whoa. I cannot fall here. Excellent work. Hoot Hoot. Use Quick Attack. Whoa. Understood. Now take this. With a flash, Hoot Hoot vanished from sight, propelling itself towards Eevee at an even greater speed. It appeared Hoot Hoot was determined to strike Eevee down in a single blow. Eevee first fortified its defenses, then combined Charm with Quick Attack to counter. Eevee. Understood. Eevee quickly erected a verdant protective barrier around itself. Though Hoot Hoot initiated the attack, the priority of the Protect move surpassed that of Quick Attack. Hoot Hoot. Professor Oak intended to call off Hoot Hoot, but reconsidered, recalling a similar scenario from earlier. He chose to refrain from intervening, knowing that Hoot Hoot's defeat was already a foregone conclusion. The outcome remained unaffected by his commands. Bang. The sound of impact between flesh and the barrier. Whoa, that hurt. Indeed, the rushing Hoot Hoot collided with the protective barrier, and as a result of the backlash, it was sent flying back in the direction from which it came. Before it could react, the opposing Eevee had already dispelled its protective shield, gathering a surge of pink energy in its eyes. Booyee, here comes a move. With a playful blink, a flurry of pink hearts emerged around Dojo's body. After swirling around for a moment, they struck Dojo directly. In the next instant, all 3 of Dojo's heads displayed eyes shaped like pink hearts. What? Dojo, wake up quickly. Unfortunately, the enchanted Dojo clearly did not heed ASU's frantic calls. Eevee, now is your chance to attack. Booyee got it. The tides of fortune had turned. It was now Eevee's time to shine. Enveloped in energy, Eevee charged fiercely into Dojo's body. Bang. Dojo has lost its ability to battle. Eevee is victorious. Please send out your final Pokemon, Gym Leader. We, Master, am I not magnificent? After defeating Dojo, Eevee turned to Professor Oak, seeking praise. Haha, Eevee, splendid work. Bui, I will continue to strive harder. Dojo, don't worry, I have seen your spirit. Rest well in your Pokeball. And thus, it was decided. Go, Pidgeot. PD. A Pidgeot, remarkably larger than its peers, appeared on the battlefield. The moment Pidgeot took the stage, an overwhelming aura of a raptor enveloped the arena. This was not merely a special move or a unique ability. It was the commanding presence of the reigning aerial sovereign. As the gym leader ace, Pidgeot truly lived up to its reputation. However, today, I am determined to obtain that badge. Eevee continued its enchanting opening move, followed by a flash of electricity. Will ye watch this? A cascade of alluring pink hearts once again soared towards the opponent, although this time, the adversary was merely a different bird. Pidgeot, don't give it a chance. Take to the skies and use Hurricane. PD understood. With a powerful flap of its wings, Pidgeot summoned a barrage of invisible wind blades that shattered the enticing pink hearts. Chapter 89. Obtaining the Wing Badge. What? Professor Oak was astonished by the enchanting move, only to be violently countered by Pidgeot's might. Seizing the opportunity, ASU commanded Pidgeot to attack. Pidgeot, now use Quick Attack. PD got it. Despite its massive size, Pidgeot's speed was astonishingly swift. The phrase large and powerful could not be more fitting for Pidgeot. Bang. Booyee, that hurts. Return Eevee. Eevee was sent flying by Pidgeot's charge. Although it had not lost its battle capability, continuing the fight would surely lead to its defeat. It is not the mark of a commendable trainer to allow their Pokemon to suffer unnecessarily. Oh, you recalled Eevee. A wise choice indeed. Assessing whether one's Pokemon can continue battling is a trainer's duty and responsibility. Severely injured, Eevee stood no chance against the otherwise unscathed Pidgeot. Recognizing the disparity in strength and making the right judgment without sacrificing Pokemon for the sake of victory is commendable. Professor Oak from Pallet Town. Please send out your final Pokemon. Even if you fall here, I will grant you the Wing Badge in recognition of your care for your Pokemon. That is my duty and responsibility as a gym leader. Hey, why are you getting all sentimental? While I desire the Wing Badge, I still wish to earn it through skill. The next contender is a specially prepared flying-type Pokemon for you. It's your turn, Electabuzz. Eru. Electabuzz raised its arms high, exuding an overwhelming presence that bore down on Pidgeot. PD, who are you trying to intimidate, you loser? Eru, are you asking for a shock? You feathered fool. Pidgeot struck first, unleashing a tornado attack. PD, loser, take this. Pidgeot swiftly ascended, creating a tornado that whirled across the battlefield. Under Pidgeot's command, the tornado surged towards Electabuzz. Electabuzz, shatter the tornado with Thunderbolt. Eru, you're asking for it, bird. Following the command, arcs of golden electricity surged through Electabuzz's body. Especially prominent were its antennae, resembling conductors, gathering immense electric power. As the tornado approached, a bolt of golden lightning, as thick as a barrel, shot forth to collide with the swirling wind. Bang! The azure tornado and golden lightning clashed in midair, their opposing attributes neutralizing and consuming one another. Pidgeot first dispersed the thick smoke with a powerful gale, then launched a quick attack. PD understood. The smoke generated from their previous attacks was swiftly blown away by Pidgeot's powerful wings. Then, cloaked in white light, Pidgeot charged towards Electabuzz. Blowing away the mist and charging head-on is not a wise move. Electabuzz, use Shockwave. Eru, take this, feathered fool. The blue arcs of electricity quickly converged, and Electabuzz nonchalantly hurled the arcs towards Pidgeot. Though the attack lacked the potency of Thunderbolt or Thunder, its guaranteed hit made up for the deficiency in power. PD ouch. Ouch. The swiftly approaching Pidgeot was struck head-on by the electric attack. Had it not been strong enough, it might not have been able to withstand it. PD huff. Pidgeot stood precariously in the arena, panting heavily. The gym staff urged, show your spirit. Pidgeot, you can do it. PD, I can do it. All right. After a burst of speed, Pidgeot, use Wing Attack. PD understood. Whoosh. Pidgeot's figure flickered, disappearing and reappearing with rapidity, each appearance amplifying the flying-type energy in its wings. Still not learning your lesson. In that case, Electabuzz, guard yourself and prepare to use Thunder. Eru got it. A shield identical to the one used by Eevee previously materialized around Electabuzz. The turquoise barrier enveloped Electabuzz entirely. What? Electabuzz can use Protect too. Damn it. The lack of intelligence put ASU in a precarious position. The absolute defense of Protect acted like an invincible shield, blocking Pidgeot's formidable wing attack. Furthermore, The recoil from striking the protect shield injured Pidgeot's wings. Once a bird Pokemon's wings are injured, they are left vulnerable to their opponent's whims. Eru bird. Accept the baptism of lightning. A bolt of lightning, larger than any before, descended with ferocity upon Pidgeot. PD, so annoying, so painful. Pidgeot. The staff exclaimed, show your spirit. PD, or else, it's your turn. Bang. Pidgeot has lost its battle capability. Electabuzz is victorious. Therefore, the winner is Professor Oak from Pallet Town. Electabuzz, splendid work. Eru boss. That was nothing. Come back and rest. Professor Oak recalled Electabuzz into its Pokeball, while ASU also returned Pidgeot and approached. Ahi, I never anticipated your Pokemon prowess to be so formidable. Battling with you has imparted upon me a wealth of knowledge, particularly regarding the synergies of Pokemon abilities. This badge, the Wing Badge, is a testament to your victory over me. Please accept it, and should fate allow, let us engage in another battle in the future. After receiving the badge, he replied, certainly, Asu. I shall never refuse a duel against a worthy opponent. Thus, it is settled. As they departed from the Orange Leaf Gym and made their way to the Pokemon Center, the companion, Xiaoxia, congratulated, Ahi, congratulations on earning the Wing Badge. Shaka, Ibu, congratulations. Thank you, Xiaoxia, and to you as well, Bokbai. Ahi, which gym shall you challenge next? I believe I shall visit the Hinoki Gym in Hinoki Town. It is said that the Steel Master there can craft various types of Pokeballs from different kinds of round fruits. It would be ideal to procure some while challenging the gym. Alright, I shall follow your lead. Let us proceed to the Hinoki Gym. Chapter 90. A birthday gift from the sky. After obtaining the Wing Badge, he and his companion first returned to the Pokemon Center. It had been nearly 20 days since they last reported to the old man after leaving the Leaf Town. Concerned about causing unnecessary worry, he decided it prudent to update the old man on their situation. Miss Joy, I must trouble you once again. Upon arrival at the Pokemon Center, he entrusted his 3 participating Pokemon to Miss Joy. Certainly, no problem at all, she replied, her face adorned with her warm and gentle smile. Oh, it is Ahi. You haven't called me in quite some time. How has your relationship with Xiaoxia progressed during this period? Dr. Oki's question made Xiaoxia's cheeks flush crimson. Grandfather, why must you pose such embarrassing inquiries? He sighed and shook his head. Does age render one incapable of discretion? Ahem. Xiaoxia, I was merely jesting. Please do not take it to heart. By the way, Ahi, where are you now? It has been ages since you last contacted me after leaving Leaf Town. Oh, grandfather, allow me to explain the reasons for our 20-day absence. After providing a brief overview of their adventures, he concluded, I see. By the way, your timing could not be more perfect. In just a few days, it will be your and Xiao Mao's birthday. I have prepared a gift for both of you. Grandfather, I am already 11 years old. I am no longer a child. There is no need for you to exert yourself on my behalf. He began to argue. But as the old man revealed a Pokeball in the video, he was left speechless, tears of joy gleaming at the corners of his eyes. The Pokeball was adorned in purple with 2 red protrusions, featuring a prominent capital in the center, while the bottom remained the standard white. Is this Master Ball truly for me? At that moment, he could vividly imagine himself wielding the Master Ball, left hand grasping Rayquaza, and right hand holding Dialga. This is merely a personal daydream, not to be taken literally. Originally, I managed to acquire 2 Master Balls, intending to give one to each of you brothers. However, since you do not wish for it, I shall bestow it upon Xiao Mao instead. On the other end of the video, Dr. Oki decided to have some fun at his grandson's expense, recalling how he had repeatedly instructed Xiao Jian to monitor his eating habits during mealtimes. How infuriating. Can he not distinguish between the 2 brothers? Does he not realize that I, Demu Xuechong, am the greatest in the Demu Research Institute? Meanwhile, Xiao Jian was experiencing both pain and joy within the Demu Research Institute. No, grandfather. I am your eldest grandson. Please, do differentiate between the 2. Furthermore, he added, that Xiao Mao is so inferior in strength. He should not receive the Master Ball. He began to panic, for he knew of several legendary Pokemon awaiting him in the Johto region that needed a warm home. The Master Ball must not be squandered. Very well, this Master Ball shall be yours. However, do not expect to receive Xiao Mao's share. I already sent it to him a few days ago. Observing the flicker of anxiety in his grandson's expression, Dr. Oki mused, this rascal. I have instructed him since childhood to eat properly at mealtimes. Now he knows how it feels to be in a pinch. After relishing the moment, Dr. Oki transmitted the Master Ball to his grandson. He, relieved to hold the Master Ball, promptly concealed it within the inner pocket of his clothing. Phew. Thank you, grandfather. By the way, If Xiaomao contacts you, please tell him not to use the Master Ball carelessly. I shall reach out to him later. He recalled the legendary Pokemon encountered by Ash and his companions during their journey in Johto. Some of them could indeed be captured by the two brothers. Legendary Pokemon with divine attributes cannot be captured, and it is uncertain whether they can be defeated, but those without divine attributes can certainly be caught. Rest assured, dear readers, legendary Pokemon will be present. Slurp. Ahi, have you received some news? The old man discerned a different tone in Demuhi's words. In the next moment, he leaned closer to the camera, eager to scrutinize his grandson's expression for any clues. Grandfather, I have come across some insider information. Fear not. Once we capture them, we shall certainly present them for your study. With that, Demuhi abruptly ended the call, employing a grand black screen technique. Hey, this rascal. Could he really be on the verge of capturing a legendary Pokemon? If so, I shall have new research material. Dr. Oki did not mind the abrupt disconnection. His primary concern was whether his grandson could indeed capture a legendary Pokemon. On the other side, after hanging up the phone, Demuhi exhaled in relief. After ensuring his Pokemon regained their health, he and Xiaoxia decided to stay overnight at the Pokemon Center. The following morning, after breakfast and purchasing supplies, Demuhi and Xiaoxia continued their journey towards the next badge location in Hinoki Town. That day, Demuhi and Xiaoxia found themselves enjoying a picnic on a serene grassy field, relishing a rare moment of leisure alongside their Pokemon. Suddenly a ripple, reminiscent of a water surface, manifested in the sky above them. Gradually, the ripple intensified, culminating in the formation of a rift. As the rift widened, a spatial passageway emerged from thin air. Shortly thereafter, a creature, entirely black with a single eye, plummeted toward Demuhi and Xiaoxia. Chew. Boom. What was that? X2. While enjoying their meal, Demuhi and Xiaoxia heard a sound piercing the sky and looked up in confusion. The moment Demuhi lifted his gaze, darkness enveloped him. Subsequently, a resounding thud echoed as he collapsed to the ground. Ouch! My backside and my exquisitely handsome face. It was rather unfortunate that Demuhi had been met with an unexpected encounter, as a heavy, dark mass collided with his face. The sudden assault from above sent the great wood crane tumbling from its position, crashing heavily to the ground. At that moment, it became acutely aware of a growing dampness in its nose. Chapter 91. The great wood crane's injury and the sudden turmoil in the forest. Ah, Crane, are you alright? Kabutez, Aru, Bai, Hasa, Ame, Lottie, Boss, are you okay? Echoed the frantic voices of Xiaoxia and the 6 Pokemon surrounding the great wood crane. If I were fine. That would be strange. Who on earth lacks such civic sense to indiscriminately litter like this? The unknown totem? With considerable effort, the great wood crane managed to pry off the creature that had adhered to its face. Just as it prepared to unleash a torrent of words, it recognized the danger and familiarity of the entity in its grasp. Damn it. The great wood crane couldn't help but curse again. This cursed thing was a hot potato. If mishandled, it could spell doom for both of them. At that moment, the great wood crane clutched an unknown totem, battered and unconscious, in its hands. Its form resembled an uppercase letter D, with a spherical core and a semicircular extension on its right side. The body of the unknown totem appeared akin to an ancient script, which contributed to the distinctiveness of its various forms. Among the known variations, aside from the 26 letter shapes, there existed 2 additional forms, the exclamation and question marks, totaling 28. Should it be a competition of forms among the same species of Pokemon, the unknown totem would be second to none. Cough, cough. The unknown totem, eyes closed, seemed to dream of something distressing, causing its entire body to tremble. Ah, Crane, you're bleeding. Leave this Pokemon to my care. Thank you, Xiaoxia. Alright everyone. I'm fine. You can go back to your meals. The great wood crane entrusted the unknown totem to Xiaoxia, and, after dispersing the 6 Pokemon that hovered around, began rummaging through its spatial backpack for healing supplies. Perhaps owing to the robust physical constitution of humans in the Pokemon world, the great wood crane, aside from a bleeding nose and a slight dizziness, bore only the marks of its impact on its face. Thankfully, there were no open wounds. Otherwise, its handsome visage would be irreparably marred. How could an unknown totem just fall from the sky? Where could it have come from? It must be akin to a time-space tunnel. Lying on the grass, the great wood crane gazed at the sky, noticing a gaping rift in the heavens. Yet, as it watched, the fissure began to gradually close. Soon, the once gaping hole in the sky was mysteriously restored. Ah, Crane, how are you now? Xiaoxia, after applying a healing spray to the unknown totem, approached with concern to inspect the injuries on the great wood crane's face. I checked myself, apart from some swelling. I'm quite alright. The great wood crane, with its nose stuffed with tissue, found itself somewhat breathless and lightheaded, yet otherwise in good condition. If you're fine, that's wonderful. Seeing the clarity in the great wood crane's responses eased Xiaoxia's apprehension. I'll need to rely on you for the time being. You can count on me. Over the next few days, both the great wood crane and Xiaoxia lingered in the open plains. They focused not only on healing the great wood crane's face, but also on the recovery of the unknown totem. Additionally, they harbored a pitiful hope, a hope that the unknown totem's companions would open a portal to come for it. Unfortunately, reality proved less idyllic than imagined. The skies remained silent, and the unknown totem's companions did not arrive to retrieve it. By the third day after the great wood crane's impact, the long unconscious unknown totem finally stirred back to consciousness. Cough, cough. Where's this place? Upon seeing its surroundings, along with the great wood crane and Xiaoxia accompanied by a host of Pokemon, the unknown totem did not wait for a response. Suddenly, a surge of formidable psychic energy erupted from it. Before the great wood crane and Xiaoxia, along with their Pokemon, could react, the potent energy was swiftly retracted back into the unknown totem's body. Cough, cough. You are good people. Boom. The freshly awakened unknown totem, having overexerted itself with the use of psychic abilities, fainted once more. What is this nonsense? The great wood crane lamented at the sight of the unknown totem slipping back into unconsciousness. After finally waking up, it seemed the unknown totem was unaware of the need to conserve its energy. Yet, one could hardly blame it. After all, being in an unfamiliar environment warranted a probe of its powers. Nevertheless, it should have reserved some strength. Now, the great wood crane and Xiaoxia found themselves once again tending to it. 3 more days passed. The unknown totem's condition gradually improved, and the injuries on the great wood crane's face healed completely. The two decided it was time to set forth towards the location of the next badge. They found themselves traversing through a forest. Perhaps due to Xiaoxia's constant care, the unknown totem preferred to remain by her side. Reluctantly, Xiaoxia had to allow the great wood crane to take over the care of the little Pokemon, Bakibi. As they continued on their journey, a pair of silhouettes observed the advancing great wood crane and Xiaoxia from a distance of over 100 meters. Go, Masamune, test their strength. Huh. The Pokemon, named Masamune, transformed into a streak of red lightning, swiftly approaching the duo. Trailing behind the red figure was another shadow, moving leisurely. Swish, swish. Enemies approaching. The bear cub, walking in front of the great wood crane and Xiaoxia, abruptly halted and began to alert them. It sensed a rapidly approaching figure in the thicket ahead. Bear cub, what's wrong? The great wood crane's inquiry went unanswered as it noted the bear cub's grave expression. Xiaoxia, there's trouble. Prepare for battle. All right, I understand. Both the great wood crane and Xiaoxia, clutching their pokeballs, anxiously surveyed their surroundings. Suddenly, the hidden red figure lunged at the bear cub with incredible speed. Swish. Bear cub, use frenzied claw. The bear cub swung its paws and engaged in a fierce exchange with the red figure. Bang, bang. After a heated exchange, both the bear cub and the mysterious figure retreated, creating distance between them. The assailant was unmistakably a scyther, adorned in a brilliant crimson armor, with 2 pairs of translucent wings on its back, and claws resembling those of a crab. What on earth is a scyther doing in the wild? The great wood crane felt an uncanny sense of déjà vu facing the 2 Pokemon in front of it. All right, Masamune, that's enough. Swish. Huh. Understood. Following its trainer's command, Masamune swiftly retreated from the confrontation. Hey, old man, what are you doing? Do you have any idea how dangerous it is to ambush others like that? Upon seeing the trainer of Scyther appear, Xiaoxia dashed forward with a speed rivaling that of the Scyther, confronting the man with a loud rebuke. I merely wished to gauge their strength. Please forgive me. Gauge their strength? That was clearly an ambush. All right, Xiaoxia, let us hear what the gentleman has to say. As he gazed upon the frenzied state of Kasumi, Takashi hastily extended his hand to pull her away. I truly apologize for just now. My name is Muramasa, and this is my Pokemon, Scyther, whom I have affectionately named Authentic. Your Teddy Ursa possesses commendable strength. I am in search of Pokemon trainers like you. With that, long-buried memories began to awaken in Takashi's mind, stirred by the words of this elder. Greetings, Uncle Muramasa. I am Takashi from Pallet Town. He gestured toward the irate figure beside him. This is Kasumi. May I inquire if there is something we can assist you with? Indeed. Please, both of you follow me. Humph. What a peculiar old man, Kasumi remarked. Her expression still tinged with indignation as she watched Muramasa's retreating figure. It was only natural for her to feel anger after the misunderstanding. All right, Kasumi, do not remain upset. Let us go and take a look. Fine. For your sake, Takashi, I shall temporarily overlook this. Upon hearing Takashi's encouragement, Kasumi's anger gradually subsided. They then followed the footsteps of the man known as Uncle Muramasa. "Welcome, my friends. This is my private dojo," Uncle Muramasa announced as he led them inside. A disciple soon approached, greeting them warmly. "Welcome back, Master, and greetings to our esteemed guests." "Ah, hello, both Takashi and Kasumi replied, as they observed the disciple bowing deeply. Takashi quickly pulled Kasumi aside. He certainly did not wish to shorten his lifespan by enduring such formalities, which he felt he was unworthy of at this moment. Furthermore, accepting such a bow would necessitate a return of the gesture, and Takashi felt his knees were not yet supple enough for that. This? The disciple was taken aback by Takashi's unexpected response. Typically, one bows and the other reciprocates. Does it not? Enough, Taro. Such formalities are not for everyone, Uncle Muramasa interjected. "Yes, Master. Thank you for your understanding, Uncle. By the way, you have yet to mention what assistance you require from us," Takashi inquired, recalling the original storyline upon Muramasa's arrival. In his quest to awaken his son, who had become engrossed in computer data, Muramasa sought out powerful trainers who might bring about a failure that would allow his son to rediscover the most vital connection between trainers and their Pokémon. "Dad, are they the opponents you sought for me?" Before Muramasa could respond, the main character of this affair made his entrance. A boy with purple hair, dressed in a short-sleeved t-shirt, stood before them. "This is my son, Shingo. By the way, Takashi, could you engage in a battle with my son?" "Absolutely. Greetings. I am Takashi from Pallet Town, but you may call me Takashi." "Hello, Takashi from Pallet Town." Upon hearing Takashi's introduction, Shingo began to fidget with his computer, searching for information. "Takashi from Pallet Town, the champion of last year's Indigo League. Dad, you finally found me a worthy opponent. With such a formidable opponent at hand," he declared, "I shall reluctantly accept. I will defeat you head-on and prove to everyone that I, Shingo, am the strongest." Such self-assured bravado, untempered by worldly experience, resembled nothing more than the barking of dogs by the roadside. Having understood Uncle Muramasa's intentions, Takashi resolved to demonstrate his prowess and impart some humility to this arrogant young boy. "Humph. Should you find yourself defeated, do not despair. Who knows who will win or lose? Since we are to battle, follow me to the arena." Hearing Takashi's words, Muramasa realized he had guessed his thoughts correctly. At the dojo's arena, Takashi and Shingo took their positions on opposite sides, while Uncle Muramasa stood in the middle, assuming the role of referee. Each side may use one Pokémon. The match begins. "Go. My strongest Pokémon, Viridian, a Scyther, even mightier and younger than Muramasa's authentic, appeared in the arena. How impressive, Takashi thought, noting the elite-level Scyther. "Attack it with Fury Cutter. Let me see your strength, Viridian," Shingo exclaimed, attempting to consult his computer for Scyther's data. Unfortunately, Takashi would not allow him that luxury. "Scyther, use Water Gun to close in on your opponent, then follow up with a Brick Break." A torrent of water surged from Scyther's feet, enveloping its form. Propelled by the water, it swiftly approached Viridian. Quickly, Viridian, counter with Quick Attack and Metal Claw. With a swift motion, Scyther propelled itself forward, its speed rendering it a mere red blur. Bang! The Water Gun and Quick Attack collided, and in an instant, Scyther was sent reeling backward due to the disparity in strength. "What? Viridian?" Shingo exclaimed in shock. Before he could fully grasp the situation, Scyther's Brick Break was already upon him. "Prepare yourself. Viridian, evade with Double Team." In a flash, Scyther crossed its claws before its chest, energy swirling around it. Just before the Brick Break landed, it created 3 copies of itself, successfully avoiding the attack. Impressive. At that moment, Shingo had no time to consult his computer. Under Takashi's direction, Scyther unleashed a flurry of assaults, leaving Shingo no opportunity to analyze data. From outside the arena, Muramasa observed his son, who could no longer depend on computer data. His heart swelled with pride, recognizing that growth comes at a cost. His son, who had been content to reign supreme in their dojo, would learn this lesson in the face of defeat. Only a frog at the bottom of a well could sit and gaze at the sky. Only an eagle soaring high could comprehend the vastness of the world. Chapter 93, An Encounter with Ash and Silver. Viridian, move swiftly and execute a cross-cut. Scyther nodded in understanding, crossing its claws over its chest, gathering energy as it swiftly approached Shingo's Scyther. "All right, Scyther, use Brick Break with all your might." Having stalled long enough, Takashi decided to end the battle. Understood. The energy of fighting-type moves coalesced upon Scyther's blades, pulsating with greater intensity than before. In the next moment, Scyther's sides cleaved through the air, striking Viridian's claws with tremendous force. Remarkable. Viridian felt an overwhelming force radiating from its own claws. leaving it no time to react as it was sent flying backward by the powerful impact. Bang! Burii. Shingo rushed forward to assess Scyther's condition. The match is concluded. Shingo's Burii is unable to continue, and Takashi's Scyther is victorious. Shingo, what of your computer? I had no time to review any data. Shingo lowered his head, recalling the battle's events. Is that so? It seems you have grasped the essence of the matter. Yes, Dad. I now understand your message. A trainer must believe in their living, breathing Pokémon, not merely rely on cold, lifeless data. It appears you have comprehended what you need to focus on. This battle was commendable. Your Scyther possesses remarkable talent. You should take it out to witness the boundless skies. I shall participate in this year's Silver Conference, and I sincerely hope to see you at the competition venue. Noticing Shingo's rekindled enthusiasm for battles, Omokuro extended an invitation for another duel at the Silver Conference. Very well. To engage in battle with you once more, I shall partake in this year's Silver Conference. Thus, it is settled. It is indeed settled. Subsequently, under the warm invitation of Uncle Muramasa, Omokuro and Kasumi rested at the dojo for the night. It is largely due to Omokuro's influence that his son has regained such fervor. If he were not yet of age, Uncle Muramasa would have surely indulged in revelry with him. Omokuro, I truly thank you. The following morning, after enjoying a hearty breakfast at Uncle Muramasa's, the two began to pack their belongings to depart. There was no choice. Uncle Muramasa's hospitality was simply overwhelming. The two felt compelled to leave. Shortly after Omokuro and his companion's departure, Shingo donned his backpack and, accompanied by Burii, commenced his journey to collect badges. At the dojo's entrance, Uncle Muramasa gazed fondly at his son's receding figure, expressing, "The fledgling has taken to the skies. What a blessing for our household. Today, I shall indulge in another grand feast." Haha. Meanwhile, after traversing the forest for the morning, Omokuro and Kasumi arrived at a mountain riddled with caves for their lunch. How peculiar this mountain is. It possesses an abundance of caves, Kasumi remarked, assisting an unknown in consuming some Pokemon food, her curiosity piqued by the unusual mountain before them. Perhaps many wild Pokemon are nesting here. After all, we did encounter numerous wild fruit orchards on our journey from Uncle Muramasa's. In an area abundant with sustenance, it is hardly surprising that Pokemon would congregate. Many rock-type and ground-type Pokemon favor excavating caves within mountains, a notion that does not strike Omokuro as odd. Although this mountain is indeed filled with caves, Omokuro attributed this phenomenon to the large gatherings of Pokemon species. You make a valid point, but alas, there are no lakes or rivers to be found here. Otherwise, I might have been able to capture a new water-type Pokemon. Kasumi held great anticipation for the water-type Pokemon of the Johto region. Haha, with such lush trees in this forest, there may well be numerous rivers and lakes within. We simply haven't discovered them, perhaps because they lie off our path. Do not ponder too much. Sometimes, capturing Pokemon relies on fate. As their conversation flowed, time slipped away unnoticed. With less than a day's journey remaining to the next gym in Hinoki Town, Omokuro and Kasumi finished their meal and prepared for a midday slumber. Just as they drifted into sleep, the Rocket Trio, piloting their robot, approached the location of Omokuro and his companion in pursuit of Ash. Following a misstep by the unfortunate Rocket Trio, Ash dashed out of the forest with Pikachu. Pika, hey, look there. Is that Omokuro and Kasumi? Hey, Omokuro, Kasumi. It's been a while, Ash exclaimed as he emerged from the woods, guided by Pikachu, and spotted Omokuro and Kasumi enjoying their afternoon nap beneath the shade of a tree. Ugh, who was making all that noise? How annoying. Ash's shout stirred a groggy Kasumi awake, while Omokuro, equally dazed, blinked in confusion. Hey, Omokuro, Kasumi, Pikachu, Ash, and Pikachu. It has truly been quite some time. The familiar voice approached, rousing both Omokuro and Kasumi from their drowsiness. Indeed, it has been far too long. Wow, Kasumi, you have captured a new Pokemon. Let me see what it is. With excitement, Ash hastily retrieved his Pokédex and began scanning the unknown cradled in Kasumi's arms. Unknown, a Pokemon shrouded in mystery. Its form bears a striking resemblance to ancient script. Wow, it appears to be quite rare. Kasumi, where did you capture it? This is a long story. Kasumi glanced at Omokuro, hesitating over whether to reveal the details. Go ahead. It might expose Omokuro's dark past, she thought. Yet, if she refrained from speaking, Ash's inquisitive nature would surely compel him to pry further. Ash, why are you alone? Where's Brock? Omokuro, keen to prevent any exposure of his past, sought to redirect the conversation and shift Ash's focus. Little brat, where do you think you're running to? Before Ash could respond, the Rocket Trio, controlling their Meowth robot, interjected. Team Rocket, Will you ever cease your antics? Ash sighed in exasperation at the reappearance of the trio. These three are as bothersome as flies, always causing trouble. We won't stop. Until we capture your Pikachu, we'll chase you to the ends of the earth for 10 or 20 years. The Rocket Trio exhibited an inexplicable obsession with Ash's Pikachu. Kabutops, unleash a water gun. What? Just as Ash and the Rocket Trio engaged in their spirited exchange, Omokuro commanded Kabutops to execute a surprise attack. The Rocket Trio, stunned, beheld Kabutops charging toward them, enveloped in a torrent of water. It's the Demon King. Bang. Why is he here? How should I know? This feels so dreadful. Ding. As per usual, the Rocket Trio transformed into the brightest star in the sky. At that moment, Omokuro's calm voice broke through, as if the previous commotion had no bearing on him. Well then, the bothersome fellows have departed. Ash, have you become separated from Brock? Yes. Pikachu. Ash was about to provide an explanation when he was interrupted by Pikachu's excited exclamation. What is it, Pikachu? What is that? A Cyndaquil. Fantastic. There really is a Cyndaquil here. All right, I'm going to capture you. In the next instant, the action-oriented Ash began to climb the mountain. Wait. Ash's actions caught the attention of the sunbathing Cyndaquil. Alarmed by Ash's ascending figure, the startled Cyndaquil immediately retreated into its cave. That kid from earlier. Yes. That is a Cyndaquil. Don't just stand there. Use Sand Attack, Sandshrew. Just as Ash continued climbing, a passerby trainer emerged from the right side of the mountain's forest, accompanied by a Sandshrew. Upon noticing Ash's actions and the silhouette of Cyndaquil on the cliff, the passerby trainer commanded Sandshrew to attack Ash. While Ash was climbing, he lost his footing due to Sandshrew's Sand Attack and slid down the mountain. Fortunately, Ash had not climbed too high, and thanks to his exceptional rookie resilience, he sustained no harm from the mishap. Kabutops, use Water Gun again. Got it. Sandshrew, be careful. The passerby trainer's warning did not change the outcome. Sandshrew, struck directly by Kabutops' attack, lost its ability to battle. You despicable fiend. Wait for me. I shall return. The passerby trainer, after retrieving his Steelix, uttered a few grandiose words before retreating in dismay. All right, Ash, that bothersome fellow has been sent packing. Hurry and capture that Cyndaquil, exclaimed Misty. It's a Cyndaquil, after all. Don't you want to catch it? Ash, perplexed, wondered whether Professor Oak had no interest in Cyndaquil at all. It's not my ideal fire-type Pokemon. Even if I were to capture it by force, it would be a detriment to both myself and the Pokemon. With over 1,000 varieties of Pokemon in the world, individual tastes inevitably differ. Unfortunately for Ash, the Cyndaquil family did not align with Professor Oak's preferences. No, strictly speaking, among the Johto starters, only Totodile catches Professor Oak's eye. While he doesn't outright dislike Cyndaquil or Chikorita, they certainly don't evoke any fondness. Given the choice, Professor Oak would not select either of these Pokemon. Very well. Then I shall capture it myself. Since you do not desire it, I shan't hold back. With this thought, Ash swiftly scaled the terrain, determined not to let Cyndaquil slip away after wasting so much time. Hey, Ahing Misty, it's been a while. Not long after Ash ascended the slope, a familiar figure emerged from the forest. It was Brock. Brock, it truly has been a long time. After learning that Ash had gone up the mountain to capture Cyndaquil, Brock's anxieties were momentarily alleviated. The trio then gathered to share amusing anecdotes from their respective journeys. Time passed unnoticed as Ash, Brock, and Misty enjoyed tea, basking in the sunlight, and conversing, until over an hour had slipped by. Haha, I caught Cyndaquil. Just as the three contemplated whether to search for Ash, a figure finally appeared on the cliff, Ash balancing Pikachu on his shoulder and holding a Pokeball in hand. Ash, hurry down. Brock, you're here too. How wonderful. I was just thinking of finding you. Brock, really? Was what I saw earlier merely an illusion? You should come down quickly. Ash's insistent tone went unheeded by Brock, who understood Ash's straightforward nature. After a brief gathering at the mountain's base, the four decided to head towards Ilex Forest together. As they journeyed, the inquisitive Ash was filled with an irresistible enthusiasm for the unencountered Totodile and Diglett. Unbeknownst to them, countless eyes were fixed upon them from above. Strictly speaking, their gaze was directed at the Totodile cradled in Misty's arms. In an alternate space within the sky, a multitude of uniquely shaped Totodile gathered. Kaila, we found it. Kaila, it seems, during its traversal through the temporal tunnel, it was rescued by humans. Kaila, all right, let us bring it back now. Kaila, wait. What about the human who rescued it? Kahila, let us repay our benefactor with our clan's mysterious powers. Kahila agreed. Let us all act together to bring our kin home. What is going on? Look, a purple vortex has appeared in the sky, Ash exclaimed, pointing at the bizarre phenomenon above as he felt the sky darkening. What is that? The The four were astonished by the transformation above, while the Totodile and Misty's arms broke free and floated into the air. Kahila, Chapter 95, The Gratitude the Totodile. Watching the Totodile levitate in midair, Misty felt a twinge of concern. Misty, do not worry. Judging by the Totodile's demeanor, it seems its companions have come to retrieve it. We should maintain a safe distance. Lingering here could be perilous. Ash recalled that each appearance of a Totodile had been accompanied by troublesome events. Promptly, Professor Oak urged them to withdraw. Very well. Though we have only spent a few days together, I am reluctant to part with the Totodile. However, I understand that reuniting it with its companions is the best choice. As the four retreated, the vortex in the sky began to spin more rapidly. To their eyes, it appeared as though a massive hole had been torn in the sky. While they stood in silence, tiny black particles began to cascade from the opening. As these particles drew near, they discovered that they were all Totodile, each unique in form, densely packed together. Thankfully, none of the four suffered from a fear of crowds. Otherwise, a misunderstanding could have led to chaos. Seeing this, Professor Oak quietly retrieved his Pokédex and activated the recording function, confident that the research material would delight the old man. Kyla, child, we have come to take you home. Among the throng of Totodile, an elder Totodile emerged and addressed the one rescued by Ash and Brock. Kyla, at last. We can return home. The younger Totodile trembled with excitement. Kyla, now, let me see what has transpired during your time away. As it spoke, the elder Totodile unleashed its psychic abilities, enveloping the younger Totodile. The mysterious powers under the elder's control began to probe the younger's body and memories. Kahila. Upon completion, the elder Totodile began to concentrate its psychic energy. Simultaneously, the Totodile floating high above contributed their own powers. Boom. What is this? X4. In the astonished gazes of the four, Ash and Mist found themselves enveloped in psychic energy. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed from their waists. Kahila, accept our clan's gratitude. Ash's EV, along with Misty's Psyduck and Stereo, were also enveloped by this psychic force. Ash, Misty, are you both alright? X2. Ash and Brock, separated from the psychic barrier, hurriedly inquired, but found it impossible to breach the wall created by the psychic energy. We're fine. You should keep your distance. The Totodile seems to be thanking us. Thanking us, you say? Ash, let's step back. This psychic force is far too formidable. Alright. As Ash and Brock retreated once more, the Totodile in the sky intensified their efforts. With a surge of psychic energy, seeds of power began to sprout within Ash and Misty, taking root and flourishing. Simultaneously, their Pokémon experienced the same transformation, illuminated by the light of evolution, empowered by the Totodile's formidable abilities. Mdubaha. As the light faded, three newly evolved Pokémon materialized before them. The brownish-gray EV had evolved into a regal purple Espion, while the yellow-skinned Psyduck transformed into a blue Golduck. Meanwhile, the Stereo, requiring a water stone for evolution, was also enveloped by the energy from the Totodile and underwent its transformation. At that moment, Ash and Misty sat upon the ground, absorbing the newfound powers within them. Upon the confirmation of the delivery of the gratitude, the supernatural abilities enveloping the two individuals and their three Pokémon dissipated entirely. The unknown totem cast one last glance at Damuku and Kasumi before returning to their realm alongside their kin. Is this the end? Haru, Kasumi, are you both alright? Ash, wait. Let us not disturb them just yet. But, this is the unknown totem's token of appreciation. We should allow for a moment of pause. Very well then. The more mature Brock restrained the eager Ash, despite harboring his own curiosity about the extraordinary event that had just transpired with Damuku and Kasumi. In light of the evolution of the three Pokémon, it was reasonable to surmise that the duo had received an extraordinary gift. Time flowed silently, and the sun began its descent. 3 hours after the departure of the unknown totems, Damuku and Kasumi awakened in succession. Thanks to the enigmatic powers of the unknown totems, their bodies had awakened to newfound abilities. Haru, Kasumi, how do you both feel? Indeed. Is there any discomfort in your bodies? Ash, Brock, fret not. We feel splendid, our bodies stronger than before, and we have acquired new powers. As Damuku spoke, a flash of violet light sparkled in his eyes, causing a massive boulder nearby to levitate. This is telekinesis. Recognizing it immediately due to his prior experience of being transformed into a doll, Brock exclaimed. Indeed, it is telekinesis. Damuku was pleasantly surprised by his newfound abilities. It seems the price paid for that unfortunate incident was indeed worthwhile. Wow, I can do it too. Haha. Unlike Damuku's act of lifting a stone, Kasumi floated gracefully into the air. Wow, how splendid. I want to do that too. To be honest, I wish for it as well. Watching Demuku and Kasumi demonstrate their newfound powers filled Ash and Brock with envy. They too yearned for such abilities. Eevee has evolved into a Solgaleo. Congratulations on your evolution. After experimenting with their powers, Demuku noticed the Solgaleo nearby. Indeed, my Psyduck and Starmie have also evolved, and I feel that my evolved Psyduck is far more intelligent than before. Ah, Kasumi, you are mistaken. In truth, the Psyduck species is not dull. Their seemingly vacant expressions are merely the result of an immense hidden power that they struggle to control. The pressure from this overwhelming force often leads to debilitating headaches. When the pain reaches its peak, they unleash a formidable psychic force. This condition is alleviated only upon their evolution into Golduck. So that is how it is. It seems I had misunderstood Psyduck previously. Chapter 96. Arrival in Hiba Town in the sweltering heat, after resting for a night at the site of the unknown totem's departure. Demuku and his companions gradually approached Hiba Town the following morning after breakfast. However, the closer they drew to the town, the more intense the heat in the sky became. Alas, this weather is so oppressive that even a Growlithe would be reluctant to move. Indeed, the crops by the roadside have withered. It appears there has been no rain in the vicinity lately. Oh, by the way, let me forewarn you. Hiba Town is a place that venerates Slowpoke, and there will be numerous Slowpoke present. We must exercise utmost caution upon entering, otherwise, the townsfolk will not let us off easily. Recalling the scenes from the original series where the trio was chased from street to street, he certainly did not wish to experience it himself. Ah, they actually worship Slowpoke. Ash expressed his confusion. Ash, customs vary from place to place. Even if we have differing opinions, we should only contemplate them internally. We must never express our thoughts indiscriminately, for the consequences could be dire. All right, Brock, I understand. After Brock had emphasized the seriousness of the matter, the four entered the town, cautiously observing their surroundings. Their demeanor did not exactly convey that of benevolent visitors, just a jest. Based on the information provided by the elder prior to their departure, the four arrived safely at Mr. Steele's doorstep. However, they were informed by his granddaughter, Chiharu, that Mr. Steele was not home at the moment. Subsequently, the group headed towards the Slowpoke well, where they encountered Mr. Steele, disguised as a Slowpoke. Most notably, they also crossed paths with the trio of Team Rocket, piloting their Diglett robot. What ensued was a sequence of events where the Slowpoke prayed for rain to save their companions. The flood dismantled Team Rocket's robot, and both Demuku and Ash sent them flying once more. At Mr. Steele's residence, the four were invited to lunch. Thank you so much for rescuing my grandfather and the Slowpoke well. We are deeply grateful. Not at all. We merely happened upon the situation. By the way, Mr. Steele, Professor Oak asked me to. Then, Ash presented the GS ball to Mr. Steele. Coincidentally, Mr. Steele had a landline, allowing the four to contact the elder. Oh, you four are here. Yes, Professor Oak. After explaining that the GS ball had been handed to Mr. Steele, the group learned about Mr. Steele's creation of the Apricorn Pokeballs. All four expressed keen interest in the Apricorn balls, and when they requested some from Mr. Steele, he retrieved 4 speed balls from his cabinet as a token of gratitude for their earlier assistance. Moreover, Mr. Steele promised to assist them in crafting other types of Apricorn balls, though they would need to gather the apricorns themselves. Chiharu volunteered to serve as their guide. Thus, the 5 set off towards the mountainside, where the apricorn fruits were located. Before departing, Demuku purchased 6 Ultra Balls from Mr. Steele. With Mr. Steele's assistance, the 6 Pokeballs were registered under Demuku's name. Meanwhile, Team Rocket had eavesdropped on the news regarding the apricorn fruits. They had initially intended to preemptively set traps in the mountains, but upon reaching the area, they sensed an intense heat emanating from a concealed spot halfway up the hill. Driven by curiosity, the trio approached, only to discover an injured Pokemon resting beneath a charred tree. What is this? Meow? It must be a rare Pokemon. Such high temperatures. Roar. Although the Pokemon was wounded, upon noticing Team Rocket spying on it, it retaliated with a blast of scorching flames. Boom. Ah, what was that for? Meow? We hadn't even introduced ourselves yet. It's so hot. How annoying. Meow? The trio of Team Rocket, who had intended to set traps, were blasted away by the mysterious Pokemon due to their curiosity. Roar. That hurts. It seemed that the earlier movement had aggravated its wound, causing it to bleed anew. Exhausted, the mysterious Pokemon succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, under Chiharu's guidance, Demuku and his companions were steadily approaching the mountainside. Hey Haru, do you feel the temperature rising around us? On the path up the mountain, Kasumi, holding her Piku, wiped the sweat from her brow, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. Indeed, the temperature here is indeed quite unusual. Damuku surveyed the surroundings and noted that the vegetation grew increasingly parched as they neared the mountain. This phenomenon could not have occurred naturally. If it is not a natural disaster, then it must be man-made. Soon, the visage of the rocket trio gradually emerged in the mind of Professor Oak. It could very well be these unfortunate souls. Rocket trio, truly, this is an immense injustice. X3. The purple light in Professor Oak's eyes flickered as his intangible psychic abilities radiated outward, surveying the surroundings for any potential hiding places. Oak, what's the matter? Ash inquired curiously, noticing Professor Oak's hesitation. Shoo, quiet. Oak is using his psychic powers to scan the area. Oh, I see. With Misty's explanation, Ash could only wait anxiously. At the same time, he found himself increasingly envious of Professor Oak and his psychic prowess. When would he, too, possess such extraordinary abilities? What is that? Through the mental probe, Professor Oak soon detected a feeble figure. Have you found something? The purple glow in Professor Oak's eyes faded, prompting Misty, who had been waiting nearby, to approach for confirmation. Oak, Misty, is something wrong? Ash, brimming with enthusiasm, sensed the odd atmosphere. It's nothing serious, just a Pokemon in distress. You two go pick some orange berries for me. Make sure to grab one for yourself, too. We can meet up at the Pokemon Center later. With that, Professor Oak swiftly departed towards the location of the injured Pokemon. Although he had not discerned the species of the Pokemon through his psychic probing, he sensed an extraordinary heat emanating from it, an aura not typical of ordinary Pokemon. Following the direction indicated by his psychic abilities, Professor Oak quickly came upon the figure he had sensed earlier. NTI. It's NTI. Overjoyed, Professor Oak activated his Pokédex. Chapter 97, Treatment and League Arrangements. Species, NTI young. Status, severely injured. Gender, male. Ability, inner focus, trains its mind to avoid flinching from attacks. Moves, leer, bite, ember. Go Ultra Ball. To his surprise, the Ultra Ball he had purchased just before leaving was put to use within half an hour. One could say that his luck was quite remarkable. Bang. Haha. Caught NEI. After reveling in his achievement for a moment, Professor Oak hastily retrieved his Pokédex, hesitated briefly, and then sent Scyther back to its Pokeball. Subsequently, he made his way to the Pokemon Center with urgency. NTI was gravely injured, and immediate treatment was imperative. At the front desk of the Pokemon Center in New Bark Town, Nurse Joy was wearing her customary smile as she attended to various matters. Nurse Joy, could you please treat my Pokemon? Its condition is quite severe. It was already like this when I found it. To avoid any misunderstandings, Professor Oak felt it necessary to clarify the situation beforehand while also handing over his Pokédex. Of course, I'll prepare that right away. Nurse Joy replied gently, taking the Pokeball and proceeding to check the Pokemon inside with her computer as per protocol. However, upon seeing the data of the Pokemon contained within the Ultra Ball, she was momentarily taken aback. Nurse Joy, don't just stand there. My Pokemon can't afford to wait. Oh, I'm so sorry. I was momentarily captivated. Prompted by Professor Oak's urgency, a blush crept onto Nurse Joy's cheeks. Once she regained her composure, she began to log Professor Oak's information. The appearance of a legendary Pokemon had to be reported to the League. Otherwise, it would be a dereliction of her duty. Nurse Joy hastened her registration process. And within a minute, NTI was taken into the operating room. Simultaneously, at the League headquarters in Silver Mountain, the Intelligence Department promptly forwarded this information to President Damalanki. In the President's office, besides Damalanki, there stood a young man in his 20s with cherry blossom-colored hair and a striking appearance. Adorned with a flamboyant cloak, one of the Elite Four, Lance. Seated was an elderly woman with golden hair and a cane, known as Kiku, the oldest ghost-type elite in the Johto region. Oh, isn't this the boy from the Oak family? I can't believe he captured an NTI in the Johto region. Wait a moment. NTI. President Damalanki exclaimed in astonishment, nearly leaping from his seat. Is he the grandson of that rascal Oak? The expression on Kiku's face was complex, filled with nostalgia, yet laced with resentment towards a certain individual. Ah, it's his eldest grandson. According to Nurse Joy from New Bark Town, this Oak grandson has captured a young and severely injured NTI. One must admit, the Oak family truly has incredible luck. The grandson of Professor Oak, who stands as a legitimate heir within the League. For a direct heir to capture a legendary Pokemon is akin to the League capturing one themselves. As President Damalanki envisioned a promising future, Kiku's disdainful snort brought him back to reality. Humph. I hope that rascal's grandson doesn't turn out to be just as unproductive as he is. Surely not. Moreover, Professor Oak's research capabilities are undoubtedly on par with his battling skills. Even if he chooses to become a researcher, it still contributes to the League, albeit in a different direction. Haha, Whether an elite becomes a battle-focused trainer or a research-oriented scholar, it matters little to me. After all, waste is still waste. Even if it's in the nest. Let us hope so. Now, what are your plans for that boy? If news of a young legendary Pokémon's capture reaches the ears of some ambitious individuals, his safety will be jeopardized. If anything were to happen to him, an enraged Professor Oak would not be an easy opponent. Kiku, are you genuinely worried about Professor Oak's grandson? The brash Lance seemed to forget the adage that trouble often arises from careless words. What? Do you, our Dragon-type elite, wish to practice with me? Accompanied by your team of Flying-type Pokémon? You. The configuration of Lance's team made it hard to believe he was a Dragon-type elite. Observing the tension between the two, President Damalanki felt a sense of frustration towards Lance. At your age, why must you bring up old wounds? It's surprising others don't retaliate. All right. My esteemed elites, let us refrain from squabbling. There are matters to discuss. I'll not partake in this. You two may decide. Perhaps struck by Lance's words, or genuinely irked, Kiku leaned on her cane and exited the president's office. Subsequently, after deliberating, President Damalanki and Lance chose a small team from the League's security detail to discreetly follow Professor Oak and provide protection. Naturally, they would only intervene in case of a life-threatening situation, opting instead to offer covert support. Meanwhile, at the Pokémon Center in New Bark Town, after nearly 3 hours of waiting outside the operating room, Professor Oak finally saw Nurse Joy emerge. Simultaneously, NTI, resting on a mobile hospital bed, was wheeled into a nearby recovery room by a Chansey. The surgery went smoothly. However, NEI's prior condition was dire. It will need to remain in the Pokémon Center for a few days. Thank you very much, Nurse Joy. No need for thanks. This is my duty. After bidding farewell to Nurse Joy, Professor Oak gazed through the glass of the recovery room at the figure resting on the bed. Since Nurse Joy assured him that everything was all right, he felt a sense of relief. Although NTI was now captured within his Pokeball, it had endured a harrowing ordeal. However, one's actions may also be seen as seizing an opportunity. Perhaps, once the Emperor of Flames regains his health, the Great Wood Heron, and he shall engage in a captivating battle of conquest. Nonetheless, upon contemplating the Emperor of Flames' formidable level, the Great Wood Heron gradually eased his apprehension. Although a descendant of divine beasts, if he could not even overcome such an infantile opponent, it would be prudent for the Great Wood Heron to find a corner and bash his head against a tofu wall. While the Great Wood Heron was vigilantly waiting outside the infirmary, the elderly gentleman in Viridian City received a call from an old friend. Initially reluctant, the old man broke into the most radiant smile he had ever worn after just a few exchanges. Indeed, Chapter 98, The Envy of Ash. Great Wood Heron of Viridian City. Great Wood Heron of Viridian City. Please proceed to the telephone area. Your grandfather has something to discuss with you. The Great Wood Heron, who was deeply engrossed in his own musings while waiting outside the Emperor of Flames room, was jolted back to reality by the announcement from the Pokémon Center. What is this old man up to? Wiping away the non-existent drool from the corner of his mouth, the Great Wood Heron approached the telephone area with a heart full of curiosity. In a private video call booth, the Great Wood Heron encountered the elderly gentleman, whose face was flushed with excitement. Grandfather, you called for me? Ah, Aking. I heard you captured the Emperor of Flames. Where is it? Quickly show me. Before the Great Wood Heron could utter a word, Professor Oak's enthusiastic voice had already conveyed his thoughts. The Emperor of Flames is still resting in the infirmary. Grandfather, your news travels remarkably fast. The old man's inquiries dispelled the Great Wood Heron's initial doubts. He had thought the old man sought him for another matter entirely. When you sent back the Scyther, I suspected you had captured a new Pokemon, but I never imagined it would be the Emperor of Flames. That creature is one of the legendary trio alongside the Phoenix. At that moment, Professor Oak was practically pressing his face against the screen in excitement. Grandfather, please remain composed. Such fervor is not beneficial for your health. The Great Wood Heron added, since I have already captured the Emperor of Flames, I will certainly seek your guidance regarding its care. As for research, I will have ample time for that after participating in the Johto League. Must I wait so long? Surely, you have photos or videos. None. I lack photographs or videos of the Emperor of Flames, but I possess other precious Pokemon videos. I shall send them to you now. Initially intending to decline, the Great Wood Heron suddenly recalled the videos of the unknown totem Pokemon he had secretly captured. All right. Quickly. Upon hearing about the rare Pokemon videos, the old man's previously dejected demeanor brightened once again. The Great Wood Heron inserted his Pokédex into the slot and transmitted the videos of the unknown totem Pokemon. Grandfather, I must return to keep watch over the Emperor of Flames. I shall take my leave for now. Having said that, without waiting for the old man's response, The great wood heron swiftly hung up the call. The unknown totem Pokemon were indeed quite rare, and much of their information remained a mystery. Transmitting videos of hundreds of these enigmatic beings would undoubtedly lead to the old man bombarding him with questions. To avoid such an occurrence, the great wood heron took the initiative to end the conversation. Hello? Hey, you little rascal. Let me see what rare Pokemon videos you have. What is this? Unknown totems. What are they doing? The video began to play, and Professor Oak quickly became engrossed in the footage. Inside the Pokemon Center of Viridian City, the great wood heron resumed his vigil at the entrance of the infirmary. Hawking, there you are. We have gathered some round citrus fruits. And I also challenged the Viridian Gym. Look, this is the bug badge from the Viridian Gym. What do you think? It seems you have fallen behind me this time. Before the great wood heron could settle down, Ash and his companions had already arrived. Hawking, are you all right? Unlike the boastful Ash, Misty, being more considerate, expressed concern for the great wood heron's well-being. Oh, I'm fine. I merely captured a Pokemon. It has been treated by Nurse Joy, and I am just waiting for it to awaken. And Ash, congratulations on obtaining your badge so swiftly. It seems I must hasten my pace. Right? I told you. I have grown stronger now. Ash exclaimed. By the way, what Pokemon did you capture that requires hospitalization? The usually quiet Brock seized upon the great wood heron's words. Capturing a Pokemon shouldn't necessitate a hospital visit. Did Hawking go too hard, or was that Pokemon already injured? Oh, an Emperor of Flames that was injured for unknown reasons. It's the Emperor of Flames. Hawking, is it the one I am thinking of? How would I know which Emperor of Flames you are thinking of? Since when did Brock become so cheeky? While pondering this, the great wood heron replied, unless there are other Pokemon named Emperor of Flames. It should indeed be the one you have in mind. Hurry, I want to see it. Never did he expect that Hawking had captured the Emperor of Flames. With confirmation from the great wood heron, Brock's excitement surged. Naturally, the great wood heron obliged his small request. Take a look, but you can only see from here. You cannot go inside. All right. With the great wood heron's permission, Brock swiftly approached the infirmary door, peering through the glass at the Emperor of Flames laid upon the hospital bed. Wow, this is the Emperor of Flames. Even wrapped in bandages, it still exudes its majestic form. Let me see. Let me see. Brock's exclamations drew Ash's attention, who was still unaware of what the Emperor of Flames truly was. As he spoke, Ash took out his Pokédex and casually nudged Brock, who was nearly glued to the glass. The legendary newcomer is just that formidable. Ding. Emperor of Flames, volcanic Pokemon. Hawking, the Emperor of Flames is such a rare Pokemon. I find myself feeling envious of you. Upon confirming the rarity of the Emperor of Flames, Ash's feelings of envy grew more intense. Haha, it's merely luck. As long as I don't enter the movie plot, I can still see some opportunities through foresight. In contrast to the Emperor of Flames, I have a preference for Suicune. While Ash spoke, Misty also took a glance at the Emperor of Flames through the glass. Misty, you get to see a divine beast. And you still have preferences? Brock was astounded by Misty's words. Do you not know your own standing? Are you not aware? Dreams are meant to be had. What if they come true? Misty made a valid point. The future remains uncertain, and anything could happen. Misty, Hawking is right. Pikachu, we must also capture legendary Pokemon in the future. Pika, I believe in you, silly Ash. Observing the confidence radiating from the three, along with Pikachu, Brock pondered whether he should elevate his own ambitions. Very well. I wish to have Nurse Joy and the lovely Ms. Juniper by my side, along with many mature, beautiful older sisters. All right, this fellow Brock seems beyond redemption, yet one cannot entirely blame him, given his irresponsible parents. It is indeed no small feat for Brock to care for 10 younger siblings. Perhaps it is precisely due to the absence of maternal love in his early years that he develops unique affections for older women. Chapter 99, Battle at the Viridian Gym. On the afternoon of the second day following his treatment by Nurse Joy, the Emperor of Flames slowly opened his eyes, gazing around the nearly all-white room. Save for the greenery beside the bed, the overpowering scent made the Emperor of Flames, experiencing such an environment for the first time, feel a tinge of discomfort. Roar, where is this place? Click. It appears you have regained consciousness. You are gravely injured and currently recuperating within the Pokemon Center. Remember, it was I who brought you here, and I have already captured you with a Pokeball. In contrast to ordinary Pokemon, legendary creatures are often proud and haughty beings, with the exception of Suicune. Therefore, it is imperative to approach them with a different demeanor than one would use with regular Pokemon. Most importantly, when Professor Oak captured you, you were in a state of unconsciousness. Roar what? NTI seems somewhat incredulous, as he merely ventured out for a bit of fun. Now, you tell me that returning is not an option. However, it appears that this predicament does not weigh heavily upon him. remaining at home. His parents' attention is primarily focused on his younger brother. Even if inheritance is on the horizon, his brother is still there. Volcano family legacy. Considering the human lifespan, which barely spans a century or so, it pales in comparison to his own existence. Thus, it seems he has ample time to frolic freely outside. Roar, no problem. I can agree to be your Pokemon. Why do you seem so exhilarated? The perplexed Professor Oak activated his psychic abilities, and after a brief exchange with NEI, his expression suddenly grew rather peculiar. It appears that this NEI does not harbor any resentment towards being captured by humans. How delightful. Initially, he anticipated a fierce battle for NTI's heart, only to realize it was merely his own overthinking. After awakening, NTI remained at the Pokemon Center for an additional 2 days, during which his injuries completely healed. One cannot deny the resilience of legendary Pokemon. From a near-death state, he recovered in just 3 days. On the following morning, Professor Oak completed the discharge procedures for NTI and then proceeded alone to the Hinoki Gym. Meanwhile, Ash and his companions were guests at Mr. Steele's residence. Furthermore, the Hinoki Gym specializes in bug-type Pokemon. Considering his fear of bug-type creatures, Professor Oak declined Misty's desire to accompany him. The entire Hinoki Gym was designed to replicate a wild environment. Hello, is the gym leader present? I am here to challenge the gym. Yes. The gym leader is currently inside. I will register your challenge. Thank you very much. Shortly thereafter, Gym Leader Abai and Professor Oak found themselves positioned at opposite ends of the battlefield. Referee. Next up is a battle between Gym Leader Abai and the challenger, Professor Oak from Town. Each side may utilize 3 Pokemon, and only the challenger may freely substitute their Pokemon. I hereby declare the match to begin. Step 4. The Bug Warrior with an iron-hard exoskeleton, Fortress. Fortress calls out. What is happening? Did Abai pick the wrong script? Shouldn't he the first Pokemon be a Spinarak? Go, Ghastly. Let us make your gym debut today. Haha. Fortress, use Pin Missile. Fortress. Understood. Thin, hair-like silver needles erupted from Fortress's steel-clad mouth. Ghastly, evade and use Hypnosis. Haha. Got it. Whoosh. In an instant, Ghastly vanished from sight. The next moment, it reappeared beside Fortress, unleashing a wave of hypnotic ripples toward it. Quick, use Protect. Fortress. Understood. The verdant protective shield perfectly blocked the hypnosis attack. Witnessing this, Professor Oak's eyes shimmered with purple light as he utilized his psychic abilities to command Ghastly. Flame Punch. Whoosh. As a regular user of the Protect skill, Professor Oak was well aware of its mechanics. Seizing the moment when the Protect shield's effect faded, it was the optimal time to strike while Fortress was exhausted. Fortress. That hurts. Fortress. Although Ghastly lacks arms, it can harness ghostly energy to manifest an energy fist capable of executing a flame punch. Fortress has lost its ability to battle. Ghastly is the victor. Haha, I won. Just as the referee's voice echoed, Ghastly, overwhelmed with excitement from triumphing over its opponent, momentarily lost control of its strength. Suddenly, a radiant light of evolution enveloped it. Congratulations. Ghastly has evolved into Gengar. Professor Oak's purple aura faded, replaced by a golden glow. The Eye of Insight activated, instantly revealing Gengar's information to Professor Oak. Gengar. Haha. It seems that victory has spurred its evolution due to uncontainable joy. Return, Fortress. You performed admirably. Rest within your Pokeball for now. Step 4. The fierce and robust Bug Warrior, Scyther. Scyther. Now it's Scyther's turn. Gengar, utilize your newly learned skill post-evolution, Shadow Punch. Gengar. Understood. Here it comes. A shadowy fist, formed from ghostly energy, surged forth from Gengar's hand towards Scyther with great force. Scyther, having hardened its body to withstand the attack, retaliated with Fury Cutter. Scyther. Understood. With its body taut, Scyther focused its attention, enhancing its defensive capabilities to their utmost. Not having learned the Protect skill, facing a sure-hit ghost-type move like Shadow Punch was indeed Abai's best choice. Boom. Scyther. That hurts. Scyther endured the pain from the Shadow Punch, lowering its head to gather bug-type energy within its pincers, swiftly approaching Gengar. Quite resilient. Gengar, unleash another Shadow Punch. Utilizing such a reliable and unfailing move would be foolish for Professor Oak to ignore. Gengar. Haha. Take another punch. Boom. Scyther. That hurts. Bang. Scyther. Scyther has lost its ability to battle. Gengar is the victor. Gengar. Haha. Another win. I truly am the best. Bring on the next one. Return, Scyther. My apologies. I should have considered better. Please rest well inside your Pokeball. Next up, the gracefully dancing Bug Warrior, Butterfree. Butterfree. Chapter 100. The four depart again after obtaining their badges. Jengar, use Flame Punch. Jengar. Understood. After evolving, Jengar, now with arms, no longer needs to condense energy to create energy limbs for attack. Jengar's right hand, now independently moving, was engulfed in blazing flames as it charged towards Butterfree. While Jengar's arms and body can separate, there remains a limit to the distance. Thus, currently, Jengar's hand was leading the charge while it followed closely behind. Whoosh. Butterfree, riding the wind, unleashed its Psybeam. Butterfree. Understood. As the delicate wings of Butterfree fluttered, a fierce whirlwind was born. With the aid of this whirlwind, Butterfree elegantly evaded the approaching Jengar. Moreover, the tailwind ability is persistent, boosting Butterfree's speed while simultaneously hindering Jengar's movement. Being composed of gaseous energy, Jengar was reluctant to move freely within such a whirlwind. At that moment, a beam of golden-purple energy shot forth from Butterfree's mouth. Boom. Jengar. Ouch. That hurts. Jengar. Jengar has lost its ability to battle. Butterfree is the victor. Please, Challenger, send out your next Pokemon. Return, Jengar. You did exceptionally well. Come back and rest. Now it's your turn, Electrode. Electrode. Type advantage, indeed. Beautifly. Unleash your sleep powder amidst the whirlwind. Receive. Finer than dust, the green powder soared towards Electabuzz. Propelled by the gust, Electabuzz braced itself, ready to retaliate with Thunder Wave once the sleep powder subsided. Upon hearing this, Electabuzz promptly enveloped itself in a protective barrier, reflecting the hue of the sleep powder. Beautifly. Continue to release your poison powder as well. So demanding, just wait a moment. As Beautifly fluttered its wings, the azure-hued sleep powder mingled with purple poison powder, cascading towards Electabuzz like an unrestrained torrent. Electabuzz, hold steady. Observing Electabuzz struggling beneath the dual assault of Beautifly's powders while ensconced in its shield, Daiki could merely offer words of encouragement. Boss, I can barely hold on. Daiki's eyes shimmered with a violet hue, telepathically conveying, how can a man declare himself incapable? Boss, I am not a man, merely a male. You still have the energy to chatter, yet claim you're on the brink of collapse. Despite both Pokemon employing their skills, it was evident that movement was more efficient than idleness. After several rounds of dual powders, Beautifly appeared utterly exhausted, panting heavily. An opportune moment. Electabuzz seized the chance. I'll zap you. Blue lightning gathered with alarming swiftness, and Beautifly, drained of stamina, found no escape. My body aches, I feel numb. Bang. Beautifly. Beautifly has lost its fighting capability, and Electabuzz emerges victorious, as all three Pokemon of the gym leader have been rendered unable to battle. The victor of this contest is the challenger, Daiki. Congratulations, Daiki. Even though I was alerted to your arrival and hastily modified my choice of Pokemon, I still could not pose you any real threat. After recalling Beautifly, Aki approached Daiki, handing him a badge. Not at all. Aki, your bug-type Pokemon are all exceptionally trained. Had it not been for the assured hits of Shadow Punch and Thunder Wave, I might very well have been the one to falter in this battle. Praise is but mere flattery. It is not enough to simply speak. After exchanging pleasantries, Daiki departed with the bug badge. Following this, he visited the Pokemon Center and subsequently reunited with Ash and Misty at Mr. Steel's abode. Having acquired Ultra Balls, Daiki successfully captured the legendary NEI, igniting a fervent desire for mythical Pokemon within Ash and his companions, who also procured varying quantities of Ultra Balls from Mr. Steel. Furthermore, Mr. Steel utilized the round citrus fruits they gathered to craft Pokeballs with diverse effects. Daiki and Brock opted for heavy balls, while Ash and Misty chose lure balls. After bidding farewell to Mr. Steel and Chihiro, the quartet resumed their journey. On that noon, Daiki and his companions paused by a waterfall to prepare lunch. With Brock, an aspiring breeder, in their midst, both Pokemon food and human meals were meticulously prepared in advance. This fortuitously eased the burdens of Daiki and Misty over the past few days. Of course, for Brock, it was an invaluable opportunity for practice, especially with a legendary Pokemon among them. Cooking for a legendary is a dream many breeders dare not even contemplate. Relishing this honor, Brock was thoroughly engrossed in the task. During the meal preparation, all four Pokemon were released to frolic freely. Such rare moments of camaraderie resulted in a spirited play among the Pokemon. You three, could someone assist me in gathering firewood and water? Daiki asked. Leave the firewood to me. Ursaring, Dugtrio, follow me. Yay Letaba, I'll be right there. Then I shall fetch the water. Observing Daiki lead two Pokemon away, Misty took up a bucket and headed to the waterfall for water. Brock, is there anything else I can assist you with? With Daiki and Misty occupied, Ash, who had been idly waiting, rose to inquire. Could you chop these vegetables for me? Sure, leave it all to me. Just as the trainers busied themselves, Piku and Ghastly, oblivious to the consequences, stealthily strayed from the main group. Piku, is it all right for us to be sneaking out like this? Ghastly, fear not. Our trainers will be occupied for quite a while longer. Let us seize this chance to play. Piku, all right, I'll follow your lead. With their mischievous spirits ignited, the two ventured further from their temporary campsite. Before long, they stumbled upon a magnificent sea of flowers, captivated by its beauty. Piku, what a stunning flower field. Ghastly, see, I told you that venturing out would reveal extraordinary sights. Now, onward to the flower field. With that, Ghastly floated ahead, gliding effortlessly. Piku, let us go. Ouch. Chapter 101, The Lost Piku. As Ghastly drifted ahead, Piku, eager to follow, attempted to sprint after him. However, due to its naturally less favorable proportions compared to other Pokémon, Piku, in its excitement, failed to notice a protruding stone ahead. Its little legs stumbled over the stone, and in an instant, Piku transformed into an unstoppable rolling ball, careening forward. Before it could roll too far, a variety of stones appeared on the ground ahead. Piku, up. The rolling Piku, hindered by the stones, altered its trajectory. Suddenly, out of the corner of its eye, Piku spotted an imposing mountainside looming ahead. Piku, help. At that moment, there was no one and no Pokémon nearby to hear Piku's cries for help. As Piku collided with the mountainside, it braced for impact, but instead, the mountainside rippled, and Piku rolled right into it. Once inside, the mountain returned to its original state. Meanwhile, at the temporary campsite, whether gathering firewood or fetching water, Daiki and Misty had returned with everything needed. The group's attention was now focused on Brock's carefully prepared lunch. Daiki and Misty were mostly learning from Brock. While both could independently prepare food for their Pokémon, collaboration was undoubtedly beneficial. After all, it was about nurturing their Pokémon, and trainers should always invest extra thought into it. As for Ash, having had Brock's mother by his side in the previous 4 regions, he was indifferent to the learning aspect. Moreover, he remained unaware of Brock's significance until he reached the Hoenn region. 40 minutes later, Brock had finished preparing food for both humans and Pokémon. All right, everyone come back. It's time to eat. With a call from Mama Jean, all the Pokémon returned to the camp at an astonishing speed, except for the mischievous Gizatong and Bokbai. Ah hey, Ash, could you lend me a hand? Sure. I'm on my way. Leave it to me. Wait, where have Gizatong and Bokbai gone? As Demyuk and his companions distributed food to the Pokémon, they soon realized that 2 were missing. What? Bokbai is missing. Hearing this, the flustered Xiaoxia rushed over, hastily setting down the bowls she was holding. Not just Bokbai, but my Gizatong too. Those 2 rascals must have run off to play again. This situation was not new. It had happened more than once. Ash, you and Brock should eat first with the Pokémon. Ahe and I will go look for them. Being psychics, we can search for Bokbai with greater speed. All right. Just make sure to return soon. I'll save your meals for you. Brock stopped Ash, preventing this hot-headed fool from creating further chaos. With the Pokémon still hungry, it was unwise to send them out to search. Given that Ahe and Xiaoxia were both psychics, Ash's presence was unnecessary. Thanks for handling this, Brock. Leave it to me. After speaking with Brock, Demyuk and Xiaoxia activated their psychic abilities to start searching for the 2 troublemakers. Brock, why did you stop me earlier? I wanted to help. I understand your good intentions, Ash. But just as Ahe said, noticing Ash's displeasure, Brock felt a twinge of helplessness but still began to explain the reasoning behind his actions. Meanwhile, Gizatong was feeling quite anxious. Since arriving at the flower field, it had been captivated by the stunning scenery. Just like humans, Pokémon can appreciate the beauty of the world. However, when it finally decided to look for Bokbai to return, it found no trace of its companion. After searching the area around the flower field, Gizatong's heart began to race with worry. Sulkista, oh my dear sister, please don't scare me like this. Gizatong, where's Bokbai? Just as Gizatong was at a loss, Demyuk and Xiaoxia, utilizing their psychic powers, quickly approached. Both focused their mental energies, using telepathy to hear Gizatong's explanation. Sulkista, boss. I really don't know. We came out to play together, but after enjoying the flowers for a while, I turned around and Bokbai was gone. You fool. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and find it. Sulkista, yes, boss. After watching Gizatong hurry off, Demyuk turned to Xiaoxia, reassuring her, don't worry. Bokbai will be fine. Trust me. Yet, Xiaoxia remained unconvinced by Demyuk's assurances. Though he had scolded Gizatong, it was a form of protection nonetheless. Ugh. Xiaoxia's cold demeanor caught Demyuk off guard. I'll go find Gizatong and ask about the route they took. Perhaps there will be some clues. Thank you, Ahe. It's my duty. After all, The responsibility lies with Gizatong. As its trainer, I must also bear the consequences of its mischief. With that, Demyuk set off in the direction Gizatong had gone. If they could find Bokbai, everything would be fine, but if not, it might jeopardize his relationship with Xiaoxia. Although Demyuk was not directly involved in this matter, he felt the need to take responsibility as Gizatong's trainer. Eventually, Demyuk found Gizatong and instructed it to lead him back along the path they had taken. What's this? Though the tracks were faint, Demyuk, utilizing his psychic abilities, quickly discerned the path Bokbai had taken. Chapter 102, The Passable Mountain. One person and one Pokemon followed the trail. After a series of twists and turns, they finally reached the end of the markings. However, upon looking up, they were met with a mountain and the spot where Bokbai's tracks disappeared. Demyuk and Gizatong exchanged glances, both recognizing the frustration mirrored in each other's eyes. Gizatong, go inside and take a look, but be careful. Sulkista, leave it to me, boss. With that, Gizatong swiftly entered the mountain. What's this? Once Gizatong entered, Demyuk activated his psychic detection. As he probed the mountain with his mental energy, he felt as though he was submerged in an ocean. The sensation was akin to the mountain being present, yet elusive. Let me see what this truly is. He then focused, his purple aura fading as golden light began to shimmer. Dark barrier. An ancient diviner used divine power to create an illusionary barrier to confuse others. What? You mean to tell me that this massive mountain is merely an illusion? Demyuk, half convinced, reached out to touch the mountain, discovering that his hand could indeed pass through it without harm. It truly is a barrier. After a moment of contemplation, Demyuk activated his psychic abilities again and stepped into the mountain. Upon entry, he felt as though he was gliding through water. No wonder it's called the Dark Barrier. There's not a hint of light. Human vision pales in comparison to that of Pokemon and other creatures in darkness. With that thought, Demyuk intensified his psychic output. Instantly, the range of his mental detection expanded as he sought the exit of the barrier. Is it there? Soon, as Demyuk continued his search, he discovered the location of the exit. After walking for about 10 minutes, he sensed the familiar sensation of passing through water again. The next moment, the world around him suddenly brightened. If the place he had entered was a valley filled with flowers, then here appeared to be a garden cultivated by humans. Various fruits hung from branches, enticingly ripe. Numerous wild Pokemon were busy gathering their favorite fruits. The scene conveyed an overwhelming sense of tranquility. Those two rascals. Not far away, Demyuk spotted Gizatong and Bokbai happily feasting on a pile of fruits. He smiled gently, opting not to disturb them. After observing for a while, he turned to head back. Such a splendid place deserved to be shared with everyone. Upon returning to the outside world, Demyuk utilized his psychic abilities to quickly locate Xiaoxia, who was still searching for Bokbai. Xiaoxia, let's go. Bokbai has been found. It's in a safe place enjoying a feast. Really? But why didn't you bring Bokbai back? Well, you see, I was just on their way back to the temporary camp. Demyuk explained the wonders of the barrier and the sights beyond it. Soon, the two returned to the camp and shared their findings with Ash and Brock. The four swiftly resolved their lunch, packed their belongings and Pokemon, and hurriedly set off towards the direction of the mysterious mountain. Brock inquired, "Is this the so-called Dark Barrier?" Ash replied eagerly, "Let us hurry. I can hardly contain my excitement." "Wait, Ash, it's pitch black inside. What if we get lost without guidance?" Daiki intervened, stopping Ash from rushing in. "What should we do then?" "Simple, we'll form a line. Each of us will tie a rope around our left hands, ensuring we won't stray apart." "All right, let's do that." Daiki then retrieved a rope and secured it to each of their left hands. Additionally, they donned headlamps for safety. "Okay, follow me." Daiki led the way, with Ash and Brock positioned in the middle, while Misty was designated to bring up the rear. Once they entered the Dark Barrier, Daiki felt grateful for his choice of formation. Inside, the effect of the headlamps was minimal, illuminating only a vague blur. It resembled the vision of a person with severe myopia attempting to navigate the world without glasses. Undeterred, Brock pulled out a lighter from his backpack. But the result was no better than the headlamps. Daiki surmised that this was likely a characteristic of the barrier, primarily designed to prevent intruders from entering. Truly, the Dark Barrier lived up to its name. "Hold onto the rope. I'm moving forward." As they continued through the barrier, Daiki noticeably walked more steadily than before. There was a distinct difference between leading others and walking alone. After approximately 20 minutes, they finally reached the exit. "Wow, the variety of berries here is astonishing," Brock exclaimed. "Indeed, the diversity of Pokemon is equally impressive," Ash added. Misty asked, "What about Baki? It should still be over there." Following Daiki's direction, Misty untied the rope and dashed toward it. Such eagerness. Overindulgence may lead to trouble, Daiki mused. "Ash, Brock, let us gather some berries while we're here. Perhaps we might also encounter some Pokemon that catch our eye. Sounds good. My berry supply is nearly depleted, so it's the perfect opportunity to stock up. Brock, I'll assist as well. Pikachu, let us join in. Pika Pika. Of course. For the next while, the three of them diligently harvested berries from the trees. While the local Pokemon were curious about their presence, they made no effort to stop the berry collection. After over half an hour, they had gathered an assortment of berries and prepared to explore further. Hey, come quickly. Just as they pondered where to start, Misty's voice called from a distance. Let us go. Misty must have made a discovery. All right. Pikachu, let us hurry. Pika, let us go. The trio swiftly made their way to Misty's location. What is this? They exclaimed in unison as they were drawn to a dilapidated structure before them. How peculiar. Why is there an altar here? Brock wondered. It may be for some form of worship. Judging by the weathered exterior, it seems to have been neglected for quite some time, Daiki speculated. Shall we venture inside? Ash suggested, his curiosity piqued by the unknown. Maybe we shouldn't. Misty hesitated at the suggestion, apprehensive about entering such a strange place. Let us go in, Daiki insisted. I want to see what ancient deities were revered. Then what are we waiting for? Pikachu, will lead the way. Pika, let us go. Wait for me, guys. Daiki exclaimed as he hurriedly followed Ash and Brock into the altar. Hey, don't leave me behind. Misty called after them. Upon entering the altar's chamber, they discovered 4 distinct stone sculptures on display. The first to catch their eye, it was a colossal serpent resembling steel. This stone serpent bore a striking resemblance to Steelix, albeit with a ring of floating fragments encircling its neck, rotating in a clockwise manner. Its eyes were composed of 2 differently colored glass orbs, one black with a spiral pattern reminiscent of DNA, and the other of bluish-gray with blue and white leaf shapes within. Seeing this, Daiki couldn't help but internally scoff. Isn't that just the form of Mega Steelix? Furthermore, those embedded jewels in its eyes appear to be the Mega Evolution Stone and Keystone. Next, Daiki turned his attention to the second sculpture, which resembled a Gyarados but with a larger upper body and dorsal fin, similar to the Steelix sculpture. It also featured corresponding Mega Evolution stones in its eyes. In stark contrast, the other 2 sculptures depicted a Moltres and a Zapdos. The Moltres had a vibrant red feather, while the Zapdos boasted a black and yellow feather. Daiki's eyes gleamed with excitement as he quickly absorbed the information about these artifacts. Misty, Brock, did you see the eyes of these Pokemon? You should dig them out and take them with you. I've read about such treasures in ancient texts. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Misty replied, looking uneasy. We just got here. Why would we turn into thieves? Yeah, Daiki, while this place may be in ruins, we shouldn't take what isn't ours, Brock added, still unaware of the significance of the Megastones. Daiki felt a pang of frustration at their reluctance. If only he had a Steelix or Gyarados, he would have snatched them up already. Look at these sculptures. They bear a striking resemblance to Gyarados and Steelix. These represent the Pokemon after fully bonding with their trainers, using a medium to achieve a temporary evolution into a more powerful form. The jewels in their eyes are the mediums for this evolution. Gaining and mastering this power would make becoming a champion a reality. If you 2 truly don't want them, I'll take them. Even if I don't need them, I could give them to my mischievous little brother. Daiki, what do you think I should do? Hearing this, Ash felt a surge of excitement. If Brock and Misty didn't want them, he would gladly accept. Come on, Ash. Those items are perfect for Misty and Brock. You shouldn't compete with them. Well, there are still other treasures here. That Zapdos feather is ideal for you. Try having Pikachu absorb the electricity within it. As for this Moltres feather, it belongs to this guy. Come forth, Indii. Roar. Emperor Yin. Come quickly and see if you can absorb the fiery power contained within this feather. The great wood crane, wielding its extraordinary abilities, grasped the feather of the fire bird. Roar. Understood. Emperor Yin stood before the great wood crane and inhaled deeply towards the feather, instantly drawing forth streams of crimson energy from it. As the flames entered his body, vivid memories surged into his mind. The owner of these memories was a fierce avian, engulfed in blazing flames. These recollections encompassed not only the manipulation of fire, but also the nuances of various skills. For the young Emperor Yin, these experiences represented invaluable treasures on his path to greatness. Similarly, at that moment, Ash's Pikachu was also engaged in absorbing the power and memories contained within the feather of the lightning bird. Meanwhile, Brock and Misty had successfully acquired the Mega Evolution Stone and Keystone. In contrast to Brock's eager anticipation, Misty appeared somewhat conflicted. Although she aspired to become a master of water-type Pokemon, she was troubled by the absence of Gyarados among them. This apprehension stemmed from a traumatic incident in her childhood when she had crawled into the mouth of a Gyarados and was nearly swallowed whole. The haunting memory rendered Misty visibly anxious at the thought of facing Gyarados again. Misty, didn't you say your dream was to become a water-type master? Are you really going to let your inner fears conquer you? No one is born fearless. It is through relentless attempts and challenges that one transcends their limitations and truly grows stronger. The Mega Evolution Stone of Gyarados represents your opportunity. The first step towards unlocking your potential and overcoming your fears. Do you not wish to revive the Cerulean Gym? If you do not strengthen yourself, if you do not confront your weaknesses, what will become of the gym? Can you truly rely on your 3 older sisters? I know all of this. Yet, I simply cannot forget the moment I crawled into Gyarados' mouth and was almost devoured. As she reminisced about the traumatic experience, tears streamed down Misty's face, leaving her to silently weep on the ground. Chapter 104. The Strengthening of Emperor Yin and Pikachu. The Great Wood Crane, witnessing this, took out a handkerchief to wipe away Misty's tears. I will help you. Let us face this together, shall we? The Great Wood Crane's gentle words deeply moved Misty, who was feeling overwhelmed. However, the thought of confronting Gyarados still filled her with trepidation. Yes, but suddenly facing Gyarados, I still cannot bring myself to do it. Then let us start by nurturing a Magikarp. The emotions of Pokemon are far less complex than those of humans. Regardless of whether their trainer is kind or cruel, they will unconditionally follow their trainer's commands. Yet, they are also sensitive beings. Though they cannot speak, they can sense their trainer's affection. If you begin nurturing a Magikarp with kindness, when it evolves into Gyarados, even if it is inherently fierce, it will respond to you with the same gentleness. Alright, I will try to raise a Magikarp. Though still apprehensive, Misty felt significantly influenced by the Great Wood Crane's counsel. That's the spirit. Now get up. The ground is quite dirty. The Great Wood Crane gently pulled Misty to her feet, and as it did, a blush crept onto her cheeks. Yes, the girl's voice, as soft as a whisper, seemed to respond to her companion's concern. Meanwhile, Brock observed the two with a paternal sense of warmth, though he felt a pang of sadness. As he was older than both and still lacked a partner of his own, he considered himself a man of many talents, capable of handling any challenge. Yet he wondered why the mature and beautiful older sisters failed to recognize his virtues. As the Great Wood Crane comforted Misty, Brock's self-reflection came to an end, and the 3 of them approached Ash. At that moment, Emperor Yin was enveloped in a fiery cocoon, while Pikachu was surrounded by arcs of golden lightning. Nearby, Ash was oblivious to the world around him, solely focused on his concern for Pikachu. Alright, Ash, you need not worry so much. After absorbing the power of the lightning bird, Pikachu will only benefit from this experience. Look at me. I'm not worried about my Emperor Yin at all. The Great Wood Crane spoke confidently, having previously scanned the situation with its investigative gaze. Come on, Ash, do not fret so much. Everyone, while our Pokemon absorb their powers, why not enjoy a delightful afternoon tea? Brock chimed in, echoing the Great Wood Crane's sentiment. He intended to repay the Great Wood Crane for helping him acquire the Mega Evolution Stone by engaging in his favorite pastime. Furthermore, he was eager to learn how to harness this newfound power. Having spent time as a gym trainer, Brock understood the significance of strength. Go ahead and drink. I'm not thirsty. I'll wait here for Pikachu. Tea. That sounds wonderful. Brock, I shall assist as well. Aside from battling and training Pokemon, the Great Wood Crane's sole passion was tea, making Brock's suggestion particularly appealing to it. Then I will join you as well. Thus, the 3 enjoyed tea while discussing Mega Evolution. Most of the inquiries came from Brock and Misty, with the Great Wood Crane answering all their questions. Now, having spoken at length, remember the most crucial point. You must cultivate a strong bond between you and your Pokemon to successfully achieve Mega Evolution with the Mega Evolution Stone and Keystone. Yes, I understand. Upon hearing the Great Wood Crane's final statement, Brock diligently noted down this vital piece of information in his notebook. He was well aware that a good memory is no substitute for a bad penmanship, so he began taking notes before the Great Wood Crane commenced its lecture. Such knowledge, capable of enhancing strength and currently unknown to others, was worth capturing and mastering. Moreover, having it written down would allow him to share it with those close to him, such as Ash and his 10 younger siblings. Roar. How refreshing. Pika. Me too. After enduring over 2 hours of waiting, both Emperor Yin and Pikachu finally completed their absorption of flames and thunder. Wonderful, Pikachu. You have finally awakened. Upon hearing Pikachu's call, Ash rushed forward and embraced him tightly. Pika, sorry to worry you. Feeling Ash's concern, Pikachu reciprocated with an enthusiastic embrace. Hey, in this public space, could you two be a bit more mindful of your surroundings? Roar. Boss, I've become stronger. Indeed, you did splendidly. Observing Emperor Yan's eager expression for praise, the Great Wood Crane effortlessly ruffled its mane. Its fur is so soft, perfect for frequent petting. After indulging in this moment of affection, the great wood crane activated its investigative gaze to assess the transformations of the two Pokémon. Species, Emperor Yen. Gender, male. Ability, inner focus. Skills, glaring, biting, spark, roaring. Flame vortex, trampling. Potential, level 2 deity, mid-level strength. Species, Pikachu. Gender, male. Ability, static. Skills, electro ball, quick attack, thunderbolt, thunder, agility, volt tackle, electroweb, shadow clone, feint attack. Potential, stronger against the strong, weaker against the weak, elite mid-level strength. After absorbing the power of the divine bird's feathers, both Pokemon have ascended to a minor realm of strength. However, the description of Pikachu's potential nearly left Professor Oak in a state of bewilderment. This explains why you can contend with divine beasts, yet struggle against starter Pokemon. Well then, since both Entei and Pikachu are safe and sound, how about we explore a bit more? Alright, I concur. I agree as well. The other three had no objections to Professor Oak's suggestion. The following morning, after breakfast, the four set off towards the next town. On this day, at a seaside port, they encountered a young boy and his Pokemon. Chapter 105, The Grand Festival of Leaf Town. You should straighten your back. That way, your pose will appear more graceful. Also, if you do not act a bit cuter, no one will take a liking to you. Squeak, I shall do my utmost. Gourgeist, the patience Pokemon. This is indeed the patience Pokemon. Oh, my apologies. It's my first time seeing Gourgeist, so I couldn't help but be curious. Hello. I am Ash from Pallet Town. I am Misty. I am Brock. Just call me Aho. I am Ad. After a brief introduction amongst the five, they learned from Ad about a grand festival featuring the town's unique celebrations not far away. The main attractions of the festival are the Tauros wrestling matches and a Pokemon exchange fair. As Ad described, the four listened with rapt attention, their interest piqued. Having spent a considerable time in the wilderness, they were eager to experience the town and the grand festival that coincidentally unfolded before them. They would not miss this opportunity for anything. The five of them proceeded towards Leaf Town. Moo moo. Unexpectedly, as they entered the town center and the venue of the grand festival, they were greeted by a stampede of Tauros racing towards the arena where the wrestling matches would take place. Trainers with Tauros would compete there. Ad's eyes sparkled with longing as he spoke. Alright, I shall challenge as well. Pikachu, go for it, buddy. Ash, wait for me. Upon hearing of a battle, the fervent Ash was instantly ignited with excitement. Naturally, Brock's mother, concerned for Ash, would follow to ensure his safety. Ad, let us part ways here for now. I wish you luck in finding a Pokemon you like. Uninterested in the Tauros wrestling matches, Professor Oak naturally had no desire to join the fray. Such unregulated, free-for-all battles were inherently unfair for Tauros who had experienced numerous fights. Alright, Aho Misty, I shall take my leave now. With that, Ad, accompanied by his future Gourgeist, ventured into the crowd. Truth be told, Professor Oak was quite taken with Ad's Gourgeist. However, upon further reflection, he deemed Gourgeist unsuitable for himself. His ultimate goal had always been the Pokemon League tournament. While Gourgeist excelled in defense, its offensive capabilities were lacking, making it suitable for life and death battles in the wild, but somewhat restrictive in the regulated environment of league contests. Moreover, the most significant factor was that if he desired Gourgeist, he would need to trade one of his own Pokemon with Ad. Reluctant to part with his own Pokemon, Professor Oak ultimately abandoned the idea of acquiring Gourgeist. Having encountered a grand festival, let us explore it. Alright, I shall follow your lead. In contrast to the fervent battle between Ash and his companion Brock, Professor Oak and Misty strolled leisurely. They wandered through the festival venue, observing the myriad trainers and their Pokemon while savoring local delicacies. Indeed, after meandering through the streets, it was quite an extraordinary experience. Hey ho, let us move on. There is nothing left to see here. Misty, please wait a moment. As Professor Oak turned, he spotted a rather dubious figure. It was a stall selling ordinary Magikarp. Despite this, Professor Oak had a vivid memory of the vendor's previous appearances. The first time was aboard the Sainton, where an ordinary Magikarp deceived Team Rocket's Jesse out of 30,000 Poke Dollars. The second occurrence was at this very Leaf Town exchange fair, where the cunning vendor, Old Dang, once again encountered a familiar client, resulting in a trade between Jesse's Wobbuffet and Ad's Gourgeist. Thus, the fate of Gourgeist was forever altered. Old Dang had a penchant for selling Magikarp, and the one he sold to Jesse soon evolved into a Gyarados. While this was partly due to Jesse's efforts, it was also because that particular Magikarp had accumulated enough experience and energy to be on the verge of evolution, with Jesse's push providing the perfect opportunity for its transformation. Hey ho, what is wrong? There's a stall selling Magikarp over there. Let us go take a look. Misty followed Aho's gaze and indeed spotted an elderly man calling out to passersby. Well, there are plenty of Magikarp in the wild. We need not waste our money on that. Similar to the weedles that infest the forest, Magikarp can be found in abundance wherever there is water, be it rivers, lakes, seas, or even the murky ditches lining the streets. No worries, let us first assess the quality of the Magikarp. Buying or not is a matter for later. Very well then. After their discussion, they headed towards the stall of the Magikarp vendor. Young lady and gentleman, how about it? Interested in purchasing a Magikarp that lays golden eggs? I'll let you in on a little secret. Before the Magikarp vendor could finish his sentence, Professor Oak silenced him with his psychic powers. Aho, you? Feeling the psychic energy emanating from Professor Oak, as well as witnessing the vendor's sudden silence, Misty was taken aback. Weren't they supposed to be buying a Magikarp? Why was he using psychic powers on the vendor? Fear not, Misty, I mean him no harm. Professor Oak reassured her before turning to the Magikarp vendor, saying, Sir, you must have sensed it. I am a psychic. So, don't even think about fleeing. Our purpose for approaching you is quite simple. We seek an exceptionally qualified Magikarp. You've been selling them for quite a while now, so I believe among the average ones, there must be a few that stand out. Yes. Listening to Professor Oak's words, the Magikarp vendor eagerly blinked in response. All right, I hope you won't deceive me. If you do, the consequences could be grave. With that, Professor Oak released the vendor from his psychic hold. Although he was freed, Professor Oak maintained a psychic barrier around the vendor, forming a makeshift prison. Cough. Young man. Isn't that a bit too cautious? Better safe than sorry. Hurry up, sir. As long as everything is in order, I won't shortchange you. Sigh. I understand. With no way out, the Magikarp vendor solemnly retrieved 3 Pokeballs from his inner pocket. Chapter 106. A talented Magikarp encounters a familiar face. Cough. Here are the 3 most exceptional Magikarp in my possession. The tone of Uncle Magikarp carries a hint of pride. However, as he reflects on the precious treasures he is about to part with, the pride on his face is swiftly replaced by a profound sense of loss. It seems I must have neglected to consult the calendar before venturing out today. How else could I have encountered these 2 formidable individuals? Thank you for your cooperation, Uncle. As he spoke, Oak took out the Pokédex from his pocket and began to feign checking each Pokeball. In truth, he had already activated his scanning vision and commenced his examination in secret. While Uncle Magikarp outwardly appeared dejected, internally he seethed. Humph. To threaten me with psychic powers upon our first meeting? How could I not comply? If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't possibly defeat you, I would have certainly shown you just how charming I could be. Through the scanning process, Oak gleaned all the information he needed about the 3 Magikarp. Each had developed remarkably, their energy reserves well-packed, and all exceeded the average size for their species. It was evident that Uncle Magikarp had devoted considerable resources to their training due to their extraordinary talents. Among the trio, 2 possessed potential nearing that of a champion, while the other was of champion caliber. Although innate talent does not dictate a Pokemon's ultimate potential, it often establishes a baseline. With diligent nurturing, this champion potential Magikarp is destined to reach at least the champion level in the future. Species, Magikarp. Gender, male. Ability, swift swim. Pokemon with this ability have their speed doubled during rain. Moves, splash, tackle, flail. Potential, champion. Strength, beginner. This one will do. Let's process the payment. In the midst of Uncle Magikarp's tearful gaze, Oak handed the champion potential Magikarp to Misty. Allow me to take care of this. For the discovery and training of this Magikarp, I shall consider it worth 2 million Poke dollars. Observing Uncle Magikarp's trembling state, unsure of how much to accept, Oak snatched the card reader and charged him 2 million Poke dollars. Thank you, Uncle. We shall take our leave now. May we meet again in the future. Uncle Magikarp first glanced at the retreating figures of Oak and Misty, then looked at the notification of funds received on his aging device. At that moment, his spirits soared like enjoying a chilled watermelon juice on a scorching summer day. Delightful. After departing, Oak and Misty made a stop at the Pokemon Center to register the Magikarp and Pokeball under Misty's name. Currently, Misty had 5 Pokemon in her possession: Psyduck, Starmie, Corsola, Magikarp, and Togepi. Notably, Togepi had not been captured by Misty, and since she had not ventured to the Orange Islands, she did not have a Poliwag in her team. Additionally, Horsia, Goldeen, and another Starmie were left at home to guard the gym. Once this was settled, the 2 leisurely returned to the celebration venue to stroll around. Hey, Oak, Misty, where did you 2 wander off to? Oh, Ash, we were just wandering about the streets. By the way, how did your match go? Oak had no intention of disclosing the details of his Magikarp acquisition to Ash. Naturally, I won. So Oak, do you regret not capturing that Tauros? After winning the match, Ash seemed to be riding high on his success. No, that thought never crossed my mind. Oak found it puzzling. What was there to be proud of in defeating an opponent who had just endured a series of battles? By the way, Ad, have you yet found a trainer willing to trade for your Farfetch'd? Not yet. It seems they're all reluctant to train a Farfetch'd. At this, Ad's spirits visibly waned. Don't give up too easily. We're all here to support you. Thanks, everyone. Subsequently, the four began to assist Ad in his search for a trade for his Farfetch'd. Brock, wow. Little sister, your Tylo has been raised remarkably. Its fur and physique are top-notch. Bystander, indeed. The Pokemon nurtured by my genius, Nana, is undoubtedly the finest. How about trading it for this Farfetch'd? Trainers ought to cultivate a variety of Pokemon. Would you like to consider this Farfetch'd? No. Oak and the others spoke until their throats were dry, yet no one was interested in trading for the Farfetch'd. One could only conclude that this species was rather unpopular. Excuse me, but why do I feel like I recognize you? At that moment, Oak was about to inquire when a girl with orange hair, similar to Misty S., caught his attention. Yet, the more he looked, the more familiar she seemed. Ah, it's you scoundrel. Finally, I found you. You stand right there. I shall bite you to death. Upon recognizing Oak, the orange-haired girl lunged at him with her mouth open. Hey, you must have mistaken me for someone else. Seeing the girl enter a frenzy, Oak quickly extended his hand to firmly restrain her head. If she were to bite him, he might just catch something contagious. Perhaps. Maybe so. No doubt about it. You are indeed Oak. Even if you turned to ashes, I would still recognize you. It had already been more than half a year since she had been pursued from Kanto to Johto. Yui was aggrieved. Why should she be the one hunted, while the one who had caused it suffered no consequences? During last year's Indigo conference, Yui had inadvertently seen the face of the person she loathed on television. Since then, she had kept watch until the conference concluded. Learning from the broadcasts Oak's name and identity, she had thought her chance for revenge was lost, but unexpectedly, she encountered her nemesis at the celebration today. Hey, don't speak as if I'm some two-timer. Besides, we are about the same age. It's possible that you could end up ahead of me. As they conversed, Oak recognized the identity of the person before him. The first time he had executed a no-risk transaction was indeed thanks to this girl, who had served as his decoy. Scoundrel, let me go? Yui flailed her little arms, yet she could not touch a hair on Oak's body. I can let you go, but you must not turn around and bite me. Otherwise, I'll have to hand you over to Miss Junsha. To be safe, Oak laid down the law from the outset. Fine, I promise. Yui understood that she was not a match for Oak. Her earlier actions were merely an outlet for her pent-up frustrations. Chapter 107. After encountering, comes farewell. Upon receiving Yui's response, Oak, trusting her for the moment, released his grip on her head. Thereafter, Yui transformed, pouring out her heart to Oak about the events that had transpired since their farewell at the nameless town. So, you've been pursued all the way to Johto by the forces behind that auction house. After hearing Yui's story, Oak understood. It seemed that the power behind that auction house was indeed formidable. Simultaneously, Oak felt fortunate that those individuals were unaware that he was also involved in that no-risk transaction. Yes, they tracked me down by utilizing a Houndoom that detected the scent left by the Diglett in the burrow, leading them to discover my involvement. Thus, the auction house has been pursuing me since that moment. Only after I reached the Johto region did the situation begin to ease. Based on this, it appears their influence has not extended into Johto. 3 months have elapsed since my arrival in the Johto region, and I have yet to discover anyone pursuing me. What are your plans henceforth? Although their agents have not made an appearance in Johto, the connection between Kanto and Johto means it is merely a matter of time before they find you. I share your concerns. I have not yet devised a satisfactory plan. The situation described by Professor Oak is precisely what weighs heavily on Yahiko's mind. If they were to pursue her to Johto, what would she do then? As the saying goes, a tree may perish, but a person can thrive. Since you managed to travel from Kanto to Johto, it stands to reason you could venture to other regions as well. I have contemplated this, yet aside from Kanto and Johto, I am rather unfamiliar with other areas. Moreover, the cost of ferry tickets across the ocean is beyond my means. As she spoke, Yahiko's voice gradually diminished in volume. Surely not. Have you exhausted the spoils from our last venture? Professor Oak questioned, puzzled by the outcome of their audacious scheme in that nameless town. Apart from acquiring a few more berries, I scarcely obtained anything substantial. In terms of quantity, I barely took even a third. Well, somewhat. Besides a few items I failed to dispose of, I donated the rest to the orphanage in town. Although I did not grow up there, I owe my life to someone who emerged from that very institution. Hence, I wish to repay them. Very well. You have triumphed. Professor Oak had not anticipated that Yahiko would utilize her ill-gotten gains to support the impoverished orphanage. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Thus, I shall finance your journey to other regions. After all, I bear some responsibility for your predicament. Professor Oak speculated that the auction house personnel were primarily incensed by that peculiar ghostly egg. After all, ghost-type Pokemon are inherently rare, let alone a shining ghost type. Moreover, this particular Pokemon has yet to hatch. Newly born Pokemon will regard the first creature they encounter as their mother, which is why many are eager to purchase eggs and nurture them from the start. Really, am I not mistaken? The sudden revelation left the despondent Yahiko somewhat flabbergasted. Let us depart. There happens to be a port nearby. Let us see if there are ferries to other regions. Indeed, I shall return to gather my belongings at once. An hour later, Professor Oak saw Yahiko off onto the cruise bound for the Hoenn region. This is where I will bid you farewell. Travel safely. Farewell, Professor Oak. Do remember to give your all for the Johto League. Very well. Farewell, Yahiko. I hope we may reunite in Hoenn someday. Farewell. After parting ways with Yahiko, Professor Oak hurried back to the celebration site. At that moment, Ash and his companions, including Brock, were searching for him. Ash exclaimed, "Oak, where have you been? We've been looking for you everywhere." Brock teased, "Indeed. Especially Misty. Her eyes are nearly as red as cherries from worry over your absence. If you don't show up soon, I fear her face will become a patchwork of colors." "Brock, be quiet. It's not like that at all." Misty fumed, her anger flaring as she contemplated giving Brock a good thrashing, but she reconsidered, realizing such a reaction would be too brutish. Recognizing his slip of the tongue, Brock raised his hands in surrender, averting further conflict. "I'm sorry for worrying you all. It's entirely my fault. By the way, did your trade for Gyarados go successfully?" "Yes. A sister in white accidentally swapped her Gyarados with mine when her companion bumped into her." "Oh, that's splendid news. Now, let us not tarry. It is nearly time for dinner. I shall treat you." "Yay. It's rare for Oak to treat us. I'll indulge heartily." "Pikachu. Wouldn't you agree?" "Pika. Absolutely. Let us feast." "And you too, "Yes. Thank you, Oak." The fleeting encounters between individuals serve merely to lay the groundwork for future partings. Conversely, this holds true as well. Following the grand celebration in Leaf Town, Professor Oak and his companions began to bid farewell. Departed first with his Gyarados, followed by Ash and Brock. Finally, only Professor Oak and Misty remained. "Oak, why don't you continue traveling with Ash and the others?" Misty inquired. "Resources in the wild are finite. They do not multiply simply because our numbers increase. For instance, should we discover an exceptional water-type Pokemon, what if both you and Ash wish to capture it? The competition between friends and companions ultimately leads to a Pokemon battle to determine the victor. Why must it come to that?" "Fine, I understand." After Professor Oak's explanation, Misty recognized that his decision was indeed in everyone's best interest. The two continued their journey together, arriving at a vast plain. At that moment, numerous Pokemon soared through the azure sky. Chapter 108, The Dancing Shiny Yinma. Wow, this place is breathtaking. The cerulean sky, the lush grasslands, and the Pokemon fluttering in the breeze. If only there were a river here as well, it would be perfect. Chica, Booyah, so beautiful. Haha, you're absolutely right. Misty, were it not for the impending challenge at the Johto League, I might be reluctant to leave. Not far ahead, a few Jumpluff floated gracefully on the wind, accompanied by a swarm of Hoppip. Nearby, a gathering of Yinma soared in formation. On the ground, a cluster of Sunflora tended to their offspring, sun kernels. This species is known for its activity during the day, closing its petals and entering a slumber as the sun sets. "Oak, look. There is a Yinma over there with a different coloration." Where? Following Misty's gaze, Professor Oak spotted a distinctive Yinma trailing behind the others. While ordinary Yinma are red with green faces, this particular one boasted a blue body and green face. Although red and blue have historically made for an intriguing pair, the Yinma swarm seemed disinterested in their differently colored companion. "Let me assess your potential." With that, a glimmer of determination sparkled in Professor Oak's eyes. Species: Yinma, shiny. Gender: female. Ability: speed boost. Pokemon with this ability gain a speed increase each turn in battle. Moves: Quick Attack, Detect, Thunder Wave, Double Team, Hyper Voice. Egg moves: Silver Wind, Faint, Signal Beam, Critical Hit, Roost. Potential: Champion. Level: Beginner. Champion potential and a speed boost ability. With proper training, its evolution could become a bane to dark types. Electabuzz, deploy and unleash Thunder Wave upon that shiny Yinma. Understood. The two antennae atop Electabuzz's head rapidly gathered a sphere of blue lightning. "Yinma, what is happening?" At that moment, the shiny Yinma, feeling dejected due to its rejection by its parents and kin, suddenly detected a piercing sound slicing through the air from behind. Just as it turned to investigate, an excruciating pain coursed through its body, and darkness enveloped its vision as it plummeted to the ground. Yinma, my child. In the midst of the group of Yinma, one of them, flying at the rear, wished to pause and investigate upon witnessing a scene, yet was halted by its companion. Yin, do not go. The humans below wish to capture it. Its potential is the finest among our kin's new generation. As its parents, we cannot jeopardize our child's future. Yin, but I understand now. Go ahead. Pokeball. The Yinma, struck down by an electric beast's move, was ensnared by a pokeball flung by Damu K after descending to a certain height. With a resounding thud, the ball landed upon the grass, and Damu K realized the capture was complete. We have successfully captured Yinma. Congratulations, Ake. I must also thank you, Xiaoxia, for your guidance. Otherwise, I might have overlooked it. Nonsense. I merely mentioned it. The capture was entirely your achievement. Electric Beast. I say, could you two refrain from showering each other with compliments? The effort was mine alone. After a brief discussion between Damu K and Xiaoxia, he retrieved the electric beast back into its Pokeball and activated the teleportation. Presently, among the 7 Pokemon in Damu K's possession, with the solar Pokemon fully evolved, the others still required his personal nurturing. However, with the promise made regarding the solar Pokemon, the electric beast would have to endure a bit of inconvenience. Yinma, come forth. I shall first tend to your wounds, and thereafter you may bid farewell to your kin. Yin, I understand. Subsequently, Damu K wiped down Yinma and applied a high-grade healing spray to its wounds. Yin, what a sensation. A tingling sensation surged through the wound, prompting Yinma to emit a cry. Once Yinma absorbed the healing spray's effects, its injuries were largely mended. Then, in the presence of Damu K and Xiaoxia, Yinma bade farewell to its parents and clan, embarking on its own journey alongside Damu Quebec. 3 days had elapsed since Damu K captured the shiny Yinma. One afternoon post-lunch, the pair stumbled upon a pond. Overcome by the urge to fish, they wasted no time in retrieving their fishing rods. As seconds turned to minutes, their rods remained utterly still, devoid of any sign of a bite. Quack, quack, quack. A dark crow soared overhead, its cheerful cawing imbued with mockery. I can no longer endure this. Xiaoxia's secret bait, make your grand debut. As a budding water master, Xiaoxia could not tolerate such derision. Producing a pocket-sized version of herself, she affixed it to the hook and cast it confidently. Xiaoxia, is it truly wise to fashion the bait in your likeness? Observing the bait resembling her being devoured, Damu K shuddered at the thought. Before he could receive a reply from Xiaoxia, she felt the rod dip as a shadow emerged from the pond. Splash! Wow! The duo then beheld a small blue crocodile gracefully dancing atop a lily pad in the pond. Wow! As a trainer specializing in water types, Xiaoxia was instantly enchanted by the charming blue crocodile before her. It's a crocodile. Xiaoxia, hurry and capture it. All right, go Psyduck, use Psychic. Quack. Psyduck gathered blue light in its eyes, gesturing with a finger, disrupting Crocodile's rhythm. Strictly speaking, it rendered the entirety of its body immobile. Wow, what is happening? All right. Psyduck, unleash a knock-off attack. Quack. Understood. Since Xiaoxia's Psyduck had received the infusion of an unknown totem's power, its strength and intellect had significantly surged. Wow. What are you planning? A sense of foreboding washed over Crocodile, trapped midair, yearning to resist. However, as Psyduck pointed downward, Crocodile felt the ground vanish beneath it. Peep. Before it could react, searing pain permeated its entire being. Bang. Wow. It hurts. Go Pokeball. Ding. I have captured Crocodile. Clap, clap. Congratulations, Xiaoxia. Thank you. Chapter 109. The Enigmatic Psychic Town. Ever since Xiaoxia captured Crocodile, their daily lives brimmed with newfound joy. The comedic antics of Crocodile often elicited hearty laughter from everyone, deepening Xiaoxia's affection for it. One day, after a week of traveling through the wilderness, Damu K and Xiaoxia discovered a quaint town ahead. Wow, how wonderful. We've finally arrived at a town. I must freshen up and then indulge in a grand feast. Don't you agree, Bokbai? Chica boo. Absolutely. Indeed. It's a rare opportunity to visit a town, and I need to replenish my supply of Pokemon food and healing items. The pair then entered the small town before them. An hour later, after freshening up at an inn, Damu K and Xiaoxia were savoring delicious fare at a street-side eatery. Have you noticed, Ake? It seems that the townsfolk are accompanied predominantly by Psychic-type Pokemon. Indeed. But wait, shouldn't Psychic-type Pokemon be quite rare? Yet here, they are astonishingly abundant. As Demuke gazed out the window, he observed that nearly every passerby on the street was accompanied by a psychic Pokémon. Among them was even a particularly rare psychic type, Kadabra. It is well known that Kadabra is quite timid and will vanish at the slightest disturbance. You two must be visitors from afar. While Demuke and Xiao Xia were engrossed in conversation, a girl with natural curls approached them. Is there something amiss? No, not at all. I apologize for intruding. My name is Aina. Hello, I am Aquebec. And I am Xiao Xia. Demuke continued to inquire. Aina, is there something peculiar about this town? To be honest, Demuke had already seen dozens of psychic Pokémon passing by outside the window. The sheer number of psychic Pokémon congregating in such a small town piqued his curiosity about the underlying reason. Furthermore, as the psychic energy within him surged, he began to perceive something extraordinary. This is a long story. Our town is actually. Through Aina's explanation, Demuke and Xiao Xia learned the reason behind the prevalence of psychic Pokémon among the townsfolk. Less than 10 kilometers from the town lies an ancient battlefield. Due to the abundant Een energy within the battlefield, many ghost-type Pokémon have settled there. However, as the number of ghost types increased, the Een energy became insufficient. Consequently, some bold ghost types ventured into the town to siphon off human energy. At first, the townsfolk merely felt fatigued, but over time, those whose energy was drained began to meet untimely ends. Initially, the townspeople were unaware that it was the ghost types at fault until one day. A traveler returned to the town with his Gyarados. As Yangjila conveyed the matter to its trainer through telepathy, the townsfolk finally grasped the situation. In a bid for self-preservation, every household in the town began capturing psychic-type Pokémon. However, that cannot be right. If my memory serves me correctly, psychic types are not effective against ghost types. Rather, they are susceptible to them. Unless, of course, the ghost types in question belong to the ghastly family. Ahi, you are indeed correct. The most formidable ghost types occupying the ancient battlefield are indeed of the ghastly lineage. Yet, aside from them, there are other species of ghost types lingering near the ancient battlefield. However, due to their insufficient strength and limited numbers, they dare not venture into the town. Nonetheless, to err on the side of caution, the townspeople opted to capture psychic types that possess dual attributes. Oh, so that is the case. Afterward, Anna engaged in conversation with Omukaku for a while before rising to take her leave. Once Anna departed, Misty surveyed her surroundings and, upon noticing that no one was paying attention, quietly inquired of Omukaku, "Do you believe what she said is true?" Who knows? Yet, her arrival was quite timely. Just as we began to harbor curiosity about this town, she appeared uninvited, conveniently introducing us to the town's past events. Various signs indicate that this individual is rather suspicious. Indeed, I sensed something amiss as soon as she approached. I felt a wave of malice emanating from the natural sparrow beside her. Is that so? It seems my judgment was not amiss. Hearing Misty's words, Omukaku grew even more convinced of his suspicions. While Omukaku and Misty continued their meal, a short distance away, in a private room, several individuals of higher status were attentively listening to Anna's report upon her return. They didn't express any doubts, did they? Anna recalled her conversation with Omukaku. There shouldn't be any. Shouldn't be is not a definitive answer. Anna replied, "Deputy Mayor, I apologize. This operation encompasses decades of waiting and an entire generation's worth of anticipation. Therefore, this endeavor must not harbor even a trace of failure." Anna affirmed, "Yes, Deputy Mayor. This operation will be foolproof." Over the course of the next 2 days, Omukaku and Misty appeared to be enjoying themselves in the town. However, unbeknownst to the townsfolk, Omukaku, eager to investigate further, traded his Yangi Yangma and screw moles for a hoodie and a Gyarados from the Research Institute. During these 2 days of covert observation, Omukaku and Misty also discovered that whenever they strolled through the streets, numerous individuals, both overtly and clandestinely, were monitoring their every move. Moreover, the longer they remained, the more agitated the watchers became. 2 days later, on that morning, Omukaku and Misty resolved to retreat strategically. Chapter 110, Secret Mine. Thus, with their backpacks slung over their shoulders, Omukaku and Misty left the town under the watchful eyes of their pursuers. The followers continued to observe from the shadows until Omukaku and Misty's figures vanished over the horizon beyond the town. "They've left. Let us return and report to the mayor." Among the 5 pursuers, the leader decided it was time to withdraw. However, will they return? At this moment, a differing opinion arose within the group. "Kogami-kun, since you are so uneasy, you need not partake in tonight's excavation ceremony. Just stay here and keep watch." As the captain of the town's defense team, Meichuan Naiku had always harbored a dislike for the flamboyant Kogami-kun. After all, They were both born of the same parents. Why should Kogami-kun, with his fair skin and handsome features, be favored while he bore the marks of youth on his face? Thus, Kogami-kun often found himself targeted by Captain Meichuan Naiku due to his striking appearance. Ah, Captain, please don't. I know I shouldn't have questioned your words. I apologize. You can't deny me participation. Kogami-kun, who had long endured the captain's scrutiny, gradually came to understand the underlying reason for it. Was it not merely a matter of him being handsome while the captain was not? It was not his fault. Why should he be so unfairly targeted? Of course, these were merely Kogami-kun's thoughts, which he dared not voice. In this world, the strength of one's Pokémon dictated one's authority. To aspire to be the captain of the town's defense team, one must first possess at least 3 Pokémon, with one of them achieving a high level of strength. Should one's own capabilities fall short, even if one is the mayor's son, subordinates may outwardly comply, yet covertly disregard orders. Furthermore, participating in the excavation ceremony would provide ample resources for training Pokémon, and one might even unearth treasures. Thus, Kogami-kun humbly submitted. Who would forego an opportunity to enhance their own power? Humph, that's good to hear. Should you dare defy my orders again, I will have you expelled from my team. Yes, Captain, I understand. Subsequently, the 5-member defense team, under Captain Meichuan Naika's leadership, returned to their usual office at the mayor's building. Upon their departure, a distortion suddenly appeared in the space beside where they had stood. Meanwhile, Omukaku and Misty had established a temporary camp in a secluded forest outside the town. At that moment, Omukaku and Misty were resting with their eyes closed inside the tent. Suddenly, with a flash of spatial distortion, a Pokémon wielding a ladle appeared within the tent. Welcome back. How did it go? Hoodie replied, its eyes shimmering with blue light, as it communicated with its trainer through telepathy. All right, I understand. You've worked hard. Come back and rest for now. Ahi, what did you find out? Seeing Omukaku retract Hoodie, Misty could no longer contain her curiosity. Hoodie overheard their conversation, and the crux of it is that there will be an excavation ceremony tonight. Hoodie sensed that they seem rather invested in it. Since they require excavation, it implies that treasures may be concealed here. Precisely. Where there are treasures, there are those who seek them. Let us rest for now. We will join the festivities tonight. All right. At 10 o'clock that night, after having their late-night snack, Omukaku and Misty donned dark attire to conceal their identities. They exchanged glances and then stealthily made their way toward the town. At that moment, in Psychic Town, the mayor and deputy mayor were leading a crowd of around 100 individuals, making their way orderly toward the outskirts. An hour later, this assembly had arrived at the foot of a grand mountain, where 2 squads of 10 members each from the defense team were keeping watch. Mayor, deputy mayor. Gene Island. Is there anything unusual here? Rest assured, mayor and deputy mayor, we have our 2 squads on guard. Not even a bee drill can fly in unnoticed. Bee drill? Why me? Fly, because my brethren and I have already been devoured by your Pokémon. Excellent. Now, let everyone proceed into the mine for excavation. Yes, mayor. I will make the arrangements immediately. Following the mayor's command, the 100-odd individuals, equipped with excavation tools and Pokémon, entered the mine one after another. Ultimately, aside from the initial 2 squads of 10, all others had entered the mine. Meanwhile, 200 meters away from the mine's entrance, behind a colossal tree that required at least 3 individuals to encircle, Demue and Xiao Xia observed the unfolding scene through their binoculars. Ahi, on the surface, there appear to be 10 guards. However, we cannot ascertain whether there are others lurking in the shadows. What course of action should we take? We remain unaware of their capabilities, and a direct confrontation would evidently be disadvantageous. Thus, we shall employ a strategy of division and isolation. As he spoke, Demue leaned down to whisper instructions into Xiao Xia's ear. Very well, I shall proceed immediately. Upon hearing Demue's words, Xiao Xia promptly turned and departed. Come forth. Genghis Khan, Hudi, Solar Spirit. You 3 must prepare. When the time comes, eliminate the adversaries as swiftly as possible. Solkista, Hoodie, Mundi, understood, echoed in unison. A few minutes later, Xiao Xia summoned her spirits approximately 300 meters away from Demue's position. Genghis Khan unleashed a water gun towards the heavens, while the spiky rock beast executed a roll attack against the colossal tree. Gabba, Poo-Poo received. Genghis Khan directed a jet of water skyward. As the spiky rock beast curled its body and began colliding with the trees, the forest erupted with fountains and sounds, inevitably capturing the attention of the guard team. Tailed. Kubo, you 2 go investigate. If anything seems amiss, immediately signal or call for help. Yes, Captain, both replied. Mimi, let us move. Natural Sparrow, we are off. The summoned members swiftly took their spirits and ventured to assess the situation. Observing Tailed and Kubo's departing figures, Captain Majima felt an unsettling premonition arise within him. Internally, he mused, how could this be? Surely, I am merely imagining things due to my lack of adequate rest during the day. Once Tailed and Kubo return, I shall catch up on some sleep. However, the unfolding events were beyond Majima's expectations. Minutes later, the sounds and sights of the forest had vanished. Yet Tailed and Kubo had not returned. Captain, it has been over 10 minutes. Tailed and Kubo still haven't come back. Could they be in trouble? The anxious vice-captain inquired. It is indeed peculiar. They should not be delayed for this long, and there has been no sign of disturbance. Majima, previously in a daze, was jolted awake by the vice-captain's words. What shall we do now? Humph. You stay here on guard while I take some men to investigate. Understood, Captain. Subsequently, Captain Majima personally led 2 team members towards the forest. Meanwhile, within the forest, Tailed and Kubo, along with their spirits, lay lifeless, propped against tree trunks by Demue. After ensuring that the traps were set, Demue concealed himself alongside a still trembling Xiaoxia. For Xiaoxia, witnessing life ebb away before her eyes was a jarring experience. Tailed and Kubo had approached only to fall victim to a surprise ambush orchestrated by Demue and his 3 spirits. More are coming. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Silkista Hoodie. Mundi, understood, echoed again. As Majima and his 2 comrades approached the forest, an eerie silence enveloped them, devoid of even the faintest sound of insects. Be cautious. Tailed and Kubo may have met their demise. Yes, Captain, they affirmed. The trio, accompanied by their spirits, advanced cautiously, forming a triangular formation to observe their surroundings. After 7 or 8 minutes, as they caught sight of Tailed and Kubo facing the tree trunk, they instinctively wanted to shout. Yet, it was regrettably too late. Silkista die. Genghis Khan's hands pierced through Majima and his spirit's chest. Ugh! With disbelief in his eyes, Majima gradually collapsed. Among the 3, he was the strongest, making him the prime target for Genghis Khan. As the 2 guards attempted to retaliate, they found themselves immobilized by an overwhelming psychic force. They could only watch in horror as Genghis Khan's claws loomed larger in their sight. With a surge of excruciating pain, they succumbed to unconsciousness. After dispatching the 3 and their spirits, Demue began to inspect the bodies. He confiscated 3 pokeballs from Majima's belt, while each of the 2 guards possessed an additional pokeball containing a spirit. With the 2 unfortunate souls previously dispatched, Demue had now acquired 7 spirits. After securing the pokeballs, Demue nonchalantly stored them in his backpack. Although he had no intentions of using these spirits, he could certainly profit from selling them. Xiaoxia, you should remain here while I proceed, Demue instructed before he and his 3 spirits headed toward the mine entrance. Ahi, witnessing life extinguish before your eyes, why do you remain so composed? Which version of you is the true self? As she watched Demue's retreating figure, memories of his earlier act of violence flooded Xiaoxia's mind, stirring a tumult of emotions within her. Ugh! Boom! Boom! Minutes later, 5 security personnel at the mine entrance fell victim to the one-way tickets Demue had provided. These 5 security members yielded an additional 6 spirits to Demue. Having dealt with the guards, he approached the cave entrance. Hoodie, mark this spot for instant teleportation. Hoodie understood. A flicker of blue light sparkled in Hoodie's eyes as a concealed mark was etched onto the cave's stone wall. Done. Now, Hoodie and I will enter, while Genghis Khan, you conceal yourself in my shadow. Solar Spirit, return to rest for the time being. Hoodie Silkista understood. Consequently, Genghis Khan melded entirely into Demue's shadow, and together with Hoodie, he ventured into the mine. The passage was narrow, permitting only single-file passage. Demue pondered that if he were any bulkier, he might become wedged. As he delved deeper, the oppressive heat of the environment intensified. He mused about what type of mineral vein could compel these individuals to stealthily excavate during the night. 20 minutes later, unbeknownst to how deep he had gone, Demue began to hear voices ahead. Haha, WVE struck gold. I've found the energy crystal. No way. Yamamoto, your luck is incredible. I must work harder to ensure you do not surpass me. Humph. Koetian, are you challenging me? I shall not be bested. That statement should have been mine. Energy crystals? Is that what they are after? Concealed in the shadows, Demue activated his inside eye, focusing on the purple crystal in Yamamoto's grasp. Energy crystal. A product of energy mines, a treasure for psychic-type spirits. If absorbed in large quantities by psychic spirits, it can enhance their potential and aptitude. The energy contained within can significantly shorten the growth period of spirits. What a remarkable find. Observing his surroundings, Demue noted that only Yamamoto and Koetian were present. With their spirits, a Dullahan and a surprised beast, digging alongside their masters. Hudi, Genghis Khan, it's time to act. Hoodie Sulkista, received. Who goes there? The echo within the tunnel betrayed Demue's presence. Yet, the outcome could not be altered. Yamamoto and Koatian were pierced through the chest by Genghis Khan's claws. Their spirits were ensnared in place by Hudi's psychic prowess. So this is the energy crystal. Gazing at the purple gem in his hand, Demue felt an insatiable greed rising within him. Hoodie, master, I desire it. Patience, there will be plenty for you. However, it is imperative to clear out all the inhabitants here. If you desire more energy crystals, Hoodie, do not hold back from this point onward. Sun Elf, come forth as well. Let us commence our operation. Inside the forthcoming mine, a massacre driven by greed is about to unfold. Demue's progress has been remarkably smooth. The denizens of this superpower town mistakenly believe that a guard is stationed at the mine's entrance, thus lowering their vigilance to the bare minimum. This has provided Demue with an exquisite opportunity for a surprise attack. The 69th, 70th, and 108th. Upon eliminating the 108th individual, Demue has amassed over 200 energy crystals. That should suffice. Sun Elf, Ghost Stone. You two may return for now. Hoodie, utilize teleportation to depart. Hoodie understood. Whoosh. At the spot Hoodie marked upon entering the mine, the space suddenly twisted counterclockwise. In the next moment, Demue and Hoodie's figures materialized at the mine's entrance. All right, let us be off. Hoodie, yes, master. After Demue and Hoodie's departure, the remaining individuals in the mine are nearly at death's door. Initially, over 100 individuals entered, but now only a few remain. Among the survivors are Isigawa Kuin and Meichuan Naiku. Chapter 112, Divergence Absorption Enhancement. Akun, did you see who was responsible for this? Gazing at the corpses of the mayor and deputy mayor, Meichuan Naiku feels a chill run down his spine. Captain, I did not catch a glimpse of his figure, but I did observe the Pokemon he employed. He used 3 Pokemon, Hoodie, Sun Elf, and Ghost Stone. Their power is formidable. Just the aura emanating from these 3 Pokemon makes me tremble. Earlier, while Demue was engaged in slaughter, Isigawa Kuin was mining around a corner. Upon hearing the agonizing cries of his comrades, he immediately halted his actions and, together with his Pokemon, Egg, held his breath and concealed himself. Perhaps Demue was too engrossed in collecting spoils, allowing Isigawa Kuin to escape unscathed. Whether or not we saw him is irrelevant. With the mayor and deputy mayor deceased, no one will restrict us now. We can mine energy crystals to our heart's content. Indeed, Captain, this is indeed a stroke of good fortune. Yes, previously, it was the mayor and deputy mayor's trusted aides controlling this area. They only allowed us to mine for 1 night each month, during which we barely managed to extract a few crystals, sometimes not even a single one. Now that they are dead, we can mine freely. Oh, at Demue's temporary campsite, he is pulling out energy crystals from his backpack one after another. Meanwhile, around him, the 2 superpower-type Pokemon are eyeing the energy crystals hungrily. 219, 220. Xiaoxia, this haul is quite impressive. We've gathered over 200 energy crystals, yet you seem not to share my excitement. Is something troubling you? Demue, who intended to share his joy with Xiaoxia, noticed her complicated gaze directed at him. Akun, I was just pondering, which version of you is the true one? The confident and powerful you on the battlefield, or the merciless killer you just displayed? It's hard for me to believe they are the same person. So, you are feeling lost. Demue comprehends Xiaoxia's sentiments. His drastic transformation has left her momentarily unable to accept it. Moreover, being merely 11 years old, Xiaoxia surely struggles to come to terms with Demue's actions of slaying both humans and Pokemon. Although Demue is also an 11-year-old child, his mental maturity surpasses that of his peers, whom Xiaoxia gently nods, feeling indeed bewildered. Demue's recent behavior shatters her previous understanding. Is that so? Such matters are complex to explain. I can only tell you that treasures stir the hearts of men. My greed drives me to possess them. It is akin to 2 individuals discovering a talented Pokemon, both wishing to capture it. What then? This. The one who fails to capture it will undoubtedly feel discontented. But is the one who succeeds at fault? It seems not. They merely wish to claim the Pokemon they adore. I don't understand what you mean. Still unclear? There is no absolute right or wrong in this world, when your strength surpasses all others. Even a fleeting display of compassion will have the world regard you as a benevolent soul. So, this is your justification for murder. Hearing such cold words from Demue, Xiaoxia feels an overwhelming sense of disappointment. It appears you still do not grasp the situation. Let us refrain from discussing this further for now. What you need is to remain calm. With that, Demuhi beckons their Pokémon to move the energy crystals outside the tent. The superpower-type Pokémon, understanding the directive, immediately employ their abilities to transport the energy crystals to Demuhi's feet. Very well, here are the 220 energy crystals. You four can evenly share them. No one is permitted to hoard more than their fair share. Who DMMD Guabahaye. Splendid. X4. Soon. The 4 superpower-type Pokémon have completed the distribution of the energy crystals. Alright, commence absorption. Remember to proceed slowly. Do not rush. Who DMMD Guabaha. Understood. X4. To prevent unforeseen circumstances, Demuhi deliberately activates his Eye of Detection. As the 4 Pokémon continuously absorb the energy, their strength and potential rapidly ascend. 2 hours later, upon the completion of their absorption, all 4 Pokémon have surpassed gym-level strength, reaching the realm of Quasi-King, marking a significant step into the path of the strong. Their potential has even risen to that of high-level champions. Now, your task is to familiarize yourselves with your newfound powers. Who DMMD Guabaha. Understood. X4. At this moment, the dawn is breaking on the horizon. In a weary Demuhi returns to the tent and drifts into slumber. Nearby, Xiaoxia glances at the 4 Pokémon whose strength has increased, then turns her gaze to the now sleeping Demuhi, her expression once again becoming complex. Time flows slowly, and after Demuhi has slept for 3 hours, a sudden loud crash erupts in the distance. Boom. What is happening? The slumbering Demuhi is jolted awake. I don't know, judging by the sound. It seems to be coming from the mine. Let us go take a look. The two, filled with curiosity, head towards the mine. Before Demuhi and Xiaoxia can exit the forest, they witness the entire mountainside of the mine collapsing, the entrance engulfed in a torrent of earth. Is this the result of human interference or nature's retribution? Staring at this scene, Demuhi and Xiaoxia are left in a state of shock. Meanwhile, a kilometer away, another figure observes the unfolding events. Haha, I must sincerely thank that mysterious individual. Isigawa Kuin tightens the straps of his backpack. Containing over 100 energy crystals he and the captain seized after ambushing their fellow companions. Nevertheless, the two have paid a heavy price. Their 5 Pokémon have suffered near total losses. Ultimately, seizing the moment while the captain was distracted, Isigawa Kuin plunged a knife through Meichuan Naiku's chest. He has long endured the oppression from this captain, and such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was worthy of his gamble. Unexpectedly, he has indeed hit the jackpot. Once I enhance my strength, I shall return. This crystal mine still holds numerous energy crystals. Isigawa Kuin's immediate goal is to rapidly elevate his power in preparation for his next visit. Cough cough. That damned Isigawa Kuin dared to ambush me. Thankfully, my heart is on the right side. Otherwise, you would have truly succeeded, you scoundrel. At the edge of the ruins caused by the landslide, the frail Meichuan Niku lay on the ground, inhaling the fresh air. At this moment, apart from harboring a deep-seated hatred, he felt a glimmer of relief. Chapter 113, Arrival at Manjin City. 5 days had elapsed since the Great Wood Crane's audacious theft of the energy crystal. On this day, the Great Wood Crane and Xiaoxia followed the map's guidance to reach Manjin City. Let's head to the Pokemon Center first. Alright, after the incident at the energy mine, Xiaoxia had become somewhat taciturn. Miss Joy, I implore you. No problem, leave it to me. After securing a room, the two refreshed themselves with a quick bath and changed into clean clothes before hastily making their way to the cafeteria in the Pokemon Center. The living conditions in the wild were limited, and supplies were finite, making it impossible to indulge as freely as one could in the city. After satisfying their hunger, they returned to the phone area with their Pokemon. Oh, is that the Great Crane and Xiaoxia? How have you two been lately? By the way, Great Crane, when will you send over the NEI for me to study? Though the dazzling Yin Yin Ma and the Unova region's Drillbur had considerable research value, they paled in comparison to the legendary NTI. Grandfather, please try to contain your excitement. By the way, have you been eating on schedule? Of course. With Xiao Jian keeping an eye on me, how could I possibly skip meals? Great Crane, about NTI. Although his grandson seemed to be ignoring him, Professor Okito patiently inquired again. As a Pokemon researcher, he found it impossible to resist the allure of legendary beings. All right, grandfather. Then please send over Yin, Yinma, and Drillbur. I will send Hudi and NTI back in exchange. After being pressed for quite some time, the Great Wood Crane finally agreed. The timing was perfect to send Hudi back along with them. All right, I'll be right back. Before the old man could finish his sentence, the Great Wood Crane had already vanished from the screen. Listening to the fading sound on the phone, the Great Wood Crane and Xiaoxia exchanged glances. A minute later, the Great Wood Crane had received Yin Yinma and Drillbur. However, before he could bid farewell, the old man had already hung up. That old man, shaking his head, The great wood crane resolved to keep the old man on his toes the next time he had something good to offer. Half an hour later, the great wood crane and Xiaoxia arrived at the Manjin gym. Hello, I am here to challenge the Manjin gym as a trainer. Oh, very well, please follow me. The gym leader, Xiaoqian, specialized in normal-type Pokemon. She had a Miltank that was adept at using rollout. The very Pokemon that had caused Ash to falter in his challenge at the Manjin gym. I am Xiaoqian, the gym leader of Manjin. Which of you is the challenger? A girl with hair the same color as Miss Joyce approached the Great Wood Crane and Xiaoxia. Hello, gym leader Xiaoqian. I am the Great Wood Crane from Machop Town. Here to challenge the gym. Alright, please follow me. 2 minutes later, they stood on the battlefield of the Manjin gym. The Great Wood Crane and Xiaoqian took their positions on opposite sides. The referee announced, "We will now commence the official match between Ahe, the challenger from Machop Town, and Xiaoqian, the gym leader of Manjin. Each participant may use 3 Pokemon, and only the challenger may freely substitute Pokemon during the battle. Let the match begin. It's time to battle. Night Arena. Nido. A mid-tier Night Arena. Yin Ma, it's your turn. Yin. Utilize the aerial advantage. I fear not. Night Arena. Use Poison Sting to blockade. Nido understood. Tiny, sharp poison needles were shot forth from Night Arena's mouth, determined to pierce Yin Ma. The silver whirlwind deflected the poison needles back, followed by a sonic boom attack. Yin. As Yin Ma fluttered its wings, the incoming poison needles were repelled entirely. Moreover, with a flick of its tail, a shock wave accompanied the returning poison needles, striking Night Arena. Nido, that hurts. Night Arena. Night Arena has lost its combat ability. Yin Ma is the victor. Please send out your next Pokemon, gym leader. You've worked hard. Return and rest. Next up, go Clefairy. Hi. Return, Yin Ma. Go Drillbur. Lodi. Oh, a Pokemon not native to Johto? The appearance of Drillbur surprised Xiaoqian, who had never encountered it before. Indeed, it hails from the distant Unova region. I acquired it by chance. I see. While I am curious, we shall not hold back. Clefairy, use metronome. Pi understood. The adorable pink creature began to sway with a smile. A metal sound interrupted it, followed by earth power. Lodi understood. The shrill noise compelled Clefairy to cover its ears, halting its metronome. Before it could react, a force erupted from the ground, sending Clefairy flying. Hi, Clefairy. Clefairy has lost its combat ability. Drillbur is the victor. Please send out your last Pokemon, gym leader. Return, Clefairy. You've done well. Quite capable. However, the true battle is only just beginning. Go Miltank. Moo. Drillbur, take the initiative. Use Dig. Lodi received. With its claws gleaming, Drillbur swiftly approached Miltank. Miltank curled up in defense and then executed rollout. Moo understood. Miltank rapidly curled its body, increasing its defense. Boom. Drillbur's claws struck Miltank from both sides. Yet it could not breach Miltank's defenses. Following Drillbur's assault, Miltank began to spin in place. Drillbur, quickly dig a hole to evade. Lodi understood. Miltank, don't let it escape. Moo understood. Miltank, which had been gathering power by spinning, barreled towards Drillbur like a rolling ball. With its plump physique, Miltank possessed an unmatched speed and strength. Attempting to burrow underground, Drillbur was sent flying by Miltank's assault. Boom. Drillbur, are you alright? Lodi, I can still take a couple more hits. Really? Well, never mind. You should return to rest. The next battle will be entrusted to the others. After recalling Drillbur, the Great Wood Crane gazed at the formidable Miltank on the field, deep in thought. If he sent out Machop, given its level and strength, victory would be assured. But that was not the outcome the Great Wood Crane desired. Very well. It's your turn. Go, Teddiursa. Ime. Chapter 114, Badge in Hand, Shopping Spree. Teddiursa. Such an adorable Pokemon. It would be heartbreaking to see it overwhelmed. However, there will be no leniency in battle. Miltank, continue with rollout. Moo, prepare to receive. Miltank charged towards Teddiursa, continuing its relentless rollout attack, which grew more powerful with each passing moment. Teddiursa countered the attack with Copycat. Ime understood. Teddiursa crossed its arms defensively, emanating a mysterious red glow. Copycat. Miltank, hold on. Boom. Moo, that hurts. Before Xiaoqian could call for Miltank to halt, the attack had already struck Teddiursa. The rolling attack struck true, but alas. It was the formidable Miltank that was sent sprawling. Seizing the moment, the bear cub initiated an attack with a yawn, followed by a decisive cross-slice maneuver. Oh, I see. The bear cub adorably yawned, and the milk tank, just regaining its footing, suddenly felt its eyelids grow heavy and bubbles rise from its nose, before it collapsed heavily to the ground. Oh, milk tank, do wake up. Now is the time for the bear cub to strike. Ah, leave it to me. The bear cub crossed its arms defiantly across its chest, but unlike its previous defensive stance, this time it was ready to attack. Bang! The slumbering milk tank was sent flying like a living target by the bear cub's assault. The milk tank has lost its ability to battle. The bear cub emerges victorious. As the gym trainer's 3 Pokémon have all succumbed, the victor of this battle is Ahu, hailing from Pallet Town. Return, milk tank, you performed admirably. After recalling the milk tank, Xiaoqian approached with a smile, saying, I truly didn't expect your strength to be so formidable. Here is the proof of your victory. The official badge. Thank you, you're too kind. I hope we can battle again next time. Certainly. Having acquired the official badge, Ahu did not rush to the next city where the next gym awaited. Instead, he accompanied Xiaoxia to the Manjin department store in Manjin City. This establishment was the very source of milk supplied throughout the entire Kanto region. Notably, the former gym leader, Xiaoqian's grandfather, owned a vast farm filled with milk tanks, a likely family enterprise. A single milk tank can produce approximately 20 liters of rich, nutritious milk daily. Thus, for many years, its milk has sustained both humans and Pokémon alike. Additionally, if not milked daily, the milk tank would experience discomfort. The better the pasture, the richer and more delectable the milk produced, and its flavor changes with the seasons. Milk obtained during the lactation period contains more nutrients than usual. The sweet milk is beloved by both adults and children, while those unaccustomed to milk often turn it into yogurt. For the elderly and the ill, it serves as the finest beverage. Rumor has it that children raised on milk from the milk tank grow up healthy and robust. However, this milk is quite calorie-dense. An excessive consumption can lead to a physique akin to that of a milk tank. If overindulged, one might occasionally experience stomach upset. Nevertheless, when consumed in moderation, it is beneficial for nurturing Pokémon. Such a treasure, Ahu and his companion were keen to seize. Additionally, since they were already in the department store, acquiring Pokémon skill enhancers was a natural course of action. Thus, their next endeavor was shopping, and more shopping. Currently, Ahu had 4 Pokémon in need of expanded move sets: the Bear Cub, the Drill Mole, the NTI, and the Sunflora. First up was the Bear Cub, a normal-type Pokémon with but one weakness to fighting-type moves. Therefore, Ahu decided to teach it the move Reversal for countering. Next, he supplemented its arsenal with Farmer's Punch and Earthquake to diversify its offensive capabilities. Furthermore, he added the always hitting Swift to enhance its ranged attack potential. Finally, he ensured it learned the defensive move Protect and the evasive move Double Team. As for the Drill Mole, it could not learn moves to counter its own weaknesses, so Ahu opted to increase its offensive and evasive skills instead. Non-type specific moves such as Poison Fong, Brick Break, Reversal, and Swift, along with Protect, Substitute, and Double Team, were included. NTI, being a fire-type Pokémon, was vulnerable to ground, rock, and water types. However, having learned Solar Flare, it could counter its foes effectively. Since Solar Flare requires charging, Ahu also taught it Sunny Day. As a legendary Pokémon, NTI deserved an extensive repertoire of skills. In terms of offense, aside from the previously mentioned moves, it also learned Shadow Ball, Overheat, Stealth Rock, Searing Shot, and Supernova. Defensive and evasive techniques such as Protect, Light Screen, Double Team, and Substitute were also covered. Lastly, Sunflora shared a similar predicament with the Drill Mole, unable to learn counter skills. Thus, Ahu had no choice but to enhance its defensive skills alongside some powerful and special moves. It learned Protect, Endure, Double Team, and Substitute for defense, while attacking with Solar Flare, Psychic, Shadow Ball, and Reversal, plus the special moves Charm and Toxic. Once all purchases were finalized and the Pokémon had learned their new skills, Ahu's savings rapidly dwindled. Nonetheless, it remained within his manageable limits. Of course, Xiaoxia also took the opportunity to buy some strength-enhancing items for her own Pokémon during the shopping expedition. Xiaoxia, please return to the Pokémon Center. I have some matters to attend to. Ahu, be careful, Xiaoxia said, gazing at Ahu, her lips parting as if to say something, but the words hung unspoken. Rest assured. Ahu nodded in response and turned to leave. An hour later, Ahu learned the location and entrance of the black market from a gang in the eastern part of Manjin City. Initially, Ahu's sudden intrusion irked the gang members. But unfortunately for them, a single Machop swiftly dealt with their 20 or so Pokémon. Boss, are we just going to let that kid go? Haha, of course not. He wants to go to the black market, right? That'll lead him straight to Brother Daxiong's territory. We'll settle the score with him then. Indeed, boss, you're brilliant. Chapter 115, The Manjin Black Market. Meanwhile, armed with the address of the black market, Ahu made his way towards it. At the mining entrance outside the psychic village, Ahu collected a total of 13 psychic-type Pokémon. While gathering energy crystals within the cave, he acquired another 11 Psychic-type Pokémon. In total, he had 24 Pokémon, prompting Ahu to decide to sell all of these he had obtained. As he walked towards the black market, Ahu couldn't shake the feeling that he had become a villain. Haha, life is fleeting. Who has time to concern themselves with how others perceive them? Wouldn't that be exhausting? A half hour later, Ahu arrived near the entrance to the black market. The entrance to the Manjin black market was concealed within a narrow passageway in an underground tunnel. Come out, Machop. Nika. Wait, do not restrain your aura, understand? Nika, boss, I understand. Navigating through the realm of darkness was inherently different from other places. Once one revealed a certain level of strength, others would think twice before targeting them. Machamp's elite peak aura radiated unmistakably, coupled with Machamp's powerful physique. It was enough to send anyone below the elite level scurrying. Even elite trainers would have to weigh their options carefully. Very well, let us proceed. Clad in a mask and a flowing black cloak, Ahu strode purposefully, accompanied by Machop, into the black market passage. Please wait, esteemed guest. You must first pay the entrance fee. Before the entrance to the black market, two ruffians with two duskulls approached Ahu, extending their hands for payment. Entrance fee? What a quaint name for a ticket. As members of the underworld, they had the audacity to adopt such civility. Daiki took a moment to gather his thoughts before lowering his voice and inquiring hoarsely, how much? 1,000 elven coins, came the reply. Very well. However, I require a detailed map of the area within. Daiki, with his right hand encased in a black leather glove, handed over the money while making his request. Here you go. This is a simple map and a manual. Take it. After receiving the thin, 2-page document, Daiki strode into the entrance of the black market alongside his companion, Machop. Upon passing through the narrow threshold, he was greeted by the sight within. While not brightly lit, the area was certainly illuminated. Once inside the black market, Daiki did not rush into action. Instead, he found a corner to observe the markings on the map and the contents of the manual. With the aid of these materials, Daiki gained a rudimentary understanding of the market's layout. The black market was broadly divided into 4 distinct areas: the Pokemon Auction Zone, the Pokemon Item Retail Zone, the Pokemon Specialty Zone, and the Free Trade Zone. The Pokemon Auction Zone was situated at the heart of the market, though the information displayed on the map was scant. It appeared to be the domain of the market's overseer. The Pokemon Item Retail Zone, as the name suggests, was dedicated to the sale of various Pokemon items. Located in the northeast section of the market, this area seemed to be established through collaboration between the market's rulers and other factions. The map indicated that both commonly available and rare Pokemon items could be found here. The Pokemon Specialty Zone was a collaboration between the market's rulers and various Pokemon hunter guilds, situated in the northwest quadrant. Here, all Pokemon for sale were consigned by Pokemon hunters, and the manual noted the extensive variety of species available. This included Pokemon from the Kanto and Johto regions, and even those from Hoenn and Sinnoh could be found here for sale. Essentially, with the exception of legendary Pokemon and deities, nearly all discovered species were available for purchase. Lastly, the Free Trade Zone was designated for patrons to engage in commerce freely. Located directly to the east of the market, this area was the largest and most bustling, favored by those who preferred to operate independently. Here, as long as one possessed sufficient wealth and strength, they could acquire anything their heart desired. Initially, Daiki contemplated directly seeking a shop to sell his Pokemon. However, upon examining the information about the Free Trade Zone, he felt compelled to try his luck there. Perhaps he might encounter an unfortunate soul from whom he could replenish his funds. With Machop in tow, Daiki ventured forth. Nika. As he traversed the tranquil pathways of the black market, he beheld an array of dazzling Pokemon-related goods. Along the way, he noticed a group of 5 members from the black market security team, each accompanied by a formidable hound. Their strengths were all evidently high level. It seemed that the overseers of the black market possessed considerable power. Before long, Daiki arrived at the Free Trade Zone. Retrieving a stool and a length of white cloth from his backpack, he began his venture into the world of trading. Seated upon the stool with Machop standing beside him, he displayed 24 Pokeballs arranged in 4 neat rows upon the white cloth. This peculiar stall of Daiki's quickly garnered attention. Excuse me, what kind of Pokemon are contained within your Pokeballs? Perhaps due to it being his first business venture, Daiki had overlooked the importance of a sign. After the initial inquiry from a customer, he hurriedly pulled out paper and pen from his bag to begin labeling. Just a moment, let me mark them first. 2 minutes later, each Pokeball bore a label detailing the information of the Pokemon contained within. Additionally, Daiki noted that transactions could be conducted either in currency or through bartering. I'll take this Slowpoke. Here is the payment. As Daiki finished his preparations, The earlier inquirer promptly paid for a slowpoke. All right, no problem. I'll take that egg Pokemon. Sure, I want. The psychic-type Pokemon were enough to captivate the buyer's attention. Daiki managed to sell all 24 Pokemon with little difficulty. The sale of these Pokemon helped to replenish his dwindling funds. After selling his inventory, Daiki began to tidy up and explore other stalls. Guide to Wilderness Survival. No, it pales in comparison to the one from the old man. Introduction to Rare Pokemon. With my Pokédex and memories from a past life, this is hardly superior. Hypno Spoon. This I must have. How could he possibly pass up such a treasure? Chapter 116, Surprising Finds at the Black Market. Logically, this Hypno Spoon was crafted using the unique psychic abilities of its species, though similar in appearance. Each spoon was a unique artifact for the Hypno clan. Despite his curiosity, Daiki activated his eye for investigation to delve deeper. Energy Spoon. It seals the essence of its master, a champion-level Hypno's lifetime energy. This energy can only be absorbed by beings of strength exceeding that of a quasi-legendary Pokemon and is exclusively for the Hypno lineage. Goodness, these prerequisites are tailored for my Hypno. How much for this spoon? The vendor, who bore a resemblance to Daiki in appearance, was accompanied by a formidable Gyarados. The strength of this one is already quite impressive, being at the mid-level of gym leaders. This is an energy aggregation from a Hypno of elite caliber, and I needn't explain the rarity of psychic-type Pokemon. Due to its scarcity, the price is set at 8 million Elven coins, and there will be no haggling. 8 million Elven coins seemed rather steep. While it fell within his financial capabilities, Daiki felt compelled to negotiate. You mentioned no haggling. The vendor glanced at Daiki and unhesitatingly declined. That's correct. Very well then. I'll swipe my card. Please wrap it up for me. After the transaction was completed, Daiki promptly secured the spoon close to him and turned to depart with Machop. Observing the retreating figures of Daiki and Machop, the vendor couldn't help but express his curiosity. Gyarados, that individual was certainly a young powerhouse. Indeed, the vendor, named Tetsuya Yamashita, was a member of Team Rocket's Special Operations Unit, sent by one of the 4 generals, Lance, to assist Professor Namba in researching and capturing a mysterious Pokemon due to give birth near the Whirlpool Islands. He found himself in the black market after having previously overspent in the red light district, leaving both his body and wallet drained. Thus, he sought to sell some of his collected items in the black market to fund his operations. As for how Tetsuya was so certain, it was because Daiki's arm had been exposed when he reached for the spoon. Interesting, achieving such a level at such a young age. I wonder if he could be persuaded to join Team Rocket? Meanwhile, at the Pokemon Center, someone approached Misty, who was alone in her room. What brings you here? Misty had been waiting for Daiki when a knock on the door interrupted her anticipation. Expecting Daiki's return, she opened the door only to find 2 unexpected visitors. Hee. Little Misty, chatting with guests at the door is not the etiquette taught by the former Cerulean gym leader. Emi Sasaki teased with a playful tone. Well, come on in then. Though exceedingly reluctant, the other party had struck a chord with one of the matters most dear to Kasumi's heart. With no other option, she courteously invited the 2 individuals inside her abode. He is absent. Your visit comes at an inopportune moment. No, it is precisely because he is away that we sisters have come, they replied. According to intelligence gathered by the Sasaki family from their operatives within the Alliance, Daiki had actually tamed one of the legendary beasts, the NTI, albeit still in its baby form. However, Daiki's future appears to be that of a renowned beast master affiliated with the Alliance. There are indeed other beast masters in this world, and some affluent families even worship powerful deities. Yet, a beast master as young as Daiki is a rarity, a 1 in a million phenomenon within the vast Pokemon realm. The potential for profit stirred their hearts, prompting the Sasaki family to issue a dire command to the sisters once the news was confirmed. Even if Daiki sought to eliminate them, they were to remain by his side. What do you intend to do? Kasumi's emotions flared upon hearing Emiko Sasaki's words. At that moment, she cradled her Togepi in her left arm while brandishing 2 Pokeballs in her right, her gaze fixed warily upon the Sasaki sisters. Hee. Dear Sister Kasumi, do try to remain calm. This is the Pokemon Center, and the Alliance has strict regulations against battles occurring here. Emiko Sasaki attempted to soothe her, though internally, she mused that it would be easy to manipulate a mere girl who was only in her 2nd year of traveling. Subsequently, the Sasaki sisters began lamenting to Kasumi. Despite her mature disposition, she could not withstand the overwhelming influence of the sisters, who were products of a morally ambiguous environment. I cannot make a decision on this matter. You must wait for Ahi to return. Very well, no problem, the sisters replied, exchanging knowing glances upon achieving their objective. Meanwhile, in the bustling black market, Daiki meandered through the trading area. However, Nothing here captivated him as much as the hoodie's spoon had earlier. Oh well, perhaps I shall explore other regions. He lacked for poke gear, so he made his way directly to the Pokemon Specialty Zone in the northwest. This area housed Pokemon captured by hunters, as well as unhatched eggs. Much like the previous free trading zone, Daiki hoped to glean some hidden treasures using his investigative eye. After walking for about 10 minutes, he arrived at the Pokemon Specialty area. This Wingull seems decent, though its potential is somewhat lacking. This Shroomish is also acceptable, but Daiki, embracing a mentality of not letting any opportunity slip by, began to examine each shop, starting from the first one. Although the variety of Pokemon was rich, the sellers had undoubtedly selected their offerings with care prior to display. Experienced buyers could easily discern the quality of the already hatched Pokemon. What is this? While perusing the 8th shop, a deep green egg speckled with red spots caught Daiki's attention. Species, Nuzleaf. Gender, male. Ability, keen eye. Pokemon with this ability cannot have their accuracy reduced by any means and ignore changes in the opponent's evasion rate. Skills, Scratch, Leer, Provocation. Inherited skills, Ice Punch, Fake Out, Tearful Look, Avalanche, Double Edge. Potential, Champion. Strength, Egg Form. The surprise came abruptly. Upon realizing the value of this egg, Daiki swiftly approached and cradled it in his arms. Sir, may I ask if you wish to purchase this Pokemon egg? A uniformed attendant, noticing Daiki's actions, hurried over to inquire. Yes, I am very fond of this egg. What is its price? Hello, sir. The egg you are holding is one we have meticulously selected from thousands of others. This is enough. Just tell me how much it costs. Daiki found the attendant's incessant chatter quite vexing. All right, please follow me. The attendant, feeling somewhat aggrieved, knew that her role was to assist customers by introducing products. If she spoke too slowly, it would prolong the process. If too quickly, customers often reacted negatively. Both scenarios were common. Sir, the Nuzleaf you have chosen is a dark ice-type Pokemon. We have prepared. Despite the earlier reprimand, the attendant continued her diligent explanation. After enduring the lengthy description for nearly 2 minutes, Daiki finally managed to suppress his annoyance and proceeded to pay. Although the attendant was verbose, her service was thorough. Attendant, there's a commission involved, so I must be diligent. Even if I get scolded, my pay won't diminish. After spending 700,000 Poke dollars, Daiki tucked the Pokemon egg and its incubator into his backpack. He had sold what needed to be sold and purchased what needed to be bought. Now, Daiki decided it was time to head back. As he walked along the route back to the black market entrance, a frown suddenly crossed his brow. The footsteps behind him were numerous and disorganized, indicating he was being followed. It appeared that someone had noticed him when he swiped his card at the shop. The black market was rife with outlaws. The concept of morality was a foreign notion to them. If someone sought trouble, Daiki would not intervene. Resolving himself, he led his pursuers to a narrow alley marked on his map. Here lay a dead end, a remnant from the market's construction. Hey kid, looks like you've got some money. How about lending a few bucks to us brothers? The red-haired thug exclaimed. What my brother says is right, you little brat. Hand over your cash, or don't blame us for getting our hands dirty. The green-haired thug added. Brother, let's not waste time talking. Let's just take him and his Pokemon out. Everything he has will be ours. The yellow-haired thug chimed in. The trio's antics fueled Daiki's pent-up frustration, providing an outlet for his anger. Go, Machop. Don't hold back. Nika, leave it to me. At his trainer's command, the restless Machop raised its powerful fists and sprang into action. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 malnourished Pokemon fell swiftly, one after another, under Machop's might. Next, it was the turn of the trio of thugs. Help. No. Please, spare me. The pleas from the red, green, and yellow-haired thugs did not elicit an ounce of pity from Machop. Instead, Daiki's furrowed brow only intensified Machop's ferocity. Let's go, Nika, understood. 5 minutes later, Daiki and Machop exited the dead end in calm repose, leaving behind 6 piles of refuse. Just 2 minutes after their departure, a voice echoed through the alleyway. These young folks have quite the temper. At my age, I barely find sleep, only to be disturbed by such ruckus. Woof. Can I eat? All right. Just in time. Go ahead. Emerging from the black market, Daiki shed his dark cloak in a corner, only to find a crowd gathering around him. Daxiong is indeed that little rascal. He single-handedly vanquished us with his remarkable strength, declaring that Daxiong is nothing but a worthless trifle. Initially, Damyu was somewhat perplexed, but upon seeing the speaker, he instantly comprehended the situation. This was none other than the gang leader he had approached for directions. It appears he has come to exact revenge alongside his subordinates after they were defeated. With the might of the strong farmer's triple punch, the psychic prowess of the sun spirit, and the shadow punch of the ghost stone, the confrontation escalated. Nikayam DSI Ta understood. X3. The tricolored farmer's triple punch, red, yellow, and blue, produced a cataclysmic effect as the strong farmer charged into the crowd. The sun spirit's psychic energy obliterated adversaries as easily as bursting watermelons, while the ghost stone's shadowy fist struck with an inescapable ferocity. Bang bang. Ah! In less than 3 minutes, over 20 individuals had taken a free one-way flight akin to that of the traffic light senior. All right, you three, return for now. Having dealt with this band of ruffians, Damn You retracted his 3 Pokemon and turned away. This is not the black market. Should Miss Junsha happen upon us, even with the backing of the Elder, I would be compelled to drink from the same cup. 20 minutes later, Miss Junsha arrived, albeit fashionably late. Inside the Pokemon Center, Damn You was wearing an expression of exasperation as he regarded the Sasaki sisters. Is it truly wise to divulge your family's schemes to me in such a manner? Damn You found himself at a loss for words. Even in his past life, he had never encountered 2 sisters as brazenly forthright with their intentions. Regardless, we're here to deal with you, so we're informing you in advance. You can't just throw us out. Otherwise, we would be left homeless. Would you have the heart to witness 2 delicate and helpless maidens being bullied? Sasaki Emi lamented, and she and her sister began to feign sobs. Hey, not a single tear shed. Isn't that a bit too contrived? Observing the sisters attempting to smear saliva in place of tears, Damn You couldn't help but scoff. Could you 2 possibly be any more insincere? Furthermore, when you're attempting to wipe away your tears, could you not be so blatant about it? In that case, we shall cease our weeping. In any event, we just wish to accompany you. No, that is out of the question. I can barely manage my own Pokemon, let alone take on 2 decorative figures like you. How about my sister and I assist you with your care? Are you breeders? Would I entrust my Pokemon to you? I'd rather not have them end up malnourished due to your negligence. Listening to the Sasaki sisters' audacious claims, Damn You rolled his eyes in disbelief. Well, that's a possibility. In light of Damn You's teasing, the Sasaki sisters laughed heartily, having already thrown caution to the wind. Regardless, I shall not accommodate you here. Feel free to go wherever you please. Damn You held no sentiment of pity for the enchanting Sasaki sisters. Even if he did, it certainly wouldn't be at this moment. If one lacks the strength but covets alluring treasures, it could lead to their own demise. A certain man selling pancakes had already exemplified this truth. Do not be like that. The Sasaki sisters sought to protest further, but Damn You's icy gaze prompted them to recall the events that transpired at the Pokemon Center in Kikyo City. Fearing that Damn You might truly resort to violence, the sisters promptly vacated the room. However, they did not depart entirely. Instead, they utilized their financial resources to secure a room adjacent to Damn You's. Within the room, Damn You, who had been observing with his psychic abilities, furrowed his brow slightly upon discovering their maneuver. Is it truly wise to drive them away like this? Reflecting on the earlier brainwashing efforts of the Sasaki sisters, Xiaoxia felt a pang of compassion. Fear not, Xiaoxia. They are perfectly fine. With that, Damn You exited the room once more. 20 minutes later, Damn You returned to his room, holding a Pokeball. The Pokeball contained a hoodie, acquired through a trade with his grandfather for a screw mouse. Come forth, hoodie. Hoodie. I have prepared something splendid for you this time. Hoodie, boss, what is it? Hearing his trainer's words, Hoodie was immediately filled with excitement. Last time, his power had risen to the quasi-champion level. Could this new treasure elevate him to champion status? Indeed, his master had not forgotten about him. This could be considered a treasure of your lineage. As he spoke, Damn You produced a ladle purchased from the black market. Whoosh! Hoodie, upon glimpsing the ladle, instantaneously teleported beside Damn You with unprecedented speed. Hoodie slurp. Boss, is this the gift you prepared for me? It's simply marvelous. Hoodie gazed longingly at the ladle in Damn You's hand, acutely aware of the powerful energy resonating from within it, a call echoing from the depths of his very bloodline. Tick-tock. Hey, Hoodie, control your drool. Hoodie, apologies. Boss, I got a bit carried away. Hoodie sheepishly wiped away the drool trickling from the corner of his mouth, though the fervor in his eyes remained undiminished. All right. Here you go. Absorb it well and strive for an early breakthrough. However, always remember to act within your limits. Do not push yourself too hard, understood? Hoodie, boss. I understand. Slurp. After receiving the ladle, Hoodie promptly sat down to channel his powers, attuning himself to the energy within the ladle. Seeing Hoodie engage in this process, Damn You returned to his bed to meditate. Xiaoxia beside him did likewise. Ever since the two had been granted psychic abilities by the unknown totem group, they had taken to meditating at night to replace sleep whenever their bodies were not excessively fatigued. The night in Manjin City was cloaked in a thick shroud of heavy clouds, obscuring the moon that hung high in the sky. Simultaneously, a biting northwesterly wind howled. It was now 1 in the morning, and within the Pokémon Center, aside from the illuminated lights in the intensive care unit, only a few yawning staff members remained on duty in the emergency room. Nidoking unleashed the destruction beam. An Igia. A golden beam of destruction shattered the stillness of the night. Boom. What on earth is happening? Someone is attacking the Pokémon Center. Cough cough. Who on earth has the audacity to disturb us, unafraid of incurring the wrath of the Joy family? Who knows? I suspect the assailant has lost their mind. To disturb others' slumber at such an hour, they ought to be dealt with. The assailant's destructive beam had roused the trainers lodging within the Pokémon Center. Simultaneously, Damyu and Xiaoxia, who had been meditating in their room, were also awakened by the cacophony outside. They instinctively released their psychic powers, gleaning an overview of the situation from the agitated trainers' conversations. Should we venture out? No, let us hold on for a moment. We need to consider the assailant's objective first. The fact that they are attacking the Pokémon Center indicates that there is someone or something here they seek. However, given that the assailant has ceased their actions after the initial strike, it seems they are hiding in the shadows, waiting for their target to emerge. Indeed, you are correct. Although it may seem a tad self-absorbed, combined with the information relayed by the Sasaki sisters, it appears that my capture of the legendary NEI has likely been exposed. Faced with the allure of divine beasts, some mice lurking in the shadows may find it exceedingly difficult to suppress their inner greed. Ahi, do you think the Sasaki sisters might also be involved? The observant Xiaoxia immediately contemplated this possibility. Well, until the very end, no one can say for certain. Whether they are human or specter, we shall soon find out. All right, I shall heed your words. It was during this discussion between Damyu and Xiaoxia that outside the Pokémon Center, a group of furious trainers had already engaged with some nefarious individuals. On the rooftop of a building adjacent to the Pokémon Center, 3 individuals clad in Alliance uniforms found themselves embroiled in a heated discussion upon witnessing the unfolding events. Captain, the Pokémon Center is currently under assault by criminals. Our immediate priority is to descend and rescue those in peril. Chenzug, I understand your sentiments. However, you must remember your position. You are no longer merely an Alliance trainer. You are now a member of the security team at the Alliance headquarters. Keep in mind that we are still on duty. Do not forget the directive given to us by the champion before our departure. Our foremost objective is to protect Damyu. As the captain, Yi Yuming comprehended the thoughts of his subordinate, yet he knew that he must remain composed and make prudent decisions. Failing to do so would not only jeopardize the rescue, but could also lead to greater losses for the Alliance should the protective mission falter. Once, he had shared a similar disposition to that of Genju, filled with righteous indignation. But it was only after his own recklessness led to his team's failure and the sacrifice of his captain in order to shield him that he had come to his senses. Now, Genju reminded him of his former self, passionate, fiery, and kind-hearted, yet all of this could be squandered due to his impulsiveness. He wished for Genju to avoid the same path that had left him shackled by guilt. But, there is no but. Genju, do not forget that I am the captain. You must simply obey my commands. In an effort to prevent a tragic recurrence, Yi Yuming sternly chastised Zhou. Understood. With the weight of authority pressing upon him, Chenzhu could only suppress his feelings of grievance. Meanwhile, within the Pokémon Center, chaos had erupted into a battleground. The assailing force had sent a considerable number of people to attack the Pokémon Center. The confrontation had escalated to a point where both sides were unleashing their full power. And casualties were, regrettably, inevitable. Oh dear. This is quite the predicament. I merely came to cover some travel expenses and other fees. Why must I be caught up in such turmoil? At this moment inside the Pokémon Center, a young man in black attire, accompanied by a Gobolong, was lamenting as he walked. If Damyu were to catch sight of the Gobolong beside the young man, he would undoubtedly recognize him as the one who had sold him the ladle. This young man, known as Yamashita Tetsuya, had his sights set on the NTI in Damyu's possession. Originally, he had no part in this mission, but during a conversation with General Rands, he inadvertently revealed his involvement in the affairs of Manjin City. Consequently, the personnel originally dispatched by Team Rocket were called back before they could even depart, leaving Yamashita Tetsuya as the unfortunate substitute. Alas, I must learn to keep my mouth shut, otherwise I shall find myself burdened with all the dirty work in the future. As Yamashita Tetsuya searched for his target, Damyu and Xiaoxia utilized their psychic powers to observe a live broadcast of the events. Should we call this a broadcast? Ahi, there have been casualties outside. Yes, I see. However, I have confirmed that they are searching for someone, or rather, they are here for me. Is that so? Indeed. Look at the bar area of the restaurant. That burly man with a buzz cut is holding a photo of me. Truly. Ahi, what shall we do now? Are we to simply wait here? For the moment, they are unaware of which room I occupy, so there is no need to worry about them seeking me out directly. However, this cannot continue. Once Hudi has absorbed enough power, we will emerge to assist. That would be the more prudent course of action. Very well. Though Xiaoxia initially wished to rush out and offer support, Damu's suggestion was made with their safety in mind, leaving her unable to voice any opposition. Half an hour later, the bloody battle within the Pokémon Center raged on. Big Alligator, use Hydro Pump. Big Flower, deploy Leaf Blade. Fire Beast, unleash Flamethrower. Nidoking, utilize Ice Beam. Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus, execute Earthquake. Big Mouth Sparrow, unleash Hyper Beam. On one side stood the Alliance's elite trainers, while on the other were the assassins dispatched by various factions vying for NEI. At that moment, 2 streets away from the Pokémon Center, reinforcements from the Manjin Police Department were halted by personnel from various factions. Miss Junsha was leading the charge, while the gym leader Xiaoqian found herself barricaded within her own gym, unable to provide assistance. Quickly, send an urgent message to the mayor's office, requesting reinforcements. Understood. Time slipped away quietly, yet this meticulously planned assault showed no signs of abating. Hudi, come here. With a call from Hudi, the two watching the broadcast were jolted from their focus. Hudi, what is it? As Damu sought to inquire further in the next moment. Both he and his Pokemon's eyes flared with violet light, their psychic powers intertwining, mind and body in unison, sharing the divine essence. After several hours of energy absorption, Hudi had reached the threshold of quasi-champion status. As Damu and Hudi locked gazes, their psychic energies merged, transforming into a singular power. In simpler terms, Damu could become Hudi's power bank, and conversely, Hudi could serve as Damu's. They could now mutually harness each other's abilities. Perhaps for Damu and Hudi, time had felt prolonged. However, for Xiaoxia, merely 2 minutes had passed. Yet in those fleeting moments, Damu, who had been calm just moments before, was now drenched in sweat, half kneeling on the ground. Ahi, are you all right? I'm fine. I feel better than ever. Aside from a slight throbbing in his head, Damu felt an unprecedented vitality coursing through him. Aware of Xiaoxia's aversion to violence, he deemed it beneficial for her to retain her innocence. Xiaoxia, remain here in the room. I am going out to confront them. Hudi, let us proceed. Understood. Before Xiaoxia could respond, Damu had already exited the room with Hudi. Hudi, Psychic Blade. Watch this. With a swift motion, a blade composed of psychic energy manifested amidst the crowd of assassins. In an instant, several foes were struck down, their connections severed. Wow, what incredible strength. Although I do not know who he is, his Hudi is truly formidable. I recognize him. He is the champion of last year's Quartz Conference, Damu from Shinshin Town. Oh, so this is Damu. I had thought he was merely a privileged brat relying on his grandfather, but seeing his prowess today, he is indeed quite powerful. Target identified. There he is. Let us attack him together. After completing this mission, the wealth and beauty we seek shall be ours. Onward. To seek my demise, how naive. Hudi, once more unleash your mental blade. Hudi received. Chapter 120, Conditions for Elimination. Hybolga, shatter it with your bite. Wangho, a massive maw forged from dark energy, resolutely withstood the energy emitted by Hudi. At that moment, a voice of admonition resonated through the crowd. Hey, you little brat, at such a tender age, your murderous intent is quite excessive, isn't it? Do you realize how many lives you just extinguished? Concurrently, an elderly figure emerged from the throng, accompanied by the very Hybolga that had just thwarted Hudi's attack. You old fool. Shouldn't you be enjoying your twilight years in peace at home? At your age, aren't you afraid of becoming a lifeless dog by the roadside? When it comes to verbal sparring, aside from the yellow-haired one next door, no one else intimidates Damuhi. You, sharp-tongued brat, once I take you down, let us see if your bones are as resilient as your tongue. Hybolga, attack. Continue to shatter. Wangho, watch me. Hybolga bared its vicious jaws, swiftly advancing towards Damuhi. Playing with type advantages, are we? Then I shall indulge in this game as well. Come forth, Gwali. Execute cross, followed by break tile, smash its doggy maw to pieces. Upon issuing the command, a flicker of purple light ignited in Damuhi's eyes. An Aiku received. Gwali swung its 4 muscular arms, charging straight at Hybolga. Hybolga, use The elder, poised to give Hybolga a command, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Slowly lowering his gaze, he beheld an arm enveloped in purple energy. Simultaneously, a voice of mockery echoed in his ears. Old dog, do you still have time to glance elsewhere? To be so easily ambushed, old man. Your life has truly been in vain. You? Of tech. I forgot to mention, I am a high-level psychic. In terms of Pokemon prowess, my strength is at least gym leader level. So, remember for next time. Oh no? It should be in your next life. Before troubling someone else, ensure you gather adequate intel. You. Whether it was the agony of being pierced in the chest or the biting remarks from Damu-He, the elder swiftly succumbed to silence. Wang-Ho. Meanwhile, the battle between Hybulga and Guali had also reached its conclusion. As Hybulga's wails echoed, all eyes turned towards the battlefield of the two Pokemon. Guali's forearms were stained with blood, while the fallen Hybulga was barely breathing. Hiss. This Guali is quite brutal. Indeed, not only had its double horns been forcibly torn off, but its mouth had also been battered to a pulp. Hey, your focus is rather peculiar. Shouldn't it be about Hybulga being slain? You make a valid point. Hudi's mental blades, Guali's break tile attack. With Damu-He's intervention, the tide of battle swiftly turned in favor of the Alliance trainers. The scene unfolding in the Pokemon Center caught the attention of the three members of the guard team who had been previously discussing matters. Captain, is the target really in need of our protection? At that moment, Dongdu, who had been observing the battlefield through night vision binoculars, felt a wave of existential doubt upon witnessing Damu-He's performance. This can't be a mistake, right? Not only Dongdu, but even Yu Ming was momentarily bewildered. The target they were supposed to protect seemed to exude a strength that slightly surpassed that of their guard team. It should be noted that these guards were all selected through rigorous vetting processes, apart from their untainted lineage. The primary criterion was the possession of at least a full team of elite Pokemon. A full team consists of 6 Pokemon. Furthermore, a guard team leader like Yu Ming was required to have at least 2 of their 6 Pokemon evolve to gym leader level. Just as the 3 guards were entangled in their thoughts, Yamazaki Tetsuya, who was searching for the target within the Pokemon Center, fortuitously encountered the menacing Damu-He along with his 2 Pokemon. The moment they laid eyes on each other's Guali and Kubolong, both were momentarily stunned before instantly reacting. The other party was the customer, from whom I sold my goods. Shall we have a discussion? Sensing the energy fluctuations emanating from Hudi, Yamazaki Tetsuya quickly abandoned any thoughts of combat. Unlike the trainers of the Alliance, whose teams were fully stocked, even with the generous benefits of Team Rocket, Yamazaki Tetsuya had only nurtured 3 Pokemon. Faced with his primary Pokemon, Kubolong, being at a disadvantage, his only option for survival was to negotiate terms with Damu-He. Considering you sold me the ladle, if your offer is satisfactory, I shall let you leave. At this point, Damu-He found himself in a dilemma. Although the two had settled their financial transactions, the ladle from Hudi was such a precious item that if Damu-He were to be the first to acquire it, he wouldn't dream of selling it, even if he had no use for it. Assisting an enemy is a risk no one can guarantee against. Currently, Yamazaki Tetsuya was in such a predicament. He was brainstorming what he could offer to buy his life. I still possess a mystical fruit that attracts bug-type Pokemon. With that, Yamazaki Tetsuya retrieved a glimmering emerald fruit from his backpack. Bug Jade Fruit, a secret treasure generated by the Bug Jade tree upon accumulating a certain amount of bug-type energy. Consuming it enhances the aptitude and strength of bug-type Pokemon. What a marvelous item. I presume you have more than one. Initially elated at the mention of the first sentence, Yamazaki Tetsuya was soon drenched in cold sweat upon hearing Damu-He's subsequent remark. Don't say I didn't give you an opportunity. This is your last chance. Understood. Yamazaki Tetsuya felt a bitter pang in his heart as he retrieved the remaining 5 Bug Jade fruits from his backpack. He had obtained these during his last participation in the Elite Trials, originally intending to capture a bug-type Pokemon for training. But now, they would fall into the hands of Damu-He. Hudi understood. A purple light flickered in Hudi's eyes as 6 Bug Jade fruits floated steadily before Damu-He. Well done. You may leave now. After collecting the Bug Jade fruits, Damu-He dismissed Yamazaki Tetsuya. Upon hearing this, Yamazaki Tetsuya immediately dashed out of the Pokemon Center. He would never know that today's departure was not the conclusion of events, but merely the beginning of his encounters with Damu-He. After sending Yamazaki Tetsuya away, Damu-He, witnessing the favorable turn of events, commanded his 2 Pokemon to join the ongoing battle. Finally, this fierce contest reached its conclusion before dawn the following day. Hudi, boss, I can't hold on any longer. Understood. Whoosh. Both trainer and Pokemon vanished in an instant, and the next moment, they found themselves back in their room. Wait, Xiaoxia, Hudi is about to level up. After Damu-He spoke, he immediately sat opposite Hudi, closing his eyes in meditation. Chapter 121, Ascension to Champion. Originally at the initial stage of champion rank, Di, after absorbing part of the energy from the ladle, advanced to the pinnacle of champion rank. For a Pokemon to ascend to champion status, apart from the accumulation of energy to a certain threshold, the key lies in the elevation of both the Pokemon and the trainer's state of mind. At this moment, the bond between trainer and Pokemon is put to the test. Simultaneously, He, submerged in the spiritual sea with Di, was swiftly reviewing his past lives. Joy, anger, worry, longing, sorrow, fear, surprise, all manner of emotions surfaced with the memories. Sigh. After an indeterminate period, He could only release a deep sigh. In a previous life, myriad memories were buried deep within the heart of He, who in this life is the illustrious grandson of Professor Demu. He vows to ascend to the pinnacle of the Pokemon world, standing tall atop its pyramid with his own Pokemon by his side. As the echoes of his thoughts resonated, the remaining 5 Pokemon tethered to him broke free from their Pokeballs and nestled closely beside him. Concurrently, perhaps due to their shared psychic affinity, the Solgaleo resting on his arm delved into the collective consciousness shared between He and his Gardevoir. 5 minutes passed in serene silence until He finally opened his eyes. At that moment, an overwhelming aura of psychic power emanated from him, surpassing any he had previously exuded. The sheer force of this psychic pressure rendered the individuals and Pokemon present in the room breathless, even instilling a sense of dread in the hearts of other psychics like Xiaoxia. Fortunately, the oppressive energy was as fleeting as it was intense. "Are you all right?" He inquired. "I'm fine," Xiaoxia replied, though she felt a slight heaviness in her chest, a mere fatigue. "Indeed, the elevation of my mental state has shattered the barrier that confined me and Gardevoir, allowing us to successfully advance to the initial rank of the Elite Four." "Is that so? Wonderful. Congratulations, He." "Thank you." As He and Xiaoxia contemplated their next celebratory feast, Miss Junsha from Manjin City knocked at their door. Although He enjoyed the backing of Professor Demu, standard protocol required an inquiry. Thus, after a series of questions from Miss Junsha, He and Xiaoxia exited the Manjin City police station half an hour later. "Damn it, that scoundrel. Investigate who leaked the information within the Alliance. Once found, I shall flay him alive." In the office of the chairman on Silver Mountain, Chairman Damalanchi was in a furious tirade directed at the captain of the guard. Present in the office alongside him were the familiar figure of Yulong Du and a burly man with his torso bared. On a projection screen mounted on the wall, the image displayed was none other than Professor Demu, the grandfather of He. Yet, the usually jovial professor bore a face clouded with fury, enraged by the attack on his beloved grandson. "Damalanchi, I grant you but one day. By this time tomorrow, I expect results. Otherwise, I shall personally mobilize my old comrades," Professor Demu stated calmly before severing the call without awaiting Damalanchi's response. "Cursed be it. We are truly in deep trouble now. That old devil Demu has been thoroughly incensed. Do immediately dispatch a message to the Manjin police station. I must know who the mastermind is before 9 tonight, by any means necessary. Shiba, assemble 10 squads of guards on standby. You shall be called to action." "Yes, Chairman." Once Yulong Du departed, Shiba, feeling the weight of the situation, expressed his dissatisfaction. "Is it not unreasonable, Chairman? Why does Du merely need to make a phone call while all the dirty work falls upon me?" On his elevated seat, Damalanchi, already fraught with irritation, felt his inner volcano threaten to erupt at Shiba's interruption. "Oh, so, Shiba, you wish to swap roles with Du?" Chairman, your smile is rather unsettling." Shiba, typically confident in his masculinity, felt a chill run down his spine under the chairman's scrutinizing gaze. "Very well. Since you are reluctant, I shall assign you the task of intercepting Demu. You shall handle it." At that moment, Damalanchi, harboring a pent-up fury with no outlet, seized upon Shiba, an unsuspecting target. "Please, Chairman, I merely spoke a tad too loudly. You, as the leader of the Alliance, must show some forbearance." Shiba, now anxious, recalled the precious battle footage of Professor Demu from his youth still preserved within the Alliance. As an Elite Four member, he had witnessed these moments firsthand. Furthermore, he had once faced off against the professor's beloved Dragonite and had suffered a humiliating defeat, spending 3 days in the Pokemon Center to recuperate. From that moment on, a shadow loomed over Shiba whenever he thought of the professor. "Consider it settled. You cannot defy me. Dare to question my authority, and you shall see what I can do." The mere thought of Shiba's bruised visage tempered Damalanchi's wrath. "Yes, I understand." With no means to resist, Shiba resigned himself to his fate, wishing he could turn back time to advise his former self against provoking trouble. Meanwhile, He, ensconced in Manjin City, assured his elderly grandfather of his safety, while also declining the professor's offer to send Dragonite to accompany him. After all, he was embarking on a journey and did not wish to be coddled by parental protection. After a brief exchange, he bid farewell to his grandfather. The previous night's failed ambush left the conspirators deeply troubled. Cursed be it. Why must that individual be a psychic? The Demu family does not seem to possess such genes. Immediately dispatch someone to eliminate all evidence linking our family to the Crocodile Gang. As time quietly passed, the involved factions sought to conceal their tracks. Meanwhile, the Manjin police station made a significant breakthrough, managing to extract information from one of the assailants, revealing the identity of one of the attackers. Chapter 122, Resolution and Rejuvenation. This was a collaborative effort between the noble families and the underworld, with the first to be exposed being the family behind the Sasaki sisters. The case experienced a breakthrough, making subsequent investigations considerably easier. Under Chairman Damalanchi's directive, the Alliance, a colossal entity, commenced its relentless operation. Soon, the masterminds behind the attack were thoroughly identified, including affiliations with the 4 prominent families of the region and the 3 major criminal organizations of the metropolitan area. In the office on Silver Mountain, the familiar faces remained, the now fully assembled guard led by Yulong Du, a despondent Shiba, and the solemn Damalanchi. Since the investigation has clarified the matter, it falls to you to handle this. Chairman, do you wish for them to be entirely eradicated? Indeed. If these noble families refuse to comply, they must be pruned. Understood. With the order given, Du dramatically flicked his handsome cape, his cherry blossom-colored hair flowing as he turned to leave the office. Unlike Shiba's complaints, Du remained indifferent to the magnitude of the task at hand. Moments later, several planes took flight, trailing behind a swift Dragonite as they departed Silver Mountain. After bidding farewell to Du, Damalanchi turned to the visibly distressed Shiba. Well then, our esteemed Shiba, it is your turn to take action. Yes, Chairman. In stark contrast to Du's spirited demeanor, Shiba's expression conveyed a sense of dread. Nothing more to say. I've only brought this upon myself. Once the room cleared, Damalanchi resumed his scrutiny of the newly uploaded intelligence from Manjin City. First, he captured the NTI, and now he has awakened psychic abilities. Moreover, his Pokémon strength has rapidly ascended to the quasi-elite level. Truly, he is the grandson of Demu. Wait a moment. Why is it that every good fortune seems to involve that scoundrel Professor Oak? I, too, yearn for such a grandchild. Nonetheless, for the sake of a rising star in the Alliance, eliminating a few disobedient noble families seems to be a most profitable venture. In a few months, Dudo and Shiba will ascend to the roles of champion and elite 4 in the city. The champion's throne in the Kanto region has remained vacant for far too long. Young one, you must seize the moment. Meanwhile, in the bustling city of Manjin, the highly regarded Professor Oak and Misty spent a rejuvenating morning at the Pokémon Center, followed by a delightful lunch at a restaurant. After purchasing some supplies for their journey, they set off towards the next city. On this particular afternoon, Professor Oak and Misty found themselves atop an unnamed hill. Having enjoyed their meal, Professor Oak was intently observing the condition of a Snorlax egg within an incubator at their temporary campsite. The egg was plump and smooth, without even the slightest crack. A meticulous inspection, coupled with the confirmation from his Pokevision, reassured him of the egg's health. Yaya, come here for a moment. Upon seeing the jubilant Mudkip, Professor Oak was suddenly reminded of the treasured items he had yet to use. Yaya? Boss, what's up? I have something special for you. With that, Professor Oak retrieved 6 bug-type berries he had acquired from Jia on the mountain. Yaya, slurp boss, is this really for me? Throughout its life, Mudkip had endured the peculiar gazes of its kin due to its unique coloration. This is solely directed at Pokémon. As for those black creatures, they are equally detestable. As it grew and developed some self-defense abilities, even its parents began to distance themselves. It could not comprehend why its mere appearance evoked such disdain from its fellow Pokémon. However, after being captured by its trainer, the once disparaging looks faded away, allowing Mudkip's wounded spirit to gradually heal. All right, eat up. These are all for you. Professor Oak gently patted its head in comfort. Yaya. Wah? Thank you, boss. The warmth and healing bestowed upon Mudkip by Professor Oak deepened the imprint he had left on the Pokémon's heart. As each bug-type berry was consumed, Mudkip felt a surge of potent energy coalescing within its body. Yaya. Boss, what is this? Mudkip, focus your mind and feel it, then tame, absorb, and merge with this power. Yaya. But this energy feels so overwhelming. Believe in yourself. You can achieve it. I will be right here, protecting you. Professor Oak understood that Mudkip's upbringing, surrounded by disparaging gazes, had instilled in it a deep-seated insecurity. Thus, His role was to provide encouragement and warmth. Yaya. Yes. I will do my best. The words of affirmation from its trainer gradually calmed Mudkip's previously frantic heart, and it endeavored to absorb the energy. Pokemon are such pure beings. As long as trainers believe in their Pokemon, the latter will reciprocate that trust. Yaya, perhaps responding to the trust bestowed upon it by Professor Oak. Mudkip erupted in a radiant glow of evolution. It had evolved. Species, shiny Mudkip. Gender, female. Ability, torrent. Moves, quick attack, detect, uproar, night slash, bug bite, see through, supersonic. Howl, pursuit, origin pulse. TM, protect, endure, substitute, sunny day, shadow ball, reversal, psychic, charm, toxic. Egg moves, whirlwind, silver wind, feint, signal beam, critical hit. Potential, elite 4. Strength, intermediate elite. Well done, shiny Mudkip. Clap clap. Alright, I got it. Watching as shiny Mudkip knocked itself over, Professor Oak felt a mix of exasperation and a tinge of sympathy. A child raised under the scrutiny of others tends to develop a more sensitive and fragile spirit. 3 days had elapsed since Mudkip's evolution. On this particular afternoon, after 3 days of travel, Professor Oak and Misty reclined on the grass, relishing the warmth of the sun and the gentle breeze. This feels wonderful. Lying here, even the breeze carries the scent of fresh grass. Indeed, after days of travel, this rare moment of rest is simply delightful. Not long after, both Professor Oak and Misty succumbed to slumber, accompanied by soft snores. 3 hours later, they were awakened by the jubilant cries of 2 Pokemon. Hey, the thin monkey has transformed into a big-mouthed monster. You mouthless creature, you're still just as annoying. Chapter 123, The Return of Old Friends and the Battle Challenge. Ugh, annoying, who is it? I don't know, let me take a look. As sunlight warmed him awake, Professor Oak felt a delightful languor in his limbs. It's been a long time, Professor Oak. The newcomer, sporting a buzz cut and clad in a black martial arts uniform, was none other than Satoshi. Ah, it's truly been ages. How have you been? Satoshi, whom Professor Oak had encountered prior to the P1 tournament, responded, very well. After we parted ways, I sought out various fighting dojos throughout Kanto to challenge myself. Although the journey was arduous, the results were quite satisfactory. Reflecting on the past year, Satoshi was filled with nostalgia. The joy of victory and the growth following defeat were cherished memories that epitomized his development. Is that so? I can relate. During the court's conference last year, I faced opponents of all different styles. Following this, Professor Oak and Satoshi recounted their respective experiences to one another. Hey, aren't you going to introduce us? Oh, my apologies, Satoshi. I was so engrossed in conversation that I nearly forgot to introduce you. Quickly, Professor Oak gestured to Satoshi while introducing him to Misty. Misty, this is Satoshi, a formidable opponent I encountered in the Kanto region. Hello, Satoshi, my name is Misty, and I'm Professor Oak's traveling companion. Hello, Misty, it's a pleasure to meet you. After a brief exchange, the trio learned that Satoshi had come to challenge the historic Zazoryu Pokemon Gym. Is that so? I wonder if we might witness it? Of course. To be honest, when I first saw your Machop, I was quite taken aback. Its current prowess is beyond what I had imagined from the Machop I battled before. As Satoshi spoke, he cast a glance at Machop, his eyes igniting with fervor. After losing to you, my Machop has been training diligently. Professor Oak, once I challenged the Zazoryu Gym. Shall we have a rematch? Certainly, I accept. This time, I shall reclaim my honor with Machop. With Satoshi initiating the challenge, Professor Oak felt compelled to accept. As one of the only 2 who had previously bested him in informal matches, Professor Oak was determined to emerge victorious this time around. Who knows who will prevail? It's not just your Machop that has evolved. My shiny Gyarados has also grown significantly. Confidence radiated from Professor Oak, as he knew Satoshi was not one to back down. Moreover, it was he who had proposed this challenge. Excuse me, is this the Zazoryu Gym? Under the guidance of the esteemed Kenno Shinichi, the trio, including Umakaku, arrived at the entrance of a quaint estate. With a soft click, the door swung open, revealing a girl with pink hair who inquired, "Hello, may I assist you?" "Greetings, I am Kenno Shinichi from Kanto's Nanjo Town. My aim is to embark on the path of becoming a master of fighting-type Pokemon. I have heard much about the remarkable martial arts techniques of the Jinzo style, and I wish to engage in some discourse today." "Ah, a challenger. We do not turn away such opportunities. Chikusa, please let them in." Before the girl could respond, an elderly gentleman from within had already granted permission. "Yes, grandfather. Please, follow me." The trio soon found themselves within the estate, which was more accurately described as a dojo. Now, the upcoming match will feature Jinzo, the master of the Jinzo style, against the challenger Kanno Shinichi. The rules are one-on-one, and the match begins now. Go, Shaveling. Come forth, Gyarados. Both combatants were fighting-type Pokémon, ensuring an inevitable clash of physical prowess. Jinzo's Gyarados boasted extensive battle experience, while Kanno Shinichi's Shaveling was youthful and vigorous. Shaveling's swift kicking techniques were deftly evaded by Gyarados' agile maneuvers. However, due to its advanced age, Gyarados struggled to deliver decisive blows to Shaveling. The back-and-forth continued for a good 10 minutes, ultimately culminating in Gyarados' defeat due to exhaustion. Omakaku, who had been observing the match closely, noted that Shinichi's Shaveling had grown significantly stronger over the past year. After the challenge concluded, the group engaged in a lively discussion about the intricacies of close combat techniques employed by fighting-type Pokémon. The exchange was predominantly between the elderly Jinzo and Kanno Shinichi, while Omakaku, Kasumi, and Jinzo's granddaughter, Chikusa, listened intently. Alas, the moments of focused study are often fleeting. As dusk fell unexpectedly, Jinzo graciously invited Omakaku and his companions to rest within the dojo for the night. The following morning, after breakfast, the group reconvened at the battleground. At this juncture, Omakaku and Kanno Shinichi stood on opposite sides. Next, we shall witness a battle between Omakaku and Kanno Shinichi. Each side may utilize one Pokémon. Let the match commence. Shaveling. Let us meet our old rival once more. Prepare, Gyarados, it is time for retribution. Omakaku, ever since I learned of your victory at the Indigo conference, I have eagerly anticipated a rematch against you. Shinichi, I can sense your fervor. Truth be told, you are among the few formidable rivals I have encountered on my journey as a trainer. I have not forgotten our last encounter's outcome. While Omakaku did not place great weight on the outcome of informal matches, winning certainly sounded more appealing than losing. Indeed, I consider it a privilege, then. Today, allow me to demonstrate my prowess once more. Shaveling, Cyclone Kick. Prepare yourself. Shaveling's spring-like legs swiftly launched into action, unleashing a flurry of rapid strikes that were difficult to anticipate. Gyarados, execute the hammer arm barrage. With that, Gyarados' arms swiftly transitioned into various defensive and offensive stances. The upper pair crossed over its chest in a protective posture, while the lower pair, enveloped in a crimson glow, prepared for a counterattack. Bang! The powerful Cyclone Kick was met with Gyarados' sturdy defense. Shaveling, Flying Kick. Take this. Gyarados intercepted the incoming kick, showcasing its resilience. Following this, Gyarados initiated the Abyss Roll attack. Understood. Here I come. Having absorbed Shaveling's kick, Gyarados ensnared Shaveling with its forearms. Do not approach me. What? Shaveling. Quickly break free using Flex. With a loud thud, the two Pokémon began to spin on the ground, creating a whirlpool of affection. Bang! Oh, how dizzying! Shaveling cried out, its eyes swirling before collapsing to the ground. The referee declared, Shaveling has lost its ability to battle. Gyarados is the victor. Thus, the winner of this match is Omakaku. I have triumphed. Gyarados howled in triumph, gazing at the fallen Shaveling. Having recently begun its journey, Gyarados had now avenged its earlier defeat. You have grown remarkably strong, Omakaku. I still have fighting techniques I have yet to utilize. Kanno Shinichi felt a pang of disappointment, realizing that his singular pursuit of pure fighting-type Pokémon was met with unexpected resistance from a former adversary. Do not be disheartened, Shinichi. The strengths of Gyarados and Shaveling are closely matched. Its victory merely stemmed from a type advantage. Type advantage. Ah, yes, every Pokémon possesses its unique ability. My Gyarados has the no-guard ability, allowing it to strike without missing its target. Omakaku then provided a brief explanation of Pokémon abilities to Kanno Shinichi and Jinzo. Oh, I see. Today has been immensely enlightening. Indeed, we feel the same. Afterward, Omakaku and his companions bid farewell to the venerable Jinzo and departed from the Jinzo dojo. A short while later, at a fork in the road, Omakaku and Kanno Shinichi exchanged farewells, each having prepared a parting gift for the other. Curious, Kasumi inquired, Omakaku. What did Kanno just give you? It appears to be a glass vial containing some liquid. Omakaku replied, retrieving the vial from the gift box. Inside, a pale yellow liquid swirled. Fire Monkey Brew, a concoction brewed from the fruits harvested by the Fire Monkey tribe. It enhances the tibiae, strengthens muscles, and improves physical condition. Suitable for both humans and Pokémon. Particularly effective for the elderly and fighting-type Pokémon. What a splendid item. It is a pity there is only 500 milliliters. Omakaku pondered its distribution, knowing his grandfather would surely desire a share, along with his great-uncle, second-uncle, and second-aunt. Omakaku, look, Kanno has written an introduction. The Fire Monkey Brew specifically enhances. Kanno Shinichi, ever thoughtful, had affixed a note to the vial detailing its effects. Ah, what a remarkable gift. Kanno is truly considerate. Reading the note brought warmth to Umikaku's heart, and he felt relieved that his own gift was equally commendable. Meanwhile, on a rustic path, Kanno Shinichi unveiled the present Umikaku had bestowed upon him. It was a small notebook, and as he flipped through its pages, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Umikaku had meticulously documented crucial information regarding fighting-type Pokémon, with the most vital detail being the evolution process of the fire monkey into the legendary monkey. This was an opportunity for Kanno Shinichi to gain a significant advantage, as the more complex Mega Evolutions and Gigantamax forms were not practical for his current level of expertise. Umikaku, I truly wish to express my gratitude. Kangaku Shinichi treasured his notebook as if it were a precious gem, carefully tucking it away before retrieving a Pokeball from his waist. Within this sphere resided a mischievous simian Pokemon, one that Kangaku had captured during his quest for Monkey Wine. Initially, he intended to cultivate this creature as a partner for his Shavarang. But after receiving information from Professor Okido, he resolved to shift his focus towards nurturing the simian Pokemon instead. That very morning, Okido and Kasumi strolled along the path when they suddenly noticed a throng of people brandishing fishing rods, all advancing in the same direction. Upon inquiring with a passerby, they learned that a Goldfish King fishing tournament was underway ahead. The two, eager to indulge in their fishing cravings, decided without a moment's hesitation to participate. For Okido and Kasumi, the act of fishing held no concern for the outcome. They simply reveled in the experience itself. Hey, Okido, Kasumi, look over here. As they arrived, a jubilant shout captured their attention. Satoshi, Takashi, you're here too. And Pikachu, it's been ages. Pika Pika, long time no see. It's been so long, Okido, Kasumi. Oh, and there's Pachima. Pachima, Pachima. The little creature flapped its limbs in delight upon seeing Satoshi and Takashi. Encountering familiar faces in an unfamiliar place brought immense joy to their hearts. Subsequently, the four friends seized the opportunity to share amusing anecdotes from their respective journeys before the tournament commenced. The announcer proclaimed, "Now, I shall explain the rules of the Goldfish King fishing tournament. There are no special regulations regarding fishing rods. Participants may use their own during the allotted time. It does not matter how many Goldfish Kings you catch, but only one can be contained within this luxury ball. The participant who catches the heaviest Goldfish King will be crowned champion. The reward for the champion includes a trophy and a year's supply of chocolate. Furthermore, you may collaborate with only one Pokemon for fishing, so please proceed to register." "Wow, that trophy and the chocolate sound amazing," exclaimed Satoshi. "The Goldfish King design on the trophy is simply exquisite. I really want one," added Kasumi. "Well then, let us all enter the tournament," Okido suggested. "Though there may be some type advantages at play, I will certainly strive for that year's worth of chocolate," Takashi replied, motivated by the need to provide for his 10 younger siblings. Chapter 125, The Fishing Tournament. "All right, Takashi, let's give it our all." Observing Takashi's enthusiasm, Okido surmised the weight of responsibility he bore as the eldest sibling, shouldering burdens that were not entirely his to carry. "I will definitely emerge victorious," he declared with determination. The quartet proceeded to the registration area to pay their entry fees. "What? The registration fee is 2,000 Poke dollars?" Satoshi exclaimed. "Yes, young man. That has always been our fee structure," replied the cashier. The tournament organizer interjected, "Of course. If we don't collect registration fees, how do you expect me to cover the costs for prizes and trophies? Maintenance and labor all incur expenses." Initially brimming with excitement to register, the trio, aside from Okido, reacted with dismay upon hearing the fee. Satoshi, having grown up in a single-parent household due to his father's frequent absences, felt the pinch. Kasumi, whose parents had passed, was supported by her 3 older sisters, but their lack of talent as trainers meant they relied solely on performances to sustain their family. While Takashi's parents were present, his home was burdened by a multitude of younger siblings, making his financial situation equally strained. Thus, the 2,000 Poke dollars represented a significant expense for them. "I'll cover it, but I have conditions. Whosoever wins must share the chocolate with me," Okido announced, producing the necessary funds to pay for his friends' entry fees. "Of course, Okido, if I win, I'll ensure you get your share," Satoshi replied cheerfully. "Hey Satoshi, that's my line," retorted Takashi, sparking a playful challenge. "Let us see who's the better fisherman, shall we?" After registering, Okido selected his Solgaleo as his fishing companion, while Kasumi chose Psyduck, and without hesitation, Satoshi picked Pikachu. Notably, Takashi opted for his Kabutops, which had evolved from his fossil Pokemon and now exuded an aura of elite power, reflecting his rigorous training regimen. Suddenly, A voice rang out from the crowd at the registration desk. Is that Shermu? He is a strong contender for the championship. Indeed. He seems to make a splash at every fishing tournament. It said he has consistently claimed first place in all the competitions he has entered. Shermu humbly responded, oh, today as champion shall be none other than myself. Hee. Satoshi remarked, what a boastful fellow. Nevertheless, he possesses remarkable skill, Takashi acknowledged. Don't worry. We won't let him best us, right Kasumi? Okido reassured. Absolutely. When it comes to fishing, I refuse to be outdone by anyone. With all preparations complete, the four friends boarded their small boats, ready to await the commencement of the tournament. Now, I declare the Goldfish King fishing tournament officially open, announced the referee. Go. My trusty fishing rod. Fishing proved to be a tedious task, and Okido's luck remained consistently poor. The prolonged wait for a catch led his gaze to wander towards the competition around him, observing others, regardless of their size, successfully reeling in fish. He felt a pang of frustration as his own hook remained unresponsive, moving only slightly in the gentle breeze and rippling waters. This is not what I desired. Growing impatient, Okido unleashed his psychic abilities to search for goldfish kings lurking in the depths. To the left, nothing. To the right, nothing. Ahead, there it was. Go, my reliable hook. Splash. Come to me, my little treasure. Feeling the weight tugging at the line, Okido knew he had a bite. After a prolonged struggle, a sizable goldfish king emerged from the water. Salgaleo used psychic. Soul. Understood. A burst of purple energy erupted from Salgaleo's mouth, striking the hefty goldfish king squarely. Ouch. Go, luxury ball. Bang. Haha. Salgaleo, we did it. Soul. Master, I'm impressive, aren't I? Indeed, my Salgaleo is the best. Okido laughed heartily. Soul. Thank you for the compliment, master. Following his success in capturing a goldfish king, Okido sat back in his boat, stroking Salgaleo's fur as he awaited the conclusion of the competition. The referee announced, the fishing tournament has concluded. Participants who did not catch any fish will receive a commemorative badge. Those who did catch fish should return to the stage to weigh their goldfish kings. Hey, Satoshi Kasumi. Takashi, how did you fare? On the path to the stage, the four companions gathered once more. Ash exclaimed, oh no, this time my luck has run dry. The kingler I caught is rather diminutive. Misty, brimming with confidence, retorted, humph. This time I brought forth my secret weapon, so my haul is rather impressive. In stark contrast to Ash's disappointment, Misty radiated self-assurance. Brock chimed in, my catch is also quite respectable. Professor Birch added, mine is satisfactory as well. As they returned to the stage, the host proceeded to weigh each kingler caught by the participants. Unsurprisingly, Ash was the first to be eliminated, while Birch, Misty, and Brock, along with the favored contestant, Steve, advanced to the next round, as the weights of their catches were equal. Following this, they would engage in a Pokemon battle using their respective catches. By chance, Birch faced Misty first, while Brock was pitted against Steve. The first match will feature contestant Birch against contestant Misty. I hereby declare the battle commenced. Misty warned, Birch, I caution you, do not hold back during our encounter. Being close companions, she was well aware of the formidable prowess of Birch's son Pokemon. However, in battle, one must always give their all to avoid any regrets and to learn and grow from the experience. Rest assured, Misty, I shall not go easy on you. Let the battle begin. Sun Pokemon. Let us do this. Golduck, it is your turn. The Sun Pokemon unleashed its dazzling move, Illusion Beam. The radiant red gem upon its forehead glimmered as a brilliant purplish golden beam shot forth. Golduck initiated its counterattack with a water pulse defense, quickly gathering energy to form a swirling blue water sphere between its claws before launching it forward. Despite the powerful wave of water surging toward the illusion beam, the disparity in their levels rendered Golduck's attempt futile, leaving it at a disadvantage. Although both Pokemon had been enhanced to the early stages of the quasi-celestial realm through energy crystals, the Sun Pokemon had experienced Birch's mental elevation and had grasped insights from its evolution into a champion-level Pokemon, placing it 2 ranks higher than Golduck. Nonetheless, Golduck charged forward without hesitation. As the cloud of dust settled, Golduck propelled itself through a torrent of water toward the Sun Pokemon. The Sun Pokemon, employing its psychic prowess, declared, leave it to me. A surge of potent psychic energy emanated from its forehead's red gem, manifesting as a violet beam that struck Golduck directly. Golduck, the referee announced. Golduck has lost its ability to battle. The Sun Pokemon is victorious. Thus, contestant Birch advances to the next round of the finals. Birch, I truly am no match for you. I thought I could last a few more rounds against you, but although Misty anticipated the outcome, Birch's swift victory left her feeling disheartened. Not at all. I can feel that you've significantly improved. Really? Of course. I have no reason to deceive you. In that case, I can rest easy. I was worried that my progress would lag behind yours. Not at all. Misty, you have consistently been making strides. Do not lose heart. Thank you. Birch. As Birch conversed with Misty, Brock's battle against Steve had already reached its conclusion. Despite Steve's exceptional fishing skills, his Pokemon's power was limited to a high-level realm. And upon facing Brock's elite Scyther, he suffered a crushing defeat. Now, the stage was set for the finals, with Birch and Brock standing on either side. Next, we will commence the finals of this year's Kingler Tournament. Without further ado, I declare the match to begin. Here we go. Sun Pokemon. Rest assured, Scyther. I'm counting on you. Scyther, possessing a keener perception than the average human, immediately recognized the disparity in strength between the two contenders. Although aware of its disadvantage, Scyther maintained its fierce resolve, fixating its gaze on the seemingly languid Sun Pokemon, wary of a sudden assault. Sun Pokemon, use Shadow Ball. Understood. A dark, energy-laden sphere swiftly coalesced within the Sun Pokemon's mouth and was launched forth. Scyther evaded and closed in with a water jet attack, employing a strategic maneuver. As a former gym leader, Brock's keen eyesight was certainly not lacking. Recognizing that it could not overpower its opponent, Scyther decided to adopt a flanking strategy. With a torrent of water propelling it forward, Scyther swiftly approached the Sun Pokemon, its right claw charged with dark energy, preparing for a decisive strike. The Sun Pokemon fortified its defenses and unleashed its illusion beam. The Emerald Shield withstood the powerful blow flawlessly. Scyther, undeterred, launched a rapid counterattack, only to be met with a swift and powerful energy beam that struck its chest. Scyther, the referee declared, Scyther has lost its ability to battle. The Sun Pokemon emerges victorious. Let us congratulate contestant Birch for winning this year's Kingler Tournament. Wow, Birch, you remain as formidable as ever, Brock remarked, his expression a mix of admiration and disappointment. Haha, to respect your opponent, one must give their all. This way, neither side shall harbor regrets. Rest assured, I'll donate a portion of this chocolate to others, and you can send the rest back to your siblings. That arrangement seems a bit off. Brock hesitated, feeling somewhat uncomfortable as Birch had initially covered the entry fees and was now offering him a significant share. Haha, to be honest, I'm far more interested in this trophy than the chocolate. Just accept it. Well then, I shall graciously accept. Realizing Birch's intent, Brock understood that declining would be impolite. Following this, Birch received his prizes, the Championess Trophy and a year's supply of chocolate. He packed 5 boxes of chocolate along with the Kingler Trophy and arranged for them to be sent to Pallet Town via Pidgeot. 1 for his father, 1 for his friend, and 2 for his uncles, with the last reserved for Aunt Hanako. As for Brock, he too arranged for the majority of the chocolate to be sent to Pewter City. Wow, this chocolate is delicious, Ash exclaimed. Really? The flavor is indeed delightful, Brock added. Such a rich taste, Misty remarked. If it's so tasty, do help me finish some of it. I've saved some for later. Wonderful, I'd love another piece. Me too. After traveling alongside Ash and Misty for half a month, Birch finally arrived safely in Cerulean City. Brock, you are truly a troublesome companion. Friends, can you imagine that Xiao Gang, even with a map in hand, could lead everyone astray? Such a skill could only be outdone by the neighboring green algae head. My sincerest apologies. Xiao Gang feels quite aggrieved by Demuhi's complaints. After all, he was merely following the map. How could he possibly get lost? Chapter 127, The Scorched Tower of the Gods. Xiaoji, alright. Xiao Gang, I think getting lost isn't all that bad. At least we get to see sights that most ordinary people can't, right? Demuhi nodded in agreement. Yes. Xiaoji has a point there. Indeed. I am truly grateful. A few minutes later, the 4 of them arrived at the Pokemon Center. Good afternoon, Miss Joy X4. Good afternoon, Miss Joy. We entrust our Pokemon to you, X4. Very well, you can leave it to me. After more than half a month of travel, the 4 appeared quite weary. A hot bath to wash away their fatigue felt absolutely necessary. An hour later, the 4 changed into clean clothes and retrieved their healed Pokemon from Miss Joy. After a bath, one feels so much refreshed. Let us first challenge the gym. As a battle enthusiast, Xiao Ji's thoughts, aside from Pikachu and hamburgers, invariably revolve around combat. Alright, but you all must wait for me a moment. I need to contact the old man. Upon arriving at Yuanju City, Demuhi naturally intended to take his NTI to see the place where its ancestors perished and were reborn. After spending over 10 minutes on the phone with the old man, Demuhi finally managed to exchange for NEI through sheer persistence. Alright, let us go. Off to the Yuanju gym. Here I come. On a desolate volcano, a magnificent Pokémon perched regally upon a rock. Its plumage predominantly features gold and red, with a yellow tail, white feathers on its underbelly, and green-tipped wings. Green stripes adorn its neck, its beak is yellow, and it has red eyes framed by black. A yellow crown of feathers rests atop its head, while its legs are black, ending in long feet with 4 claws. What gust of wind has brought you here? I recall your mate is due to give birth soon. The beautiful Pokémon spoke in a melodious voice, which was enchanting to the ears. Opposite it sat a bird-like Pokémon, primarily white with a light blue belly and blue tail fins. Yes, according to our life forms, I should have only one offspring, but an anomaly has occurred. My wife is currently expecting twins. The child that should not exist is also an outlier among my kin. Even while still in the womb, I sensed a ferocity within it that does not belong to my kind. So what brings you to seek me? Initially, I intended to borrow your sacred flames, but I have since changed my mind. A human who can coax even you, the Phoenix King, severed from human contact, to show yourself must be an intriguing individual. Indeed. Lugia, you scoundrel, what do you wish to do with the one I have chosen? The Phoenix King erupted in fury, its agitation causing the volcano beside it to rumble ominously. It seemed that without a satisfactory answer from Lugia, the Phoenix King would unleash its wrath. Look at you, all tense. Fear not, I shall not usurp the one you have chosen, for I have already found a better alternative. Lugia's gaze drifted to the distance, fixated on the direction of the Scorched Tower in MY City. He is indeed a prodigious talent, but he harbors ambitions that ordinary humans can scarcely aspire to. His malevolence is even more potent than that of some wicked individuals. He is not your most optimal choice. As Lugia's gaze lingered, the Phoenix King grasped the implication. However, as an old friend, it felt compelled to interject. Isn't this rather splendid? Moreover, did he not capture the descendant of your former subordinate? Do as you wish. I shan't concern myself with it. Hey, don't leave just yet. I still have more to say. Meanwhile, He and his companions searched for the Yuanju gym and stumbled upon a ruined tower. Xiao Gang. This tower has been in disrepair for quite some time. Hasn't he? He nodded and thoughtfully replied, yes. This tower is known as the Bell Tower, a legendary place where Pokémon communicate with humans. Legendary Pokémon. Where? Where are they? Xiaoji, could you refrain from interrupting? My apologies, everyone. I can't help but get a bit carried away upon hearing of legendary Pokémon. It's no wonder Xiaoji is anxious. After he captured MY, a sense of urgency lingered in Xiaoji's heart. Feeling inferior to he, especially after he captured a legendary beast, made Xiaoji's desire to surpass him seem increasingly distant. Thus, apart from his spontaneous battle improvisation, Xiaoji rarely devised strategies. But he did concoct a rather futile plan. He too would capture a legendary Pokémon. That legendary creature would be the Phoenix King, the master of sacred flames. However, approximately 300 years ago, a group of ambitious humans coveted the power of the Phoenix King, attempting to capture it. Consequently, a battle ensued between the Guardians and the ambitious humans. In that conflict, the Bell Tower was set ablaze, and the Phoenix King severed its ties with humanity. How infuriating. Why did they do such a thing? Xiaoji, human ambition is insatiable. When one is hungry, their sole dream is to satiate their hunger. Yet once satisfied, their ambitions burgeon in response to their environment. He deeply understood this sentiment, comparing the changes he experienced after capturing MY to how he felt before. It was as though he had opened Pandora's box. The desire to capture a legendary beast had intensified tremendously. What? Xiaoji and the others pondered the implications of He's words. All right, let us not dwell on it any longer. Let us go inside and explore. With that, he boldly stepped into the Scorched Tower. Wait for me. The ensuing scenes mirrored those of the original narrative. Upon entering the Scorched Tower, the four were first startled by the illusions created by the Jengars. Naturally, due to He and Xiao Xia's psychic abilities. It was primarily Xiaoji and Xiao Gang who were frightened. Afterward, they encountered the gym leader, Xiao Song, within the Scorched Tower. He recounted the very tale he had previously mentioned. Subsequently, Xiaoji promptly issued a challenge to Xiao Song. Xiao Song, it's quite late today. Let us do it tomorrow. I shall await your challenge at the gym. Xiaoji, all right. Then it's settled. He, yes. I have no objections. Chapter 128, The Legacy of Flames at the Yuanju Gym. Just as the group, led by Xiao Song, prepared to depart, a sudden burst of purple flames erupted around them, blocking their exit. Gung Gui, tell the Jengars to cease their antics. Xiao Song initially assumed this was yet another prank by the wild Jengars. Gung Gui, boss. The color and temperature of this flame are unusual. What? What is this? Upon receiving Gung Gui's warning, Xiaosong focused intently on the surrounding flames. He could distinctly feel their abnormality. Memories surged in his mind, causing his body to tremble slightly. According to his family's oral history, 3 Pokémon perished in that fateful battle over the Phoenix King. Ultimately, the Phoenix King, unable to bear the loss, mourned the sacrifice of those 3 Pokémon who defended it. Utilizing the eternal flame of its essence, imbued with the sacred fire's resurrection effect, these 3 Pokémon were brought back from the brink of death. Each of these Pokémon absorbed the residual energy of the divine flame, the lightning that struck the bell tower, and the waters that rescued it, culminating in the formation of the ultimate Ho-Oh Guardian Squad, Entei, Reiku, and Suicune, the 3 legendary protectors. It was the ambition bred by humanity that compelled Ho-Oh to depart from the bell tower, never to manifest before mortals again. Yet, these 3 guardian deities walked among humankind in its stead, tasked with observing the fluctuations of humanity. The flames encircling them resembled the violet fire that erupted from the mouth of the original Entei upon its birth. Was it possible that the final wish of my grandfather before his passing could be realized today? What is this flame? Although Misty did not articulate her thoughts, Professor Oak grasped her implication. This was also the reason behind his earlier exchange of Machop for Entei. Come forth. Entei. Roar boss. What is going on? What is this? As soon as Entei emerged from its pokeball, it sensed the familiar flames surrounding it. There was no mistaking it. This flame belonged to the ancestor. Every newly reborn Entei would seek an audience with the ancestor, and thus, Entei could not be mistaken. Without a moment's hesitation, Entei plunged into the violet flames, absorbing the power left behind by its progenitor. What is this? Upon witnessing Professor Oak release Entei, Misty found it hard to believe. Oh, just luck, really. This little fellow was injured while running away from home, and I managed to capture it. Professor Oak's nonchalant tone struck Misty like a bolt from the blue. The 300 years of my family's vigilance paled in comparison to another's mere fortune. How disheartening. Look, the flames around us have vanished. With Ash's exclamation, everyone noticed that the flames that had previously obstructed their path had dissipated. At this moment, Entei was enveloped by a swirling violet flame. In the eyes of the onlookers, Entei's aura continued to swell. Roar, what an exhilarating sensation. Approximately 40 minutes passed, and after absorbing the flames, Entei could no longer contain itself and let out a mighty roar. Species, Entei. Gender, male. Ability, pressure. Moves, bite, scary face, ember, roar. Flame burst, stomp, flamethrower, taunt, fire foam. TMHM, sunny day, drought, shadow ball, overheat, stone edge, solar beam, superpower, protect, substitute, reflect, shadow clone. Potential, level 2 divine. Strength, level 56, early champion rank. Incredible. Can Entei battle me tomorrow? Certainly. Understanding Misty's family background, Professor Oak did not decline her request. Then it is settled. No problem. The following morning, after breakfast, the 4 of them arrived at the Orb Gym. Which of you 2 will challenge first? After witnessing Professor Oak's Entei's prowess yesterday, Misty had prepared 2 teams for today's match. Ash, may I challenge first? Professor Oak was intrigued by Misty's eagerness to battle his Entei. Did she possess a hidden card or have other intentions? Sure, then you can take the lead. Ash surprisingly agreed to Misty's request. Following the remarkable display of Misty's Gengar yesterday, Ash had been preparing his Pokémon to counter ghost types. At this moment, he was still uncertain. Thus, allowing to test the waters against Misty was a splendid idea. Thanks, Ash. The referee announced. Next, we have challenger Professor Oak versus gym trainer Misty. With the gym badge at stake, each side may use 3 Pokémon, and only the challenger may freely switch Pokémon. I now declare the match to commence. Misty swiftly threw a Pokeball, declaring, I can't wait any longer. Go, Gengar. Sylph. Skipping straight to Gengar, Misty's Gengar was nearing elite status. The sparkle in Professor Oak's eyes dimmed as he calmly remarked, It seems, you have researched my gym battles. This Gengar is one of my newly trained mainstays. Now at level 30. Once it levels up to the elite stage, I can arrange for its evolution. Since you're using a ghost-type Pokémon, I will as well. Come forth, Gengar. Sylph. Your Gengar? As the owner of multiple members of the Gengar family, Professor Oak immediately recognized the distinct coloration of Misty's Gengar. A shiny Gengar. You are indeed fortunate. With Professor Oak's confirmation, Misty was filled with envy. At that moment, she internally lamented the inequity of fate. Why did Professor Oak possess both the legendary NEI and a shiny Pokémon while she struggled to capture even one unique Pokémon? Little did Misty know. The challenges of the day had only just begun. Professor Oak chuckled, haha. Obtaining it was merely luck. Now let us get to it. Jengar, use Shadow Punch. Sylph, understood. A fully energy-formed dark energy fist surged towards Misty's Jengar. Since we both have Jengar, let us retaliate with Shadow Punch. Sylph got it. Much like the shiny Jengar. Misty's Jengar gathered energy to unleash its own energy punch. Bang. Sylph, that hurts. What? Chapter 129. The Phantom Badge and the journey begins. The referee announced. Misty's Jengar has lost its ability to battle. Professor Oak's Jengar emerges victorious. Please send out your next Pokemon, Misty. So that was it. Not only did it possess a unique coloration, but it also surpassed in level. Return, Jengar. You performed admirably. Rest now within your Pokeball. Next up is this fellow. GG. Hunter. I can't believe it. Misty, you possess such a Pokemon. Hunter was indeed an overwhelming presence in the realm of fairy types, especially before they had even been discovered. However, it was curious that Misty, a trainer specializing in ghost types, had captured a Pokemon that could counter her own Haunter. Was she seeking to hone her skills, or was this a ploy to surprise her challengers or enemies? Haha, I didn't expect you to know Haunter. This is a Pokemon I specifically prepared for formidable opponents. I am indeed honored. Jengar, use poison. Despite the unexpected compliment, the battle was paramount, and there could be no leniency. Sylph, just watch. Jengar's eyes flashed with purple light, enveloping Haunter in a wave of poisonous energy. GG, that hurts. Haunter swiftly retaliated with a critical hit. GG, watch me take revenge. With a loud cry, Haunter vanished from sight. Wrapped in dark energy, Haunter rapidly approached Jengar. Jengar, defend with Protect. As long as the opponent isn't feigning an attack, Protect will suffice. Bang. GG, how infuriating. With a dull thud, Haunter's punch collided with the verdant protective barrier, causing it to ricochet back from the recoil of its own attack. Was this a case of self-inflicted suffering? It's hard to say. Gistone, emboldened by victory, unleashed 100,000 volts. Solicita, gahaha, behold my electric assault. Haunter, evade quickly. GG, I can't escape. The golden lightning struck Haunter, who was sent flying. GG, it hurts, oh so painfully. Bang. The referee declared. Haunter has lost the ability to battle. Gistone is victorious. Please send out the next Pokemon, Gym Trainer. Haunter, return to rest. My apologies, I was too presumptuous. For the final Pokemon, go Jengar. Go. This Jengar is of a notably high level. Return, Gistone. It's your turn now, NTI. Roar. The probing eyes detected Jengar standing on the opposite side. And the information surprised Professor Oak. The opposing Jengar had reached the pinnacle of the 55th level, just a step away from the quasi-champion NEI, level 56. It seems that Little Pine intends to apply pressure on Jengar through this battle to seek a breakthrough. Hehe, have you figured it out? Jengar. The opponent is not only a legendary beast, but also a formidable quasi-champion. Do not underestimate it. Gung, understood. As Little Pine's absolute mainstay, Jengar was naturally aware of its trainer's intentions. NTI, let's take the initiative. Unleash a flamethrower attack. Roar, understood. The searing flames erupted from NEI's mouth. Compared to the previous crimson flames, the flames now transformed into a purple hue, infused with the ancestral power. It appeared utterly stunning and imbued with elegance. After evading, Jengar used Shadow Ball. Gung got it. Whoosh. Jengar's figure flickered, easily dodging the flamethrower attack. Upon reappearing, Jengar had already gathered a black-purple energy sphere between its hands. Ready to strike. Overheat. What? Roar, behold my might. NTI gathered all its power as a surge of purple flame energy rapidly coalesced in its mouth. Bang. Jengar's Shadow Ball was directly devoured and dissolved in the face of NTI's terrifyingly high-temperature flames. Gung, so hot it hurts. NTI use Bite. Roar, received. While the Overheat move possesses tremendous power, it significantly reduces the Pokemon's special attack afterwards. Hence, Professor Oak wisely prioritized the physical attack of Bite, which also counters Jengar. Jengar. Quickly evade. Little Pine's warning did not alter the outcome. NTI, with Dark-type energy coursing through its massive jaws, inflicted significant damage on Jengar in one swift bite. Gung, it hurts. Bang. Jengar. The referee announced. Jengar has lost the ability to battle. NTI is victorious. As all three Pokemon of the Gym Trainer have lost their combat abilities, the winner of this battle is the challenger, Professor Oak. Return, Jengar. You've worked hard. Congratulations. Oak. This is your proof of victory, the Phantom Badge. Thank you. After retrieving NTI and accepting the Phantom Badge, Professor Oak made way for Ash. Now, Ash, it's your turn to challenge. Yes, I am ready. Subsequently, Ash sent forth Noctowl, Pikachu, and Cyndaquil in succession. After a period of intense battle, Ash successfully triumphed over Little Pine's Jengar evolution duo. We did it. Pika Pika, awesome. So exciting. Congratulations, Ash. Thank you. Both Ash and Professor Oak received badges, and after the four of them purchased some supplies in Round Ball City, they set off once more towards their next destination. On this day, the four of them established a temporary camp in a forest. They had been on the road for nearly a week since leaving Round Ball City, and the continuous journey had left them feeling weary. The picturesque surroundings prompted the four to decide to rest for a few days. Pikachu, use Quick Attack. Pika, take a fall. Teddy Ursa, counter with Fury Cutter. Yaim, you should be the one to fall. Bang bang. In the forest clearing, Professor Oak and Ash were engaged in a Pokemon battle with other Pokemon training nearby. Apart from Professor Oak and Ash's Pokemon, there were also those belonging to Brock and Misty. No matter what the dream is, strength is always an indispensable part of the path to realizing that dream. Upon hearing Professor Oak's words, Ash and Brock began to consciously train daily, not just for their Pokemon, but for themselves as well. Chapter 130, Encountering Trial News. Trainers and Pokemon enhance their strength together to avoid situations where their Pokemon do not obey. For instance, Ash's former Charizard. Ash, was that really necessary to remind me? After resting and recuperating for 3 days at the temporary camp, the four of them set off towards the next city. On this day, the group traversed a stony expanse. Suddenly, they noticed two individuals engaged in battle on the grassy patch ahead, one of whom was a familiar face. Little Mew, Scyther, finish your opponent with Bullet Punch. Huh. Kariga, that hurts. A yellow-brown figure was flung away with great force. Bang. Onyx. Seeing the situation, Little Mew's opponent hurried over to check on their Pokemon's condition. It seems I have one. Return, my sweetheart. It's been a while. You seem to have grown quite a bit. Just as Little Mew was about to turn away, a voice deeply etched in his soul resonated from behind. Big brother, Misty, Brock, and that third unnamed person, how are you all? Long time no see, Little Mew. X2. Hey, Little Mew, what do you mean by that third unnamed person? Are you trying to provoke me? Ash, ever the blunt one, couldn't help but respond immediately. What do you think? The top 8 of the Quartz Conference. Little Mew, who has always overshadowed Ash since childhood, was not intimidated by Ash. Moreover, after returning from the Champion Road, Little Mew had made remarkable progress, further closing the gap with Ash. That pesky Little Mew. All right, you two. Just like when you were kids, you haven't matured at all. Professor Oak intervened, tired of the bickering between the two. By the way, big brother, I heard from Grandpa that you captured NEI. Can I see it? Sure, no problem. Professor Oak turned to see that Little Mew's opponent had walked away. So he generously summoned NTI for Little Mew to observe. Roar, boss, why did you call me out? Oh, my little brother wants to see you. Let him admire your majestic form. Roar, is that so? As expected, you and your family have good taste. NEI generally does not refuse the request to showcase its magnificence. Striding confidently towards Little Mew, it approached with poise. Wow, amazing. So this is NTI. It's simply magnificent. At that moment, Little Mew was utterly exhilarated upon seeing NTI before him, shedding his usual mature demeanor and embodying the essence of an 11-year-old boy. By the way, big brother, did you also come for that news? Minutes later, after observing for a while, Little Mew suddenly addressed Professor Oak. News? What news? Little Mew's vague statement shifted everyone's attention towards him. Oh, I'm done for. They still don't know. Little Mew realized he had spoken too freely. At this moment, Xiao Mao was filled with regret, but upon recalling that the inquiry came from his elder brother, he could only suppress his heartache and say, ahead lies a grand snow-capped mountain known as White Snow Mountain. According to the information relayed by trainers who have been training for mountain climbing, there resides a guardian deity of the mountain, the Frigid Bird. What? The Frigid Bird? Where is it? Where is it? Upon hearing that a divine beast was in the vicinity, Ash's heart, yearning to capture it, reignited with fervor. Wait for Xiao Mao to finish. Misty interjected. Indeed, Ash. Misty is correct. Let us allow Xiao Mao to complete his statement. Brock added. Very well then. And then, observing his younger brother's pained expression, Professor Oak surmised that Xiao Mao still had more to share. Recently, for reasons unknown, the Frigid Bird has established a trial on White Snow Mountain. It is said that trainers who succeed in this trial will be rewarded by the Frigid Bird itself with an egg it has personally laid. Is that so? A divine beast's trial and a divine beast's egg? How intriguing. Let us embark on this adventure together. All right. Very well then. Unlike Ash's excitement, Xiao Mao's heart was truly filled with regret. At this moment, he mentally chastised himself for his hasty words. Xiao Mao slap? That's what you get for speaking too soon. 5 to 6 kilometers away from Professor Oak and the others, on a snow-covered mountain, a figure in a cave halfway up the slope gazed lovingly at 2 Pokemon eggs on the verge of hatching. However, upon seeing one of the eggs, the figure's eyes filled with hesitation and reluctance. Yet, recalling the responsibilities of their lineage, the hesitation transformed into resolve. Only one position remains. I have no choice but to make this selection. My child, I hope you will not hold it against me in the future. Meanwhile, upon receiving Xiao Mao's good news, Professor Oak and the others quickened their pace, enticed by the allure of the divine beast. Even Professor Oak, who had already captured the legendary NTI, yearned for more. After all, who among trainers would ever disdain having formidable Pokemon, especially when it concerns a legendary divine beast? Concurrently, several trainers who caught wind of the news began their ascent of White Snow Mountain to undertake the trial set by the frigid bird. Among them was a familiar face to Professor Oak, Ji, who had been hastily making his way to Silver Rock Island since leaving Manjin City. Yet, sometimes trouble finds you even when you aren't seeking it. The news of the frigid bird on White Snow Mountain reached Team Rocket, and Ji, who happened to be nearby, was drafted for the task. I hope this mission goes smoothly. Hiss, why do I suddenly feel a chill in the air? While resting in a relatively well-sealed cave, Jiye's body trembled unexpectedly. Why do I feel so cold all of a sudden? Confused, Ji hurriedly checked the ventilation openings he had prepared and the seals of the exits. Nothing has melted. How strange. Wow, what a beautiful snow mountain. Indeed, the snowy scenery is quite picturesque. The towering snow-capped peaks stretch into the clouds, and the biting cold wind sweeps through the snow-laden slopes, causing flurries to descend like a beautiful world of ice and snow. At the foot of the mountain, onlookers marveled at the breathtaking view. Look, there are so many people climbing the mountain. Following Ash's pointing finger, everyone noticed numerous climbers making their way up the snow-capped heights. Chapter 131, The Snow Mountain Trial. It appears they too have received news and come to participate in the trial arranged by the frigid bird. Scanning the competitors on the snow mountain with his investigative gaze, Professor Oak felt a sense of calm. The Pokemon accompanying these trainers did not seem to pose a significant threat to him. This is troublesome. There are so many competitors. Xiao Mao sighed, feeling helpless. After conveying this news to his elder brother, he had little hope left for obtaining the frigid bird's egg. Now, with so many rivals, his heart sank to new depths. Enough of this chatter. Let us ascend the mountain quickly. With that, Ash hoisted Pikachu and charged ahead. Wait for me, Ash. Misty followed closely behind. Let us go too. All right. Bakabi, stay snug in my winter coat and don't move. With that, Professor Oak and the others tightened their winter gear and trailed after Ash and Brock's footprints toward the snowy peak. Here we go. Back in the cave, the blue figure fixed its gaze on the 5 newcomers as they set foot on the snow-covered mountain. Among this group of 5, 3 possessed special abilities. Could one of you be the future progenitor of my offspring? Hey, Aku, what's wrong? Professor Oak's sudden halt piqued Misty's curiosity. No, it's nothing. Really? Then let us hurry and catch up. Ash and Brock have nearly vanished from sight. Okay, I'll follow your lead. Just a trick of the mind. Why do I feel as if someone is watching me? Such keen insight. How fascinating these humans are. Yet, regrettably, he carries an aura of intense heat, which is not friendly to my kind. Climbing a towering snow mountain is no simple feat after several hours of arduous ascent. Professor Oak and the others looked up at the seemingly unending height of the snowy peak, feeling utterly disheartened. Why does it seem like we haven't made much progress? Who knows? We're in the middle of nowhere, and our only option is to keep climbing. As they trudged through the brisk wind for an indeterminate time, when Professor Oak and the others finally paused, they discovered a plethora of ice-type wild Pokemon awaiting them in front of a massive cave. Inside the cave, 3 passageways branched off, and trainers were gathered in small groups, deliberating on which path to take. What do you think? Professor Oak scanned the area with his investigative gaze, but found no advantageous information from the passages. The best course of action would be for the 5 of them to split into 3 groups. I'll go right with Brock. Then I shall take the left. All right. Misty and I will take the middle. After a brief discussion, the 5 confirmed their choices and began to enter their selected passage. Bear Cub, use cross/. Watch me. As soon as Professor Oak and Misty stepped into the passage, they were ambushed by a wild small boar. Faced with an 18-level small boar, the elite bear cub had no trouble dispatching it. Misty, this place is perfect for leveling up Pokemon. You should join in. Sure. Misty readily accepted Professor Oak's suggestion. While they were busy gaining experience, Ash and Brock, who took the right path, as well as Xiao Mao on the left, encountered their own wild Pokemon attacks. Boss, I can't hold myself back. No worries, let us start here. Come out, Relay. Screwtail. Although Screwtail's type was at a disadvantage, its level advantage was sufficient to bridge the gap. Thank you, boss. After saying this, Bear Cub was enveloped in a glow of evolution. Leave it to me. With Screwtail taking over, Bear Cub could confidently begin its evolution. Oh, the hidden essence within is transforming the body of the round bear. Species, round bear. Gender, male. Ability, quick feet. Skills, grasp, glaring, tongue lick, feigned cry, longing, frenzied scramble, surprise strike, sweet aroma, cleave. Move set, rotating attack, ice punch, fire punch, thunder palm. High-speed star, guard, shadow clone. Inherited skills, double edge, yawn, bite, cross chop, belly drum. Potential, high-tier champion. Strength, level 35, mid-elite. Observing the evolution of the bear cub into a towering 2-meter-tall circling bear, Professor Oak was filled with immense joy. Just as Professor Oak and Misty, alongside Ash and Brock, found their path obstructed by wild Pokemon, Blue, who had taken the left passage, defeated his 99th wild Pokemon, after which the wild creatures ceased to emerge and attack him. What could this mean? As Blue pondered this perplexing situation, a stunning blue bird Pokemon appeared before him. Chirrup, because you have passed the trial. Young one. Follow me. It was Articuno. Gazing at this magnificent creature, with its translucent blue plumage, adorned with a crown of 3 deep blue diamond-shaped feathers atop its head, and its striking red eyes, Blue was utterly captivated. The bird's short, gray beak matched its long, slender legs, and its extraordinarily long, flag-like tail, which surpassed its body length, fluttered gracefully as it soared. Chirrup, come, young one. Following Articuno, Blue swiftly arrived at its nest. Upon a massive ice platform lay 2 Pokemon eggs, resting serenely. Chirrup, go ahead, young one. Guided by Articuno, Blue took the egg on the left. Crack. Upon his touch, the shell suddenly shattered. Chirrup, what is this? A small, white Articuno peeked its head out from the egg. Chirrup, this is my offspring. Due to its unique coloration and potential, it cannot inherit my position. Thus, I devised this trial to select a worthy human to nurture it. It appears I have made the right choice. Is that so? Thank you immensely, Articuno. Chapter 132, The Amplifying Ice Pool. Blue never imagined that he would earn Articuno's favor and receive its offspring. Most importantly, this fledgling Articuno was a shiny variant. Was this not more delightful than his brother's NTI? What more could he desire? Pride radiated from Blue's expression. Chirrup, though you have attained my approval, you must remain here for a while. I am aware that we legendary Pokemon attract the admiration of humans. Most trainers regard us with curiosity and kindness. However, there are also ambitious individuals among you. What do you think? Of course, I have no objections. In fact, I have many questions to ask you. Naturally, Blue would not refuse Articuno's request. Although he had the backing of his esteemed grandfather, it was far more fitting for the mother of the shiny Articuno to guide him in raising such a legendary creature. At this moment, Blue envisioned himself sweeping through the Silver Conference in the Johto region with his shiny Articuno. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Pika, leave it to me. A golden lightning bolt struck with remarkable speed and efficiency, hitting a wild Pidgey. Sigh. Brock, when will these wild Pokemon cease their relentless assaults? Meanwhile, Ash, traversing the right pathway, regretted his choice. How was I to know? Ash, hurry and attack. They're coming again. Scyther, use water gun. Got it. Scyther enveloped itself in a torrent of water, swiftly approaching a wild Jinx. At this moment, Ash and Brock faced ceaseless waves of wild Pokemon assaults. In contrast to Blue's fortune with Articuno, Ash and Brock's predicament was decidedly grim. Indeed, trainers who chose the right passage seemed to share a similarly dismal fate. For Ash and Brock, this small consolation was a fleeting comfort. Meanwhile, in the central passage, Professor Oak and Misty, leveraging the formidable strength of Circling Bear, surged past one competitor after another. Before them lay a lake emanating a chilling white mist. Strange. Apart from this lake, there seems to be nothing else here. Observing the scene before them, Misty felt puzzled. It appears we made the wrong choice. I wonder if Blue will encounter something, or will it be Ash? Professor Oak felt a tinge of disappointment over his erroneous selection, though it was merely a fleeting sentiment. Despite Articuno's rarity, he believed his NTI was equally formidable. Of course, this was merely a self-soothing thought within Professor Oak's mind. Had he known that Articuno was shiny, he would surely have vied for it. Ultimately, it all depended on their luck. Let us not dwell here any longer. We should leave. Hey Oak, what's wrong? Professor Oak's speech faltered. causing Misty to turn curiously. At that moment, Professor Oak was lost in thought, staring at the small lake. He had abruptly turned to leave when a thought struck him. What could a lake be doing on this snowy mountain? Driven by curiosity, Professor Oak activated his aura sight. To his astonishment, he discovered something remarkable. Ice pool, a place where Articuno cleanses itself. Due to the constant presence of Articuno's icy form, the water in this pool possesses a potent ice-type energy. Ordinary ice-type Pokémon that enter can enhance their command of ice attributes. Simultaneously, the pool water also provides a certain augmentation to water-type Pokémon. What a marvelous place. In the original story, the fire unleashed by Moltres can become sacred flames. Thus, it stands to reason that the ice of Articuno must also contain special energy. Unfortunately, I do not have my Shelmet or Scyther with me. Otherwise, I could have enhanced their powers. Wait. While I currently lack Ice-type Pokémon, I do possess an Ice-type egg. Misty, I just discovered that this lake harbors a chilling power. Quickly, place all your Pokémon in it. As he spoke, Professor Oak retrieved an egg from his backpack. Really? Trust me. Look, I've taken this Pokémon egg out. Professor Oak presented the egg he had just removed from the hatching device to Misty. Hey Oak, aren't you worried it will get harmed? Misty expressed concern, as unhatched Pokémon eggs are particularly fragile. Rest assured. With that, Professor Oak's eyes glimmered with psychic energy as he gently enveloped the egg, placing it into the lake water. All right, come forth, everyone. Absorb the power from the lake. Blub. Puff, gurgle, wow. Understood, X5. As 5 Pokémon and 1 egg soaked in the lake, they quickly felt a chilling sensation creeping up from their feet, enveloping their entire bodies. Shuckle, Magikarp, we feel offended. I sincerely apologize. Aok, will they be alright? Seeing her 5 Pokémon shivering uncontrollably, Misty inquired with concern. Fear not. This is merely the phenomenon of cold energy entering their bodies. For them, it is a splendid opportunity to enhance their strength. Professor Oak, maintaining his aura sight, exhibited greater composure than Misty. With the system support, they were indeed quite formidable. Crack. Before long, the lake water began to stir, signaling the arrival of something extraordinary. However, for the time being, the relationship with Xiaoxia is of little significance. This is because the young Nuila has just hatched from its egg. How beautiful. The little creature first lets out a triumphant cry towards the sky, and then, with remarkable speed, devours all the remnants of its shell. Crunch, crunch. Delicious. Come. Yes, I see it. Poo, I'm full. Splendidly emerging from the lake is Xiaoxia's spiny rock beast, originally possessing only the potential of a gym leader. It has now, after being nurtured by the mysterious soil and the icy waters of the lake, ascended to the ranks of a champion. Currently, its strength has reached level 56, marking its entry into the realm of quasi-champions. Xiaoxia, look quickly. It's about to evolve. At this moment, Xiaoxia gazes with a mixture of emotions at the Kingler enveloped in the light of evolution within the icy pool. Though reassured by the comforting words of the great wood crane, the bittersweet memories from her childhood still stir unease within her heart. Rest assured, I shall remain by your side. Though somewhat intrusive, the perceptive great wood crane gently grasped her hand, sensing the shift in Xiaoxia's emotions. Thank you, Kong. Chapter 133, Reinforcement. The warmth radiating from the clasp of her hand began to soothe Xiaoxia's anxious heart. Roar. I am also full now. The energy within me was nearly bursting out. Unlike the naive Kingler of its earlier days, upon evolving into Gyarados, its fierce nature is now fully revealed. Thankfully, the icy pool is spacious enough, otherwise, one might fear that Gyarados would not fit within it. Go, Xiaoxia. Pokémon can sense the goodness or malice in their trainers. Therefore, show your friendly side. Besides, you have nurtured it since it was a Kingler. Believe in yourself, and I will always stand by you. The simplicity of the great wood crane's words, though unremarkable, dispelled the turmoil in Xiaoxia's heart. With newfound steadiness, she strode confidently towards her former nightmare. Roar. Master, I have grown stronger. As if affirming the words of the great wood crane, Gyarados showed no signs of dissatisfaction or agitation as Xiaoxia approached. Instead, it bowed its noble head, inviting her to stroke it once more. 2 minutes later, Xiaoxia was already perched atop Gyarados' head, while Gyarados squinted its eyes, relishing the gentle caress from its trainer. Such a good creature. Roar. This feels wonderful. Aha, Bubi. I want to be petted too. Alright. I want to forget about you, Bokbai. So satisfying. Having just emerged from its shell, Nuila exhibited none of the typical demeanor of a newborn. Have you already reached your limit? Observing the approaching Nuila, the great wood crane activated its scanning vision. Species, Nwila. Gender, male. Ability, Kenai. Skills, Claw, Glare, Taunt, Quick Attack. Screech, Critical Hit. Agility, Fury Swipes, Ice Wind. Inherited skills, Pound, Ice Punch, Double Return, Tear Claw, Avalanche. Potential, Champion. Strength, level 33. Elite early stage, Ice affinity over twice that of ordinary Pokemon. Nwila, welcome to the world. Ah yes. Although newly born, the familiar aura of the great wood crane was already imprinted deep within Nwila's soul. At that moment, memories flooded Nwila's mind, recalling how the great wood crane tenderly wiped it down with a clean towel while holding it gently in one hand, still nestled within its egg. Lost in reminiscence, Nwila lingered in this state, oblivious to its trainer affectionately stroking its head. For the newly born Pokemon, the great wood crane needed to gauge its tactile sensitivity. If it feels good, it will continue. If not, it will refrain from further contact. Just as the great wood crane was petting Nwila, the Psyduck and Starmie still in the icy pool, along with the Croconaw, began to awaken in succession. The former two showed minimal growth and strength. Ascending to the champion level requires more than mere accumulation of energy. It hinges on the mutual growth between trainer and Pokemon. The latter, however, successfully evolved into a blue crocodile. After concluding the enhancement of the Pokemon, the great wood crane and Xiaoxia retraced their steps. Unlike their entry, which was marred by attacks from wild Pokemon, their return journey was uneventful. Hey, come, Xiaoxia, over here, look. As the duo reached the entrance of the three-way path, they heard someone calling out to them from afar. I want to pretend I don't know him. Me too. The great wood crane and Xiaoxia exchanged unspoken words, guiding Nwila towards Ash and Brock. Great wood crane, Ash, Brock, how were your gains? Ash, fantastic. We encountered a series of attacks. The accumulation of battles led to my Totodile and Cyndaquil evolving into a Croconaw and Kalava. Brock, I'm not far behind. My Scyther leveled up twice, and my Baridon evolved into Fortress. Xiaoxia, it seems everyone has fared well. My Kingler and Croconaw have both completed their evolutions. Great wood crane, I encountered a stroke of fortune, allowing my Pokemon egg to successfully hatch. Great wood crane, something feels slightly off. The four of them chatted for a while, shifting the topic from Pokemon to the still absent Green. Ash sighed, I wonder how Green is doing. Ash gazed intently down the left path, as if Green's figure would appear there at any moment. The fervent longing in Ash's eyes did not escape the notice of the other three. The great wood crane, witnessing Ash's longing gaze, felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Oh no, oh no, oh no. When it comes to Ash, Xiaoxia, Xiao, and Zhilong, everything will pale in comparison when encountering Green. Just as this thought crossed the great wood crane's mind, the small Green, who was adjusting in the Articuno's nest, involuntarily trembled. Bobushi, are you alright? The Articuno, puzzled, wondered why this human suddenly quivered. I'm fine. No, I am not. Articuno, my brother and a few friends are still outside. I wish to notify them. Is that alright? Bobushi, of course, no problem. I'll guide you. Thank you. I truly appreciate your help. With Articuno's guidance, Green soon encountered the waiting great wood crane and the others after about 20 minutes. Ash, Green, where have you been? Humph. Naturally, I went to receive Articuno's reward. Seizing this perfect opportunity to tease Ash, Green could not let it slip away. Really? Although the prolonged absence of his brother raised some suspicion in the great wood crane, Green's own words compelled him to seek confirmation. Brother, I would never lie in front of you. That much is true. So what are your plans now? Green, I must stay here for a while. Articuno still requires nurturing from its mother. Ash, so, you mean to say you passed the trial and captured Articuno? Another person I know has captured a legendary Pokemon. And to make matters worse, this person is my rival. This revelation stirred a medley of emotions within Ash. He knew he was not lacking. So why had no legendary Pokemon come to him? Great wood crane, very well. Since that's the case, focus on learning from Articuno. I will speak on your behalf to Grandpa. That would be a great favor, brother. The words of the great wood crane resonated deeply with Green. As the one who raised the two brothers, how could Green bear to let him worry? Rest assured, I will explain everything to Grandpa. You should also diligently learn from Articuno. Rest assured, my older brother, there is no knowledge that I, Sho, cannot grasp. Chapter 134, Enhancement. Although it may appear boastful, Sho's aptitude for learning indeed surpasses that of the others. After bidding farewell to Sho, the four of them prepared to descend the mountain. Just then, Articuno cast a casual glance around and spotted a familiar silhouette within the crowd. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tetsuya Yamashita, sensing he was being observed, quickened his pace. Damn it, how did I run into this calamity again? I hope he hasn't recognized me. Unfortunately, fate had other plans, as the next moment, a familiar voice resonated behind him. Naira, block his path. Leave it to me. Naira swiftly moved, blocking Tetsuya's way in just a few strides. Hey there. When you encounter an acquaintance, is it not customary to greet them? Your behavior is rather impolite. Faced with an obstructed path, Tetsuya clenched his fists, but soon relaxed. While the other party was indeed crossing the line, he did not wish to risk his life. Hey, Articuno, I haven't offended you today? Taking the initiative. Though his tone was harsh, only Tetsuya knew what he truly felt. Is that so? However, I believe it is time to revisit old grievances. What do you propose we do? Besides, we have 4 people on our side. Articuno pointed to the 4, making Tetsuya acutely aware of his predicament. Nearby, Xiaoxia and the others quickly surrounded Tetsuya, each brandishing a pokeball. Witnessing this display, Tetsuya's heart raced. Just facing Articuno alone was overwhelming, and with 3 unknown allies, he was undoubtedly cornered. Big brother, are you really going to do this? You 4 look far more like the villains here. Desperate, Tetsuya conceded, I surrender. Please, name your price and spare my life. With tears unshed, Tetsuya had no choice but to part with his money to save himself. Having been through this before, he prepared to pay for his life without needing further prompting from Articuno's group. Xiaoxia, Xiaoji, Xiaojing, do you have any demands? X3. Xiaoji remarked. Articuno. What is going on here? Observing the bewildered expressions on their faces, Articuno suddenly remembered he had yet to introduce Tetsuya's identity to them. Subsequently, Xiaoji and the others learned from Articuno that Tetsuya belonged to Team Rocket. After Tetsuya's wallet was emptied, the 4 of them decided to let him go. After all, a steady stream is better than a one-time windfall. Cursed Articuno, why do I encounter him during every mission? This is such bad luck. After parting ways with Tetsuya, the 4 shared the spoils of the encounter. 3 hours later, at the Pokemon Center at the foot of the snowy mountain, Articuno and his companions were dining in the restaurant. You all continue eating. I need to contact the old man to update him on Show's situation. After finishing the last sip of ginger tea, Articuno recalled Show's instructions. All right, no problem. Do you need us to join? No. It's just a simple report to the old man. You all carry on. 2 minutes later, in the call area, a surprised voice resounded. What? Articuno, are you serious? The incredulous old man leaned closely to the screen. It's true, Grandpa. Show has gained Articuno's acknowledgement, and he is currently training on the snowy mountain. Haha, wonderful. First, you captured NTI, and now Show has earned Articuno's favor. I can hardly imagine the heights you 2 brothers will reach in the future. With a new generation steadily advancing on the path of Pokemon trainers, Professor Oak felt a profound sense of satisfaction. By the way, Grandpa, I wanted to ask if I could increase my Pokemon carrying capacity by 1. It is common knowledge that trainers can carry a maximum of 6 Pokemon. However, this rule is rigid, while people are adaptable. Trainers who make significant contributions to the league can petition to increase their Pokemon carrying limit. Of course, if you lack connections, you might be waiting for ages. Articuno thought of how he had captured NTI and, with the old man's backing, believed he could secure an additional slot. All right, let me contact Old Ma. I'll call you back in 2 minutes. Okay, Grandpa. After the screen darkened, Articuno remained in the call area, unable to contain his excitement. On the other end, Professor Oak contacted Old Ma, also known as Damalanki, and after a heated debate, Professor Oak managed to outwit him with a remark about his grandson capturing a legendary Pokemon, leading Damalanki to surrender. Articuno, that old fellow agreed. Insert your Pokédex into the slot, and I'll increase your capacity right away. Fantastic. Thank you, Grandpa. Haha, we're family. No need for thanks. Good luck. I'm looking forward to the clash between you brothers at this year's Johto conference. Rest assured, Grandpa, I won't let you down. After hanging up, Articuno checked his Pokédex's capacity, and indeed, it had increased from 6 to 7, allowing Naira to be captured in a Pokeball. The 4 spent the night at the Pokemon Center at the foot of the snowy mountain, and the next morning, after breakfast, they set out once more. On this day, they arrived at a small town. In front of a wooden house, a robust crocodile was repeatedly flinging Pokemon away. What is going on here? Xiaoji inquired, puzzled. A contest of strength, perhaps? Xiaojing suggested. Crocodile is so cool. I want to touch its strong muscles. Xiaoxia exclaimed, having instantly teleported to Crocodile's front. Her eyes now transformed into pink hearts. Xiaoxia, do rein in your excitement. Besides, don't you have a Totodile? Once it evolves, you can pet it as much as you want. Articuno lamented. Sometimes, Xiaoxia's reaction to water-type Pokemon resembled Xiaojing's when he encountered mature women. Oh right, I do have a Totodile. I almost forgot. Just then, A man dressed in a red vest and deep blue pants approached, curious. Who are you all? Oh, hello. We are. Upon hearing the man's inquiry, the four began their introductions. I see. You're here to participate in this year's Johto League. I'm Raiden, the trainer of Crocodile and the owner of this Pokemon Sumo Gym. This elder here is the chairman of the Pokemon Sumo Association, Boss Yashinosuk. The training you witnessed was for the annual Pokemon Sumo competition. Chapter 135, the Sumo Competition. A Sumo Tournament. X4. Raiden, yes. It's the annual Sumo competition for Pokemon. I'm making final adjustments for Crocodile to secure victory this year. Really? That sounds interesting. How about it, Articuno? Shall we join in? Hearing about the Pokemon battle competition, the ever-competitive Xiaoji was instantly thrilled. Xiaoji, wait a moment. After calming the eager Xiaoji, Articuno turned to Raiden and inquired, Mr. Raiden, Boss Yashinosuk, are there any particular precautions or rules for this sumo competition? Haha, you're quite observant, young Articuno. Allow me to introduce the topic. The venerable Mr. Warikuma took the floor, elucidating several key rules of Pokemon Sumo to the quartet of Daiki, Tsubaki, and others. Firstly, the first rule stipulates that there are weight requirements for Pokemon participating in the sumo competition. They must weigh no less than 80 kilograms. Should a Pokemon be too light, it risks being easily thrown out of the ring by its opponent. The second rule dictates that during the sumo match, Pokemon are prohibited from utilizing their skills. They must rely solely on their physical strength to determine the victor. Daiki pondered the current roster at hand, realizing that only the recently evolved Tsubomi Bear met the criteria. What? There is indeed a weight requirement. How vexing. Daiki had already settled on his participating Pokemon. Yet when it came to Ash, he found himself in a quandary, for none of the Pokemon in his possession satisfied the first rule. Ash, I recall that you captured a Snorlax in the Orange Islands, did you not? Oh right. Thank you for the reminder, Tsubaki. I almost forgot about it. I'll go exchange for Snorlax right away. Ash, wait for me. There's no need to rush. Observing Ash and Brock's retreating figures, Daiki shook his head and turned to Raiden and Mr. Warikuma, saying, well then, Mr. Raiden and Mr. Warikuma, we shall take our leave. Yes, go ahead. And I hope to face you in battle tomorrow. Certainly, Mr. Raiden. I shall not disappoint you. After bidding farewell to the duo, Daiki hurried after the already vanished silhouettes of Ash and Brock toward the Pokemon Center. Tsubaki, you're here too, exclaimed Professor Oak, who had just transferred Snorlax to Ash upon spotting his grandson's image on the screen. Grandfather, could you also send me my Vileplume and Cloyster? My Yinma has just evolved into a Mega Yinma, and since you mentioned that there are still some data on NEI that need research, this would provide you ample time for your studies. Is that so? That is splendid news. Vileplume and Cloyster, you say? Excellent. I shall send them over immediately. The professor's heart swelled with joy upon hearing his grandson's thoughtful request, and he dashed off with remarkable speed. All right, grandfather, I have safely received them. Indeed. I have no issues on my end as well. So let us conclude our conversation here. I have matters to attend to, so I will hang up. For researchers, the arrival of new materials is always an occasion for immediate study, especially considering that among the three Pokemon is NEI, which is yet to be fully explored. Ash, let us practice some sumo techniques to adapt to the battles. The competition starts tomorrow, and time is of the essence. Sure, no problem. With skills barred from being utilized between Pokemon, they must depend solely on their own strength and technique. Daiki was not particularly worried about Tsubomi Bear's strength, but rather its technique. Come forth, Vileplume. Yay. After a long separation, Vileplume rushed towards Daiki with great enthusiasm. All right. I know. I just transported you here. After sharing a moment of affection with Vileplume, Daiki instructed it to use Vine Whip to train Tsubomi Bear's skills. Tsubomi Bear, apply 70% strength, leaving 30% in reserve. Do not charge headlong. Vileplume utilized its Vine Whip, attacking Tsubomi Bear from various angles, left and right, up and down. Initially, Tsubomi Bear struggled to mount a defense, but gradually it withstood the onslaught and began to counterattack. The following morning, at the venue for the Pokemon Sumo competition, participants lined up under the guidance of Nurse Joy to weigh their Pokemon. What is that? Just after registering, Daiki spotted a familiar trio amidst the crowd. The presence of a blue-faced Meowth alongside them immediately revealed their identities. The Rocket Trio is at it again, preparing for their daily antics. Well, if they cause any trouble, I can always intervene later. These three have skills that extend beyond merely capturing Pokemon. Their abilities seem to be quite extensive. James's evolution-related skills and affinity for Grass-type Pokemon. It appears that all of his Grass-type Pokemon wish to do something with him. Jessie's overwhelming power and her flair for performance. Her flowing hair during the grand festival is truly unforgettable. Meowth's remarkable dexterity, coupled with their entrepreneurial spirit, ensures that any regional tournament is a lucrative opportunity for the Rocket Trio. Host, ladies and gentlemen, the Pokemon Sumo Tournament is upon us once again. Which Pokemon will triumph this year? We eagerly anticipate a fierce competition. The winner of this year's tournament shall receive the extraordinary item, the Championess Certificate, along with a year's supply of Pokemon food. I now declare the Sumo Tournament officially open. Disguised, Jessie led her oversized Meowth onto the stage. Facing off against Tsubomi Bear, the stubborn opponent called for Tsubomi Bear to charge forth. Then, faced with a retaliatory strike, Tsubomi Bear was sent flying out of the ring at a speed surpassing its own attack. Tsubomi Bear was defeated, and the Rocket Trio, having violated the competition rules by using skills, was disqualified. Just as the trio intended to make a powerful move, they were sent flying by Raiden's powerful alligator with a single water attack. Referee, in the second match, the contestant from the east is Tsubomi Bear, and from the west, we have Froakie. Prepare, begin. At this moment, Daiki stood on the field against his opponent, a random passerby. Tsubomi Bear, go? Guma. Understood. Froakie, attack. Yubo. Chapter 136. The Sumo Tournament continues. Tsubomi Bear and Froakie, both Pokemon, received their commands and charged towards each other. Daiki admired his opponent. For while the average Froakie weighs around 54 kilograms and stands about 1 meter tall, this particular Froakie stood at least 1 meter 60 and, being eligible for the match, undoubtedly weighed over 80 kilograms. Froakie, push it out. Yubo. At this moment, Tsubomi Bear found itself ensnared by Froakie, which towered over it. Froakie was twisting its body, seemingly poised to throw Tsubomi Bear out of the ring at any moment. Tsubomi Bear, do not succumb to it. Break free with your strength. I believe in you. Witnessing Tsubomi Bear's dire situation, Daiki resorted to motivational encouragement. Guma, I will defeat you. The encouragement from its trainer proved highly effective for the Pokemon. Just as Tsubomi Bear seemed to be at a disadvantage, it squatted low, utilizing a technique that combined its strength and agility, rendering Froakie unable to lift it. Well done, Tsubomi Bear. Now grab your opponent and throw it out. Realizing the effectiveness of his strategy, Daiki urged for a follow-up. Guma, boss, watch this. Tsubomi Bear, with its broad paws, grasped Froakie's arms in a reverse grip. Utilizing its height advantage, Tsubomi Bear hoisted Froakie into the air. Froakie, quickly break free. Yubo. I can't muster the strength to escape. With its feet no longer on the ground, Froakie had no leverage to push against. Its legs flailed in the air, attempting to kick Tsubomi Bear. Alas, the aspirations were grand, yet the reality remained stark. Guma, now? Be eliminated. Tsubomi Bear spun Froakie around in a joyful whirlwind before effortlessly tossing it out of the ring. Thud! The swift swimming frog crashed heavily to the ground, the cracked earth beneath it bearing witness to the damage it had sustained. Swift swimming frog. The referee declared, the swift swimming frog has lost its fighting capability. And Circle Bear emerges victorious. We won. Haha. Thank you, Circle Bear. Guma, it is my duty to do so. Ahi, congratulations on winning your first match. Professor Oak led Circle Bear off the field to rest, while Ash approached with Snorlax to offer his congratulations. Ash, your match must be starting soon. You need to give it your all. I am eager to compete against your Snorlax. Observing the Snorlax behind Ash, which loomed like a mountain, Professor Oak issued a challenge. Very well. Let us meet in the finals. Soon, Mr. Thunder and Ash took to the stage one after the other. The former utilized the formidable strength and skill of his Feraligatr to defeat a Geodude, while Ash's Snorlax did not even need to lift a finger. Its ample belly sent opponents flying when they attempted to attack it. This peculiar method of winning left both the audience and Ash himself bewildered. As the competition progressed, Professor Oak, Ash, and Mr. Thunder triumphed over one opponent after another, eventually advancing to the semifinals alongside a trainer commanding a Blastoise. All right, dear audience, the host announced. Only 4 contestants remain in the arena. The first semifinal match will be Circle Bear versus Feraligatr. Just before stepping onto the stage, Misty approached Professor Oak to encourage him. Ahi, you and Circle Bear must give it your all. It's all right, Misty. This is merely a town-level competition. The outcome won't affect me much. After all, even regional champions have their main Pokemon fall in battle. The referee declared, East Side contestant, Circle Bear, West Side contestant, Feraligatr. Prepare, begin. Circle Bear, go. Guma, understood. Feraligatr. Do not hold back. Go to Lu, just watch. The two towering beasts, each exceeding 2 meters in height, clashed head-on, their claws and paws launching frenzied assaults against one another. The dull thuds of their bodies colliding echoed in every spectator's ears. Ahi, I never imagined your circle bear could reach such heights. Nonetheless, it will be I who advances to the finals. Mr. Thunder, the outcome is yet to be determined. Indeed. Feraligatr, unleash your full power. Go to low, it's about time. With a newfound ferocity, Feraligatr's attacks force Circle Bear to retreat step by step. Steady yourself, Circle Bear. Channel your strength into your legs and maintain your stance. Do not let yourself be pushed out. Guma, I cannot lose. I must secure victory for my master. As Circle Bear's resolve to win for Professor Oak intensified, a visible yellow-brown aura emanated from the circle mark on its body, nourishing it. What is this? The residual power of the Earth Spirit? This is bad. Circle Bear's aura is growing stronger. Mr. Thunder, noticing the shift, urgently commanded Feraligatr to attack. Gotalu understood. Feraligatr propelled itself forward, determined to push Circle Bear out of the arena. Circle Bear, counterattack. Professor Oak, his eyes shimmering with determination, issued the command. Guma received. Circle Bear swung its powerful paws, launching an even more ferocious assault. Boom, boom. Feraligatr, keep it up. Circle Bear, do not yield. Gotalu, bring it on. Guma, I fear no challenge. The two titans clashed relentlessly, neither evading nor retreating, each intent on defeating the other to secure victory for their trainer. After yet another round of fierce combat, both Pokémon were left panting and exhausted. Huff, huff. Ha ha. Evenly matched, are we? If so, Circle Bear, wager everything on this final blow and vanquish it. Guma, fall. Feraligatr, I entrust this to you once more. Gotalu, it is you who should fall. With a resounding impact, the two Pokémon swung their right arms, striking their adversary with all their might. In the next moment, they exchanged glances and simultaneously collapsed. The referee declared, out of bounds. As Feraligatr has exited the arena, the victor is Circle Bear. Congratulations. I never expected you to reach the finals on your first attempt. After the match concluded, Mr. Thunder approached to congratulate Professor Oak. Oh, it was merely luck. Professor Oak's statement held truth. Had it not been for Circle Bear's unexpected surge in power, he would have surely faced defeat. Haha, you are being humble. Hehe, you flatter me. The two exchanged pleasantries before departing the battlefield. In the next match, Ash was set to face the trainer with Blastoise. After a grueling battle, Ash's Snorlax emerged victorious, leveraging its agility to defeat the opponent and secure a place in the finals. Chapter 137, The Mysterious Forest after the match. A few minutes later, Professor Oak, Ash, and their Pokémon stood in the arena. The host announced, ladies and gentlemen, who would have thought that this year's Pokémon Sumo tournament would feature two newcomers in the finals? Let us eagerly anticipate the upcoming championship match. The referee declared, East Side contestant, Circle Bear, West Side contestant, Snorlax. Prepare, begin. Circle Bear, attack. Guma understood. Snorlax, do not let it defeat you. Just watch. The two large bears clashed in a battle of strength. Perhaps due to the exhaustion from the previous match against Feraligatr, Circle Bear found itself overwhelmed by Snorlax's superior might. Circle Bear, hang in there. Guma, I am running out of steam. Snorlax, do not give it a chance. Push it out. Snorlax, its eyes narrowed, caught a glimpse of the year's supply of Pokémon food, an irresistible temptation for its gluttonous nature, significantly enhancing its strength. Leave it to me. Guma, how infuriating. Circle Bear, drained of energy, was no match for Snorlax and soon found itself helplessly watching as it was pushed out of the arena. The referee declared, out of bounds. Circle Bear has exited the arena, and this year's sumo tournament champion is Snorlax. Oh, Snorlax. Finally, I have won. Now I can feast without worry. Before the referee could finish, the famished Snorlax lunged towards the year's supply of Pokémon food. In just a few moments, the entire stock was devoured by Snorlax's voracious appetite. Snorlax, naturally. When it comes to feasting, none can rival our kind. Ash, your Snorlax is truly testing my grandfather's finances. Professor Oak was momentarily taken aback by the sight of such a gluttonous display. A powerhouse that could eat as much as it fought could only be rivaled by the neighboring yellow-haired creatures with long tails. Gazing at the now sated Snorlax, Ash could only respond with a sheepish grin. After the award ceremony for the Pokémon Sumo tournament concluded, Professor Oak and the others resumed their journey. On that day, the group found themselves resting in a forest. Oh dear, I am utterly exhausted. Are you not, Pikachu? Pika, you are absolutely right. Very well, let us take a moment to rest here. How about a delightful afternoon tea gathering? Brock, that suggestion is splendid. I would love to have those cookies you made last time. Me too. All right, no problem. Given the circumstances, what about the tasks of fetching water and gathering firewood? The pride of every chef surely lies in the ability to create dishes that are well received by others. I shall go gather firewood. I will fetch the water. Professor Oak and Misty each took on their respective tasks, while Ash, watching the two depart, thought he might have escaped unscathed. Before Ash could even smile, the voice of Brock echoed in his ear. By the way, Ash, could you and Pikachu prepare the tables, chairs, and tent? Very well. Pikachu, leave it to us. We've got this covered. As Ash and Brock busied themselves with their preparations, Professor Oak, accompanied by Snivy, began the task of collecting branches. Snivy, use your leaf tornado. Snivy, just watch me. With a flourish of its sharp claws, Snivy deftly cut and stacked the branches neatly on the ground. Well done, Snivy. Snivy. It's what I'm meant to do. After Professor Oak securely tied the branches together, he and Snivy made their way back to the temporary campsite. Once this duo had left, the trees that had been wounded by Snivy's cutting suddenly oozed crimson sap. Moreover, the nearby trees, untouched, extended their vines gently to comfort their injured kin, resembling humans comforting a friend. I'm back, Snivy, and I'm here too. Oh, Professor Oak and Snivy have returned. I can't believe you brought back so much firewood. Brock was taken aback by the sight of the firewood they carried. Just a bit more than needed. But we can take some with us later. We won't waste any. Ah, that sounds splendid. Professor Oak, you and Snivy should take a moment to rest. I'll be ready to start soon. All right. Thank you, Brock. Snivy, thank you. Not at all. There's nothing better than doing what you love. Ah. Before Professor Oak and Brock could finish their conversation, a girl's scream suddenly pierced the forest. Misty, X3. Snivy, hurry up. Snivy, understood. Realizing that Misty might be in danger upon hearing her cry, Professor Oak quickly called Snivy and dashed toward the source of the sound. Brock and Ash, too, set aside their tasks and followed closely behind. Misty, please be safe. Snivy. On the other side, at the location of Misty, she and Togepi found themselves ensnared by creeping vines, swinging between trees. Initially, Misty and Togepi were having a great time, but as time passed, the vines tightened their grip around them. At this moment, Misty realized something was amiss. When she attempted to use her psychic abilities to escape, the pain and the swaying of the vines made it impossible for her to concentrate. Ow! Ow! Togepi! It hurts. By the time Professor Oak arrived, both Misty and Togepi had already succumbed to unconsciousness due to the pain. Sensing the arrival of Professor Oak and Snivy, the vine plants immediately launched an attack on them. Snivy, use your leaf tornado to shred them. Blaze, use fire punch, smash them all. Snivy, Guma. Understood. X2. The two Pokemon, one wielding sharp claws and the other enveloped in flames, obliterated the trees and vines binding Misty and Togepi. As they fell, Professor Oak used his psychic abilities to catch them, ensuring they didn't hit the ground and sustain further injuries. Professor Oak, how are they? Is Misty all right? They're fine. Both she and Togepi merely fainted. However, these trees are peculiar, so everyone should be cautious. Chapter 138, Treasures of the Dense Forest. Are these trees alive? Observing the scene of the trees retracting their vines after being attacked, even Brock began to question his own sanity, wondering if he was hallucinating from exhaustion. Indeed, these trees are strange. The blood they bleed is a vivid red, much like ours. Professor Oak replied, his eyes glinting with curiosity as he sought to uncover the truth about these trees. Mystical forest, a forest blessed by Shalebi, possessing self-awareness, yet due to their rooted nature. These trees cannot move like Pokemon. However, they have a bloodthirsty instinct, capturing unwary travelers and Pokemon that wander into the forest, consuming their flesh and blood to nourish themselves. Yet, when adequately nourished, they can produce a precious dew known as Life Dew, which can sustain grass-type Pokemon and flora. A treasure. Upon discovering this, Professor Oak's eyes lit up. Although these trees are linked to predation, the key lies in the fact that they harbor treasures that can enhance Pokemon abilities. Despite their limitations, the only grass-type Pokemon he had was right by his side. Otherwise, it would have been a repeat of the last time at the icy pool, where he missed out on opportunities. This place is indeed strange. We should return to the campsite and wait until Misty and Togepi awakened before we delve deeper. Having grasped the truth, Professor Oak decided it best to return for a respite, intending to explore for Life Dew once the four of them were fully prepared. All right, let us head back. After returning to the campsite, the four waited for 2 hours before Misty and Togepi slowly regained consciousness. What happened to me? Togepi, my head is spinning. I feel awful. Thank goodness. Misty, you're finally awake. Are you feeling any discomfort? Following this, as Misty shot a questioning glance at Professor Oak, He recounted the scene of how he found them. I'm feeling much better now. Those trees are bizarre. I was planning to fetch some water. But those vines captured us, and then, upon hearing Professor Oak's account, Misty began to explain the encounter she and Togepi had faced. I see. That forest is indeed strange. Ash, Brock, and I, after listening to Misty's explanation, Professor Oak shared the plans of the three with her. Oh, really? Then I'll join you tomorrow. Are you really okay? You don't have to push yourself. Professor Oak, you need not worry. I merely lost consciousness from exhaustion. I'm much better now, and I'll be able to join you tomorrow. Very well. In that case, I won't stop you. Please wait a moment. I'll get you some of Brock's new snacks. Thank you. That's kind of you. Early the next morning, as the sky began to brighten, the four had finished breakfast and set off. Professor Oak contemplated that since the treasure is called Life Dew, it must be the morning dew on the leaves. Ash, why do you want me to release Bulbasaur and Chikorita? At this moment, Ash curiously inquired of Professor Oak, who was accompanied by a large Venusaur. I've detected a rich grass-type aura in this forest. Staying in this environment for an extended period will be beneficial for our grass-type Pokémon. Is that so? Upon hearing Professor Oak's explanation, Ash observed his two grass-type Pokémon walking with expressions of pure bliss, realizing that Professor Oak was indeed truthful. So that is how it is. It's a pity that Misty and I don't have grass-type Pokémon. It seems we'll miss out this time. As he spoke, Brock pulled out a notebook and began jotting down notes, which upon closer inspection, revealed a simple map, although Brock currently finds no use for it. His thoughtful nature prompts him to consider the multitude of younger siblings at home, who may one day require his assistance. Indeed, I am specialized in water-type Pokémon. Yet the atmosphere here feels rather unwelcoming to me. At this moment, Misty begins to regret her decision to accompany them. Are you feeling unwell? A little. But it's not significant. In response to Professor Oak's inquiry, Misty smiles outwardly while feeling warmth in her heart. She understands his desire for Pokémon to grow stronger, and she resolutely refuses to let her own discomfort impede his progress. If you're not feeling well, you should return to the camp and rest. Yes, I will take care of myself. I've found something wonderful. Tada, that's right, X2. Victory Bell, Bulbasaur, and Chikorita discover a tree adorned with life-giving dew. Its rich grass-type energy enticing the three grass-type Pokémon to dart towards it. Soon, the life dew from the tree is consumed by the three Pokémon. It appears they truly relish this dew. Ash, let us also gather some for them. All right. Pika Pika, let us work together. Pika Pika, no problem. I shall assist as well. So will I. Chica 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 Chica, count me in. The four of them, along with Brock, diligently gather life-giving dew for the three grass-type Pokémon. After a considerable amount of time, they fill several glass bottles with dew. However, not long after, it is swiftly consumed by the three grass-type creatures. Through Brock's investigative gaze, these vibrant green droplets transform into pure energy, nourishing the bodies of the three grass-type Pokémon. The first to react are Bulbasaur and Chikorita. They can no longer contain the surging energy within them, and as the light of evolution begins to manifest, the two Pokémon evolve into Ivysaur and Bayleaf. Liza, I don't want to evolve. But upon careful reflection, my strength has indeed increased significantly. Bailey, so this is the power of evolution. How formidable. Now I can assist silly Chikorita even more. Splendid. Bulbasaur and Chikorita, you have evolved into Ivysaur and Bayleaf. Pika Pika, congratulations. The simultaneous evolution of the two Pokémon brings immense joy to Ash. Bulbasaur is evolving too? In contrast to Ash's elation, Brock ponders the newly evolved Ivysaur. If memory serves, both Ash's Bulbasaur and Squirtle were reluctant to evolve. Alright, Brock. It's likely that it couldn't control the overwhelming energy within it that led to its evolution. In any case, it's not a bad thing. So don't dwell on it. Yes, you're right, Ash. For Ash, any Pokémon is a treasure, especially his own. Brock's words awaken Brock from his previous misconceptions. Chapter 139, Divergence at Cerulean City. How delightful. In contrast to Bulbasaur and Chikorita's evolution, Victory Bell, having reached its final form, is absorbing the life-giving dew within. Originally a mere early-stage gym Pokémon, Victory Bell's strength is rapidly escalating. Species, Victory Bell. Gender, female. Ability, Chlorophyll. Moves, Vine Whip, Growth, Sleep Powder, Bind, Stun Spore, Poison Powder, Acid. Sweet Scent, Gastro Acid, Leaf Blade, Slam, Wrap, Charge, Spit Up, Swallow, Leaf Tornado, Leaf Storm. TMs, Protect, Light Screen, Substitute, Sludge Bomb, Mud Bomb. Egg Moves, Magical Leaf, Synthesis. Potential, Elite Tier. Level, 56, Early Elite Stage. Congratulations, Victory Bell. Ah, boss, I've become so much stronger. Victory Bell leaps forward, tackling Brock to the ground, affectionately rubbing its head against his cheek. Haha, all right. I see you're expressing your joy. However, I must admit, I'm quite ticklish. Ah, I'm sorry. Upon hearing Brock's words, Victory Bell immediately releases him, lowering its head in a manner akin to a remorseful child. Why apologize? This was merely our playful interaction, and I wasn't complaining. Thus, there is no need for you to apologize. Ah, I knew you were the best, boss. Be gentle. While Victory Bell playfully wrestles with Brock. At a distance, James encounters a similar fate as Brock. However, unlike James, Brock is fortunate that his Victory Bell does not attempt to devour him. The Team Rocket trio, while pursuing Pikachu, inadvertently wanders into the secret forest. James's Victory Bell, drawn by the life-giving dew, willingly emerges from its pokeball to feast upon the droplets hanging from the leaves. Once it has satisfied its hunger and significantly increased its power, it resumes its routine of attempting to consume James. Ah, don't eat me, please. James continues to protest vocally as usual. Observing James and Victory Bell's typical antics elicits a sigh from Jessie and Meowth, indicating their accustomed acceptance of such daily occurrences. Meanwhile, Brock and his companions, as the sun gradually rises and the dew completely evaporates, return to the camp to gather their belongings and head towards their next destination. Ash, let us first go to Cerulean City. Brock, no, we should go to Cerulean City first. Ash, listen to me, we should go to Cerulean City first. Brock, no, we should heed my suggestion and head to Cerulean City first. Days later, at a fork in the road leading to Cerulean City and Cerulean City, Brock and Ash find themselves at an impasse regarding which city to visit first for a gym challenge. The actions of Brock and Ash leave Misty and Brock feeling exasperated. Since neither side can persuade the other, how about this? We shall part ways here. Ash and I will head to Cerulean City, while you and Misty will go to Cerulean City. Ah, we're parting ways? Brock's suggestion causes Ash to display a hint of reluctance. Pika, do we really have to? Well, that is a reasonable proposal. Hence, Ash and Brock, we bid farewell for now, until we meet again. Let us travel together once more. Brock, all right. Ash, we are friends, but let us not forget we are also rivals. With Gary having obtained the recognition of Articuno, you must step up your game. Humph. I too shall capture a legendary Pokemon. By then, you must not envy me. All right, I believe in you. Best of luck, Ash. And I look forward to our next encounter. Misty, farewell. Ash, Brock, and Pikachu. Ash and Brock, farewell. Pika, goodbye. Chica, see you. 2 days after parting from Ash and Brock and Misty arrive in Cerulean City. Let us head to the Pokemon Center first. Yes, I'll follow your lead. Upon entering the town, the routine visit to the Pokemon Center is in order, whether it's for restoring the health of Pokemon or healing their injuries, or even for trainers to refresh themselves and eat. These are paramount. An hour later, Brock and Misty arrive at the Cerulean Gym. Hello, I am Brock from Pallet Town, here to challenge the gym leader. Is that so? Please hold on a moment. I will register you and notify the leader. 2 minutes later, a middle-aged man dressed in training pants and bare-chested approaches. You are Brock from Pallet Town, correct? I am A4, the gym leader of Cerulean City. Please follow me. Very well, Mr. A4. 5 minutes later, on the battle arena within the Cerulean Gym, Brock and A4 stand on opposite sides. Judge, the trainer AC from the Azure Blue Gym faces the challenger Demu He from Shinshin Town. The match for the badge is about to commence. Each side may utilize 2 Pokemon, and only the challenger is permitted to switch out their Pokemon. I hereby declare the match to begin. Go, Frogadier. Europa. Frogadier indeed possesses commendable strength. Step forth, Gengar. Gaisaita. Employing the ghost type to counter my fighting attributes, a wise choice. However, my Frogadier is also adept in water moves. Hydro Pump Attack. Europa. Behold my prowess. A surging column of water erupted from Frogadier. Gengar deftly evaded and retaliated with Shadow Punch. Gaisaita. Boss, your command is quite to my liking. Whoosh. Gengar's form suddenly vanished, reappearing beside Frogadier in the next moment. An ethereal energy was coalescing in its hand. Gaisaita. Prepare to receive my punch. A pitch-black energy fist swiftly struck Frogadier's body. Europa. Goodness. What a formidable punch. Frogadier, are you alright? Europa. I can still go on. Excellent. Now, it's our turn to strike. Frogadier, first use Mind's Eye to lock on, then follow up with Ice Punch. Europa. Understood. Frogadier formed its hands into a heart shape, channeling a mysterious power towards Gengar. Mind's Eye, feel the opponent's movements, ensuring the next attack hits. Whoosh. Following the lock-on, Frogadier swiftly approached Jengar, intent on delivering a powerful blow in retaliation for Jengar's earlier punch. Jengar, meet it with Thunder Punch. Gaisaita. Heh. Understood. Chapter 140, Securing the Shock Badge. The two Pokemon, undaunted, clashed. Jengar's Thunder Punch, crackling with golden lightning, met Frogadier's chilling Ice Punch head-on. Boom. The fierce impact sent waves of invisible pressure rippling through the arena, forcing both Pokemon to stumble back 2 steps. Gaisaita, you're quite impressive. Europa, you as well. Oh, nicely done. But this is where it ends. With a determined swell in its belly, Frogadier launched another Ice Punch. Europa, come at me with your best shot. In a flash of red light, Frogadier's momentum surged. Its right fist enveloped in icy chill, it charged forth. Jengar, quickly defend. Oh no, is a sea really this fierce? The greatly enhanced Frogadier is not something Jengar can compare to at this stage. To be safe, he commanded Jengar to execute a form of absolute defense. Gaisaita. Understood. Whoosh. Bang. Crack. Gaisaita. Goodness, that's quite the force. Within the protective shield, Jengar watched as cracks appeared on its head, feeling a twinge of fear. Thankfully, it heeded its boss's command to activate the shield, otherwise, its little limbs would surely have been shattered. Jengar, take this opportunity to use Thunderbolt. Gaisaita, you enjoyed hitting me just now, didn't you? Now, it's my turn. Frogadier, use Double Team to evade. Seeing Jengar crackling with electricity, Asi hastily instructed Frogadier to retreat. Europa, understood. Frogadier shimmered with white light, creating 4 identical figures to flank the opponent. Don't let it escape, attack all at once. Gaisaita, boss, rest assured. The golden lightning surged forth, sweeping across the 5 Frogadier figures. Although the attack's power was dispersed, one of Frogadier's doubles was struck, revealing the real Frogadier as it was injured by the electricity. Even with the Thunderbolt's force diminished, the scorched patches on Frogadier's body indicated its serious wounds. Jengar, follow up with another Shadow Punch. Gaisaita. Understood. Frogadier, this is our last shot. Use Hydro Pump. Europa. Understood. The blue water column collided with the shadowy fist, perhaps due to its grievous injuries. The Hydro Pump's power significantly waned. After a brief stalemate, the water attack was dissipated by the force of the punch. Boom. With a dull thud, Frogadier was sent flying from the field. Europa. Curse it. Bang. Frogadier. Judge, Frogadier has lost its fighting capability. Jengar emerges victorious. Please, Gym Trainer, send out your next Pokemon. Return, Frogadier. You've worked hard. Rest well. The next contender is this. Go, Machop. Nikai. Machop. That aura suggests you are one of Asi's main forces. Indeed. This is one of my first string Pokemon. Since you are so formidable, you won't hold it against me, will you? Haha. Since you sent it out, what use is it to hold a grudge? Damu thought to himself, producing a Pokeball. Jengar, return. In that case, it's your turn. Go, Victory Bell. Yata. The two sides are evenly matched, promising an exciting battle. The two Pokemon are only 1 level apart. Oh, your Victory Bell is quite impressive. It seems my decision to use Machop was indeed the right one. Observing the formidable aura emanating from Victory Bell, Asi felt relieved by his choice, yet secretly alarmed. Have the younger generation become this strong? It appears I have been somewhat lax in my training and must now double my efforts. What an honor. Enough pleasantries, Mr. Asi. I shall initiate my attack. No problem. Come at me head on. Victory Bell, use Leaf Tornado. Yata. Understood. A flurry of large leaves coalesced into a green torrent, charging towards Machop. Machop, use Ice and Fire double attack to shred those leaves. Nikai. Got it. Machoki's 4 arms surged with power, the left 2 fists encased in frost, while the right 2 blazed with fiery flames. Bang bang. As Machop swung its arms swiftly, it deflected the leafy torrent of Victory Bell. Mud Bomb. Yata. Catch this. A dark purple blob erupted from Victory Bell's mouth. Machop evaded with Double Team before launching a Fire Punch attack. Nikai. Understood. Whoosh. Machoki's form shimmered with white light, creating 5 identical figures on the battlefield. The single Mud Bomb ultimately struck one of Machoki's doubles. Whoosh. As Victory Bell paused its offensive, Machop tightened its fiery right fist and advanced towards Victory Bell. Here it comes. Victory Bell, brace for defense, then strike back. Yata. Understood. No sooner had Victory Bell finished its command than a verdant shield rapidly formed. Bang. Nikai. Curse it. Crack. Before Machop could voice its complaints, Victory Bell closed in, ensnaring Machop with its tendrils, firmly immobilizing it. Yata. Got you. Machop, use Bulk Up to break free. Nikai. In your dreams. Enveloped in a red glow, Machoki's muscles tensed, progressively enhancing its defense and attack power. With a sudden surge of strength, Machop unleashed all four arms in a desperate struggle to escape. Bound by the formidable might of the Venusaur, the creature finds itself at the perilous brink of liberation. To enhance its potency, the Venusaur employs a lethal toxin. Yaha. Haha. I shall bring you exquisite delight. A burst of violet energy erupts from the Venusaur's maw, ensnaring the creature in a state of poisoning. NIHQ. Damn it. Venusaur, tighten your grasp now. Yaha. Haha, understood. The outcome for the creature is grim, succumbing to the dual assault of constriction and venom from the Venusaur. It gradually loses its fighting spirit. Both Ash and the creature feel a wave of nausea wash over them. The referee declares the creature has lost its fighting ability. Venusaur triumphs. Congratulations, Misty. Here is your badge and the ticket to the Whirl Islands. Ash, a fervent admirer of fighting-type Pokemon and head-on battles, is utterly repulsed. As for the ticket, though he perceives the underlying intention of dismissal, he is reluctant to owe anyone a favor. Rest assured, this is merely a token of goodwill from our gym for challengers who emerge victorious. Is that so? Then I shall graciously accept it. Chapter 141, The Whirl Islands, Part 1. After receiving Ash's generous gift, Brock and Misty spent the night recuperating at the Pokemon Center, preparing to set sail for the Whirl Islands at dawn. On that unnamed volcano, two enigmatic and powerful Pokemon sit opposite each other. You have truly lost your senses, leaving your wife and children in such perilous circumstances. Those nefarious humans are ever watchful of our powers. One of the Pokemon, adorned with a golden crown, remarks disdainfully at the white figure beside it. Though fraught with risk, I have faith that they will navigate through safely. The white figure exudes a seemingly carefree demeanor, yet a flicker of concern lingers in its eyes upon closer inspection. By the way, why are your two sons so different? Hehe, a one-in-a-million rarity. His unique traits grant him talents and abilities that surpass those of his brother. Though they are both my progeny, the mantle of the god of currents shall ultimately pass to his elder sibling. At this point, the white figure swells with pride. Having an offspring so extraordinary is indeed a source of pride. Have you truly made your decision? One misstep, and there will be no turning back. I am aware. But for his future, I must take this gamble. Although they differ in appearance, they are still my offspring. As a father, I must strive for a bright future for my children. Very well. Since that is the case, I shall refrain from further persuasion. I must also thank you for sheltering me. Humph. It is good that you understand. The following morning, Brock and Misty packed their belongings and boarded the cruise bound for the Whirl Islands. Wow, the scent of the sea is so refreshing. Chica, 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 bu. I love it. On the deck of the cruise, Misty spreads her arms wide, reveling in the dual embrace of sunlight and sea breeze. Beside her, Togepi flails its tiny hands, joyfully echoing her sentiments. Indeed, this place is quite splendid. After several hours of a smooth voyage, Brock and Misty safely arrived at the gateway island of the Whirl Islands, Seaview Island. The Whirl Islands Tournament. A battle of water-type Pokemon. Indeed, many trainers with water-type Pokemon will participate. I must join. How could a world-class beauty like myself miss out on such a water-type tournament? Hehe. Then you must give it your all. In the Pokemon Center of Pewter City on Seaview Island, Brock and Misty learned from Nurse Joy about the upcoming World Tournament. The prospect of battling water-type Pokemon ignited Misty's competitive spirit. Hey Misty, calm down a bit. You're getting a bit too worked up. Brock gently admonishes her before inquiring further with Nurse Joy about the tournament details. They discovered that participation was limited to water-type Pokemon and that it would take place in a month. Subsequently, they registered for the tournament with Nurse Joy. Your registration for the Whirl Islands tournament is complete. Thank you, Nurse Joy. Not at all. It is my duty. Since we have over a month until the competition, let us explore the area. Indeed, it would be remiss not to explore an island city. As Brock and Misty strolled along the coastline of Seaview Island, Ash and Brock, having triumphed in Azure City, arrived here with tickets gifted by Ash. Accompanying them was Professor Oak, who had been conducting research in Leaf Town. Upon their arrival at Seaview Island, they learned of the tournament from local trainers. Naturally, the battle-hungry Ash was eager to participate. However, misfortune soon befell Brock and Misty. While frolicking by the shore, Misty, cradling Togepi, accidentally stepped into thin air, causing Brock to instinctively pull her back, resulting in both of them tumbling into an underground cavern. Where are we? Chica, 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 bu. It's so dark. Hiss. It appears to be an underwater cave. Inadvertently falling, Brock sustained minor abrasions on his arm. Brock, look. There's a passage. Misty exclaimed excitedly as she shone her flashlight down a tunnel. It may lead to an exit. Let us check it out. All right. Let us go? Togepi will be out soon. Chica, 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 bu. Okay. With the faint glow of the flashlight, the duo ventured into the dim passage. Yopa, let us get out of here. Wow, it's a Froakie. A Froakie, at least of gym strength, suddenly appeared, blocking their path. Misty, it's hostile. Go. Venusaur, use magical leaf. Yaha. Understood. Yopa, that hurts. After a flurry of leaf attacks vanquished the Froakie, two more Froakies emerged, small yet undeterred, bravely standing in front of their fallen comrade. Venusaur, use Leaf Blade. Yaha. Understood. With slightly larger razor-sharp blades unleashed, the Froakies were swiftly defeated. Misty, do you want to capture one? Brock knew that Misty's earlier delight was genuine. Let us leave them be. They should live together harmoniously. Although she adored water-type Pokemon, Misty was not one to force capture. Very well. Afterward, the pair encountered several water-type Pokemon lurking in the shadows, ready to ambush. Brock, look. There are bricks here. What is going on? Could this be man-made? But why build here? As they proceeded, they soon discovered a brick wall, clearly constructed by human hands. Misty, be cautious. Understood. Togepi, stay in my bag for a moment. There may be danger ahead. Misty placed Togepi in her backpack, brandishing a Pokeball in hand. Venusaur, lead the way. Yaha, leave it to me. The duo, along with their Pokemon, moved forward with trepidation, yet the passage held no immediate threats. Yaha, look, boss. Brock. Ah, I see it. After walking for what felt like an eternity, they suddenly found their path blocked ahead. Chapter 142, The Whirl Islands, Part 2. Before Brock and Misty stood 3 shelves of varying heights. Upon the shelf rested 3 chests, each a distinct hue of gold, silver, and bronze. The formidable Daisuke, wielding his vine whip, summoned these chests forth. Ah, understood. He exclaimed. Xia, take a step back. Before long, the 3 chests stood before the duo of Daisuke and the Great Crane. Once Xia retreated a few meters, the Great Crane turned and, utilizing his psychic abilities, simultaneously unsealed all 3 chests. So what do you think? No danger. You may approach now. What is this? Ah, it appears to be a treasure trove. Xia? It seems your fall was not in vain. The contents of the chests dazzled the Great Crane's eyes. Within the bronze chest lay a blue scale. Judging by its appearance, it must belong to a dragon. Should the sea-spiked dragon carry it and undergo a communication exchange evolution, it could transform into the Spike Dragon King. Next, the silver chest contained a rolled parchment made of animal hide. Upon inspection, the Great Crane discovered it bore a treasure map of the Fanyuan region, a desert area. It seems we now have a lead on our next destination. Lastly, the golden chest revealed a silver feather shaped like a Y. What is this? Silver wing. The wing of the former god of ocean currents. A trainer possessing it shall receive the divine protection of the god of ocean currents and gain the right to battle alongside him. What a splendid find. What? What is it? Let me see. Let me see. Look, it's a dragon. Wow. Great Crane, may I have the dragon scale? Of course. Had it not been for you, Xia, we would never have stumbled upon this place. But, are you certain you only desire the dragon scale? The parchment and the silver wing are both remarkable treasures. Those shall be yours, Great Crane. Among these 3 treasures, the dragon scale is the one of utmost importance to me. With it, I can evolve my Seadra into the Spike Dragon King. Though it has yet to evolve into the Sea Spike Dragon, I assure you it will soon. I believe in you. Xia, I believe in you too. Thank you, Great Crane, and thank you, Piplup. Daisuke, employ your vine whip. Understood. Having acquired the 3 treasures yet unable to find an exit, the Great Crane and Xia retraced their steps. With the aid of psychic powers and Daisuke's assistance, they finally emerged from the subterranean cave. Phew, we made it out at last. Ah, Great Crane, your arm is injured. We should head to the Pokemon Center to tend to it. All right, as you wish. The 2 hastily made their way to the Pokemon Center after emerging from the cave. Half an hour later, the wound had been disinfected. Great Crane, Xia, you are here too. But, Great Crane, what happened to you? Ash, Brock, and even Professor Oak are here. It's nothing, just a minor wound. By the way, Ash, weren't you supposed to challenge the Celadon gym? What brings you here? Well, Great Crane's comment left Ash feeling somewhat awkward, as a previous disagreement had arisen over which gym to challenge first. Due to some issues with the Celadon gym, Ash had opted to first challenge the Azure gym. After his victory, Mr. A gave them tickets for a boat ride, leading them here for some leisure. Observing Ash's demeanor, Brock's mother quickly attempted to smooth things over. I see. So Ash, you must have registered for the Whirl Islands competition. How about we compete to see who ranks higher? Sure, that sounds great. Over the next 20 days, the 4 formed a temporary travel team. They journeyed through various locales, including the island of Whalemare, the Lanternfish's Sea, and on Huanyan Island. They encountered a family of sun corals. Notably, Xia captured a sun coral of considerable quality on Huanyan Island. However, due to Ash's influence, they missed their scheduled boat in the city of Obu on Huanyan Island. Yet, this unfortunate event led them to meet a girl named Lucia. Lucia shared tales of her great-grandfather, and with the aid of the four, she recovered the lost silver wing. Upon hearing Lucia's story, the great crane wrestled with his conscience for quite some time before ultimately dismissing any thoughts of seizing it for himself. After assisting Lucia in fulfilling her great-grandfather's unfulfilled wishes, the four were ferried to Akai Island by her. On this day, the preliminary rounds of the Silver Whirl Islands competition were about to commence. At the Pokemon Center in Kakoshi City on Akai Island, they contacted Professor Oak in Masera Town. "Oh, it's you, Great Crane and Xia. Why are you both calling me? Is there a problem?" "Grandpa, we wish to participate." "I see. To enter the Whirl Islands competition, you need 2 water-type Pokemon." "Very well. I will fetch your Scyther and Ash's Kingler. While I prepare, think about which Pokemon you want to exchange." Soon enough, Professor Oak appeared on the screen, holding 2 Pokeballs. "All right. I'm ready to begin the transfer." The Great Crane and Ash exchanged their Daisuke and Bayleaf for Scyther and Kingler, respectively. "I've received both Pokemon. Do your best in the World competition." "Yes, Grandpa." "Indeed, Professor Oak." "Brock, I feel like I've been forgotten." The following morning, Great Crane, Xia, and Ash participated in the preliminaries. The preliminary rounds had their own venue, and trainers needed to win 2 matches to advance to the finals. The trio of Great Crane successfully defeated their 2 opponents and secured their place in the finals. At this moment, the Great Crane and his companions, along with the other competitors, arrived at the venue aboard a small wooden boat. The host announced, "We now commence the opening ceremony of the Whirl Islands competition finals. Ladies and gentlemen, behold these individuals who have triumphed in the preliminaries, aspiring to become the champions of the sea." Since ancient times, the Whirl Islands have boasted a unique civilization and culture, venerating water-type Pokemon and coexisting with them. This culture remains vibrant, upheld by the traditional sea priestess, Miss Maya. We invite Miss Maya to deliver the opening address. Priestess Maya, welcome, everyone, to the triennial celebration of water-type Pokemon at the Whirl Islands competition. Those who share a bond with water-type Pokemon and live in harmony have long been celebrated as the champions of the sea on these very Whirl Islands. It is said that the champions of the sea are blessed by the spirits of the ocean. May everyone enjoy good health and receive the blessings of the sea spirits. As Priestess Maya held the ocean spirit, it radiated a gentle glow under the sunlight. This light enveloped the attendees, providing a sense of spiritual solace. Chapter 143, Whirl Islands, Part 3. The host continued, "Additionally, the champion trainer will not only earn the title of champion, but also receive a mysterious water droplet." Following the announcement by the host and Priestess Maya, the competitors began their final 2 hours of preparations. At this time, the 4 gathered together. Xia exclaimed, "Wow, the mysterious water droplet is amazing." Ash asked, "Mysterious water droplet? What is that?" "Ah, it is an item that enhances the power of water-type Pokemon's moves." Observing Ash's puzzled expression, Great Crane took it upon himself to explain. "That's fantastic. I really want it. With it, I can boost the strength of my Crocodile." "Sigh. Ash, are you sure you can defeat both me and Great Crane?" "I must forewarn you. The enigmatic droplet has been reserved by me. The world-class beauty, Kasumi." "Kasumi, what did you say?" Faced with Kasumi's bold provocation, Satoshi felt an urge to explode. Fortunately, Takashi, sensing the brewing conflict, quickly intervened to calm both parties. All right, you two, cease your bickering." Meanwhile, Professor Okito pondered Kasumi's earlier words. When it comes to water-type Pokemon, he realized that he might not be her equal after all. Among the 6 water types in Kasumi's possession, her newly captured Sunflora was still at a low level. Although her Gyarados and Feraligatr were merely at an advanced stage, their prowess should not be underestimated. Meanwhile, her Spheal had reached the later stages of the gym, soon to attain the semi-elite rank. The strongest among them, Golduck and Starmie, had lingered at the peak of the semi-elite level for some time, ready to ascend to the elite rank whenever Kasumi's mindset elevated. In contrast, reflecting on his own Scyther and Shelder, he felt his own strength was somewhat lacking. Time passed swiftly, and 2 hours later, the competition commenced. Due to the large number of participants, the matches in one area would take an entire day. Today, in Area A, Satoshi triumphed over his opponent's Kingdra using his Feraligatr. On the following day, in Area B, perhaps to train her Sunflora, Kasumi also succeeded in defeating her opponent after a strenuous battle. On the 3rd day, All four were present in the spectator seats, and on the fourth day, the fifth match in Area D began, marking the moment when Professor Okido finally faced his opponent. Host, on the fourth day of the Whirlpool tournament. The trainers in Area D are engaged in intense battles. What kind of match shall we witness next? Thus, in the fifth match of Area D, Trainer Okido faces Trainer Weiss. Who shall emerge victorious in this contest? After a long-awaited battle, go, Shelder. Splat come forth, Goldeen. Goldeen. We must remain cautious of the opponent's horn drill attack. Shelder initiated with a supersonic, followed by an ice beam. Splat, understood. Shelder opened its mouth, unleashing an invisible sound wave directed at Goldeen. Goldeen, let's retaliate with supersonic and follow up with water pulse. Leave it to me. Move like Shelder. Goldeen emitted a supersonic wave from its mouth. The two sound waves collided, neutralizing each other. Boom. Next, it was the clash of Ice Shard and Water Ball. Splash. The battlefield was engulfed in thick smoke from the powerful attacks of both Pokemon, obscuring the view for both the creatures and the spectators. Before the smoke could dissipate, Professor Okido used his inside eye to locate his opponent's position. Shelder, at 11 o'clock, use Spike Cannon. Splat, understood. Without hesitation, Shelder's body glimmered with white light. In the next moment, countless energy needles were launched toward the direction indicated by Professor Okido. Ouch! With the continuous barrage of Spike Cannon, the smoke on the battlefield began to clear. Host, my goodness! What are we witnessing? Trainer Okido, amidst the billowing smoke, accurately pinpointed his opponent's location and launched an attack. Takashi, you've grown stronger, Okido. Wow, that was an impressive move. I wonder if I could ever replicate that. Pikachu, what do you think? Pika Pika, believe in yourself. You can do it. Is that a psychic power, Okido? Darn it. Goldeen rush in, use horn drill. Seeing Goldeen wobble precariously, Weiss realized he could not afford to wait any longer and decided to go for a decisive blow. Understood. Buzz Goldeen swiftly approached Shelder, its horn spinning like a drill. The power of horn drill was immeasurable. If it hit, it would surely put Shelder in a critical state. Shelder, prepare to defend with Protect, then use Ice Beam. Splat, understood. A vibrant green shield enveloped Shelder's entire body. What? Protect? How infuriating. Weiss, witnessing this scene, understood he was out of options. Bang. Crack. Even the might of horn drill only succeeded in cracking the shield, failing to shatter it completely. Instead, Goldeen was propelled backward by the force of its own attack. Splat, become a frozen fish. But closely following Goldeen was Shelder's Ice Beam. Goldeen. Referee, the match has concluded. Goldeen has lost its fighting capability. Therefore, Shelder is the victor. Come back, Shelder. You performed admirably. I will rely on you for the upcoming battles. After 4 days of combat, the first round of the finals concluded successfully. Tomorrow, the second round of battles awaited. The second round would involve a random pairing of the winners from the first round to determine their opponents. What? It's Kasumi. Gazing at the matchups announced in the Pokemon Center, not only was Satoshi shocked, but the other three were also taken aback. However, among them, Professor Okido felt a mix of surprise and nostalgia, recalling fond memories. In his previous life, he had fervently discussed the battle between Kasumi and Satoshi with his friends. Though the memories had faded, the sweetness of childhood remained etched deep within his soul. Satoshi, you must give it your all. I won't go easy on you. Yes, likewise. On the following day, during the match between Satoshi and Kasumi, the outcome remained unchanged, but this time Kasumi flawlessly defeated Satoshi through her own strength. Wow, Kasumi, you've become incredibly strong. Indeed, didn't I tell you I would win? Congratulations, Kasumi, Takashi expressed, acknowledging her growth. Simultaneously, a sense of urgency stirred within him. Though he hadn't taken the competition seriously before, being the weakest among the four due to type disadvantages filled him with a sense of shame. At that moment, Takashi resolved to become stronger. Chapter 144, Whirlpool Islands, Part 4. Host, compared to the first round, the battles of the second round are undeniably more intense. Next, we have the final match of the second round, featuring Trainer Okido against Trainer Baron. Referee, the second round will utilize a knockout system involving two Pokemon in a life-or-death battle. Long time no see. Scyther. Snip snip Scyther, go forth, Kingler. Cough cough Scyther initiated with a water gun followed by a night slash. Snip snip, understood. Folding its body and propelled by the water flow, Scyther swiftly approached its opponent with its scythe-like arm enveloped in energy. Kingler, use Crab Hammer. Cough cough, just watch. Kingler's left claw was swiftly enveloped in energy. In the next moment, Kingler charged fearlessly forward. Bang! Scyther's scythe met Kingler's claws, sending Kingler flying from the force of Scyther's attack. Referee, Kingler has lost its fighting capability. Scyther is the victor. Hosto, was it a case of a significant level difference? Scyther defeated Kingler with a single strike. Darn it. Scyther is so powerful. Come back. Kingler, you fought well. Observing the almost unscathed Scyther on the battlefield, Baron contemplated for a moment before retrieving another pokeball from his waist. Go, Whalemare. Chirp chirp host. Alright. We can see that Trainer Baron's second Pokemon is Whalemare. The esteemed competitor from our esteemed team, the Great Wood Heron, has once again opted to deploy the Scyther in this match. The referee announces, commence. Scyther initiates the battle with a rock block, followed by a rock slide. Watch closely. Chief. The yellow-brown energy pulsates around Scyther. In the next moment, enormous boulders materialize above the giant winged fish, encircling it. Shortly thereafter, more rocks descend directly upon the giant winged fish. Quick, evade with high-speed movement. No time left. Bang, bang. The giant winged fish has lost its ability to battle. Scyther emerges victorious. The host declares, Scyther has once again vanquished its opponent. Let us congratulate the Great Wood Heron for becoming the final contender to advance to the third round. Oh, return, Scyther. You've worked hard today. Rest well. The following morning, the host announces, ladies and gentlemen, the third match of the day is about to commence. The victors of the second round will engage in fierce battles for tomorrow's semifinals. The first match features contestant Komii against contestant Kasumi. The gem starfish unleashes its illusion ray. Got it. The purple psychic energy strikes the lantern fish directly. Lantern fish. The referee states, the lantern fish has lost its ability to battle. The gem starfish is victorious. The host exclaims, what a display of strength. We have witnessed Kasumi effortlessly defeat two of Komii's Pokemon with just one gem starfish. Oh, congratulations, Kasumi. Thank you. Aru. You must also strive to do your best. I hope we meet in the finals, but I am determined to claim victory this time. Is that so? Then I shall preemptively congratulate you. Following this, the Great Wood Heron naturally triumphed in the match. After another day, the Vortex Island tournament has finally reached its climax. With only the final showdown remaining, standing upon the arena are none other than the Great Wood Heron and Kasumi. The host announces, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to witness the ultimate championship battle. The competitors are the Great Wood Heron and Kasumi. Kasumi, it's truly us facing off in the finals. Indeed. Aru, you must not hold back. Upon hearing Kasumi's words, the Great Wood Heron feels a pang of bitterness. Are you unaware of the strength of your two ace Pokemon? I would like to hold back, but it requires the ability to do so. Rest assured, I will give it my all. Go, Shelmet. Clang. Shelmet. Then I shall send forth my Anorith. Puff, puff, puff. What is this? One must elevate their strength by facing competitors of similar levels. The referee declares, the match begins. Truly, you leave me no choice. Shelmet, use Mud Shot. Got it. Clumps of yellow-brown mud form in Shelmet's mouth, rapidly launching towards Anorith. Attempting type advantage is no simple feat. Anorith, execute rollout. Just watch. Anorith retracts its head into its shell, transforming its entire body into a rolling wheel, charging toward Shelmet. Bang, bang. The sound of mud striking the shell resonates alongside Anorith's rolling. Prepare your defense. Understood. A resounding crash shatters the protective shield. However, Anorith is also sent reeling backward. An opportunity. Shelmet, unleash Ice Beam. Understood. The icy ray pursues Anorith as it is propelled backward. Anorith braces itself and activates its protective shield, perfectly defending against the assault. Subsequently, small stones rain down upon Shelmet. Shelmet, spin at high speed. Bang. Rolling attack. Here it comes. What? Just as Shelmet deflected the stones, it was struck by the swiftly approaching Anorith. The impact sends Shelmet crashing into a pillar on the battlefield. The referee states, Shelmet has lost its ability to battle. Anorith is victorious. Wow. We won. Anorith, I adore you. Return, Shelmet. You performed admirably. Rest in your Pokeball. Go, Scyther. Two fossil Pokemon engage in combat, ultimately leading to a mutual defeat. The referee announces, both Scyther and Anorith have simultaneously lost their ability to battle. As both of the Great Wood Heron's Pokemon are unable to continue, the winner of this match is Kasumi. Let us extend our congratulations to Kasumi. Hooray! I won. Applause erupts among the audience as the host announces the results. Chapter 145, Vortex Island, Part 5. The host states, after a week of intense competition, the Vortex Island tournament has finally reached its conclusion. Now, we invite Priestess Maya to present the mysterious water drop prize to the champion of this tournament, Miss Kasumi. Priestess Maya, congratulations. Kasumi gratefully accepts the mysterious water drop, exclaiming, thank you. The host declares, let us celebrate the emergence of a new ocean champion. Cheers and applause resonate throughout the audience. Following Kasumi's receipt of the water drop, the great wood heron and his companions embark on their journey between the islands of Vortex Island. Meanwhile, in the waters near Silver Rock Island, beneath the surface lies a concealed base. Dr. Namba. It is Tetsuya, with General Lance sending such a formidable ally. Our plan to capture the mysterious Pokemon X is bound to succeed. A middle-aged man with cherry blossom-colored hair compliments the young man before him. Doctor, you flatter me. Tetsuya, you are too modest. By the way, would you like to try my Namba number 5? It's a remarkable invention I have devoted myself to. For a researcher, gaining recognition for one's work is a source of immense pride. Dr. Namba, eager to promote his invention, is enthusiastic about showcasing his creation to Tetsuya. Namba number 5? What a self-absorbed name. Tetsuya thinks to himself, though he outwardly expresses confusion. Doctor, what is that? This is it. Allow me to explain. As Dr. Namba attempts to showcase his invention, nearby, on the secluded island known as Kodo, a young boy is playing in the sea with 3 Pokemon. Meanwhile, the great wood heron and his companions have arrived at Kodo, drawn by the legend of a mysterious Pokemon. Here, they reunite with their long-lost friend Ahiro. After a discussion, the 5 conclude that the rarer the Pokemon, the more it tends to avoid human presence. Thus, an uninhabited island near Kodo becomes their primary target. The great wood heron, familiar with the original story, knows that they are destined to encounter the baby Lugia and its mother here. Boo-hoo, is that the father they speak of? A delicate, shadowy figure gazes into the distance with blood-red eyes. Indeed, as a group of individuals rode to an unnamed island, the great Heracross suddenly felt a voice resonate within his heart. Heracross, what's wrong? No, I'm fine, he replied, though deep down, he sensed a call beckoning him. Someone is approaching. Xiaoyin, Xiaohei, you two hide in the water for now. Do not come out, and remain silent. With a splash, upon seeing the group land on the island, a little boy playing in the water immediately alerted his 2 extraordinary Pokemon companions. Hey, Xiaohei, why aren't you diving underwater? Boo-woo-woo, the one I've been waiting for is coming. How could I possibly leave? You must dive into the sea quickly. If you're discovered, we're doomed. Boo-woo-woo, I don't need your reminders. Just as the boy was desperately persuading Xiaohei, the great Heracross and his companions had drawn near in search of the mysterious Pokemon. Is that Lugia? And it's black. At that moment, the great Heracross began to doubt whether he had misremembered due to the passage of time. This should be a normally colored Lugia. Why has it transformed into a shiny variant? Is that the one? But the color seems a bit off. As the group converged, the little boy in the water felt a surge of anxiety. What do you intend to do, Electrode? Ha ha ha. You shall not approach. With the boy's commanding shout, the electricity atop Electrode began to gather, poised for action. Hey, little brother, you can't hold it off. It would be better to let someone more capable take over. The mere sight of the anomalous Lugia ignited within the great Heracross a profound yearning for power. Ordinary shiny Pokemon are already exceedingly rare, let alone a shiny legendary. And this one stood among the elite tier of legendaries, Lugia. Who could resist such a temptation? At that moment, the great Heracross cautiously approached the shiny Lugia, clutching a Pokeball in his hand. What do you want? Don't come any closer. The little boy, despite his innocence, recognized the ill intentions of the great Heracross. Ha ha ha. If you take another step, I will zap you. Heracross, what is happening? You're acting strangely. Indeed, you've become quite odd. Do not let the allure of power blind you, Heracross. Ash and his companions urged him, while nearby, Ahong quietly grasped the Pokeball at his waist, prepared to intervene should Heracross make any sudden moves. Boo-woo-woo, brother, why haven't you come down yet? Splash. The little boy, Xiaoyin, who had initially submerged in the sea, returned to check on his brother upon noticing he hadn't dived. Another Lugia, Xiaoyin's appearance, combined with the astonished reactions of the others, caused the boy named Xiao-Yi to feel even more flustered. Xiaoyin, don't come closer. It's dangerous here. As tensions escalated, 2 members of Team Rocket in diving suits appeared by some nearby rocks. Target acquired. This is Search Team C. Dr. Nambwa, please respond. Dr. Nambwa. I'm not Nambwa. I'm Nambwa. Dr. Nambwa shared a sense of camaraderie with Xiao Sanlang, as both had their names frequently mispronounced. My apologies, Dr. Nambwa. We have located mythical Pokemon X. We will transmit the footage immediately. Oh, so mythical Pokemon X is Lugia. Wait, there are actually 2 Lugias, and one is an incredibly rare shiny. Dr. Nambwa, what is the next course of action? Initiate operations immediately. Commence with Capture Plan A. Understood. Do you need me to deploy, Dr. Nambwa? A nearby Yamamoto Tetsuya volunteered eagerly. No, sending you out now would be a waste. Let Amato and Xiao Sanling handle it. Very well then. Tetsuya felt a twinge of disappointment. His earlier eagerness had merely been a desire to escape the underwater base for a moment. On the unnamed island, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense with Xiao In's arrival. Heracross, please remain calm. If there are Lugia babies here, their mother must be nearby. If we anger her, I shudder to think of the consequences. Misty stood in front of the desire-driven Heracross, her eyes welling with tears as she anxiously implored him. Misty, step aside. I know you're right, but I can only capture one. Her words resonated with Heracross, yet the allure of the shiny Lugia was a power he yearned to seize. This power lay before him, and with a Master Ball in hand, he was unwilling to relinquish the temptation. Come forth, Scyther, Sun Pokémon. Kaboom TSS. Go Cruise. Kula. Ahong. X3. I cannot allow you to harm the Lugia baby, so I must stop you. Like a mirror to Ash, Ahong summoned a Salamence to stand before Heracross. You dare seek your demise. Though Misty and her companions sought to halt him, given their long-standing camaraderie, who was Ahong to presume he could obstruct him? Scyther. Unleash a water gun. Kaboom TSS. Understood. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from his trainer, Scyther rallied his spirit, swiftly advancing towards Salamence. Cruise. Summon a sandstorm. Kula. Understood. Brown sand erupted around Salamence, which utilized its sand manipulation abilities to create a protective barrier. However, despite the good intentions, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. A mere elite-tier Salamence could hardly contend with a gym-tier Scyther. Scyther closed the distance, delivering a powerful slash that sent Salamence and its makeshift sand shield crashing into the sea. Bang! Splash! Cruise! Do not obstruct me any longer, understand? Otherwise, I may be compelled to eliminate you. Observing Ahong swiftly swim towards Salamence, Heracross refrained from striking again. Just as Misty had warned, with the Lugia babies present, their mother could not be far behind. Thus, he needed to capture the target quickly, primarily to avoid any bloodshed among Ash and his friends. Damn it! Ahong assessed Salamence's condition, and upon hearing Heracross's words, a sense of helplessness washed over him. Sun Pokémon, use Psychic to restrain Electrode. Scyther, unleash Water Gun on that shiny Lugia. Understood. The Sun Pokémon's eyes glimmered with blue light, and Electrode, standing before the two Lugias in the water, suddenly found itself unable to move. Ha ha ha, I can't move my body. Electrode, Xiao He, you must flee. The little boy, Xiao stood protectively before the two Lugias, attempting to shield them with his frail form. Yet Scyther was clearly not inclined to grant him this opportunity. Before Xiao could intervene, Scyther had already approached the shiny Lugia. Bang! Boo woo woo, that hurts. Well done. Go, Master Ball. With a decisive click, the Master Ball's red light extinguished, and Heracross hastily utilized his psychic abilities to retrieve it. Following a series of swift actions, the Pokeball that had once belonged to the Ursaring at Heracross's waist was enveloped in a beam of white light and transported to the old man. Boo woo woo, brother. Xiao gazed at his captured brother, tears welling in his eyes. Return, Sun Pokémon. Xiaoxia, Ash, Brock, we must take our leave. The Great Wood Crane approached the group, suggesting it was time to depart. Ahi, how could you capture the baby Lugia? If its mother finds out, she will be heartbroken. Indeed. Ahi, this is not right. Just then, before Ash could finish his words of persuasion, a colossal submarine surfaced from the depths of the water. Without allowing anyone a moment to react, the submarine unleashed a large fishing net towards the baby Lugia. Xiao flee. The Scyther unleashed a powerful jet of water and then executed a razor leaf attack. Catcho. Understood. Enveloped in a torrent of water, Scyther wielded its dual blades, slicing through the net with ease. In the next instant, it lunged towards the submarine, delivering a fierce strike. Bang! Uft! Observing the thwarted capture attempt, Yamato and Shinsuke aboard the submarine resolved to resort to force. How dare you interfere with Team Rocket's operations? Dairubi, unleash flamethrower. Roar. Understood. A searing flame surged directly towards Scyther. You too, Karaku. Use Hurricane Kick. Catcho. Understood. Following the command, Karaku inverted itself, transforming into a spinning top, joining Dairubi's fiery assault against Scyther. Scyther, counter with Razor Leaf and Rock Slide. Catcho. Here it comes. Scyther first slashed down Karaku with a blade infused with fighting energy, then sent a barrage of rocks hurtling towards Dairubi. Return, Dairubi, Karaku. We will be back. Seeing their Pokemon outmatched, Yamato and Shinsuke retreated into the submarine, seeking assistance. Scyther, do not let them escape. Catcho. Understood. Scyther pursued with a jet of water, colliding with the two Team Rocket members before they could reach the submarine, sending them flying like stars. Xiaoxia, let's go. But Xiaoxia hesitated as Ash and Brock approached her. Meanwhile, Ahong and Xioi observed from a distance. Hey, Ahi, can't you just let the baby Ligia go? Ash, everyone has their own favorite Pokemon. You cannot impose your will on others. But the baby Ligia is still just a child. Taking it away is cruel to its mother, isn't it? Parting is always accompanied by anguish. And I merely reveal the truth about humanity's pursuit of powerful Pokemon. Whether hypocrite or villain, such labels do not sway the great wood crane's resolve to chase power. With that, the great wood crane turned and departed with Scyther. Xiaoxia glanced at Ash and Brock before reluctantly following after the retreating figure of the great wood crane. Ahi, Ash, do not pursue any further. Brock firmly intercepted Ash, who was intent on chasing after. Brock, Ash, if you wish to keep Ahi as a friend, do not pursue. But, alright, I understand. Ash, who intended to argue, was deterred by the seriousness in Brock's gaze. Chapter 147, Whirl Islands, and, haha, such a domineering lad. I knew I was right about him. On the volcano of an old friend's home, the current god of the tides, Ligia, witnessed the scene with the power of rules and laughed heartily. You must be gravely mistaken. Who would entrust their weaned child to a human chasing power? Beside it, Ho-Oh rolled its eyes while critiquing. Haha, what do you know? Compared to our long lifespan, a human's mere 100 or 80 years is but a fraction. If my son follows him, what does it matter if it's for 100 or 80 years? After capturing my son, he will surely nurture it with care. This will save me a great deal of time and resources. You wouldn't want to take care of your little son, would you? That's why your wife took your 2 sons there, right? Ho-Oh pondered over Ligia's words and quickly arrived at this absurd conclusion. Ah, that's about right. I've already discussed this with my wife and sons, though my eldest son is unaware. Having his thoughts uncovered by Ho-Oh, Ligia did not shy away and boldly admitted it. Why is that? I have researched my clan's history. That child is the second of its kind to appear in millions of years. The previous one was suppressed after birth and remained within the clan. However, unlike its kin, its unique coloration drew unwanted attention from others in the clan. What happened afterward? Later, the Ligia clan fell into civil war. Though that unique ancestor was subdued, the already scarce clan members dwindled to just a few. My great-grandfather was one of them. I see, you feared a recurrence of such events, hence sending it away. Exactly. According to records, once an atypical Ligia reaches maturity, its temperament can become extremely volatile. To prevent a repeat of calamity, I had no choice but to take this drastic measure. Understood. Meanwhile, in the waters near Cho Island, within Team Rocket's underwater base, Dr. Nanba seethed with fury upon witnessing the footage of Yamato and Shinsuke being hurled away. Who are these people? Infuriating. Tetsuya, I must ask you to take action. We must capture the baby Ligia to lure its mother out. I'm afraid I must disappoint you, Dr. Nanba. I've dealt with those people before, and to be frank, I am no match for them. When it comes to the Great Wood Crane, Tetsuya wanted to keep as far away from him as possible unless his strength had reached a certain level. Haha, Tetsuya, how about having your Pokemon wear my invention? Nanba number 5? It can instantly enhance your power. Don't you want to give it a try? Alright. Perhaps swayed by Dr. Namba's words. Or perhaps remembering his past humiliation, Tetsuya believed that if he could exact revenge this time, it would be a win-win situation. Not only would he fulfill the organization's mission, but he could also settle his personal grievances. Great. I knew a youth praised by Lance's cadre would never be a coward. Rest assured, Tetsuya, we will accompany you on this mission. I hope this operation goes smoothly. On a nameless island, the Great Wood Crane and Xiaoxia prepared to leave on water-type Pokemon. Suddenly, enormous bubbles erupted on the surface of the sea, and before they could react, the water surged, revealing a massive structure above sea level. What is happening? It seems someone doesn't want us to leave. Xiaoxia readied for battle. Come forth, Solgaleo. Go, Psyduck and Starmie. Kaba. Huh. The Pokemon of the two stared solemnly at the building emerging from the ocean. Xiaoxia, this could be Team Rocket's base. Once we encounter their Pokemon, if we notice they are wearing strange devices, let our Pokemon destroy those contraptions first. Understanding the plot, the Great Wood Crane recognized Dr. Namba's invention. Although events were diverging from what was supposed to happen, it did not diminish the information stored in the Great Wood Crane's memory. Alright, no problem. Long time no see. Great Wood Crane. Tetsuya, I never expected to run into you here. Why aren't you diligently strengthening your Pokemon and resorting to such underhanded methods? Tetsuya stood beside a massive Beedrill outfitted with a furious enhancement device. Professor Oak understood that his opponent had chosen the power of technology. While this force could temporarily enhance strength, it also inflicted significant harm upon Pokemon. How dare that impudent lad criticize my magnificent invention? Do you have any idea who I am? Dr. Namba, clutching a pokeball and trailing behind Taka, could no longer suppress his indignation at Oak's scornful remarks and leaped forward to protest. Hey, old man, at your age, shouldn't you be seeking a peaceful place to enjoy your retirement? Watch your old life? Or you might just lose it. Scyther advanced using Water Jet to close the distance, followed by a Fury Cutter attack. The Sun Pokémon unleashed a powerful psychic attack, shattering the devices affixed to the heads of the opposing Pokémon. Got it. Scyther charged forward, blades glinting, propelled by the force of the water. The Sun Pokémon's eyes glimmered with violet light as a formidable psychic energy surged toward the foreheads of the enemy's two Pokémon. Golduck launched a water cannon attack, while Starmie utilized Psychic. A robust, spiral-shaped water column collided fiercely with the psychic energy, both attacks uniting in their onslaught. Understood. Beedrill executed an enraged Fury Cutter attack. Leave it to me. Electabuzz unleashed a furious thunderbolt. No problem. Smack. Smack. What? This is impossible. Taka and Dr. Namba's Pokémon, who had intended to retaliate fiercely, were taken aback when the anger-inducing devices on their heads were shattered, causing both Pokémon to be sent flying, rendered unable to battle. The two men wore expressions of disbelief. All right, it's time to finish you off. Sun Pokémon Scyther. Haha. No, wait. We surrender. Chapter 148, Verdanturf Town. What more ransom? Taka and Dr. Namba found themselves at the mercy of Professor Oak's demands. Not only that, but the underwater base was also destroyed under Oak's command, with Scyther wreaking havoc. Once the dust settled, Oak and his companion departed aboard Misty Gyarados. Cursed fiend, I will surely seek revenge. Dr. Namba seethed, watching Oak's retreating figure, realizing all his research funds had been stolen, leaving him in a state of near collapse. All right, Dr. Namba, next time you see him, just run away. Taka, having been robbed by Oak 3 times, maintained a much steadier disposition than Dr. Namba. Humph, no way, I must avenge myself. Otherwise, I will never forgive this slight. Very well then. Seeing that Dr. Namba was stubbornly dismissing his advice, Taka refrained from further discussion. As colleagues, he had said all that needed to be said. If others refused to listen, that was no longer his concern. Meanwhile, Ash and his companions were engaged in a battle with the trio piloting Team Rocket's submarine. Unsurprisingly, the trio was once again treated to their routine shock therapy courtesy of the Thunderbolt. Oh, this time it's double the fun. All right, everything is settled, and I must take my leave. Thank you, old friend. The deity of ocean currents gracefully took flight, flapping its wings. Humph, get lost. You, leaving your wife and children behind to frolic around. Ho-Oh scoffed disdainfully. Ho-Oh's quip momentarily startled the ascending Lugia, almost causing it to plummet from the sky. Wow, we finally made it to the city. I need to enjoy a hot shower. Let us head to the Pokemon Center first. After several days of arduous travel, Professor Oak and Misty finally arrived in Verdanturf Town. Ms. Joy, please take care of us. Certainly, you can rely on me. Having learned from the previous experience with NEI, Oak refrained from entrusting the shiny Lugia to Nurse Joy. While their Pokemon recuperated, Oak and Misty indulged in a sumptuous meal. Afterward, it was time to report to the old man. All right, both of your Pokemon have fully recovered. Thank you, Nurse Joy. No need for thanks. With their Pokemon restored to health, Oak and Misty proceeded to the Verdanturf gym. Hello, I am Professor Oak from Pallet Town. Is the gym leader available? We are here for a gym challenge. Inside the Verdanturf gym, Oak and Misty inquired of a young girl. Hello, my name is Kasha. Please wait a moment while I fetch Mizami for you. Thank you very much. I appreciate your help. Not at all, it's my duty. Soon, the girl named Kasha returned with a girl in a dress. Greetings. I am Ami, the gym leader of Verdanturf. Who wishes to challenge the gym? Hello, Ms. Ami. I am the challenger, Professor Oak from Pallet Town, and this is my companion, Misty. Hello, Professor Oak and Misty. Please follow me. 5 minutes later. In the arena of the Verdanturf gym, Professor Oak and Ami stood at opposite ends. Young Kasha held up red and green flags as the referee. Now, we have the gym leader Ami versus the challenger Professor Oak. Each side may use 2 Pokemon, and only the challenger may substitute Pokemon. I declare the match to begin. Go, Magnemite. Magnemite, an electric steel type. I have just the perfect opponent. Go, Drillbur. Lodi. Professor Oak, what is that Pokemon? Not every trainer is familiar with the Pokemon of the Unova region, just as Ami and Kasha were not acquainted with Drillbur. Oh, Ms. Ami. This is a Pokemon from across the ocean, named Drillbur. It is a ground-type Pokemon. I see. It resembles the Sandshrew family quite a bit. However, even with type advantage, my electromagnetic Pokemon will not be so easily defeated. Electromagnetic, use metal sound. Understood. Magnemite's single eye glowed blue as an invisible sound wave attack surged forth. Drillbur, Counter with Metal Sound. Understood. Both Pokemon unleash Soundwave attacks, inflicting reciprocal damage upon each other. Not effective, huh? In that case, Electromagnetic, use Impact. Understood. Realizing the Soundwave attacks were ineffectual, Ami opted to change her strategy, intending to triumph with Electromagnetic's steel-like body. In close combat, I have no fear. Drillbur, first use Rapid Spin for defense, then follow up with Earth Power. Understood. Drillbur transformed into a large top, spinning rapidly in place. Here it comes. Bang. Wow. Electromagnetic, which had relied on its sturdy frame for impact, found itself not only unable to breach Drillbur's spinning defense, but was also sent flying back by the force. Drillbur, now has your chance. Watch this. Drillbur swiftly regained its stance, channeling ground-type energy into its left foot before forcefully stomping down. A surge of intense ground energy surged toward the airborne Electromagnetic. Electromagnetic, be careful. Too late. Boom. The flung Electromagnetic was struck by Drillbur's Earth Power. Electromagnetic. Kasha announced, Electromagnetic has lost its ability to battle. Drillbur is the victor. A splendid start. Well done, Drillbur. Lodi. Oh, you flatter me. Wait a moment. The joy of being praised by its caretaker caused the already victorious Digger to become excessively excited, enveloped in a radiant light of evolution. Indeed, it had evolved. Observing the accumulation of energy and experience, it had reached its pinnacle. What is that? He noticed that within the white light of evolution, there was also a hint of yellowish-brown energy. Could it be the hidden Xianling soil within? Species, dragon-headed digger. Gender, male. Ability, sand force. Skills, scratch, mud slap, mud toss, frenzy, metal claw, dig, sharp claw, split, rock fall, horn drill, earthquake, swords dance. Learnable moves, poison jab, brick break, rapid spin, swift, protect, shadow clone, substitute. Inherited skills, rapid spin, rocket headbutt, metal sound, earth power, rending claw. Potential, champion level 1. Strength, level 45, early gym stage. Chapter 149, obtaining the Aqua Badge. Congratulations, dragon-headed digger. After congratulating the digger, he turned to introduce to Miss Ami. Miss Ami, this is the evolved form of digger, the dragon-headed digger. After its evolution, its type has transformed from pure ground to a dual type of ground and steel. Indeed. Thank you, Ahi, for being candid and not withholding information. Ami felt an increased fondness for he due to his honesty. Come back, Electroman, you've worked hard just now. Rest for now. However, I shall not hold back in our battles. Then I eagerly await the challenge. All right, go forth, Steel Python. Eru. Sure enough, it's Steel Python. Dragon-headed digger. Let us test your power post-evolution with an earthquake attack. Rondi, understood. With a stomp of its right foot onto the ground, an invisible shockwave surged towards Steel Python. Eru, that hurts. The massive size of Steel Python made it unable to evade the dragon-headed digger's assault. Steel Python, quickly use Harden for defense. Eru, understood. As Steel Python's trainer, Ami was naturally aware of this strategy. Alright, Steel Python, it's time for us to counterattack. Use Iron Tail. Eru, understood. A significant portion of Steel Python's massive body became enveloped in a thick aura of steel energy, proving that size and strength were indeed formidable. Such a rich steel energy. However, we shall not be outdone. After performing Swords Dance, the dragon-headed digger initiated a brick break attack. Rondi got it. The digger began to spin in place, dramatically enhancing its attack power, and collided its right claw, now wrapped in fighting energy, with Steel Python's iron tail. Boom. The sheer mass and strength sent the dragon-headed digger flying. Rondi, such powerful force. What? Dragon-headed digger, are you alright? He exclaimed in astonishment at the scene. Rondi, my claws are a bit numb. I see. Then return to rest. Even after the enhancement from Swords Dance, the digger still fell short in strength compared to Steel Python. Continuing the battle would only serve to exacerbate its injuries. Ahi, what Pokemon will you send forth against my Steel Python next? Ami took great pride in her Steel Python's strength. Hehe. In terms of raw power, this fellow 1T lose to any Pokemon. Go forth, Teddy Bear. Guma. A teddy bear. Certainly a powerhouse. However, it may not be the wisest choice to pit it against my Steel Python. Steel Python, unleash another Iron Tail attack. Eru, watch this. Steel Python's mighty tail, imbued with overwhelming force, lunged once again. Teddy Bear, with your belly puffed up, use Cross Chop. Guma, take that. Enveloped in a radiant red energy, Teddy Bear's aura surged exponentially. With its paws crossed in AX, Teddy Bear collided head-on with Steel Python's tail. Boom. Eru, that hurts. Steel Python, are you alright? Ami was taken aback upon witnessing Steel Python being struck back. Must it be so fierce? Seizing the moment, Teddy Bear launched a fire punch. Damuhi would naturally not overlook the opportunity for a follow-up attack. Guma, take this, scrap metal python. Bang. Eru, so hot, so painful. Steel Python. Xia, Steel Python is unable to continue battling. Teddy Bear emerges victorious, as both Pokemon of the gym leader have lost their fighting capabilities. The winner of this match is trainer Ahi. I lost. Congratulations, Ahi. This is proof of your triumph over me, the Steel Badge. Thank you, Miss Ami. I look forward to our next battle. Absolutely, no problem. Having received the Steel Badge, Damuhi had now collected 6 badges. The next destination was decided to be Kaji Town. I truly wish to meet Elder Lu during winter. However, before that, gazing at the full moon hanging high in the night sky, Damuhi felt a twinge of conflict. Ahi, what is the matter? It was now the night following Damuhi and Xiaoxia's departure from Qiansong City. The two were resting at a makeshift campsite beside a river. Seeing Damuhi lost in thought without response caused Xiaoxia to worry. Oh, it's nothing. I was just lost in contemplation. Don't mind me. All right then. Ahi, if anything comes up, remember to let me know. Sure, I understand, Xiaoxia. Damuhi responded somewhat dismissively, returning to his contemplations. Never mind. Let us proceed as planned. Teddy Bear, come here for a moment. Guma, what do you need, boss? Teddy Bear, who had been lounging in the grass with friends, approached with a bewildered expression upon hearing Damuhi's call. Haha, rest assured, it's good news. Watching Teddy Bear scratch its head, seemingly pondering if it had done something wrong, made Damuhi chuckle. Guma, that's a relief. By the way, what is the good news? Upon hearing it was good news, Teddy Bear's worries dissipated. It had feared being caught for nibbling on Damuhi's favorite snacks. It's definitely good news. Speaking, Damuhi retrieved a well-preserved piece of peat from his spatial backpack. Has my little snack been consumed too quickly? Damuhi didn't recall indulging in it over the past few days. This was a treasured treat. When he took out the peat, Damuhi noticed the quantity of snacks in his backpack was not right. Never mind, let us focus on the matter at hand. Teddy Bear, here, eat this. Guma, all right, boss. Earlier, when Damuhi was inspecting his backpack, Teddy Bear had been quite nervous. Guma, I hope I don't get caught by the boss. I hope I don't. If the caretaker found out about its greediness in consuming his favorite treats, it would surely face dire consequences. Now tense. Teddy Bear accepted the peat without hesitation and tossed it into its mouth. Guma, what is this? Teddy Bear felt itself enveloped in a warm, radiant light. Chapter 150, Thunder Town. Simultaneously, Teddy Bear sensed a surge of energy erupting from the circular pattern on its chest. Guma, with a roar towards the heavens. Its form dramatically transformed. Once standing on 2 legs, it now assumed a 4-legged stance. Its yellow-brown fur deepened to a rich brown hue. The circle mark that once resided on its chest returned to its forehead, reminiscent of a bear cub once more. However, unlike the crescent shape of the bear cub, the evolved moon bear proudly displays a full moon upon its forehead, accompanied by 2 cloud-like markings beside it. Species, moon bear. Gender, male. Ability, bulletproof. Pokemon with this ability are immune to damage from ball and bomb-type moves during battles. Moves, scratch, leer, lick, fake cry, desire, fury swipes, critical hit, sweet scent. Cut, play rough, scary face, sleep, snore, thunderbolt. TMs, reversal, ice punch, fire punch, thunder punch, swift, protect, double team. Egg moves, double edge, yawn, bite, cross chop, belly drum. Potential, champion intermediate. Level, 50, post-gym. Yaku, boss. I feel myself becoming incredibly strong. Ahi, what is this? The sound of Circle Bear evolving was naturally heard by Xiaoxia. At this moment, she gazed at the appearance of the Moon Bear with curiosity. Circle Bear has evolved. We should now refer to it as Moon Bear. Damuhi joyfully introduced. Wow, is this the Moon Bear? It looks so robust, judging by its presence. It must have surpassed several small realms. Xiaoxia expressed her astonishment at the Moon Bear's strong physique. Yes, aside from the peat that facilitated its evolution, the hidden ethereal soil within it was completely absorbed during its transformation. So that's how it is. No wonder its strength has increased so rapidly. 3 days have passed since Circle Bear's evolution into Moon Bear. On that morning, Damuhi and Xiaoxia arrived at a place called Thunderbolt Town. Not long after they entered the town, they heard a familiar voice. Fast Wind Dog, left, right. A boy resembling Damuhi stood on a skateboard, guiding his Fast Wind Dog forward. Damuhi and Xiaoxia exclaimed in surprise, Xiao Mao. X2. Fast Wind Dog, halt. Upon stopping, Xiao Mao turned to the source of the voice and, recognizing Damuhi and Xiaoxia, hurried over with his fast wind dog. Xiao Mao, it's been a while. How have you been on the snowy mountain? Quite well, thanks to my training sessions with the mother Articuno. Not only has my little Articuno's strength skyrocketed, but so has the prowess of my other Pokemon. Is that so? That's wonderful. By the way, you must have contacted Grandpa about your descent from the mountain? Yes. Don't worry, big brother. I contacted Grandpa at the Pokemon Center at the foot of the mountain. He even helped me unlock additional slots. So I can now carry 7 Pokemon. That's great news. By the way, what is that on your fast wind dog? Noticing a collar-like item around the fast wind dog's neck, he felt puzzled. Oh, this. It's a specialty of Thunderbolt Town, the annual Pokemon racing competition. Trainers stand on skateboards and guide their Pokemon in the race. Oh, are there any requirements for this competition? He inquired curiously. In the competition, you can only use 1 Pokemon, but there aren't any other requirements. Xiao Mao pondered for a moment. Do you have this equipment over there? I'm quite interested in this competition. Can I say no? Hearing He's words, Xiao Mao rolled his eyes internally. My elder brother, you are still so opportunistic. What do you think? Fine. Under the threat of He's words, Xiao Mao found a set of racing equipment for his elder brother. Big brother, which Pokemon will you use? It won't be the Fire Emperor, will it? No, it's still with Grandpa. Today, let me introduce you to a new friend. Come out. Moonbear. Yeku. Big brother, what is this? The appearance of the Moonbear left Xiao Mao utterly astonished, as he found no match for it in his extensive Pokemon database. Haha, I knew you'd be surprised. I won't keep it from you. This is the evolved form of Circle Bear. It evolves when Circle Bear reaches its full moon state and is matched with an evolution item. Big brother, this is a great discovery. Have you told Grandpa? Not yet. He replied nonchalantly. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry and contact Grandpa. Fast Wind Dog. To the Pokemon Center. Oh, whoa, no problem. Hey, Xiao Mao, wait for us. This little rascal. Watching Xiao Mao and Fast Wind Dog dash away, he helplessly turned to Xiaoxia and said, Xiaoxia, let's go to the Pokemon Center as well. Sure, no problem. What? Xiao Mao, is what you just said true? At that moment, in the Pokemon Center of Thunderbolt Town, the voice of Professor Oak resonated throughout the phone area. Grandpa, I saw it with my own eyes. What I heard Big Brother say is undoubtedly true. And where is Ahi now? Grandpa, I'm here. Hello, Professor Oak. Cha-ka, ibu, hello. Before Xiao Mao could respond, he had already pulled Xiao Mao and Xiaoxia into Professor Oak's line of sight. Oh, hello? Xiaoxia and Piku. Ahi. About what Xiao Mao just said. It's true. I obtained the information in a relic in Kanto. Where's the relic? Can Moon Bear be sent over for my research? With his grandson's confirmation, Professor Oak's eyes sparkled with excitement. The relic has collapsed and been destroyed, but I have copied some of the data inside using the Pokédex. I will send it to you now. After Circle Bear's evolution, he had organized some of the information he knew into the Pokédex. Hurry. At the sound of He's first sentence, Professor Oak, who had been in a state of disappointment, was instantly revitalized by the subsequent 2 sentences. All right. I understand. This data includes information on Circle Bear's evolved form and also the evolution data of the Blazing Monkey. Grandpa, if you plan to present this to the League, remember to ask for more benefits for me. And the Blazing Monkey? Send the data over quickly. Hearing there was another Pokemon, Professor Oak's excitement heightened even further. Chapter 151, The Racing Competition. Okay, I've received everything on my end. Ahi, remember to send Moonbear over for my research when you have the chance. That's it. I'll hang up now. After receiving the data, Professor Oak immediately hung up the phone without saying another word. Looking at the now black screen, he felt helpless. Grandpa is so impatient. Big brother, don't you think so? You have the nerve to say that about Grandpa. You were just as eager to run over when I called you. I just wanted to inform Grandpa as quickly as possible. Hearing He's admonition, Xiao Mao quietly retorted while looking down. Oh, you little rascal, now you're daring to retort? Have you gotten a bit too bold lately? And do you want me to teach you a lesson? I won't trouble you, big brother. I'm going to contact Fast Wind Dog for racing training. Witnessing He's intention to act, the psychological shadow of having been held accountable since childhood made Xiao Mao swiftly turn and flee. That little rascal. Moonbear. Left, right. At this moment, he was engaged in pre-competition training with Moonbear. The racing competition tests the synergy between trainers and Pokemon. Pokemon must become one with their trainers to excel in the racing competition. A day later, Ash and Brock also arrived at the location. Ahi Xiaoxia Xiao Mao. After their encounter with Professor Oak and others, Ash and Brock recounted the events that transpired on Orange Islands after the departure of Professor Oak. Alongside Ah Hong and Xiao Yi, they not only met Silver's mother, but also had the fortune of meeting his father. The parents exhibited no signs of discontent regarding the fact that Black was captured by Professor Oak, which relieved Ash and Brock, who had intended to explain the situation on Oak's behalf. Since Lygia's parents were unconcerned, Ash and Brock naturally would not allow this matter to jeopardize their relationship with the others. Well, since you have shown such consideration, allow me to divulge some information. Thus, Professor Oak elaborated on the evolution requirements for Teddiursa and Monferno. Indeed, compared to Brock, Ash was noticeably more exhilarated, thanks to Professor Oak's intervention. His Monferno had not been given away. All right, I will summon Monferno for training right away. I must hasten its evolution. Pikachu, let us be off. Pika Pika, let's go, buddy. The following morning after Ash and Brock's arrival, the Pokemon racing competition was on the verge of commencing. At that moment, the contestants were awaiting at the racetrack alongside their Pokemon. The host announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, the long-awaited annual Pokemon racing competition is about to begin. The contestant who secures first place today will earn the title of Best Knight of the Year and the coveted champion trophy." Now, let us clarify the competition rules. Upon starting from the arena, contestants will navigate through Thunder Town, heading towards the turnaround point at the dojo family. There, contestants will acquire a substitute for the Pokemon egg. Afterward, they must return to this arena, meaning the starting point also serves as the finish line. Additionally, contestants may freely choose their route between the turnaround point and the finish line. All right, the contestants are now prepared at the starting line. The Pokemon racing competition in Thunder Town is about to commence. With the red light at the front of the racetrack turning green, the contestants urge their Pokemon forward. Zygarde, dash ahead. Oh whoa, no problem. Teddiursa, you too. Yaku, just watch. Bayleaf, give it your all. Bailey, leave it to me. The host continued. In the lead is Shigeru's Zygarde, closely followed by Professor Oak's Teddiursa. Many may be unfamiliar with Teddiursa, but its information will soon be made public by the league. Following Teddiursa is Ash's Bayleaf. All three of them are first-time competitors. Who would have thought that these three would emerge as dark horses in this competition? As Professor Oak's trio of Pokemon continued to race, they gradually distanced themselves from the other contestants. Among the three, Zygarde undoubtedly held the top speed. However, long-distance running demanded that trainers keep pace as well, testing the Pokemon's endurance and perseverance. Professor Oak had great confidence in his Teddiursa's capabilities in this regard. Hey, Ash, you two are lagging behind significantly. Perhaps it's time to concede? Shigeru kindly reminded as he glanced back at the determined duo. Not a chance. I will surely surpass you and Professor Oak. Bayleaf, let us go. Bailey, I'll definitely help you win. Hey, Shigeru, your overconfidence is showing again. Don't jump to conclusions before the end. Teddiursa, pick up the pace. Yaku, understood. Teddiursa began to close the gap between itself and Zygarde. Ash, Shigeru, feel free to meander along. Zygarde, use quick attack. Oh whoa, just watch. Zygarde's body was enveloped in a brilliant light, instantly multiplying its speed several times over, leaving Ash and Professor Oak in a cloud of dust. What the? That brat Shigeru must be out of his mind. Teddiursa, charge. Yaku, understood. Bayleaf, let us not concede. Bailey, I want to win. As Ash's companion, Bayleaf shared a profound bond with him. Encouraged by Ash, Bayleaf unleashed its latent potential. Whoosh. What the? Are you cheating? Witnessing Bayleaf surpassing Zygarde, Professor Oak considered hitting the report button. Goodbye, Professor Oak. I'm taking the lead. Teddiursa, don't give up. Accelerate. Yaku. Yes, understood. Meanwhile, while Teddiursa pursued from behind, Zygarde encountered a crisis. The Team Rocket trio made their routine appearance to cause trouble. Shigeru's racing Zygarde was caught by Team Rocket. What? Just as Shigeru was in shock, Ash and Bayleaf arrived to rescue Zygarde, also saving the Pokemon egg from the dojo family. Due to the delay caused by Team Rocket, Teddiursa, along with Professor Oak, soon caught up. Only the return journey remains. Let us race once more. All right, no problem. Ash, Shigeru, and Professor Oak shouted, charge ahead. Teddiursa, Zygarde, Bayleaf. Chapter 152, Triumph and the Mist. The host announced. The leading three contestants are now in the final straight sprint to the finish. The competition is approaching its climax. Who will be this year's victor among these first-time participants? Let us all await the outcome. Zygarde, make your final sprint. Oh whoa, no problem. Zygarde's limbs ignited with flames of excitement, increasing its stride and elevating its speed to a whole new level. Teddiursa, let us go. Unleash the power of your evolution. Yaku, just watch. Teddiursa was enveloped in a brown aura, and with this energy, its running speed momentarily matched that of Zygarde. Bayleaf, let us make our final push. Bailey, leave it to me. As Bayleaf ran, it extended two vine whips. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as Bayleaf struck its own rear end with the vine whips, spurring itself on. Bailey! Ouch! But that does give me strength. The intense pain radiating from its rear ignited Bayleaf's potential, allowing it not only to catch up to Zygarde and Teddiursa, but also to hint at surpassing them. The host exclaimed, "Oh, viewers, Ash's Bayleaf has taken the lead. Can Professor Oak's Teddiursa and Shigeru's Zygarde turn the tide? Zygarde, one last time. I entrust you to use Quick Attack." "Oh well, no problem." The fierce wind intensified as Zygarde accelerated. Teddiursa harnessed the power of the earth. Yaku received. Energy from the ground converged on Teddiursa's limbs, and at the moment it set off, Teddiursa and Professor Oak, along with their skateboard, soared into the air, propelled by the earth's force. "Bayleaf, let us give it our all for the final sprint." "Bailey." "Understood." Crack. Another sound akin to sizzling bamboo shoots resonated as Bayleaf, now with a reddened rear, quickened its pace. The host announced, "The three Pokémon are engaged in an intense tug-of-war, and now only the final sprint to the finish line remains." Ash, Shigeru, and Professor Oak shouted, "Charge ahead." Teddiursa, Zygarde, Bayleaf. "Awu, Yuku, Bailey, leave it to me." Host, "We have reached the finish line." Contestant Ahi has emerged victorious, utilizing the rebound effect of his ultimate move. Ahi's Moonbear has turned the tide in his favor. After an intense tug-of-war among three competitors, it is Ahi who claims victory, setting a record for winning the championship on his very first participation. Now, let us invite contestant Ahi and his marvelous Pokémon, Moonbear, to receive the trophy and medal awarded by the tournament. This year's best knight is none other than contestant Ahi. Applause. "We did it. Thank you, Moonbear." "Yuku, boss. It's all in a day's work." "Older brother, Ash, Misty, and Brock, I will take my leave now." Be careful on your way. Remember to keep in touch with Grandpa, so he doesn't worry." "Older brother, I understand. Farewell, everyone." "Goodbye, Gary." X3. As Oak and his companions were departing from Thunder Town, Mr. DeZeo, who runs the breeding house, presented Ash with a token of gratitude, a blue Pokémon egg. Coincidentally, Oak and his three companions were headed to the same destination, and they journeyed together once more. 3 days later, the egg hatched into a small elephant-like Pokémon. That evening, as Oak and his companions traversed a dense mountain fog, a sudden accident occurred. "Ah, that hurts." Due to the thick mist, Brock accidentally slipped and fell. Fortunately, the distance wasn't great, and he only felt a slight pain. "Brock, X3, are you alright?" Just then, a girl appeared with a mysterious nine-tailed fox. The nine-tailed fox approached Brock with an amiable demeanor, calling out affectionately, "Awu, Ahi." Misty quietly tugged on Oak's sleeve, signaling him to observe the suddenly appearing girl and the nine-tailed fox. I see. Both individuals possess psychic powers and naturally sense the fluctuations of psychic energy in the air. The girl named Loke was, in fact, a manifestation created by psychic energy, her power stemming from the nine-tailed fox beside Brock. In other words, this girl was merely an illusion conjured by the nine-tailed fox. Subsequently, under Loke's guidance, Oak and his companions arrived at a grand mansion. "Misty, be cautious. Everything should be related to that nine-tailed fox. Wait, try to subtly probe Loke for information. I'll handle the nine-tailed fox." At that moment, Oak recalled some memories regarding the nine-tailed fox. The solitary nine-tailed fox, having awaited its master for over 2 centuries, recognized Brock as the reincarnation of its long-lost owner the moment it laid eyes on him. I understand." Oak and Misty, intentionally lagging at the back of the group, whispered to each other. In their hands, they clutched a Pokeball, ready to launch a coordinated attack on the nine-tailed fox if anything went awry. Upon entering the mansion, Miss Loke and the nine-tailed fox presented fruit to their guests, yet the nine-tailed fox's attention was primarily focused on Brock, now nestled in his arms. "Miss Loke, why do you live alone in this mountain house?" "Misty, that question is rather rude." Afterward, Brock turned to Loke, apologizing. "I'm sorry, Miss Loke. My companion asked such an impolite question." "No, it's quite all right." She candidly shared the truth that Oak and his companions were eager to learn. Eventually, Miss Loke extended an invitation for Brock to stay and live with her and the nine-tailed fox. As for Brock, he was utterly defenseless in the presence of beauty. "Come forth, Sun Spirit. Use Psychic on the nine-tailed fox." Go, Psyduck, unleash a water gun attack on the nine-tailed fox." Kaboom. The nine-tailed fox and Miss Loke were caught off guard by Oak and Misty's sudden assault. Bang. Oh, whoa, that hurts. Even the 2-century-old nine-tailed fox was severely injured by the unexpected attack from 2 nearly elite Pokémon. The attack disrupted the nine-tailed fox's ability to control its powers, causing Miss Loke's form to gradually become transparent. Miss Loke, Chapter 153, Conjecture. Brock, you need to stay alert. Being so infatuated with beauty could lead to grave consequences in the future. Moreover, consider our current surroundings. Oak did not oppose the notion that beauty was the path to procreation, but Brock's infatuation, where he would cling to any girl with a hint of allure, was excessive. What is happening? The injury to the nine-tailed fox not only destabilized Miss Loke's illusion, but also caused the luxurious mansion to vanish. Everything we just witnessed was an illusion. And the creator of it all is this nine-tailed fox, waiting for its master. Misty, you and Psyduck restrain the nine-tailed fox. Ash, keep an eye on Brock. I'll be right back. Before the others could respond, Oak had already begun his search within the crumbling mansion. Soon, he discovered a grand portrait in one of the rooms. The figure depicted bore an uncanny resemblance to Brock. On the table before the portrait lay a Pokeball and a diary. Oak first captured an image of the portrait with his Pokédex, then took both items from the table and exited. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pikachu, watch this. What an annoying sensation. X3. Swoosh. Before Oak could return, the troublesome Team Rocket trio was once again sent flying without cost. I'm back. Ahi, where have you been? Oh, I found something useful. Come take a look at this. Saying so, Oak handed the diary to Misty and the others. What is this? Ash, Misty. And Brock stared in disbelief at the diary and the restrained nine-tailed fox. Brock, take another look at this. Oak showcased the photo he had captured to Brock. What is this? Indeed. This is the master of the nine-tailed fox mentioned in the diary. To be honest, Brock, your ancestors have always resided in Pewter City. Or did they move there later? Oak hinted at his suspicions. Ahi, are you implying? Quick-witted Brock grasped the conjecture immediately. Anything is possible. Suppose your family has lived in Pewter City for the past 200 years. Then, it is likely that this house's owner shares some connection with your family. The world is filled with diverse faces, and for two individuals to resemble each other so closely without any blood relation. What a remarkable coincidence. Oh, by the way, this is the nine-tailed Pokeball. Please capture it, and once we reach a town with a phone, you can call back to confirm the information. All right, thank you. Ahi. Reflecting on Oak's words, Brock felt it imperative to verify Oak's conjecture. No worries, it's a small matter among companions. Oak waved dismissively. Return, nine-tailed fox. As Brock approached with the antique Pokeball from 2 centuries past, the restrained nine-tailed fox was filled with overwhelming excitement, forgetting everything around it. Its gaze fixated solely on Brock, who bore an uncanny resemblance to its master. Oh, whoa, wonderful. I can finally return to my master's Pokeball. In the office of the president atop Silver Mountain, President Damalanki was engaged in a conversation with the elderly Professor Oak. Oak, are you serious? Of course. I, Professor Oak, have never deceived you, old man. Now, hurry and transmit the data to me. As the information that Professor Oak had just explained to him, along with the intelligence gathered by his subordinates, coursed through Damaranch's mind, a surge of excitement enveloped him. Wait a moment. My grandson has provided the League with such substantial intelligence, and you, old codger, do not even consider expressing your gratitude? Remembering his grandson's request, Professor Oak dared not forget. The evolution of the explosive monkey into the apocalyptic monkey already had empirical data to support it. Notably, the formidable champion Shiba possessed a second-tier explosive monkey. Upon acquiring the evolutionary method for the apocalyptic monkey, Shiba managed to facilitate the evolution in just 2 days. While the apocalyptic monkey was accounted for, the Moonlit Bear remained solely in the possession of his grandson. To further research the Moonlit Bear, Professor Oak prepared to negotiate with his old comrade. What? Oak, you've changed. You used to be so unambitious, yet today you are making demands. Damaranch's face reflected disappointment, but internally he was in a state of panic. This guy Oak is trying to take advantage of the situation. You old rascal, after decades of friendship, do I not know your true intentions? Rest assured, I will not make it difficult for you. Very well then. Speak of your demands, Oak. The Unova region across the ocean is scheduled to send over a batch of Pokemon soon, right? For my grandson's sake. I would like a few Pokemon of better quality from Unova. Is that request too much? A few. Oak, do you truly have the audacity to ask for that? I have arrangements for these Pokemon. At most, I can give your grandson one. All right then, I shall not press you further. I have heard that among the Pokemon being sent this time, there are a few quasi-legendaries from Unova. Make sure to reserve one for my grandson. Seeing that he could not insist on quantity, Professor Oak decided to focus on quality instead. You scoundrel, Oak. You are taking advantage of the situation. Damaranch accused through gritted teeth in the video. The scarcity of quasi-legendaries was evident, as even the Unova region, home to the Dragon-type Pokemon, had only produced 3 this time. These were acquired at a hefty price. Will you not take the data then? Damn it. I have already agreed to your terms. Haha, it is settled then. When that batch of Pokemon arrives, ensure my grandson gets to select first. Understood. Meanwhile, Professor Oak and his companions had arrived at the Anger Lake, close to Kaji Town. Roar. Just as they were enjoying lunch by the lakeside, a crimson figure burst from the water's surface, howling in agony towards the sky. Ah, what is this? A red Gyarados, but it appears to be in distress. Its expression is one of severe pain. I wonder what it is suffering from. Chapter 154, The Red Gyarados. Roar, it hurts, it hurts. The red Gyarados struggled on the water's surface, and in the next moment, a powerful water jet erupted from its mouth. Run. That's Gyarados' hydro pump. Ah, Gyarados, please do not attack us. Ash, what nonsense are you speaking? Do you think this Gyarados can comprehend your words in its current state? How could this happen? As Professor Oak and his companions sought shelter from Gyarados' onslaught, they decided to vacate the area. Let us leave this place. All right. For now, that is the only option. Once they distanced themselves from Gyarados' attack range, the creature gradually ceased its assault, though the look of torment on its face remained unabated. Hey, who are you people? Ah, following the sound, Professor Oak and his companions spotted a group of 5 adult men approaching. The leader, a burly man standing over 6 feet tall, was flanked by 4 others clad in black attire. Notably, both the leader and his subordinates bore a red insignia on their clothing. This imposing figure was none other than the captain of the team executing the R plan, known as Cheeky. You are Team Rocket. Haha, so you are aware of our identity. In that case, we cannot allow you to leave. Go, Spearow. Ooh. Please, Gengar, assist me. Jengars go. Spearow, use pecking drill. Ooh, understood. Spearow's long beak transformed into a drilling weapon as it surged towards Gengar. Gengar, counter with Shadow Punch. Jengars, understood. The dark energy, cloaked in a chilling aura, surged towards Spearow. Boom. Ooh, that hurts. What? Return, Spearow. Go, Kabutops, use Rock Blast. Ugh, understood. Kabutops harnessed the energy of the earth, unleashing a barrage of rocky projectiles towards Gengar. Gengar, evade and respond with Ice Punch. Jengars, understood. Utilizing its spectral agility, Gengar deftly dodged the incoming rocks while closing in on Kabutops. Kabutops charged forward, preparing to attack with Fire Fang. Ugh, understood. Kabutops advanced, its mouth ablaze, ready to bite down on Gengar. Solgaleo, use Psychic to control them. Understood. While everyone was engrossed in the battle between the 2 Pokemon, Professor Oak dispatched another Pokemon, employing its formidable psychic powers to restrain Team Rocket's members. Damn it, kid, you resorted to trickery. I never expected the League would stoop so low against scoundrels like you. The means employed are irrelevant. What matters is a favorable outcome. How infuriating. As Professor Oak conversed with Cheeky, the battle on the other side reached its conclusion. The colossal Kabutops fell to Gengar's kite-flying strategy, succumbing to a relentless barrage of shadow punches and ice punches, ultimately losing its combat capability. Dragonite, descend. Just as Professor Oak and his companions were searching for Miss Junsha, a Dragonite descended from the sky, accompanied by a dashing man with pink hair atop its head. Wow, what a magnificent Dragonite. I want to capture one too. Ash exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration for the robust creature. Greetings. Could you hand over these Team Rocket members to me? Oh, you must be Professor Oak's grandson. I've seen your photograph with Chairman Damaranch. Ah, I forgot to introduce myself. Hello, I am Dado. You may call me Dado. Hello, Mr. Dado. Professor Oak was slightly taken aback that a champion and elite of the League recognized him. Though he had the backing of his grandfather, he never expected that these prominent figures would pay him any mind. Ash, hello, Mr. Dado. Mr. Dado, are you the champion Dado? Brock exclaimed excitedly. Indeed. We are incredibly fortunate today to meet such a prominent figure from the region. Not only Misty, but the rest of the group also felt exhilarated. After a brief conversation, Dado suggested addressing the situation with Team Rocket first. The 4 companions of Professor Oak had no objections. Subsequently, Dado summoned Miss Junsha and a team of officers to apprehend the Team Rocket members. Although their leader Cheeky put on a tough front, some of his subordinates were more pliable. Upon learning of Team Rocket's temporary base, Professor Oak and his companions followed Dado and Miss Junsha to conduct the apprehension. Under the leadership of the formidable Dado, the capture team effortlessly apprehended the Rocket team's base located by the Lake of Rage. The mastermind behind the R plan, Dr. Cyrus, was also taken into custody by Dado's Gengar. Ak, Ash, Misty, Brock, your contributions will be duly reported to the Alliance. Soon, you shall receive your well-deserved rewards. Oh, Mr. Dado, you flatter us. In truth, we hardly did anything. Indeed. All right, Ash and Brock, there's no need for excessive modesty, Dato chided. By the way, what sort of reward can we expect? In contrast to the bashful Ash and Brock, Dato's grandson, who was quite audacious, began to inquire eagerly. As for Misty, she remained silently standing behind Dato, saying nothing. Rest assured, the rewards will not disappoint you, Dato reassured, nearly rendered speechless by his grandson's audacity. How is it that Dato's grandson bears no resemblance to him whatsoever? A few hours later, guided by Miss Jun Shao, all documentation, research equipment, and the captured members of the rocket team were taken away from the base. Moreover, the red Gyarados of the Lake of Rage was also secured by Dato. Farewell, Mr. Dato, farewell. X4. With the situation at the Lake of Rage and the red Gyarados resolved impeccably, Dato and his companions made their way along the river towards KG Town. 2 hours later, at the Pokemon Center in KG Town. Nurse Joy, I entrust my Pokemon to you. X4. Certainly, leave them in my capable hands. Chapter 155, Mr. Liu. 2 hours later. Having retrieved their restored Pokemon from the Pokemon Center in KG Town, Dato and his companions headed towards the KG Gym. I'm so full. That hamburger was absolutely delicious. Ash exclaimed, patting his stomach with a look of sheer satisfaction. Pikachu, usually perched on Ash's shoulder, now leaned against Ash's backpack, back to back with him. Having overeaten, Pikachu felt quite uncomfortable and had to wait for the food to digest. Observing the sight of Ash and Pikachu, both with protruding bellies, Dato and the others exchanged amused glances, but said nothing. Good afternoon, is anyone there? We are here for a gym challenge, Ash called loudly, unable to contain his impatience at the closed doors of the KG Gym. No response. Are they on break? Brock remarked astutely. They must not be home. Let us wait a moment. How frustrating. Are you here for a gym challenge? Mr. Liu is currently away. Just as everyone braced for disappointment, a melodious voice inquired from behind them. Who is Mr. Liu? Mr. Liu is. After a lengthy introduction from a kindly, elderly woman, Dato and his companions learned that gym leader Liu was training at a nearby waterfall. It is worth noting that the elderly woman's name was Sima, a neighbor and referee of the gym. Excuse me, where is that waterfall? Ash inquired eagerly. Oh, let me lead you there. Sima responded, promptly setting off ahead. Wow, this ant moves quite fast. Stop chatting and hurry up. All right, no problem. Dato and the others hurriedly followed Sima's brisk pace. Half an hour later, they arrived at the base of a waterfall, panting heavily. What a refreshing feeling, Sima remarked, noticing that Ash and Brock had collapsed onto the ground, while Dato and Misty appeared to be in slightly better condition, only breathing a bit heavier. Mr. Liu is just ahead. Who wishes to challenge him? Okay, thank you. Aunt Sima. I'm going to. Dato and Ash took a few steps with Sima and soon spotted an elder meditating beneath the waterfall, bare-chested. Mr. Liu, these two children wish to challenge you. Is that so? Liu's stern face transformed as he opened his sharp eyes, scanning Dato and Ash before settling on Ash, who was holding Pikachu. Why do you keep Pikachu outside its Pokeball? Is there a problem with that? Ash stuttered, caught off guard by Liu's inquiry. Do I need to justify where my Pokemon is kept to you? A trainer and their Pokemon must maintain a certain boundary. Losing that tension can lead to ineffective judgments during battle, as trainers may be swayed by their Pokemon's emotions. Faced with Liu's critique, Ash quickly countered, leading to a headstrong battle against Liu. The outcome? Naturally, Ash suffered a complete defeat. His small Elekid was swiftly knocked out by Liu's Dugong. This is the strategic error of relying too heavily on your Pokemon's fighting spirit. You fight based on your own misguided assumptions. Such results will only lead to harm for your Pokemon, Liu chastised Ash sternly. His gaze then shifted to Dato. So, would you care to engage in a battle with me? Very well. I shall indulge you, Mr. Liu. Go, Gengar. Silicon Ta. Dugong, use Ice Beam. Dato's nonchalant tone instantly provoked Liu's ire, as he resolved to teach this impertinent youth a lesson. Gengar, counter with Shadow Ball. Silicon Ta. The shadowy orb of ghostly energy collided head-on with the icy beam. Boom. The clash of their moves enveloped the arena in a thick cloud of smoke, obscuring everyone's view. Seizing the moment, Gengar unleashed a Shadow Punch. Silicon Ta. The dark energy fist struck Dugong with tremendous force. Ow! Dugong was caught off guard, suffering even greater damage than usual. Dugong. Gengar, deliver another punch. Silicon Ta. Boom. Ow! Dugong. It appeared that Dato had emerged victorious, as the smoke dissipated to reveal Dugong incapacitated on the ground. Ah, you've won. Just as Liu prepared to recall Dugong, a massive net descended from the sky, ensnaring Dugong. Who dares? Liu fumed. Wobbuffet, to prevent the world from destruction. Jesse, to protect the peace of the world. James, to spread love and truth, the evil. Jesse, Team Rocket, blasting off at the speed of light. James, surrender now, or prepare to fight. Jesse, James, Jesse, we are the rocket team, traversing the galaxy. James, a bright tomorrow awaits us in the white void. That's right, Meow. Surrender, Team Rocket. What do you intend to do? Release Mr. Lu's Dugong at once. Not a chance. Meow. Team Rocket, retreat. Return my white sea lion to me at once. Although my heart was once wounded by my long-haired pig, it does not signify that Lu Bo is devoid of compassion for his Pokémon. At this moment, Lu Bo is pursuing the rocket team's airborne balloon across the terrain. Simultaneously, he laments within himself, questioning why he had chosen to embark on this journey with only a white sea lion. Chapter 156, The Frozen Long-Haired Pig. Let us lend a hand. All right, let us hasten our pace. Damuku and the others ceased their chatter and swiftly followed the trajectory of the rocket team and Lu Bo. They traversed a dense forest before arriving at a precipice. Meanwhile, the trio from Team Rocket reveled in their recent capture of a Pokémon. Oblivious to the peril they faced, they were lost in delightful fantasies within their balloon. Hunter, unleash Shadow Punch upon the balloon. Jazida, understood. With a single strike of Dark Punch, the balloon was punctured. Boom. Puffed. Jesse, what in the world is happening? Meowth. Oh no, the balloon has been breached. James, Meowth, think of a solution. Meowth, in this situation, I am at a loss. What a vexing feeling. X3 Meow. Perhaps due to the weight of the white sea lion in the basket, the rocket team's balloon did not spiral chaotically through the skies, but rather plummeted towards a cliff. White sea lion. Lu Bo gazed in horror at the unfolding scene. Was yet another Pokémon destined to depart from him today? Quickly, Brock, the rope. Right away, Damuku and Brock hastily secured a rope to a sturdy tree. Before they could act, Lu Bo had already taken the initiative. White sea lion, wait for me. Lu Bo, who had just moments ago been engulfed in sorrow, descended the cliff with fervor. Oh, Lu Bo is still so spirited. I cannot be outdone. Children, I shall go ahead. Oh, what an energetic lady. Let us follow suit. Yes, together we shall go. In the office of the Pokemon League president in Silver Mountain, President Damalanki was reviewing the report on the Anger Lake mission sent by Yolongdu. Ah, yet another grandson of that old man Damuku. Truly capable. Ha. President. In addition to Damuku, 3 Alliance trainers volunteered to assist in this mission, and they share a special bond with him. With hair the color of cherry blossoms and a striking cape, Dragon Master Yolongdu made a grand entrance. Is that so? Damalanki continued to peruse the report, which detailed not only the mission specifics, but also included personal profiles of Ash, Misty, and Brock. Oh, so it is Ash and his companions. What about Misty and Damuku's grandson? Ah, according to rumors, while they are not in a romantic relationship, it is quite close. Source of the rumor? Professor Oak. Indeed, it is I who spread the word. Well then, since both Ahe and Ash are participating in the upcoming Silver Conference, I shall distribute the rewards for the Anger Lake mission on the eve of the Silver Conference. Very well, I will make the arrangements. Furthermore, among the Pokemon sent from the Unova region, there are several without owners. You may take one. Additionally, they shall receive a share as well. Although Damalanki trusted Du's character, this did not hinder him from attempting to win him over. Moreover, after being extorted by that old man Damuku, this was an opportune moment to fulfill the conditions he had begrudgingly accepted, thus avoiding future disturbances from Damuku's incessant calls. Yes, President. Upon hearing Damalanki's assurance, Yolongdu felt a surge of joy, those who know their own affairs best. While he publicly claimed the title of Dragon Master and Champion, the only Dragon-type Pokemon he possessed were his oversized Dragonite and Haxorus. The rest were a different story altogether. As the League's Master and Champion, he was well aware that among the Pokemon dispatched from the Unova region, many hailed from the homeland of dragons. Surely, they could not send mere fakes in the name of dragons. Meanwhile, at a cliff outside Kaji Town, Damuku and the others had finally encountered the Rocket Trio. Hunter, continue with Shadow Punch. Jazida, take another punch from me. What a bothersome sensation. X3 Meow. Here we go again. White Sea Lion, are you alright? As Team Rocket was sent flying, Lu Bo rushed forward to assess the condition of the White Sea Lion on the ground. Woo-woo, I'm fine. Is that so? Then return and rest for now. After recalling the White Sea Lion, Lu Bo turned and expressed his gratitude to Damuku and the others. Thank you all for your assistance. I accept your gym challenge. Yay, this is wonderful. Mr. Lu Bo, shall we hurry to the gym battle? Pikachu, indeed. I am brimming with determination. Very well, let us return now. Observing Ash's eagerness, Lu Bo, though outwardly aloof, did not refuse, for his heart, long sealed, was beginning to stir. Wait, hey, what troubles you? Do you not wish to challenge the gym? Ash, filled with excitement at Lu Bo's acceptance, was puzzled. What is going on? Not only Ash, but the others also looked at Damuku in confusion. The gym challenge can wait. I sense that within this valley, besides us, there exists a faint presence. Its condition resembles a candle in the storm, at risk of extinguishing at any moment. Since the narrative has diverged from its original path, I shall assist it in returning to its origin in another manner. As long as the outcome remains unchanged, the process bears little significance. Then we must hurry to rescue it. The kind-hearted Ash would not allow the possibility of delaying the gym battle to deter him. Very well, everyone follow me. Damuku took the lead, with the others trailing behind. Lu Bo and Sima exchanged glances before silently following the group. Hunter, shatter the boulder. Jazida, understood. The boulder blocking the cave entrance crumbled under Hunter's skill. What is this? Everyone follow me. Damuku paused momentarily, his gaze lingering on Lu Bo's calm demeanor, before leading the way into the cave. As they advanced, the interior resembled a snowy mountain of ice rock. A massive ice block lay within, encasing a long-haired pig. Chapter 157, Treasures of the Cave. What Pokemon lies within the ice? Ah, it is a long-haired pig. But why is it encased in ice? Damuku elucidated, feigning ignorance. A misunderstanding had caused the long-haired pig to be frozen for decades, while its trainer, Lu Bo, had closed himself off from the affection he once held for his Pokemon. This is long-haired pig. My long-haired pig. This herb is highly effective for treating burns. So, you were doing this for me. I am so sorry, long-haired pig. I should never have doubted your feelings for me. Please forgive me, long-haired pig. Recognizing the long-haired pig, Lu Bo hurried to the ice, continually offering his apologies. Mr. Lu Bo, we should first free the long-haired pig from its icy prison. The compassionate Ash suggested from the side. Very well, I shall rely on you. Ash's proposal struck a chord with Lu Bo's current predicament. Come forth, Fire Mouse. Fire Mouse unleashed flames upon the ice block. Mamu understood. The ice surrounding the long-haired pig began to melt under the searing heat of Fire Mouse's flames. Pikachu, I entrust you with a thunderbolt. Pika, leave it to me. As Ash commanded Pikachu to rouse Mamoswine from its slumber, nearby, the vigilant Grookey was diligently scanning their surroundings with its investigation eye. Within the cavern, numerous rocks were encased in ice, and it remained a mystery why Professor Rowan's Mamoswine was perpetually frozen in this place. What is that? Soon, under the scrutiny of the investigation eye, Grookey uncovered the source of all this frost within the cave. Frozen Spring, a natural cold spring formed over countless ages. The spring perpetually emanates an icy aura. If the spring is formed in a confined environment, it transforms the area into an ice cavern. Due to its long-standing formation, the energy of ice within the spring is extraordinarily abundant. Ice-type Pokemon can enter the spring to absorb its energy and enhance their own powers. Attention! Only Ice-type Pokemon are permitted to enter. Non-Ice-type Pokemon that venture into the frozen spring may suffer severe injuries or, worse yet, perish. What a treasure! Come forth. Shelter, Snorant, Crackle-Chime, a hawk, what is the matter? Misty, whose gaze had been fixed on Grookey, quickly inquired upon witnessing the commotion. Her voice drew the attention of others. Everyone, follow me. I've just discovered something marvelous. A hawk, what treasure did you find? Wait for me. Pikachu squeaked, eager to know as well. As the group followed Grookey's lead, they had barely walked 50 meters when Grookey halted at a refreshing bend. A hawk, what treasure is here? Ash, who had not received a response earlier, asked again. Look, here lies a frozen spring, brimming with rich ice energy. Shelter, Snorant. You two should enter the spring and absorb its energy. Remember not to overexert yourselves. Crackle-Chime, understood. X2. Upon hearing this, Shelter and Snorant leaped eagerly into the chilling spring. Though dubbed a spring, its area was not small. It measured several meters in width. This is effective for ice-type Pokemon. How fortuitous. Go, Mamoswine and Dugong. Uwale got it. Plop. Observing Grookey and Professor Rowan's actions, Ash eagerly inquired, a hawk, can other Pokemon enter? Not only Ash, but the anticipation in the eyes of the others was palpable, particularly in Misty, who was accompanied by a plethora of water-type Pokemon. Non-ice-type Pokemon, do not enter. The consequences could be grievous. Grookey's calm words shattered the hopeful expectations of the eager crowd. Ah, why must it be this way? Ash lamented, regretting not having captured an ice-type Pokemon. Pika, don't be too downhearted. I'm here with you. Thank you, Pikachu. Pika, it seems we have no chance to try. Brock remarked calmly. In truth, upon first sight of the spring, he had realized his chances of benefiting from this treasure were slim. The icy waters of the spring were simply not suitable for rock, fire, or flying-type Pokemon. Ah, what a pity. Had I known. I would have captured a dual water and ice-type Pokemon. Like Ash, Misty was also filled with regret at this moment. Professor Rowan, for Mamoswine and you. This truly is a fortuitous escape from disaster. Aunt Seema congratulated Professor Rowan. Seema, aren't you bringing your Mismagius along? Next time. I forgot to bring my Pokemon today in my rush. I see. Then we shall come together next time. After all, the frozen spring is right here. We can return at any time. Yes, that's exactly what I meant. Well, I can hold on. Ooh, so can I. The waiting seemed interminable. But when Professor Rowan's Mamoswine and Dugong emerged from the spring, their vitality surged. Particularly, Professor Rowan's Mamoswine, having been rejuvenated by the frozen spring, not only healed decades of hidden injuries, but also elevated its strength to a new level. A hawk, your two Pokemon are truly gifted. Professor Rowan, having returned Mamoswine and Dugong to their Pokeballs, observed the two Pokemon that remained in the spring with a complex mix of emotions. Ah, what good fortune, having gained such an opportunity. Indeed, that's wonderful. By the way, a hawk, I must thank you for helping me find Mamoswine. Otherwise, the misunderstanding between us might never have been resolved. Not at all. I merely happened upon it. Following this, Grookey and Professor Rowan began to engage in light-hearted banter. Chime, I'm full. Within the frozen spring, Snorunt was the first to awaken. At this moment, its aura was far richer than before. According to Grookey's investigation eye, Snorunt had reached level 60, nearing the realm of an elite trainer. Were it not for the evolution requiring specific items and conditions, it would have evolved into Frostless by now. Congratulations, Snorunt. In a few days, I shall procure a Razor Claw for you, and you will be able to evolve. Chime, really? That would be fantastic. Of course, why would I deceive you? Grookey gently ruffled Snorunt's head, assuring it. Chapter 158, Kaji Gym. Nearby, Professor Rowan, having overheard the conversation between Grookey and Snorunt, could not help but let a glimmer of excitement flash in his eyes. Wow, Crackle, what a wonderful feeling. Several minutes passed. And finally, Shelter had absorbed all the energy it required. Grookey, who had been waiting, could not resist activating its investigation eye to observe. Species, Shelter. Gender, female. Ability, Shell Armor. Skills, Tackle, Withdraw, Supersonic, Ice Shard, Protect, Icy Wind, Shell Smash, Shell Blade, Aurora Beam, Hydro Pump, Salt Water, Iron Defense, Ice Beam, Rapid Spin, Water Cannon. TMHM, Surf, Charm, Substitute, Shadow Clone. Egg Moves, Water Pulse, Water Ring, Rapid Spin, Mud Shot. Potential, High Champion. Strength, Level 65, Mid-Tier Elite Trainer. Shelter, congratulations. Crackle, hee. I didn't expect to become this strong. After Shelter finished absorbing energy, the group began their journey back home. Grookey and the others, who had initially intended to challenge the gym, were politely declined by Professor Rowan, citing that Pokemon needed rest today. However, Professor Rowan agreed to accept Grookey and Ash's challenge the following day. Seeing this, Grookey and the others had no choice but to return to the Pokemon Center. In the phone area of the Pokemon Center, Grookey was having a conversation with the elder gentleman. Grandpa, that is how it is. All right, let us begin. The grandfather and grandson, each holding a Pokeball, initiated the transfer. As they moved, the Pokemon within the two Pokeballs underwent a transformation in their life forms. Fantastic. Grandpa, my Electabuzz and Ghastly have evolved into Electivire and Jengar. Congratulations. A hawk, remember to do your best in the gym match. Don't worry, Grandpa. I won't let you down. With the evolution of the two Pokemon completed, Grookey contemplated personally guiding them to adapt to their newly evolved forms. Thus, the elder gentleman, who had long coveted the Moon Bear, eagerly requested it. Grookey could only smile and acquiesce. The next morning, after enjoying a delicious breakfast, Grookey and his companions arrived at Kaji Gym. Inside the gym, Mr. Alu and Aunt Seema were already waiting. Good morning. X4. Oh my, you finally made it. Alu has been eagerly awaiting your challenge. Hello, Aunt Seema. X4. As soon as Aunt Seema appeared, the crowd greeted her in unison. Wonderful. You've arrived. Now, you too. Have you decided who will challenge me first? Upon noticing the arrival of Professor Oak and others, Lubo also prepared for the gym battle. Ash, may I challenge first? Of course. Aku, you may go first. Ash did not refuse Professor Oak's request. This would allow him to observe Lubo's strategy from the stands. Excellent. Since a choice has been made, follow me. Subsequently, everyone, under Lubo's guidance, arrived at the battle arena of the Kaji Gym. Apart from a pool of water in the center, the rest of the area was composed entirely of thick blocks of ice, interspersed with ice pillars of various sizes. Shima announced. The upcoming match is a formal contest between challenger Professor Oak and Kaji Gym's trainer Lu Bo, with badges at stake. Each side may utilize 2 Pokémon. During the battle, only the challenger may freely substitute their Pokémon. I declare the match to begin. My first Pokémon, go Celio. Woo. The Celio, having been defeated by Gengar the previous day, emerged from the central pool. Celio, let's see the power of your evolution. Come forth, Gengar. Hee. Oh, has that Gengar evolved? That's quite impressive. Celio, show your old rival the strength of your enhancements. Use Ice Beam. Woo. Understood. The icy blue energy beam surged forth rapidly. After being enhanced by the frozen spring, Celio's strength and the potency of its move were now notably superior compared to their encounter yesterday. Gengar, counter with Shadow Ball, then follow up with Hypnosis. Hee. Understood. Gengar clasped its hands together, and a surge of energy promptly gathered between its palms. Boom. Crack. The clash of their moves shattered the ice surface at the center of the arena, simultaneously enveloping the area in a thick mist. Gengar, 11 o'clock direction. Professor Oak, with his investigative eye, indicated Gengar's target's current position. Hee. Understood. With a swift movement, Gengar advanced towards Celio. Celio dive. Having learned of Professor Oak's special ability during their previous excursion, Lu Bo found himself at a loss for a countermeasure even after a night's contemplation. Woo. Understood. Before Celio could react, Gengar was already in its line of sight. Hee. Gotcha. Gengar unleashed its hypnotic powers, and Celio succumbed, its eyelids drooping closer together. In little time, Celio fell into a slumber, floating atop the water's surface. Seizing the opportunity, Gengar executed Thunder Punch. Hee. Understood. The Golden Lightning, under Gengar's command, struck Celio, who was still submerged in the pool. Woo. That hurts. Celio. Shima announced. Celio has lost its combat ability. Gengar is victorious. Come back, Celio. You did very well. Now rest. Next up, go Lapras. Boo. Lapras, it's your turn now. Long time no see, Electabuzz. Upon spotting a Pokémon unfamiliar to him, Ash retrieved his Pokédex, filled with curiosity about the creature that struck him as somewhat familiar. However, the Pokédex's information left him disappointed. Electabuzz. It must be the evolved form of Elekid. Lu Bo, with a serious expression, interjected, You can't hide anything from Mr. Lu Bo. Indeed. Electabuzz evolves when Elekid is equipped with an electric booster and exchanged via communication. Is that so? A formidable opponent indeed. I shall not hold back. Lapras, you sing. Boo. Understood. A melodious tune resonated from Lapras. Electabuzz, maintain your defenses. Understood. A verdant protective shield enveloped Electabuzz, effectively blocking Lapras's resonant song and its accompanying effects. I knew you wouldn't let me have it easily. Lapras, unleash Blizzard. Boo. Understood. Lapras opened its mouth, unleashing a furious wind laden with ice particles towards Electabuzz. Electabuzz, quickly use Light Screen for defense, and once Blizzard concludes, retaliate with Thunderbolt. Understood. Unlike the absolute defense of Light Screen, this move merely weakened the opponent's special attacks. Yet, for Electabuzz, it sufficed. Lapras's Blizzard was significantly diminished by the Light Screen, and within this shield, Electabuzz absorbed the damage while gathering energy for a counterattack. Go. A blue bolt of lightning darted towards Lapras, seemingly retaliating for its earlier assault. Lapras, block with Ice Beam, then follow up with Heavy Slam. Boo. Understood. Boom. The blue icy beam collided with the blue lightning in midair, enveloping the battlefield in a cloud of white mist once more. However, this time, Lu Bo decided to take the offensive. As the two moves collided, Lapras leaped into the air, aiming to strike the position of Electabuzz hidden within the mist. Electabuzz, directly overhead at 12 o'clock, execute Volt Tackle with all your might. Under Professor Oak's investigative eye, Lapras had nowhere to hide within the fog. Understood. Golden Lightning rapidly converged. Have I been discovered? Lapras, accelerate. At this moment, Lapras hovered in midair, with no retreat available. Lu Bo had no choice but to gamble everything on a final desperate attempt. Boo. Understood. As Lapras concentrated its power downward, its descent hastened. Crash. Volt Tackle activate. Here it comes. Hovering in the air, Lapras could not evade the electric assault. The Golden Lightning swiftly engulfed Lapras entirely. Boo. That stings. That hurts. The powerful electric strike disrupted Lapras's attack rhythm. Before it could land its blow on Electabuzz, it was struck by the electric attack and propelled away. Bang. Crack. Lapras. Once the dust settled, Electabuzz stood unscathed, while Lapras lay on the ice, its eyes swirling. Shima declared, Lapras has lost its combat ability. Electabuzz is victorious. As Lubo has lost both of his Pokemon first, the winner of this battle is Aku from Pallet Town. I lost. Come back. Lapras, you performed admirably. Rest well in your Pokeball. Return, Electabuzz. You did well in your first battle post-evolution. Congratulations, Aku. This is proof of your victory over me, the Ice Badge. And also this. Lubo approached Professor Oak, first presenting the gym badge, then revealing a sharp claw. This sharp claw was specially prepared by me after returning home last night. Mr. Lubo, what is this? Professor Oak wondered, despite having defeated him, why such generosity? Oh, this is a token of gratitude for discovering my Mamoswine and the frozen spring. Without your persistent search yesterday, I would not have retrieved my Mamoswine nor discovered the frozen spring. Upon reaching this point, Lubo ceased his narrative. Beyond expressing gratitude towards the Longmouth pig, the discovery of the frozen spring was paramount. This was, indeed, a source capable of propelling a family into prosperity. Although it was Demue who stumbled upon this remarkable spring, it was not something he could transport. It had to remain in its original location. Yet, with descendants to consider, Lubo harbored ambitions of claiming it for himself. Very well, I shall graciously accept it. However, Lubo, sir, we, along with our families, do wish to retain usage rights to the spring. What are your thoughts on this? Having secured the sharp claw, Demue sought to glean further benefits. Presently, he possessed merely 2 Ice-type Pokemon, but that did not imply he would always remain limited to just those. Moreover, should Ash and his companions capture Ice-type creatures in the future, they too could benefit from this energy source. And his younger brother, Shigeru, might also partake in this bounty. No problem. As long as they introduce themselves, I shall certainly guide them to the frozen spring. Without hesitation, Lubo acquiesced to Demue's request. Despite Demue and his companions being numerous and well-established, nothing compared to the advantage of proximity. Then it is settled. Indeed, no objections. The dialogue between Demue and Lubo was not concealed from Ash and the others. Upon hearing the conclusion of their negotiations, Brock and Misty exchanged excited glances. The former's younger siblings and the latter's sisters would now have the opportunity to bolster their strength with Ice-type Pokemon. Particularly, Misty's sisters already possessed a white sea lion. Once they enhanced their abilities, the Cerulean Gym would no longer languish at the bottom of the Kanto region's rankings. In contrast to Brock and Misty's enthusiasm, Aunt Shima merely smiled, her situation mirroring that of Lubo's. Given her rapport with him, she felt no apprehension regarding his willingness to allow her to increase her strength. Meanwhile, Ash appeared somewhat bewildered. All right, Ash, let us engage in a gym battle. Yes, Mr. Lubo. Following this, Ash's gym match commenced. Facing Lubo's Cloyster and Longmouth pig, Ash deployed his Fire Mouse and Pikachu. After an intense exchange, Ash successfully acquired the Ice Badge. Well then, we must take our leave. You two must give it your all at the Silver Conference. Remember to visit us when you can. Farewell, Mr. Lubo, Aunt Shima. Goodbye. After bidding farewell to Lubo and Aunt Shima, Demue and his companions first returned to the Pokemon Center in Kaji Town. Except for Ash, the trio contacted their families. Brock reached out to his father, Wooning, while Misty naturally spoke to her sisters. Demue, on the other hand, contacted his grandfather, requesting him to inform his younger brother, Shigeru, to visit Kaji Town prior to the Silver Conference. Once the three had concluded their communications, they procured some travel supplies and set off once more. Chapter 160, The Charging Crystal. Departing from Kaji Town, Demue's group continued towards their next destination. On this day, they arrived at a mountaintop lake. Within the lake, numerous electric-type Pokemon were frolicking. What is happening here? Pika, I have no idea. It seems this lake possesses something that brings comfort to electric-type Pokemon. Observant Brock discerned the naturally joyous expressions on the faces of the electric types in the water. Indeed, Brock, your observations are remarkably astute, truly befitting of someone destined to become a premier breeder. Misty confirmed Brock's hypothesis, subsequently praising his attentiveness. Oh, Misty, you flatter me. The rare compliment from the opposite sex brought Brock great delight. Meanwhile, Demue's scouting ability yielded the information he sought regarding the lake. Charging Crystal, an energy crystal from ancient times, used in rituals for the Zapdos tribe. It contains energy capable of replenishing electric-type Pokemon's power and significantly enhancing their strength requirements. Ash, let my Electabuzz and your Pikachu soak in the lake too. Sure, go ahead. X2, Electabuzz, Pikachu. Wah, Pika. Demue's Electabuzz and Ash's Pikachu stepped into the lake together. Upon entering, they immediately sensed a rich surge of electric energy within the water, slowly being absorbed by the two Pokemon. Looks like it will take some time. In that case, let us have some afternoon tea. Observing that the two Pokemon were in no immediate danger, Brock prepared to pass the time with a delightful tea. All right, I will help. Misty smiled as she began to set up tables and chairs with her Pokemon. Thank you, Brock. Leave it to me. After a brief interlude, the four of them enjoyed tea and snacks by the lake. Electabuzz and Pikachu should be fine, right? Though Brock directed his inquiry towards both Demew and Ash. His primary concern was for Demew. Based on their previous travels, he was aware of Demew's unique scouting abilities. Currently, both of them seem to be doing splendidly. The electric energy in this lake is abundant, and their strength and potential are slowly increasing. Demew turned to share his findings with the group. Is that so? That is truly wonderful. If that is the case, Pikachu's power can become even greater. Demew's words instantly brightened Ash's mood. As his initial Pokemon, Pikachu held an irreplaceable position in Ash's heart. I see. Brock had taken out a small notebook and was diligently recording observations. Wah! Fully charged. After approximately 3 hours, Demew's Electabuzz emerged from the water first. Oh, it seems to have grown significantly. The aura emanating from Electabuzz dazzled Demew. Species, Electabuzz. Gender, male. Ability, Electric Engine. Skills, Leer, Thunder Shock, Quick Attack, Low Kick. Charge Beam, Thunder Wave, Light Screen, Electro Ball, Thunder Punch, Discharge, Thunderbolt, Super Impact. TMs, Protect, Volt Switch, Thunder, Shadow Clone. Inherited skills, Fire Punch, Ice Punch, Yoga Pose, Barrier. Cross Chop. Potential, High-Tier Champion. Level, 68, Peak Quasi-King. Is it possible that Electabuzz? Brock regarded the aura surrounding Electabuzz with disbelief. Just a hair's breadth away from breaking through. While it is indeed a pity, I am nonetheless pleased with Electabuzz's current strength. With 2 Quasi-King peaks already in her possession, Misty felt both joy and envy for Demew. Pika, I'm also fully charged. Pikachu, you've grown stronger as well. That is fantastic. Initially intending to commend Electabuzz, Ash's attention swiftly shifted to Pikachu. Pika, of course. Pikachu's progress was equally remarkable. Observing both Electabuzz and Pikachu, the only sentiment left for Brock was envy. It appears that Pikachu's strength has reached the pinnacle of the quasi-champion level. Once Ash elevates his mindset and combines it with Pikachu's prowess, they will soon transcend that formidable chasm. Nevertheless, Pikachu's characteristic of thriving against strong opponents while faltering against weaker ones introduces a degree of uncertainty for both Pikachu and Ash. According to the original narrative, during battles, Pikachu might unleash an incredible surge of power or, conversely, be utterly trounced by novice trainers. Upon hearing that, my envy for you deepens. Why is it that every time you encounter a boon, your Pokemon seem perfectly suited for it? I cannot say for certain. Professor Oak certainly wouldn't divulge the secret of his good fortune. In the days that followed, Professor Oak and his companions temporarily set up camp beside this extraordinary lake. The enhancement of the electric-type Pokemon and Pikachu has sparked a profound interest in this marvelous lake for both Professor Oak and Ash. Thus, they deliberated on having their electric-type Pokemon battle each other before indulging in the lake's waters once more. However, after the first immersion, while the lake water could restore the condition of the 2 electric-type Pokemon, it no longer provided any further enhancement to their strength. It seems that the lake's effects are most potent on the first immersion of electric-type Pokemon. Afterward, it merely serves to heal and restore stamina. Remaining here would yield little more benefit. Indeed, however, our gains this time are quite commendable. Yes, a week after departing from this enigmatic lake, Professor Oak and his party arrived at the location of the Smoke Ink Gym in Smoke Ink City. Chapter 161, Smoke Ink Gym. Good afternoon. X4. As per usual, Professor Oak and the others first made their way to the Pokemon Center. Good afternoon. Nurse Joy? Faced with the beaming Nurse Joy, old SP Brock's habitual enthusiasm sprang forth as he instantly appeared before her, showering her with attention. All right. At this moment, Misty realized that she would need to intervene to alleviate this awkward scenario. Ouch. The comical sight of Brock being pinched by Misty elicited a soft chuckle from Nurse Joy. Nurse Joy, could you please examine our Pokemon? Certainly, leave it to me. After handing their Pokemon over to Nurse Joy, the group retreated to their reserved room for a rare and refreshing bath. An hour later, in the dining area of the Pokemon Center, Professor Oak and his companions were enjoying a delightful meal while conversing. Ash, the Smoke Ink Gym specializes in Dragon-type Pokemon. The gym leader, Xiaochun, is a formidable opponent. You might want to consider switching out your Pokemon. Although Ash's Pikachu has reached the quasi-champion pinnacle, its unpredictable nature cannot allow it to single-handedly take on 3 opponents. Can it? Switch Pokemon. Ah, Oak, is that really necessary? Even against Dragon-type Pokemon. My Pikachu will not be outmatched. Right, Pikachu? Pikachu, indeed. I, Pikachu, am not inferior. Very well then. You may decide for yourself. Observing this, Professor Oak chose not to press further. Another hour later, they arrived at the entrance of the Smoke Ink Gym. Oak, may I be the first to challenge this time? Sure. Yay. That's wonderful. Pikachu, let's give it our all together. Pikachu, leave it to me. Hello, is anyone here? We are here for a gym challenge. Oh, a challenger. I am the steward, Kabuki of the Smoke Ink Gym. Please follow me. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man with white hair emerged from the gym. After introducing himself, he invited the group inside. Greetings. I am Xiaochun, the gym leader of the Smoke Ink Gym. Which of you wishes to challenge the gym? A few minutes later, on the battlefield of the Smoke Ink Gym, a blue-haired woman appeared. Here she comes, the elegant and poised lady. Enough, enough. Don't embarrass yourself here. Misty quickly intervened to put a stop to Brock's embarrassing antics. Yes. Hello, Miss Xiaochun. I am Ash from Pallet Town. My companion Oak and I wish to challenge the gym. Pikachu, indeed. 2 challengers, is it? Very well. Kabuki, please assist us. Faced with multiple challengers, the gym leader Xiaochun had her methods of dealing with them. Yes, ma'am. Kabuki, now, we shall commence the official match between Challenger Ash and Gym Leader Xiaochun. Each side may utilize 3 Pokemon, and only the challenger may switch Pokemon during the match. I declare the match officially begins. Go, Kingdra. Hey, Kingdra, huh? Go, Pikachu. Pikachu. Although Ash's Pikachu caught Xiaochun off guard at first, the Dragon-type Pokemon she subsequently deployed proved to be as formidable as Professor Oak had anticipated. Unable to achieve a 1 vs 3 victory, Pikachu ultimately succumbed to exhaustion. As for the other Pokemon Ash had on hand, they were not yet capable of challenging Xiaochun's ace, Dragonair. In the face of defeat, Ash could only retreat with a heavy heart. Alright, who is the next challenger? After defeating Ash, Xiaochun's gaze turned towards Professor Oak and his companions. It's me. However, Miss Xiaochun, do your Pokemon not need a moment to rest? Since Ash's battle has concluded, it's my turn to step up. However, one must be cautious when taking advantage of others' situations. Hehe. Rest assured, as gym leaders, we are always prepared with several teams to welcome challengers. Is that so? Then I can relax. Hello, Miss Xiaochun. I am Oak from Pallet Town. Kabuki. Yes, ma'am. Kabuki. Next, I announce the match begins. Come forth, Swablu. It's your time to shine. Cheery. An exquisite and graceful Swablu soared above the battlefield. Ah, what is this? In the audience, a despondent Ash, upon seeing a Pokemon he did not recognize, instantly perked up and hastily pulled out his Pokédex for information. No data available. What the heck? No data again. Oak, do you need me to provide you with information on Swablu? No, thank you, Miss Xiaochun. I prepared for this challenge by studying the information on the Smoke Ink Gym beforehand. Given that it specializes in Dragon-type Pokemon, it was only natural for the gym leader to dispatch a Dragon-type Pokemon. Thus, this Pokemon is perfectly suited for battle. Go, Shelmet, Dragon Slayer. Splash. A strategic choice, utilizing type advantages. But will it be that simple? Swablu, unleash Dragon Breath. Cheery, understood. A vibrant green energy beam surged toward Shelmet. Shelmet, counter with Water Gun. Splash, understood. Shelmet unleashed a spiraling torrent of water that collided head-on with Swablu's Dragon Breath. Bang. Swablu, moving at high speed, then utilized Steel Wing. Seeing the long-range attack thwarted, Xiaochun intended for Swablu to engage in close combat. Cheery, understood. Whoosh. With several swift flashes, Swablu rapidly approached Shelmet. At the same time, a surge of Steel-type energy gathered on Swablu's wings. Shelmet, use Iron Defense. Splash, understood. Shelmet retracted its shell, and its entire body shimmered with a brilliant glow. A surge of Steel-type energy enveloped Shelmet completely. By the time Shelmet completed its preparations, Swablu was already upon it with fierce intent. Bang! With a sound akin to steel clashing, both the attacking Swablu and the defending Shelmet were sent flying by the force of the impact. Swablu, Shelmet, cheery, I'm alright. The Chishi Skybird slowly rose from the ground once more, soaring above the battlefield. Crack, I'm fine. In stark contrast to the flesh and blood Chishi Skybird, the heavily armored Shelmet appeared to be in a much better condition. Chapter 162. The Ascendant Dragon Badge. The Chishi Skybird unleashed a melodic attack. Observing that neither long-range nor close-range assaults bore fruit, Little Chun contemplated utilizing a control skill to shatter the current stalemate. Chirp. Understood. The Chishi Skybird, circling gracefully in the sky, sang a beautiful melody. A cascade of energy-formed notes surged towards the Shelmet, propelled by the Skybird's song. The Shellmet initially fortified its defenses, then unleashed an ice beam. Crack. Understood. A vibrant green shield sprang up around the Shellmet, flawlessly warding off the Chishi Skybird's sonic assault. Following that, the ice beam hurtled towards the airborne Skybird. The Chishi Skybird deftly evaded the icy onslaught, engaging in a dragon dive. Chirp. Understood. Whoosh. The Chishi Skybird's form flickered rapidly, skillfully dodging the Shellmet's pursuing ice beam. Simultaneously, a surge of blue dragon energy enveloped its entire being. As the energy encased the Chishi Skybird, it rapidly morphed into a dragon shape. A chilling aura of lethal intent emanated from the Chishi Skybird. Was it prepared to fight with all its might? After the Shellmet evaded using Shadow Clone, it executed its charming move. Crack. Understood. Whoosh. With a glimmering white light enveloping its form, 6 clones of the Shellmet manifested on the battlefield in an instant. Chirp. Prepare to perish. Bang. The Chishi Skybird, filled with menacing energy, executed a dragon dive, dispersing and affecting 3 of the Shellmet's clones. Crack. Take that. Just as the Chishi Skybird missed its strike and sought to adjust its offense, the Shellmet, wielding pink hearts, encircled the Skybird. What is this? Chishi Skybird, quickly employ Mystical Guard. Chirp. Feeling dizzy. Little Chun's command came a moment too late, allowing the Chishi Skybird to be struck by the pink hearts. At this moment, the Chishi Skybird fought against the increasingly heavy eyelids, gradually lowering itself to the ground. Chishi Skybird, awaken quickly. As Little Chun observed her Chishi Skybird's eyes filled with hearts, its form began to take on a bewitching allure. Seizing the opportunity, the Shellmet launched an ice beam. Seeing this scenario unfold, the Great Wood Crane would naturally not squander this rare opportunity. Crack. Understood. Enchanted. The Shellmet became akin to a live target, instantly frozen by the ice beam. Chishi Skybird. Kaboo. The Chishi Skybird has lost its battle capability. The Shellmet emerges victorious. Return. Chishi Skybird, you've truly worked hard. After recalling the Chishi Skybird, Little Chun gazed at the Shellmet on the battlefield, engulfed in turmoil. In the absence of any revealed fairy attributes, Ice-type Pokemon were indeed the natural nemesis of Dragon-type creatures. The majority of the Pokemon in her possession were adversely affected by the Ice-type. After a brief moment of contemplation, Little Chun tossed out a Pokeball. Go, Gyarados! Roar! A colossal creature measuring approximately 7 to 8 meters emerged from the pool in the arena. Gyarados, the Shellmet, having shed its shell, prepared to unleash Shellblade. Crack. Understood. The Shellmet's body glimmered with red light as its shell rapidly shattered. In the next instant, devoid of its shell's protection, the Shellmet seized a shard of its broken shell and struck fiercely at Gyarados' head. Boom. Splash. Gyarados. Following the Shellmet's assault, the newly emerged Gyarados, having barely arrived, now lay unconscious in the pool with spiraled eyes. Kaboo. Gyarados has lost its battle capability. The Shellmet is victorious. Return, Gyarados. You've truly worked hard. For the final Pokemon, go Dragonair. A beautiful blue serpentine dragon materialized in midair, who upon witnessing Dragonair's arrival, the referee, Elder Kaboo, opened the roof of the gym. Return, Shellmet. Go Electabuzz. Buzz Dragonair, let us take the initiative and utilize Quick Attack. Who understood? Enveloped in a radiant white light, Dragonair shot forth like an arrow toward Electabuzz's location. Electabuzz, use superpower. For the impending confrontation, the Great Wood Crane instructed Electabuzz to engage directly. Buzz understood. Cloaked in golden energy, Electabuzz collided head-on with the rapidly approaching Dragonair. Bang! Both Pokemon refused to yield, each striving to secure victory for their respective trainers. However, perhaps due to a disparity in levels, Dragonair could not withstand Electabuzz's forceful assault and was sent reeling backward. Dragonair, are you alright? Who, I'm fine. Dragonair shook its head, indicating its readiness to continue battling. Excellent. Then Dragonair, execute Iron Tail. Who understood? The 2 orbs at the end of Dragonair's tail suddenly burst forth with dazzling white light. The next moment, as Dragonair moved, its tail swung like a club, aiming for Electabuzz's head. Electabuzz, seize it, then unleash Thunderbolt. Buzz understood. Anticipating Dragonair's attack, Electabuzz ducked its head just as Dragonair approached, easily avoiding the strike, while simultaneously ensnaring Dragonair with its 2 tails like ropes. Dragonair, break free quickly. Witnessing this scene, Little Chun felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. However, with Dragonair firmly bound by Electabuzz's tails, escape was far from easy. Buzz, prepare for the next move. The 2 antennae atop Electabuzz's head rapidly gathered electric energy. In the next moment, a golden lightning bolt enveloped Dragonair entirely. Dragonair, who, it's so painful. Electabuzz unleashed a series of ice punch attacks. Buzz, he understood. Electabuzz's fists rapidly ascended, cloaked in white ice. Bang bang bang. Electabuzz's fists fell upon Dragonair like a torrential downpour, dense and swift. Who it hurts. Dragonair. Kaboo. Dragonair has lost its battle capability. Electabuzz is victorious. As all 3 Pokemon of the gym leader have lost their battle capabilities. The victor of this battle is contestant Greatwood Crane. Return, Dragonair. You've worked hard. After recalling Dragonair, Little Chun approached Greatwood Crane and said, Congratulations, Crane. This is proof of your victory over me, the Ascendant Dragon Badge. Thank you, Miss Little Chun. Greatwood Crane felt a surge of excitement as he accepted the final badge. Not at all. I hope to battle you again next time. It would be an honor. Chapter 163, Outdoor Hot Springs. Having obtained the Ascendant Dragon Badge, Greatwood Crane bid farewell to Little Chun and accompanied Ash and the others back to the Pokemon Center. Miss Joy, I entrust these to you. X2. Alright, leave it to me. Miss Joy smiled as always, accepting the Pokeballs handed over by Greatwood Crane and Ash. A few minutes later, in the dining area of the Pokemon Center, Ash, having suffered a defeat at the gym, was venting his frustrations through food, devouring 5 hamburgers in his quest to alleviate his sorrows. Alright, Ash, don't overdo it. Noticing Ash reaching for a 6th burger, Greatwood Crane swiftly intervened. Indeed, Ash, a balanced diet is essential for your health. It's just one loss in the gym battle. You can win back your pride next time. Alongside Greatwood Crane, Brock also chimed in to offer encouragement. In truth, Brock wished to add that it wasn't Ash's first time losing a gym battle, so why be so concerned? Of course. Such words, of course, would never escape Xiao Gang's lips. Regret fills me now. Why did I not heed Ahi's counsel back then? Reflecting on today's defeat in the dojo battle, which stemmed from his obstinacy, Xiao Ji's heart was shrouded in gloom. Come now, Xiao Ji. True valor lies in acknowledging one's shame and rising anew. You must discern the reasons behind today's failure, implement improvements, and thus avoid a recurrence in future battles. To be frank, even Demu he found his own words hard to believe. It is human nature to resist change, a deeply ingrained flaw. Ahi, what do you think I should do? Perhaps having spent too much time with Demu Xiao Ji found himself somewhat reliant on him. This is not a favorable sign. Among your current team, only Pikachu is ready for the challenge. However, your Infernape should be nearing evolution, correct? That would give you 2. And then you can simply trade for another from my grandfather. Oh, you could also purchase some move tutors at the Pokemon shop to better configure your Pokemon's abilities. Is that so? Let me ponder this. Faced with Demu He's suggestion, Xiao Ji fell into contemplation. It was not merely a matter of Infernape's evolution or trading Pokemon. Rather, it was the costly price of the move tutors that left Xiao Ji in a quandary. For 5 days, Demu He and the others kept Xiao Ji company at the Pokemon Center in MY City. During this time, Xiao Ji engaged in battles with trainers at the center, wagering Pokemon duels and winning quite a bit of pocket money. 2 days prior, in the afternoon, Xiao Ji's Infernape, having accumulated enough battle experience and met the usage threshold for its Fury swipes, successfully evolved into Emboar. Last night, under the light of the full moon, Demu He seized the opportunity to present a Razor Claw to his Sneasel. Bathed in the moonlight, Sneasel completed its evolution seamlessly. Manula. Alright, Manula, return for now. Once Manula adjusted to its evolved form, Demu He recalled it into its Pokeball. Gazing at the Pokeball in his hand, Demu He felt a profound sense of assurance. With Sneasel's evolution, all the Pokemon in Demu He's possession had reached their final forms. The collection of 8 badges was now complete. The next step was to adjust the lineup for the upcoming Silver Conference. 2 days passed, and after trading for a Snorlax, Xiao Ji equipped Infernape with the farmer's triple punch move. Ultimately, leveraging the type advantage of his ultimate move alongside Pikachu's higher level, Xiao Ji triumphed in the gym battle. I've obtained a Rising Dragon Badge. Pikachu. How wonderful. Next, we must return to Kanto Town to confirm the badges obtained by both Ahi and Xiao Ji, as this is essential for participating in this year's Silver Conference. Once Xiao Ji secured his final badge, Xiao Gang presented the travel manual for the Silver Conference and began to review the participation requirements. We must return to Kanto Town? This was unexpected for Xiao Ji. Each location's competition rules differ somewhat, doesn't it? Then let us set forth without delay. For now, this is our only course of action. Within a week of departing MY City, Demu He and his companions were entrusted by Professor Kong Mu with a Pokemon egg. Subsequently, Xiao Ji took charge of the egg, which hatched into a Jirachi. One day, the 4 of them arrived at an open-air hot spring in the wilderness. There, they encountered a trainer named Shang Yi. whose dream was to chase and capture NEI. Upon hearing Shang Yi's dream, Xiao Ji and his companions cast a glance at him before their gaze shifted to Demu He. Noticing the strange looks from the trio, Demu He felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. What is this? Shang Yi gazed at the peculiar four, momentarily baffled. Oh, it's nothing. Capturing NEI is no simple feat, Shang Yi. You must give it your all. Understanding the meaning behind Xiao Ji's gaze, Demu He chose not to reveal the truth and instead encouraged Shang Yi's aspirations. Is that so? Thank you, Ahi. Then I shall take my leave. Goodbye. After parting with Shang Yi, Demu He and his companions made their way to the hot spring. According to Shang Yi's earlier introduction, this hot spring could heal wounds and alleviate fatigue. Upon learning this, the four called forth their Pokémon to ease the weariness of their travels. Wow. This hot spring truly is delightful. Indeed, all the fatigue from our journey is gradually dissipating in the water. Then let us relish this rare moment of leisure. Agreed. Though Demu He and his companions harbored high hopes, events seldom unfold as anticipated. The trio of Team Rocket, in relentless pursuit of Pikachu, emerged to create chaos while everyone was enjoying the hot spring, inadvertently attracting the attention of a passing NTI. NTI, let us duel. The appearance of NTI prompted Shang Yi, who had been lingering nearby, to boldly challenge it in pursuit of his dream. The outcome, of course, was a foregone conclusion. Faced with an adult NEI, Shang Yi suffered a crushing defeat. Just when everyone thought NEI was about to depart, it turned and approached Demu He's position. Roar, human, has my son been captured by you? Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed in Demu He's mind. Indeed, in the forest of Hinoki Town. It was injured and I captured it. Although somewhat surprised to learn that his NTI was the offspring of the other, Demu He naturally expressed this revelation candidly. Chapter 164, on Silver Mountain, the reunion of mother and child. Roar, is that so? Then it is not by your side now. While both parents cherished their younger child, they had been somewhat negligent in guiding their eldest. Regardless, it was still their son. After receiving the news from the elder about his son being captured by humans, NEI's father had come to meet the human who had captured his child. Having used its divine power to probe, it sensed no trace of its son on Demu He, hence the inquiry. Indeed, currently, he is being cared for by my grandfather. There. He has ample space and sufficient food to ensure he is never hungry. Demu He could assure the elder about the care of the Pokémon. His grandfather not only loved Pokémon, but was also engaged in research observing their daily lives. Roar, is that so? I understand now. I came here to deliver something for my son. Since he is not present, I shall leave it with you. With that, NTI expelled a purple orb from its mouth. What is this? Demu He gazed curiously at the purple crystal in his hand, unable to resist activating his Pokédex. Purple Flame Fire Crystal, composed of a portion of the first NEI's flame energy, it can rapidly enhance the growth rate of fire-type Pokémon. This treasure is best suited for members of the NEI lineage. NEI, I understand. I will ensure he consumes it. Having received the information about the treasure, Demu He conjectured that this purple flame fire crystal was likely a form of seed capital provided by NTI's father or the NEI clan for the journey ahead of his son or kin. Roar, since the gift has been delivered, I shall take my leave now. Sensing that Demu He had grasped the value of the item, NTI bounded away with several leaps. Watching NTI's retreating figure, Demu He was reminded of a parent's deep and far-reaching love for their child. Ahi, what did NEI say to you just now? Seeing NTI depart, Shang Yi hurried over to inquire. Ah, it's nothing. By the way, Shang Yi, we too must take our leave. I hope we can meet again someday. Demu He felt a wave of annoyance at Shang Yi's boundless curiosity. Brother, we have known each other for less than a day. Do you truly expect me to answer your inquiries? After securing the flame crystal, Trico promptly turned and departed. Noticing this, Misty hurriedly followed in his footsteps, clutching her Togepi. Ah, what? Aha. Shun, we shall take our leave. As long as the individual in question was not a beautiful older sister, Brock maintained a high level of intelligence. Hearing Shun's question and Trico's aloofness, Brock quickly grasped Ash, who was still oblivious to the situation, and rushed to catch up with Trico and Misty. Know this? 3 days after acquiring the flame crystal, Trico and the others arrived at the Silver Mountain Range. This place is the homeland of Giratina. Their purpose for coming here was to return Giratina to its mother. Upon entering the Silver Mountain Range, the group had not ventured far when a furious and sorrowful roar resonated through the forest. What is that? Ash inquired, perplexed. Pika, mother hen indeed. That must be the cry of a Pokémon. However, judging by the sound just now, it's likely to be a formidable opponent. Brock mused, resting his chin on his hand, recalling whether he had ever encountered such a sound before. It sounds so terrifying. Misty clutched Togepi tightly, appearing delicate and fearful. In that moment, she completely forgot that she was a trainer with 2 near-champion Pokémon. How frightening, how frightening. Judging by the sound, it must be a Banette. However, I wonder if it is indeed Giratina's mother, Trico speculated, reflecting on the earlier roar. Is what you say true, Akko? Is it really Giratina's mother? Pika, is it true? As soon as Trico finished speaking, Giratina remained unresponsive. Ash and Pikachu appeared before it, earnestly inquiring. I'm merely speculating. We still need to verify it. Just then, a towering figure, over 2 meters tall, emerged from the forest. Its body was almost entirely covered in green armor, with various spikes protruding from its head, neck, and shoulders. Its tail tip also bore a ring of smaller spikes. It had a pair of sharp teeth in both its upper and lower jaws, and its hands and feet featured 3 claws. Its shell had triangular openings on either side of its chest, at the center of its back, and at the knees, revealing a black interior. While its lower abdomen and back had diamond-shaped notches, exposing a shell of the same color as Sandshrews. It truly is a Banette, exclaimed the others, apart from Trico, who looked astonished. Trico's guess had proven correct. Giri, that's the scent of mother. Giratina sniffed, detecting a fragrance imprinted deep within its lineage emanating from Banette. It was a scent so fragrant, so familiar, one that it could never forget throughout its life. Upon first sighting Trico and the others, Banette was immediately reminded of its lost child. As it began to gather golden energy, preparing to unleash a destructive force, a voice, laden with longing, reached its ears. Giri, mother. Recognizing its mother, Giratina eagerly scampered toward Banette. Ban, what is that? Banette, watching the small figure rushing toward it, felt as if it were dreaming. Yet the sight and sound of Giratina were so vivid, it found it hard to awaken from this dream. Giri, mother, I have returned. With a gentle thud, Banette finally felt the tangible presence at its feet, allowing it to believe that the child it had longed for had indeed returned to its side. Ban, son, you truly have returned. Giri, yes. Mother, I have returned. Joyously, Giratina was finally reunited with its mother. Indeed, this is truly wonderful. Our task is complete. It is time to depart. Yes, indeed. Trico and the others chose not to disrupt the serene joy of the mother and child reunion. Silently, they slipped away, unwilling to intrude on the happiness of their rediscovered bond. On their descent, Trico and the others encountered the trio of poachers operating machinery. The outcome? Naturally, they were soundly beaten and subsequently handed over to the local authorities. Afterward, they spent several days returning to New Leaf Town to confirm their registration. Chapter 165, The Silver Conference. All preparations for the upcoming competition had been completed. Trico and his companions returned to Silver Mountain to wait for the commencement of the Silver Conference. At this moment, within the office of the president atop Silver Mountain, President Damaranch had received news of Trico's arrival. Since those little rascals have arrived, Dato, I need you to take a trip and deliver the prepared items to them. Remember, do not mix up the recipients, especially the Pokémon egg designated for Trico. It must not be mistaken. Otherwise, that old rascal Trico will surely bombard me with calls. Damaranch cautioned, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Yes, President. Understood, replied Dato, who proceeded to the headquarters incubation room with 4 staff members. There, they collected the 4 Pokémon eggs that President Damaranch had specifically reserved. These Pokémon eggs all originated from the distant Unova region. Aside from the one requested by Professor Oak for Trico, the remaining 3 eggs were distributed based on the personalities and preferred Pokémon types of Ash and his friends. Meanwhile, within the Nakamura family in the Kanto region's Shallow Red City, the current head of the Nakamura clan was conversing with his subordinates. Now that you have completed your registration, should you encounter Trico during the Silver Conference, do your utmost to obstruct him. I will be watching the live broadcast on television. As long as you give it your all, even if you lose, I will not hold it against you. Yes, head of the clan. They replied in unison. Staring at the black screen of the video phone, the Nakamura clan leader fell into deep contemplation. At the same time, at the site of the Silver Conference, Trico and his companions were present. Dato, accompanied by 4 league staff members, found Trico and his friends. Hey, Trico, Misty, Ash, Brock. It has been a long time. Dato, wow, it's really been ages. With the Silver Conference imminent, Dato sought them out for a particular reason. Trico first cast a glance at the items held by the 4 staff members behind Dato. Then, as if knowingly asking, he inquired. Since parting ways at the Lake of Wrath, the rewards Dato had promised had yet to be fulfilled. It was no surprise that Dato appeared with the 4 items just after they had arrived. This scene made it hard for Trico not to speculate that the 4 Pokémon eggs cradled by the staff were the rewards for them. Haha, It seems you've guessed correctly, Trico. Indeed, I have come to deliver the rewards for your previous task at the Lake of Wrath. Dato, noticing Trico's gaze fixed on the Pokemon eggs, realized he had likely deduced the purpose of his visit. Wow, really? What are the rewards? Ash could hardly contain his excitement and eagerly inquired. Pika, yes. What is the reward? Unlike Ash, Brock, and Misty, sharing Trico's curiosity, had also focused their attention on the Pokemon eggs held by Dato's staff. King of the Crossing, you mentioned a reward. Could it possibly be? Xiao Gang pointed incredulously at the Pokemon eggs behind him, inquiring. Ah, indeed. These 4 Pokemon eggs are the rewards that the Alliance has entrusted me to deliver to you. Do not underestimate them. The Pokemon within these eggs hail from across the ocean, from the Unova region. Across the ocean, the Unova region. Is that true? This is absolutely marvelous. As Xiao Ji and his companions excitedly conversed with Yulong Du, He silently utilized his Pokédex to scan the information of the 4 Pokemon eggs. A Clink, a Roggenrola, a Oshawott, and a Dratini. Wait, a Dratini. He was astonished. The rewards from the Alliance this time were indeed remarkable. However, would these 4 eggs be randomly selected by the 4 of us? Or were they already allocated? The data obtained by he indicated that the Pokemon within these eggs possessed exceptional talents. Even the weakest among them harbored the potential of a near champion, while the strongest boasted the potential to reach high-tier champions, or even contend for the title of champion. All right, I shall distribute them to you now. After a brief chat with Xiao Ji and his friends, Yulong Du recalled that he still had to report back. So he wasted no time in personally assigning the Pokemon eggs. Here you go, Xiao Ji, this one is yours. Xiao Gang, this is yours. Xiao Xiao, this belongs to you. And lastly, Ahi, this is for you. Without delay, Yulong Du efficiently distributed the 4 Pokemon eggs to the designated individuals. The rewards have been distributed. So, my young friends, until we meet again. With that, before he and the others could react, Yulong Du hastily departed with his 4 subordinates. Sigh, King of the Crossing, why the hurry? I still wanted to ask what kind of Pokemon would hatch from these eggs. Xiao Ji clutched a red egg adorned with brownish patterns. Regretting that he hadn't inquired sooner. Indeed, I was just thinking the same, Xiao Gang echoed, cradling a bluish-gray egg. I was just about to say that. Xiao Xiao, balancing a Togepi in one hand and the egg in the other, struggled to join in. Regardless, whatever Pokemon may emerge, we shall simply wait for them to hatch. He, holding the Dratini egg, said nonchalantly. After all, the best egg among the 4 was in his possession, making this quite a profitable endeavor for him. Species, Dratini. Gender, male. Ability, shed skin. Pokemon with this ability have a chance to heal from status conditions at the end of each turn. Moves, Aqua Tail, Dragon Rage. Egg moves, Fire Fong, Thunder Fong, Dual Chop, Dragon Pulse, Earth Power. Potential, high-tier champion. Strength, egg form. He is absolutely right. Nurturing Pokemon hatched from eggs is truly magnificent. Xiao Gang was filled with fervor, igniting a flame of determination within him. Excluding Togepi, this egg was the first Pokemon egg he had ever hatched. The process of hatching and growth required the trainer's personal involvement. For Xiao Gang, who aspired to be a breeder, this held significant meaning. Alright, let's hatch these Pokemon eggs together. The Pokemon from the Unova region eagerly await your arrival. Chapter 166, The Silver Conference, Part 2. In the office of the president atop Silver Mountain, Yulong Du, having completed his task, was reporting back to President Damalanchi. The rewards have been distributed. You may take your rest now. In a few days, the Silver Conference will commence, and the safety matters will be entrusted to you. Yes, President. Watching Yulong Du depart, Damalanchi picked up the phone on his desk and began contacting his old associates. Meanwhile, after acquiring the Pokemon eggs, He and his companions intended to witness the sacred fire but encountered Yu, who had arrived from Weibai Town in the Fongyuan region. Together, they resolved the issue of the molters that had been occupying the sacred fire, along with its 2 subordinates, Houndoom and Machop. The troublesome molters, much like in the original story, was captured by Yu. With the sacred fire matter settled, the group observed the passing of the sacred fire before bidding farewell and returning to the Pokemon Center. The Silver Conference in Chengdu is divided into preliminary rounds and a decisive championship tournament. The preliminary rounds are conducted in a round-robin format among 3 participants. Each participant takes turns battling, with the victor earning 3 points, the loser receiving none, and in the event of a tie, both participants earn 1 point. The participant with the highest score among the 3 advances to the championship tournament. In the lobby of the Pokemon Center, the preliminary battle roster was displayed on the large screen. The participants of this Silver Conference gathered to check their opponents. In addition to remembering their own match groups, the participants had to memorize their opponents' names and information. This way, they could search for their opponents' past Pokémon data on the Alliance's official website. Participants could examine their opponents' data before the matches to strategize their Pokémon choices. During the competition, participants must utilize the Pokémon they registered in advance. Oh wow. This is the preliminary roster. Let me see where I am. Xiaoji excitedly searched for his group. Ahi, you are in Group C. Before Damu he could look for himself, Xiao Xia had already found her own group for him. Group C, huh? The match is scheduled for tomorrow morning at 8:30. Glancing at the battle roster on the screen, aside from himself, Xiaoji, and his brother Xiao Mo, Damu he also recognized several familiar faces. There was Yiyu, whom he had just met a couple of days ago, a previous opponent, Xian Wu, and the champion from the original story, Du Sha from Cherry Blossom Town. There were indeed many formidable opponents. Let us go. We need to prepare for the matches. Hey, Ahi, wait for me. Pikachu, let us hurry and catch up. Pika, no problem. The next morning, at the preliminary match venue. Host, alright. The first match of preliminary Group C is about to commence. I wonder who will take the first turn. In the battle arena, Damu He and his opponent, Roy Jiangchuan, had taken their positions. Damu He represented the red team, while Roy Jiangchuan represented the green team. Thud thud. Host, the first attacking participant is Ahi. Referee. Then, let the match begin. I get to go first. In that case, come forth, Kabutops. Clash of Blades. Kabutops, with its dual scythes, appeared eager for battle after a long absence from combat. The previous night, Damu He had researched Roy Jiangchuan's Pokémon data and discovered that this opponent had a significant bias in his selection. Among the Pokémon he had previously used, aside from one electric type and one fire type, the rest were predominantly ground-type Pokémon. Kabutops, a fossil Pokémon. Then, I shall summon Swampert. Splash. Host, Ahi has sent out Kabutops, while Jiangchuan has countered with Swampert. Swampert, so that's your secret weapon. Kabutops, use metal sound. Clash. Understood. Kabutops rubbed its blades together, producing a sound that Pokémon found intolerable, resonating in Swampert's ears. Swampert, how grating. The piercing metal sound left Swampert unable to respond effectively. At that moment, it could only cover its ears to mitigate the damage. Swampert, are you alright? Host, oh ho. We can see that Kabutops' metal sound is having a significant effect. Swampert has been rendered unable to move. What an opportunity. The Scyther unleashed a jet of water as it approached Swampert, subsequently executing a Wily Chigug attack. The scene of Swampert being overwhelmed was certainly captured by Daiki's keen eye. With attributes slightly unfavorable, we shall resort to level suppression. Kabuchuk understood. The Scyther, enveloped by the rushing water, charged fiercely towards Swampert. Swampert, retaliate with Mud Bomb. Seeing the Scyther closing in with menacing intent, Roy Kankawa felt an intense pang of anxiety within. Minoa, what? At that moment, Swampert had yet to recover from the earlier metallic assault. Kabuchuk, look out. Bang. Mino, that hurts. Swampert. The referee declared. Swampert has lost its ability to battle. Scyther emerges victorious. Well done, Scyther. Kabuchuk, you're too kind, boss. Thank you, Swampert. Now, it's your turn, Mischievous Egg. Marululu. Retrieving Swampert, Roy Kankawa swiftly released his second Pokémon, a colossal Pokeball in hues of white and red. The Scyther took the initiative, launching a mud shot. Kabuchuk understood. The ground energy gathered around Scyther, and in the next moment, oval-shaped brownish mud pellets were hurled towards Mischievous Egg. Mischievous Egg, first use Light Screen for defense, then counter with Thunderbolt. Marululu understood. Energy surged before Mischievous Egg, as a protective wall of energy materialized, successfully blocking the mud assault. Although the Light Screen could not offer complete defense, it effectively diminished Scyther's special attack power. As it absorbed the damage, Mischievous Egg had already charged its electric attack behind the Light Screen. Golden Lightning raced towards Scyther. Scyther used Dig. Kabuchuk understood. As Scyther danced its blades, it vanished from the battlefield just before the lightning strike reached. Where will it emerge from next? No matter, Mischievous Egg. Unleash swift towards the hole. Marululu understood. Mischievous Egg opened its mouth, and a flurry of golden stars surged into the ground. Now, Scyther. Bangkak. Kabuchuk, take this. From beneath the battlefield, Scyther leapt up, delivering a powerful strike directly onto Mischievous Egg. Chapter 167. The Silver Conference, Part 3. Marululu, that hurts. Mischievous Egg. The referee announced. Mischievous Egg has lost its ability to battle. Scyther is victorious. The host exclaimed, oh no, Kankawa's second Pokémon has fallen. Meanwhile, his opponent, Aho, still has 3 Pokémon remaining. Can Kankawa, with only one Pokemon left, turn the tide in the upcoming battles? Roy Kankawa felt a mix of speechlessness and irritation at the host's words. Why must the host be so verbose? Aren't you worried about being sent home in a sack? Of course, such thoughts would remain unacted upon. Come forth, Steelix. Iru. With a flash of white light, a colossal creature nearly 10 meters long appeared on the battlefield. This was Roy Kankawa's ace Pokemon, his final hope. Return, Scyther. Rest in your Pokeball. As he recalled Scyther, Daiki hesitated for a moment before retrieving a Pokeball from his belt. Go, Mew Mew Bear. Iku. The host announced, oh, today has truly been an eye-opener. Ladies and gentlemen, Aho has sent forth Mew Mew Bear, a newly discovered evolutionary form of the previously reported Circle Bear. The discoverer is none other than our very own Aho. What will this evolved Mew Mew Bear showcase? Let us wait and see. Bystander A. The league announcement. Oh, I remember such a report. Besides Mew Mew Bear, there was also the evolved form of Infernape, called Abandoned Monkey. But wasn't it said that these details still require research? Bystander B. You're so outdated. The league announcement has already confirmed this news. Aside from the coal needed for Mew Mew Bear's evolution, many trainers with Infernape have already evolved theirs, including the Fighting King, Shiba. Bystander A. Is that so? It seems after the match, I should capture a Monferno for training. Bystander B. You better hurry. Many trainers are already out in the wild specifically trying to catch Monferno. Right now, finding one in the wild is quite a challenge. Even the Monferno eggs in the city breeding center have skyrocketed in price. Bystander A. What the heck? Why are these guys so quick to act? Mew Mew Bear, Steelix. Use Earthquake. Iru understood. Steelix's tail coiled with yellow-brown energy, and in the next moment, it struck the ground fiercely. Boom. The violent tremors surged directly towards Mew Mew Bear. Hold your defense, then counter with Fire Punch. Iku understood. Mew Mew Bear let out a cry, and a verdant shield materialized, perfectly absorbing the earthquake attack. Once the tremors subsided, Mew Mew Bear withdrew the shield, its right hand now enveloped in flames as it charged towards Steelix. You wish to test strength? My Steelix fears no one. Steelix, unleash Iron Tail. Iru understood. Steelix pivoted, swinging its tail towards Mew Mew Bear, now imbued with potent steel energy. Iku, take this. Iru, bring it on. Bang. The clash of fists and tails ensued as the two powerhouses refused to yield. The entire battlefield shook under the immense force of their confrontation. The host exclaimed, oh my. The entire battlefield trembles with the collision of these two Pokemon. Steelix, execute Ice Fang. Though the two Pokemon were locked in a struggle, Roy Kankawa had faith. With Steelix's elongated form, it was capable of launching an attack even while delivering a tail strike. Iru understood. Steelix's mouth rapidly encased in ice. In the next moment, its gaping maw lunged towards Mew Mew Bear. Mew Mew Bear, summoning its strength, prepared to unleash a cross-chop. Iku Mew Mew Bear propelled Steelix back a distance, and its entire body was instantly enveloped in a radiant red glow. In the next instant, a powerful aura surged from Mew Mew Bear. Steelix, do not falter. Launch your attack now. Iru received. Watch out, Big Bear. Steelix quickly regained its stance. Continuing with Ice Fang. Iku, take this. As Steelix bared its enormous jaws, Mew Mew Bear charged fearlessly. The powerful cross-chop struck Steelix's mouth with tremendous force. Iru, that hurts. Though Steelix possessed a massive physique, it was still sent flying by the newly invigorated Mew Mew Bear. Bang. Steelix's body collided intimately with the audience's wall. Steelix. Roy Kankawa's call would receive no response, for Steelix was now dazed, its eyes swirling in confusion, having lost consciousness against the wall. The referee announced, Steelix has lost its ability to battle. Mew Mew Bear is victorious. The host proclaimed, victory. Aho, with Scyther and Mew Mew Bear, has defeated 3 of Kankawa's Pokemon, successfully advancing to the next round. Applause erupted. The defeated felt despondent, while the victors reveled in triumph. Under the applause of the audience, the calm Daiki gracefully exited the venue alongside his coach, Kasumi. With the first battle victorious, congratulations, Aku, echoed cheerfully. Haha, thank you. Let us go grab a bite. Sure. During the league tournament, contestants and their accompanying coaches are entitled to complimentary meals and accommodations in the surrounding shops. Wow, the omurice at this place is absolutely delightful. I love it. Indeed, the combination of rice and ingredients is exquisite. After handing over the Scyther and the Teddy Ursa to Nurse Joy for treatment, Daiki and Kasumi entered a restaurant to dine. Half an hour later, both Daiki and Kasumi, along with the Togepi, emerged from the eatery, their bellies full. Just as they were about to take a leisurely stroll post-meal, they were called by a voice from behind. Hey, big brother Kasumi, did you just finish eating? Oh, it's Shigeru. Have you completed your first preliminary match? Hello, Shigeru. Of course. With me, Shigeru, personally in the ring, it was merely a trivial matter. By the way, Kasumi, how is your relationship with my brother progressing? Though somewhat boastful, Shigeru, now considerably stronger than in the original story, had every right to take pride in his accomplishments. However, his question left Kasumi blushing profusely. Chapter 168, The Silver Conference, Part 4. Shigeru's inquiry momentarily left Kasumi at a loss for words. Alright, Shigeru. Why are you asking such nonsense? Hurry up and eat, then go back to strategize for your battle team. If your performance this time falls short of the Indigo conference, just wait till I get back to deal with you. At this moment, Daiki stepped in to rescue Kasumi from the awkward situation. And when Shigeru noticed Daiki's serious expression, disbelief washed over him. Oh, I understand now. With that, Shigeru quickened his pace to flee the scene. That little rascal. Daiki chuckled softly as he turned to Kasumi. Let us head back to the Pokemon Center. Right. The journey from the restaurant to the Pokemon Center took a little over 10 minutes. During this time, Kasumi's initial shyness gradually subsided, and she returned to her usual cheerful self. Aku, Kasumi, we're over here. Satoshi, Takashi. Upon returning to the Pokemon Center, the duo reunited with their friends. As soon as the four gathered, Satoshi's chatter was nonstop, akin to a machine gun. From his words, Daiki and Kasumi learned that he had effortlessly advanced to the second round of the preliminaries. In turn, Satoshi and Takashi were informed of Daiki's successful progression as well. Before long, the second round of their matches was about to commence. Daiki's opponent for the second preliminary round was a young man named Gonkai. Like Roy, Gonkai specialized in a singular type of Pokemon. However, unlike Roy, who focused on ground types, Gonkai was an expert in fighting-type Pokemon. Host, alright. Next up is the second match of Group C in the preliminaries. In the red corner, we have contestant Daiki, and in the green corner, contestant Gonkai. Notably, both contestants emerged victorious in their first matches. This means that the winner of this battle will qualify for the championship finals. Ding ding. The screen spins, and the sound indicates the first attacker. Host, confirmed. Gonkai will be the first to attack. Daiki, I owe you my gratitude. If it weren't for you, I would have never known that my Infernape could evolve again. Go, Infernape. Putcha. Although Gonkai expressed thanks, Daiki saw no trace of gratitude on his face. Host, oh ho. Gonkai has sent out Infernape to battle against the discoverer of this evolution. Is Daiki feeling like he's just shot himself in the foot? Daiki, at this moment, he could empathize with Roy's sentiments. The host's remarks were rather pointed. I leave it to you, Mega Beedrill. Macaque. A dazzling flash revealed a gigantic purple dragonfly before Daiki. Host, oh ho. Daiki has sent out Mega Beedrill to counter Gonkai's Infernape, and it is a shiny Pokemon. Let us eagerly await the ensuing battle. Referee, the match begins. Infernape, use Rock Tomb. Putcha. Understood. Infernape slammed its right fist into the ground, channeling its rock-type energy. As it did, a wave of energy surged overhead, conjuring boulders that rained down upon Mega Beedrill. Mega Beedrill, evade with Double Team and follow up with Twister. Macaque. Understood. With a flash of purple light, 6 Mega Beedrills appeared on the battlefield. Once the Rock Tomb attack concluded, a radiant aura enveloped Mega Beedrill, dramatically increasing its speed. Infernape, use Thunder Punch to intercept. Gonkai, startled, quickly commanded Infernape to strike. Putcha. Understood. Infernape, with its electrified arm, collided with the rapidly diving Mega Beedrill. Host, oh ho. The fierce clash of Thunder Punch and Twister. The collision of these two powerful moves has enveloped the battlefield in dense smoke, obscuring the movements of the Pokemon. Mega Beedrill. At 12 o'clock, use Air Slash. Macaque. Understood. With a vigorous flap of its wings, Mega Beedrill launched a white energy blade toward the indicated direction. Putcha. That hurts. Host, Air Slash hits. Even amidst the lingering smoke, Daiki has accurately pinpointed his opponent's location. Truly impressive. Infernape. How could this happen? Use Twister. Macaque. Understood. Seizing the opportunity, Mega Beedrill pressed the attack, delivering another Twister before Infernape could recover. Infernape. Daiki capitalized on the opening, denying the opponent any chance for a reaction. Referee. Infernape is unable to continue battling. Mega Beedrill wins. Well done, Mega Beedrill. Macaque. Thank you for the praise, boss. Return. Infernape. You performed admirably. Now go, Geodude. Garurr. Geodude. Mega Beedrill, rest for now. It's all up to you, Machop. Nike. Having been away from the battlefield for a considerable time, Machop returned with fervor. Host. In the face of Gonkai's Geodude, Daiki has substituted the disadvantageous Mega Beedrill with the fighting-type Machop. Referee, the match begins. Geodude, use Earthquake. Garurur understood. Geodude lifted its right foot slightly before stomping down hard. Boom. The entire battlefield trembled from the force of the attack. Defend, and then use Brick Break. Nike received. After absorbing the residual shock of the earthquake with its shield, Machop charged at Geodude with its forearms swinging. Geodude, counter with Rollout. Garurur received. Geodude curled up its limbs and rolled directly toward Machop. Machop, give it your all. Geodude, we must also go all out. Nike, watch out. Garurur, bring it on. Bang bang bang. Golem, unable to move. How is this possible? Host oh ho. The rolling boulder, Onyx, has been thwarted by Machoke's might. Not only that, but Machop is currently grappling Onyx and delivering fierce blows. Nige, 80. Machoke's normal arms are holding Onyx in place, preventing its escape, while its rear arms are relentlessly pounding Onyx's rocky body. Onyx, using self-destruct. Golem, understood. Chapter 169, The Silver Conference, v. A brilliant white light envelopes Onyx, and a palpable aura of danger fills the air. Golem, let us fall together. With a mighty roar, Onyx's white glow intensifies. Damn, I must go all in. Machop, maintain your defense. At this moment, Daiki felt a flicker of regret, realizing that his defensive strategy for Machop was lacking in variety beyond this single move. The skill of maintaining defense, if repeated during a battle, carries a high risk of failure. Nige received. Boom. Rumble. The entire battlefield is shrouded in the dense smoke produced by the explosion. Host, goodness. Onyx's self-destruct technique has shaken the entire arena. With such a powerful blow, will Machop be able to successfully activate its defensive shield? Ladies and gentlemen, let us all await the outcome. Hehe. Weavy won. With the Eye of Insight activated, Daiki couldn't help but smile lightly upon seeing Machop safely within its protective barrier amid the smoke. Moments later, as the haze began to clear, everyone could see Machop standing firm, while Onyx lay defeated, its form charred and weakened. Referee, Onyx has lost its fighting capability. Machop is victorious. Well done, Machop. Nige, he. Curse it. Come back, Onyx. Though filled with reluctance, Yoshikawa understood that defeat was inevitable. I'm counting on you, Frogadier. Yorubo return. Machop, take a moment to rest. The upcoming battles will be entrusted to you. Go forth, Sunflora. Host oh ho. Yoshikawa's final Pokemon is Frogadier, while Aki has replaced Machop with Sunflora, presumably to exploit type advantages. Referee, the match begins. Frogadier, water gun attack. Yorubo understood. A spiraling jet of water erupts from Frogadier's abdomen. Sunflora dodges and employs Solar Beam. Acknowledged. With grace and agility, Sunflora effortlessly evades the direct water assault. In the next instant, the red gem upon Sunflora's forehead releases a stream of violet golden energy. Frogadier, use Double Team to evade, then unleash Water Pulse. Yorubo understood. With a flash of white light, 6 illusory images of Frogadier materialize on the battlefield. The second one on the left, don't let it escape. Daiki's eyes sparkled with determination as he pinpointed the target for Sunflora. Acknowledged. Guided by Daiki, the psychic beam veered towards the second Frogadier's image on the left. Frogadier dodged quickly. Yorubo understood. Frogadier leaped back, narrowly avoiding the incoming attack. Do not let it get away, use Swift. Receive. A shower of golden stars burst forth from Sunflora's mouth, homing in on Frogadier. Quickly, use Bubble Beam for defense. Yorubo understood. Frogadier clenched its fists before it, releasing a barrage of blue water droplets. Bayubiu. Bang bang. Host oh ho. The collision of both sides' ultimate moves has enveloped the battlefield in a thick smoke. Listening to the host's commentary, Yoshikawa felt a tightening in his chest. The next moment, a voice filled with both panic and resignation echoed in his ears. Sunflora, 10 o'clock, use Solar Beam. Understood. The violet golden energy beam fired once more. Frogadier dodged quickly. Bang. Crack. Yorubo, that hurts. The only response from Yoshikawa was Frogadier's pained cry and the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. Damn it. Even in his reluctance, Yoshikawa had to accept the reality of his defeat. Moments later, as the smoke cleared, the fallen Frogadier starkly contrasted with the standing Sunflora. The voices of the referee and host rang out in succession. Referee, Frogadier has lost its fighting capability. Sunflora is victorious, as Yoshikawa has lost 3 Pokemon. This battle is won by Aki. Host, victory. Aki has triumphed over Yoshikawa's 3 Pokemon without losing a single one, advancing smoothly to the finals. Let us congratulate Aki. Applause, clapping. Daiki bowed slightly to the audience as a sign of respect before departing the arena with Misty. The preliminaries concluded. and the contestants were granted a day of rest before the finals. Aki, congratulations on reaching the finals. Chaku ebu, congratulations. Hehe, thank you. The upcoming finals will be a full 6-on-6 battle, Misty reminded. Ah, I know. The matchups should be announced this afternoon. Tonight, I'll study my opponent's data. I'll accompany you. All right. In a luxurious room atop the viewing platform, several individuals of various ages were discussing the recent battle. Just how was Aki able to locate his opponent's Pokémon so accurately amidst the thick fog? Chairman Damalanki posed the question. Chairman, could it be related to his awakened psychic abilities? The leader of Kanto and Chengdu's Yolongdu pondered for a moment before offering his perspective. No, it should not be psychic abilities. My natural sparrow just informed me that it did not sense any energy fluctuations indicating the use of psychic powers from Aki. Refuting Yolongdu was a man clad in peculiar attire, wearing an unusual mask. This was one of Chengdu's Elite Four, the psychic master, Yitsuki. At this moment, the natural sparrow perched upon his shoulder. Are you certain, Yitsuki? Lady, certain. In the face of the surrounding gazes, the natural sparrow chirped affirmatively to Yitsuki. The natural sparrow has confirmed it. The individuals in the room exchanged glances, each harboring a suspicion that Aki surely harbored some undisclosed secret. Well then, let us leave this matter be for now. I will contact Aki and attempt to glean the answers we seek through subtle inquiries. Yes, Chairman. Although these Elite Four and champions outwardly agreed, who could say how they truly felt behind closed doors? Chapter 170, The Silver Conference, 6. Meanwhile, within the Pokémon Center. After the preliminary battles had concluded, the hall screen began to display the 16 contestants who had advanced to the finals. Simultaneously, the matchups for the upcoming round of 16 to 8 were revealed amidst a flurry of garbled text. Aki, your match is in the 6th round, and your opponent's name is Dashe. Ah, I see. But did those two, Shigeru and Satoshi, end up facing each other after all? It turns out that Aki had not even searched for his own photo moments ago, as he beheld his younger brother, Shigeru, and his companion, Satoshi, fated once again to cross paths. Professor Oak could not help but reflect on the undeniable truth that these two were indeed destined rivals. The arrival of Professor Oak had significantly enhanced their abilities compared to the original narrative. Yet, one wonders who shall emerge victorious in this latest confrontation. Moreover, will Shigeru, like in the original storyline, abandon his path as a trainer to pursue a career as a researcher? Alas, it is ultimately their personal choices, and perhaps it is best not to impose further. At that moment, Professor Oak's thoughts wandered to his own opponent for the upcoming match, Dusher from Cherry Blossom Town, the champion of this year's Silver Conference in the original tale. He must be a formidable adversary, indeed. Let us proceed, Misty. We shall first gather intelligence before forming our battle team. As Professor Oak and Misty set out to research, his opponent for the second preliminary round, Yoshikawa, was in communication with the Nakayama family head in Akino City. My lord, we have failed. Indeed. I witnessed the broadcast on television. This failure is not your fault, but a misjudgment on my part. You two may remain at the conference venue until the conclusion of this year's Silver Conference. Consider it a vacation. Thank you, my lord. After expressing their gratitude, Yoshikawa and his associate exchanged knowing smiles. Meanwhile, within the Nakayama family residence in Akino City, the current head, Yu Nakayama, listened intently to the static-filled phone call, his expression darkening. You shall personally lead the team to eliminate those two inept individuals. Remember, leave no loose ends. Understood. The steward promptly departed upon receiving the order. Once the steward had left, Yu Nakayama continued to gaze at the now black screen of the television, lost in thought. Returning to the Pokémon Center at the Silver Conference, Professor Oak and his companions gathered together. The reason? The elder and Satoshi's mother had arrived to offer their support, particularly for Shigeru and Satoshi. The elder first assisted the trio in upgrading their Pokédex before they shared a meal together. After dinner, the group dispersed, and Professor Oak and Misty hastened to conduct their research to finalize their battle lineup. The elder, however, was called away by a phone call shortly after the meal. At the Alliance headquarters in Silver Mountain, within the president's office, two elderly gentlemen engaged in a lengthy discussion. Upon learning that his grandson had received the coveted near-divine egg he had fought for, Professor Oak's face lit up with joy. Oak, tell me the truth. Has your grandson awakened any special abilities? Special abilities? Did I not mention that Akira and his companion Misty have awakened psychic powers? Professor Oak replied, puzzled. Not that, what I mean is. Subsequently, President Demalanki presented Professor Oak with a video of Akira's preliminary battle. Look, Oak. When Akira's eyes glimmered with golden light amidst the battle's haze, this did not indicate psychic abilities or aura powers. What do you mean? Professor Oak pondered, sensing a hint of speculation in Damalanki's voice. Your grandson may have awakened an ability not recorded by the Alliance, one that possesses a probing function and can disregard surrounding conditions. Damalanki's demeanor shifted, now exuding an air of authority. What do you imply? Simultaneously, Professor Oak, typically affable, now radiated an equally commanding presence. Although uncertain of his old friend's intentions, he felt an obligation to preemptively address any potential threats to his grandson. Oak, the Alliance will not take action against your grandson. You may rest assured. What I mean is, time always seems to pass swiftly, and after a day of rest. The 16 contestants for the decisive tournament finally arrived at the first match of the round of 16. The first match featured Yu against a random contestant. With a swift and powerful assault, Yu effortlessly secured a spot in the second round. The second match of the round of 16 was none other than Shigeru versus Satoshi. An aerial battle ensued between the fossil pterodactyl and Pidgeot, while the Nidoran couple clashed with Snorlax and Shiftry. The struggle between Scyther and Mook was fierce, culminating in a fateful showdown between Blastoise and Charizard. Finally, the two champions summoned their respective trump cards. As the majestic shiny Articuno graced the arena, Satoshi deployed his mightiest partner, Pikachu. Articuno, unleash your final blizzard attack. Pika. Pikachu, deliver your ultimate thunder. Pika. Boom. The referee declared, Pikachu is unable to battle. Articuno is the victor. The host announced, a winner has been determined. After an intense competition, the one advancing to the second round is Shigeru from Pallet Town. Truthfully, I can hardly believe I have witnessed a legendary Pokemon in my lifetime. Particularly a shiny one. What an eye-opening experience. Defeated, Satoshi, feeling dejected, silently exited the arena while cradling Pikachu. Pika. Sensing his trainer's despair, Pikachu mustered the energy to apologize. No. Pikachu. A setback is merely temporary. I shall reclaim victory next time. Will you assist me? Pika. Wonderful. Thank you, Pikachu. Delighted. Satoshi had already begun to recover from his defeat. Brock, initially concerned, felt a wave of relief seeing Satoshi bounce back, recognizing his growth since the Indigo conference. Meanwhile, at another entrance, Professor Oak and Misty awaited Shigeru's arrival. Chapter 171, The Silver Conference, Part 7, Brother Misty. Shigeru emerged from the contestants' passageway, beaming with a smile, not keeping Professor Oak and Misty waiting long. Well done, you little rascal. First, send your Pokemon to the Pokemon Center, and then we shall discuss your opponent. All right. The trio arrived at the Pokemon Center, entrusted their injured Pokemon to Nurse Joy, and then proceeded to the dining area, each ordering a cup of milk tea while engaging in conversation. The host announced, ladies and gentlemen, the first round of the decisive tournament has concluded. We are now ready for the sixth match. In the green corner, we have Dusher from Cherry Blossom Town, and in the red corner, we have Akira from Pallet Town. Notably, Akira is the champion of last year's Indigo Conference and the esteemed grandson of Professor Oak, making him a favored contender for this tournament. Cheers erupted as the host continued. Now, let us select the battle arena and determine the order of attacks. Confirmed. The battle arena is the grass field, and the first attacker will be Akira. First move. In that case, let us make a strong opening. Go, Solgaleo. With a lazy demeanor, the purple-furred Solgaleo appeared on the battlefield. As a psychic type, I leave this to you, Houndoom. With a flash of light, Houndoom, a canine Pokemon with prominent horns, materialized. Solgaleo. Use charm. Understood. With a twinkle in its eyes, Solgaleo cast a flirtatious glance, sending a flurry of pink hearts towards Houndoom. Black Lugia. Using Jet Flame to counter the charming light. Halu. Understood. A torrent of searing flames erupted from Black Lugia's mouth, obliterating the pink hearts one by one. A flash of lightning. Humby got it. Whoosh. Bang. Halu damn. Host oh ho. The Sun Spirit seized the moment while Black Lugia was dispelling the charming attack and launched a sudden strike. The effect is truly remarkable. Black Lugia, are you alright? Dusher anxiously gazed at the fallen Black Lugia. Halu, I'm fine. Excellent. Black Lugia, employ bite attack. Halu, understood. Dark energy coiled within Black Lugia's jaws as it swiftly advanced towards the Sun Spirit. The Sun Spirit, unleash your charming move once more. Humpty, a cascade of hearts filled with affection, was sent forth by the Sun Spirit's gaze. Black Lugia, dodge it. Witnessing the Sun Spirit's repeated use of this distasteful skill, Dusher's expression shifted dramatically as he wished to intervene. Halu, you're putting me in a bind. Host oh ho. Dusher's Black Lugia, unable to halt its momentum, crashed into the swarm of hearts. Halu he. Black Lugia, snap out of it. Just as Black Lugia's eyes sparkled with hearts, succumbing to an indescribable state, Professor Oak issued another command. Sun Spirit, use Solar Beam. Humpty understood. A barrage of golden stars struck Black Lugia with unerring precision. Bayubiu. Black Lugia. Referee. Black Lugia has lost its ability to battle. The sun spirit prevails. Host. Due to the charming control, Dusher was the first to lose a Pokemon. What will he send out next to counter this? Damn. Come back. Black Lugia. You performed admirably. Now rest. I entrust you with the next challenge, Heracross. Hyakulu, a massive bug-type Pokemon resembling a giant rhinoceros beetle, made its entrance. Another type advantage, is it? Then allow me to showcase my prowess as well. Return, Sun Spirit. Enter, NTI. Roar. A flash of white light from the Pokeball revealed a majestic and powerful lion. Host. Dusher has sent out his second Pokemon, Heracross. Voila, he has recalled the Sun Spirit to summon NTI. Goodness. Am I dreaming? I saw a shiny Articuno in the morning, and now NTI in the afternoon. Wow. Referee, the match begins. Damn, it's NTI. All I can do now is go all out. Heracross, unleash a rampage attack. Hyakulu understood. Heracross spread its wings and charged swiftly towards NTI. NTI, use Flame Vortex. Roar understood. A spiraling ring of fire encircled Heracross. Hyakulu, it's so hot. Enveloped in searing flames, Heracross, at a disadvantage, emitted a helpless cry. Heracross, Jet Flame. Roar, leave it to me. A torrid blaze instantly struck Heracross, who was suffering in the fiery circle. Hyakulu, it burns, it hurts. Heracross, bang. Referee, Heracross has lost its ability to battle, NTI wins. Host, truly the legendary NTI. In just 2 moves, it has defeated Dusher's Heracross. Come back, Heracross, you did well. Now, I entrust you, Croconaw. Goo, a blue giant crocodile with an enormous maw emerged, roaring defiantly at NTI. Host, Dusher has sent out Croconaw. Is this yet another type advantage? NTI, use Jet Flame. Roar understood. A scorching flame shot forth once more. Croconaw, counter with Water Gun. Go understood. Croconaw unleashed a spiraling jet of water from its mouth, colliding with NTI's intense flames. Boom. The clash of the heated blaze and the compressed water column resulted in a tremendous explosion on the battlefield. Host, following the collision of their ultimate moves. A massive explosion has obscured the battlefield with thick steam. Who will emerge victorious from this clash? Here it comes, watch closely. Within that special observation chamber, the same individuals as before were wide-eyed, eager to discern the capabilities employed by Professor Oak. Indeed, President XN, the champions, all gazing intently, prepared not to miss a single pivotal moment. Chapter 172, Silver Conference, 8. Professor Oak's eyes glimmered with golden light as he swiftly located Croconaw's position through the dense steam. NTI, gather the energy required for Solar Beam. Roar understood. NTI raised its head, opening its mouth. However, the steam hindered its ability to absorb sunlight. Fortunately, today's sun was quite favorable, although the process was slightly delayed, as long as NTI amassed enough energy, with the advantage of type superiority. Professor Oak believed in a decisive victory. The launch of Solar Beam required NTI to gather a certain amount of energy, to avoid alerting the opponent. It was crucial to wait until the necessary energy was amassed before disclosing its position. Croconaw, prepare to unleash Ice Beam. Hidden by the steam, Dusher was now sweating profusely. At this moment, he could only let Croconaw accumulate power. Go understood. Croconaw gathered icy energy in its mouth, poised and ready. Host, both contestants are preparing their moves. Yet the steam on the battlefield is slowly dissipating. 1 o'clock position, Solar Beam fires. Roar understood. The energy from NTI's golden crown swiftly converged into its mouth. In the next moment, a beam of white energy surged towards Croconaw. Croconaw, it's coming. Ice Beam fire. Dusher's eyes were fixed on the steam ahead, unwilling to let his guard down. Go understood. Croconaw expelled the gathered ice energy in a concentrated blast. However, regrettably, Croconaw's assault failed to intercept NEI's attack. Its Ice Beam veered off course from the trajectory of Solar Beam. So, bang. Go, it hurts. Croconaw. Dusher's anxious shout echoed, but alas, the now down Croconaw lacked the strength to respond. As the steam cleared, onlookers witnessed the stark contrast between the fallen Croconaw and the standing NTI. Referee, Croconaw has lost its ability to battle, NTI wins. Host, another defeat. Following Heracross, Dusher has lost yet another formidable ally, with 3 of Dusher's Pokemon unable to battle. This match will take a 5-minute break. Come back, NTI. You performed excellently. Rest in your Pokeball for now. After recalling NTI, Professor Oak approached the coach's seat, engaging in light-hearted banter with Misty. Did you all see that? In the observation chamber, Damaranchik inquired of those surrounding him. President, indeed. Professor Oak's eyes shimmered with golden light before issuing commands. Indeed, I saw it too. Excellent. Since initial assessments confirm that Professor Oak possesses extraordinary observational abilities, we must send someone to verify this. Damaranchik scanned the crowd, hoping to find a volunteer. After engaging in a lengthy conversation with my old friend Professor Oak for several hours, and after a considerable amount of negotiation, I finally secured his agreement. President, this matter poses quite a challenge. While I hold the champion of the league in high regard, my interactions with Professor Oak have not reached the level where I can divulge personal secrets to him. Moreover, as you mentioned, if even Professor Oak is unaware, what of the others? The only champion who had had direct contact with Professor Oak, Lance, shared his perspective. Lance, one cannot relinquish their efforts simply because the situation is arduous. Professor Oak possesses exceptional investigative skills that could significantly aid the League in combating malevolent forces, minimizing casualties and enhancing our victories. Damaranch's expression turned solemn. Each month, League personnel sacrifice their lives in the struggle against evil forces. President, allow me to take on this task. I find such youthful vigor quite intriguing. A melodious voice resonated among the crowd. As they turned towards the source of the voice, a mature woman with wine-red hair emerged into view. Kona, are you certain? Damaranch and the assembled audience harbored a degree of skepticism towards this enigmatic beauty. What? Do you not believe in me? A chilling glint emanated from her captivating eyes, causing the onlookers, especially Lance, to involuntarily shudder. Although he bore the title of champion, it was precisely due to Kona's presence that Lance had yet to ascend to the pinnacle of achievement. Each time he vied for the title, he found himself mercilessly thwarted by this icy beauty. Left with no choice, he had to retreat to the Chengdu region to claim the champion's crown. Kona, I can entrust this to you. However, you must exercise restraint. Otherwise, that old rascal Oak will dismantle my office. Damaranch, despite being well-versed in the ways of the world, dared not gaze too long at the alluring Kona, let alone the numerous teenagers present, brimming with youthful ardor and naivety towards the opposite sex. President, feelings know no age. Kona's remark momentarily left Damaranch at a loss for words. Ding. Host. All right, the 5-minute intermission has concluded. After the first half of the battle, can Dushi, with 3 Pokemon remaining, overcome the 6 fully staffed Ahi? As Dushi had held the upper hand in the first half, it was only fitting for Ahi to send out his Pokemon first in the second half. Go, Jengar. With a flash of white light from the Pokeball, Jengar appeared on the battlefield, sporting a smile. Although a shiny Pokemon, Jengar's form was merely a slightly lighter hue than its counterparts. Being a ghost type, I entrust you with this. Go, Tyranitar. In an instant, a colossal beast clad in silver armor materialized. Host. As the second half commences, Ahi has sent out Jengar. While Dushi counters with the advantageous Tyranitar, the referee raised his red and green flags. The match begins. Jengar, use Shadow Ball. Jengar. Leave it to me. Jengar clasped its hands in front, rapidly gathering a dark purple energy between its palms. In the next moment, a pitch-black energy sphere was hurled towards Tyranitar. Tyranitar, use Rock Blast. Tyranitar. Understood. Mirroring Jengar, Tyranitar formed a similar stance, channeling rock-type energy, conjuring 3 spherical rocks. Bang bang bang. Host. Jengar's Shadow Ball has been shattered by Tyranitar's trio of rock blasts. Jengar, use Shadow Punch. Jengar. Got it. A dark energy fist surged forth at great speed. Tyranitar, use Surf. Tyranitar. Understood. Tyranitar roared to the heavens, summoning a turbulent wave upon the battlefield. Chapter 173, The Silver Conference, Part 9. Host, what is this? Goodness. The ground and rock-type Tyranitar can actually utilize Surf. This colossal wave threatens to engulf the entire battlefield. Witnessing this theoretical upheaval, the spectators, save for a few knowledgeable about Pokemon lore, were left in astonishment. In the audience, Professor Oak pondered with his chin in hand. While others might be oblivious, as a Pokemon researcher, he was well aware of the capabilities of Tyranitar, knowing it could learn Surf through technical machines and tutoring. Ahi, it now rests upon you to respond. On the opposing battlefield, witnessing Jengar's Shadow Punch obliterated by the wave, Professor Oak quickly commanded, Jengar, defend yourself. Jengar. Understood. Just before the wave reached him, Jengar erected an energy shield around itself. Boom splash. Protected by the shield, Jengar stood firm against the crashing waves. Host. The monstrous tide summoned by Tyranitar has been flawlessly defended by Jengar's protective barrier. Damn it. Tyranitar, Rock Blast. Tyranitar. Understood. Jengar, evade and use Ice Punch. Jengar. Got it. With the unique agility of a ghost type, Jengar effortlessly dodged the attack. The next moment, Jengar reappeared directly in front of Tyranitar. Tyranitar. What? The sudden appearance of Jengar startled Tyranitar, and before it could react, it was too late. Jengar. Take this punch. Jengar swung its icy-wrapped right fist towards Tyranitar's left cheek. Bang. Tyranitar. Damn it. Referee. Tyranitar has lost its ability to battle. Jengar is the victor. Host. Another defeat. The once mighty Tyranitar, capable of summoning towering waves, has been felled by a single punch from Jengar. Return, Tyranitar. Thank you for your efforts. At this moment, Dushi was too disheartened to critique the host's incessant chatter. With only 2 Pokemon remaining, he was certain this would end in defeat. Nevertheless, even knowing the outcome, he resolved to fight until the end. I entrust this to you, Kangaskhan. With a flash of white light, a giant beast with a pouch appeared before him. Host oh ho. Facing the ghost-type Jengar, Dushi has chosen Kangaskhan, a normal-type Pokemon. What is his strategy? Professor Oak. Isn't it true that normal-type moves are ineffective against ghost types? In the audience, Brock inquired of the elderly researcher. Generally speaking, yes, but if it possesses the scrappy ability, then the normal or fighting-type moves used by Kangaskhan can indeed strike ghost-type Jengar. The knowledgeable elder provided a perfect explanation for Brock's query. I see now. Kangaskhan. Use Fake Out. Kangaskhan. Understood. In an instant, the towering Kangaskhan vanished from sight. Jengar, retaliate. Jengar. Understood. A purple glow enveloped Jengar as it gathered energy. In the next moment, the previously vanished Kangaskhan reappeared before Jengar, its sturdy palms raised to strike. Bang. Jengar. That stung. You'll take a hit too. Enduring the 2 hefty slaps, Jengar unleashed the energy it had previously collected against Kangaskhan. Kangaskhan, quickly use Mega Punch. In a decisive moment, the malevolent energy surged from Gung-Gui as it advanced, delivering a powerful blow to Bag Dragon's chest. Bang. Ouch. Exclaimed Bag Dragon in pain. The referee announced. Bag Dragon has lost its fighting capability. Gung-Gui is victorious. The host continued, in a surprising turn. Gung-Gui not only withstood Bag Dragon's preemptive strike, but also defeated it with a single blow. Faced with the formidable Ahang, does Dushu, with only 1 Pokemon remaining, stand a chance? Return, Bag Dragon. You have done splendidly, Ahang said. Now, go forth, Thunder Pokemon. Roar. Come back, Gung-Gui. I entrust you to the ground steel type. Drill Headmouse. Londi. The host remarked, in response to Dushu's final Thunder Pokemon, Ahang has recalled Gung-Gui and sent out Drill Headmouse to counter. The match begins. Declared the referee. Thunder Pokemon, use Needle Ring. Roar. With a flash of light from its spines, a barrage of energy needles rained down upon Drill Headmouse. In a swift motion, Drill Headmouse spun rapidly. Londi. With its claws moving like a high-speed fan, it deflected the onslaught of energy needles. Thunder Pokemon strike. Roar. In a blur, the Thunder Pokemon dashed towards Drill Headmouse like a cheetah. Drill Headmouse, use Dig. Londi. With a flurry of movement, Drill Headmouse vanished from the battlefield. Be cautious, Thunder Pokemon. The opponent could emerge from anywhere. Roar. The Thunder Pokemon lowered its head, eyes closed, focusing intently on sensing vibrations in the ground. Suddenly, the earth beside it caved in. Londi. Unable to wait any longer, Drill Headmouse launched its attack from beneath. Double Kick. The Thunder Pokemon sidestepped, executing a series of powerful rear leg strikes. Bang. Bang. Londi. The host exclaimed, oh no. Drill Headmouse's ambush has failed, and the Thunder Pokemon's double kick has struck true. Following a graceful sword dance, Drill Headmouse prepared to unleash an earthquake attack, determined to end the battle decisively. Londi. Thunder Pokemon, quickly use Needle Rain to block it. Roar. However, facing a ground-type Pokemon, electric moves proved ineffective. Dushu urged the Thunder Pokemon to make a final effort. Swish. Swish. Bang. Bang. The barrage of energy needles was entirely blocked by Drill Headmouse's sword dance. In the next moment, having gathered its strength, Drill Headmouse executed its earthquake attack. Boom. The Thunder Pokemon leaped with all its might. Roar. Using all its strength, it jumped to evade the shockwaves of the earthquake. Drill Headmouse, use Horn Drill. Londi. With its horns spinning rapidly, Drill Headmouse darted toward the Thunder Pokemon's landing spot. Thunder Pokemon, unleash your final double kick. Roar. Dushu readied for a last stand. Bang. The referee announces, Thunder Pokemon has lost its fighting capability. Drill Headmouse is the victor. Chapter 174, The Silver Conference, Part 10. The host declared, the first round of the decisive tournament, Match 5, has officially concluded. Ahang has successfully advanced to the second round with formidable strength. Applause erupted as Ahang and Xiaoxia exited the venue. Moments later, they arrived at the Pokemon Center, where Ahang entrusted the Pokemon that battled that day to Nurse Joy for healing. Beep. Congratulations, host, for winning the first round and successfully advancing to the top 8 of the Silver Conference. A golden treasure chest is now available for claim. Will the host accept it? Ahang paused, momentarily startled, as he enjoyed afternoon tea in the restaurant. Had it not been for the system's reward today, he might have forgotten about its existence altogether. Ahang, what's wrong? Xiao Xiao inquired, puzzled by Ahang's sudden distraction. Oh, it's nothing. I just had a fleeting thought. While he spoke, Ahang silently decided to claim the reward. Beep. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the golden treasure chest and obtaining a premium dragon fawn. Will the host accept it now? Let it be stored in the system's space. The next day, during the quarterfinals, Ahang successfully defeated his opponent, advancing to the semifinals, where he was rewarded with a platinum treasure chest. On the third day, in the semifinals, Xiao Mao faced Xinwu. The powerful sandstorm control of Xinwu's Banjira led to Xiao Mao's unfortunate elimination in the semifinals. Meanwhile, Ahang triumphed over another challenger, receiving a diamond treasure chest from the system, and successfully faced Xinwu in the final of the Silver Conference. The host announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, the grand finale of this year's Silver Conference is about to begin. In the green corner, representing the Yuanguang Gym, we have contestant Xinwu. In the red corner, from Jinxing Town, we have Ahang. Next, we will determine the order of attack." Dum. The host declared, "It is confirmed. The battle will take place in a rocky arena, and the first attacker will be Ahang from the red corner. I never expected to meet you here in the Silver Conference," Ahang said, producing a pokeball and addressing the purple-haired youth across from him. "I've been eager to avenge my loss to your scyther. Since we've made a pact, I, Xinwu, shall honor it." Xinwu surveyed the audience, reflecting on his past arrogance, believing data was everything. Fortunately, his battle with Ahang taught him the true essence of what a trainer should focus on. Very well. Let us both give our all in this upcoming battle. Indeed, since I have the initiative, I shall send forth my Kyangma. With a flash of white light from the Pokeball, a purple dragonfly with 2 pairs of wings twirled gracefully in the air. A bug and flying type. Then I shall counter with this Pokemon. Arise, Armor Bird. Oh, with a swift flick of his wrist, Xinwu released a Pokeball, revealing a towering steel bird on the battlefield. The host proclaimed, "Both contestants have sent forth flying-type Pokemon as their first choices. Prepare for an exhilarating aerial battle." After a brief pause, the referee promptly raised both flags. The match begins. Mikey Yangma, use Rapid Spin. Oh, Armor Bird, respond with Steel Wing. The 2 Pokemon clashed fiercely in midair, their fierce collisions echoing across the battlefield. Mikey Yangma, don't give in. Continue with Rapid Spin. Oh, Armor Bird, likewise Steel Wing. Understood. In a fierce exchange, both Pokemon fought valiantly until they fell to the ground. The referee announces, Mikey Yangma and Armor Bird have both lost their capabilities. The host remarked, "Oh." After an intense aerial battle, both contestants' first Pokemon have concluded in a draw. Xinwu, well done. Ahang smiled as he recalled the fallen Mikey Yangma. He then retrieved another Pokeball from his belt. Ahang likewise. After Xinwu retrieved his Armor Bird, he resolutely clutched a Pokeball. In the next moment, both trainers simultaneously hurled their Pokeballs into the arena. Go, Electabuzz. Hey, Heracross, I'm counting on you. Electabuzz, use Thunderwave. Understood. A surge of blue electricity erupted from the antenna on Electabuzz's forehead. Heracross, execute Stone Edge. Got it. Sharp stones began to gather before Heracross, forming a rock flow that successfully shielded it from the attack. Electabuzz, unleash Fire Punch. Understood. Electabuzz's right hand ignited with intense flames, rapidly approaching Heracross. Heracross, utilize Reversal. Hee. Understood. Glowing with a radiant red light, Heracross awaited Electabuzz's advance. Bang. That hurts. The announcer exclaimed, "Oh ho." Heracross harnessed Electabuzz's own power and sent it flying. Are you alright, Electabuzz? Professor Oak inquired with concern. I'm fine, boss. Electabuzz, having been knocked back, slowly rose from the ground. Alright. Since close combat is ineffective, let us switch to a ranged attack. Electabuzz, use Thunderbolt. Understood. Golden currents quickly gathered, launching toward Heracross at breakneck speed. Heracross, dodge and counter with Hyper Voice. Received. With a swift sidestep, Heracross evaded the electric attack and charged toward Electabuzz with its horn poised like a spear. Electabuzz, use Super Impact. Understood. Cloaked in a purplish gold energy, Electabuzz surged forward to meet Heracross. Boom. Rumble. The announcer declared, the ultimate attacks from both sides collide, causing the battlefield to tremble violently with the resultant shockwaves. As the dust settled, the silhouettes of the two Pokémon emerged. The referee announces, Heracross is unable to continue. Electabuzz is victorious. Well done, Electabuzz. Hee. Boss, you flatter me. Come back, Heracross. You've worked hard. Take a rest. After recalling Heracross, Shinwu contemplated for a moment before tossing another Pokeball from his waist. This one's for you, Banjira. A towering green beast over 2 meters tall materialized amidst a burst of white light, scattering fine grains of sand throughout the arena. A Banjira with sandstorm ability. Return, Electabuzz. I'm counting on you, Machop. Nike, the announcer remarked. Shinwu has sent forth the semi-legendary Banjira, while Ahe has replaced Electabuzz with the advantageous Machop. Banjira, execute Rock Slide. Received. Banjira's right fist slammed down onto the ground, causing a surge of rocky energy to manifest above Machop, where several boulders began to plummet in a freefall. Machop, evade and use Bullet Punch. Understood. Machop skillfully dodged and shifted positions, gathering steel energy in its hands and striking swiftly at Banjira. Banjira, intercept with Dragon Claw. Understood. Banjira's right claw, enveloped in green dragon energy, lunged forward to seize Machop. Bang! The announcer announced. Both sides collide directly, resulting in a stalemate. Machop, use Karate Chop. Understood. Machop swung its forearms in a blade-like manner, charging toward Banjira. Banjira, don't lose to it. Use Super Impact. Leave it to me. Cloaked in a purplish-gold vortex. Banjira charged directly at Machop. Bang! Nike, you will fall. Banjira, no you shall. The announcer proclaimed. This clash between the two Pokémon remains evenly matched, as they find themselves locked in a stalemate. Taking advantage of the moment, Machop attempted to use Counter Throw. Understood. As Machop wrestled with Banjira, it shifted its weight back, hoping to use Banjira's momentum to toss it away. Banjira, don't give it a chance. Use Iron Head. Received. Banjira, caught off guard, struck with its steel-encased head toward the prone Machop. Bang! Nike, that hurts. Machop, the referee announced. Machop is unable to continue. Banjira is the victor. The announcer remarked. Oh ho! Machop's attempt to use its own momentum against Banjira has been thwarted by the latter's counterforce. Well done, Shinwu. You flatter me. Excellent work, Banjira. Of course. Proudly, Banjira roared to the sky in response to its trainer's praise. Return, Machop. You did well. The next battle will be entrusted to my other companions. Next up, I call upon you, Ursaring. Yeku. As the white light from the Pokeball faded, a massive brown bear landed on all fours. The announcer declared. After Machop's defeat, Ahe has sent out another heavyweight Pokémon. Banjira, employ Earthquake. Understood. Banjira lifted its leg and stomped the ground, generating an invisible shockwave directed toward Ursaring. Ursaring, first defend with Protect, then use Cross Chop. Watch me. Encased in a verdant shield, Ursaring effortlessly avoided the Earthquake attack. It then crossed its arms, gathering fighting energy, and charged at Banjira. Banjira, counter with Iron Tail. Understood. Banjira swung its tail, cloaked in metallic energy, at the oncoming Ursaring. Bang! Just as the two attacks were about to separate, Professor Oak quickly issued a command. Ursaring, grab its tail. Understood. Ursaring, initially pushed back by the clash, halted and firmly grasped Banjira's tail with its claws. What? Banjira, break free. I can't pull away. The announcer stated, oh ho. Banjira's tail is firmly grasped by Ursaring, leaving its back wide open and unable to mount an effective defense. Both Pokémon were known for their strength. Yet Banjira found itself unable to extricate its tail from Ursaring's grip. Even more critically, Banjira was completely exposed, presenting a golden opportunity that Professor Oak would not let slip away. Ursaring, continuously use Swift. Understood. Golden stars rained down upon Banjira's exposed back. Banjira, under the relentless assault, cried out in pain. Bang bang bang. That hurts. After approximately 5 minutes of bombardment from Swift, Ursaring finally wore down Banjira's formidable defenses. The referee announces, Banjira is unable to continue. Ursaring is victorious. Due to the fact that Shinwu has lost 3 Pokémon, we shall resume the match after a 5-minute intermission. Who? Demue retracted his moon bear and took a seat on the coach's bench, contemplating the strategies for the second half of the battle. Likewise, his opponent Shinwu did the same. Ding. The 5 minutes elapsed swiftly. Host, alright dear audience. The second half of the final match of this year's Silver Conference is about to commence. On the field, Shinwu has 3 Pokémon remaining, while Demue still possesses 4. Let us eagerly await the climax of this championship battle. The referee raised both flags. The match begins. Having gained an advantage in the first half, Demue was the first to send out a Pokémon. Once again, I entrust you, Electabuzz. Wiki. Knowing that his opponent had 3 unknown Pokémon, Demue chose to send out one of his 4 known Pokémon. Electabuzz. I rely on you, Rapidash. Pihululu. Chapter 176. The Silver Conference, Part 12. A magnificent steed with flames blazing on its back and striking horns upon its forehead made its appearance. Electabuzz unleashed a thunderwave. Wiki received. The antenna atop Electabuzz swiftly gathered blue lightning, which was instantaneously released. Rapidash retaliated with an Inferno Blitz. Pihululu understood. Facing the incoming electric attack, Rapidash charged forward, enveloped in a fiery aura of red and blue. Ho-sto-ho. Rapidash audaciously disregards the certain hit of Thunder Wave, attempting to eliminate Electabuzz with an exchange of damage using Inferno Blitz. Electabuzz, countering with a super impact. Wiki received. Electabuzz propelled itself forward, harnessing a swirling vortex of purple-golden energy, launching an assertive charge. Bang. Rumble. Clap. Host. With the fierce clash of both Pokemon's ultimate moves, the battlefield is now shrouded in thick smoke. While we hear the sounds of impact, we remain unaware of the current condition of the 2 Pokémon. Valuable. While others were blinded by the smoke, Demue, equipped with his keen observation, discerned the state of the 2 combatants within the arena. As the smoke dissipated, the fallen forms of both Pokémon became visible to the audience. The referee raised both flags. Electabuzz and Rapidash have both lost their ability to battle. Ho-sto-ho. Another stalemate. However, the situation is somewhat unfavorable for Shinwu. With only 2 Pokémon remaining, can Shinwu defeat Demue, who still has 3 Pokémon left? Let us await the outcome. Return, Electabuzz. You have performed admirably. Rest well within your Pokeball. After comforting Electabuzz, Demue pondered briefly before tossing a Pokeball. Once again, I entrust you, Moonbear. Yeku. If Shinwu's ace has not changed, then one of the remaining 2 Pokémon should be his Scyther. Moonbear. Just as I hoped. Go, Breloom. Ho. With its striking red metallic shell and a pair of mighty pincers, it was undeniably impressive. What? You are sending out Scyther now? Then your last Pokémon must be your new ace. Although there were no explicit rules, it was common for trainers to reserve their aces for a dramatic finale. I cannot divulge that. You will find out soon enough, Demue thought, keeping his strategies to himself. Indeed, I shall strive to defeat your Scyther. With no further words to extract, Demue ceased his inquiries. Moonbear, use sweet scent. Yeku understood. A fragrant aroma emanated from Moonbear, sending a pink cloud towards Scyther. Aware of his longtime rival's speed, Demue knew that after more than half a year, Shinwu's Scyther would undoubtedly be swifter and stronger than before. Breloom, after Sword's Dance, use Bullet Punch. Ho. Understood. As Scyther executed Sword's Dance, the surrounding air currents dispersed the approaching aroma entirely. Swish. Once Scyther had cleared the scent, it completed its power enhancement and transformed into a crimson flash, rapidly closing in on Moonbear. Moonbear, use Double-Edged. Yeku understood. Hee. Moonbear radiated a red glow, bracing for Scyther's attack. Wait. Bang. Ho. Damn. Scyther, utilizing its quick attack, struck true but was repelled by the recoil. Breloom, are you alright? Shinwu's heart raced as he gazed upon the fallen Scyther. Host, the Scyther, having been struck by the recoil from Double-Edged, appears to be significantly injured. Will it be able to rise again? Ho. I cannot fall. At least let me defeat the opponent before me. As one of Shinwu's aces, it was aware of what Shinwu's final Pokémon was. Even though it was gravely wounded, it resolved to press on, determined to help its trainer vanquish a foe. Ho. Let us continue the battle. Ho-sto-ho. With unwavering resolve, Scyther struggles to its feet despite its injuries. It seems it is not finished yet. Finish this swiftly. Breloom, use Air Slash. Ho. Received. Scyther's wings flapped vigorously, sending forth several energy blades imbued with cutting properties toward Moonbear. Moonbear, first use Protect, then follow with Fire Punch. Yeku understood. Clang clang, the slicing strikes from Scyther were all deflected by the Protect shield. After the flurry of attacks, Moonbear dropped the shield and closed in on Scyther, its right fist enveloped in flames. Yeku, prepare to receive my attack. Breloom, counter with X-Scissor. Ho. Understood. Scyther's pincers, enveloped in white energy, crossed over its chest to form an X. Swish. Although its speed had diminished due to its injuries, Scyther charged forward without fear. Bang. Ho. I'm sorry, Shinwu. I have done my utmost. After enduring a series of severe blows, Scyther could no longer withstand its injuries and collapsed. Thud. Breloom. Referee. Scyther has lost its ability to battle. Moonbear is victorious. Host. A dire crisis. Shinwu's Scyther has fallen, with only 1 Pokémon left. Can Shinwu turn the tide in the upcoming battle? or will Demue maintain his advantageous lead? Dear audience, let us await the outcome. Return, Brelum. You have done exceptionally well. Now rest within your Pokeball. I leave everything to you, Raichu. Raichu, with its yellow fur and long tail, Raichu, even more robust than Pikachu, made its grand entrance. Raichu, impressive, but you shall also fall here. Moonbear, unleash Frenzy Plant. Yeku understood. Thud Moonbear exerted its strength and quickly approached Raichu. Raichu used Thunder. Raichu received. As Raichu amassed lightning energy, a colossal bolt of lightning descended from above, striking Moonbear. Yeku, are you merely tickling me? Shinwa's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Moonbear emerge unscathed from the electric strike. For a moment, he found it hard to accept. What is happening? Chapter 177, The Silver Conference, Finale. Astonished are we? After evolving into Lunox Bear, the creature has indeed acquired the ground type. Lunox Bear, continue your assault. Yeku understood. After experiencing a brief electric massage, Lunox Bear's robust form quivered, dispersing the electric snakes coursing through its body, and charged once more towards Raichu. Raichu, counter with Iron Tail. Raichu, leave it to me. With the evolution from Pikachu, Raichu not only grew in size and strength, but also saw its tail become longer and more agile. At this moment, Raichu was spinning its tail, now enveloped in steel energy, resembling the propeller of a helicopter from a lateral view. Bang! Yeku, you're quite strong for a little mouse. Raichu, likewise. You foul bear. Bang! The host proclaimed. Faced with the formidable Lunox Bear, Raichu adeptly wielded its iron tail to neutralize all of Lunox Bear's attacks. Nuwu's Raichu has effectively showcased the advantage of its elongated tail. Nuwu certainly has a knack for this. Observing Raichu, which held its tail like a nunchaku to fend off Lunox Bear's strikes, the esteemed Professor Oak couldn't help but commend the display. Not too shabby. Raichu had demonstrated remarkable agility even before evolving, far surpassing its counterparts. Thus, after capturing it, I dedicated myself to rigorous training focused on this aspect. In retrospect, my decision was indeed prudent. Now that Professor Oak had witnessed this, Nuwu felt emboldened to hold nothing back, unleashing the true potential of a Pokemon. Nuwu truly has a flair for this. However, victory in this battle was imperative. Lunox Bear, use Yawn. Yeku received. The once vibrant Lunox Bear suddenly sank lazily to the ground, extending its right hand before its mouth to emit a lengthy yawn. As Lunox Bear performed this action, an invisible force began to reach out towards Raichu across the battlefield. How infuriating. Raichu, unleash your Hyper Beam. Raichu understood. A golden energy beam erupted from Raichu's mouth. Boom. Yeku, curse be this. The referee raised a red flag. Lunox Bear has lost its fighting capability. Raichu is the victor. Just as the referee announced the outcome, Raichu succumbed to the drowsiness overtaking its body, collapsing with bubbles emanating from its nose. Fuming with indignation, Nuwu clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he awaited an opportunity for retaliation. The host exclaimed, "Oh no." After vanquishing Lunox Bear, Raichu now finds itself in dire straits. It is akin to a living target, vulnerable to any Pokemon that approaches. Victory seemed assured. Return, Lunox Bear. You've done well. The outcome of this battle now lies in the hands of my companions. I entrust the final confrontation to you, Gengar. Jingaway, the host announced. Contestant Ahi has sent forth their fifth Pokemon, Gengar. It appears that Ahi is poised to conclude this match. The referee raised both hands. The battle begins. Gengar executed Shadow Punch, following up with Dream Eater. Jingaway, he understood. A dark energy fist was unleashed amidst Gengar's laughter. Raichu, who had been holding back, now had no choice but to gamble everything. Raichu, hearing Nuwa's command while still in slumber, Raichu, nose bubbling, sprang into action. It swung its right hand, wrapped in white energy, charging towards Gengar's position. How Raichu, fast asleep, managed to pinpoint Gengar's location remained a mystery. The host commented. Nuwu has commanded the slumbering Raichu to execute a Dream Eater move. This is a counterattack performed while a Pokemon is asleep. However, Raichu's luck appears to be rather poor at this moment. Rather poor? To be precise, it was abysmal. Nuwu, I shall claim victory in this match. Unlike the host's subtlety, Professor Oak spoke candidly. Although the Dream Eater skill allows a Pokemon in slumber to retaliate with one of its known moves, the inherent randomness introduces a degree of uncertainty in its effectiveness. At this juncture, Raichu's randomized skill was a fighting-type move, which, against Gengar's ghost-type, naturally held no effect. As Raichu attempted to strike Gengar, its fighting energy-laden hand sliced right through Gengar's ethereal form. Jingaway, you're finished. Gengar drew closer to Raichu, its eyes glowing ominously red. With that crimson light, Raichu's vitality was swiftly drained away. Raichu awakened. Despite foreseeing the outcome, Noah still sought to make one final attempt. Alas, the slumbering Raichu remained oblivious. Don't give it an opening, Gengar. Once more, employ Shadow Punch. Jingue, he understood. An energy fist struck Raichu's chest directly. Bang! Raichu. Perhaps the time for slumber had elapsed, or the pain finally roused Raichu from its stupor. In its last moments, Raichu stirred awake. Yet it quickly succumbed to unconsciousness once more. The referee proclaimed, Raichu has lost its fighting capability. Gengar is victorious. As Nuwu has lost all 6 of his Pokémon. The winner of this battle is contestant He. The host announced, after more than a week of continuous battles. The championship of this year's Silver Conference has drawn to a close. The victor of this match is contestant Professor Oak from Pallet Town. Ladies and gentlemen, let us extend our warmest applause to celebrate the crowning of our champion. Clap, clap. The audience cheered, Professor Oak, Professor Oak. Thank you all. In response to the exhilarated crowd, Professor Oak offered a slight bow before being ushered by Chairman Demalanke to the podium to receive the championship trophy. Congratulations. Thank you, Chairman. Unlike the Quartz Conference, the Silver Conference only bestows a gilded trophy to its champion. Ding. Congratulations, host, on winning the Silver Conference Championship. You have received a King-S treasure chest. Would you like to open it? No. Over the past few days, Professor Oak had opened a golden treasure chest. He felt it prudent to wait until the conclusion of the conference to open all at once. After all, the more accumulated, the higher the chance of uncovering something extraordinary. Chapter 178. The journey to Chengdu concludes subsequently. Chairman Damalanke delivered some encouraging remarks, marking the official conclusion of this year's Silver Conference. Cheers. At the Pokemon Center, Professor Oak's family and friends were celebrating his championship victory. The following morning, the Elder and Aunt Huazi departed for Pallet Town. In the afternoon, Professor Oak and the others gradually made their way back. However, before setting off, Shigeru sought a private conversation with Professor Oak. Are you truly resolved? Gazing at his younger brother, Professor Oak couldn't help but inquire once more. I am indeed resolved. Every time I traveled alongside you in the same region, I found myself faltering in the semifinals. Therefore, starting next year, I have decided to venture to distant regions to encounter new Pokemon and meet new companions. Very well. If that is your decision, I shall refrain from further persuasion. Just remember to visit during the new year and maintain regular contact with our father. Though he may not express it, we must not neglect this duty. Rest assured, brother, I am well aware. Moreover, I am not departing just yet. Listening to his older brother's incessant chatter, Xiaomao felt a mix of joy and helplessness within. All right then, let's head back together. Upon hearing Xiaomao's words, Daimakaku realized that he had perhaps been a bit too verbose. Sure thing. After concluding their conversation, the two brothers set off home alongside Ash and his companions. A few days later, at the Pokemon Center in Showdown, the group faced the impending separation. Misty was called home to oversee the gym due to her 3 sisters embarking on a journey, while Brock received a letter urging him to return home as well. Thus, the party of 5 dwindled to 3. Brother, don't you and Misty have anything else to discuss? On the road to Pallet Town, Xiaomao couldn't suppress his curiosity. What is there to say? It's not like we'll never meet again. Hawali City is quite close to Pallet Town. It's easy for me to visit her or for her to visit me. Daimakaku understood his brother's intentions, but reiterated that both were still quite young. Matters of the heart would require more time. If their feelings remained unchanged, everything would naturally fall into place. Conversely, any potential harm could be minimized. Well, if that's how you feel. Seeing Daimakaku's stance, Xiaomao chose not to press the issue further. However, he would need to report this matter to their father. The following morning, Daimakaku awoke in his room. System, claim all treasure chests and open them as well. The treasures obtained from the recent tournament, aside from the initial golden chest, included platinum, diamond, and King-S chests, all stored within the system. Ding. The host opens the platinum chest. Congratulations. The host has acquired the explosive flame TM, usable an infinite number of times. The host opens the diamond chest. Congratulations. The host has obtained a Mega Stone for Blastoise and its corresponding keystone. The host opens the King-S chest. Congratulations. The host has received 6 vials of Life Tree Sap. Each vial contains 596 milliliters. Life Tree Sap? System, please provide an introduction. Daimakaku was curious. Knowing that the treasures from the king's chest were extraordinary, he was familiar with the Life Tree, but the sap was a mystery to him. Ding. Life Tree Sap. Sourced from the mysterious Life Tree. When consumed by Pokemon, it can negate any adverse effects caused by items that enhance their abilities. System, Can the damage inflicted by Pokemon after Mega Evolution be alleviated by the Life Tree sap? This concern had weighed heavily on Daimokaku's mind, being one of the reasons he had yet to utilize the Mega Stones for Gengar. Yes, it can. Really? That's splendid. Hearing the answer he longed for, an overwhelming joy surged within Daimokaku. With 6 vials of Life Tree sap, he could administer it to 6 Pokemon. Currently, he had 3 eligible for Mega Evolution: Charizard, Alakazam, and Gengar, leaving him with 3 vials to spare. After a moment of contemplation, he gathered Blastoise's Mega Stone and Keystone, along with 1 vial of Life Tree sap, and knocked on his younger brother's door. Knock, knock. Xiaomao, hurry and open the door. I'm coming. Creak. Big brother, what brings you here so early? Xiaomao, still in his pajamas and half asleep, blinked at him. Here, I have something for you. Daimokaku didn't enter, but explained the usage of the items at the doorway. As he spoke, Xiaomao's eyes, once barely open, widened with excitement. Are you serious, brother? The thrill coursed through Xiaomao's body, causing him to tremble with anticipation. Of course. Though I may have given you a good beating over the years, I would never deceive you. Well, that's true, Xiaomao mused, rummaging through his memories and realizing he had never been tricked by Daimokaku. All right then. Remember, these items are for Blastoise, so don't mix them up. After delivering the items, Daimokaku returned to his room to linger a bit longer. Before leaving, he reiterated his instructions. Understood, big brother. I'll wash up and give Blastoise the items right away. With that, Xiaomao retreated to change. Meanwhile, in the backyard of the Pokemon Research Institute, the old professor and Xiaojian were feeding Pokemon when they stumbled upon the creature Daimokaku had released the previous night. While most Pokemon were peculiar, upon spotting the Dark Lugia, both were left utterly dumbfounded, observing the creature frolicking with others, unable to believe their eyes. Doctor, did you see that? Xiaojian whispered, his voice trembling with disbelief. Indeed. I see it. Given how familiar Lugia appears with Akai's other Pokemon, I believe my thoughts need no further elaboration. The old professor had taken out his magnifying glass, scrutinizing Lugia as it consumed its meal. Just then, Dark Lugia noticed the 2 observers, and with a bemused expression, it wondered why they looked so astonished. As the old professor and Xiaojian watched in awe, Daimokaku stepped out of his room with a bag in hand. He first prepared some noodles for breakfast, and then, with a light-hearted stride, made his way to the backyard. What's that? Minutes later, Daimokaku arrived at the feeding area designated for his Pokemon. The now sated Dark Lugia was enduring the enthusiastic attention of the old professor and Xiaojian, unable to resist their curiosity. Help! Big brother, save me! If Lugia's flight in the sky was majestic and its swimming in the ocean graceful, its comically waddling gait toward Daimokaku was quite the sight. Lugia approached Daimokaku, seeking refuge behind him. Ah, Lugia. Oh, it's Akai. The old professor and Xiaojian finally noticed Daimokaku's presence. Good morning, grandfather and Xiaojian. Help, big brother. Those 2 have been staring at me with creepy eyes. Before the old professor could respond, Lugia, hiding behind Daimokaku, pointed a wing at the approaching duo, voicing its grievances. Daimokaku couldn't help but chuckle at the situation and bent down to reassure Dark Lugia. It's all right. They just want to be your friends. Their enthusiasm is merely a way for them to learn more about you so that they can befriend you. Besides, let me tell you, they can prepare a plethora of delicious Pokemon food. Is that so? Of course. Why would I lie to you? Daimokaku nodded affirmatively. Though researchers often possessed an insatiable curiosity for rare Pokemon, that did not imply they would harm them. Daimokaku held firm confidence in both his grandfather and Xiaojian. Boo-hoo, all right then. Upon hearing the words of Professor Oak, Lugia, who had been hiding behind him, felt a mix of relief and concern as it continued to waddle on its short legs towards its companions. Ah, Oak, this Lugia. After watching Lugia depart, the elderly professor and little Ken immediately turned to Professor Oak for inquiries. Indeed, this is the nature of Lugia. Subsequently, Professor Oak succinctly recounted the story of capturing Lugia to the 2. So that's how it is. Then, Oak, regarding the research on Lugia. After grasping the general circumstances, it became evident that for the researchers, the essence of their work lay in the research itself. Observing the eager gazes of the old professor and Ken, could Professor Oak possibly refuse? All right. Grandfather and Ken, you may proceed. However, do remember to eat and rest on time. I shall be keeping an eye on things at home during this period. Certainly. No problem. Ken, hurry up. Wait for me. Professor. As he watched the 2 hasten away, Professor Oak could only smile and shake his head. NTI, come here for a moment. Roar, boss, what's the matter? Here. Take this. This is the purple flame crystal entrusted to you by your father. Do not disappoint his expectations. Professor Oak retrieved the purple flame crystal from his bag and handed it to NTI. Roar, father. NTI swallowed the purple flame crystal whole, but as it passed down his throat, it instantly transformed into a torrent of blazing fire that engulfed NTI's body. Roar, it hurts. NTI. At that moment, NTI was completely enveloped in violet flames, with cries of agony echoing from within. What is happening? Concerned, Professor Oak activated his investigative eye to examine NTI's condition. The violet flames rampaged within NTI, clashing chaotically while simultaneously devouring and assimilating NTI's original flames. Oak, what is happening to NTI? The elderly professor and Ken, who had been preoccupied with Lugia, quickly returned upon sensing the disturbance. Grandfather, it's fine. After another round of explanations from NTI and confirming that NEI would be all right, the elderly duo finally took their leave. After approximately half an hour, the violet flames that had enveloped NTI gradually dissipated with the passing of time. Roar, boss. Once the purple flames vanished entirely, NTI, who had been with his eyes closed, opened them at that moment. Now, go and feel the new power you've acquired. Roar, all right. Boss. With a surge of strength in his limbs, NTI leapt gracefully into the air. Having broken through his bottleneck, his next task was to empower the other Pokémon. Professor Oak mused as he swiftly approached the group of Pokémon that were frolicking nearby, calling out, Hoot Hoot. Jengar, come here for a moment. Hoot Hoot, Jengar, boss. What do you need from us? Amidst the envious gazes of the other Pokémon, the two stepped forward with pride. Here, I just found some excellent items. Now, drink these. As Professor Oak spoke, he produced 2 bottles of life tree juice from his bag. Hoot Hoot, Jengar, thank you, boss. Gulping down the life juice without hesitation, the 2 Pokémon opened the bottles and began to drink eagerly. All right, you two. Take some time over the next few days to feel your bodies and see if there's anything amiss. Hoot Hoot, Jengar, understood. A week had passed since the conclusion of the Silver Conference. On this particular afternoon, Professor Oak found himself idly wandering in the backyard of the Research Institute. Just as he was beginning to doze off, a sudden urgent voice broke through the tranquility. Oak, the professor wants you to come to the Pokeball house. Ken, what does grandfather need? Professor Oak, still drowsy, struggled to comprehend the situation. Hurry, Oak. The professor said your Charizard and Abomasnow seem to be waking up. Really? Instantly alert. Professor Oak sprang to his feet and rushed towards the Pokeball house. Hey, Oak, wait for me. Watching his brother's retreating figure, Ken, still catching his breath, hurriedly followed suit. Chapter 180, Awakening Brotherly Bonds. Within the Pokeball house of Professor Oak's Research Institute, a collection of Pokeballs were stored, belonging to trainers from New Barktown. As the grandfather, Professor Oak had prepared specific sections for his 2 grandsons long before their journey commenced. However, in comparison to his younger brother, Green, who possessed hundreds of Pokeballs occupying several shelves, Oak's 16 Pokeballs claimed merely 1 shelf. The disparity in the number of Pokeballs between the 2 brothers painted Oak as somewhat lacking in captures. Grandfather, I'm here. Quickly, Oak. Look at the Pokeballs of Charizard and Abomasnow. Without allowing him a moment to catch his breath, the old man's voice brimmed with excitement tinged with concern. After a year of slumber, Charizard and Abomasnow are finally stirring. I wonder how they have changed over the past year. All right, grandfather. At that moment, Oak hastily approached the 2 quivering Pokeballs. As if sensing Oak's presence, the shaking of the Pokeballs intensified as he drew closer. All right, I understand. I'll let you out now. With that, Oak swiftly made his way outside, clutching the 2 Pokeballs. Come forth, my old companions. Boom, boom. Roared Charizard and Abomasnow let out resounding cries as if narrating the solitude of their year-long slumber. After a year of rest, the 2 Pokémon exhibited noticeable changes in both demeanor and appearance. Firstly, Charizard's most evident transformation lay in the flames that engulfed its tail, which had shifted from red to an ethereal white. Even from several meters away, Oak could feel the intense heat radiating from its fiery tail. It seemed that after absorbing 5% of the flame plate, Charizard's flame temperature had evolved to an even greater realm. Abomasnow's transformation was primarily reflected in the hue of its body. Once purple, it now bore an almost blackish-purple tint. Even the left head adorned with fiery patterns had succumbed to this dark hue. Evidently, after absorbing the poison plate, Abomasnow had, like Charizard, significantly enhanced its internal elemental energy. Oak, congratulations. Charizard and Abomasnow have now reached their pinnacle. Sensing the energetic vibrations within the 2 Pokémon, the old man felt genuinely pleased for his grandson. Indeed, though they have transcended the elite level, it is ultimately through external means that they have achieved this. At this moment, they may not yet be able to unleash their full potential. This, you must learn to master alongside them. With a wave of his hand, The old man departed hastily with Ken, who had just arrived. "All right, Charizard, Abomasnow, let us go meet the other companions." Roared Charizard, "Boss, we're coming." As time flowed on, and the seasons changed, over a month later, after celebrating the new year with his brother Green and their grandfather, Oak was ready to embark on a new journey. During the festive season, Oak had persistently pestered the old man to increase his Pokemon carrying capacity. The old man, in light of the Dark Lugia, began an intense debate with Damalanchi during the end of the year. After 3 hours of back and forth, the two elderly gentlemen finally managed to assist Oak in expanding his Pokemon carrying capacity. In the span of over a month, Charizard and Abomasnow, under the tutelage of the elderly gentleman's 3 dragons, have finally mastered the energy within their bodies. During this period, Charizard also learned the fiery ultimate move, Explosive Flame, through a technical machine. 2 days later, in the afternoon, Professor Oak, the elderly gentleman, and little Ken bid farewell to little Shigeru as he set out on his journey. "Grandpa, big brother, little Ken, I'm off now. Remember to capture more Pokemon and send them back. Take care on your journey," Shigeru declared. "Here, take this." Upon learning of his younger brother's departure, Professor Oak handed him a prepared item. "What is this, big brother?" Shigeru asked, somewhat bewildered as he received the hatching device. However, upon seeing the Pokemon egg inside, a flicker of anticipation ignited within him. The elderly gentleman observed the exchange, initially taken aback, before nodding in approval. "When it hatches, you'll understand. Go now, and be careful on your journey." "Yes, big brother." No further words were needed. Shigeru understood this was his brother's way of showing affection. After watching Shigeru's silhouette fade from view, the three turned to return to the laboratory. 2 minutes later, in the elderly gentleman's lounge, Professor Oak and his assistant were sipping tea and enjoying snacks. "Aquan, do you regret giving that Pokemon egg to Shigeru now?" Professor Oak teased, taking a sip of his tea. "Regret? Perhaps a little. A high-tier talent with dragon attributes. It would pain anyone to part with such a potential." Aquan could not deny this. Yet, compared to his brother Shigeru, he was willing to part with an unhatched god-tier egg. After all, it was not just anyone. Even if it turned out poorly, it would still be in their own pot. "Indeed. Should I step in to procure a god-tier for you?" "No need, Grandpa. I shall handle the capturing of Pokemon myself." Aquan decisively declined the elderly gentleman's offer. "Very well." Seeing Aquan's refusal, Professor Oak did not press further. 2 days later, upon learning of Shigeru's departure, little Satoshi set out alone with Pikachu towards the Hoenn region. The following morning, Aquan boarded a cruise ship bound for Hoenn, accompanied by Charizard, Abomasnow, and Lugia, fully aware of the existence of the villainous teams Magma and Aqua in the region. Unlike Satoshi, who set out with only one Pokemon, Aquan was well prepared. After 3 days at sea, the cruise finally arrived at its destination, the port of Dewford Town in the Hoenn region. Upon disembarking, Aquan first visited a shop to purchase a map of Hoenn. Subsequently, he contacted Dr. Otamaki, who resided in Dewford Town. After acquiring the exact address, Aquan navigated toward Dr. Otamaki's laboratory, guided by the map. Chapter 181, Hoenn Region, Departure, Orange Flower Gym. After a journey of over 3 hours, Aquan finally located Dr. Otamaki's laboratory according to the map. Ding dong ding dong. "Hello, is anyone there?" Aquan respectfully pressed the doorbell twice before calling out. "Coming." "Oh, it's Aquan. I didn't expect you to arrive so soon." A tall young man in a white lab coat emerged from within the laboratory. His name was Joshu, Dr. Otamaki's assistant, and the individual who had just spoken with Aquan. "Huh, I heard that Dr. Otamaki enjoys field research. I hurried over to ensure I didn't waste any of the doctor's time," Aquan explained. "Not at all. The doctor is actually resting in the laboratory today. You arrived at just the right moment," Joshu replied, leading Aquan inside. "Aquan, I recently spoke with your grandfather, Professor Oak. I was surprised to hear that a newcomer, having only debuted 2 years ago, managed to win both the Quartz Conference and the Silver Conference. I presume your purpose in coming to Hoenn is to aim for the contest spectacular?" As Aquan entered, he was greeted by a robust middle-aged man. "Oh, you flatter me. Doctor, my primary reason for visiting is to witness the unique Pokemon of the Hoenn region and, if possible, engage in friendly battles with trainers participating in this year's contest spectacular. Regardless of your reasons, welcome to Hoenn. Let me tell you." Their conversation continued as Aquan and Dr. Otamaki exchanged pleasantries. Arrangements for Aquan's meals and accommodation were made within the laboratory. After dinner, Aquan used the laboratory's phone to inform the elderly gentleman of his safety. The next morning, after breakfast at the laboratory, Aquan received the Pokédex from Dr. Otamaki and embarked on his journey through the Hoenn region. Following Dr. Otamaki's directions, Akuin headed towards the nearest town, Rustboro. The journey was solitary and monotonous. Apart from stopping for lunch, he pressed onward toward Rustboro. By 4:30 p.m., Akuin arrived at the Pokemon Center in Rustboro. Good afternoon, Nurse Joy. Could you please register me for this year's Hoenn League and arrange a room for the night? Nurse Joy accepted the Pokédex, inserting it into a computer as her nimble fingers danced across the keyboard. All right, contestant Akuin from New Bark Town. Your information has been recorded for this year's Hoenn League. Here is your room key and Pokédex. Oh, and this as well. Nurse Joy handed over a small aluminum box. What is this? A badge collection box? Thank you very much, Nurse Joy. You're welcome. After securing his belongings, Akuin dined in the restaurant and fed his Pokemon before returning to his room to rest. The following afternoon, Akuin arrived at the Pokemon Center in Orange Flower City, delivering Lugia and Abomasnow, who had endured a rigorous training session, to Nurse Joy. Nurse Joy, I entrust my Pokemon to you. All right, please hold on a moment. Upon seeing one of the Pokeballs was a Master Ball, Nurse Joy was momentarily taken aback. But her professionalism quickly regained composure. After handing the Pokeballs to Nurse Joy, Akuin turned and headed to the restaurant to eat. Meanwhile, Nurse Joy handed Akuin's Pokeballs to Chansey and began searching for Akuin's information using the Joy family's internal network. Upon discovering Akuin's identity, she immediately ceased her investigation. 2 hours later, after his Pokemon had fully recovered and were satiated, Akuin arrived at the Orange Flower Gym. Hello, is anyone here? I am here to challenge the gym. Oh dear. Darling, we have a challenger. Came a voice before the person even appeared. In this context, only the Hoenn dancer MY could be referred to in such a manner. All right, then we shall postpone our date until tomorrow. After the couple concluded their conversation, a young couple soon came into view before Akuin. Hi, nice to meet you. Are you here to challenge the Orange Blossom Gym? I am Qianli, the trainer of the Orange Blossom Gym, and this is my wife, Mizuko. Qianli took his wife's hand, openly displaying their affection. Ever since their children embarked on their journey, their bond as a couple had deepened. Hello, Mr. Qianli and Ms. Mizuko. I am Demue from Pallet Town, currently on a quest to collect badges for the Fanyuan Alliance. Very well, follow me. 2 minutes later, within the arena of the Orange Blossom Gym, Demue and Qianli stood at opposite ends. A professional referee, brandishing red and green flags, was already in position. The referee announced, "We are about to commence a formal match, with Demue from Pallet Town challenging Qianli, the trainer of the Orange Blossom Gym. Each side may use 3 Pokemon, and only the challenger may freely swap their Pokemon during the battle. I declare the match to begin. First up, go Sloth King." With a flash of white light from the Pokeball, a swaying sloth appeared. Indeed, it is a Sloth King family. Let us see what you can do. Go Lugia. With a majestic cry, Lugia circled in the air before landing gracefully in front of Demue. What is this? The guardian of the currents from the Chengdu region? Given its unusual coloration and size, it seems to be still in its juvenile form. Qianli, who had initially stood with crossed arms, exuding calm and confidence, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement upon seeing Lugia. Mr. Qianli has a keen eye. Indeed, this is a shiny Lugia. Demue had never intended to conceal the fact of capturing Lugia when he entrusted it to Nurse Joy for healing. By the end of last year, a small faction within the Alliance had already learned of Demue's accomplishment. How enviable. I never expected to battle a legendary Pokemon today, but even against a legendary, I shall not hold back. Sloth King, use your split attack. Sloth. Understood. With a swift motion, the previously swaying Sloth King lunged toward Lugia with surprising speed. How dare you engage in close combat? Do you underestimate my Lugia? Lugia, counter with Dragon Dive. Lu. Understood. Lugia flapped its wings, exuding a terrifying aura. In the next moment, enveloped in draconic energy, Lugia dove toward Sloth King. Sloth King, quickly stop and switch to Blizzard. Qianli realized he had underestimated the young legendary Pokemon. Sloth. Understood. Sloth King halted its advance, opening its mouth toward the oncoming Lugia. With a surge of Ice-type energy, a fierce blizzard swept toward Lugia. Lugia, do not falter. This is your first gym battle. You must give it your all. Observing Lugia's momentary hesitation, Demue could only cheer it on. Lu. Got it. With a boost of encouragement, Lugia steadied itself and continued its dive. Sloth King, we cannot give up easily. Increase the power of your blizzard. Sloth. Understood. A glimmer of determination ignited in Sloth King's eyes, as a wave of inner strength surged to amplify the blizzard's ferocity. Witnessing this, Qianli smugly thought, "It seems I am not the only one capable of giving my Pokemon a motivational pep talk." However, before Qianli could further bask in his thoughts, the outcome of the battle became evident. With a resounding thud, a heavy object struck the ground, sending dust swirling and obscuring the view of the spectators. Hee. First round secured. Demue, his eyes gleaming with excitement, couldn't he help but smile. Moments later, as the dust settled, it became clear on the battlefield. Lugia stood victorious while Sloth King lay defeated. The Sloth King has lost its ability to battle. Lugia wins. Lugia, splendid job. Lu, thank you, boss. Return, Sloth King. You performed admirably. Demue, it seems I underestimated Lugia. However, you must be cautious with the next one. Mr. Qianli, feel free to make your move. Alright, for my second Pokemon, go Infernape. With a flash of light, an eager white monkey appeared. Indeed, it is a member of the Sloth King family. Lugia, unleash Cyclone Attack. Lu, understood. With a powerful flap of its wings, Lugia summoned a vortex of air. Lu, go. As Lugia flapped its wings once more, the swirling air rushed toward Infernape. Infernape, counter with Flamethrower. Infernape, understood. A torrent of searing flames erupted from Infernape's mouth. Boom. The flames and the vortex clashed mid-air, each force struggling to overpower the other. Lugia, intensify the winds. Lu, understood. A fierce gale formed as Lugia whipped its wings, tipping the scales in its favor. The powerful wind tore through the flames, surging toward Infernape. Qianli shouted, what? Infernape, dodge quickly. Bang. Infernape. The forceful wind attack struck Infernape like countless invisible blades, delivering a harsh blow. Infernape. Crash. The referee announced. Infernape has lost its ability to battle. Lugia wins. Truly deserving of its legendary status. It is overwhelmingly strong. Return, Infernape. You've earned a well-deserved rest. For my final Pokemon, I entrust you with Sloth King. Sloth. With a lazy tone, the large gorilla lay down. Sloth King, with a base stat total of 670, is a formidable Pokemon, though its lazy trait is a hindrance. Lugia, take the initiative and use Psychic. Lu, got it. As Lugia soared in the air, its eyes gleamed with purple light. On the battlefield, Sloth King reclined, suddenly sensed a fierce wind approaching. Before it could comprehend the situation, an invisible force struck it. Sloth, you dare to attack me. The previously lethargic Sloth King now glared angrily at Lugia, hovering above. Lu, what are you staring at? You big oaf. It's me attacking you. What are you going to do about it? Lugia, emboldened by its youth, fearlessly confronted the furious Sloth King. Sloth, once I catch you, I'll pluck your feathers. Hee. It seems my Sloth King is enraged. I shall not hold back. Sloth King, use Rock Slide. Sloth, understood. Sloth King stomped its foot, summoning rocky energy that formed boulders the size of adult fists. Sloth, take this. In the next instant, Sloth King hurled the boulders with great force. Boom. Demue exclaimed. Lugia, dodge quickly. Lu, understood. With agility, Lugia evaded the oncoming projectiles. Bang. Lu, ouch. Lugia, caught off guard, was struck by one of the rocks. Crash. Lugia, can you still fight? With a forlorn cry, Lugia attempted to rise from the ground, its wings straining to support its weight. However, the recent blow had inflicted grave injuries upon it. Never mind. Return and rest for now, Professor Oak commanded, recalling Lugia to its Pokeball before addressing Qianli across the battlefield. Mr. Qianli, the upcoming opponent is decidedly unlike the fledgling Lugia you faced earlier. Be prepared for what lies ahead. Not a problem at all. Bring it on. Qianli dismissed Oak's caution, brimming with confidence. Alright, it's been a while since our last gym battle. Go, Gyarados. With a flash of white light, the imposing two-headed Gyarados materialized on the battlefield. Its nearly 10-meter frame and gaping maws rendering both Qianli and the referee momentarily speechless. Chapter 183, Badge Acquired, Orange Blossom Forest. What is this? A Gyarados. Gazing in awe at the formidable creature before him, Qianli's perception of the Gyarados lineage was irrevocably altered. Yet, before he could fully process the sheer size and hue of the Gyarados, he was struck by an overwhelming aura emanating from it, prompting him to curse inwardly. Is this really necessary? It's just a gym battle. You've summoned a Pokemon of the elite level. How can we possibly enjoy this? Mr. Qianli, if you choose not to attack, then I shall not hold back. Gyarados bellowed, use Mud Bomb. Understood. Both heads of Gyarados began to swell as it unleashed two torrents of purple-black sludge, effectively cornering Qianli's Pokemon. Kingler, unleash Hyper Beam. Got it. A sphere of golden energy rapidly coalesced in Kingler's claws before it was released. The dazzling beam of destruction successfully intercepted one stream of sludge, but the second head of Gyarados launched its Mud Bomb, corroding a gaping hole into the wall behind Qianli. Amazing, what a potent toxic attack! Qianli exclaimed, then swiftly commanded. Kingler, execute Focus Punch. Understood. Kingler, seemingly unimpeded by the aftereffects of Hyper Beam, closed in on Gyarados, its fists swelling to the size of a sandbag. We want to falter in close combat. In response, Gyarados charged forward with surprising speed, its massive body twisting as it prepared to strike. The moment they were within striking distance, Kingler landed a powerful blow directly on Gyarados. Now take this. Gyarados absorbed the impact and retaliated swiftly, its two heads lunging forth to seize Kingler in their formidable jaws. Kingler, break free with Rock Smash. Understood. Kingler glowed crimson, attempting to enhance its strength to escape the clutches of Gyarados. However, Professor Oak was not about to allow such an opportunity to slip away. Gyarados, employ acid. Understood. The two heads of Gyarados retracted their energy before simultaneously injecting a potent acidic solution into Kingler's body. Ah, that hurts. The corrosive substance coursed through Kingler, eliciting a pained cry even from such a resilient creature. At this moment, Kingler was not only unable to enhance its strength, had this been a casual encounter, it might have succumbed entirely. Kingler, that's enough, I concede. Assessing the situation, Qianli made the wise choice to forfeit the match. With Gyarados' jaws clamping down on Kingler and the relentless assault of acid, Qianli could scarcely imagine the extent of damage that further combat would inflict on his Pokémon. Thus, surrendering was his most prudent option. Referee, Kingler has forfeited. Gyarados is the victor. As the gym trainer has lost 3 Pokémon, the winner of this battle is the challenger. Ahi. Congratulations, Ahi. This is proof of your victory over me, the Orange Blossom Gym Badge. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. After the referee announced the result, Qianli promptly recalled Kingler into its Pokeball and handed the gym badge to Ahi before hastily exiting, eager to reach the Pokemon Center and seek Nurse Joy's assistance for Kingler's recovery. Return, Gyarados, you performed admirably. After recalling Gyarados and the badge, Professor Oak bid farewell to the referee and made his way out of the city. Having walked for over 2 hours towards Canas City, Professor Oak finally arrived at the Orange Blossom Forest. At present, he took a moment to rest among the trees, accompanied by 3 Pokemon, some lying and others sitting nearby. Both Lugia and Gyarados had been treated with healing spray, with Lugia's more severe injuries healing remarkably well due to its divine constitution. In contrast, the damage Gyarados had sustained was negligible. As time passed, Professor Oak and his 3 Pokemon peacefully drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, less than a kilometer away from their temporary campsite, a group of uninvited guests approached a bird's nest precariously perched on a cliff's edge. Caw, caw. The nest's owner anxiously surveyed the surroundings, wary of the predatory swallow circling nearby. If it were alone, it would have fled without hesitation, abandoning the nest in the face of such danger. However, with 2 hatchlings nestled within, the protective instincts of the mother bird ignited a fierce determination to defend her offspring. Chirp, chirp. The 2 curious fledglings, sheltered beneath their mother's pristine wings, peered out at the encroaching black swallow. Their innocent presence only served to hasten the advance of the predators. Despite the mother bird's attempts to intimidate the approaching swarm with her outstretched wings, the forest bandits remained undeterred. Chirp, back away. As the swallow drew nearer, the mother bird, having no retreat left, braced herself for an attack. Gathering dragon-type energy in her beak, she formed a shimmering blue energy sphere. Chirp, you leave me no choice. With a forceful release, the concentrated dragon pulse struck the foremost swallow head-on. Caw, that hurts. With one swallow plummeting to the ground, the mother's actions incited the wrath of the entire flock. Caw, how dare you attack our kin? Brothers and sisters, retaliate. A leader among the swallow began rallying the others to assault the mother bird. Charge. Chapter 184, Orange Blossom Forest, Rescue. Chirp, I'll fight you all. To protect her nestlings, the mother bird enveloped herself in blue energy and charged toward the swallow. Caw, attack, keep attacking. She's all alone. Chirp, those who block my path shall perish. The air erupted with fierce clashes as the mother bird and the swallow engaged in an intense aerial battle. Every strike from the mother bird inevitably brings down a single starly. Yet, despite this, the entire flock of starly remains unthreatened. As time progresses, coupled with the relentless assaults from the starly, the mother bird's stamina is swiftly depleting. Meanwhile, amidst the aerial skirmish, her 2 chicks are now fully exposed to the watchful eyes of the starly. Several astute members of the flock, observing their inability to subdue the mother bird, redirect their focus towards the vulnerable chicks. Concurrently, 500 meters away in midair, the great woodpecker, mounted on a Charizard, races towards the scene. Moments earlier, the great woodpecker had been resting at a makeshift camp with 3 other Pokémon. However, The tumultuous battle between the mother bird and the starly had caught the attention of the Charizard and its companions. Upon realizing the situation, the great woodpecker hastily gathered his belongings and mounted the Charizard, heading towards the battlefield. As the distant sounds of combat reached his ears, he pondered. This commotion does not seem like a trainer attempting to capture Pokémon. Could it be that a horde of poachers is capturing Pokémon in this vicinity? Or perhaps conflicts are arising among Pokémon over resources? A roar from the Charizard jolted the great woodpecker back to reality. What is that? He wondered, spotting the starly flock attacking a Swablu. And there are two Cottonee as well. He gazed upwards, witnessing the fierce clash between the Swablu and the starly, alongside the two Cottonee being harried within their nest. Upon seeing her chicks under attack, the Swablu endeavored to rush to their aid, but was ensnared by the starly. Unable to break free, the Charizard unleashed a torrent of flames upon the starly. Initially, the great woodpecker had no desire to intervene in this brutal natural order. However, upon scanning the two Cottonee with his inside eye, he changed his mind. Roar. Understood. The blazing flames swept over the starly. Sizzle, sizzle. So hot, so hot. Crash, crash. The enemy is too powerful. The winds are fierce. The flames spewed from the Charizard's mouth had evolved into a scorching white fire. And with the overwhelming pressure of its power, numerous starly were struck down. Some clever starly, sensing the disparity in strength, began to scatter in flight. Thank you, chirped the Swablu, observing the fleeing starly flock, as she suddenly felt weightless and began to plummet towards the ground. The Charizard swooped down to catch her. Roar. Understood. With a powerful flap of its wings, the Charizard and the great woodpecker experienced a rapid descent. 10 minutes later, the Swablu and the two Cottonee were safely brought to the makeshift camp by the Charizard and the great woodpecker. The Swablu was fatigued but only suffered minor injuries, while the two Cottonee had sustained more serious wounds. Fortunately, the great woodpecker administered a special healing spray to them. The conditions of the two little ones gradually stabilized, and as long as they survived the night, their injuries would not pose a significant threat. That night, within the temporary camp of the great woodpecker, he had nestled into his sleeping bag, drifting into a deep slumber, surrounded by the three Pokémon and the Swablu and her chicks. Suddenly jolted awake under the night sky. The recovering Swablu felt a rush of anxiety upon glimpsing the great woodpecker in his sleeping bag. However, as she noticed her two chicks peacefully asleep beside her, her heart gradually settled. After confirming their safety, she enveloped her chicks in her wings and returned to her dreams. A while later, as the Swablu fell back asleep, the previously slumbering Charizard and Abomasnow simultaneously opened their eyes. Confirming the Swablu's deep slumber, they exchanged glances before closing their eyes once more. The following morning, the Swablu and her two Cottonee awakened to the delightful aroma of Pokémon food. How fragrant! Indeed, compared to the Swablu's reserved demeanor, the two juvenile Cottonee, unable to resist the allure of the food, waddled eagerly toward the great woodpecker, who was busy preparing breakfast. Awake already? Just a moment, you cannot eat yet. Noticing the two little ones drooling with anticipation, the great woodpecker gently patted their heads with one hand while maintaining his focus on the pot. At that moment, the Swablu, inhaling the enticing scents wafting through the air, watched her chicks' impatient antics. Turning her gaze, she saw the Charizard, Abomasnow, and Lugia preparing the dining utensils nearby. Sensing the aura emanating from the three, particularly the invisible pressure radiating from the Charizard and Abomasnow, she reflected on the previous day's events. Had the Charizard not arrived in time, she and her chicks would likely have met a dire fate. All right, let us eat. Before the Swablu could continue her thoughts, the great woodpecker had prepared breakfast for the 6 Pokémon. Dig in. The more you eat, the quicker your injuries will heal. After distributing the food and taking his share, the great woodpecker settled down to enjoy his meal. Yum. Delicious, truly delicious. Yes, yes. This is my first time tasting such exquisite food. As the Swablu savored the delightful Pokémon food, she listened to her chicks chatter, her resolve growing ever stronger. An hour later, having cleaned the dishes and packed his belongings, the great woodpecker appeared ready to depart. The Swablu, upon seeing this, hurriedly approached him, extending her wings and gesturing. Swablu. Human, I wish to entrust one of my chicks to you. Are you certain? The great woodpecker had initially intended to capture a Cottonee, but he anticipated the Swablu would proactively offer one. Absolutely. Confirmed. Upon hearing that the great woodpecker did not refuse her, the Swablu felt a wave of relief. Every responsible mother yearns to raise her offspring herself, yet the perilous circumstances from the previous day lingered in her mind. She realized that she could not safely raise both chicks alone. To prevent a recurrence of yesterday's helplessness and to secure a brighter future for her children, the Swablu had to endure the pain of separation. Very well. I can take one of your chicks. I promise you, I will nurture it with all my might. Thank you. After expressing her gratitude, the Swablu summoned her 2 cotonet to present themselves to the great woodpecker for selection. Although she had already examined her chicks the previous day, to avoid making a mistake, the great woodpecker activated his insight eye to assess them once more. Species, cotonet. Gender, male. Ability, contrary. Pokemon with this ability are unaffected by weather-related damage. Moves, sing, peck, frustration. Egg moves, steel wing, pursuit, leech seed, hyper voice, dragon ascent. Potential, near champion. Level, 5, juvenile stage. Having selected his target, the great woodpecker produced an empty pokeball and gently tapped it against the forehead of the chosen cotonet. In a flash of red light, the cotonet was drawn into the pokeball without resistance. Ding! With no struggle whatsoever, the great woodpecker successfully captured the cotonet. Come forth, cotonet. Say your farewells to your mother. Cotonet. Swablu. The azure cottonbird and the Chishi bluebird engaged in a lively conversation, and after exchanging a few words with its sibling, the azure cottonbird flapped its wings unsteadily and landed on the shoulder of the great wood crane. All right, it is time for us to depart. Do take care. With a farewell, the great wood crane hoisted the azure cottonbird and turned to leave. Chi Jiao, farewell, my child. The Chishi bluebird stood rooted to the spot, watching its offspring's departure until it vanished from sight, finally taking flight with the remaining azure cottonbird. It sought a new sanctuary to call home for itself and the remaining azure cottonbird. The azure cottonbird directed its pecking attack at a spiny caterpillar. Chi Li understood. With a vigorous flap of its wings, the azure cottonbird aimed its beak at the ground-dwelling spiny caterpillar and pecked fiercely. 2 days had elapsed since parting from the Chishi bluebird. Observing the recovery of the azure cottonbird, the great wood crane simultaneously continued its journey while selecting an opponent for the bird to battle. The insect-type spiny caterpillar presented an excellent training target. Chi Dao, the azure cottonbird's small beak transformed into a precision drill, relentlessly pecking at the feeble spiny caterpillar. Come on, ouch. Too much bullying of the insect. Once positioned at the lower end of the food chain, the spiny caterpillar now faced the azure cottonbird, its natural predator. Unable to escape, it could only curl up in a defensive posture, silently enduring the tempestuous onslaught. At that moment, the spiny caterpillar could only pray that this azure cottonbird would refrain from indulging in a predatory feast. Otherwise, it would meet its demise that very day. All right, azure cottonbird, simply defeat your opponent. Hurry back. I have prepared your favorite food. The great wood crane, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. Chi Li food. I'm on my way. Upon hearing of delectable provisions, the azure cottonbird instantly abandoned the battered spiny caterpillar and darted to the great wood crane's side. Here you go. Enjoy. The great wood crane set down the food container and affectionately patted the azure cottonbird's head before approaching the spiny caterpillar. Zizi, come on, ouch, ouch, ouch. The effects of the healing spray were instantaneous on the spiny caterpillar. Observing its recovery, the great wood crane placed a few pieces of Pokemon food in front of it. Zizi, come on, how delightful. The now rejuvenated spiny caterpillar quickly devoured the food scattered on the ground. Noticing the azure cottonbird focused intently on its meal, the spiny caterpillar hastily crawled towards the grass. 2 days later, at noon by a waterfall within the orange blossom forest, the great wood crane was preparing lunch alongside a Charizard. Meanwhile, the Heir and the Chishi bluebird were frolicking in the river beneath the waterfall. The 3 Pokemon often engaged in playful competitions, climbing the waterfall in a race against the current. For the flightless Heir, this naturally placed it at a significant disadvantage. When the Heir fell once more due to the waterfall's powerful force, it found itself tumbling directly into the cascade. Chibaku, where am I? The Heir's eyes beheld a cave concealed behind the waterfall, perhaps due to its proximity to the cascading waters. The cave's ambience enveloped the Heir in a sense of comfort from within. After a brief moment of indulgence, the Heir felt compelled to investigate the cave further. Unfortunately, its large stature rendered such exploration impossible. Chibaku, never mind, I shall inform the leader instead. Resolving this, the Heir awkwardly turned around to return to its human companion. What? The great wood crane, who had been busy preparing lunch, felt a flicker of surprise upon hearing the Heir's tidings. A cave behind the waterfall. This revelation ignited the great wood crane's curiosity, prompting thoughts of potential treasures hidden within. Charizard, guard the pot. With the prospect of treasure in mind, the great wood crane promptly instructed Charizard to keep watch. It then retrieved a raincoat and flashlight from its backpack, turning to lead the Heir, Chishi bluebird, and azure cottonbird toward the waterfall. Whoosh! Splash! Mounted on the back of the Chishi bluebird, the great wood crane was the first to enter the cave. This cave is quite cool, on a hot summer day. It would be perfect for an afternoon nap. However, lingering too long might invite rheumatism. After a brief musing, the great wood crane ventured further into the cave with the Chishi bluebird and azure cottonbird, leaving the beer to guard the entrance as a precaution. Inside the cave, after traversing for several minutes, the great wood crane and its companions discovered a stone table. Upon the table rested a treasure chest. The great wood crane first surveyed the surroundings, confirming no hidden passages before activating its scanning ability to check for traps within the chest. Once all was deemed safe, the great wood crane approached and opened the treasure chest. The first sight to greet its eyes was a jar-like container. Beside it lay a brown animal skin scroll. With both hands, the great wood crane carefully lifted the jar, gently shaking it to hear the liquid slosh within, the sound resonating prominently in the cave.